The sea breeze laden with a salty tang swept across his cheeks, leaving a damp trace on the skin. The air mingled the clean scent of wood shavings with the rich smell of tung oil, the most familiar smells he had known since arriving in this world. At 12 his body was still somewhat thin. Lin Yuan sat on the wooden beam of the shipyard, toying with a piece of sandpaper as he slowly polished the rib of a ship. Sunlight scattered golden ripples across the sea. In the distance a few seagulls let out crisp cries, wheeled, plunged into the water, then rose again, with small fish in their beaks. Everything seemed so peaceful. Yet Lin Yuan's gaze kept drifting to the line where sea merged with sky. His heart could not settle. This was the world of One Piece. A world in which the strong ruled and human lives were treated like weeds. He was merely an ordinary person with no strength to truss a chicken adopted by a kind old shipwright, barely making a living on this remote island in the East Blue. In his memories, those world-destroying battles and those mighty figures who casually razed cities to the ground pressed down on his heart like massive boulders. Fortunately, on this vast sea, the Rocks pirates had yet to make themselves known, and there was no word of the Roger pirates at all. They had most likely not even been founded. Garp, the future hero of the Marines, was probably still just a monster of a commander. But Lin Yuan knew that before long this sea would plunge into chaos. At that moment a sharp sting came from his fingertip. Lin Yuan snapped back to attention and lowered his head to see a thin wooden splinter lodged in the pad of his index finger with a small bead of blood oozing out. He put his finger into his mouth and the taste of blood spread over his tongue. Just then an icy voice sounded directly in his mind. Host soul trait detected. Binding requirements met. Super Shipwright system binding in progress. Lin Yuan's movements froze. His pupils contracted in an instant. Binding successful. A semi-transparent blue screen only he could see appeared out of thin air before his eyes. The texture of the screen was strange. It neither emitted light nor reflected it. It simply hung there, every character crisp and clear. Lin Yuan blinked hard, then rubbed his eyes again. The screen was still there. He turned his neck to look around. The old shipwright was hammering away in a nearby shed, the rhythmic strikes rippling through the air, utterly unaware of what was happening. It was not an illusion. Lin Yuan's breathing grew short, his chest rising and falling faster and faster. Newbie gift pack has been distributed. Open it. Lin Yuan stretched out his hand. His fingertip trembled, hovered in the air for a long time, then finally tapped the yes option. The gift box on the screen burst into soft radiance. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 100 points. Congratulations, host, you have obtained ship repair technique basic. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the system mall. A stream of information poured into his mind. Lin Yuan felt a slight swelling in his head, and countless bits of ship repair knowledge and skill were branded into his memory, as though he had already been an apprentice for more than a decade. Lin Yuan's gaze locked onto the 4 words, system mall. With a thought, a new interface unfolded. A dazzling array of products appeared before him. Navy 6 Styles, Shave, 10000 points. Navy 6 Styles, Moon Step, 10000 points. Armament Hockey Basic, 5000 points. Observation Hockey Basic, 5000 points. Mera Mera, Nomi, 100 points. Pika Pika, Nomi, 100 points. Lin Yuan's atoms apple bobbed as he swallowed hard. These powers, which had existed only in the depths of his memories, were the strength of the strong. Now they were all neatly priced commodities. As long as he had enough points, he could possess them. He saw a hope of making a place for himself in this world. He continued swiping down the list until his attention was caught by a special notice. Special reward if a ship built by the host, because it is so deeply cherished by its crew, gives birth to a ship's spirit. The system will grant the host a god-level ability in addition to a massive point reward. Ship spirit. Those 2 words struck Lin Yuan's heart like a heavy hammer. Instinctively an image surfaced in his mind. In heavy falling snow, a battered caravel sailed toward the end of its life amid roaring flames. I'm sorry. I wanted to carry everyone to even farther places. But I thank you for until now cherishing me so much. I really was very happy. That gentle faint voice seemed to cross dimensions and time, ringing softly beside Lin Yuan's ears. Lin Yuan's eyes grew hot without warning, and a veil of moisture quickly blurred the screen before him. He had wept bitterly over that ship's passing before. It was the softest, deepest place in all his One Piece memories. And now he had a chance to create such a miracle with his own hands. That thrilled him more than any great power ever could. Lin Yuan, what are you staring into space for? A hoarse but firm voice came from behind, pulling Lin Yuan back from his tangled thoughts. The old shipwright Buck had come up behind him at some point, still holding a chipped axe. Uncle Buck. Lin Yuan quickly wiped the corners of his eyes and hopped down from the wooden beam. Are you thinking about pirates again? Buck sighed and rubbed Lin Yuan's head with his rough hand. I heard that the port of the neighboring town was plundered by a gang of pirates a couple of days ago. The leader's bounty was over 1 million belly. A vicious one, they say. Our little island is remote, but no one can say when we'll be the unlucky one. Worry could not be hidden from Buck's voice. 1 million belly. In the Grand Line that was nothing but a nobody. But here in the weakest sea of all the East Blue, it was enough to drag a peaceful island into an abyss of no return. The threat of reality dragged Lin Yuan back to the cold ground. He looked up at the old man before him, wrinkled kindly, the one who had taken him in. He couldn't let this place be destroyed. Lin Yuan's gaze fell upon the old fishing boat in the dock that was waiting to be repaired, its hull torn with several large holes. His eyes had changed. No longer lost, no longer afraid. An unprecedented resolve was rising from the depths of his gaze. He needed strength. He needed points. He clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. He would start by repairing the ship. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and walked toward the old fishing boat. It belonged to a fisherman on the island named Ade, an honest man from a poor family. This boat was his only livelihood. A few days earlier it had struck a hidden reef at sea, leaving several holes in the hull and damaging the keel. For Ade's family, it was as if the sky had fallen. Uncle Buck inspected the boat and simply shook his head, saying the repair cost was too high, better to save up for a second-hand one. But Ade had no money at all. Lin Yuan, what are you doing? Buck saw Lin Yuan walking over with his tools and looked puzzled. Let me take another look, Lin Yuan replied, his voice low but calm. He walked around the fishing boat, and the knowledge of primary ship repair art rose unbidden in his mind. The hull, which had seemed to him like nothing but a pile of rotten, would now reveal a completely different appearance. He could clearly see the internal grain of every plank and could feel where the structural stress was close to its limit. The rot on this plank has gone deep into the core, it must be replaced whole. Lin Yuan pointed at a plank below the side of the hull. And here, the crack in the keel is deeper than it looks. If you only reinforce it with planks, the whole boat will snap in the middle once it meets a heavy wave. Then his finger moved to the central frame of the hull. Buck froze. The pipe in his mouth went forgotten and ashes fell onto his clothes. Both problems Lin Yuan pointed out were things Buck had barely detected after decades of experience, and his judgment was far less precise. How could a 12-year-old child understand any of this? Buck opened his mouth, but did not know what to say. Lin Yuan ignored Buck's surprise. He was entirely absorbed in his own world. He picked up a chisel and hammer and walked to the hole in the hull. His movements were fast and precise, with no wasted motion. Every hammer strike carried just enough force to break away the rotten wood without damaging the sound structure around it. Wood chips flew in rhythmic bursts. Buck's eyes grew wider and wider. He had been a boatwright all his life, but he had never seen such efficient, precise craftsmanship. This was less like repairing a boat and more like performing a perfect surgical operation. Every move seemed calculated 1,000 times, frighteningly precise. An hour later the damaged area was fully cleared. Next came the replacement of materials. Lin Yuan picked several suitable planks from the pile and swiftly cut and planed them. The boards seemed to come alive in his hands, each one fitting the hull's gaps in size and curve with no seam visible. Bring me the tung oil, Uncle Buck, Lin Yuan called without looking up. Oh, okay. Buck, waking from his daze, scrambled over to fetch the tools. When the last board was embedded seamlessly into the hull, Lin Yuan fixed it with iron nails. He stood up, brushed the sawdust from his hands, and looked at his work. The whole boat looked brand new. The repaired places blended perfectly with the original hull, and even seemed sturdier and more streamlined than before. At that moment, a system notification sounded in his mind. Detected that the host has completed a boat repair. Quality, excellent, settlement in progress. Congratulations, host, points 200. Congratulations, host, shipwright experience 10. Seeing his only 100 points become 300, Lin Yuan felt a surge of joy. If a small fishing boat earned 200 points, what if he repaired a warship? Or even a legendary ancient weapon? He didn't dare to think further. Lin Yuan. This. Buck walked to the boat and ran his rough palm over the new hull, the smooth touch unbelievable. This was really fixed by you. I've recently had some new ideas about boat repair. Lin Yuan found a clumsy excuse. Buck didn't press further. He only gave Lin Yuan a long, deep look, his eyes full of complex emotions, shock and relief. In the evening, the fisherman Ade came to the shipyard with his wife and child. When he saw the completely renovated fishing boat, he was stunned. He rushed forward, hugged the side of the boat, as if stroking a treasure. My boat is fixed. Ade's voice trembled. Try it on the water, Lin Yuan said. With everyone's help, the boat was pushed back into the sea. Ade jumped aboard, skillfully raised the sail, and took the tiller. The boat glided lightly out of the harbor. Moments later, Ade shouted with joy. Quick! This boat is much faster than before. And it feels so light and steady. The fishing boat made several flexible turns on the sea, drawing smooth, graceful wake lines. It no longer seemed like a heavy old fishing boat, but a spirited seabird gliding freely over the waves. The boat seemed alive. Ade docked the boat and jumped off, rushing to Lin Yuan. The honest man was about to kneel. Lin Yuan quickly held him up. Uncle Ade, what are you doing? Lin Yuan, thank you, you saved our family. Ade's eyes reddened. The weather-beaten man wept like a child. Lin Yuan's heart stirred slightly. Looking at Ade's sincere face and his family weeping for joy behind him, he suddenly understood something. A boat is not just a pile of wood. It carries people's livelihoods, dreams, and hope. When he looked at the fishing boat again, the system prompt appeared again. Detected that the boat received sincere gratitude from its owner. Additional reward triggered. Congratulations, host, points 50. Congratulations, host, special item, Ade's gift, a basket of fresh mackerel. Lin Yuan looked at the basket icon on the system panel and felt amused and helpless. Still, the total had reached 350 points, which made him very satisfied. In this dangerous world, little by little accumulation was his hope of survival. News of Ade's boat being fixed spread across the island like the wind. At first, nobody believed it. A broken boat sentenced to death by Old Man Buck could not possibly have been repaired by a 12-year-old boy and made better than new. It sounded like drunkard's nonsense in a tavern. But when people saw Ade return fully loaded every day on that resurrected boat, smiles brighter than the sun over the EC, they believed. Then doubt turned to curiosity and shock. Hey, did you hear? Lin Yuan at the dockyard must be possessed by the sea god. What sea god? I heard from Ade that the kid only needed one glance to know what was wrong with the boat. Even better than old man Buck. Really? My little boat has been leaking lately. Should I have him take a look? Suddenly the once quiet shipyard became bustling. The islanders pushed and pulled all kinds of small boats lining up for Lin Yuan. Some had broken rudders, some torn sails, and some hulls covered in barnacles that slowed them down. Buck watched the bustling scene, puffing on his old pipe, grinning from ear to ear. He felt no jealousy whatsoever. Instead, he voluntarily acted as Lin Yuan's assistant, cheerfully handing him tools and carrying timber. Uncle, let me handle this. You should rest. Lin Yuan, seeing Buck drenched in sweat, felt a bit guilty. Nonsense. You just focus on using your brain. I leave these manual tasks to this old bones of mine. Buck thumped his chest with a resounding thud. His attitude toward Lin Yuan had subtly shifted from that of a foster father to a son to that of an old master craftsman showing respect to a great artisan. Lin Yuan did not decline further. With the knowledge of ship repair technique, these minor issues were effortless for him. His mind was like a supercomputer. Any damage to a ship appeared before him, as instantly decomposed into basic data, and the optimal repair plan was generated in an instant. He repaired a ship with astonishing speed. Often before the previous owner could even express thanks, the next one was already being called over. The entire dockyard was filled with the rhythmic symphony of saws, hammers, and planes. And Lin Yuan was the conductor of this symphony. Repair a sampan quality good, obtain 20 points. Patch a sail quality ordinary, obtain 5 points. Clean barnacles from hull quality perfect, obtain 30 points. A continuous stream of system prompts scrolled in Lin Yuan's mind. His points grew at a visibly rapid rate. In just 3 days they soared from 350 to 1285. The islanders did not treat him unfairly. They could not afford many berries, but they brought out their best: a few hens from one household, a basket of fresh eggs from another, and wild game just hunted from the mountains. The dockyard's warehouse was soon filled with these simple tokens of gratitude. Lin Yuan's reputation transformed from Buck's adopted son to Little Master Lin, and finally to the genius Shipwright Lin Yuan. This name became known to almost everyone on the island. That evening, after seeing off the last customer, Lin Yuan was so exhausted that he collapsed directly into a pile of wood shavings. Buck handed him a bowl of warm fish soup. Have some, you've been busy all day. Thanks, uncle. Lin Yuan sat up, took the soup, and gulped it down. The delicious flavor instantly dispelled the fatigue from his body. Lin Yuan, tell me the truth. Buck sat beside him, lit his pipe, and took a deep drag. Where did you learn these skills? He finally couldn't help asking. Lin Yuan was silent for a moment. He knew this question couldn't be avoided. I don't know either. He chose an answer that was half true and half false. It's just that a few days ago I suddenly understood everything. When I see a ship, I know what's good about it, what's bad, and how to repair it. Buck stared into his eyes for a long time. Lin Yuan's gaze was clear and candid. The old shipwright blew out a thick smoke ring and stopped, asking. Perhaps you truly were born to do this work. Our little island probably can't keep you. His tone carried a hint of relief and a barely perceptible melancholy. Lin Yuan did not respond. He knew Uncle Buck was right. His goal was the stars and the sea, to personally build a partner that could give birth to a ship spirit. This small island was merely the starting point of his long voyage. Late at night, lying on his small bed, Lin Yuan opened the system store. The subsequent few jobs brought Lin Yuan's points to 1320. Not too much, not too little. Buying the 6 powers or hockey was a pipe dream, but it was enough to purchase some basic enhancements. His eyes swept over the product list. Ship blueprint small cog, 500 points. Carpentry skill intermediate, 800 points. Physical enhancement basic, 1000 points. Lin Yuan's gaze wavered between carpentry skill intermediate and physical enhancement basic. The former would allow him to repair ships with greater efficiency and quality, earning points faster. The latter would directly enhance his physical constitution, giving him more energy for work and a bit more self-protection when facing danger. After all, this world was not peaceful. He hesitated only a few seconds. Strength is the foundation of everything. Lin Yuan made his decision. His current repair technique was more than sufficient for this small place in the East Blue. The pressing need was to enhance his survival ability. Even if it was just the most basic physical enhancement. Lin Yuan selected physical enhancement basic. Confirm consumption of 1000 points to purchase physical enhancement basic. Confirm. The next moment, a warm current appeared out of nowhere in Lin Yuan's body. It quickly spread through his limbs and bones, bringing a tingling, itching sensation to his muscles, bones, and internal organs wherever it passed. It was as if countless tiny ants were gnawing, or as if a deep-level transformation was taking place. He could clearly feel his body, somewhat thin from long-term labor, becoming stronger and tougher at an incredible speed. The originally lean muscle lines seemed to have bulged a bit. This process lasted about 10 minutes. When the warm current receded, Lin Yuan sat up from the bed. He gently clenched his fist, feeling the power in his hand. He jumped off the bed and performed a simple set of punches in the room. The punches whistled through the air. His body's coordination, explosive power, and endurance were all a notch higher than before. The fatigue he used to feel after a day's work had vanished, and he felt he had boundless energy. Is this the feeling of power? Lin Yuan murmured, looking at his own hands. Although this enhancement was insignificant in the face of true powerhouses for him, it was the first step on the path to becoming strong, and the most important step. In the month after Lin Yuan obtained the basic physical enhancement, his life was calm and fulfilling. The improvement in physical fitness brought obvious benefits. He could work over 12 hours a day without fatigue, greatly increasing his ship repair efficiency. The heavy keel that once required 2 people to lift could now be easily carried by him alone. Uncle Buck, looking at him, always muttered, "Monster," but the smile on his face was increasingly hard to hide. Lin Yuan's points also steadily grew to 3,500 over the month. He did not rush to spend, but chose to save up for more critical skills in the future. That day, an unusual black dot appeared on the horizon. It was a 3-masted sailing ship, much larger than any vessel on the island. But its condition looked terrible. The main mast was broken in the middle, and the sail hung tattered and ragged like a dirty cloth. The hull had several obvious holes on one side with water continuously seeping out. It was like a wounded beast struggling and limping toward the island's harbor. It's a merchant vessel. Judging by the flag, it appears to be from the Simon Trading Company of Roge Town. By the harbor, an elderly man of worldly experience recognized the insignia on the ship. Good heavens, has it encountered pirates? It's so badly damaged. After tremendous effort, the merchant ship barely managed to dock. A middle-aged man dressed in fine attire, yet with a pale complexion, staggered down the gangway with the assistance of several sailors. He was Ronan, captain of the Sea Conch. "May I ask, where is the finest shipwright on this island?" Ronan's voice was hoarse and urgent. "We encountered a storm, and some troubles. The vessel must be repaired as soon as possible." He vaguely referenced the troubles, but everyone could read their meaning in his terrified gaze. "Pirates." Someone in the crowd immediately shouted. Soon Captain Ronan was led to the shipyard. When he saw Lin Yuan, he visibly paused. "The one you're referring to. Is this child?" His tone was filled with disbelief. Repairing his ship was no simple matter of patching a few holes. It demanded exceptional skill and experience. He found it hard to believe a boy of 12 or 13 could handle such a task. "Captain Ronan, do not underestimate him." The islander who guided him spoke with pride. "All the ships on our island are now under his care. Try it, and you'll see." Lin Yuan paid no mind to the skepticism. His gaze was entirely captivated by the enormous merchant vessel. The complexity of the ship's structure and the finesse of its craftsmanship far exceeded anything he had ever encountered on a fishing boat. Especially the exquisite conch statue at the bow. Though slightly damaged, its extraordinary carving was unmistakable. "I can repair it." Lin Yuan spoke, his tone calm, yet confident. "But the price will not be cheap." Ronan gazed at the youth before him. The boy's eyes did not resemble those of a child, but rather those of a seasoned master. So composed, it sent an unsettled feeling through him. As long as it can be fixed, money is no issue. Ronan gritted his teeth. He had no other choice. The ship and its cargo represented his entire fortune. "Follow me." Lin Yuan led Ronan around the Sea Conch. As they walked, he pointed out the damages on the vessel. "The main mast is broken and requires complete replacement. As for materials, I have something superior to your original. There are 3 breaches on the port side. One is near the waterline and has damaged the inner ribs. The outer planking must be removed to reinforce from within. And your rudder. The transmission mechanism has hairline fractures. It may still function now, but in heavy seas it could fail at any moment." The more Ronan listened, the heavier his heart grew, and the more astonished he became. The issues Lin Yuan identified were more precise and critical than even his own chief mate's inspection. Can you really repair it?" Ronan's voice carried a hint of reverence. "Yes." Lin Yuan nodded. 3 days. The fee is 500,000 belly with materials billed separately. 500,000 belly. The figure made Ronan gasp sharply. In the East Blue, this was undoubtedly an astronomical sum for ship repairs. Yet for some reason, gazing into Lin Yuan's confident eyes, he felt the price was worth it. "Very well. Let it be done as you say." The agreement was struck. Lin Yuan immediately set to work. Repairing such a massive merchant vessel was a monumental undertaking. He first opened the system shop and searched in the materials section. Replacing the main mast required more than ordinary timber. It needed to withstand the immense pressure of massive sails. Ironwood 1 cubic meter 2,000 points. Description: a special wood from the Grand Line, hard as iron and corrosion resistant, the premier material for crafting masts and keels of large vessels. This is it. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan spent 2,000 points to exchange for a piece of ironwood sufficient to craft the main mast. His points instantly dropped to 1,500. A faint glow flashed, and the massive ironwood material appeared silently in the corner of the shipyard warehouse. For the following 3 days, Lin Yuan barely left the shipyard. The vigorous energy from his physical enhancement allowed him to work tirelessly. Uncle Bach and several young islanders came to help, but they could not assist with the core repair work, only performing menial tasks. Everyone, including Captain Ronan and his sailors, watched, as if witnessing an incredible performance. Lin Yuan alone was like an efficient construction crew. Cutting, grinding, joining, reinforcing. Each of his movements flowed smoothly, full of power and beauty. That extraordinarily hard ironwood seemed like dough in his hands, effortlessly shaped into the perfect form of a mast. The damaged hull structures were also reassembled and reinforced by him, using an unheard of mortise and tenon technique, several times sturdier than before. 3 days later, when the brand new main mast was raised and the hull breaches vanished completely, the entire sea conch seemed to be reborn. It lay quietly at anchor in the harbor, its lines sleek and imposing. Captain Ronan excitedly circled the vessel several times. He even felt this ship was more perfect than when it first left the shipyard. Detected host has completed a large-scale ship repair. Quality epic processing settlement. Congratulations, host. You have earned 5,000 points. Congratulations, host. You have earned Shipwright experience 100. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked intermediate ship repair technique. Lin Yuan gazed at the system panel where his points had surged to 6,500 and the upgraded repair technique in his skill slot. He let out a long sigh of relief. This harvest far exceeded his expectations. An epic level repair? It seemed the difficulty and completion of ship repairs had a tremendous impact on the rewards. However, just as Captain Ronan prepared to pay and set sail outside the harbor, a pirate ship, flying a gruesome skull banner, was silently approaching. On deck, a one-eyed brute with a thick face was watching the sea conch in the harbor through a monocular, a greedy and cruel smile spreading across his features. He found you. This time where will you run to? The appearance of the pirate ship was like a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring waves of panic in the harbor. It's One-Eyed Barlow. Captain Ronan's face turned deathly pale, his body beginning to tremble. These were the very pirates who had attacked them days prior and severely damaged the sea conch. He had thought he had shaken them off, never expecting they would track him here like sharks scenting blood. Quick, run. Pirates are coming. The islanders on the dock fell into chaos, screaming and scattering in all directions to find shelter. The normally tranquil and peaceful island was instantly shrouded in the shadow of death. The Barrow pirate crew was reasonably well known in the East Blue. Their captain, One-Eyed Barrow, held a bounty of over 3 million berries and was notorious for his ruthlessness and greed. Their ship docked swiftly, and more than a dozen pirates armed with cutlasses and flintlocks leapt ashore with raucous shouts. Captain Ronan, we meet again. One-Eyed Barrow shouldered a massive axe and advanced step by step, the scar on his face twisting with his vicious grin into something utterly fearsome. You've done a fine job repairing your ship. Just as well saves us the trouble. His gaze swept over the newly restored conch shell, brimming with undisguised covetousness. Hand over the ship and cargo, and I might consider merely chopping off one of your hands. Ronan and his crew retreated in terror, their will to resist completely broken. Uncle Bok grabbed Lin Yuan and pulled him behind himself, snatching up a large wood-chopping axe to block the way nervously. Lin Yuan, run. From behind, the old man's voice trembled, yet he did not retreat an inch. Lin Yuan's expression was equally grave. He knew his meager physical enhancement was utterly insufficient against these pirates who lived by the sword. A direct confrontation would only lead to death. His eyes darted rapidly across the entire shipyard, his mind racing at an unprecedented pace. The shipyard was filled with timber, ropes, tools, and several small cranes. Combat did not necessarily require swords and blades. Uncle Bok, take Captain Ronan and the others to hide in the warehouse first and lock the door. What are you doing? You can't fight them. Uncle Bok urged anxiously. I have my own plan. There was no trace of panic in Lin Yuan's eyes, only a calm confidence. All right, be careful. He led Ronan and the others to quickly retreat into the nearby tool warehouse. One-Eyed Barrow watched this scene with keen interest. Oh, an ignorant youngster wants to be a hero. He waved his hand. Go bring me that kid. I want him to watch as I tear this shipyard apart. Two pirates grinned wickedly and approached Lin Yuan with their blades drawn. Instead of retreating, Lin Yuan advanced, turning to sprint deeper into the shipyard. The two pirates assumed he was fleeing and immediately accelerated in pursuit. Kid, don't run. Lin Yuan weaved through the mountains of timber, knowing this terrain better than anyone. He led the two pirates to run beneath a large crane. On the crane's boom, a bundle of newly processed mast materials was bound with thick hemp rope, each piece as thick as a water bucket, incredibly heavy. Got you. One pirate lunged from behind. Lin Yuan calculated the timing perfectly, skidding to a sudden stop and sliding along the ground. The pirate missed and stumbled forward 2 steps due to inertia, landing directly beneath the pile of timber. The other pirate followed closely behind. This was the moment. As he slid, Lin Yuan drew a sharp knife from his waist. This was his usual tool for cutting ropes and marking lines. With a flick of his wrist, the knife flew like a streak of cold light with precision. The target was not the pirates, but the hemp rope binding the timber on the boom. Thunk! The blade sank deep into the hemp rope. After exchanging for physical enhancement, Lin Yuan's strength far exceeded that of ordinary people, making this throw exceptionally powerful. The already taut hemp rope creaked and snapped instantly under the blade's cut. What? The two pirates heard the strange noise above and instinctively looked up. They saw over a dozen heavy timbers crashing down upon them, like Mount Tai itself. No. Their desperate screams were completely drowned by the thunderous crash of timber hitting the ground. The ground trembled. At the shipyard entrance, One-Eyed Barrow's expression changed. Damn it. He never expected his two subordinates to be eliminated by a kid in such a way. All of you attack. Capture him. I'll chop him to pieces and feed him to the fish. The remaining pirates roared and surged forward. Lin Yuan did not linger after his strike. He moved through the complex shipyard environment like a nimble monkey. He knocked over rows of neatly stacked wooden boards to form obstacles. He cut the toolboxes hanging from above, letting hammers and wrenches fall like rain. He also knocked over a barrel of viscous tung oil, causing the pursuing pirates to slip and roll into a tangled heap. The entire shipyard had become his weapon. Every tool, every piece of timber became a deadly trap in his hands. He was like a phantom, using terrain and wit to duel with more than a dozen pirates. Though the pirates had numbers on their side, they could not exert their strength effectively, instead being outmaneuvered constantly, as more and more fell to his traps. My leg. One pirate stepped on a beast trap that Lin Yuan had set a gift from a hunter. Help! I'm falling in. Another pirate fell into a waste pit where Lin Yuan had beforehand removed the cover plate. One-eyed Barrow's eyes turned crimson with rage. He finally realized he had underestimated this youth. This was no ordinary shipwright. This was a terrifying hunter who had turned the shipyard into his own domain. Get out of my way. Barrow roared and charged in himself. The giant axe in his hand swung wildly, splitting through both wooden boards and iron frames with a single blow. He intended to crush these petty tricks with absolute power. Seeing Barrow charge, Lin Yuan's heart tightened. Traps worked well against minor thugs, but against an opponent of this caliber, they would likely prove ineffective. His only advantage was speed and terrain. However, just as Barrow was about to reach Lin Yuan, the pirate's ship moored at the dock suddenly emitted a tremendous noise. Black smoke rose from the position of the ship's rudder. Immediately after, the entire hull began to tilt strangely, with massive amounts of seawater pouring into the hold from an invisible breach. Captain, bad news. Our ship is sinking. The pirates remaining on board let out panicked screams. One-eyed Barrow turned sharply and witnessed a sight that made his eyes nearly burst. His beloved ship was sinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. What's going on? Lin Yuan stood in the distance, gently exhaling. That was the mischief he had quietly prepared before the battle began, when everyone's attention was focused on the dock. He had dived underwater and at top speed performed a reverse repair at the connection point between the pirate ship's rudder and keel. Utilizing knowledge granted by the system, he precisely damaged several critical structural points and set a small delayed mechanism. This was his true trump card. A shipwright's method of combat was to make your ship betray you. A shipwright's method of combat was to make your ship betray you. A shipwright's method of combat was to make your ship betray you. My ship. Below rushed towards the dock like a man possessed. For him, the ship was his very life. The remaining pirates, ignoring Lin Yuan, scrambled after their captain. But it was all too late. When they reached the dock, the pirate ship had already sunk halfway, slowly sliding into deeper waters. Detected host utilized ship knowledge to repel powerful enemies and protect the homeland. Settlement in progress. Congratulations. Host obtained 3,000 points. Congratulations. Host obtained special title Dock Guardian. Dock Guardian. Within your dock area, your thinking speed and reaction ability are slightly enhanced. Watching the system rewards, Lin Yuan's heart leaped with joy. Just then, a naval warship flying a seagull flag appeared on the distant horizon. It seemed to have come to investigate upon hearing the commotion. Watching the approaching warship, then looking at the pirates who had become drenched rats from the sinking ship, their morale completely shattered. Lin Yuan knew that this crisis had passed. The arrival of the Navy brought a perfect end to this farce. One-eyed Below and his men had lost their ship and were battered by Lin Yuan's traps, utterly unable to resist. They were hauled out of the water one by one by the arriving Navy soldiers like dead fish, handcuffed with seastone cuffs, and taken aboard the warship. As Below was taken away, his one eye glared fiercely at Lin Yuan, filled with malice and resentment. He couldn't understand how he who had roamed the East China Sea for years could fall into the hands of a brat today. Captain Luo Nan and the islanders emerged from their hiding places. Seeing the pirates completely captured, everyone erupted in cheers of survival. Their gazes at Lin Yuan had completely changed. No longer were they admiration and praise, but heartfelt awe and gratitude. This young man had not only repaired their ship, but also protected their home. Lin Yuan, you. Uncle Bak, who walked over to Lin Yuan wanting to say something, but didn't know where to start. He patted Lin Yuan's shoulder, words unspoken. The Navy's leader was a young lieutenant who learned the whole story from Captain Luo Nan and the islanders. He walked up to Lin Yuan and gave a standard military salute. On behalf of the Navy, I express my gratitude to you, Mr. Lin Yuan. You are not only an outstanding shipwright, but also a brave warrior. I just did what I had to do, Lin Yuan replied calmly. The lieutenant smiled and took out a small cloth bag from his pocket. This is the bounty for One-Eyed Below, 3,200,000 berries. According to regulations, civilians who provide key clues and assistance can receive a portion. This is your share, 300,000 berries. He handed the bag to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan did not refuse. He needed the money whether to improve his own life and Uncle Baku's, or to prepare for going to sea in the future. The crisis was resolved, and Captain Luo Nan was ready to depart. He not only paid the repair fee of 500,000 berries, but also gave an additional 200,000 berries as a token of gratitude for Lin Yuan's life-saving kindness. Mr. Lin Yuan, the Simon Merchant Guild will never forget your kindness. If you ever come to Lowtown in the future, feel free to seek me out for any need. Luo Nan said solemnly. The conch hoisted its new sails and sailed into the distance under the setting sun. Night fell, and the island returned to its usual tranquility. Lin Yuan sat in his room, counting the gains from this time. Berries, a total of 1 million. This huge sum was enough for him to live a prosperous life anywhere in this world. But Lin Yuan knew that money couldn't buy true safety. He opened the system panel. Host Lin Yuan. Title Dock Guardian. Points 9,500. Skills, intermediate ship repair, basic physical enhancement. 9,500 points. Only a step away from 10,000 points. Lin Yuan's heart began to race. The confrontation with the below pirates had made him deeply realize that his own strength was still too weak. Although he had won through wit and terrain, the process was fraught with danger. If one-eyed below hadn't been distracted by the sinking ship and had instead attacked him recklessly, he would have had no chance to survive. He needed true personal power. His gaze fell on the two gleaming options in the system shop. Navy 6 styles, shave 10,000 points. Navy 6 styles, moonwalk 10,000 points. Only 500 points short. Lin Yuan frowned. Where could he get these 500 points? Could he just go out and repair a random ship now? But it was late at night and most of the island's ships had been repaired by him recently. He suddenly remembered something. System, when I repaired the conch, the shipowner Luo Nan was very grateful. Isn't there any extra reward? He recalled that when he repaired a Des fishing boat he received extra points because of the sincere gratitude. Detected related events. Judging. Shipowner Luo Nan is full of gratitude and admiration for the host, but his emotional attachment to the ship itself has not yet reached the threshold to trigger an extra reward. Judgment, no extra reward. Lin Yuan was somewhat disappointed. It seemed that getting extra rewards wasn't that easy. It must require a deep emotional bond between the shipowner and the ship. Just a little short. Lin Yuan was unwilling to give up. Just then the door was pushed open. Uncle Ba came in carrying a bowl of late-night snack. Still thinking about today's events, say. Don't think about it. It's all in the past. You did well today. Ba put down the bowl and took out an old wooden box from his pocket, handing it to Lin Yuan. This is for you. What is this? Lin Yuan opened the box curiously. Inside lay an ancient-looking plane quietly. The wooden handle of the plane was polished to a glossy shine, while the blades still gleamed coldly, evidently well-maintained. This was passed down to me by my master when I was young. It's been with me for nearly 40 years. Ba's voice was a bit low. I have nothing more to teach you with my modest skills. From now on it will go with you. I hope it will help you build the world's greatest ship. Lin Yuan picked up the plane. It felt warm to the touch. He could sense that this seemingly ordinary tool carried the life's work and glory of an old shipwright. This was a legacy. Detected special item Ba's legacy plane. Quality fine. Effect when using this tool for woodworking efficiency increases by 5, and there is a small chance of quality improvement. Detected that the host has received the sincere recognition and legacy of an elder shipwright, triggering a special achievement heir of the craft. Congratulations. Host obtained 500 points. Lin Yuan was stunned. He looked at the prompt on the system panel, then at Uncle Ba, who before him, a warm current surging in his heart. He never expected that the final 500 points would be made up in this way. Points 10,000. Enough. Uncle, thank you. Lin Yuan said solemnly. Silly boy, what's there to thank? Ba smiled and ruffled his hair, then turned and walked out. The room was left with only Lin Yuan. Suppressing his excitement, he immediately opened the system shop. His finger pointed unhesitatingly at the name he had long desired. Confirm consumption of 10,000 points to purchase Navy 6 styles, shave. Confirm. In an instant a torrent of information flooded his mind. Everything about the shave, from the techniques of applying force to muscle control and the physical strain it imposed, was deeply etched into his memory. It was as if he had practiced this ultimate technique for 10 long years. He had mastered the theory completely. All that remained was practice. He slipped out of the shipyard unnoticed and made his way to the deserted beach in the dead of night. The sea breeze brushed against his face as he closed his eyes, sensing the method within his mind. By repeatedly striking the ground more than 10 times in succession, he could harness the rebound force to generate explosive speed. The key lay in frequency and power. He took a deep breath and suddenly opened his eyes. The muscles in his right leg tensed instantly, then striking the ground with a speed beyond human vision. Bang, bang, bang. A rapid-fire series of explosions echoed across the sand like a string of firecrackers. The next moment Lin Yuan's figure vanished from where he stood. Cough, cough. He scrambled up, disheveled, spitting out sand from his mouth, yet an enormous smile of ecstasy spread across his face. It worked. Though still unrefined, he had successfully executed the shave. This sensation of surpassing limits filled him with intoxication. He looked back at where he had stood just moments before. Dozens of deep footprints clustered tightly together marked the spot. He glanced back at his current position, a smile blooming on his face. After mastering the shave, Lin Yuan's life underwent subtle changes. He never revealed this ability to anyone. By day he remained the same genius shipwright hammering away in the shipyard. Only his work efficiency had increased dramatically. He utilized the explosive power technique of the shave to help move heavy materials. Objects that previously required pulley systems could now be shifted with minimal effort. When no one was around, he'd use the shave to dart quickly between corners of the shipyard, grabbing tools or inspecting details, greatly reducing wasted time during work. Lin Yuan kept these changes well concealed. To outsiders, he simply appeared to move with increasing precision and possessed astonishing stamina. Nights were reserved for Lin Yuan's secret training. He would repeatedly practice the shave in the dense forest behind the island's mountain. From initially barely managing a 10-plus-meter burst, he progressed to easily making consecutive round trips within 100 meters without excessive strain. His control over his body grew increasingly precise. He could dodge trees with exact timing during movement or land without making the slightest sound. As his strength steadily improved, so too did Lin Yuan's reputation. After returning to Lobetown, Captain Ronan of the Sea Snails spread word of his extraordinary encounter on that remote island. A boy of merely 12 or 13 had not only restored a heavily damaged merchant vessel in 3 days through miraculous craftsmanship, but also outsmarted and sunk a pirate ship through wit and courage. The tale soon circulated among Lobetown's merchants and navigators. Some dismissed it as exaggerated nonsense with a laugh. Others harbored doubts, yet kept Lin Yuan's name in mind. Time slipped away quietly over the next 6 months of cultivation and labor. His points also climbed back to 1000 over these half years by repairing ships that came specifically seeking his skills. One day a fast vessel bearing the messenger pigeon flag docked at the island's pier. A sharply dressed man in a black suit and top hat stepped off the boat and headed straight for the shipyard. "Excuse me, is Mr. Lin Yuan here?" "I am." Lin Yuan set down his work and studied this unexpected visitor. The man's demeanor was completely unlike the islanders, clearly someone from a major city. "Good day, Mr. Lin Yuan. I am Carter, manager of the Golden Sail Trading Company in Lobetown." The man presented an exquisitely crafted business card. "I have come on behalf of our boss to visit you personally. Lobetown." Lin Yuan took the card. The Golden Sail Trading Company. He had heard of it from Captain Ronan. It was one of the wealthiest and most prestigious merchant houses in Lobetown. "What brings you to find me?" Manager Carter's face broke into a sincere smile. "Our boss plans to assemble a new long-distance fleet to explore fresh routes along the Grand Line. He requires an all-new flagship with top-tier performance." He paused, looking at Lin Yuan with eager anticipation. "We have heard of everything you did for the Sea Snail and your miraculous craftsmanship. Therefore we wish to commission you to design and build this flagship for us." Building an entirely new long-distance flagship. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. This was a completely different matter from the repairs he had done before. This meant he would craft a masterpiece of his own from the very first keel. Wasn't this what he had always desired? "Why seek me out?" Lin Yuan restrained his excitement and asked calmly. "Lobetown has plenty of experienced shipyards. Their technology and equipment are far superior to mine." "It's different, Mr. Lin Yuan." Carter shook his head. The shipyards in Lobetown merely produce standard vessels, commodities fit for sale. "But Captain Ronan told us that the ships you repair possess souls." He spoke the word soul softly, yet it struck precisely at Lin Yuan's heart. "What we need is not a cold, lifeless transport vessel, but a reliable companion capable of guiding us through the Grand Line. We believe only you can build such a ship." Lin Yuan fell silent. He gazed into Carter's earnest eyes, knowing the man was not merely flattering him. They truly believed he could create a miracle. This might be the opportunity he had been waiting for all along. A chance to personally create a ship spirit. "I accept this commission." Lin Yuan spoke slowly. "However, I have several conditions." "Please proceed." Carter perked up. "First, all designs for this vessel must be under my sole control. You cannot interfere." "No problem." "Second, the materials used must be the finest quality. I will provide a list, and you will handle procurement." "Certainly." "Third," Lin Yuan looked at him and stated word by word, "the construction site must remain here. You will need to transport all materials and equipment to this island." He did not wish to leave this place, at least not yet. Uncle Bach was here along with his familiar shipyard and an environment where he could cultivate in peace. Carty was momentarily taken aback. Moving all the equipment and materials of a shipyard to a remote island was a massive undertaking with costs running extremely high, but he only hesitated for a moment before nodding firmly. "Very well. We accept your terms. As long as you are willing to take this on, nothing is impossible." Then the last question. Lin Yuan asked. "What is the budget?" Carty extended 5 fingers. 50 million berries. This is merely the initial budget. If necessary, we can allocate additional funds. Our only requirement is to spare no expense and build the finest ship in the East Blue. 50 million berries. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat once again. He could already envision countless precious materials, vast reserves of points, and the ship bearing his dreams beckoning to him. "Pleasure doing business." Lin Yuan extended his hand. "Pleasure doing business, Mr. Lin Yuan." Carty gripped his hand firmly as though grasping the future of an entire trading company. After seeing Carty off, Lin Yuan stood alone on the wooden beams of the shipyard, much as he had when he first arrived in this world. The sea breeze still carried its briny tang, and sunlight continued to dance across the rippling waves. But his state of mind had completely transformed. No longer were there traces of confusion or fear. Instead, an unprecedented confidence and anticipation filled him. He raised his gaze toward the distant horizon where sea met sky. His voyage was about to set sail from here. With Carty gone, the weight of that monumental commitment truly settled upon Lin Yuan's shoulders. 50 million berries. This was far more than a mere number. It represented the complete trust of a top-tier trading company in the East Blue, along with near-limitless authority to mobilize resources. He walked to the corner of the shipyard where a makeshift wooden crate held everything he had accumulated since arriving in this world, a few sets of clean clothes, and the inheritance plane given to him by Uncle Barker. He opened the crate and picked up the plane. The smooth wooden handle fit warmly against his palm, as though he could feel Uncle Barker's own hand lingering within it. He suddenly felt he should share this news with him. Night had fallen deep, yet the oil lamp in Uncle Barker's room still burned. Lin Yuan pushed open the door. The old man was wearing reading glasses, carefully polishing a set of weathered woodworking tools under the dim yellow glow of an oil lamp. "Uncle," Lin Yuan called softly. Why aren't you asleep yet?" Barker looked up, and upon seeing Lin Yuan, a kind smile spread across his face. "You must be exhausted from working all day. Go get some rest." "Uncle, I've taken on a massive job." Lin Yuan sat beside him and briefly explained the matter concerning the Golden Sail Trading Company. He did not mention the specific figure of 50 million. He simply said a prestigious trading company had commissioned him to build a flagship destined for the Grand Line, and they would ship all materials and equipment to the island. As Barker listened, the movement of his hands gradually slowed. He removed his reading glasses, the dim yellow light casting deep shadows across his wrinkled face. "You mean, they're moving the entire shipyard here?" The old man's voice was slightly hoarse. "Yes." Lin Yuan nodded. "Right here in our shipyard, building the finest ship in the East Blue." Barker fell silent. He looked down at his callous, scarred hands, then up at Lin Yuan's youthful, resolute face. He remained silent for a long time, long enough that Lin Yuan thought he might object. "Good." Barker finally spoke, saying only a single word. "Good." He slapped his thigh, and all the wrinkles on his face spread wide, beaming like a child. "I knew you weren't meant to stay trapped on this wretched island forever. Building a flagship on our humble island, huh? I'll be boasting about this for the rest of my life." An unusual gleam shimmered in the old man's eyes. The light of a dream suppressed his entire life, ignited anew through another person's achievement. "Tell me what you need, and I'll do it." Barker rose to his feet and paced restlessly within the small room, appearing more excited than Lin Yuan himself. "This old body of mine still has life in it. Carpentry, rigging, blacksmithing. I can lend a hand with anything." Watching the old man grow agitated and incoherent with excitement, Lin Yuan felt a warmth in his chest. "Uncle, I only need you to oversee the scheduling of the entire site. Don't overexert yourself. That won't do. I must witness it with my own eyes being built." Barker patted his chest with a resounding thud. With Barker's support secured, Lin Yuan's last remaining hesitation vanished. He returned to his room, but instead of sleeping, he opened the system panel. Host Lin Yuan, title Shipyard Guardian, points 100, skills intermediate, ship repair, basic physical enhancement, 6 powers of the Navy Sorrow. Gazing at the 10,000 points, Lin Yuan did not immediately exchange them for a new 6 powers technique. The pressing matter at hand was to draft the blueprints for that flagship. He opened the system mall and located precisely what he needed within the blueprint design category. Naval Engineering Advanced 8000 points. Description encompasses fluid dynamics, material mechanics, structural design, sail theory, and all other top-tier knowledge related to the construction of large sailing vessels. This proved far more valuable than any ready-made blueprint. Giving a man a fish feeds him for a day, teaching a man to fish feeds him for a lifetime. Armed with this knowledge, he could design the most suitable vessel according to the Golden Sail Company's requirements. Exchange. Confirm, consuming 8000 points to purchase Naval Engineering Advanced. Confirm. A massive torrent of information surged into his mind once again. The volume of knowledge this time far exceeded the previous ship repair technique. Lin Yuan felt as though an entire library had been forcibly compressed into his skull. Countless intricate formulas, exquisitely precise structural diagrams, and performance data of various materials intertwined and reorganized within his thoughts. He closed his eyes and calmly absorbed this knowledge. An unspecified duration passed before he opened his eyes again. A dawn had already tinted the horizon. His gaze had grown even deeper. He was no longer merely an experienced repairman. He was now a master shipbuilder, equally proficient in both theory and practice. He stepped to the desk, unfurled a massive sheet of white paper, and picked up his pen. His wrist moved with steady precision, tracing fluid lines across the paper. A ship unlike any other gradually took shape beneath his brush, emerging from a vague concept into clarity. The Golden Sail Trading Company's efficiency was astonishing. Only 3 days later, the first transport vessel arrived at the island. Its leader remained Cardi. This time, he brought 50 capable workers along with a large quantity of equipment and basic materials for expanding the shipyard. "Mr. Lin Yuan, the boss, has instructed me to cooperate fully with you." Cardi's demeanor was even more respectful than before. "This is the first batch of personnel and supplies. More will follow steadily. If you require anything whatsoever, simply give the word." The tranquility of the island was completely shattered. The pier was bustling with activity as workers under Carter's command began unloading cargo, leveling the ground, and erecting temporary sheds in an orderly manner. The islanders rushed out to watch the spectacle, pointing at the steam-powered cranes and professional construction crews they had never seen before, their faces filled with shock and curiosity. Lin Yuan did not join in these foundational constructions. He locked himself in his room, feverishly drafting plans day and night. His design philosophy completely overturned the shipbuilding conventions of this era. To adapt to the ever-changing climate and sea conditions of the Great Navigation Route, he adopted a more streamlined hull design to reduce water resistance and increase speed. Inside the hull, he designed a complex double-rib structure and watertight compartments, greatly enhancing the vessel's sinking resistance and structural strength. For the sail system, he abandoned the traditional heavy square sails, opting instead for a more flexible combination of longitudinal and transverse sails, along with a designed pulley operation system that required less physical effort. The most critical aspect was the selection of materials for the keel. He opened the system marketplace, his gaze falling upon an expensive option. Adam's Trant with 10 cubic meters, 200 points. Lin Yuan's current points had dropped to just 2000, far short of what was needed. But this didn't prevent him from including it on the materials list. This list would be the first challenge faced by the Golden Sail Trading Company. A week later, when Lin Yuan handed Carter the thick stack of blueprints and the multi-page materials list, the shrewd and capable manager's expression turned utterly stunned. He stared at the flagship on the blueprints that resembled a work of art, then glanced at those legendary names on the materials list that he had only ever heard in myths. Adam's Trant. Does this actually exist? Carter's voice trembled. It exists, Lin Yuan replied calmly. It's somewhere on the Great Navigation Route. With your extensive trade routes, you should be able to source it, even if only a portion enough to serve as the main keel. Carter's hands trembled slightly as he held the list. He knew that from this moment on the commission truly entered its main phase. Carter hurried back to Logtown with the blueprints and list that could drive any shipwright mad. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan began the complete renovation of the shipyard. The original old shipyard was too small to accommodate the flagship he designed. Under the efforts of workers dispatched by the Golden Sail Trading Company, the entire shipyard was expanded threefold. New foundations were laid, massive supports erected, and within half a month the skeleton of an entirely new shipyard capable of housing a three-masted cruiser rose from the ground. The islanders gradually accustomed themselves to the initial shock, even feeling a sense of pride. Their island was undergoing earth-shattering changes. Many young and sturdy islanders were also hired to participate in this massive project, earning substantial wages. Uncle Buick became the busiest person on the construction site. With decades of experience, he guided the workers on how to handle timber and erect scaffolding, his energy surpassing that of the younger men. Every time he saw the enormous shipyard taking shape day by day, he would stick his pipe in his mouth and grin for half the day. During this time, Lin Yuan was also kept busy. He supervised the project's progress while utilizing his free time during the day and throughout the night to practice the Paji technique with fierce dedication. He treated the dense forest behind the mountain as his training ground. Starting with straight-line sprints, he progressed to directional changes and reversals, then to precisely controlling every subtle movement of his body during high-speed motion. He even began attempting to apply the explosive power of Paji to more refined applications. For instance, he practiced controlling the magnitude and frequency of force the instant his foot struck the ground to achieve varying distances and speeds. This elevated his bodily control to an entirely new level. A month later, Carter returned, not on a fast ship, but leading a fleet of 3 large transport vessels. The ships were laden with precious timber and metals sourced from across the world. Mr. Lin Yuan, I have not failed in my mission, Carter said, his face weary, but his eyes unusually bright with excitement. Our boss mobilized all the trading company's connections and finally acquired a batch of lumber reportedly sourced from Adam's Trant at a black market in the West Blue. The quantity is limited, but it should suffice for the main keel. Adam's Trant. Legend held that vessels crafted from its timber could stand unbroken even after the fiercest battles. All other materials, including the special alloys for the main cannons and the century-old spruce from the North Blue mentioned on your list, have also been secured. Carter handed over an inventory receipt. Our boss instructed me to convey that money is no concern and time is not an issue. His only requirement is the finest vessel. Lin Yuan took the list and nodded. Excellent. We'll hold the keel-laying ceremony tomorrow. The keel-laying ceremony stands as the most pivotal moment in shipbuilding, symbolizing the vessel's genesis. The following day dawned bright and sunny. Every resident of the island gathered at the new shipyard. As all eyes watched, the massive crane slowly hoisted the enormous timber wrapped in oilcloth. When the oilcloth was peeled away, everyone let out a collective gasp of wonder. It was a colossal timber stretching dozens of meters in length, its surface displaying a deep yet warm hue with fine and resilient grain patterns that seemed to pulse with formidable vitality. Simply gazing upon it conveyed an impression of unbreakable solidity. This was Adam's Trant. Lin Yuan himself climbed onto the shipyard and directed the workers to carefully position the main keel atop the central foundation. The moment the keel settled into place, Uncle Buick excitedly smashed a bottle of rum against it. The liquor splashed in all directions, releasing a rich, mellow fragrance. Let's begin, Buick bellowed with all his might. The onlookers erupted into thunderous cheers and applause. The flagship's construction had officially commenced. Yet no one noticed that far out at sea a naval patrol vessel flying the Seagull ensign was observing the bustling activity on the island through binoculars. On board, a man with the insignia of a lieutenant commander lowered his binoculars, a slight frown creasing his brow. His name was Clyde, patrol captain of the Logtown Naval Base. A remote civilian island suddenly stirring up such a commotion and deploying strategic-grade materials like Adam's Trant, a soldier beside him murmured. Captain, something's off. Indeed abnormal, Clyde snorted coldly. The Golden Sail Trading Company's recent fund flows have been highly suspicious. It appears everything has been channeled here. What exactly are they after? You expect me to believe they're commissioning a vessel of such power merely for merchant routes? I find that hard to accept. In the Navy's calculus, overwhelming military capability was inherently threatening. Send someone disguised as a fisherman to investigate on the island, Clyde ordered. I want to know who this Lin Yuan really is, and what they plan to use this vessel for. Meanwhile, in a high-end tavern in Rogue Town, a scar-faced man slammed a glass of wine onto the table with fury. What a damn prodigy, Shipwright. A brat who hasn't even shed his baby teeth dares to boast about building the best ship in the East Blue. He was known as Saw Carl, the chief shipwright of Rogue Town's largest shipyard, renowned for his explosive temper and unparalleled skill. The new ship order from the Golden Sail Merchant Association, which he had assumed was his for the taking, had been snatched away by an unknown boy from a remote island. This was a profound humiliation to him. Boss, the Golden Sail people have the kid well guarded. Our men can't get close. A subordinate reported cautiously. Can't get close. Carl sneered, pulling out a wanted poster from his pocket and slapping it onto the table. The face on the wanted poster was none other than One-Eyed Barrow. I've heard that Barrow's brother Skell has been prowling the East Blue seeking revenge on the brat who ruined his brother. A sinister gleam flickered in Carl's eyes. Go and casually leak the location of that island to Skell's people. Let's see how he can build a ship when the pirates raze that island to the ground. A hidden current swirling around the yet unfinished flagship began to stir, and Lin Yuan, the boy at the center of the storm, remained blissfully unaware. He had poured all his focus into the magnificent work before him. With the keel laid, the construction of the flagship surged forward at a rapid pace. Lin Yuan divided over 100 workers into a dozen groups, each responsible for distinct tasks such as rib processing, plank joining, and internal structure assembly. He was like the precision core of a well-oiled machine, assigning tasks to each group with exactitude and providing the most detailed technical requirements. The entire dockyard transformed into a massive assembly line. Every day, vast quantities of timber were shaped into predetermined forms, then transported to the slipway for installation by another team. The professionalism and authority Lin Yuan displayed won everyone over. Both the skilled workers dispatched by the Golden Sail Association and the native carpenters of the island followed his every instruction without question. No one dared to doubt any of his decisions, for countless times his every directive had proven to be immaculately precise. Group 9, the ribs you processed. The curvature error on number 3 and 7 exceeds half a millimeter. Redo them. Group 5, when joining the planks, pay attention to the grain direction. The stress lines must align with the force-bearing direction of the hull. Uncle Buck, extend the boiling time of the tongue oil by another quarter hour. I want it to penetrate every fiber of the wood. Lin Yuan's voice was not loud, but it always reached everyone's ears with clarity. He hardly needed blueprints. All the structures and data were etched in his mind. He would dart across the massive slipway, one moment at the bow instructing workers on installing the ram, the next at the stern examining the rudder's base. This ghost-like movement amazed the workers, who dubbed it the ghost step. They did not know that Lin Yuan had merely broken down the technique of shave into countless short bursts of explosive sprint. He had mastered the control of his body's explosive power to perfection, each burst precisely enough to reach his destination instantly, without appearing too extraordinary to ordinary eyes. To others, Lin Yuan seemed merely a hyperactive youth, incredibly fast, efficient, and seemingly tireless. The enhanced stamina from his basic physical reinforcement allowed him to work from dawn until late into the night. By day, he was the strictest chief on the construction site. At night, when the workers had fallen asleep and the vast dockyard lay silent under the moonlight, it became Lin Yuan's personal stage. He would strip off his shirt, revealing a body still lean, but with clearly defined muscles. Then, like a true shadow, he would engage in extreme training among the intricate scaffolding and the yet unclosed ship frame. The continuous use of shave drained his stamina drastically. Lin Yuan challenged his limits over and over again in this jungle of steel and wood. From one end of the slipway to the other, a distance of over 100 meters, he attempted to cover it with the fewest steps and the shortest time. Sweat streamed down his cheeks, dripping onto the wood shavings and quickly seeping in. The ache in his muscles and the burning in his lungs battered his nerves. But he did not stop. He knew that in this world, only strength could protect what he wanted to safeguard. The flagship taking shape was the fruit of his labor and his future reliance. He would never allow anyone to destroy it. Besides training and shave, Lin Yuan would use the night hours to review and optimize the day's work. He would personally inspect every critical joint, running his hands over each joint plank, sensing the subtle differences between them. Sometimes he would discover minute flaws that were hard to notice during the day. Then he would fetch his tools, and in the silent night, make corrections alone. One night, Uncle Buck got up and saw a light flickering in the dockyard. Thinking a worker had forgotten to turn it off, he threw on a coat and walked over. He saw Lin Yuan alone, hanging from scaffolding a dozen meters above the ground, meticulously adjusting the installation angle of a rib by the dim light of an oil lamp. The look of utter concentration on his face made it seem as if he were not working, but carving a rare piece of art. The night wind ruffled the boy's thin clothing, and his figure appeared small beneath the massive ship skeleton, yet it radiated a solitary courage that seemed to stand tall between heaven and earth. Buck quietly retreated without disturbing him. He returned to his small hut, and silently heated a bowl of fish soup for Lin Yuan, adding 2 eggs. When Lin Yuan dragged his exhausted body back to his room, the steaming midnight snack was sitting on the table. Uncle, you're still awake. Old folks don't need much sleep. Buck sat by the table puffing on his old pipe. The ship is good, but you need to take care of yourself. The old man's words were few, but Lin Yuan understood. He sat down, picked up the spoon, and drank the fish soup in large gulps. The warm soup slid into his stomach, dispelling the night's chill and the fatigue from his body. Thank you, Uncle. Silly boy. Buck smiled and blew out a smoke ring. Hurry up and finish it. I want to ride the ship you built to see the Grand Line. A flicker stirred in Lin Yuan's heart. He looked at the longing in Buck's eyes and nodded firmly. I will. He would not only build this ship, but also make it the sturdiest mobile fortress. He glanced at his system panel. Points 2550. The sporadic repair work and minor achievements over this period had allowed him to accumulate some points. Not enough. He needed greater strength. Among the supplies sent by the Golden Sail Association was a batch of special weighted gear intended for crew members' physical training on land. Lin Yuan selected a set for himself. Starting the next day, he carried an extra 20 kilograms of weight. His movements remained swift, but sweat beaded on his forehead more profusely. The workers assumed he was simply exercising, and no one thought much of it. Only Lin Yuan knew that he was using this most primal and brutal method to squeeze every ounce of potential from his body. He was preparing for a battle that could come at any moment. Time flows like water, and another 3 months had passed in the blink of an eye. Under Lin Yuan's extraordinary work efficiency and the Jinfan Chamber of Commerce's unstinting supply of materials, the construction of the flagship progressed at a remarkable pace. On that day, as the final outer hull plank was installed, the ship's hull was finally joined together. It lay quietly on the slipway like a dormant deep-sea leviathan, its massive body exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. The streamlined hull was more slender and elegant than any ship in the East Sea, foretelling its unparalleled speed. A row of 20 cannon ports was reserved on each side of the hull, the dark, gaping muzzles like the fangs of a giant beast proclaiming its formidable firepower. Above the deck, the bases of 3 enormous masts made from North Sea fir had been secured, awaiting the right moment to raise the masts and hoist the sails. The ship's majestic form had begun to reveal itself. All the workers involved in the construction paused their tasks, looking up at the masterpiece they had created, their faces filled with awe and pride. My God, we really built such a monster, an old worker from Rogtown muttered to himself. He had built ships his entire life, but had never seen such a perfect, such a powerful hull. Uncle Buck was so moved that tears streamed down his face. He stroked the smooth yet sturdy planks of the hull, as if caressing his own child. Carter also arrived at the island by boat at this time for a routine progress inspection. When he saw the joined hull, he froze in place. He had imagined the ship would be impressive, but he never expected that even just its shell could deliver such a strong visual impact. Mr. Lin Yuan, this is the ship you designed. Carter's voice trembled slightly. This is only the beginning. Lin Yuan stood at the bow, the sea breeze stirring his black hair. His tone was calm, as if speaking of a trivial matter. The next steps, the interior outfitting, weapon system, and propulsion system installation, are the critical parts. Carter took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his excitement. He knew that he had placed his bet correctly. No, the Jinfan Chamber of Commerce had bet correctly. This young man truly possessed the ability to create miracles. Mr. Lin Yuan, this is the second batch of funds along with the list of materials you requested earlier. We have all of them ready, and they are on their way. Carter handed over a new credit certificate. Additionally, our people have learned some news. Carter's expression turned serious. The Navy's Rogtown branch seems to have taken an interest in our activities here. They have sent spies to scout the vicinity. The Navy? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly. This was within his expectations. Such a large-scale operation could not avoid official attention. Ignore them, Lin Yuan said. We are engaged in legitimate commercial activities. They cannot find any excuse to interfere. Understood. Oh, and one more thing, Carter continued. There have been some unfavorable rumors circulating about you in Rogtown. Oh. Some rivals from other shipyards who don't believe a young man can oversee such a large project are spreading rumors everywhere, saying we've been cheated, that the ship you're building is just a flashy shell that will fall apart as soon as it hits the water. Lin Yuan merely smiled faintly upon hearing this. Once the ship launches, they will naturally shut up. To him, these rumors were less important than a single nail on the hull. Carter nodded and said no more. He sealed a report and a few photos of the hull taken from a distance, sending them back to Rogtown post-haste. He wanted to show those doubters what true genius looked like. After seeing Carter off, Lin Yuan's life returned to the routine of the shipyard and the back hill. After the hull was joined, the system also sent a notification. Detected that the shipbuilding project led by the host has reached a major milestone. Hull joining project quality assessment in progress. Current quality epic. Congratulations, host, you have received a stage reward, 3,000 points. Congratulations, host, you have received a special skill, advanced material identification. Advanced material identification, you can accurately determine the density, toughness, stress limits, and other key data of any wood or metal by observing, touching, tapping, and other methods. Seeing the points surge to 5550 and the new skill, Lin Yuan felt a surge of joy. This skill could not have come at a better time. The upcoming interior outfitting and weapon installation would place extremely demanding requirements on materials. With this skill, he could ensure that every piece of material used would achieve its maximum value. Lin Yuan did not rush to spend the points. He had a faint premonition that in the near future he would need a large amount of points to deal with a real crisis. He devoted more energy to refining the details of the ship. He personally designed the crew's living quarters, ensuring optimal ventilation and lighting. He planned the locations of the ammunition magazine and food storage room, and designed fireproof and moisture-proof compartments. He even designed a luxurious captain's cabin with an en-suite bathroom and large floor-to-ceiling windows for the future captain. Lin Yuan strove for perfection in every detail. He was not just building a ship, he was crafting a home that could bring a touch of warmth to the crew amidst the merciless sea. Meanwhile, in Rogtown, the owner of the Jinfan Chamber of Commerce, a middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache who looked like a genial merchant, examined the photos Carter had brought back, his eyes gleaming. Excellent. A fine ship. He spoke 2 words of praise. Tell the old fellows at Kara Shipyard that in 1 month we will invite them to attend the launching ceremony of our new flagship. Boss, this. The secretary hesitated. Just say it. The boss slapped the photo on the table, a confident smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I want them to see with their own eyes what kind of era they have missed. The interior work of the hull proceeded methodically. With advanced material identification, Lin Yuan's control over materials reached a whole new level. Like a skilled butcher disassembling an ox, he could precisely distinguish which pieces of timber from the same batch were better suited for load-bearing beams and which for decorative panels. Under his direction, the material utilization rate reached an astonishing 99%. This left Carter's logistics team astounded. The spare materials they had prepared remained almost untouched in the warehouse. Another 2 months passed. The ship's interior structure, piping, and compartment divisions were all completed. The next step was the final and most crucial one, the installation of the weapon system and the soul carving of the vessel. According to Lin Yuan's design, the flagship would be equipped with 20 new long-barreled cannons plus 2 heavy main guns at the bow specifically for firing special shells. These weapons were custom ordered by the Jinfan Chamber of Commerce through secret channels from a country in the North Sea renowned for its military industry, far surpassing the standard equipment of the Navy in both range and power. Installing these behemoths was a delicate task. The gun mounts had to be secured flawlessly to withstand the tremendous recoil when firing. Lin Yuan personally supervised the installation of each cannon, repeatedly checking the stability of the mounts and the firing angles of the muzzles. When the final cannon was fixed in position, the ship finally revealed its ferocious fangs. It was no longer just a fast ship, but a mobile sea fortress. Having completed the hard power construction, Lin Yuan turned his gaze to the ship's soft power. He intended to infuse this vessel with a soul. He went alone to the bow. There the position for the figurehead was reserved. The Golden Sail Chamber of Commerce had proposed crafting a gigantic golden dove as the figurehead to showcase the chamber's wealth. But Lin Yuan refused. He would carve a unique figurehead himself. He selected a massive leftover piece from the atom tree. The quality of this timber would drive any sculptor to madness. Lin Yuan did not begin immediately. He sat at the bow for an entire day from sunrise to sunset. He was feeling the ship's breath, the sound of wind flowing over it, the rhythm of waves crashing against its hull. His mind held no blueprint, no predetermined image. He waited for an inspiration, a soul image that would perfectly match this vessel. When the moon rose and silver moonlight bathed the sea, a scene suddenly emerged in Lin Yuan's mind. It was an eagle spreading its wings, about to break free and soar into the sky. Its eyes were sharp and resolute, filled with a longing for freedom and the distant horizon. That was it. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and picked up the carving knife. For the next 7 days and nights, he locked himself in a makeshift workshop. Outside, guards dispatched by Carter stood watch, forbidding anyone from approaching. All anyone could hear was the continuous rustling sound of carving from within. Every day Uncle Buck would place meals at the workshop door and silently leave. He knew that Lin Yuan was engaged in the most crucial creation and no one could disturb him. On the evening of the 7th day, the carving sound ceased. The workshop door opened and Lin Yuan emerged. He had grown thinner with sunken eyes and bloodshot streaks, but his gaze was astonishingly bright. It's done, he said to Buck and Carter, who were guarding the entrance. When the massive figurehead was hoisted by a crane and revealed to the crowd, everyone held their breath. It was a lifelike eagle. Every feather was clearly visible, imbued with a sense of power. Its wings were spread as if it would take flight on the next breeze. The most striking feature was its eyes. Inlaid with obsidian, they were deep and luminous. No matter the angle, one could feel the eagle's unwavering gaze toward the distance, a resolute determination. It was not a lifeless object. It seemed like a living entity, a leader ready to guide the fleet through uncharted routes. What is its name? Carter's voice was hoarse. Pioneer, Lin Yuan said softly. It was not only the name of the figurehead, but also his expectation for this ship. While the figurehead was being installed, Uncle Buck also placed his gift aboard the ship. It was a small wooden amulet carved with his heirloom plane bearing the character and peace. He told no one, quietly slipping it into an inconspicuous drawer in the captain's cabin. It was the most sincere blessing from an old shipwright to the younger generation about to set sail. Everything was ready. The final layer of waterproof coating had been applied. The entire ship gleamed in a deep dark blue with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. It lay quietly on the slipway, awaiting the moment to embrace the sea. Lin Yuan stood on the dock, gazing at his creation, filled with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. He could feel that the ship had already acquired its own aura. It was only one step away from birthing a ship's spirit, a captain who cherished it, and a legendary voyage that belonged to it. On the system panel his points remained at 5,550. He did not use them. He raised his head and looked toward Rogue Town. He knew that the ship's launch would not be peaceful. Those questioning and prying eyes would soon converge here. And he was already prepared. The launch date was set for 1 month later. The Golden Sail Chamber of Commerce sent invitations to every notable figure in Rogue Town. The Marine Branch Major Chambers of Commerce and the shipyard owners who had once questioned Lin Yuan. The news spread, stirring up the entire Rogue Town. Everyone was intensely curious about this mysterious flagship built under the supervision of a youth costing tens of millions of berries. Some anticipated, some scorned, and most watched with a sense of amusement. 1 month passed in the blink of an eye. On the day of the launch ceremony, the island's dock was unprecedentedly crowded. Dozens of ships flying different flags anchored nearby, packed with guests. The owner of the Golden Sail Chamber of Commerce, Bard, known as the Smiling Fox, personally arrived with the chamber's top executives. Beside him was the highest-ranking officer of the Rogue Town Marine Base, Commodore Brand. A Commodore attending a merchant ship's launch ceremony was highly unusual. Carl also came. He stood on the deck of a ship with a group of veteran shipwrights, arms crossed, wearing undisguised contempt. "Let's see what a snot-nosed kid can build," he said to his apprentice. "Don't let it sink right after launch. That would be a real joke." The dock buzzed with noise, the atmosphere both lively and strange. Lin Yuan stood before the massive dry dock, expression calm. Uncle Buck, dressed in brand new clothes, was so excited he didn't know where to put his hands. The auspicious moment arrived. At Bard's signal, Carter stepped onto the temporary podium. "Distinguished guests, thank you for traveling here to attend the launch ceremony of the Golden Sail Chamber of Commerce's new flagship." Carter's voice, amplified by a den mushy, spread across the entire harbor. "Now let us welcome the chief designer and chief engineer of this vessel, Mr. Lin Yuan, to unveil its mystery." All eyes instantly focused on the youth standing before the dry dock. Lin Yuan said nothing, merely waving lightly toward the control room. A tremendous roar sounded. The massive curtain covering the dry dock slowly drew apart. When the dark blue giant ship was fully revealed before everyone, the entire harbor fell into dead silence. All noise, all discussion stopped abruptly. People's mouths unconsciously gaped, their eyes filled with disbelief and awe. It was too perfect. The sleek lines of the hull, the 20 cannons glinting with cold light, the 3 towering masts piercing the sky. And at the bow, the eagle figurehead with eyes so sharp they seemed to pierce the heavens. It had transcended the category of a mere ship. It was a work of art. A martial artwork brimming with violent aesthetics. This. Impossible. Carl's contemptuous expression froze. He had built ships all his life, considering himself the finest shipwright in the East Blue, yet before this vessel, all his proud works seemed crude and childish. Commodore Brand's pupils contracted sharply, his originally casual stance became instantly erect. His eyes fixed on the ship, as if evaluating a most dangerous enemy. "Bard, what exactly are you up to?" he whispered to the chamber owner beside him. "Commodore, relax," Bard replied, still smiling. "I'm just a merchant building a sturdy ship to earn some hard-earned money in the Grand Line." As if anyone would believe that. Brand cursed inwardly, but said no more. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lin Yuan stepped forward and personally cut the last rope securing the ship. The slide rails supporting the hull let out a tremendous grinding sound. The colossal vessel began to glide slowly, steadily toward the sea. It slipped into the water without causing the expected massive waves, instead floating gently and steadily on the surface like a feather. Perfect weight distribution, perfect balance. At that moment, the system's notification resounded wildly in Lin Yuan's mind. Detected host completing epic shipbuilding project, flagship Pioneer. Final quality assessment in progress. Material legendary, atom, wood keel. Structure epic. Design epic. Craftsmanship epic. Overall rating legendary. Congratulations, host. You have received 100,000 points. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the title Legendary Shipwright within your shipyard. All shipbuilding related work efficiency increased by 10. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked a new skill, Armament Hockey Beginner. 100,000 points. And beginner level Armament Hockey. Lin Yuan's heart raced. This reward far exceeded his expectations. He could feel a new power awakening within his body, his hands seemingly able to touch the more solid essence of this world. A fine ship. A truly fine ship. Boss Bade shouted excitedly, breaking the silence of the harbor. He walked over and patted Lin Yuan firmly on the shoulder. "Mr. Lin Yuan, from today on you are the most honored friend of the Golden Sail Chamber of Commerce." He turned around and announced to everyone in a loud voice. "This ship will lead us, the Golden Sail Chamber of Commerce, to open a new route to the Grand Line." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. "I name her Voyager. Voyager. Voyager." The members of the Golden Sail Chamber of Commerce were the first to cheer, followed by thunderous applause and shouts that echoed throughout the entire harbor. Amidst the deafening noise, Lin Yuan felt a strange sense of detachment. His attention was completely focused on his own body. A new power was awakening, not the gentle transformation of physical enhancement flowing through his limbs, but a more condensed, more domineering existence. It lurked beneath his flesh and blood, like an invisible armor waiting for its owner's will to awaken it. Lin Yuan instinctively clenched his fist. He could sense that if he wished, this power could cover his skin, making his fists harder than steel. This was Armament Hockey, a power that could touch the solid bodies of Devil Fruit users and greatly enhance both offense and defense. In this world teeming with powerful individuals, this was his true capital for survival. "Mr. Lin Yuan, what are you thinking about? Boss Bates' signature smiling face approached, interrupting Lin Yuan's thoughts. Nothing. I just think this ship is even better than I imagined. Lin Yuan unclenched his fist, his expression returning to calm. He noticed that Boss Bates had named the ship Voyager in his speech, not the pioneer that Lin Yuan had poured his heart into. It was a small detail, yet it revealed the unmistakable desire for control of this merchant leader. Of course, this is a masterpiece crafted by your own hands. Bates laughed heartily, pointing at the giant vessel quietly floating on the water, his eyes burning with fervor. With this, our golden sail chamber of commerce can establish a foothold in the Grand Line and usher in a new era. His words were stirring, and the surrounding chamber members once again erupted in passionate cries. But at the other end of the crowd, the atmosphere was somewhat heavy. Commodore Brand's face was grim. He stared fixedly at the dark blue warship, its 20 glinting cannons giving him a strong sense of threat. The ship's firepower exceeded that of most patrol ships in the Marine branch. Bade, you'd better give me a reasonable explanation. Brand's voice was low, laced with a warning tone. Does a merchant ship need this level of armament? Commodore, you worry too much. The smile on Bates' face remained unchanged, but his eyes grew deep. The Grand Line is far from peaceful. Without some means of self-defense, my little fortune would be fed to the Sea Kings before I even saw gold. We are legitimate merchants paying hefty taxes to the world government every year. He cleverly invoked the world government. Brand snorted coldly and did not continue the topic. It was futile to argue with this old fox. His gaze passed over the crowd and landed on Lin Yuan. This young man was the key. Someone who could design and build such a monster could not be an ordinary shipwright. His background, his motives, all must be investigated. On the other side, Steele saw Carl's face had turned from stiff to livid. The old master shipwrights beside him were now silent, their gazes fixed on the Voyager, filled with shock and awe. As peers, they understood better than anyone what building such a ship meant. It was not just an accumulation of wealth and materials, but a comprehensive crushing of design philosophy and shipbuilding techniques. Let's go. Carl gritted out a single word and turned to leave. He didn't want to stay here a moment longer. The faint mocking glances around him felt like needles stabbing his back. Master Carl leaving so soon. A shipyard owner who had once sought his advice blocked his way, a gloating expression on his face. Don't you want to stay and admire this legendary work a little longer? It's the pride of East Blue's shipbuilding industry. Get out of my way. Carl shoved him aside, and like a provoked beast he fled the crowd with his apprentices boarding his own ship. Watching, Steele saw Carl's retreating figure, the dock, burst into uncontrollable laughter. Everyone understood that from this day on the king of East Blue's shipbuilding industry had changed. The launching ceremony ended amidst the commotion. The guests gradually dispersed, but the discussion about the ship had only just begun. Its photos and data would spread across the East Blue at lightning speed and even farther. Lin Yuan declined Boss Bates' invitation to the celebratory banquet. He wanted to be alone. He stayed behind on the dock, and Uncle Buck worried stayed with him. Night fell, the sea breeze cool. The colossal Voyager lay quietly at anchor under the moonlight like a sleeping deep-sea behemoth, exuding a reassuring aura of strength. What a fine ship, Uncle Buck said, sitting on a bollard and lighting his old pipe again. I've built ships all my life, but only now in my old age do I realize that a ship can truly be made like this. Uncle, this is just the beginning. Lin Yuan walked to the ship's side, reached out, and gently stroked the cold, smooth hull. He closed his eyes, trying to channel the newborn power within him to his fingertips. Buzz. A layer of black film imperceptible to the naked eye spread over Lin Yuan's palm. When his hand touched the hull again, the sensation was entirely different. He could almost pierce through the thick planks, directly touch the ship's central keel, and feel the resilience and vitality emanating from the treasure tree atom. He could even sense every structural detail inside the hull, the stress distribution of each screw. It was a completely new dimension of perception. Armament hockey was not only a powerful offensive and defensive technique for a shipwright, it was an unparalleled diagnostic tool. Lin Yuan. Uncle Buck's voice came. That boss of the Golden Sails Chamber is no ordinary person. You need to be more careful. I know. Lin Yuan withdrew his hand, dispersing the hockey. He turned around, looked at the old man's concerned face, and smiled. Don't worry, Uncle. I know what to do. He lifted his head and gazed at that masterpiece of his. The ship was ready, but it had yet to weather real storms. And he himself needed a real battle to test his newly acquired power. He had a premonition that this day was not far off. The Golden Sails Chamber held a grand celebration banquet at the most luxurious hotel in Lobetown. The banquet hall was brilliantly lit, well-dressed guests moved about, and the air was filled with the scent of fine cigars and champagne. Boss Bada, as the host, mingled with guests from all sides with a beaming smile. Everyone who clinked glasses with him was full of praise and envy for the Golden Sails Chamber and that legendary flagship. Lin Yuan eventually came. He couldn't refuse Ka Ti's repeated invitations, and he felt that some occasions must be faced eventually. He changed out of his work clothes and put on the well-fitted suit that Ka Ti had prepared for him, his black hair neatly combed. When he entered the banquet hall, he immediately became the center of attention. All eyes were fixed on this seemingly youthful boy. The looks in people's eyes were complex. Curiosity, scrutiny, awe, and even a hint of barely perceptible envy. This was the young man who single-handedly overturned the landscape of the East Blue's shipbuilding industry. Mr. Lin Yuan, you've finally come. Boss Bada personally came forward warmly, put his arm around Lin Yuan's shoulders, and led him to the center of the banquet hall. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce to you the chief designer of our Voyager, the future legend of the East Blue, Mr. Lin Yuan. Thunderous applause erupted. Lin Yuan merely nodded calmly to the crowd without speaking. He didn't like being stared at like a rare animal. Uncle Buck came along too. The old man had never seen such a scene in his life, and appeared somewhat uneasy. He was dressed in brand new clothes, but his hand tightly clutched his old pipe, as if holding a lifeline. Lin Yuan walked over to him, and said in a low voice, "Uncle, if you're not comfortable, just have something to eat. We'll leave soon." It's fine. Uncle Buck said that, but his eyes couldn't help glancing at the long table laden with exquisite pastries. "I'm just here to broaden my horizons." He said that, but soon Lin Yuan saw him sneakily stuff 2 pieces of the most expensive-looking roasted meat into his pocket when no one was watching. Lin Yuan found it amusing, and the slight discomfort in his heart dissipated. "Mr. Lin Yuan, may I have a word?" A steady voice sounded behind him. Lin Yuan turned around and saw Commodore Bouland. He had changed out of his military uniform into civilian clothes, but the soldier's iron-blooded aura was still unmistakable. "Commodore," Lin Yuan responded politely. The two walked to a quiet corner. "I've looked at the Voyager's data." Bouland got straight to the point, his eyes as sharp as an eagle's. "That's not a merchant ship, it's a warship. I don't believe you built it just to do business on the Grand Line." "Why not?" Lin Yuan countered. "In your eyes, Commodore, are merchants only meant to be lambs for pirates to slaughter?" Bouland was momentarily speechless. He was silent for a few seconds, then changed the subject. "Your talent should not be wasted building ships for merchants. The Marine's technical department is more suitable for you. I can write you a letter of recommendation." He was trying to recruit. The Voyager alone had already put pressure on the Marines. If Lin Yuan continued to work for the Golden Sails Chamber, who knew what even more terrifying things he might build? "Thank you for your kindness." Lin Yuan shook his head. "But I'm just a shipwright. I like the freedom to build the ships I want." The implication was clear. He had refused. Bouland gave him a deep look and did not insist further. "I hope you don't take the wrong path." He left that meaningful remark and turned away. After seeing off Bouland, Boss Bada came over with a smile. "Mr. Lin Yuan, don't mind that old stick in the mud. The Marines are all a bunch of inflexible fellows." He handed Lin Yuan a glass of juice. "On behalf of the Golden Sails Chamber, I formally invite you to serve as the Chief Technology Officer of our fleet, responsible for the design and maintenance of all future ships." He made an irresistible offer. "We are willing to give you a 5% equity stake in the chamber, and for the Voyager's maiden voyage you may designate a captain you trust most." 5% equity. That meant Lin Yuan would leap from an employee to a partner of the Golden Sails Chamber. It was an offer that could drive anyone wild. "I need time to think." Lin Yuan's answer remained calm. The more he acted like that, the more unfathomable Bada found him. The banquet atmosphere grew livelier amid clinking glasses. Lin Yuan made an excuse and left early with Uncle Buck. Back in his room, he closed the door and immediately entered a training state. He needed to familiarize himself with armament hockey as soon as possible. He sat cross-legged on the floor, closed his eyes, and mobilized that power within him. He attempted to channel the hockey to the index finger of his right hand. The process was not smooth. That power was unruly and difficult to control precisely. He tried several times before barely succeeding. His index finger from the tip gradually turned pitch black, radiating a metallic sheen. Armament hockey hardening. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, looked at his finger that seemed forged from black iron, and felt a stir. He gently tapped the oak table in the room with that finger. Tap. A soft sound rang out. A shallow fingerprint appeared on the tabletop. He added a bit more force. Thump. The hard oak tabletop was pierced easily by his finger like tofu. The cut was smooth and even. Lin Yuan withdrew his finger, looked at the small hole, and a flash of excitement crossed his eyes. This was the power of hockey. He could feel that maintaining the hardening for just over 10 seconds had consumed a considerable amount of his stamina. It seemed that at his current level he could not use it for long periods or over large areas. But even so, it was enough. He now had a trump card that could save his life or even turn the tables in critical moments. In the days following the celebration banquet, Laga Town was immersed in discussions about the departing ship Kahang's. Lin Yuan's name had become the hottest topic. Yet he himself had vanished into thin air, declining all visitors and confining himself to his room. He was racing against time to master armament hockey. From merely being able to harden a single finger at the start, he could now envelop his entire right arm in pitch-black armament hockey. Although the duration remained short, its power had undergone a dramatic transformation. With his arm fortified by armament hockey, Lin Yuan could easily leave fist impressions on steel. This filled him with immense confidence. Life on the small island returned to tranquility. Boss Bada and his men went back to Laga Town to make final preparations for the voyage. Kate remained behind to handle the subsequent matters of the ship transfer and to await any orders from Lin Yuan. Everything seemed to be progressing in a favorable direction. However, the unsettling premonition in Lin Yuan's heart grew stronger. This unease stemmed from Ka. The shipwright who had lost face during the launch ceremony was not one to let things go easily. More importantly, Lin Yuan recalled something Kate had mentioned earlier: the brother of one-eyed Baluo Siku, a pirate even more ferocious and with a higher bounty than Baluo. If Ka had indeed revealed the island's location to Siku, Lin Yuan dared not think further. He sought out Kate. "Do me a favor. Use the intelligence network of the Golden Sail Chamber of Commerce to investigate the recent movements of a pirate named Siku." Though somewhat puzzled, Kate immediately set to work. The intelligence capabilities of the Golden Sail Chamber of Commerce were indeed formidable. Only a day later Kate returned with news that made Lin Yuan's heart sink. Mr. Lin Yuan, the chain sea you inquired about. His fleet left the Xiangbidi archipelago 3 days ago heading in the direction of the East Sea. Moreover, our people discovered that before sea could set sail, someone anonymously provided him with a navigational chart marking a specific location. Kate produced a copy of the chart pointing to a red dot. Right here. That red dot was precisely the island where Lin Yuan resided. The worst-case scenario had materialized. Lin Yuan's expression turned icy. He studied the distance on the chart and the speed of Siku's fleet. They will be here in at most 2 days. What? Kate was horrified. Then we must leave immediately. The Kahangs is at the port. Oh, we can still make it. It's too late. Lin Yuan shook his head. The Kahangs may be swift, but it's currently an empty vessel. No provisions, insufficient crew, and not even a single cannonball loaded. If we sail out, we'd be a sitting duck for Siku's fleet. More importantly, he couldn't leave. On the island were Uncle Baku and the simple islanders. If he fled and Siku couldn't find him in his rage, he might raze the entire island to the ground. Then what do you plan to do? Siku is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 8 million berries commanding over 100 men. We stand no chance. Kate was frantic, pacing like a cat on hot bricks. You must immediately organize the islanders, especially the elderly and children, to evacuate to the rear hills. There are several hidden caves there for temporary shelter. Lin Yuan's voice was eerily calm. Uncle Baku, I entrust him to you as well. And you? Kate stared at Lin Yuan. I will stay behind. A glint of cold sharpness flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. They are coming for me. Let them come. Are you insane? You want to take on an entire pirate crew alone? Who knows without trying? A cold sharp curve tugged at the corner of Lin Yuan's mouth. He walked to the window, gazing down at the shipyard he had personally renovated. That was his domain. Last time he had used the shipyard's traps and his own cunning to eliminate one-eyed Baluo. Now he possessed even greater strength. Seeing Lin Yuan's unwavering resolve, Kate knew he could not dissuade him. Gritting his teeth, he turned and ran out. He had to notify everyone as quickly as possible. Soon the urgent clang of the alarm bell echoed across the island, the signal of impending danger. The islanders rushed out of their homes, their faces etched with panic. When they learned from Kate that another band of pirates, even more vicious than one-eyed Baluo, was about to arrive, fear spread rapidly. What do we do? Let's flee. Flee where? The sea is infested with pirates. In the midst of their despair, Lin Yuan's figure appeared before them. Everyone listen to me. His voice was low yet distinct in each ear. Now all of you must follow Mr. Kate to the rear hills for shelter. Leave behind anything unnecessary. Move quickly. And, what about you? An islander asked in a trembling voice. I'll deal with them myself. Lin Yuan's gaze swept across the crowd. I promise you, when you return, this place will be as safe as it is now. His words carried a compelling force that inspired trust. The islanders looked at the youth who had brought them countless surprises and peace over the past year, and their panic miraculously subsided somewhat. They chose to believe him. Under Kate's organization, an orderly evacuation began. Uncle Baku approached Lin Yuan, his weathered face etched with worry. Lin Yuan, come with us. Uncle, I cannot. Lin Yuan shook his head. Have you forgotten? I am the guardian of this shipyard. He patted the old man's shoulder. Take care of yourself. Wait for my return. With that he turned and walked toward the deserted dock. The sea breeze ruffled his short black hair. His solitary silhouette set against the backdrop of the colossal Kahangs seemed both small and unyieldingly resolute. 2 days later, on the horizon, several pirate ships, flying iron-chain skull flags, appeared like malevolent specters. The fleet halted a kilometer offshore. On the lead, 3-masted warship, a burly man wrapped in chains was observing the dock through a spyglass. He was Chain Siku. His features bore a resemblance to Baluo's, but his eyes were more sinister and cruel. Big brother, that ship. A pirate beside Siku pointed at the dark blue giant vessel in the harbor, licking his lips greedily. What a beautiful ship, even bigger than our flagship. Greed flickered in Siku's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. The ship is fine, but business comes first. He lowered the spyglass, his voice icy. Find the brat who defeated Baluo. I'll tear him apart with my own hands. He waved his hand. Launch the landing parties. Capture that brat for me. The rest stay put. Remember, do not damage that beautiful ship. It will soon be mine. Dozens of small boats were lowered, and over 100 pirates rowed toward the dock with raucous shouts. Lin Yuan stood silently on the empty dock, watching it all. Behind him loomed the massive shipyard like a steel beast with its jaws wide open. The pirates quickly stormed ashore. Seeing only a youth on the dock, they all wore contemptuous smiles. Hey kid, have you seen a young lad about your size? Hand him over, and I might spare your life. The leading pirate, shouldering a broadsword, asked arrogantly. I am the one you're looking for. Lin Yuan replied calmly. The pirates were stunned for a moment, then burst into roaring laughter. You? Ha ha ha, don't be ridiculous. Even Baluo is useless, but he couldn't possibly lose to a brat like you. Don't waste words on him. Capture him and bring him to the captain. Several pirates sneered and closed in with their blades. Lin Yuan, instead of retreating, advanced, turning and running deeper into the dockyard. Think you can run? After him. The pirates immediately gave chase, pouring into the dockyard in a rush. They failed to notice that the moment they stepped into the dockyard, a heavy iron block on a massive crane at the entrance snapped its rope and crashed down, sealing the entrance completely, trapping the enemy like a turtle in a jar. Lin Yuan's figure darted swiftly through the familiar dockyard like a black bolt of lightning. He utilized the technique of the Navy's 6 styles, shave to its utmost. He did not choose to fight head-on, but instead used the complex terrain and pre-laid traps to continuously divide and harass the pursuing pirates. A scream rang out. A pirate stepped into empty air and fell into a maintenance pit that was loosely covered with wooden planks. Bang! A bundle of logs stacked high suddenly rolled down, knocking over several pirates at the front. The pirates soon realized something was wrong. This dockyard was like a giant maze full of traps everywhere, and the youth was like a ghost controlling the maze, always launching attacks from unexpected places and then quickly disappearing. Bastard! If you've got guts, come out and fight me one-on-one. A hot-tempered pirate leader roared, slashing a wooden rack in front of him. The moment his words fell, a black shadow silently dropped from the beam above. It was Lin Yuan. The pirate leader reacted extremely quickly, immediately turning around and swinging his long blade from below upward toward Lin Yuan's abdomen. The strike was swift and vicious. Facing this lethal blow, Lin Yuan's eyes showed no ripple. He did not dodge. Just as the blade was about to touch his body, he extended his left arm to meet it. Buzz! In an instant, pitch-black armament hockey covered his entire forearm. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. The pirate leader felt as if his blade had struck an indestructible piece of black iron. A tremendous recoil force traveled through the blade, numbing his tiger's mouth and nearly causing his long sword to slip from his hand. He stared in horror. He saw his long blade firmly blocked by that black arm, the edge not even leaving a white mark. What is this? His understanding was completely overturned. Lin Yuan gave him no time to think. While blocking the attack, his right hand, coated with armament hockey, had already clenched into a fist, and with a simple yet efficient trajectory, punched straight toward the opponent's chest. The fist cut through the air, producing a dull whoosh. The pirate leader wanted to retreat, but was already too late. Bang! The fist landed squarely on his chest. The leather armor on his body tore like paper, instantly shattering. He was like a man hit by a charging rhinoceros, his feet leaving the ground as he flew backward, knocking over 2 companions along the way before crashing heavily to the ground. His chest caved in at a grotesque angle and blood gushed from his mouth, clearly not long for this world. A single blow killed him. The surrounding pirates were all stunned. The arrogance and contempt on their faces vanished without a trace, replaced by a tinge of fear. Lin Yuan shook his hand, and the armament hockey receded. He could feel the rapid depletion of his stamina, but the fighting spirit in his eyes grew even more intense. This was the first time he had used armament hockey in actual combat, and the effect was even better than he had anticipated. He raised his head, his cold gaze sweeping over the remaining pirates. Those pirates who had been so arrogant moments ago now stepped back involuntarily, like startled rabbits. All together, kill him, someone shouted. The remaining dozens of pirates, plucking up their courage, roared and surrounded Lin Yuan from all directions. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and activated shave again. His figure left afterimages in the crowd, and each time he appeared, a pirate fell. His fighting style was simple and brutal. No fancy moves, only the most direct attacks. His fists and elbows, hardened with armament hockey, were his deadliest weapons. In the dockyard, screams rose one after another. This place had become a bloody slaughterhouse. Outside the dockyard, Siku was waiting impatiently. What's going on? Does it take this long to catch a kid? He frowned, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Just then a pirate on lookout let out a terrified shriek. Captain, something's wrong. Our ship is under attack. Siku whirled around, his pupils contracting sharply. He saw 2 huge holes suddenly burst open in the bottoms of his fleet's escort ships, with seawater gushing in violently. The hulls were visibly tilting. The perpetrator of all this was a man in a black suit. That man was walking on the water surface, moving among their fleet at an unbelievable speed. It was Kate. He had not gone to the back mountain, but following Lin Yuan's secret instructions, he carried out another plan after the battle began. Sink their ships. Bastard. Siku let out a thunderous roar. He never imagined that someone would dare to ambush his fleet right under his nose. Seize him. Fire the cannons. Blast him to pieces. Siku ordered furiously. The gunners on the pirate ships scrambled to adjust their cannons, but Kate was too fast. He was like a ghost on the water, using the ships as cover, weaving through the gaps in the cannon fire. His target was clear, the smaller tonnage escort ships. He didn't have Lin Yuan's ability to precisely damage ship structures, but he had special underwater demolition devices provided by the Golden Sail Chamber of Commerce. 2 more loud explosions, and 2 more pirate ships were billowing black smoke. Siku's fleet fell into chaos. Seizing this opportunity, the battle inside the dockyard was also drawing to a close. Lin Yuan stood atop a mountain of piled timber, looking down from a height. In the dockyard, fewer than 10 pirates were still standing. They huddled back to back in a circle, staring at Lin Yuan in terror, like lambs to the slaughter. Lin Yuan was also wounded, with a blood-stained cut on his face from a blade, and his breathing was somewhat rapid. The prolonged high-intensity battle had taken a huge toll on his stamina and hockey. Yet the light in his eyes grew brighter. This battle had given him a clearer understanding of his own power. It's over, he said softly. His figure leaped down from the height, like a tiger descending a mountain, plunging into the last of the flock. Moments later, silence returned to the dockyard. Only Lin Yuan remained standing among the corpses, panting heavily. He had won. Detected that the host has defeated a formidable enemy and protected the homeland. Final assessment in progress. Congratulations, host. You have earned 5,000 points. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new skill observation hockey basic. Your title Dock Guardian effect has been enhanced. 50,000 points. And basic observation hockey. A cool stream of energy surged into his mind, and Lin Yuan felt his five senses instantly magnified countless times. He could hear the distant waves crashing against the rocks, smell the layered saltiness of the air, and even see the twisted face of Skork contorted with rage outside the dock. A brand new, all-encompassing sense of control welled up within him. At that moment, a thunderous crash came from the blocked entrance of the dock. The massive iron slab was cleaved apart by brute force. Iron Chain Skork wielding a huge flail, charged in murderous intent radiating from him. When he saw the bodies littering the ground, and Lin Yuan standing in the center, his pupils shrank to pinpricks. His 100 elite men, all wiped out. You did this. Skork's voice turned hoarse from extreme fury. It was me. Lin Yuan rolled his aching shoulders a little, then raised his head and met Skork's gaze. Now it's your turn. I'll take your life. Skork went completely berserk. The flail in his hand howled through the air, carrying a vicious gust, and came crashing down toward Lin Yuan's head. The head of the flail was a huge iron ball studded with spikes. If that blow landed squarely, even steel would be smashed to pieces. Lin Yuan did not meet it head-on. He stepped to the left with his body moving in a way that defied the laws of physics, narrowly dodging the lethal strike. This was the effect of his newly awakened observation hockey. He could foresee Skork's attack trajectory. Boom. The iron ball slammed heavily into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. In the instant when Skork's old strength was spent and his new strength had yet to surge, Lin Yuan moved. Shave. His figure appeared before Skork in a flash, and his fist coated in armament hockey drove into Skork's abdomen like a black cannonball. Skork only had time to cross the flail's chain in front of him to block. Bang. Lin Yuan's fist struck the chain, producing a dull, thunderous impact. Skork, along with his chain, was blasted backward and slammed heavily into the dock wall. Ugh. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with disbelief as he stared at Lin Yuan. This brat's strength was actually greater than his. Lin Yuan pressed his advantage and charged again. A pure contest of power and speed unfolded within the cramped dock. Relying on his weapon's advantage, Skork fought with wide, heavy strokes, each blow carrying immense force. Lin Yuan, using the speed of Shave and the foresight of observation hockey, weaved through the gaps in the attacks, searching for a chance to land a fatal blow. The various equipment and timber inside the dock were continuously destroyed in their battle, with chips and iron shards flying together. The fight lasted nearly 10 minutes. The more Skork fought, the more alarmed he became, while Lin Yuan grew braver with each exchange. He discovered that in the crucible of combat, his mastery of hockey was improving at a rapid pace. Now, a sharp gleam flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. After dodging another sweeping strike from Skork, he seized a fleeting opening. He did not use his fist this time. Instead, he pressed his fingers together like a blade, and his entire right hand became coated in jet black armament hockey. In that moment, his palm was the sharpest sword. He closed in his right hand, slicing at an acute angle toward Skork's wrist, the one holding the weapon. No. Skork's mental alarm bell screamed, and he tried to pull back and defend, but it was already too late. Thud. A dull sound of a blade cutting into flesh rang out. Skork's right arm was severed cleanly at the wrist. Blood gushed out. Ow. Skork let out a blood-curdling scream. He stared at his severed hand lying on the ground, his eyes filled with despair. Lin Yuan showed no mercy. He closed in and delivered a knife hand strike to Skork's neck. Skork's scream cut off abruptly, and his massive body went limp and collapsed. The battle was over. Lin Yuan leaned on his knees, panting heavily. His stamina was nearly spent. Outside the dock, the remaining pirates, seeing their captain killed, lost all will to fight, and fled by jumping into the sea. Carter did not pursue them either. He stared at the devastated dock, his heart filled only with awe. Just then, on the distant horizon, a naval warship was speeding toward them. It was Commodore Brand. When he set foot on the island with his marines and saw the hellish scene before him, even he, a veteran of countless battles, couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. His gaze finally settled on the boy, drenched in blood, yet standing ramrod straight. Brand's eyes grew unprecedentedly solemn. This boy could no longer be described as a genius. He was a monster beyond the grasp of common sense. An unpredictable variable that must be watched with the highest level of vigilance. Who exactly are you? Brand walked up to Lin Yuan and asked word by word. Lin Yuan lifted his head, wiped the blood from his face, and revealed a somewhat weary smile. Just a shipwright protecting his home. The news of the Skork pirates' annihilation swept through the entire East Blue like wildfire. A 12-year-old boy alone had wiped out a pirate crew with a bounty of 8 million berries. It sounded like a fairy tale. But the official announcement from the Marines, along with the photos leaked from the Golden Sail Company's internal sources and circulated from Roguetown, confirmed the truth of the event. Others saw him as a new rising star on the seas, a terrifying existence combining wisdom and power. Regardless of the outside chatter, Lin Yuan himself paid it no heed. He recuperated on the island for 3 days. During those 3 days, Uncle Buck stayed by his side every moment, cooking nourishing soup with the finest ingredients, muttering non-stop, but never mentioning the battle that day. He simply used his wrinkled hands over and over to wipe the small wounds on Lin Yuan's body. Lin Yuan knew the old man had been terrified. On the fourth day, Boss Bader arrived on the island in person aboard the fastest merchant ship. As soon as he saw Lin Yuan, he gave him a vigorous hug. Mr. Lin Yuan, you have given me an enormous surprise. Bader's face was a mixture of excitement and elation. The stronger Lin Yuan became, the greater his value to the Golden Sail Company. A legendary warship coupled with a monstrous shipwright who could single-handedly defeat a major pirate crew. This combination was enough to give him the confidence to challenge anyone on the Grand Line. The two had a long talk in the dock. Mr. Lin Yuan, I formally invite you once again to accompany us to the Grand Line. Bader's tone was utterly sincere. The Voyager cannot sail without its creator. I am willing to raise the previously promised 5% equity stake to 10%. You will be the partner with the highest say in the Golden Sail Company, second only to me. He offered a price that would shake the entire East Blue. Lin Yuan fell silent. He looked at Uncle Buck, who was quietly cleaning up the wreckage of the dock in the distance. Skork's attack had made one thing clear to him: as long as he remained here, this island would never know peace. His very existence was the greatest threat to this island. Leaving was the only choice. But he couldn't leave Uncle Buck behind alone. I accept. Lin Yuan spoke. But I have two conditions. Please speak. Bard's spirits lifted. First, I demand absolute technical control over the Chihangja, including the selection and training of the crew, as well as the maintenance and upgrade of the weapon systems. No problem. Bard agreed without hesitation. Second, Lin Yuan looked straight into Bard's eyes and spoke slowly and deliberately. I want to bring my uncle, and you must guarantee his absolute safety on this ship and in every place we may go in the future. Of course. Bard paused for a moment, then broke into a smile. Old Mr. Buck will from this day forth be the most honored guest of our Golden Sail Merchant Guild, and I shall assign the finest guards to protect him. The agreement was sealed. When Lin Yuan conveyed this decision to Uncle Buck, the old man fell silent for a long while. He sat upon the threshold of the shipyard, smoking one pouch of tobacco after another. The setting sun stretched his shadow long across the ground. Very well, he finally spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse. These old bones of mine ought to see the world once more. I wish to witness with my own eyes how the vessel you built conquers those vast seas. I've heard Rotown is a fine place. Take me there to see it, and I shall be fully satisfied. Lin Yuan's eyes grew warm. He nodded heavily. Agreed. A week later, all preparations were complete. The Chihangja was loaded with ample supplies and ammunition. The Golden Sail Merchant Guild had dispatched a fleet composed of their finest navigators, sailors, and combatants to escort the flagship. Lin Yuan had personally selected over a dozen diligent and grounded young shipwrights as his technical team and boarded the Chihangja. Uncle Buck had also packed his belongings, containing only a few changes of clothing and his prized set of woodworking tools. The moment of parting had arrived. All the residents of the island spontaneously gathered at the dock to bid them farewell. They spoke few words, simply loading basket after basket of eggs and crate after crate of fresh fish onto the great vessel. These were the most precious gifts they could offer. Lin Yuan, take care of yourself. Uncle Buck, come back and visit us soon. Amidst the chorus of farewells, the immense Chihangja sounded its steam whistle. The anchor was slowly hoisted. Lin Yuan stood at the bow in his most familiar position beneath the statue of the pioneer eagle. Uncle Buck stood at his side. The sea wind stirred the old man's white hair. Uncle, we set sail. The colossal ship slowly glided out of the harbor, carving a graceful, white wake upon the sea. The small island gradually shrank in their vision, eventually becoming a mere black dot between the horizon and the sea. Lin Yuan turned his gaze forward, gazing toward the boundless expanse of azure blue before them. His eyes pierced through the endless ocean as if he could already see the red earth continent that divided the world, a realm brimming with wonders and dangers. He opened the system panel visible only to himself. Host Lin Yuan. Title: Shipyard Guardian. Effect: Enhanced points 1/6 Hero skills: Intermediate Ship Repair, Basic Physical Enhancement, Marine 6 styles, Soro Armament, Hockey Basic, Observation Hockey Basic. 160,000 points. Armed with 2 forms of basic hockey. He was no longer the confused and powerless youth who had first arrived in this world. His voyage had only just begun. Grand Line, I am coming. The steam whistle of the Chihangja rang out, deep and resonant, carrying far across the sea surface. The massive hull smoothly cleaved through the waves, leaving a straight white trail behind. The escort fleet dispatched by the Golden Sail Merchant Guild flanked on both sides like loyal knights, guarding the dark blue behemoth at their center. On deck, everything was orderly. Bard had equipped the flagship with the finest crew members of the Golden Sail Merchant Guild. The captain was named Kinua, a man in his 40s whose skin was weathered to bronze by years of sea wind and sun. His arms were thicker than many young men's thighs, and the calluses on his palms were as thick as armor. Taciturn and sharp-eyed, he was known throughout the eastern seas as the Iron Helm, renowned for his composure and flawless record. At this very moment, he stood before the helm, personally steering the colossal vessel and feeling every subtle feedback transmitted through the wheel. His expression was intensely focused, yet deep within his eyes lurked an unspoken awe. This ship was remarkably easy to handle. Its response to helm commands was unbelievably swift, yet the massive hull remained extraordinarily stable during turns with barely a hint of tilting. He had never steered such an obedient vessel. Lin Yuan stood beside the captain, silent, merely observing. His observation hockey allowed him to clearly perceive the ripples within Kinua's heart, as well as the emotions of every crew member around them. Most were brimming with excitement and pride, yet a handful of seasoned sailors cast upon him looks of scrutiny and barely concealed skepticism. A 12-year-old boy had become the chief technical officer of this legendary flagship, ranking even above the captain. Such a thing was unheard of in any fleet. Their obedience stemmed solely from Boss Bard's authority, not from Lin Yuan himself. Lin Yuan understood clearly. He needed an opportunity to prove himself. To prove he was no mere craftsman content to hammer away within a shipyard. Uncle Buck meanwhile wandered about the vast deck like a curious child. He would now touch the gleaming brass railings, then lean over the gunwale to watch the blue waters rush past below his old tobacco pipe, rarely pausing. Lin Yuan, this ship truly flies, he exclaimed, running to Lin Yuan's side with excitement. Faster than any vessel I have ever seen. This is not even its top speed, Uncle, Lin Yuan replied with a smile. Once we reach open waters with favorable winds and raise all the main sails, you shall understand what true sea travel means. Just then the lookout stationed on the crow's nest suddenly sounded a shrill alarm. Ahead of the port bow, a massive shadow is approaching at high speed from underwater. The alarm instantly shattered the relaxed atmosphere on deck. Everyone tensed. Captain Kinua immediately raised his spyglass and gazed toward the direction indicated by the sailor. Beneath the calm sea surface, an enormous and heart-pounding black shadow surged forward at astonishing speed, churning up massive underwater vortexes. It's a large sea king. Kinua's expression grew grave. All hands to battle stations. Gunners, take your positions. Prepare for combat. The orders were rapidly relayed. Though tense, the crew moved with swift precision, clearly well trained. They rushed to their respective posts, uncovered the cannons, and aimed the black muzzles toward the target. Mr. Lin, please return to the cabin with old Mr. Buck. This area is dangerous, Kinua said gravely. In his estimation, Lin Yuan was merely a technician. A combat was the business of professional fighters like himself. No, I shall remain here. Lin Yuan shook his head. His gaze pierced through the sea surface, his observation hockey, granting him sight far clearer than any telescope. It was a colossal sea serpent exceeding 50 meters in length, its triangular head bearing two blood-red eyes the size of lanterns, radiating ferocity and ravenous hunger. Its target was clear, the Chihangja, the largest vessel in the fleet. In its eyes, this great ship was nothing less than a feast. Lin Yuan. Uncle Buck grabbed his arm nervously. Don't be reckless, come down with me. Don't worry, Uncle, it's fine. He patted the old man's hand reassuringly. Then he turned to Captain Kinuo, his tone brooking no argument. Captain Kinuo, I designed this ship's weapon system. No one knows its power better than I. Please allow me to take command of the artillery. Kinuo was stunned. He hadn't expected this young man not only to refuse to retreat at such a critical moment, but also to seize command. Just as he was about to refuse, he met Lin Yuan's eyes. What kind of eyes were those? Calm, focused, brimming with a confidence that seemed to see through everything. It was as if before him was not a deep-sea monster that could easily capsize a ship, but a specimen about to be precisely dissected. Kinuo's spirit was seized by this aura. The words of refusal reached his lips, but refused to come out. All gunners, follow Mr. Lin Yuan's commands. He finally issued this order, which even he found incredible. The gunners on deck exchanged glances, but they had to obey the captain's command. Port side positions 1 through 5 target the enemy's head, lead 3 body lengths, 3 rapid salvos. Lin Yuan's voice was clear and calm, reaching every gunner through the speaking tube. Load high explosive shells. The gunners immediately sprang into action. Fire. Boom, 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 boom. 5 cannons roared almost simultaneously, a deafening thunder rolling across the sea. The shells, trailing long plumes, accurately blanketed the area where the Sea King was about to surface. The next second, the colossal sea serpent burst out of the water, sending up monstrous waves. But what greeted it were 5 howling shells. Explosions erupted one after another on its enormous head, fire and flesh flying together. The Sea King let out a pained roar, blood staining the seawater around it. It was enraged. Its massive tail slammed into the sea, raising a towering wave over 10 meters high, crashing fiercely toward the Kahangs. Hard to starboard. Engines at half power. Lin Yuan's command came almost simultaneously with the wave's descent. Kinuo instinctively turned the wheel. The bow of the Kahangs carved an elegant and swift arc, the hull tilting narrowly, avoiding the direct impact of the giant wave. The wave grazed the side of the ship, drenching the deck, but the hull itself remained as steady as a mountain. Such quick reflexes. Kinuo's heart shook violently, and the look he gave Lin Yuan changed completely. This ability to predict was almost like clairvoyance. Positions 6 through 10 target the enemy's vital spot 7 inches below the head, prepare chain shot. Lin Yuan's command did not pause for a moment. The gunners quickly changed the ammunition. Chain shot is a special projectile consisting of 2 iron balls connected by a thick iron chain specifically used to destroy a ship's masts and sails. It was perfect for dealing with this long serpentine creature. The Sea King in agony thrashed wildly on the surface, its massive body churning the sea into chaos. Now, fire. Lin Yuan seized the moment when its body was fully extended. Another 5 cannon shots rang out. 5 sets of chain shot whirled through the air like scythes of death, slicing precisely toward the Sea King's mid-body. Schlick. The high-speed chain easily tore through the tough snake hide, embedding deep into the flesh. The Sea King's movements suddenly stiffened, and its piercing shriek abruptly ceased. Its enormous body was torn apart by the chain shot's immense kinetic energy. From the middle, several wounds deep enough to see bone burst open, entrails mixed with blood gushing out. It struggled a few times, then its massive head drooped weakly, crashing heavily into the sea, raising one final huge splash. The battle was over. From the Sea King's appearance to its death, the entire process took no more than 5 minutes. Silence fell over the deck. All the crew stared in shock at the blood-stained sea, and then turned to look at the young man standing at the bow, drenched, but with an expression still calm. The scrutiny and disdain on their faces vanished without a trace, replaced by genuine shock and awe. Lin Yuan let out a gentle breath. He turned to Uncle Buck beside him and gave a slightly relaxed smile. Uncle will have seafood for dinner tonight. The Sea King's corpse was soon towed over by the crew with ropes and secured to the ship's side. This was a major task, but everyone worked with great enthusiasm. This was not just about an extra meal. A Sea King of such size, its skin, meat, and bones were all highly valuable materials which could fetch a considerable price when shipped to Luoga town. The deck was once again filled with laughter and cheerful voices. The crew's looks toward Lin Yuan had completely changed. They no longer saw him as a boy needing protection, but as a trustworthy and reliable leader. A few young sailors even ran over, eagerly asking him in an admiring tone about his miraculous artillery command. Mr. Lin Yuan, how did you know the monster would burst out from there? And that chain shot, we only ever used it to hit masts, never thought it could be used like this. Lin Yuan did not hold back. He briefly explained the principle of observation, hockey's prediction, of course, in different words. Experience and a comprehensive judgment of wind speed, currents, and the opponent's habits. He pointed to his head. Sometimes this is more useful than the eyes. The young sailors listened with a mixture of understanding and confusion, but their looks at Lin Yuan grew even more admiring. Captain Kinuo silently watched it all, saying nothing. He walked over to the dead Sea King, studying the fatal wounds on its body, his eyes complex. As an experienced navigator, he fully understood the significance of the battle that had just taken place. Precise prediction, calm command, masterful use of weapon characteristics, and perfect control of the ship's performance. The combat acumen this young man displayed even surpassed that of many field-grade officers he had seen in the Navy. He walked up to Lin Yuan and extended his hand. Mr. Lin Yuan, I apologize for my earlier underestimation. Kinuo's tone was sincere. From now on in battle, the command of the Kahangs is entirely yours. He bowed his proud head. This was the respect of a pragmatic navigator for a true strongman. Lin Yuan grasped his rough, powerful hand. Captain Kinuo, you flatter me. This ship still needs your experience to steer. The two exchanged smiles, and the subtle rift between them dissolved. However, not everyone felt the same. The first mate, a man named Bafuk, watched Lin Yuan surrounded by the crowd, a flicker of barely perceptible gloom in his eyes. Bafuk was Kinuo's old subordinate and the most senior navigator on the ship besides Kinuo himself. He had always believed that if anything happened to Captain Kinuo, the command should rightfully fall to him. But now a greenhorn had climbed above him. This made him very uncomfortable. In the following days, the voyage remained calm and uneventful. Lin Yuan's prestige aboard the ship grew daily as he not only excelled in battle command, but also demonstrated master-level prowess in the ship's daily maintenance and performance tuning. He guided the engine crew to optimize the fuel mixture of the steam engine, boosting the Voyager's endurance by 10%. He led the woodworking team, using the bones of Sea Kings mixed with a special resin to create a new reinforcing material, repairing the deck damage during the battle. He even redesigned a more efficient rigging combination based on changes in wind direction and ocean currents. Every task he undertook left the crew in awe. Uncle Baku had become a complete hands-off manager, happily following Lin Yuan every day, watching him transform the giant ship like magic into something better, occasionally lending a hand, but mostly sunbathing on the deck and boasting to anyone who would listen about how remarkable his adopted son was. That afternoon, the weather suddenly changed. The clear sky was quickly covered by dark clouds, fierce winds swept across the sea, and the waves grew higher and higher. A storm is coming. Captain Kin Nua experienced as he was immediately ordered the mainsail to be lowered and the entire crew to enter storm readiness. Just then, first mate Bafuku approached Kin Nua and Lin Yuan. Captain, Mr. Lin Yuan. He pointed to a vague cluster of islands and reefs in the distance. I suggest we change course immediately and cut through the Devil's Tooth Reef area. It can save us at least half a day's voyage and avoid the storm's center. Kin Nua's brow furrowed immediately. Devil's Tooth was one of the most dangerous reef areas in these waters, with submerged rocks, densely packed, and turbulent currents. Even the most experienced fishermen dared not approach it in bad weather. Bafuku, are you insane? Trying to run Devil's Tooth in this weather? Do you want all of us to end up as fish food? Kin Nua growled in a low voice. Captain, have you forgotten what ship we are on now? Bafuku looked at Lin Yuan with a confident expression, his words carrying a hint of provocation. The Voyager is Mr. Lin Yuan's masterpiece, the fastest ship in the East Sea. I believe that with its performance coupled with Mr. Lin Yuan's miraculous command, navigating through a mere reef area should be no problem, right? He elevated Lin Yuan highly, but in reality, he was putting him on the spot. If you dare not, it means you and your ship are nothing special. If you dare, then any mistake will be your responsibility as an outsider. All the crew members on deck fixed their eyes on Lin Yuan. Captain Kin Nua's face darkened, and he was about to explode. But Lin Yuan raised a hand to stop him. He looked at Bafuku and spoke calmly. You are right. Everyone was stunned. A good ship is meant to conquer the most dangerous waters. A faint smile curved at the corner of Lin Yuan's mouth. Captain Kin Nua, please hand me the helm. I would like to try it myself. Mr. Lin Yuan, this is too dangerous. Kin Nua exclaimed anxiously. It's alright, I know what I'm doing. Lin Yuan's tone was calm, yet carried an unassailable force. He walked to the helm and grasped the cold wheel. He unleashed his observation hockey without reservation. Within a radius of several kilometers, every detail of the sea formed a three-dimensional image in his mind. The position of every submerged rock, the direction of every turbulent current. All were crystal clear. Raise the number 3 jib, increase engine speed to 70%. Lin Yuan issued his first command. The crew hesitated, looking at Kin Nua, who gritted his teeth and finally waved his hand. Execute the order. The Voyager let out a low roar, its speed increasing rather than decreasing, like an arrow released from a bowstring, plunging straight into the reef area that looked like the entrance to hell. A cold smirk appeared on Ba Fuku's face as he waited to watch the show. However, the loud crash of the ship hitting the rocks that he anticipated never came. Under Lin Yuan's control, the Voyager transformed into the most exquisite dancer. It wove through the dense gaps between the reefs, executing unbelievable extreme turns. The hull sometimes tilted so sharply that it almost skimmed the sea surface, and at other times it leaped high on a wave, brushing past the tops of 2 rocks. The crew on deck clung desperately to anything they could hold, their faces pale, feeling as if their hearts were about to leap out of their throats. Uncle Baku was so frightened that he bit through his pipe, muttering incessantly. Captain Kin Nua and Ba Fuku stared ahead, their seafaring experience shattered by the spectacle before them. This was no longer navigation. It was art. It was the ultimate dance, achievable only through the perfect union of man and ship. 10 minutes later, the Voyager broke through the last water barrier and burst out of the reef area. The view opened up before them. The devil's tooth behind them roared in the storm like a giant beast, enraged and helpless after being toyed with. The ship's speed gradually decreased, and the hull steadied. A deathly silence fell over the deck. Everyone was still immersed in the shock of the life and death speed just experienced, unable to snap out of it. Lin Yuan released the helm and flexed his slightly sore wrists. He walked up to Ba Fuku, whose face was ashen. First mate, are you satisfied with the performance of this ship? Ba Fuku's lips trembled, unable to utter a single word. He looked into Lin Yuan's calm, placid eyes and finally understood the gap between himself and this young man. He dropped to one knee on the deck. Mr. Lin Yuan, I was wrong. Ba Fuku's kneeling created a subtle shift in the atmosphere on deck. I accept your apology, but I do not wish for a repeat. On this ship, I need absolute obedience and trust, not suspicion and testing. Ba Fuku rose from the ground, his head bowed, no longer daring to meet Lin Yuan's gaze. After this extreme navigation through the reef area, the last discordant note on the ship had vanished completely. All the crew, including Captain Kin Nua, had developed a near-blind faith in Lin Yuan. They believed that as long as this young man was with them, the ship was invincible. The storm passed quickly, and the Voyager continued its steady voyage toward Luogu town. 2 days later, in the early morning, a news bird flapping its wings landed on the Voyager's mast. A sailor retrieved the newspaper and a few pieces of paper from the cylinder on its leg and delivered them to the captain's quarters. Captain, Mr. Lin Yuan, today's newspaper has arrived. Captain Kin Nua took the newspaper, habitually scanning the headline first. His eyes suddenly narrowed. Mr. Lin Yuan, take a look at this. The Tyliansi pirate crew has been annihilated. East Sea Branch of the Navy achieves a major victory. The report meticulously detailed how Brigadier General Buland, with his valiant and sagacious leadership, led the fleet to encircle and annihilate the nefarious CK pirate crew in a certain sea area. After a fierce battle, they ultimately captured the notorious pirate Iron Chain CK, who had a bounty of 8 million belly along with his core members. The entire report made no mention of the battle between Lin Yuan and that small island, attributing all the credit to the Navy. These Navy folks really know how to pat themselves on the back, he muttered. Captain Kinuo curled his lips in disdain. When we arrived, the battle was already over, he said. Lin Yuan, however, was completely indifferent. He had little interest in such empty fame. That the Navy was willing to take the credit saved him a lot of unnecessary trouble. However, when Captain Kinuo picked up the additional sheets of paper tucked inside the newspaper, his expression changed. There were several newly issued Navy-wanted posters. One of them prominently displayed Lin Yuan's portrait. The photo appeared to have been taken from a great distance, somewhat blurry, yet still clearly showing Lin Yuan's slightly youthful face. Below the photo were his name and a striking line of numbers. Dakajura, Lin Yuan. Bounty 150000 belly. Crime attacked and severely damaged the CK pirate crew on an island in the East Blue with brutal methods and extreme danger. Wanted dead or alive, D or alive. 15 million belly. This figure made Captain Kinuo gasp. In the East Blue, anyone with a bounty over 10 million was already a notorious pirate of renown. And Lin Yuan, a mere 13-year-old boy, had his first bounty jump directly to 15 million. This was extremely rare in the entire history of the East Blue. This. How is this possible? Uncle Bach also leaned over to look. When he saw the contents of the wanted poster, the pipe in his hand fell to the ground. How How can they put a bounty on Lin Yuan? He was clearly defending himself. The old man trembled with rage. Uncle, please don't get upset. Lin Yuan steadied him, his expression still calm. He picked up the wanted poster, looked at the epithet, Dakajura, and a hint of an amused smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He knew that Brigadier General Buland must have a hand in this. The official Navy report had taken all the credit, yet through the wanted poster they had made his existence and danger known to the public. This was a reprimand and a warning. A warning that the world government had its eyes on him. Do not think you can do as you please under the wings of the Golden Sail Chamber of Commerce. At the same time, it was an open scheme. A head worth 15 million belly was enough to drive most pirates and bounty hunters in the East Blue insane. Buland was attempting to kill with a borrowed knife, using an endless stream of troubles to contain and test him. 15 million. Captain Kinuo looked at Lin Yuan with a complex expression. He finally understood why Boss Bada was willing to pay such a great price to win over this young man. It was no longer just a matter of potential. This was a ferocious dragon crossing the river, already beginning to show its prowess. The news of the wanted poster quickly spread throughout the ship. The crew, beyond their shock, felt not fear, but a sense of pride and excitement. Sailing on the same ship with a figure of such a high bounty was an experience they could boast about for a lifetime. Lin Yuan's prestige climbed to a new peak. Just then the din-din mushy in the captain's cabin suddenly rang with a buru-buru sound. Captain Kinuo answered, and the distinctive laughter of Boss Bada came through. Kino, you've received the newspaper and wanted poster, right? Yes, boss. Let Lin Yuan speak. Lin Yuan took the receiver. Mr. Lin Yuan, congratulations. You're now a big name in the East Blue. Bada's tone was full of teasing. It seems you had anticipated this, Lin Yuan said calmly. Lin Yuan replied flatly. Ha, talking to a smart person saves effort, Bada laughed. Don't worry, this is actually a good thing. The greater your fame, the more renowned our Golden Sail Chamber of Commerce becomes. In the future on the Grand Line, just mentioning your name will scare off many petty scoundrels. I'll handle the Navy side, and I've already greased the wheels with the world government. They won't actually treat you as a pirate to be hunted. This wanted poster is more of a gesture. However, you might still encounter trouble along the way. Be careful. I understand. Good. I've prepared a celebration banquet in Lobetown, waiting to welcome you. The call ended. Lin Yuan gazed out at the boundless sea, his eyes growing deep. He knew that from the moment this wanted poster was issued, his peaceful days were over. He opened the system panel. Detected significant increase in host reputation, achieved achievement fame in one region. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new title, Dakajura. Equipped, it has a slight intimidation effect against enemies with lower bounties than yours. Looking at the skyrocketing points, Lin Yuan's mood improved considerably. His total points had now reached 170000. This vast sum was enough to elevate his strength to another level. Trouble, he murmured. He murmured softly. I actually hope trouble comes more often. Because of the wanted poster, the latter half of the voyage was indeed no longer calm. Almost every day or two, some reckless pirate ship or bounty hunter vessel would be attracted to them. Most were blinded by the high bounty of 15 million belly. But when they saw the massive hull of the Navigator and its dark, gaping cannon muzzles, most would instantly sober up and slink away, turning tail. Some stubborn ones tried to attack, relying on their numbers. But the results were always the same. Under Lin Yuan's command, the Navigator's cannons didn't even need to fire blanket salvos. Often just 1 or 2 precise shots were enough to destroy the enemy's rudder or main mast, rendering them completely combat ineffective. Lin Yuan did not order a massacre. He simply had Captain Kinuo sound the ship's horn, and like a lion patrolling its territory, he sailed past the paralyzed ships, leaving behind a crew of despairing pirates. After a few skirmishes, the names of the Navigator and the Dakajura became even more renowned in the surrounding waters. Later, they didn't even need to fire a shot. As soon as the Navigator's flag appeared on the horizon, pirate ships within a radius of several miles would immediately flee at the sight. This filled the crew with immense pride, but it also made Uncle Bok watch with trepidation. The old man advised Lin Yuan more than once not to be so ostentatious, and that arriving safely in Lobetown was the real priority. Lin Yuan just smiled and agreed, but his actions did not change. He needed these real battles to train the crew and test the limits of the Navigator's performance. More importantly, he needed victories to build the ship's confidence. This was an indispensable step toward the birth of a ship spirit. One day the Kahangs was sailing through a calm stretch of sea. Lin Yuan stood in his technical room, poring over blueprints for the Kahang's next upgrades. Suddenly the lookout called out again. Report. A small boat spotted off the starboard bow. It appears to be in trouble. Captain Kino raised the telescope to his eye. It was an extraordinarily shabby little craft, more properly described as an oversized raft with a crooked mast and a crudely painted pirate flag bearing a skull wearing a straw hat. The mast had snapped clean in half, and the vessel was spinning listlessly in place. 2 figures aboard were frantically attempting repairs. A pirate vessel. Kino frowned. They don't look like any real threat. Leave them be. We'll sail around them. He had little interest in such low-level pirates. Hold on. Lin Yuan's voice suddenly came from behind him. He must have stepped out of the technical room unnoticed, a spyglass held to his eye, gazing fixedly at that distant craft. When he clearly made out the straw hat flag, and beneath it the carefree young man wearing a straw hat and grinning wildly, his heart skipped a beat. Gold. Roger. Though still young, far from the awe-inspiring aura he would later wield as king of the seas, that signature straw hat and that effortlessly infectious smile. Lin Yuan would never mistake them. The man beside him must have been young Rayleigh the Dark King. The timeline matched perfectly. The Roger pirates had only recently formed, still an unknown name upon the seas. Captain Kino, let's draw closer and take a look, Lin Yuan said. Mr. Lin Yuan. Kino looked puzzled. It's merely a pirate vessel, nothing worth our attention. Consider it a bit of entertainment during the voyage. Lin Yuan's tone was casual. Kino, though puzzled, ordered the ship to slow and drift toward the small craft. The Kahang's enormous shadow soon engulfed the pitiful little raft. The two aboard stopped their work and craned their necks upward, gazing at the mountain-like warship with stunned expressions. Wow, what a huge ship. The straw-hatted Roger let out an exaggerated cry of wonder, his eyes sparkling. Really, look at this. This ship is absolutely amazing. The blond man beside him remained far more composed, adjusting his glasses with a wary gaze. Roger, don't let your guard down. Their intentions are unclear. Hello there, folks on the big ship. Roger, entirely unfazed, waved enthusiastically toward the Kahang's deck. Our mast broke. Could you lend us a hand? Captain Kino stared at the simpleton below at a loss for words. Lin Yuan stepped to the railing and looked down at the two men. You're pirates, aren't you? That we are. Roger answered cheerfully, pointing to his crookedly painted flag. We're the Roger pirates. One day our name will echo across the seas. Both Kino and the crew around him burst into laughter. With that sorry excuse for a vessel, Lin Yuan smiled as well. He knew this man was not bluffing. Bring your craft alongside, Lin Yuan said. I'll help you fix it. Really? That's wonderful. Roger jumped for joy. With the crew's assistance, the little raft was hauled over by rope and secured against the Kahang's hull. Lin Yuan did not invite Roger and Rayleigh aboard. Instead, he leaped onto the raft with Uncle Bake and several carpenters. Only the mast is broken, not a major issue. Uncle, lend me a hand. On it. Bake rolled up his sleeves with enthusiasm. Lin Yuan's movements were swift and precise. Cutting, sanding, fitting, securing. In less than half an hour, a brand new mast, far sturdier than the original, stood firmly upright on the raft. Roger and Rayleigh watched, completely dumbfounded. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Roger's eyes sparkled even brighter as he looked at Lin Yuan. What's your name? You're the most skilled shipwright I've ever seen. Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan replied coolly. He glanced at Rayleigh, whose sharp eyes still seemed to be evaluating him. Where are you headed? Lin Yuan asked casually. The Grand Line. Roger answered without hesitation, his voice thick with longing. We're going to the very end of that route. They say the greatest treasure in the world awaits there. Is that so? Lin Yuan offered no comment. He gathered his tools, preparing to return to the Kahangs. Hey, Lin Yuan, Roger suddenly called out. Thanks for fixing our ship. Here, buy me a drink. He tossed a money pouch from his coat. Lin Yuan caught it and weighed it in his hand. Substantial. He did not refuse, merely nodding. We'll meet again. He returned aboard the great ship with Bake and the others. The Kahangs soon left the little raft behind. What an interesting character, Captain Kino said, watching the departing raft with a smile and a shake of his head. Lin Yuan stood at the stern, watching the straw hat grow smaller on the horizon. He opened the system panel. Detected host repaired a vessel with legendary potential, the initial ship of the Roger Pirates. Congratulations. Host has earned 2000 points. Congratulations. Host has unlocked a special revelation. You have glimpsed a fragment of the future Pirate King's destiny, gaining preliminary understanding of the true nature of Conqueror's Haki. 20,000 points. And a hint regarding Conqueror's Haki. Lin Yuan's heart quickened. This seemingly casual encounter had yielded unexpected, magnificent rewards. He gazed at the man who would one day usher in an era and whispered softly, Roger, I hope our next meeting will not be as enemies. The encounter with Roger was like a trivial interlude, soon forgotten by all. The Kahangs continued riding the waves. 3 days later, the outline of a massive island finally appeared on the horizon. Lobetown arrived. As they drew closer, the town known as the Gateway to the East Sea revealed its prosperity. Masts crowded the harbor, various ships came and went, and the docks teemed with lively commerce. This was the most prosperous trading center in the East Blue and the first or last port of call for countless navigators and pirates entering or departing the Grand Line. But not yet. This was before the town earned its infamous title as the town of the beginning and the end. Roger's story had not yet unfolded here. The appearance of the Kahangs immediately caused a commotion in the harbor. Everyone stopped what they were doing, looking up in awe at the massive dark blue warship slowly gliding into port. Its sheer scale was staggering. Its lines sleek and powerful, the fierce-eyed eagle figurehead radiating an aura of dominance. Compared to it, every other vessel in the harbor looked like a child's toy. Heavens, whose ship is that? It's absolutely enormous. Look at the flag. It's the Golden Sail Trading Company. When did they get a flagship like that? I've heard of it. That's the ship built by that young genius Shipwright. It's called the Vanguard. Isn't the shipyard Azura with a bounty of 15 million also on this vessel? Murmurs rose and fell as everyone's eyes scanned the ship, searching for the legendary youth. On the dock, Boss Bard of the Golden Sail Trading Company had already gathered a large group to wait. He wore a brand new formal suit, his smile brighter than the sunlight itself. As the Vanguard gently docked at its exclusive berth and the gangway was lowered, he was the first to step forward. Mr. Lin Yuan, welcome to Rog Town. Bard gave Lin Yuan a warm embrace, as though welcoming a general returning in triumph. Thank you for your long journey. Boss Bard, Lin Yuan responded politely. Old man Buck, you too have had a tiring trip. Your rooms and dinner banquet have been prepared, the finest standards in all of Rogtown. Bard turned with warmth to Uncle Buck. Buck had never seen such a grand spectacle in his life. Surrounded by dozens of people, he seemed flustered, clutching his old pipe tightly and chuckling awkwardly. The group descended the gangway under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Lin Yuan could feel countless gazes fixed upon him. Curiosity, reverence, envy, and also undisguised hostility. He followed the sharpest gaze. In the crowd not far from the dock, a man with a scar across his face stared at him intently, his eyes cold and venomous like a serpent. Steel saw Carl, chief shipwright of Rogtown's largest shipyard. Lin Yuan had seen his file from Carter. When he had stolen the Golden Sail Trading Company's order, that arrogant fellow would certainly not let it go. Mr. Lin Yuan, let us first go to the hotel to rest. Tonight, I am hosting a grand welcome banquet. All the prominent figures of Rogtown will attend. Bard led the way, speaking excitedly. The successful maiden voyage of the Vanguard, along with Lin Yuan's 15 million bounty, had become the Golden Sail Trading Company's brightest calling card. He wanted to capitalize on the momentum and make this event the biggest it could be. Just as the group was about to leave the dock, a discordant voice suddenly rang out. Hold it. The crowd parted, and Steele saw Carl accompanied by his apprentices blocked their path. Boss Bard, why the rush to leave? Carl said with a fake smile. Such a beautiful ship. Surely you would let us fellow craftsmen admire it properly. Bard's smile faded slightly. Master Carl, is something wrong? I am hosting a distinguished guest today and have no time for idle chatter. I'm not here for you. Carl's gaze slid past Bard and landed directly on Lin Yuan, filled with provocation. I came for this legendary genius shipwright, the shipyard Azura, Mr. Lin Yuan. He deliberately stressed the words genius and Azura. I've heard you single-handedly took down the ski pirate fleet and built this the finest warship in the Eastern Sea. Carl circled Lin Yuan, sizing him up as one might appraise cargo. I'm quite curious. How exactly did you manage it? With these arms of yours thinner than my apprentice, or with that boastful tongue of yours? His apprentices behind him erupted in laughter. The atmosphere on the dock instantly tensed. Everyone could see this was hostile intent. Bard's expression darkened. Carl, watch your words. Mr. Lin Yuan is our most honored guest in the Golden Sail Trading Company. Guest? Carl sneered. More like a fraud if you ask me. Boss Bard, don't tell me you've been fooled by this kid spending tens of millions of berries on a gaudy empty shell. What nonsense are you spouting? Uncle Buck's face turned red with rage. He stepped forward, pointing at Carl's nose. Could someone stuck in a well like you ever imagine Lin Yuan's abilities? Can't you see for yourself whether the Vanguard is an empty shell? Old man, does anyone ask for your opinion? One of Carl's apprentices reached out to push Buck. But before his hand could even touch Buck's clothing, a hand shot out like lightning and clamped onto his wrist like an iron grip. It was Lin Yuan. Oh. The apprentice let out a blood-curdling scream, feeling as though his wrist were being crushed by red-hot pliers, his bones about to shatter. Lin Yuan's eyes were cold. He could tolerate provocation aimed at himself, but he would never tolerate any disrespect toward Uncle Buck. You are not qualified to judge my ship. Lin Yuan looked at Steel Saw Carl and said word by word. As for my family, you are even less qualified to touch. His wrist tightened slightly. Crack. A crisp sound of bone breaking rang out. The apprentice's wrist bent downward at a grotesque angle. Oh. A pig-like scream echoed across the dock. Steel Saw Carl's face turned iron gray instantly. He never expected this seemingly frail youth to strike with such ferocity. You're asking for death. Carl roared, drawing a specially crafted serrated longsword from his waist and slashing toward Lin Yuan. But the moment he raised his blade, over a dozen black gun muzzles were already pointed at his head. It was the Golden Sail Trading Company's guard. Master Carl, I advise you to calm down. Bard's voice turned equally cold. In Rogtown, no one dares to harm my guest. Carl's movement froze, looking at those cold gun barrels, and then at Lin Yuan's fearless eyes. Cold sweat seeped from his forehead. He knew that striking here today would only bring him harm. Taking a deep breath, he forced down his anger and squeezed out a sinister smile. Good, very good. No wonder they call you the shipyard Azura. Truly ruthless. He sheathed his sword and changed his tone. Since you claim your ship is not an empty shell, do you dare to compete with me on? Compete in what? In our true skills as shipwrights. Carl pointed to a merchant ship in the harbor whose bow had been damaged after striking a reef. We will repair that ship simultaneously. Whoever finishes faster and better wins. The loser must admit in front of all of Rogtown that he is useless and shall never again touch shipbuilding tools. He intended to reclaim his lost face in the manner he was best at. All eyes on the dock were fixed on Lin Yuan, waiting for his response. This was a confrontation between shipwrights, a matter of honor. Carl the Steel Saw's challenge sent ripples throughout the entire Rogtown port. Duels between shipwrights were not uncommon, but contests wagering one's lifelong honor were rare indeed. All eyes were fixed on Lin Yuan as they awaited his response. This isn't fair. Uncle Buck was the first to step forward and object. Carl, you have your own shipyard in Rogtown with all the tools and hands at your disposal. How can Lin Yuan, who just arrived, possibly compete with you? I don't need workers, nor do I need tools. Carl sneered and patted the full set of tools hanging at his waist. I only use my own equipment, and so will he. This is fair. He simply wanted to crush this upstart youth with pure skill. Boss Bade walked over to Lin Yuan and whispered, "Mr. Lin, pay him no mind. This is merely his provocation. We have no need to entertain it." He worried that Lin Yuan was too young and might not withstand the goading. However, Lin Yuan's response surprised everyone. "Very well. I accept your challenge." He agreed calmly. Bade and Uncle Buck were both stunned. "Lin Yuan, don't act on impulse." "Uncle, rest assured." Lin Yuan gave him a reassuring look. He turned to face Carl, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "However, I'd like to change the stakes." "How do you want to change it?" "Simply." Lin Yuan pointed at Carl and the shipyard behind him. "If I win, your Carl First shipyard will be mine from this day forward." With these words, the crowd erupted in shock. Everyone stared at Lin Yuan as though he had lost his mind. Carl First shipyard was the largest and best-equipped vessel in all of Roguetown, worth at least several million berries, representing Carl's lifelong achievement. This youth actually wanted to swallow it all in a single duel. What enormous appetite. Steele saw Carl was stunned for a moment, then his anger turned into bitter laughter. "Huh? What bold talk. Aren't you afraid the wind might snap your tongue?" A hint of greed flashed in his eyes. "Since you're so confident, I'll raise the stakes. If you lose, you'll not only cripple your own hands, but the design plans for your Vanguard will also be mine." What he truly coveted was the Vanguard's era-defying design. Agreed. Lin Yuan accepted without hesitation. The wager was set. The entire dock erupted in excitement. News of this contest, wagering honor, and great wealth spread quickly throughout Roguetown. Countless people poured from the town toward the port, eager to witness the spectacle with their own eyes. The duel ground was cleared in no time. The damaged merchant vessel serving as the test subject was towed to an open section of the pier. The shipowner initially refused, but when Bade promised a complete overhaul free of charge plus compensation for lost earnings, he readily agreed with a grin. Lin Yuan and Carl took their positions on opposite sides of the bow. Both brought only their personal tools. Carl's equipment was dazzling. Lined along his waist, each piece gleaming with cold light, clearly masterwork craftsmanship. Lin Yuan's tools were far simpler. Just a few standard chisels, hammers, and saws, plus that weathered plane passed down from Uncle Buck. A revered merchant guild chairman was invited to serve as judge. The challenge: repair the 3-meter damaged section at the bow, restoring both structural integrity and watertight seal. Time limit 3 hours. Begin. At the judge's command, Carl sprang into action immediately. Years of experience shaped his movements, bold, powerful strokes that radiated strength. He began by wielding a massive handsaw, roughly cutting away all the rot from the damaged area with chips flying. Then he directed his apprentices to rush over several large replacement planks from the shipyard, beginning measurements and cuts. His approach was classic academic, rigorous in data and procedure, meticulous at every step. Lin Yuan, by contrast, made no move. He simply approached the damage, reached out, and gently traced his fingers along the splintered wood. He closed his eyes. Observation haki slipped out silently, merging with his knowledge of advanced ship repair. Every internal structure of the vessel, every point of stress distribution became crystal clear in his mind. He could see. The collision had not only damaged the bow itself, but also created barely visible hairline cracks in the main ribs behind it. If he only patched the surface damage without addressing these hidden injuries, the vessel would remain a serious safety hazard. What is he doing? Staring off into space. He's probably too scared to even know where to begin. Murmurs rose from the crowd. Carl noticed Lin Yuan's behavior too, a scornful smile spreading across his face. Showboating. Just then Lin Yuan opened his eyes. Rather than resorting to violent cutting like Carl, he produced a slender boning knife, and following the grain of the wood, carefully scraped away the dead fibers one by one. His movements were gentle and elegant. Not mere repair work, but something closer to artistic creation. After clearing the damaged area, instead of selecting large planks, he gathered a collection of scrap pieces from the shipyard's discarded materials pile. Is he going to repair the ship with those scraps? Has he lost his mind? That wood can't possibly hold the strength. No one understood what he was doing, but the next moment silenced every doubter. Lin Yuan placed the scraps on his workbench, and his plane and carving knife flew up and down so fast they left trails of afterimages. Wood shavings fell like snowflakes. Those irregular scraps were rapidly transformed under his hands into intricate mortise and tenon joints. Then, like assembling blocks, he fitted each processed piece into the damaged bow section. Every joint interlocked, perfectly crossing and supporting one another. Not a single iron nail was used. He rebuilt the entire damaged section, relying solely on the wood itself. This was an ancient shipbuilding technique long thought lost. The inlaid stress distribution method. Among the onlookers, several veteran shipwrights stood stunned, their jaws dropping so wide a chicken egg could fit through. Good heavens. Not only has he patched the hole, but by using this interlocking structure, he's evenly distributed the impact stress across the entire bow. This was even stronger than the original structure. Carl stopped working, staring in disbelief at Lin Yuan's technique. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. His proud modern shipbuilding techniques seemed clumsy and crude compared to this return to essence divine skill. An hour and a half later, Lin Yuan set down his tools. The bow's damage had vanished, completely replaced by a new hull seamlessly assembled from different types of wood, radiating a striking geometric beauty. He'd even taken care to repair those hidden fractures in the ribs. Meanwhile, Carl had only just finished cutting the outer planks. The victor was decided. Lin Yuan walked to the bow and gently patted his completed work. Detected host completed a high-difficulty repair quality legendary. Settlement in progress. Congratulations, host earned 3000 points. Congratulations, host, on achieving feat astounded, all by defeating a formidable opponent in public duel. Congratulations, host earned advanced ship repair technique. Lin Yuan glanced at the system panel and nodded with satisfaction. He turned to face Steel Saw Carl, whose face was ashen. You lost, he declared calmly. The entire dock fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was utterly stunned by this devastatingly one-sided duel. The way they looked at the young man was no longer that of a prodigy. They saw a living legend. Steel Saw Carl's body trembled slightly. He stared fixedly at the section of the hull Lin Yuan had flawlessly repaired with scrap metal, a region imbued with a strange geometric beauty, as if he were staring at his most terrifying nightmare. He had lost. Utterly and completely. He had lost his life's glory and the fruit of his lifelong labor. No. Impossible. He muttered, his voice hoarse and filled with resentment. This must be some trick. An illusion. Master Carl, a bet is a bet. The guild president, acting as referee, approached, his voice also tinged with awe. Before the entire town of Luaga, you cannot go back on your word. These words poured cold water over Carl. He looked around and saw countless pairs of complex eyes. There was mockery, pity, schadenfreude, but more than anything reverence for the victor standing aside. He knew he had become the biggest joke in Luaga town. If he dared to renege today, Steel Saw Carl would never be able to set foot in any port in Donghai again. Boss Bade walked up to Lin Yuan with a beaming face, his laughter so hearty it echoed across the dock. Mr. Lin Yuan, congratulations. From this moment, the largest shipyard in Luaga town is yours. He turned to Carl, his smile fading, slightly replaced by a businesslike expression. Master Carl, according to the bet, your shipyard, all your tools, and the contracts of all your workers now belong to Mr. Lin Yuan. This is the contract. Sign it. Bates' assistant handed over a document prepared in advance. Every word was like a dagger stabbing into Carl's heart. He picked up the pen with trembling hands. The moment he signed his name, he seemed drained of all strength, wilting entirely. He had lost not just a shipyard, but his dignity and future as a top-tier shipwright. May we leave? One of Carl's apprentices asked, his voice filled with humiliation. Leave? Lin Yuan's voice suddenly rang out. He walked up to Carl, his calm gaze sweeping over Carl and the sullen-faced apprentices behind him. According to the bet, your contracts now belong to me. That means you are all my workers now. What do you mean? Carl's head snapped up, fury blazing in his eyes. Do you want to humiliate us further? I'm merely stating a fact. Lin Yuan's tone was utterly devoid of emotion. Of course I'm not unreasonable. He pointed at the dock. You can leave, but you must leave behind everything that belongs to the shipyard, including all the tools on your person. Carl and his apprentices' faces turned ashen. For a shipwright, tools are their second life. Especially the set of tools crafted by a renowned master at Carl's waist, his most treasured companions. You wish, a young apprentice roared, shielding his tool pouch. These are mine. From the moment your master signed the contract, they ceased to be yours. Lin Yuan's eyes turned cold. I'll say it once more, leave your tools and get out of my shipyard. His voice was not loud, but every word carried an unassailable authority. The atmosphere grew tense once more. The workers behind Carl stirred restlessly. They had been with him for years, and they were openly hostile to this suddenly appeared young boss. Why should we? We bought these tools with our own money. Yeah, don't push us too far. Boss Bade frowned, and was about to order his guards to intervene. But Lin Yuan raised a hand to stop him. He looked at Carl, and suddenly smiled. Tell you what, I'll give you a chance. He pointed to the newly repaired merchant ship. All of you use your own tools to fix every remaining minor flaw on that ship. When you fix them to my satisfaction, you may leave with your tools. If you think this offer is unfair, you can put down your tools and leave now. I won't stop you. Lin Yuan's proposal stunned everyone. Carl's apprentices exchanged glances. Though the ship's main structure was repaired, years of sailing meant there were bound to be plenty of minor flaws. Finding and fixing them all would be no small task. But compared to losing their treasured tools, this condition seemed acceptable. Fine. Carl gritted out through clenched teeth. He knew that Lin Yuan was establishing his authority. He wanted to make it clear to everyone who was the new master here. He wanted Carl's team to use their own hands to contribute to the new owner's enterprise, completing the final handover. This was even more humiliating than simply driving them away. Seething with rage, Carl and his men boarded the merchant ship and began their humiliating work. The onlookers gradually dispersed, but the discussions about this earth-shattering duel had only just begun. Lin Yuan didn't spare them another glance. He turned and walked toward the massive building bearing the sign, Carl's first shipyard. Boss Bade and Uncle Bake followed behind him. Lin Yuan, that was a nasty trick. Uncle Bake clicked his tongue, watching the shipwrights toiling away on the ship with undisguised satisfaction. Making them work for free, and they can't even complain. I just wanted to see their real skill. Lin Yuan said flatly. A good shipyard needs more than equipment, it needs the right people. Through this test, he would sift out the truly skilled workers worth keeping. As for those who harbored resentment and had little talent, he would fire them without mercy. Boss Bade walked beside him, watching Lin Yuan's back with growing admiration. This young man possessed not only extraordinary skill, but also a mind and tactics far beyond his years. Calm, decisive, and adept at handling people's hearts. The Jinfan Chamber of Commerce had truly struck gold this time. Lin Yuan stopped in front of the shipyard gate and looked up at the sign. With a light leap, he soared several meters into the air and landed steadily on the sign's crossbeam. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he reached out, took down the heavy sign, and tossed it to the ground. The dull thud sounded like the end of an era. From today this place will have a new name. Lin Yuan stood at the entrance and announced to Bade and Bake. What will it be? Bake asked curiously. Lin Yuan's gaze swept across the boundless sea and a slight smile curved at the corner of his mouth. It will be called the Voyager's Shipyard. The Voyager's Shipyard. This name, following that breathtaking duel, spread throughout the entire Rog town by the next day. Lin Yuan became a renowned figure known to everyone in this town. Some said he was a once-in-a-century shipbuilding prodigy, while others claimed he was ruthless, a shipyard demon who devoured people without spitting out their bones. But regardless of the external gossip, Lin Yuan paid no heed. On his first day taking over the shipyard with the assistance of lawyers and guards sent by Boss Bard, he completed the inventory and handover of the entire facility. The Carl First shipyard was indeed the flagship of Rog Town. The massive dry dock could accommodate 3 large sailing ships for repairs simultaneously, and it was fully equipped with various types of steam cranes, cutting machines, and grinders. The warehouse was stacked with all kinds of timber and spare parts, and there was even a small forging workshop capable of producing simple metal fittings on site. But after a thorough inspection, Lin Yuan merely frowned slightly. Management is chaotic, the layout is unreasonable, tool maintenance is poor, and materials are piled up without any order. He gave his evaluation without any courtesy. At least 30% of the space and manpower are being wasted. Bard and Buck, who were following him, were both somewhat astonished. In their eyes, the shipyard was already advanced and efficient enough. Uncle, from today onward you will be the chief inspector here. Lin Yuan said to Buck. Me. Uncle Buck was stunned, his pipe nearly falling from his hand. I can't, I'm not capable of managing such a big yard. You don't need to manage people, you only need to supervise the quality of all projects using your decades of experience to ensure every plank and every nail meets the standards. Lin Yuan's tone was earnest. Your eyes are the final quality assurance of our shipyard. Hearing this, Uncle Buck's back straightened instantly. He put the pipe back into his mouth and nodded firmly. All right, I'll take this job. Having arranged for Buck, Lin Yuan turned to Bard. Boss Bard, I need a favor from you. Mr. Lin Yuan, please speak freely. I need a detailed list of all the shipwrights and carpenters in Rog Town, including their technical specialties, years of experience, and salary expectations. No problem, I'll have it delivered to you by today. Bard agreed immediately. He knew that Lin Yuan was about to initiate a major overhaul of the shipyard. That afternoon, Steele saw Carl and his men completed the repairs on the merchant ship. Lin Yuan personally boarded the vessel to inspect it. He examined it with extreme meticulousness, even more stringent than during the duel. The gap in this deck splice is off by 0.1 millimeter, redo it. The lubricant for the rudder is the wrong type, clean it all off and reapply. The knotting method for sail number 3 is incorrect, it will affect hoisting efficiency, I'll untie it and redo it. With each flaw he pointed out, Carl and his apprentices' faces darkened further. These minor imperfections, which would normally go unnoticed, were exposed without concealment in Lin Yuan's eyes. They finally understood the vast gap between themselves and this young man. It was a comprehensive, overwhelming disparity. They toiled the entire afternoon until dusk, when Lin Yuan finally nodded. It's acceptable. Carl and his men felt as if they had been granted a pardon. Silently gathering their tools, they dared not even glance at Lin Yuan again, preparing to slink away. Wait! Lin Yuan stopped them. He approached the youngest shipwright, whose repair technique was the most solid. What is your name? I'm Hans, the young man replied nervously. Would you like to stay? Lin Yuan asked. I'll give you 3 times your current salary and appoint you as foreman of Dry Dock 1. Hans was stunned and Carl's face turned ashen beside him. This was a blatant poaching right under his nose. Hans glanced at Carl's livid face, then at Lin Yuan's calm expression, and gritted his teeth. I accept. He put down his tool bag and stepped behind Lin Yuan. He was a clever man who knew where his future lay. And you. Lin Yuan pointed out several more veteran shipwrights who had performed well during the afternoon repairs. I offer you the same triple salary provided you are willing to stay. These men exchanged glances and almost without hesitation chose to stay. They were craftsmen who lived by their skills. They followed whoever paid more and had better expertise. In an instant, Carl's most capable subordinates were poached by Lin Yuan. Carl trembled with rage, pointing at Lin Yuan, but unable to utter a word. You may leave. Lin Yuan waved his hand, as if shooing away a fly. Carl clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh. He led the remaining dozen loyalists away from the dock without looking back under the sympathetic gaze of the crowd. His silhouette was filled with desolation. Lin Yuan did not spare him another glance. He turned to face the dozens of eyes behind him. Hans and the others he had just lured with triple salary, their gazes filled with anticipation and a hint of unease. There were also the old workers who had not been taken by Carl and had chosen to stay and observe. Their eyes held more numbness and skepticism. From today onward, the Voyager shipyard will implement new rules. Lin Yuan's voice rang clearly in the quiet evening dock, without superfluous words, getting straight to the point. First, everyone's salary will be doubled from the original base. Those who work more and better shall be rewarded accordingly. A performance bonus will be established, assessed at the end of each month based on the quality and quantity of work completed. The top performer can receive an additional month's salary as a bonus. As soon as the words fell, a suppressed gasp arose from the crowd. Doubled salary, and a bonus of up to a full month's pay. In an era where craftsmen struggled to make a living, this was an unheard of treatment. The previously numb and skeptical eyes instantly lit up with blazing disbelief. Hans and the other recruited masters exchanged glances, feeling even more fortunate about their decision. They had thought triple salary was the limit, but this was only the beginning. This young new boss was astonishingly generous. Second quality. Lin Yuan's tone suddenly grew stern, his gaze like a blade sweeping across everyone. In this yard we only accept two types of products, qualified and excellent. Any unqualified component must not leave your hands. Uncle Buck is the chief inspector of the shipyard and holds the final veto on quality. If he says it's not good, even if the Heavenly King himself came, it would have to be torn down and redone. He pointed to Uncle Buck, who had been silently smoking his pipe beside him. At this gesture, Uncle Buck instinctively straightened his back, a hint of discomfort on his face, but more pride. He took a deep drag of his pipe and nodded to the crowd, tacitly acknowledging his role. The workers' gazes toward Buck shifted as well. They knew that this seemingly kind old man would be the strictest measure hovering over them. Third, efficiency. Lin Yuan's gaze finally fell upon the massive shipyard. The current shipyard, in my view, is nothing but a pile of garbage. The layout is chaotic, tools are strewn about and materials are piled up without any order. At least 30% of the space and manpower is wasted. He criticized without any hesitation. Some veteran workers wore expressions of defiance on their faces, for in their eyes Carl's first shipyard was already the most advanced in the East Sea. Lin Yuan paid no attention to their expressions. He took a roll of blueprints from his bosom and tossed it to Hans, who stood at the forefront. These are the renovation and management plans I drew up for the shipyard, including material classification in the warehouse tool management system and the assembly line workflow for each work area. Hans, you are now the foreman of Dock No. 1. Your first task is to lead your men in organizing the mountainous material warehouse within 3 days. All timber must be sorted by type, size, and moisture content. All metal fittings must be stored in separate bins according to model, use, and material. I need to be able to ask for any nail and have you tell me where it is within 10 seconds. Hans opened the blueprints. After just one glance, he was completely stunned. On that drawing, the entire shipyard was divided into dozens of functional zones with incredibly precise lines and meticulous annotations. From the log processing area to the plank processing zone, from the forging workshop to the final assembly slipway, every layout was exceptionally rational, with smooth workflow lines that maximized space utilization. This was no longer a simple renovation plan. It was an industrial management system at least 50 years ahead of its time. He could no longer regard the youth before him as merely a simple shipwright. This was a true genius, a monster with a godlike vision in the shipbuilding field. Yes, I guarantee to complete the task. Hans's face flushed with excitement. He clutched the blueprints tightly, as if they were some peerless secret manual. The rest of you follow the plans on the blueprints and begin organizing the areas you are responsible for. In 3 days I want to see a brand new Voyager shipyard. Lin Yuan issued the final command. The crowd dispersed, and everyone moved with unprecedented momentum, as if wound up like clockwork. Generous rewards always attract brave men. Under the dual incentives of money and the future, the Voyager shipyard burst forth with astonishing vitality. Boss Bard's legal team completed all changes to property rights and employment contracts early the next morning, and the Voyager shipyard was officially registered. Lin Yuan did not hold any ceremony. He spent all his time on the construction site, moving like a ghost through every corner of the shipyard. He would personally instruct workers on how to use the steam crane more efficiently. He would correct the carpenter's erroneous cutting techniques to minimize material waste. He would even enter the forging workshop, pick up a hammer, and demonstrate to the blacksmiths how to forge stronger ship nails with fewer strikes. The omnipotence and expertise he displayed silenced even the last vestiges of doubt. The workers' gazes toward him gradually shifted from initial awe to fervent worship. Uncle Buck also officially stepped into his role. He no longer worked on the floor, but instead walked around with his hands behind his back, a pipe in his mouth, patrolling the various work areas. His eyes were incredibly sharp. No tiny flaw could escape his scrutiny. This deck plank is not plain smooth enough. Take it back and polish it until it can reflect a person's image. Your mortise and tenon joint is 0. 2 millimeters too large. Don't think I can't see it. Take it apart and do it again. His blustering bearded glare made even the usually self-important master craftsmen tremble. But strangely no one complained. Because every time Buck corrected them, they could learn details and techniques they had never noticed before. Under the collaboration of Lin Yuan and Buck the Young and the Old, the entire shipyard was undergoing a remarkable transformation at an astonishing speed. At dusk on the third day, Boss Bard arrived at the shipyard again with a thick list. When he saw the scene before him, this seasoned Chamber of Commerce chairman couldn't help but gape. The originally chaotic shipyard had become orderly and organized. Various materials and tools were sorted and arranged like a military parade formation. Workers were each performing their own duties, busily working at assembly line-like stations with efficiency. The entire site was filled with a tense yet orderly vitality. This was no longer a shipyard. It was a precise war machine. Mr. Lin Yuan. Bard walked over to Lin Yuan, momentarily at a loss for words. Did you bring the list? Lin Yuan took the roster from his hand without looking up. Ah, yes. All registered shipwrights and carpenters in Rog Town, a total of 1327 people. Their information is all here. Bard snapped back to reality and quickly said. Lin Yuan flipped through the list, his eyes scanning swiftly. Tomorrow post a recruitment notice in town. He closed the roster and said to Bard, the Voyager shipyard is going to hire The news of the Voyager shipyard's high-paying recruitment exploded like a bombshell in Rogtown's artisan circles. Did you hear? The newly opened Voyager shipyard is hiring, and the base salary is doubled. Not just doubled. If you do well, there are huge bonuses. 1 month's pay equals half a year before. Really? Isn't the boss a young kid? How can he be so rich? Who cares how old he is? Whoever pays is my dad. I'm going to try tomorrow. For a time, artisans everywhere in taverns and docks were buzzing with discussion. Early the next morning, the temporary recruitment office set up at the shipyard gate was packed with people. Looking out, there was a sea of heads. At least 500 or 600 people had come, encompassing nearly half of Rogtown's free shipwrights and carpenters. Hans and a few foremen responsible for maintaining order were sweating profusely. The recruitment was not held in an office, but directly on the open ground in front of Dock No. 1. 100 workbenches were neatly arranged on the open ground. On each workbench was a set of brand new tools and an identical square piece of timber. Lin Yuan stood on a raised platform in front of all the workbenches, while Uncle Buck and Boss Bart sat on chairs behind him like two guardian statues. Everyone quiet. Lin Yuan's voice traveled through the entire venue via a simple tin megaphone. The noisy crowd instantly fell silent, and all eyes were fixed on the seemingly overly young boss. My recruitment here is simple. I don't care about your resume, I don't listen to your boasting. I only look at your skill. Lin Yuan pointed at the workbenches. See these timbers and tools. I have only one requirement: within 1 hour use these tools to create a cross-intersecting double-through tenon on this piece of timber. Cross-intersecting double-through mortise and tenon. As soon as this name was uttered, a commotion arose among the crowd. This was an exceedingly complex and precise joinery technique typically employed only in the finest furniture or the beams of temples, demanding exceptional skill in measurement, spatial visualization, and manual precision from the craftsman. Let alone an hour. Many veteran masters who had toiled for decades might not finish it perfectly even in a day. Are you kidding me? How could this possibly be completed in an hour? Exactly, this guy is just here to mess with us. Immediately, impetuous voices rose from the crowd. Lin Yuan paid no heed to the clamor. He simply continued calmly. Those who can finish it stay, and your salary will be as I stated yesterday. Those who cannot take this and leave. He patted a large chest beside him filled with crisp 1,000 belly notes. Each person gets 10 notes. Even if you're not hired, consider it my treat. I won't have you come all this way for nothing. Upon hearing this, the previously noisy crowd fell silent. 10,000 belly, even if not hired. This boss was remarkably generous. Everyone exchanged glances, and the initial resistance dissipated considerably. After all, trying wouldn't hurt. Now those willing to take the challenge step forward and find a workstation. The clock starts now. Having said this, Lin Yuan returned to the chair on the platform, closed his eyes, as if utterly indifferent to what followed. After a brief stir, people gradually stepped forward and occupied the workbenches. Soon, all 100 positions were filled. The clinking of hammers and the screeching of saws immediately filled the air. Boss Bade watched the bustling scene below with great interest, deeply impressed by Lin Yuan's methods. First lure everyone with high wages, then set an extremely high threshold to filter, finally use money to placate the eliminated, ensuring they had no complaints. Link after link, seamless and flawless. Uncle Buck, somewhat anxious, leaned close to Lin Yuan and whispered, Lin Yuan, isn't this cross mortise too difficult? I'm afraid we won't recruit anyone. Don't worry, Uncle. Lin Yuan didn't even open his eyes. There are masters among the common folk. I'm using this method to sift out the gold hidden in the sand. Time ticked by. At the workbenches, most people were drenched in sweat. Some gestured at the wood for a long time, hesitant to make the first cut. Others fumbled about, measuring incorrectly or cutting askew quickly, turning fine timber into waste. The hour passed swiftly. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and stood up. Time's up, everyone stop. Among the 100, fewer than 30 had a finished piece before them. But most were crooked, with visible gaps between mortise and tenon, clearly substandard rejects. Lin Yuan descended from the platform and walked slowly past each workbench. He didn't even need to touch them. A single glance sufficed to judge the quality of each piece. Unqualified. Excessive dimensional deviation, unqualified. Structural error, unqualified. With each pronouncement, a dejected worker left the bench, collected the 10,000 belly, and slunk away. Soon fewer than 10 remained. Lin Yuan approached a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard and reeking of alcohol. His piece was the best among the rest. Perfectly fitted, nearly flawless. What's your name? Luo Lu. The man belched and answered lazily. Nice craftsmanship, but drinking cost you too much time. You should have finished 15 minutes ago. Lin Yuan remarked flatly. Luo Lu's expression shifted instantly. He stared at Lin Yuan in shock, as if looking at a monster. How did this kid know? Want to stay? I'll make you a foreman, but on one condition: no drinking during work hours. Deal. Luo Lu agreed without hesitation, a shrewd man who knew he had met a true expert. Lin Yuan moved to another side where an exceptionally tall man with only one arm stood. Before his workbench lay another nearly perfect piece. Your iron arm, Amu? Lin Yuan asked. Amu nodded without speaking, his eyes carrying a hint of wariness and self-consciousness. He had once been a petty officer in the Navy, losing an arm in battle. After retiring, he barely scraped by doing woodwork, as no shipyard would formally hire a disabled man. Your fundamentals are solid, but with only one arm your force is uneven, causing the depth of this mortise to be off by 0.1 millimeters. Lin Yuan pointed at the piece. Amu's body trembled. He stared intently at the mortise. This tiny flaw. Even he hadn't noticed it. But this problem is not hard to fix. Lin Yuan picked up a nearby carving knife and made a few swift adjustments to the piece. By altering the stress distribution this way, you can compensate for the imbalance in your force. Amu looked at the modified piece, his eyes filled with awe. Would you like to stay? Lin Yuan asked. I only have one arm. Amu's voice was hoarse. What I need is your skill and your mind, not your arm. Lin Yuan said calmly. I appoint you foreman of Dock No. 2, with the same salary as Hans. Amu's eyes instantly reddened. He snapped to attention and gave Lin Yuan a crisp military salute. Yes, sir. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, Lin Yuan proceeded to pick out several more craftsmen who possessed extraordinary skills but had been overlooked for various reasons. There was an old man nearly deaf, but with a remarkable talent for stitching sails, to a middle-aged man with a lame leg who was proficient in all kinds of knots, capable of increasing rope efficiency by 30%. Lin Yuan ignored their physical disabilities, focusing only on the irreplaceable skills in their hands. In the end, the Voyager shipyard hired fewer than 20 new employees, but each one was a top-tier specialist in their field. The onlookers erupted in excitement. They finally understood this young boss wasn't recruiting workers, he was assembling a special forces unit of shipwrights. The new team at Voyager shipyard quickly gelled. Driven by Lin Yuan's assembly line workflow and generous bonuses, these eccentrics he had sifted from the crowd unleashed astonishing energy. The entire shipyard's operational efficiency multiplied several times over compared to when Carl was in charge. Hans oversaw the overall coordination. Iron Arm AMU ran his section. With the strict discipline and standards he had learned in the Navy, Aluo Lu, though fond of drink, worked meticulously, always solving the trickiest problems with the most ingenious angles. Uncle Buck was like an anchor, strolling through the shipyard every day with his hands behind his back. Anyone who tried to cut corners on quality could never escape his piercing gaze. The shipyard quickly received its first order. It was no grand contract, merely routine vessel maintenance and repairs. Yet Lin Yuan demanded his team execute every task to the highest standard. After a thorough overhaul at Kahang's shipyard, an ordinary fishing boat emerged with all minor ailments cured. Its hull was refinished and polished, its sail rigging reoptimized, resulting in a speed increase of fully 1/10 over its previous performance. When the vessel's owner came to collect his boat, gazing upon what seemed like a completely reborn companion, he was so moved he could barely speak. It's alive. My ship feels alive again. Word spread rapidly from person to person. The reputation that Kahang's shipyard could transform old vessels into ships as good as new quickly circulated through Roggen Town's maritime circles. Business at the shipyard flourished. Vessels lined up for repairs nearly blocked the waterway. One day, a single-masted sloop, entirely white and lavishly decorated, bullied its way through the queue and docked at the shipyard's exclusive berth. A young noble dressed in silk and adorned with ostentatious jewels descended from the vessel, flanked by several guards. Who's in charge here? Get out here now. The noble pointed at the busy workers with a jewel-encrusted fan and shouted shrilly. Hans frowned and stepped forward to handle the situation. Sir, how may I assist you? If you require repairs, please queue over there for registration. Queue. The noble laughed as though hearing the greatest joke. Do you know who I am? I am Baron Bartok of the Gaia Kingdom. You expect me to queue alongside commoners like you? Are you mad? He kicked over a nearby tool chest, sending tools scattering across the ground. My White Swan merely scraped against some reef. There are scratches on the hull. Fix it by any means necessary before sunset and restore it to brand new condition without a single flaw. Otherwise I'll tear this dump apart. His arrogant demeanor instantly ignited the worker's rage. Iron Arm Mu clenched his fists tightly. Had Hans not restrained him, he would have charged forward. At that moment, Lin Yuan's voice came from the dock. We can repair it. He emerged slowly with shavings and grease still clinging to his clothes. Baron Bartok pinched his nose in disgust, scrutinizing Lin Yuan from head to toe. You're the so-called genius shipwright. You look like nothing more than a mud-legged laborer. Restored to perfection before sunset. Achievable, Lin Yuan said calmly, ignoring the mockery. But the price will be steep. Huh? How steep? This young master has plenty of coin. Bartok sneered. Lin Yuan held up 5 fingers. 5 million belly. What a... Bartok's voice shot up an octave. 5 million. Are you robbing me? This ship cost me only 8 million to buy. The surrounding workers gasped in shock at the price. That is not a scratch. Lin Yuan walked beside the White Swan, glanced at it, and said coldly, your ship did not merely scrape against a reef. It crashed directly into it. The keel has suffered slight misalignment, and at least 3 structural damages exist on the outer hull planks. You cannot feel it now because your ship uses quality materials. But should it sustain another impact, even a minor one, it will fall apart immediately. Baron Bartok's expression changed. What Lin Yuan described matched exactly what the ship's navigator had privately reported to him. He had only claimed it was a small scratch to save face. Even so, 5 million is far too expensive. He remained stubborn. This price covers 2 parts, Lin Yuan said, holding up one finger. First is the repair fee, 3 million. We will use the finest materials and craftsmanship, ensuring the repaired structure exceeds that of a new vessel by 20%. He raised his second finger. Second is your expedited service fee and compensation for emotional distress. 2 million. After all, you kicked over my tool chest and frightened my workers. Lin Yuan's face remained expressionless, yet his words made Bartok tremble with rage. You dare extort me. You may choose not to repair it, Lin Yuan said, gesturing politely. Rogan Town has many shipyards, but only mine can resolve your keel problem before sunset. Of course, you may also choose to continue your voyage in the East Sea aboard a vessel that could collapse at any moment. Baron Bartok's face flushed red then pale. Gazing into Lin Yuan's eyes, calm and utterly devoid of ripples, he realized the man was not joking in the slightest. He gritted his teeth and forced out a single sentence. Fine, I'll repair it. 5 million it is. But if it is not done before sunset, or if I am unsatisfied with the work, I will pay not a single penny. Agreed. Lin Yuan turned and walked toward the dock. Han Zamu Lualu, lead your teams and prepare to work. The client's demands are exacting, give this your full attention. A race against time began. The White Swan was swiftly towed to the repair berth and secured. Lin Yuan descended into the hull himself, his eyes seemingly possessing X-ray vision, as he precisely marked every point requiring repair and reinforcement. His team then operated like a precision machine. Iron Arm AMU handled dismantling and reinforcement, swinging a specialized hammer with a single hand, his control over force and accuracy reaching perfection. Lualu managed the most complex task, realigning the keel. Within the cramped space beneath the hull, he employed levers and pulley systems in an almost unbelievable manner to shift the heavy keel back into position. The other craftsmen worked diligently at their stations, cutting sanding and replacing damaged planks. Lin Yuan moved between workstations like a battlefield commander, issuing precise orders and resolving emerging technical challenges on the spot. Baron Bartok and his guards watched from afar, their initial skepticism and disdain gradually giving way to astonishment and finally to complete bewilderment. He had never witnessed such efficiency or coordination. This was no longer mere ship repair. It was an artistic creation infused with visceral intensity. As the last rays of sunset vanished below the horizon, Lin Yuan set down his tools. Done. The White Swan was returned to the water. The hull scars had vanished completely, the entire vessel gleaming as though brand new, and possessing an even sharper, more commanding presence than before. Baron Bartok rushed aboard, pacing the deck and inspecting the cabin for over half an hour. He could not find a single trace of repair work. He even sensed the vessel's structure was more robust than before, sailing with greater lightness and agility. He had lost and accepted it wholeheartedly. He approached Lin Yuan and handed him a golden card from his coat. Here is your 5 million belly. You have won. For the first time, the noble's face showed no arrogance, only a complex blend of reverence and defeat. Host has completed a high difficulty timed repair. Quality legendary. Settlement in progress. Congratulations. You have earned 3,000 points. Congratulations. You have defeated a powerful rival in a business negotiation and unlocked the achievement of fortune wagered. Congratulations. You have acquired advanced business negotiation skills. Lin Yuan took the card and gazed at the soaring point total on his system panel, a barely perceptible curve touching his lips. The Kihang's shipyard rose to fame overnight. The tale of repairing a noble's luxury yacht at an exorbitant fee of 5 million belly in a single night became the latest legend in Luaga Town. Countless shipowners came, drawn by its reputation, with orders lined up over a month in advance. Lin Yuan and his team were swamped with work, yet every face radiated excitement and pride. The shipyard's revenue grew daily and the workers' wages and bonuses rose accordingly, making their lives increasingly prosperous. However, in the corners untouched by sunlight, shadows were quietly festering. In Luaga Town East District, inside the most dilapidated tavern, the air was thick with the sour stench of cheap rum and sweat. Carl sat alone in the corner, several empty bottles before him. His face was flushed, his eyes bleary, and he muttered curses incessantly. Bastard. Little bastard. Stole my shipyard. My men. Everything. He had lost the shipyard, lost his team, and lost his dignity as a master shipwright. Now he was nothing but a stray dog mocked by the entire Luaga Town. No shipyard would hire him. He could only trade his last possessions for a drink. The immense fall and endless humiliation gnawed at his heart, like venomous snakes, burning away all his reason until only mad resentment remained. Another bottle. He slammed an empty bottle heavily on the table and shouted at the bartender. The bartender shot him a disgusted look and didn't move. If you have no money, get lost. Don't cause trouble here. What did you say? Carl sprang up ready to lash out, but stumbled and fell heavily back into his chair. The surrounding patrons burst into laughter. Carl clenched his fists so tightly his nails dug deep into his flesh. Tears of humiliation, mixed with the reek of alcohol, slid from the corners of his eyes. Just then a figure cloaked in a black trench coat and hood, his entire face hidden in shadow, silently sat down across from him. Do you still want to reclaim everything you lost, Master Carl? The man's voice was hoarse, like two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together, betraying no age. Carl lifted his reddened eyes, staring at him warily. Who are you? Who I am doesn't matter. The man in black pushed a heavy money pouch toward Carl. What matters is that I can help you take revenge. The mouth of the pouch was open, revealing gleaming belly inside. Carl's breath instantly became rapid. You? What do you want me to do? He swallowed hard, unable to tear his eyes away from the bag of gold coins. Simple. The man in black said. I need to know everything about that kid named Lin Yuan. His habits, his weaknesses, the internal layout of his shipyard security measures, and all the information about that old man called Bake by his side. You're going after him. Carl's heart skipped a beat. That's none of your concern. The man in black's tone turned icy. You only need to tell me will you do it or not. Carl's heart was in fierce turmoil. He knew that once he agreed, he would be completely bound to this invisible black ship with no turning back. But whenever he thought of Lin Yuan's calm face, of everything he had lost, of the mocking gazes around him, the flames of hatred utterly overwhelmed his reason. I'll do it. He grabbed the pouch of money, as if gripping a final lifeline. I'll tell you everything. Over the next half hour, Carl spilled all he knew. He described in detail the internal structure of the Kihang shipyard, which areas were newly built and which were old, even going so far as to reveal the model and maintenance cycle of the steam crane. He also mentioned the core foremen around Lin Yuan, Hanze Mu and Luo Lu, their personalities and specialties. Finally, he focused on Uncle Bake. That old geezer is Lin Yuan's only weakness. A malicious glint flashed in Carl's eyes. The kid respects him, greatly treats him like a father. The old man goes for a walk on the eastern hill every morning, come rain or shine, without a single escort. The man in black listened quietly without interrupting. When Carl finished, he slowly nodded. Good, this information is very useful. He stood up ready to leave. Wait, Carl called out. Who exactly are you people? How do you plan to deal with him? The man in black stopped, turned back to look at him, and beneath the shadow of his hood a cruel smile seemed to curl at the corner of his mouth. We don't like seeing an uncontrollable genius manufacturing weapons for our enemies right under our noses. With that, he didn't linger. His figure quickly merged into the dark alley outside the tavern and disappeared. Uncontrollable genius. Enemy. Weapons. Carl chewed over these words, and a chill suddenly rose in his heart. He realized that he might have provoked an existence far more terrifying than any pirate. But he had no way back. He looked down at the heavy pouch of gold coins in his arms, and a ferocious mad grin spread across his face. Lin Yuan, your time has come. Meanwhile, the lights of the Kihang's shipyard remained bright. Lin Yuan was in his office making final modifications to a huge blueprint. It was the repair report and structural analysis diagram of the White Swan. He made it a habit to record every major repair, analyzing its pros and cons as a technological accumulation. Suddenly, he stopped writing, his brow slightly furrowed. He raised his head, his gaze seeming to pierce through the walls toward the direction of Luoga town. For some unknown reason, a wave of inexplicable restlessness welled up in his heart. It was like the oppressive stillness in the air before a storm. He walked to the window, gazing at the shipyard, quiet, yet bustling under the moonlight. He silently released his observation haki, enveloping the entire island. The sound of wind, the waves, the faint snores of workers in the sheds. Everything was normal. Yet that unease lingered in his heart, refusing to fade. Is it just an illusion? Lin Yuan murmured to himself. He knew that his observation haki was still rudimentary, only able to sense physical movements around him, unable to foresee the future or perceive emotions like the top-tier experts. But he chose to trust his instincts. He returned to his desk, put away the blueprint, and took out a defense layout map of the shipyard. On several inconspicuous corners of the map, he drew small red crosses with a red pen. Early the next morning, a white warship flying a seagull flag docked directly at the pier of the Kihang shipyard without any prior notice. A squad of heavily armed marine soldiers disembarked, led by none other than the highest commander of the Luoga town base, Commodore Bjorn. He was clad in a crisp, white uniform, his expression stern, his eyes sharp, exuding authority without anger. Marine routine inspection. Everyone drop your work and cooperate. The soldiers spread out quickly, taking control of the shipyard's main entrances and exits. The workers busy on the site were startled by the sudden commotion and stopped their tasks. Hans and Amu immediately stepped forward to negotiate, but were repelled by the cold muzzles of guns. Commodore Bjorn, to what do we owe the honor of your visit? Lin Yuan walked out of the dock, his expression calm, as if he had expected their arrival. Mr. Lin Yuan. Brand looked at him, his tone strictly businesslike. I have received a report that your shipyard has severe safety hazards and is suspected of illegally manufacturing and storing military-grade weapons. Today I am here to conduct an investigation by order. A report. Lin Yuan sneered inwardly, but his face remained impassive. Since it's a routine inspection, we will naturally cooperate fully. Please go ahead. He made a gesture of invitation. A flicker of surprise crossed Brand's eyes. He had not expected Lin Yuan to remain so composed. He had thought the young man would panic or at least argue his case. Search. Brand waved his hand. Among those he brought were not only combat soldiers, but also several professional engineers from the Navy's technical department. As soon as these men entered the shipyard, they headed straight for all the critical departments. They inspected the firefighting equipment, the boiler pressure of the steam engines, and the fire prevention standards of the material warehouse. They even put on white gloves to wipe the dust off the high beams, trying to find any violation of safety regulations. But the results left them deeply disappointed. The entire Voyager shipyard was cleaner than any heavy industrial site. All tools were sorted, polished to a shine, and hung neatly on the wall. All materials were stored in separate warehouses according to fire rating and hazard level, with ventilation and moisture-proofing measures even better than the Navy's own arsenal. There was almost no oil stain or waste on the ground. The safety passages were wide and bright, and all warning signs were in place. Report, Commodore. Firefighting system inspection complete. All equipment is within its validity period and the configuration standards far exceed requirements. Report, Commodore. Power workshop inspection complete. No violations or safety hazards found. Report, Commodore. Material warehouse. No issues. One of the Navy engineers stammered his report. As he looked at the warehouse, as orderly as library shelves, he felt his worldview shaken. Brand's face grew darker. He personally walked into the dockyard, trying to find a technical flaw. He pointed at the keel of a merchant ship under repair. This reinforcement method does not meet the Navy's construction standards. There is a risk of stress concentration. He said this with great confidence, as it was a tip from his top engineer. Before Lin Yuan could speak, Uncle Buck, who was standing by, grew unhappy. He stepped forward and pointed at Brand, without ceremony. What the hell do you know? The old man showed no respect at all. That outdated standard of the Navy is long obsolete. Our staggered stress-diverting structure can evenly distribute impact forces across the entire hull. The structural strength is at least 30% higher than your clunky reinforcement method. If you don't understand, don't come here making a fuss. Uncle Buck, as he spoke, pulled a small notebook from his pocket and slapped it in front of Brand. Here are the mechanical model analyses and data records for every repair we've done. They're more detailed than your Navy's logbooks. Look for yourself. The Navy engineers behind Brand leaned in for a look and were immediately awed by the dense calculations and data charts. These theories and models they had only heard of at the highest level technical seminars at Navy headquarters, far beyond what engineers of their rank could access. Brand's face turned completely black. He felt he was not there to inspect, but to be lectured. Weapons. Where are the illegally stored weapons? He resorted to his last point in exasperation. Commodore, we are a shipyard, not an arsenal, Lin Yuan said calmly. We only install weapon systems provided by our clients according to their orders. For instance, the cannons on Viscount Bartok's ship were brought by him. After installation, the remaining ammunition was naturally taken away by him. We don't have a single spare shell here. Lin Yuan's words were watertight, fully compliant with legal procedures. Brand was left speechless. The grand inspection ended in a complete defeat for the Navy. Brand and his men slunk out of the shipyard. Before leaving, he gave Lin Yuan a long, hard look, as if to say, this isn't over. The workers watching the Navy fleet retreat in disgrace erupted in cheers. But Lin Yuan did not smile. He stared in the direction Brand had gone, his brow slightly furrowed. This trouble seemed to be over, but perhaps the real crisis was just beginning. He turned and swept his observation hockey over the area around the shipyard again. This time he clearly sensed a gaze staring coldly at him from a distant cliff. That gaze was filled with malice and an inhuman stillness. Not the Navy. Lin Yuan's heart sank. It was the one lurking in the shadows. The Navy's visit was like a stone thrown into water, stirring no waves in the Voyager shipyard, but it raised Lin Yuan's vigilance to the highest. Brand's failure would only drive the hidden enemies to take more direct and extreme measures. That night Lin Yuan did not rest. He locked himself in his office, poring over the shipyard's defense blueprints all night. The next day the workers were surprised to find that their boss had issued a series of strange orders. Dig several deep trenches at these spots outside the shipyard and line the bottom with soft sand. Cut the elastic foam we have for cushioning into nets and hang them between these trees. Modify the steam boiler exhaust pipes, add several spare valves, and connect them here, and here. These orders seemed unrelated to shipbuilding, even puzzling. But out of absolute trust in Lin Yuan, the workers asked no questions and immediately began execution. Iron Arm AMU looked at the marked drawings thoughtfully. He could see that these seemingly scattered arrangements combined into a complete defense system. The deep trenches were traps, the elastic nets were buffers, and the steam pipes at critical moments could release high-pressure steam, forming a deadly barrier. The boss is fortified. AMU's heart tightened. He did not ask further, but during construction, he gave his utmost attention to ensure every detail was flawless. While the shipyard was busily engaged in interior decoration, Boss Bartigan arrived at the island. He brought a tremendous piece of good news. Mr. Lin Yuan, the board has unanimously approved my proposal. Bard's face beamed with uncontrollable excitement. The Golden Sail Chamber of Commerce formally commissions the Voyager shipyard to build for us a brand new ocean-going fleet. The first order 10 ships. More will follow. He placed a gold embossed contract before Lin Yuan. This is the down payment, 100 million belly. We have only one requirement: the new fleet must be modeled on the Voyager, pursuing greater speed and larger cargo space, while ensuring structural strength and safety. 10 ships. 100 million belly. This news sent the entire shipyard into a frenzy. It meant that for a long time to come they would have endless work and endless bonuses. This was not merely a business deal, it was a colossal opportunity that could catapult the Kahang shipyard to the status of the top shipyard in the East Blue, and even on a global scale. I'll take it. Lin Yuan took the contract and calmly signed his name. His heart was equally stirred, but he quickly suppressed the excitement. At times like this, it was all the more important to remain calm. New challenges also meant new risks. He assigned the design of the new fleet to the technical team, led by Hans and Luo Lu, tasking them to produce a preliminary plan. He himself, however, focused more on perfecting the shipyard's defense system. At night, he no longer went to the dense forest behind the mountain to cultivate. Instead, he turned the entire shipyard into his training ground. He familiarized himself with every trap he had laid, calculated the timing and range of the steam bursts, and perfectly integrated the shave technique with these defensive installations. He was determined to ensure that no matter from which direction or by what means an enemy infiltrated, they would fall into the meticulously woven net he had prepared. 2 more days passed in a busy and tense atmosphere. The shipyard's defense system had taken initial shape, and the design of the new fleet was beginning to take form. Everything seemed prosperous. That evening after work, Uncle Beg for once suggested everyone gather together. He brought out his treasured vintage wine and had the kitchen prepare a lavish seafood feast. On the open ground of the shipyard, the workers sat together feasting on meat and drinking freely. Luo Lu, his face flushed red, grabbed Iron Arm Amu and insisted on challenging him to an arm wrestling match with one hand. Hans, on the other hand, was discussing the new ship design, with a few young craftsmen gesticulating excitedly. Uncle Bake sat in the seat of honor, pipe in mouth, watching the lively scene with a beaming smile. He pulled Lin Yuan aside, regaling him with various marvels he had encountered at sea in his youth, tales of the legendary Fishman Island and the myths of the Sky Island. Lin Yuan listened quietly, occasionally raising his glass to clink with workers who came to toast him. The sea breeze was gentle, the aroma of wine filled the air, and laughter and cheerful voices echoed in the night sky. At that moment, tension and unease seemed to have vanished, leaving only a warmth akin to family and a longing for the future. However, no one noticed that in the shadow of the shipyard's outermost perimeter, a small windmill, used to monitor the wind direction, suddenly stopped spinning at an abnormal frequency. The gathering lasted until late into the night. The workers returned to their dormitories to rest. Lin Yuan also went back to his room. He did not immediately begin cultivating or studying blueprints as he usually did. He simply sat quietly by the window, gazing at the moonlit, empty shipyard outside. His observation haki had advanced to a new level. Though he still could not foresee the future, his perception of the surrounding environment had become incredibly acute. He could hear the sound of a night bird preening its feathers in the distant woods. He could smell the salty tang of seawater splashing against the rocks 100 meters away, distinct from the ordinary air. He also saw it. In the southeastern corner of the shipyard, beneath an inconspicuous wall, a black shadow as weightless as a leaf silently slipped over. The shadow landed without making a sound. It did not even disturb a cricket in the nearby grass. Like a true specter, it began to creep toward the core area of the shipyard, the small house where Uncle Bake lived. Lin Yuan's gaze instantly turned icy. He rose from his chair and cracked his knuckles, producing a few crisp sounds. The shadow's stealth technique was extremely skilled. It perfectly avoided all regular patrol routes and blind spots. It had clearly conducted a thorough reconnaissance of the shipyard's layout, or perhaps someone had provided it with detailed intelligence. Soon it crept to a small grove less than 50 meters from Uncle Bake's house. This was the last cover on its planned route. Once it passed through the grove and crossed an open area, it would reach its target. The shadow did not hesitate. It darted into the woods. But just as it took its first step, an unusual sensation came from underfoot. It was not solid ground, but a soft, elastic feeling. Alarms blared in its mind, and it immediately tried to retreat. But it was too late. The ground beneath it suddenly collapsed, revealing a 3-meter-deep pit. The bottom was covered in thick, soft sand, offering no foothold. At the same time, a huge net made of elastic sponge cut from above dropped down, covering it completely. The shadow reacted swiftly. A cold glint flashed at its waist, and a short blade was drawn to cut the net. But at that moment, a sharp hissing sound came from both sides of the pit. PSSHD. 2 streams of scorching white steam erupted violently from pre-buried pipes, instantly filling the pit. The high-temperature steam with tremendous force stung the skin and completely obscured vision. The shadow let out a muffled groan. The short blade was nearly torn from its grip by the steam. It had to abandon cutting the net, using its arms to protect its head, curling up to withstand the sudden assault. The steam continued to spray for over 10 seconds before stopping. The pit was in chaos, filled with scalding vapor. The shadow knelt on the sand, drenched, its exposed skin flushed red from the heat, looking somewhat disheveled. Yet it had not sustained fatal injuries. A figure like a ghost appeared silently at the edge of the pit. It was Lin Yuan. He looked down at the shadow in the pit, his voice devoid of emotion. "Who sent you?" The shadow slowly raised its head falling back to reveal an unremarkable face. But its eyes were as cold as a viper's. It did not answer Lin Yuan's question. Instead, it kicked off the ground, launching itself like a cannonball from the pit, its short blade aimed straight at Lin Yuan's throat. It still possessed such explosive power. Facing this lethal strike, Lin Yuan's eyes showed no ripple. He simply took half a step back and extended his right hand. A jet-black armament haki instantly enveloped his entire palm. Clang. A crisp metallic clash. The shadow's assured strike was firmly caught by Lin Yuan's hand. The sharp blade seemed to strike an indestructible dark iron, not even leaving a scratch. The shadow's pupils constricted sharply. Armament haki. This bracket actually used haki. It tried to withdraw its blade, but Lin Yuan's hand clamped down like a steel vise, firmly gripping the blade. The next moment, Lin Yuan's left fist moved. A simple straight punch covered in black armament haki drove straight toward the shadow's chest. Before the fist even landed, the fierce wind pressure was suffocating. The shadow was terrified, yet wanted to dodge, but its body was still in midair with no leverage. It could only watch helplessly as the black fist grew larger in its eyes. Bang! The shadow's chest visibly caved in. It was struck as if by lightning, sent flying backward, crashing heavily into a distant tree, then sliding limply to the ground, blood gushing from its mouth. In an instant, it was lifeless. Lin Yuan shook his hand, letting the armament haki fade away. He walked over to the corpse and crouched down to begin his examination. The figure bore no identification on their body, only a standard-issue short blade and a few basic stealth tools. But on the inside of the collar, Lin Yuan discovered a small mark embroidered with black thread. It was the image of a balance scale, one side holding a sword, the other a gold coin. Lin Yuan frowned. He seemed to have seen this mark before in certain internal documents provided by the Golden Sail Trading Company. It represented a mysterious organization that existed in the underground world, one whose creed was balance. They were both assassins and information brokers, and occasionally took on work as bounty hunters. Their sole guiding principle was one thing: profit. Looks like someone has put a bounty on my head in the underground world. Lin Yuan rose to his feet, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Brand's official pressure had failed, so someone had switched to a more direct approach. He glanced toward Uncle Bark's cabin, and a killing intent unlike anything he had ever felt before surged within him. These people had crossed his bottom line. Lin Yuan dragged the corpse to the seaside and disposed of it in the simplest way possible. He returned to his room and retrieved a set of brand new tools and several fine pieces of lumber from a locked drawer. He lit an oil lamp and sat down at his desk. He was going to carve something, a returning gift, or rather an invitation. An invitation from a ghost to all those lurking in the shadows watching. Lin Yuan's carving knife moved swiftly across the wood shavings, falling like snowflakes. The night passed without incident. The next morning, when the workers rubbed the sleep from their eyes and prepared to begin their labor, they were stunned by the scene at the shipyard entrance. Hanging above the main gate of the shipyard, someone had placed a newly carved wooden ornament. It was a lifelike skull. Instead of empty sockets, the skull's eye sockets were inlaid with two gleaming belly coins. Its mouth was wide open, pierced through by a sharp short blade, the tip pointing downward, as though it might drip with fresh blood at any moment. And carved into the skull's forehead in bright red paint was a bold, unmistakable emblem. A balance scale. One side held a sword, the other a gold coin. The emblem was pierced through by a dagger and pinned to the skull's brow. The entire carving oozed with bloodshed, violence, and unapologetic provocation. Anyone who saw it felt a chill rise from the soles of their feet straight to the crown of their head. Hans and Loru and the others exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what was happening. Only Iron Arm Mu regarded the carving with an expression of grave seriousness. He could still smell the faint trace of blood in the air that had not yet fully dissipated. Something had definitely happened here last night. This carving was no decoration. It was a declaration. A death warrant issued to every enemy lurking in the shadows. The skull carving at the entrance of the Vanguard shipyard sent ripples through the underground world of Lobetown. Ordinary people could not decipher its meaning. They simply found the new shipyard style to be rather eccentric. But those who truly understood its significance could only draw a cold breath upon seeing the dagger-pierced balance mark. In the darkest tavern in the eastern district of Lobetown, a group of men who looked like bounty hunters huddled around a table, speaking in low voices. Have you heard? Someone from the balance got killed at the Vanguard shipyard. Killed. Just one. Look at what's hanging at the entrance. That's a public slap in the face to the balance. That kid named Lin Yuan is absolutely mad. I heard the balance has raised the bounty on him by another rank. Whoever takes this job now stands to make a tidy sum. Money's no good if you can't spend it. That lad took out one of the balance's stalker agents without leaving a trace and then dared to taunt them like that. He's no pushover. An older-looking bounty hunter took a sip of his drink and shook his head. Let's not wade into these murky waters. Best we just watch from the sidelines. Similar conversations played out in every corner of Lobetown. Lin Yuan had responded to the threat from the shadows in the most direct and brazen way possible. He had succeeded in making some feel a measure of caution, but at the same time he had ignited even stronger greed in others. As for all of this, Lin Yuan appeared utterly indifferent. He went about his days as though nothing had happened, appearing at the docks each morning as usual to oversee the construction of the new fleet. But the shipyard workers could plainly feel that the aura of their boss had changed. If the old Lin Yuan had been a renowned blade concealed within its scabbard, sharp yet restrained, then the current Lin Yuan was a peerless weapon already drawn. Even standing still, he radiated an edge so terrifying that few dared to meet his gaze. He became more concise than ever, every command precise to the millisecond. Any hint of slackness or error on the job was met instantly with his cold glare and merciless reprimand. The entire atmosphere of the shipyard shifted under the weight of a single man's transformation, becoming more tense and efficient than ever before. Hans's technical team bore the heaviest pressure. No, this design is far too conservative. Lin Yuan studied the preliminary plan they had submitted and threw it back without hesitation. The Golden Sail Trading Company wants a fleet capable of conquering the Grand Line, not toy boats for children to play with in the East Blue. Your designs merely enlarge and optimize the Vanguard class with no fundamental breakthroughs. Speed, cargo capacity, endurance. I want to see the absolute limits. Imagination that transcends this era. Lin Yuan's voice echoed through the office, every word striking Hans and the young designers like a hammer blow. They looked into his eyes burning with flame and felt a wave of shame wash over them. They had thought themselves diligent, but compared to Lin Yuan their thinking remained shackled within traditional frameworks. Sorry boss, we'll revise immediately. Hans snatched up the blueprints and led his team out, thoroughly defeated. Laura shuffled past with a bottle in hand, watching Hans and the others in their dazed state, letting out a burp. TSK Tisk, getting scolded again, huh? He tottered over to Lin Yuan's side. Say, why's your temper been so short lately? Not sleeping well or something? Lin Yuan glanced at him, but said nothing. Don't keep yourself wound so tight. A string pulled too tight will snap. Laura took a swig from his bottle and suddenly lowered his voice. I caught wind of last night's business. You did well. A flicker of surprise flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. You don't need to worry about who I am. I only know that you're a boss worth following. Laura patted Lin Yuan on the shoulder and grinned, revealing teeth stained yellow from alcohol. But next time something like this comes up, don't carry it all alone. I may be an old drunk, but I can still handle a few kills. With that, he lingered no longer. Cradling his bottle, he hummed a tuneless melody and swayed back toward his workstation. Lin Yuan watched his retreating figure lost in thought. This sloppy-looking drunkard also seemed to harbor a story unknown to others. That afternoon, Uncle Bark found Lin Yuan. He did not mention the skull carving, nor did he ask what had happened the night before. He simply placed a hand-drawn blueprint on Lin Yuan's desk. Lin Yuan, take a look at this. Lin Yuan picked up the blueprint and froze. It was a ship design, but unlike any vessel he had ever seen. Its hull was unusually wide, yet sat very shallow in the water with both bow and stern raised high. The most peculiar aspect was its propulsion system. Alongside conventional sails, the blueprint specified a massive set of steam-driven paddle wheels. A flat-bottomed paddle steamer. Lin Yuan recognized this hull type. It was a vessel primarily used for inland waterway navigation, favored for its simple structure and shallow draft, giving it an advantage in calm rivers. But deploying it on the stormy open seas would be nothing short of absurd. Uncle Buck, are you drawing this to? I want to build a ship like this. Uncle Buck's tone was unwavering as he pointed to a specific location on the blueprint. Look here. I've added a retractable central keel to the hull bottom. It stays folded during normal operation, but deploys in rough seas to stabilize the vessel. He gestured toward the colossal paddle wheels. And this, we'll power it with our strongest steam engine. Even in dead calms, it can match the speed of warships. A fierce intensity burned in Uncle Buck's eyes. Lin Yuan, haven't you said you pursue the ultimate? I believe this is it. A vessel that can charge through the Grand Line without relying on wind. A ship capable of landing on any shallow shore without fear of running aground. Lin Yuan was utterly stunned by Uncle Buck's vision. The concept was extraordinarily bold, bordering on madness. Merging inland vessel design with seafaring principles, using a retractable keel for stability and powerful steam paddle wheels for propulsion. While theoretically viable, the technical hurdles in actual construction numbered astronomically. Uncle Buck, this idea is far too risky. Lin Yuan spoke plainly. I know. Uncle Buck lit his pipe and drew deeply. I had this dream since I was young, but everyone called me crazy. Even my master dismissed it as impossible. I kept this idea hidden for decades, thinking it would die with me. He looked at Lin Yuan with hope burning in his eyes. Then I met you. Lin Yuan, I know you're different from us all. You possess visions we could never imagine, and only you might turn this mad dream into reality. I refuse to die with this unfulfilled. The old man's voice grew raspy. Just tell me, will you do this or not? Lin Yuan fell silent. He gazed at the peculiar ship design on the blueprint, then met Uncle Buck's determined eyes. Something clicked. Every shipwright harbors a dream vessel within, a ship of their own making. Perhaps Uncle Buck's design lacked practicality, riddled with flaws, yet it embodied a lifelong ambition fiercely suppressed by an aging craftsman. All right. Lin Yuan seized the pen and began sketching rapid revisions across the blueprint. However, your design has critical issues. The paddle wheel lacks structural integrity. It needs blades forged from specialized alloys. The retractable keel mechanism is overly intricate with high failure rates. We should switch to hydraulic actuators. Furthermore, the hull material cannot be ordinary timber. It demands lighter, more flexible composites. Lin Yuan spoke as he sketched. Uncle Buck leaned in close, watching his concept transform before his eyes under Lin Yuan's skilled hand, growing increasingly refined and logical until his entire body trembled with barely contained excitement. His dream was finally setting sail. Lobetown, the Navy's 16th branch base. In Brigadier Brand's office, the atmosphere felt suffocating. He was reviewing a freshly submitted intelligence report, his brow furrowed deeply. The report was straightforward, just photographs and a brief description capturing the graphic skull carving at the Kahang's shipyard entrance. Those from Tianping suffered losses at his hands, yet instead of backing down, he strikes back through such methods. Brand tapped his fingers against the desk, his expression growing increasingly grave. This youth named Lin Yuan proved more troublesome and reckless than Brand had anticipated. He operated completely outside conventional parameters. Brigadier, what are our next steps? The adjutant standing nearby inquired cautiously. Should we maintain pressure or... Pressure? Brand let out a cold laugh. Do you genuinely believe standard procedures hold any sway over him? He openly defied an underground syndicate like Tianping. Would a mere official document deter him? Then your recommendation is... Wait and see. Brand leaned back in his chair, eyes closing. He's like a caged young lion now. The tighter we squeeze, the fiercer his resistance grows. Besides, that old fox Bader from the Golden Sail Merchant Guild is pulling strings behind the scenes. We can't touch him. However, allowing this to continue unchecked could destabilize our East Sea operations, the adjutant voiced his concern. I'm aware. Brand opened his eyes, a sharp gleam flashing within. I've already compiled his complete profile, including the Kahang's design schematics and all recent developments, and submitted it to headquarters under the highest classification. Headquarters? The adjutant was taken aback. Yes. Brand nodded in confirmation. Someone of this caliber, genius or monster, I'm not sure which, is beyond what a single branch can manage. Whether we recruit him, suppress him, or let him run wild, that's a problem for the higher-ups to decide. A hunch told him the Navy headquarters would soon send someone to this coastal town, and there would be only one target. That target was Lin Yuan. 3 days after Brand dispatched the report, an unmarked black warship glided silently into Lobetown's military port. A man disembarked from the vessel, dressed in a crisp Navy lieutenant commander's uniform, yet he carried himself more like an academic than a soldier. Gold-rimmed glasses framed his scholarly features, and a gentle smile played across his face. Without alerting anyone, he proceeded directly to Brand's office. "Brigadier Brand, it's been some time." Upon recognizing the visitor, Brand rose immediately from his chair, surprise evident on his face. "Lieutenant Commander Bogart, what brings you here?" The visitor was none other than Garp's adjutant Bogart, a man renowned throughout Navy headquarters for his intellect and composure. At this point, Bogart was quite young, appearing no older than 20, having served as Garp's adjutant for only a few years, yet already holding the rank of lieutenant commander at headquarters. As for Garp, his monstrous combat prowess had already earned him the rank of rear admiral at headquarters. "I've come on Mr. Garp's orders to meet someone," Bogart said with a smile, extending a document to Brand. "This is a transfer order from headquarters. I'll be temporarily assuming control over all matters concerning the Kahang's shipyard and Lin Yuan." Brand took the document and barely glanced at it before his heart skipped a beat. The order bore the seal of Fleet Admiral Gonggu Kong. "I understand." Brand immediately stood at attention and saluted. "Major Bogart, whatever you need, the 16th branch will fully cooperate." Although Brand was a rear admiral, Bogart came from Marine headquarters and was the adjutant of that monster Garp. Though his rank was higher than Bogart's, Brand dared not put on any airs. He even had to treat him with respect. It couldn't be helped. Though Garp had not yet become the hero of the Marines, his reputation within the Navy was no less than that of an admiral. As Garp's adjutant, no one dared underestimate Bogart. "No need to be so tense, Rear Admiral Brand." Bogart waved his hand, signaling him to relax. "I'm not here for an inspection or to assign blame. I just want to visit that genius Shipwright in a private capacity." "Private capacity?" "Yes." Bogart pushed up his glasses. "I want to see with my own eyes what kind of young man could pique Mr. Garp's interest." That afternoon, Bogart changed into casual clothes, took a small boat alone, and arrived at the island where the Chihang shipyard was located. He did not reveal his identity, merely stating that he was a navigator interested in shipbuilding who had heard of the yard's reputation and came to visit. Hans was the one to receive him. Hans was already accustomed to such admirers who came out of curiosity. Following the rules set by Lin Yuan, he politely, but distantly, led Bogart around the outer area of the shipyard, informing him that the core area was off limits. Bogart did not mind, he simply observed quietly. He saw the massive shipway under construction. He saw the tense yet determined expressions on the workers' faces. He also saw the bloodthirsty skull carving hanging at the entrance. His gaze lingered on that carving for a long time, a strange light flickering behind his lenses. Just as the tour was about to end, Lin Yuan walked out of the dock. He spotted Bogart in the crowd at once. Not because of any particular aura, but because his observation hockey told him that this bespectacled man harbored a terrifying power as vast as an ocean. That power was perfectly restrained, like a dormant volcano ready to erupt at any moment. Lin Yuan had some recollection of Bogart from the original anime. As Garp's adjutant, he always kept a low profile. But Lin Yuan knew that anyone who could become the adjutant of the future Marine hero Garp was surely no ordinary person. Bogart also saw Lin Yuan. Their eyes met. Bogart's smile remained gentle, but his gaze turned intensely serious. He could sense that this young man, though youthful, possessed an extraordinarily powerful spirit, like a blade honed to its utmost sharpness, radiating sharpness. "You must be Mr. Lin Yuan." Bogart stepped forward and extended his hand. "I've heard much about you. I'm Bogart." They simply shook hands briefly, and then let go. But in that fleeting moment, both sensed something extraordinary from the other. "Mr. Lin Yuan, could I have a word with you alone?" Bogart asked with a smile. Lin Yuan nodded. The two walked to a secluded corner by the dock. "Mr. Bogart, you're not an ordinary navigator, are you?" Lin Yuan got straight to the point. "Oh, what makes you say that?" "Your hands." Lin Yuan said. "Your hands have no calluses, but the base of your thumb and your knuckles show traces of long-term weapon handling. Heavier weapons requiring more skill than swords." The admiration in Bogart's eyes deepened. "Mr. Lin Yuan truly has keen insight." He no longer concealed his purpose and took out an item from his pocket, handing it to Lin Yuan. It was neither a document nor a transfer order. It was an invitation. An invitation printed on special Marine headquarters paper, stamped with a golden seagull emblem. "What is this?" Lin Yuan asked. "An invitation," Bogart said. "The Marine headquarters science unit invites you to Marineford to participate in a research project on future warships." This is not just an invitation from the science unit. Bogart looked into Lin Yuan's eyes and said word by word, "It is also the collective will of certain high-ranking members of the world government. They believe your talent should not be wasted making toys for pirates and merchants." An invitation from the Marine headquarters science unit. The will of the world government. These two titles Bogart threw out were enough to shake any major figure in the East Blue. This was almost a ticket to the world center of power. If Lin Yuan nodded, he could instantly shed his ambiguous identity as the Dakajura and transform into a top technical expert within the world government system. He would gain endless resources, the highest authority, and an unmatched status. It was a temptation no one could refuse. Bogart smiled at Lin Yuan, awaiting his ecstatic reaction. But Lin Yuan's face showed no expression. He simply picked up the exquisitely made invitation, glanced at it, and then casually handed it back. Sorry, I refuse. His voice was calm, as if he were talking about a trivial matter. The smile on Bogart's face froze. The air behind him seemed to congeal in that instant. What did you say? He thought he had misheard. I said I refuse. Lin Yuan repeated. I'm just a shipwright. I have no interest in doing research in Marineford. I prefer to stay in my own dock and freely build the ships I want. Mr. Lin Yuan, do you realize what you are refusing? Bogart's tone turned serious for the first time. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that can make me into your weapon designer. Lin Yuan interrupted him, a mocking curve appearing at the corner of his mouth, and then use the ships I designed to hunt down those navigators who yearn for freedom, or to suppress those countries that resist the tyranny of the celestial dragons. Mr. Bogart, those who follow different paths cannot make plans together. Lin Yuan turned to leave. Stop. Bogart's voice turned cold. A powerful aura erupted from him like a mountain bearing down on Lin Yuan. The air on the dock grew thick. Lin Yuan's steps faltered. He felt as if two mountains were pressing on his shoulders, making it hard to breathe. But he did not turn around, his back remaining straight. His observation hockey screamed warnings, telling him how dangerous the man behind him was. But the pride in his heart would not allow him to yield. Mr. Lin Yuan, you must understand that some invitations cannot be refused. Bogart walked slowly in front of Lin Yuan, his gaze behind the lenses sharp as a blade. The world government needs your talent. If you cannot be used by us, then we can only. He did not finish the sentence, but the threat was unmistakable. Just then a lazy voice came from not far away. Hey, are you Marines always this domineering? Going to resort to force when your invitation is rejected? Luo Lu staggered over, carrying his wine bottle. He looked drunk, his steps unsteady, as if he might fall at any moment. But his gaze toward Bogart was unusually clear, even carrying a hint of amusement. Bogart's gaze shifted from Lin Yuan to Luo Lu. His brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. He could sense that this seemingly ordinary drunken shipwright carried a presence no less formidable. Though far from his level, he was no ordinary weakling. This humble shipyard was indeed a place where dragons and tigers hid. None of your business, commoner. Bogart said coldly. He is my boss. His business is my business. Luo Lu let out a burp and stepped in front of Lin Yuan. If you want to lay a hand on him, you will have to get past these old bones first. The atmosphere grew instantly tense. Bogart looked at the two before him. One a proud, untamable genius, the other a hidden master draped in drunken guise. And a wave of helplessness swept through his heart. His mission was an invitation, not an arrest. If he resorted to force here, the entire nature of things would shift. He took a deep breath and reined in his overwhelming aura. Very well, Mr. Lin Yuan. Since you have made your choice, I will not insist further. Bogart's gentle smile returned, as if nothing had transpired. I will report your decision faithfully to headquarters. He adjusted his glasses, his words carrying unspoken meaning. However, I must remind you, tall trees catch the wind. The Kahang's shipyard now stands at the center of a raging storm. Without sufficient power to shield it, the turbulent winds will tear it apart. Thank you for the reminder. Lin Yuan responded faintly. Bogart said nothing more and turned to leave the island. Watching him depart, Luo Lu took a long draught of wine. The troublesome fellow is gone. He glanced at Lin Yuan, grinning. Lad, you were quite bold just now, daring to disregard the authority of the Marine Central Command. He is extremely powerful, Lin Yuan said. Of course he is. That is the second in command of the monster Garp. How could someone like him be weak? Luo Lu scoffed. But do not fear. When the sky falls, those taller shall bear its weight. Our shipyard is no soft persimmon for anyone to squeeze at will. Lin Yuan nodded. He knew that declining the Marines' invitation meant standing firmly opposed to the world government. The troubles ahead would only multiply. He must strengthen himself as swiftly as possible and simultaneously forge the Kahang's shipyard into a true maritime fortress. Upon returning to Logetown, Bogart immediately reported the outcome of his meeting with Lin Yuan to Marine headquarters. When the news reached Fleet Admiral Kong, the Supreme Commander fell silent for a long while. If he refuses to serve us, then let him fend for himself. Kong finally issued his command. Issue the order: no Marine unit shall engage in direct conflict with the Kahang's shipyard unless absolutely necessary. At the same time, all special protections for that area are hereby revoked. Yes. The directive swiftly reached every Marine branch across the East Blue. Upon receiving the order, Brigadier General Brand immediately grasped its deeper meaning. On the surface, the Marines would no longer trouble Lin Yuan, but in truth, they had withdrawn their final protective umbrella. This meant that henceforth pirates, bounty hunters, and underground organizations alike could strike at the Kahang's shipyard without restraint. The Marines would merely stand by and watch. A new and far greater storm was gathering. At the heart of this gathering storm within the Kahang's shipyard, Hans and his technical team had worked tirelessly through the night, finally producing a new design that earned Lin Yuan's approval. It was a revolutionary trimaran vessel. The central hull bore the primary cargo and propulsion, while the twin flank hulls functioned like wings, delivering unparalleled stability and capable of deploying additional weapon platforms or landing craft when the occasion demanded. This is it. Lin Yuan gazed at the blueprints, his eyes blazing with unprecedented intensity. This new fleet shall be named Fengbao Zi. Lin Yuan's decision sent the entire technical team into a frenzy of excitement. A trimaran, a vessel type that existed only in radical theoretical texts. They were truly going to build it with their own hands. This was no mere job. It was a monumental endeavor destined to be recorded in history. Boss, while the trimaran design is flawless, the demands on materials and craftsmanship are extraordinarily high. After his initial excitement, Hans quickly regained his composure and pointed out the practical difficulties. Particularly the connecting structure between the main hull and the flank hulls must withstand unimaginable torsional forces and impacts. Our current materials may not be adequate. I will handle the material problem. Lin Yuan's tone was calm. He immediately contacted Master Bade of the Jinfan Merchant Guild. On the other end of the telephone bug, when Bade learned of Lin Yuan's intention to build a trimaran fleet, the well-traveled guild master fell silent for a full 30 seconds. Mr. Lin Yuan, are you certain you are not joking? Does this appear to be a joke to you? No, it does not. Bade sighed wryly. But the risks of a trimaran fleet are far too great. Although our Jinfan guild possesses wealth, we cannot simply. Risk and reward stand in direct proportion, Lin Yuan interrupted. Lin Yuan cut him off. Once completed, the Fengbao Zi fleet will possess speed, stability, and versatility beyond the bounds of this era. On the Grand Line, their transport efficiency and survival capabilities will exceed those of ordinary monohulls by more than threefold. More importantly, Lin Yuan's voice grew heavier. They will become the Jinfan Guild's unparalleled hallmark, a golden reputation that no one can ever replicate. Silence fell once more along the line. Bade was swiftly weighing the risks and rewards. He was a merchant and above all a gambler. When he had first placed his bets on Lin Yuan, it was precisely that reckless madness, the willingness to overturn everything, that had drawn him in. Now Lin Yuan was gambling on an even grander scale. I require a specialized alloy. Lin Yuan's voice came again. A memory metal combining resilience with tensile strength for the connecting structures. Additionally, I need substantial quantities of lightweight composite materials for the flank hulls. Such materials cannot be sourced in the East Blue. You must venture into the Grand Line, or perhaps seek them in certain military-industrial nations of the North Blue. I understand. Bade finally made up his mind. Give me 1 month, and I will deliver everything you need to your docks. It is a deal. Hanging up, Lin Yuan immediately threw himself into drafting more detailed blueprints. Meanwhile, Master Bade mobilized the full might of the Jinfan Merchant Guild, setting a vast commercial network into motion to fulfill the material list for Fengbao Zi. Back at the shipyard, work continued unabated while awaiting the new materials. Under Lin Yuan's direction, workers began construction on the main hull of the trimaran, prioritizing according to the blueprints. TBAMU led the team responsible for processing the keel and ribs. His strict discipline ensured that dimensional tolerances were maintained to the millimeter, with no flaw escaping his sharp eye. Luo Lu took charge of the most complex curved structures at the bow and stern, consistently resolving the most daunting technical challenges with the most precise angles and least exertion. Though he still kept the bottle in hand daily, his focus on the work surpassed that of anyone else. The entire shipyard operated like a precisely wound mechanism, running with peak efficiency under Lin Yuan's command. Time flew swiftly amidst the relentless labor. 1 month later, Boss Bud kept his word. A massive convoy of transport ships, escorted by the Gold Sail Consortium's most formidable warship, arrived at the island, brimming with rare alloys and materials of every kind. Watching those memory metals shimmer with an otherworldly glow in the sunlight alongside composite panels lighter than would, yet incomparably resilient, Hans and his technical team were moved to tears of excitement. With these materials in hand, they could finally spread their wings. The construction of Stormwing entered full throttle, and Lin Yuan threw himself entirely into this grand gamble. He slept only 3 or 4 hours a day, either supervising construction on the shipyard docks or burning the midnight oil in his office, optimizing blueprints. He had grown visibly thinner, but his eyes grew brighter and more obsessed with each passing day. He would build the perfect ship. Meanwhile, a storm was brewing on the horizon. News of the Navy rescinding its protection spread like wildfire across both the legitimate and underworld circles of the East Blue. Those pirates and bounty hunters who had once harbored restraint toward the Vanguard shipyard now began stirring with renewed hunger. They knew the island had become an unprotected feast. Not only did it house a shipyard of immense value, but there was also a bounty of 15 million belly waiting to be claimed. In an instant, countless greedy eyes turned once more toward that remote little island. Lobetown. When Steele saw Carl heard the news, he locked himself in his room and drank until he was utterly intoxicated. He had lost his shipyard, his men, and everything. Now he was nothing more than a down-and-out craftsman, scraping together a living by selling his skills. His hatred for Lin Yuan had festered deep into his bones. Opportunity. Opportunity has come. He murmured, madness and malice flashing in his eyes. He stumbled out of his room and made his way to the most chaotic black market in Lobetown. There he found a notoriously disreputable informant. I want to buy information. Carl slammed his last remaining savings onto the table. Everything about the Vanguard shipyard, its defensive layout, personnel assignments, and that brat Lin Yuan's daily routine. He intended to sell this intelligence to the pirates preparing to strike at Lin Yuan. He wanted to watch with his own eyes as Lin Yuan and his shipyard were reduced to ashes. Yet another late night. Lin Yuan finished modifying the final structural diagram of the day, rubbed his aching eyes, and rose to walk to the window. His observation hockey swept across the entire shipyard. Traps intact, nothing amiss. The workers were all in deep sleep, their breathing steady. The distant sea lay calm and still. Everything appeared normal. Yet an unsettling dread lingered at the edge of Lin Yuan's mind. It was that suffocating heaviness in the air before a thunderstorm strikes. He knew well enough that this peace was but a temporary respite. Those wolves lurking in the darkness would soon make their move. He returned to his desk, set aside his drawing, and took out a blank sheet of paper. He sketched the floor plan of the shipyard, then marked several key positions with red crosses. Those were the emergency pressure release valves along the steam pipes. Gazing at the diagram, his eyes turned cold and piercing. Since you are so eager to come, then stay. He would turn the entire shipyard into a grand steel graveyard prepared especially for these pirates. The weather at sea changed without warning. The once clear night sky had been swallowed by thick, roiling clouds blocking out even the moonlight. Fierce winds swept across the ocean, raising wave after wave that crashed against the island's reefs with a dull, menacing roar. A violent storm was about to break. Upon that ink-black sea, 3 pirate ships without a single flag were using the storm's cover to glide silently toward the Vanguard shipyard. Aboard the lead vessel, a tall man bearing a centipede-like scar across his face observed the distant island through a spyglass. He was Bonecrusher Hodgen, captain of a ruthless pirate crew that had recently risen to infamy in the East Blue with a bounty of 9 million belly. Boss, the intel says the kid's shipyard is in the bay ahead. A subordinate leaned in. The Navy has abandoned that area. Tonight is our chance to get rich. Quiet. Hodgen lowered his spyglass coldly. Do not underestimate that brat Lin Yuan. The balanced pirates were crushed by him, and the intelligence says he transformed the entire shipyard into a trap. Don't worry, boss. The intel we bought from Steel Saw Carl is the most detailed available. Another pirate grinned smugly. We know exactly where the steam pipes will scald us and where the pits are hidden. We simply avoid those spots, charge straight into his office, and twist off his head for the reward. Hodgen nodded, a glint of greed flickering in his eyes. This time he sought not only the 15 million belly bounty, but also that legendary shipyard. If he could possess it, he would command a powerful fleet and carve out a place for himself on the Grand Line. Execute the plan. Hodgen issued his orders. Group 1 will feign a frontal assault to draw attention. Groups 2 and 3 will land on the cliffs to the east and west, flank the shipyard, and strike directly at Lin Yuan's quarters. Remember, swift and decisive. Finish this before the Navy can react. The 3 pirate ships dispersed and moved independently. Soon Group 1, responsible for the diversion, rowed small boats toward the shipyard's front dock, screaming wildly. The alarm shrieked through the silent shipyard. Intruders! Intruders! The night watch workers were jolted awake. Though not professional fighters, years of training under Iron Arm had taught them how to respond. They did not panic. Instead, they quickly grabbed their weapons and took cover behind the dock barricades, launching a fierce resistance. Gunfire and battle cries erupted across the front of the shipyard. Meanwhile, on the eastern and western flanks of the shipyard, the other 2 pirate groups scaled the sheer cliffs in near silence. They were Hodgen's elite, and rock climbing was as natural to them as breathing. That kid never would have expected our true attack to come from here. The 2 leading pirates exchanged grins, cruel smiles playing on their faces. Following the intelligence purchased from Carl, they avoided every known trap zone and slipped along 2 hidden paths toward the rear of the shipyard. Everything proceeded flawlessly. With no obstacles in their path, they soon crept to the shipyard's rear, closing to within 100 meters of the 2-story building where Lin Yuan resided. We've done it. A surge of triumph filled the hearts of the 2 pirate leaders. With a gesture, the dozens of pirates behind them pounced toward the building like a pack of starving wolves. But the moment they charged into the open courtyard before the building, the ground beneath their feet trembled violently. Then, accompanied by the screeching of grinding metal, a dozen heavy steel grates erupted from the ground, rising like prison bars and caging every pirate who had charged into the courtyard. What? It's a trap. There's nothing about this in the intel. The pirates' faces went pale with terror as they frantically hacked at the steel fence, but could only leave a trail of white scratches. Meanwhile, all around the clearing, dozens of pipe covers disguised as ventilation grates suddenly popped open. Revealed were not vents, but the dark muzzles of guns. These were remote-controlled machine gun turrets that Lin Yuan had secretly installed while renovating the shipyard. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Streams of fire bloomed in the darkness, and dense bullets like the Reaper's scythe instantly swept over the pirates in the cage. Screams, wails, and the sound of bodies being torn apart by bullets mingled together into a bloody symphony. In barely over 10 seconds, the pirates in the cage were slaughtered to a man. The ground died, crimson with blood. Several pirates who had narrowly avoided charging inside stood frozen in shock, their souls nearly departing in terror. The intelligence was false. Retreat. They turned to flee at once. But behind them a figure had appeared without warning. Lin Yuan. Dressed in sleek black combat attire, his expression utterly blank, his gaze as cold as the ancient ice of the Western Sea. Since you've come, stay forever. He moved. Shave. His figure carved after images through the darkness. With each flash a pirate fell. His attacks were simple yet devastating. His armament hockey-coated fists proving to be the most lethal weapons. Those pirates who usually acted so ferocious and fearsome were like fragile lambs before him. They had no time to react before their lives were effortlessly claimed. On the main battlefield, the fainting pirates found themselves trapped in an inescapable situation. Luo Lu and Iron Arm Amu had appeared at their flanks without warning. Though Luo Lu appeared thoroughly intoxicated, his movements were shockingly swift. Each swing of his wine bottle struck a pirate's head with pinpoint accuracy. Iron Arm Amu was even more ferocious. His steel arm operated like a battering ram, sending any pirate foolish enough to approach flying with a single blow. Under their leadership, the shipyard workers surged with renewed morale and drove the pirates back step by step. On the sea, Hua Dejin watched the towering flames engulfing the island and the unceasing cries of agony, his face darkening with dread. They had been outmaneuvered. The intelligence provided by Steel Saka Air had been nothing more than a calculated trap. Retreat. Everyone retreat. Hua Dejin commanded without hesitation. But it was already too late. Behind them, a colossal dark blue warship had silently blocked their escape route. It was the Kahang's. At the bow, Uncle Bak, a pipe clenched between his teeth, steered the vessel himself. Captain Ken Nua stood beside him, his expression grave. Captain Ken Nua, time for us old salts to stretch our legs, Uncle Bak grinned. Fire! Captain Ken Nua roared. 20 cannons on the Kahang's unleashed a thunderous roar, unleashing a barrage of shells like relentless rain upon the panicked pirate vessels. That night, the bay where the Kahang's shipyard lay transformed into a veritable graveyard of steel. The night was as dark as ink, the sea wind howling fiercely. The outcome of this one-sided slaughter at the Kahang's shipyard was sealed during the first broadside of the Kahang's. Before the mighty warship, Hua Dejin's pirate fleet appeared as nothing more than fragile toys. The dark blue Leviathan possessed speed and firepower far beyond anything this era's pirate ships could match. More terrifying still, its gunners seemed possessed by gods, every shot striking with almost unbearable precision. Not a single shell was wasted. Some smashed through masts with surgical accuracy, leaving pirate vessels powerless. Others struck directly into powder magazines, triggering catastrophic explosions that erupted entire ships into fireballs. A few more found their marks through cunning angles, piercing sterns, and crippling rudder mechanisms. Hua Dejin couldn't even mount a coherent counterattack. He could only watch in horror as his ships went down one by one, disabled ablaze, sinking beneath the waves. Despair engulfed him like icy seawater. Boss, we surrender. A blood-soaked pirate fell to his knees before Hua Dejin, his voice cracking through sobs. Surrender. Hua Dejin offered a bitter smile. He looked toward the massive ship silhouetted against the flames and saw the youth standing at the bow. The youth's eyes were cold, utterly devoid of emotion. He knew that boy would never accept their surrender. What he had orchestrated tonight was not a trap, but a graveyard. A steel graveyard reserved for all who harbored greed. The battle concluded swiftly. When dawn's first light pierced the clouds and illuminated the waters, nothing remained afloat but drifting wreckage and seas stained crimson with blood. The Kahang's anchored serenely in the center of the bay, her hull bearing barely a scratch. Captain Ken Nua stood at the bow, silently puffing on his cigar. His crew behind him remained equally silent. The battle of the previous night had fundamentally shattered their understanding of warfare. For the first time, they realized just what manner of terrifying war beast they stood aboard under the youth's command. Lin Yuan never appeared on deck. After the battle, he simply transmitted one final order to Captain Ken Nua through the ship's intercom. Clear the battlefield and salvage everything usable, especially their weapons and berry. Then he sealed himself inside the technical chamber. He sat before his desk, gazing at his hands. That night he had personally ended over a dozen lives. Without traps, without firearms. He had used his armament, hockey-coated fists, punching blow after blow until those living souls were extinguished. He had expected discomfort, nausea, nightmares. But strangely his heart remained utterly calm. If anything, there lurked a hidden thrill within him. He cherished this sensation of complete control over his enemies' lives, over the very course of battle itself. He raised his gaze to the massive ship, standing silent beyond the window, bathed in morning light. His eyes grew deep and piercing. This was not enough. He needed greater power, a more perfect vessel. He would ensure that on these seas no one would ever again dare to eye him with such greed. He opened the system panel. Host has utilized the shipyard defense system alongside personal strength to annihilate the invading enemy and protect their homeland, conducting final evaluation. Congratulations, Host. Earned 6,000 points. Congratulations. Title, Shipyard Guardian. Effectiveness has been further enhanced. Congratulations. New achievement unlocked, Steel Graveyard. Annihilated enemies numbering several times your own with minimal losses. Congratulations. Received advanced trap design and manufacturing blueprints, 60,000 points. Lin Yuan's total points surged to 22,000. Without hesitation, he opened the shop and located the option he had long coveted. 6 Paws of the Navy, Skywalk 1,000 points. Confirm. Consuming 1,000 points to purchase 6 Paws of the Navy, Skywalk. Confirm. A torrent of new knowledge flooded his mind, and he instantly mastered the technique of stepping on the air to walk across the sky. Shave represented ultimate speed, while Skywalk symbolized ultimate freedom. From this moment forward, the sky itself would become his battlefield. After redeeming Skywalk, Lin Yuan's gaze fell upon the hockey enhancement options. Armament, Hockey Intermediate 1,000 points. Observation, Hockey Intermediate 1,000 points. Lin Yuan's current points were sufficient to redeem any of them. After only a few seconds of deliberation, he chose Armament Hockey. In the face of absolute power, even the swiftest speed and the most precise foresight seemed somewhat feeble. He wanted the ability to solve all problems with a single punch. Confirm consumption of 1,000 points to upgrade Armament Hockey Basic to Intermediate. Confirmed. A surge of power far more immense than during his initial awakening flooded into Lin Yuan's limbs and bones. If Basic Armament Hockey was like covering the body's surface with a thin layer of armor, then Intermediate Armament Hockey was the complete integration of this power into the very bones and flesh. Lin Yuan clenched his fist, a jet-black hue seeped out from beneath his skin. His entire arm transformed into pure black as if carved from the hardest obsidian, with faint patterns resembling rippling flames adorning its surface. He could feel that a single punch from him now would be enough to penetrate the bottom of a small sailboat. After all this, a profound wave of exhaustion finally washed over Lin Yuan. He slumped onto the table and fell into a deep sound sleep. This sleep was the most peaceful he had ever experienced. The news that the Voyager shipyard had annihilated the bone-crushing Hortican pirate crew swept across the entire East Blue within a few days. Those pirates who had survived the Voyager's cannon fire and were eventually captured by the Marines vividly described the terror of that night in their interrogations. A shipyard like an iron labyrinth. A mysterious young man who could shatter bones with his fists. A ghost ship resembling a sea demon with cannon fire so precise it drove men to despair. These descriptions spread rapidly through Marine internal channels, reaching both the lawful and the criminal worlds. The underworld of Lowtown was completely set ablaze. Have you heard? Bone-crushing Hortican bit the dust, his entire cruise ship, and all wiped out. I know I heard it was at that Voyager shipyard. They didn't even manage to set foot on the island. What kind of monster is that kid Lin Yuan? Doesn't his shipyard have no marine protection? Protection? I heard from a friend in the Marines that the kid doesn't need protection at all. He alone is a mobile fortress. For a time, Lin Yuan and his Voyager shipyard were shrouded in an aura of mystery and terror. The title Dockyard Azura became increasingly well-deserved. Those pirates and bounty hunters who had been itching to claim a piece of the action quickly extinguished their ambitions. Are you kidding? Even a tough guy like Hortican had fallen there. Wouldn't they just be walking to their deaths? Upon hearing the news, Steele saw Carl locked himself in his room for 3 days and 3 nights. When he emerged again, he looked as if he had aged 20 years. The madness and venom in his eyes had vanished, replaced by an ashen despair. He had lost utterly and completely, with no hope of recovery. Silently, he gathered his last few belongings and left Lowtown. No one knew where he went. At the epicenter of the storm, however, the Voyager shipyard was filled with joy. Lin Yuan announced that every worker who had participated in the previous night's battle would receive a bonus of 100 berries. Captain Kinuo and several corps members received sums that left them stunned. The entire shipyard was immersed in celebration. Only Luo Lu, clutching his bottle of wine, walked alone to the battlefield of the previous night, the open space enclosed by the iron fence. He stared at the still damp bloodstains on the ground and the dense pattern of bullet holes, his expression growing complicated. He crouched down, dipped his finger in the blood mixed with dirt, brought it to his nose and sniffed. Then he took a big gulp of wine, shook his head, and seemed to mutter to himself. Doesn't match. That kid's methods are nothing like those self-righteous bastards. He stood up and staggered away. Behind the curtain of a 2-story building, Lin Yuan was silently watching his retreating figure, lost in thought. The shipyard's revelry lasted an entire day. Workers clutching their hefty bonuses drank the strongest liquor, celebrating the hard-won victory. The way they looked at Lin Yuan had shifted from reverence to fanatical adoration. This young boss could not only lead them to earn money, but also guide them to victory. Lin Yuan did not join their festivities. He only made a brief appearance at the start of the banquet, raising a toast to thank everyone for their efforts, and then returned to his office. He disliked such noisy environments. Seated at his desk, he spread out a huge blank sheet of paper. The design blueprints for the Stormwings fleet. After the practical battle, he had identified some shortcomings of the Voyager. Although it possessed formidable firepower and astonishing speed, there was room for improvement in turning agility and close-quarters combat capability. The trimaran design was intended to solve these problems. He picked up his pen and began optimizing the structure of the auxiliary hulls. He wanted to forge these 2 wings into multifunctional platforms capable of independent operation. The night deepened. The clamor of the shipyard gradually subsided. Lin Yuan's observation haki habitually swept across the entire island. Most of the workers were dead, drunk, fast asleep in their quarters. Captain Kinuo was in his room polishing his saber, his breathing steady. Iron Arm Amu was in a corner of the dockyard training his strength on a piece of wood. He seemed never to tire. Everything seemed normal, but Lin Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. He couldn't hear Luo Lu. That drunken shipwright should usually be snoring on his workbench, bottle in hand at this hour. Lin Yuan concentrated his observation haki again, extending it further outward. Finally, Lin Yuan detected Luo Lu's presence on a remote reef beach on the other side of the island. Luo Lu was sitting there alone, not drinking, just silently watching the surging waves. This was highly unusual. Lin Yuan put down his pen and with a flicker vanished from the office. He didn't use Soru, but merely moved at superhuman speed, silently traversing the night. A few minutes later, Lin Yuan arrived at the reef beach. He didn't reveal himself immediately, but instead concealed his aura, hiding behind a large rock and observing quietly. Under the moonlight, Luo Lu's silhouette appeared somewhat desolate. The sea breeze stirred his graying hair. He took something out of his pocket and brought it to his lips to play. It wasn't a wine bottle, but a small bone flute carved from some sea beast's bone. A mournful, soulful melody rose into the night sky. The tune was ancient, carrying a sense of desolation and vastness from the depths of the ocean that Lin Yuan had never heard before. When the song ended, Luo Lu set down the flute and let out a long sigh. Come on out. He suddenly spoke, his voice no longer the lazy drawl of usual, but carrying a calmness that saw through everything. Hiding back there. Aren't you cold? Lin Yuan walked out from behind the reef. His face showed no surprise at having been discovered. Your observation haki is stronger than I expected. Same to you. Luo Lu turned his head to look at Lin Yuan, his turbid eyes appearing unusually bright under the moonlight. Your conqueror's haki has improved remarkably fast, almost inhuman. Who exactly are you? Lin Yuan got straight to the point. A seemingly ordinary drunken shipwright possessed formidable observation haki and even knew how to play that ancient melody. This was certainly not an ordinary person. Me. Luo Lu smiled and reverted to his carefree demeanor. He picked up the wine bottle beside him and took a large gulp. I'm just a drunken old man who loves drinking. Who else could I be? You must have smelled the blood from last night's battle. Lin Yuan looked at him. But today you asked me about your methods not being like those self-proclaimed righteous people. Who are those people referring to? Luo Lu's smile froze slightly. He didn't expect Lin Yuan to have such sharp ears catching even his casual muttering. He fell silent for a moment, as if organizing his thoughts. Do you know about the Twin Capes? Luo Lu suddenly asked an irrelevant question. The entrance to the Grand Line. Then do you know there's a lighthouse keeper named Kulu Okasi living under the lighthouse at the Twin Capes? Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Kulu Okasi, the ship doctor of the Luo Jia pirates, a legendary figure who witnessed history in the future. At this point in time, he shouldn't have joined Luo Jia's ship yet, and was still serving as the lighthouse keeper at the Twin Capes. I've heard of him, Lin Yuan replied calmly. When I was young I served as an assistant under that lighthouse for a few years. There was a hint of nostalgia in Luo Lu's tone. That old man's medical skills were mediocre, but his brewing abilities were first class. My good tolerance for alcohol was all learned from him. He looked at Lin Yuan, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. There I've seen too many different kinds of people. New pirates full of ambition wanting to conquer the sea, and also those in disarray who fled back from the Grand Line as failures. I've also seen some very special people. Luo Lu's tone became low. They wore uniform outfits claiming to be Marines, but their methods were more ruthless than the cruelest pirates. They spoke of justice with their mouths, but committed massacres and silencing with their hands. They seemed to be pursuing something, or rather erasing something. A friend of mine was hunted down by them just because he accidentally overheard their secrets and finally died right in front of me. Luo Lu's hand holding the wine bottle tightened slightly, his knuckles turning somewhat white. From then on I left the Twin Capes, wandered everywhere, and finally came here to be a shipwright who only wants to drink until death. He raised his head and looked at Lin Yuan. Your method of killing last night was clean and efficient without any superfluous movements which reminded me of them. But I can feel that you're different from them. Luo Lu grinned. You don't have that disgusting rotten stench on you, you're just more pure. Lin Yuan listened silently. A secret squad within the Marines, the CP organization. It seems the shadows of this world run far deeper than he had imagined. So who exactly are you? Lin Yuan asked again. Luo Lu looked at Lin Yuan's persistent gaze and shook his head helplessly. Alright, it doesn't hurt to tell you. He cleared his throat and said in a slightly self-mocking tone. The Lumba Pirates, have you heard of them? Lin Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted. The Lumba Pirates. That musical pirate crew that made a promise with the whale Labu and was ultimately annihilated in the Maluan Triangle. That legendary band where Buluk once belonged. I was the helmsman and shipwright of that pirate crew. Luo Lu took a large gulp of wine, as if using alcohol to numb the pain brought by memories. That damn plague, almost everyone fell, and Captain Yueji, not wanting to be a burden to us, took some of the infected and left in a small boat never to be heard from again. The rest of us also lost our way in that damn thick fog, and were finally surrounded by enemies. In that battle, everyone died, and so did that guy Buluk. I fell into the sea, and luckily floated out with the current, being rescued by a passing ship. When I woke up, I was already in the Donghai. Luo Lu's voice grew lower and lower, finally turning into a long sigh. The past is all in the past. I'm just a drunkard now, only wanting to drink peacefully until I die. He looked at Lin Yuan, his eyes becoming lazy again. I've told you my secrets, you must keep them confidential. I don't want to get into any more trouble. Lin Yuan nodded. He finally understood why Luo Lu always had an aura of being detached from the world, yet seeing through everything. This was a person who had crawled back from hell. Don't worry, I won't say anything. Lin Yuan turned to leave. Hey kid, Luo Lu suddenly called out to him. Your ambition is considerable, that tri-hull ship, you want to go to the Grand Line, right? How about taking this old bone of mine along? Luo Lu grinned. I don't need payment, you just need to provide me with alcohol. I don't want to experience again the feeling of helplessly watching my companions and the ship sink together. The ship you built is very sturdy, I like it very much. Luo Lu's addition was an unexpected delight for Lin Yuan. An experienced former pirate crew helmsman who had sailed the Grand Line and had some understanding of the Marine secret units was far more valuable than an ordinary foreman. Lin Yuan didn't immediately agree or refuse. He just said that when the first ship of Fengbao Zi launched, he would reserve a position for him. Luo Lu didn't mind. He still wandered around the shipyard every day with a wine bottle in hand, doing the most complex work while cursing lazily. As if that night's conversation by the sea was just a dream. Life at the shipyard returned to normal. The great prestige brought by repelling Huadajan made Kahang's shipyard completely become a special existence in the Donghai. No pirates with blind eyes dared to harass anymore, and the Marines were unusually quiet. Bulin the Commodore seemed to have given up any probing of Lin Yuan. Boss Bade from the Jinfan Trading Company paid a visit. He didn't mention the battle, only bringing more funds and a larger materials order. With a businessman's keen sense of smell, he detected the enormous value contained in Lin Yuan. He wanted to continue this big gamble. The construction of Fongbao Zi was fully underway. With sufficient funds and materials, Hans's technical team erupted with unprecedented enthusiasm. Under Lin Yuan's guidance, they worked day and night to perfect every detail of the tri-hull ship. Lin Yuan then devoted more time to his own cultivation. Luo Lu's words served as a reminder. This world's waters were far deeper than he had imagined. He not only had to face threats from pirates, but also needed to be vigilant against forces hidden under the shadow of the world government. He had to become stronger. In the dense forest behind the mountain, Lin Yuan's figure darted swiftly among the trees. He had already mastered the perfect combination of shave and moon step, enabling him to perform incredible mid-air maneuvers and changes of direction. His armament hockey had also grown more refined. Not only could he coat his entire body, but he could even concentrate it into a single point, creating attacks with greater penetrating power. He spent a great deal of time each day practicing his fists and kicks against hard rock. At first, he could only leave shallow fist prints on the rock. Later, he could shatter a boulder taller than a man into fragments with a single punch. The growth of power was monotonous, yet also mesmerizing. 3 months later, at the Kahang's shipyard dock No. 1, massive steel frames stood in groves, and steam engines emitted a dull roar. The air was thick with the acrid smell of cooling metal and the faint fragrance of high-purity tung oil. Lin Yuan stood on a high scaffold, holding a specially made alloy heavy hammer. He was bare-chested, his streamlined muscles glistening with sweat under the light, every inch of his form exuding explosive power. Before him lay the main keel of the Stormwing's first ship, already laid down. But the keel of this ship was not made of wood. It was a composite structure made of memory metal procured at great expense by Boss Bade from the Grand Line, mixed with the essence of the atom wood, and tempered by Lin Yuan's intermediate armament hockey through countless strikes. Such a structure was unprecedented in the East Blue. It was a masterpiece that would even drive the Navy Headquarters Science Unit mad. Boss, the stress test for the side wing connecting arms has passed. Iron Arm, MU shouted from below, his steel arms covered in grease, but his eyes burning with fervor. Good, prepare to install the auxiliary hull. Lin Yuan leaped directly from the scaffold over 10 meters high. Moonstep. Bang, bang. He kicked twice in midair, creating visible ripples in the air. He landed as lightly as a feather. The surrounding workers were long accustomed to such feats, but the admiration in their eyes grew even deeper. This was their boss. Luo Lu, how is the power unit going? Lin Yuan looked at the scruffy old man squatting in the corner drinking. Luo Lu belched and pointed to the 2 huge steam turbines behind him. Kid, this thing you designed is a freak. This kind of high-pressure boiler would have blown sky high if not for that strange welding technique of yours. But it's thrust, I guarantee this ship can outrun a Sea King. Lin Yuan smiled. It was something he had created by combining advanced ship engineering with the basic power core blueprint exchanged from the system shop. Surpassing the era was only natural. Just then, ding, detected that the host is building a groundbreaking warship. Stormwing Progress 90 detected that the host has tempered materials with armament hockey, ship toughness increased by 30, power system optimized by 20, system evaluation quasi-god level work. Lin Yuan listened to the voice in his mind, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. One last step remained. He looked toward the depths of the dock where a huge crate sat. Inside was the last batch of materials sent by Boss Bade, special steel from the North Blue used to forge the folding wings of the auxiliary hull. Hans, have the men move this batch of steel up. Tonight, I want to see the Stormwing assembled. Yes, boss. The entire shipyard plunged into frantic activity again. Lin Yuan stood still, closed his eyes, and let his observation hockey spread like a tide. He could sense several unusual presences in the sea around the island. Not pirates, nor ordinary navy. Those presences were cold, deathly still, carrying a disciplined, murderous aura. Finally, can't hold back. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Lin Yuan's mouth. He knew that the real test had only just begun after the Navy withdrew its protection. Those rats in the shadows thought he was just a genius at shipbuilding. But they did not know that he was even better at turning those genius creations into sides that reaped lives. Late at night, the main structure of the Stormwing was finally assembled. A strange-looking pitch-black, 3-hulled giant ship lay quietly in the dock. It resembled a black eagle with folded wings, exuding a suffocating sense of pressure. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Stormwing's first ship. Quality quasi-god level due to power core limitations, not reaching god level. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 80,000 points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special reward, primary ship spirit awakening potion, X1. Lin Yuan's breath caught. Ship spirit awakening potion. This was the first time the system had rewarded such an item. He stared at the bottle of softly glowing blue potion in the system warehouse, and a storm surged within him. If he used it on this ship. Boss, what's wrong? Uncle Bake walked over and asked with concern. Lin Yuan snapped back to reality and shook his head. It's nothing, Uncle. You've worked hard. Let everyone go rest. I'll keep watch tonight. Uncle Bake nodded, knowing Lin Yuan's temper, and didn't press further. The workers dispersed. Only Lin Yuan remained in the dock along with the pitch-black giant ship. He walked to the bow and gently stroked the cold armor. Since you are called Stormwing, let this sea witness what a true storm is. He was about to take out the potion. Suddenly, observation hockey screamed a warning. A faint sound of something cutting through the air came from behind his head. Extremely fast. Extremely ruthless. Lin Yuan's eyes turned cold. Without turning his head, his right hand instantly turned pitch black. Clang. A fully black steel needle was pinched tightly between his two fingers. The needle gleamed with a faint blue light. A deadly poison that would kill upon drawing blood. Skulking rat, show yourself. Lin Yuan snorted coldly and flung the needle back with force. Swish. The needle turned into a black beam, instantly piercing a steel pillar in the distance. As expected of the shipyard Azura with a bounty of 15 million, that observation hockey is truly impressive. From the shadows, 3 men in black tight suits and masks walked out slowly. On their collars the scale emblem was conspicuously embroidered. But this time the emblem had a number in the center. 7. CP7. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, a hint of mockery in his tone. If the Navy can't hire me, they send you dogs of the world government to bite. The lead black-clad man said in a hoarse voice. Lin Yuan rejecting the headquarters invitation is itself a capital offense. Now you have 2 choices. First, come with us to Marineford to stand trial and spend the rest of your life in a laboratory. I'll give you a choice too. The ground beneath his feet instantly cracked and his entire body turned into a blur, vanishing from the spot. Go back to hell, or stay forever in my shipyard. Arrogant. The lead CP7 agent snorted coldly and kicked off with tremendous force. Shave. His speed was extraordinary, closing in on Lin Yuan in the blink of an eye. At the same time, his right hand formed a spear with fingers together, the tips gleaming with a metallic cold light. Finger pistol. Lin Yuan neither dodged nor avoided a trace of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. In his eyes, this level of finger pistol was too slow. His right arm instantly coated with intermediate armament hockey, and his pitch-black fist shot forward like thunder, meeting it head-on. Bang! Fists and fingers collided with a dull, thunderous impact. Crack! The sound of bones shattering. The CP7 agent's face turned ashen in an instant. His fingers, capable of piercing through steel, crumbled like dry kindling before Lin Yuan's iron fist. Impossible! Your armored color. His face twisted in terror as he desperately backpedaled, using the recoil force to flee. But he moved quickly while Lin Yuan moved even faster. Shave. Lin Yuan appeared above him in an instant, following his target like a shadow. Moonwalk. He stepped on the air, exerting power from his core, and brought his right leg down like a heavy axe. Rumble foot surrounding slash. Though Lin Yuan never learned the orthodox rumble foot technique, his mastery over power had long reached grandmaster level. This kick generated terrifying atmospheric pressure, transforming into a physical strike. Iron body. Seeing this, the other 2 agents rushed forward to block for their companion. Their bodies instantly hardened like iron as they attempted to withstand the blow. Boom. A shockwave exploded outward. The 2 agents were cleaved through the air like cannonballs, slamming into the steel framework behind them. The structure warped under the impact as blood spewed from both men, their breathing weakening instantly. Is this all you've got? You dare trespass on my territory? Lin Yuan landed steadily, his gaze cold and indifferent. The lead agent clutched his broken finger, terror etched across his face. He finally understood. The intelligence had been wrong. Dead wrong. Lin Yuan wasn't merely suspected of possessing hockey. He was a genuine powerhouse. Even more terrifying than the killing machines they'd trained from headquarters. Split up. Capture that old man. The agent leader, a seasoned veteran, knew he couldn't defeat Lin Yuan and immediately shifted targets. He was referring to Uncle Buck. Lin Yuan's eyes turned icy cold in an instant. Killing intent radiated like a tangible force. You are courting death. Moonwalk flash. Lin Yuan's figure carved bizarre arcs through the air. The agent, attempting to flee toward the worker dormitory, barely managed a few steps before feeling a cold sensation at his neck. Lin Yuan had appeared behind him without warning. His dark palms sliced through like a blade. Thwack! A head soared into the air. Blood erupted like a geyser. Gurgling. The head rolled across the ground, its eyes still frozen in terror. Lao San. The agent leader's eyes bulged in horror. But he didn't dare stop. Instead, he ran even faster. As long as he captured Buck, he'd have a chance to survive. But he had underestimated Lin Yuan's mastery of this land. Lin Yuan made no attempt to pursue him, instead coldly uttering a single word: rise. Rumble. The ground beneath the agent leader suddenly collapsed. A massive pit erupted from the earth, its interior lined with jagged steel spikes. The agent leader reacted swiftly, executing an aerial somersault to leap across. But at that exact moment, the steam pipes along the shipyard sides ruptured simultaneously. Hiss. Scalding high-pressure steam erupted like a wall, sealing off every escape route. Damn it. A scream tore from his throat as burns seared his skin. His balance shattered as he tumbled toward the pit's edge. Before he could steady himself, a black fist loomed ever larger in his vision. Bam! Lin Yuan's punch obliterated his sternum. The agent leader collapsed like a slaughtered hound, blood mixed with organ fragments gushing from his lips. Who sent you? Lin Yuan looked down at him with an unervingly calm voice. Cough. You won't escape. A grim smile crossed the agent leader's face. The world government will not spare any destabilizing element. Your shipyard, your family, will all Before he could finish, his head lolled to the side, and his breath faded completely. Lin Yuan stood silently in place. The sea breeze swept through, carrying away the heavy copper scent of blood. He understood this was only the beginning. CP7 had failed, next time it might be CP9, or even CP0, and the greedy pirates who would come. He turned his gaze toward the storm wing resting quietly on the dry dock. It seems the plan needs to accelerate. He had intended to depart only after the entire fleet was complete. But the island was no longer safe. He needed to take Uncle Buck and the craftsmen who trusted him to broader, more turbulent waters. Only there could he truly forge himself into a power that would make the world government tremble. Ding. Host has eliminated government agents. Prestige significantly increased. Congratulations. Host earned 3,000 points. A critical decision detected. System quest initiated. Quest set sail. Depart the East Blue within 3 days and enter the Grand Line. Reward divine shipwright skill, breath of all things beginner. Breath of all things. Lin Yuan's eyes ignited with wild delight. It was a divine technique that allowed one to hear the voices of steel timber and the ocean itself. It was the essential path to becoming either a great sword master or a master shipwright. Hans. AMU. Laurel. Lin Yuan's voice rang throughout the entire shipyard. All hands assemble. We're setting sail. Dawn broke over the harbor. The sun had not yet risen, and a thin mist hung low over the water. Yet at the Harbinger shipyard docks a grim energy pervaded the air. The Storm Wing's lead vessel had already been launched, its dark tri-hull, form barely visible through the fog, like a slumbering leviathan. Uncle Buck stood on deck with a simple bundle on his back, his gaze fixed on the small island with complicated emotions. Lin Yuan, are we really leaving? Lin Yuan stood beside him and nodded. Uncle Buck, this place can no longer protect us. The Navy and government agents have set their sights on me. Staying here would only bring danger to everyone on the island. Buck let out a long sigh and clapped Lin Yuan on the shoulder. All right then, I'll go wherever you go. Anyway, old man wants to see if the beast you built can really overturn the sea. Lin Yuan smiled and turned toward the dock. Dozens of craftsmen stood in formation. Hans, Iron Arm, AMU Laurel, all carrying their belongings with resolute expressions. Boss, we're all ready. Hans called out. If I die building a ship like this, my life has been worthwhile. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and gestured. Board the ship. But as they prepared to embark, dark specks suddenly appeared on the horizon. Dozens of warships bearing the Navy flag were closing in from all sides. Leading the formation was a vessel far larger than any standard warship, and on its deck stood Brigadier Brandt with a grim expression. Beside him stood several mysterious figures in white suits and masks, high-ranking CP organization members. Lin Yuan, you're accused of murdering government officials and constructing weapons of war without authorization. Brigadier Brandt's voice boomed across the water through amplifiers. Surrender immediately or we'll reduce this island to rubble. The craftsmen on the dock paled with terror. Dozens of warships. That was an overwhelming military force. But Lin Yuan only sneered, leaping straight onto the Storm Wing's command platform. Reduce my island to rubble. Brandt, have you forgotten whose waters we're in? He snapped his head toward Laurel. Laurel, full power. Aight. Laurel let out a fierce yell and slammed the throttle forward. Boom. The pitch-black warship let out a thunderous roar. 2 state-of-the-art steam turbines spun furiously, their massive paddle wheels churning through the water at breathtaking speed. The Storm Wing shuddered once, then surged forward with a chilling velocity. Fast. Incredibly fast. 3 long white trails instantly carved across the sea surface. Commodore Brandt's eyes nearly popped out of his head. What kind of speed is that? Fire. Fire now. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of warships opened fire simultaneously, rain of cannonballs descending upon the Storm Wing. Lin Yuan stood upon the command deck, his gaze disturbingly calm. Observation hotkey fully activated. Hard left rudder. Deploy the wing flaps. As his orders rang out, auxiliary hulls on both sides of the dark vessel suddenly expanded outward, revealing the hidden hydraulic stabilization system within. The colossal warship executed a drift nearly perpendicular even at full speed. Countless cannonballs whizzed past the hull, exploding into towering geysers as they crashed into the sea. This is impossible. Brandt frantically pounded the railing. How could a warship weighing hundreds of tons be as nimble as a small skiff? Our turn. A cruel smile touched Lin Yuan's lips. AMU, deliver our gift in return. Aye aye. Iron Arm, AMU sneered and pressed the weapon control panel. The Storm Wing's deck split open, 6 long-barreled cannons slowly rising. These cannons were personally selected by Lin Yuan using his intermediate material appraisal technique and upgraded according to system blueprints. Range, power, precision, all were at the divine level. Boom, boom, boom. Only 6 cannon shots rang out. Yet on the distant sea, 6 enormous fireballs instantly erupted. 6 naval warships didn't even have the chance to react before being precisely hit at their ammunition stores, reduced to splinters on the spot. The sea surface was littered with mangled limbs and burning timber. Monster. That's a monster. Brandt slumped to the ground, trembling violently. He finally understood why Bogate had warned him not to provoke Lin Yuan. This wasn't merely a shipwright. This was a reaper walking upon the seas. Full speed ahead. Lin Yuan gazed coldly forward. Those who block our path will die. The dark warship struck like a razor-sharp blade, smashing straight into the naval blockade. Wherever it passed, warships were crushed and sunk. Not a single vessel could stop its advance. In less than 10 minutes, the storm wing had ripped through the naval blockade and vanished into the vast sea fog. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Set sail. Congratulations, host, on receiving divine shipwright skill. Breath of all things, level 1. Host reputation has risen again. Current bounty evaluation in progress. Lin Yuan stood at the bow, feeling the salt-laden sea breeze against his face. He could feel the ship beneath his feet, breathing joyfully. It was the sign of an awakening ship spirit. One Piece. Lin Yuan gazed toward the horizon, ambition burning fiercely in his eyes. I have arrived. 3 days later. At a modest island port not far from Logtown, a pitch-black, bizarrely designed warship rested quietly at the supply dock. Since they had to depart early, Lin Yuan could not stay in Logtown. He had specially chosen this island, one of the closest to the Grand Line, besides Logtown itself. Qinghai Town. The settlement on this island was not particularly famous, though its population was considerable, and its prosperity comparable to Logtown. However, due to Logtown's unique status, this town remained largely unknown. At this moment, every person on the dock couldn't help but stare, their eyes filled with awe. Over the past few days, news of Shipyard Azura Lin Yuan's solo devastation of the Navy branch had spread throughout the entire East Blue. Lin Yuan stepped off the ship and, accompanied by Lulu and Hans, entered the finest tavern in Qinghai Town. He needed final supplies and the latest intelligence about the Grand Line. The tavern's noisy chatter vanished the instant Lin Yuan crossed the threshold. Everyone held their breath, terrified of offending this harbinger of death. Lin Yuan walked straight to the counter and tapped the wood. Boss, your finest wine and the latest nautical charts. The tavern owner's hands trembled as he handed over a scroll of parchment. Lord Lin Yuan, here are the items you requested. Completely complimentary. Lin Yuan didn't refuse. He casually tossed down a gold coin and unrolled the chart. Boy, the road ahead won't be easy. Luolu sipped his drink and pointed to the Rio Mountains on the chart. That's the entrance to the Grand Line. The currents are treacherous and countless ships perish there each year. Furthermore, I've heard the Rocks pirates have been causing quite a stir in that area recently. Many top experts from the Navy headquarters have been transferred there. Lin Yuan folded the chart, his expression serene. Rocks, huh? That man was a formidable figure. Though not yet at his peak, it wouldn't be long before he became the most supreme presence upon these seas. However, thinking of Rock's eventual fate filled Lin Yuan with a hint of sorrow. And what Lin Yuan intended to do was carve his own name upon these seas before that era came to its close. His frame was extraordinarily massive, yet even standing still he radiated an oppressive aura. A long sword hung at his waist, and his eyes were sharp as an eagle's. Lin Yuan. The man spoke, his voice deep and resonant. Lin Yuan turned to study him. The man appeared to be in his late teens, yet his brow carried an undeniable air of martial severity. I am Sengoku, a Navy lieutenant commander. The man introduced himself, his hand already resting on his sword hilt. Lin Yuan, you've made quite a commotion. Headquarters has issued a direct order. Someone is dangerous, as you will not be permitted to enter the Grand Line. Upon hearing this name, memories of the man surfaced in Lin Yuan's mind. In the original anime, Sengoku would eventually rise to the rank of Vice Admiral. He was still so young, now already a lieutenant commander. His potential, it seemed, was greatest in his early years and would diminish over time. Nevertheless, facing Sengoku's threat, Lin Yuan merely smiled, his right hand slowly covering himself in black armament haki. Lieutenant Commander. It seems the Navy headquarters hasn't learned its lesson. He glanced back at Lulu and Hans. You two return to the ship and prepare for departure. I'll handle this. Lulu grinned broadly, grabbed his bottle, and strode outside. Boy, make it quick. I'd rather not wait too long on the open sea. The tavern patrons fled in a panic. In an instant, only Lin Yuan and Sengoku remained locked in confrontation. Your armament haki is formidable. Wushu drew his long sword, its blade enveloped in a faint layer of dark purple. But before justice, all evil shall be severed. Justice? Lin Yuan scoffed. If your justice is nothing more than being watchdogs for the celestial dragons, then such justice is not worth having. He moved. Shave. In an instant, Lin Yuan appeared before Wushu, his blackened fist crashing down with a piercing sound of breaking air. Wushu's eyes narrowed as he swung his sword horizontally. One sword style, slash wave. Boom. A terrifying blast of air ripped off the roof of the tavern. Lin Yuan's figure flickered midair. Moonwalk. He looked down from above, his fists raining down like a storm. Let me show you what true power really means. Armament haki, crushing fist. Thump thump thump. Wushu gritted his teeth and endured the blows. With each punch he blocked the ground beneath his feet, cracked further. His eyes were filled with shock. This boy was only 14 years old. Such a level of haki, such terrifying physical prowess. He was a monster. Get out of my way. Lin Yuan suddenly exerted force, landing a heavy punch on the blade. Crack. A hairline fracture appeared on Wushu's renowned sword, and he was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing through 3 walls before coming to a halt. Lin Yuan did not pursue. He retracted his haki, and without sparing a glance at the rubble, turned and strode toward the harbor. Tell the headquarters I'll be waiting for them in the Grand Line. At the harbor, the storm wing had already hoisted its pitch-black sails. Lin Yuan leaped onto the deck, gazing at the rising sun in the distance. Ding. Host has repelled the Marine Headquarters Lieutenant Commander. Achievement unlocked. Congratulations, host. You have earned 5,000 points. Current total points 210000. The system shop has been updated. The Divine Grade Power Core Eternal Furnace is now unlocked. Lin Yuan looked at the system panel, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. The Eternal Furnace, huh? It seems the legendary warship will soon be born. He turned his head and looked at Uncle Buck and the crew of craftsmen. All hands prepare. Target Reverse Mountain. We're going to conquer that sea. The colossal black ship cut through the waves, vanishing into the horizon where sea and sky met under the awestruck gazes of countless onlookers. Reverse Mountain. The entrance to the Grand Line, a marvel of the world. The seawater roared, defying all logic as it climbed upward, converging at the summit before cascading down into 4 different seas. Hold tight. We're going in. Loru clutched a bottle of rum, but his eyes blazed with intensity. He gripped the helm firmly, feeling the violent tremors of the ship. The Storm Wing was like a leaf caught in a whirlpool, struggling to maintain balance amid the raging upward current. Boss, this current is insane. Iron Arm Amu, his steel arms gripping the railing, shouted toward Lin Yuan on the command platform. Lin Yuan remained calm. His divine skill breath of all things granted him a new perception of everything around him. He could hear the roar of the sea, sense the pulse of the mountain, and even feel every groan of the Storm Wing under the immense pressure. Increase power output by 20%, adjust the port side auxiliary wing by 3 degrees, steady the hull. Lin Yuan's commands were clear and precise. Just then his observation hockey detected another presence fighting the same current. Not far away, a massive pitch-black ship with a brutal design was also struggling in the current. Its hull was even larger than the Storm Wing, but its construction was crude, clearly unable to withstand the terrifying water pressure of Reverse Mountain. Obvious cracks had appeared on the hull, and water was seeping in steadily. On the sail, a Jolly Roger with 2 crossed skulls fluttered wildly. The Rocks Pirates. Lin Yuan's pupils contracted slightly. He saw a tall man with a peculiar hairstyle standing at the bow, laughing arrogantly at the roaring current. Rocks D. Jibek. And behind him several young figures were equally striking. A burly man wielding a naginata was using brute force to help the crew secure a broken mast. The young Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. In another corner, a horned youth with a huge spiked club wore an impatient expression as he watched the ship falling apart. The future beast Kaido. And a tall, elegantly dressed woman with a morbid smile, Charlotte Linlin. The future rulers of the sea were all gathered here. Damn it. This piece of junk is about to fall apart. Kaido roared, smashing his club onto the deck to vent his frustration. Gurara. Rocks, looks like your ship isn't up to the task. Newgate complained, but a bold smile lingered on his face. Rock's smile froze. He glanced at his collapsing vessel, then at the bizarre 3-hulled ship gliding effortlessly and ascending smoothly, and a fierce possessiveness blazed in his eyes. Hey, you there. Rock's voice thundered like a clap of thunder, drowning out the roar of the sea. Stop. Give me your ship. He was actually trying to hijack a ship in this place. Boss, are those guys insane? Hans's face turned pale. Lin Yuan let out a cold laugh. They want to steal my ship. They're not worthy. He didn't want to start a conflict with these future monsters here, but that didn't mean he would show weakness. Laura, shake them off. You got it. The steam turbines of the Storm Wing roared again, its speed surging instantly, leaving Rock's pirate ship in the dust. Trying to run, Kaido bellowed, his massive body leaping with a powerful push, attempting to jump from his ship onto the Storm Wing. He was absolutely insane. Lin Yuan's eyes turned cold. Teach him a lesson. Boom. A cannon on the Storm Wing's side roared. But the cannonball's target was not Kaido's body nor Rock's ship, but the sea surface not far ahead of Kaido. The shell exploded, raising a colossal wave that slammed into the airborne Kaido like a wall. Whoa! Kaido screamed in pain, hurtling back like a sandbag, crashing heavily onto his own deck and splashing water everywhere. Bastard. Rocks watched the scene, but instead of anger, his smile grew even more fanatical and excited. Interesting. Very interesting. Just before the ship vanished from sight, Lin Yuan looked back. He saw Rocks D. Jibek staring fixedly in the direction of his departure, his eyes like those of a beast that had discovered its most delicious prey. Shipwright. Rocks licked his lips, his voice low and filled with desire. I'll remember you. That ship. It will be mine. Grand Line. The sky and the sea presented the most bizarre and spectacular scenes. One moment, it was clear skies, the next lightning flashed and thunder roared, accompanied by a rain of cotton candy. My God. What's wrong with the needle? Hans stared at the wildly spinning log pose on his wrist, utterly bewildered. Welcome to the Grand Line, rookies. Luo Lu leaned against the helm, leisurely drinking his sake. Here common sense is meant to be overturned. Trust your nose more than your eyes, but best of all, trust the orders of our boss. All eyes turned to Lin Yuan on the command platform. With his eyes closed, his ability to perceive the breath of all things allowed him to clearly hear the chaotic magnetic fields and eerie air currents ahead. His mind worked like a supercomputer, rapidly calculating the safest route. An ascending current ahead, steer around it. A magnetic storm 3 nautical miles to starboard, keep distance. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and calmly issued commands. Target the first island ahead. Under his miraculous navigation, the Storm Wing narrowly escaped one deadly trap after another. 2 days later, an island covered in cacti appeared before them. Whiskey Peak. Oh, land at last. Look, people are welcoming us. The crew excitedly pointed at the harbor. The docks were packed with townsfolk beating drums, playing gongs, holding banners, and wearing warm smiles. Welcome to Whiskey Peak. Travelers from afar tonight, there's a grand party. A man wearing a crown claiming to be the mayor enthusiastically greeted them. The crew, intoxicated by the sudden warmth, cheered and prepared to disembark for revelry. Stop right there. Lin Yuan's icy voice rang out. He stepped down from the command platform, his gaze sweeping over the enthusiastic townsfolk. With his observation hockey, he sensed a faint, hidden murderous intent in each of them, and in the shadows of the buildings over 100 armed ambushers were concealed. Boss! The crew looked at him in confusion. Uncle Buck Luo Lu, you stay on the ship and guard our belongings. Lin Yuan ordered. Hans, take the others ashore. He paused, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Since they're so hospitable, we can't be rude. Go ahead, enjoy the party. Drink freely, eat freely, but... Lin Yuan's eyes turned sharp. Whoever loses their weapon can jump into the sea and feed the fish. The crew felt a chill, not understanding the boss's meaning, but they kept his words firmly in mind. Night fell. A huge bonfire was lit in the town square, and the party reached its climax. The crew ate meat, drank wine, and chatted with the enthusiastic townsfolk, linking arms and singing off-key songs. Lin Yuan sat alone in a corner, watching coldly. Luo Lu had somehow slipped off the ship and came up to him, handing him a bottle of fine wine. Kid, these guys are up to something. Luo Lu lowered his voice. The wine isn't poisoned, but it's strong enough to knock an ordinary man out after 3 cups. And look at those women. They look charming, but they're carrying weapons at their waists. Lin Yuan smiled. I know. Then why let the brothers go down? If they don't experience the hospitality of the Grand Line firsthand, they'll never grow up. Lin Yuan took a sip of wine, his gaze fixed on the center of the square. Sure enough, several crew members were already drunk, supported by beautiful women staggering toward the nearby alleys. As they turned, the women's eyes flashed with undisguised greed and murderous intent. They're making a move. Luo Lu's eyes narrowed. At that moment, the drunken crew member, just as he was helped into the alley, suddenly became clear-eyed. He threw off the woman's arm and punched her in the face. Bitch, trying to trick your grandpa. The alley immediately erupted in fighting. Soon conflicts broke out one after another in other parts of the square. The seemingly drunk crew members, as if injected with adrenaline, beat the bounty hunters who tried to ambush them into a bloody mess. Hell, they were workers from the Qihang's shipyard. Under Lin Yuan's demonic training and strict management, each of them possessed extraordinary physique and reflexes. Moreover, Lin Yuan had already warned them. Such tricks were nothing. Worthless. All of you. A furious roar came from the balcony of the mayor's office. The man with the crown tore off his mask of kindness, revealing a vicious face. He raised his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. From the rooftops and alleys, over 100 bounty hunters armed with swords and guns poured out, surrounding the square completely. Slaughterhouse of the dockyard, Lin Yuan, we'll take your head. The mayor grinned ferociously. He was the leader. He thought he had the situation under control. Though the crew were tough, they were outnumbered. Facing 100, their defeat was only a matter of time. But he hadn't noticed that Lin Yuan's face showed no panic at all the entire time. He even had the leisure to savor a sip of wine. Welcome party. Quite a spectacle. Lin Yuan stood up, brushing the dust off his clothes. He snapped his fingers. The black behemoth docked at the port. The storm wing seemed to receive a command. On the deck, 6 menacing cannon barrels rotated silently, their black maws precisely locking onto the main buildings in the square, including the mayor's office where the leader stood. On board, Uncle Buck puffed on his pipe, one hand on the communicator ready to relay orders. You mean the boss of this gang? Lin Yuan looked at the man on the balcony, whose face had turned pale, and gave a cold smile. I'll give you 3 seconds. Have your men drop their weapons and come over here to tell me who you're working for. Or else. Lin Yuan's eyes turned abyssal and terrifying. After tonight, Whiskey Peak will be renamed Whiskey Crater. 3 seconds. To the leader, it felt like an eternity. He could sense the deathly aura emanating from those 6 black muzzles, making his very soul tremble. He had no doubt that if he said no the next second, he and the building beneath him would be blasted to dust. 2. Lin Yuan's icy voice sounded like a death curse. We surrender. The leader finally broke his legs, giving way as he knelt on the balcony. Drop your weapons. Drop them all. He screamed frantically at his men. Clatter. The bounty hunters looked at each other, then reluctantly dropped their swords and guns. Faced with a war machine of that caliber, their group wasn't even worth cannon fodder. Lin Yuan nodded with satisfaction. He walked over to the leader, stepped on his face, and crushed his ridiculous crown into pieces. Speak, who is your boss? I can't say. A flicker of fear, something more terrifying than death itself, glimmered in the leader's eyes. If I speak, I'll die even worse. If you don't, you'll die right now. Lin Yuan's toes pressed slightly, and the leader's facial bones groaned under the strain. And I'll make sure you die slowly, painfully. Lin Yuan's voice was soft, yet it sent chills down the leader's spine. Just then the system's prompt echoed in Lin Yuan's mind. Ding. Detected host has intimidated a faction with thunderous methods and uncovered the conspiracy lurking in the shadows. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the achievement Shadow Manipulator. Congratulations, host, for receiving the reward 5000 points. Congratulations, host, for receiving the special item Truth Serum, Single Use 1. Truth Serum. Lin Yuan's heart stirred. It would come in handy. He retrieved the tiny vial from the system warehouse, and under the stunned gazes of the crowd, pried open the leader's mouth and poured it down. Tell me, who is your boss? The leader's eyes instantly grew vacant like a soulless puppet. It's KR. The leader's lips quivered, struggling to spit out a syllable. Lin Yuan's brow furrowed sharply. KR. Could it be impossible? Crocodile was at most a snot-nosed brat now, or how could he have built such a massive underground organization in the Grand Line? The timeline doesn't match. Say the full name. Lin Yuan pressed harder with his foot. It's Mr. Chris. The leader mustered all his strength and finally spat out a complete name. Our organization is called Chris Works. Chris Works. Lin Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. How come it seems so similar to the Baroque works created by Crocodile in the original anime? Who is this Chris? Lin Yuan continued pressing. No, I don't know. The leader's eyes were filled with confusion and fear. None of us have ever seen his true face. All orders are relayed through code names. I only know that he is a very terrifying man and his ambition is to overthrow a country. Overthrow a country. Lin Yuan's expression turned extremely grave. Same goal as the future Baroque works. It seemed he had inadvertently stumbled upon a massive conspiracy. Where are your strongholds? Besides Whiskey Peak, where else? I don't know. The high-level agents are all contacted individually. I'm only in charge of Whiskey Peak. This is the entry point to the Grand Line where we screen and recruit newcomers and hunt promising rookie pirates. The leader poured out everything he knew like beans from a jar. After listening, Lin Yuan had a rough outline in his mind. The Chris Works was a tightly organized, strictly hierarchical, and extremely secretive underground criminal syndicate. And because of his 15 million bounty, he had become their prey. Good. Lin Yuan withdrew his foot and looked at the mess on the ground, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He turned around and looked at the hundreds of trembling bounty hunters in the square. From today onward, Whiskey Peak belongs to me. His voice was not loud, but it reached every ear. Everyone was stunned. They thought Lin Yuan would kill them all or hand them over to the Marines. Instead, he was going to take over this place. You have two choices. Lin Yuan held up two fingers. First, get out of this island right now, but leave your bounties and all your property behind. Second, stay and work for me. A sinister arc curled at the corner of Lin Yuan's mouth. Over here, wages are doubled, bonuses are generous. As long as you have ability and loyalty, I can give you far more than that cowardly Chris ever could. Of course, fair warning. Lin Yuan's gaze turned icy. I don't keep useless people, and I won't tolerate betrayal. Anyone who tries any tricks. He didn't finish the sentence. But everyone understood the unspoken words from his eyes. The cost of betrayal was only one word: death. The square fell into dead silence. The bounty hunters glanced at one another, hesitating. They were all desperados, leaving behind everything they owned would be worse than death. But staying meant boarding Lin Yuan's ship. I'm willing to stay. A scar-faced man stepped forward first, throwing his curved blade on the ground and kneeling on one knee. I've long been sick of those bastards. Why should they lord it over us while we're cannon fodder? That's right. I'll stay too. Better to follow the dockyard Shura than a coward who won't even show his face. With one man leading, the others soon made their choices. Soon a large crowd knelt in the square. Only a dozen or so, after much hesitation, chose to abandon everything and flee the town in disgrace. Lin Yuan paid them no heed. He wanted these long-oppressed, daring desperados. Good. Lin Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Hans. Yes, boss. From today, you are the overall person in charge of Whiskey Peak. Lin Yuan issued his first command. Reorganize these people and establish a new system according to our shipyard rules. I want to see a brand new intelligence and supply base. Ours alone, within 3 days. Hans's eyes lit up. This was immense trust. Yes, boss. I'll get it done. Laurel. Here, kid. You're in charge of defense here. Move the entire defensive system from our ship to this island. I need a real military fortress. I like that. Laurel took a swig of wine, his eyes gleaming with excitement. AMU. Boss. Take some men and tear down all those bounty hunters' broken ships. Gather all the usable materials. I have big plans for them. Yes, sir. Lin Yuan issued orders in an orderly manner. He was like a monarch surveying and sectioning off the kingdom he had just conquered. The newly surrendered bounty hunters watched this scene, their last shred of hope gone. This young man's ambition was far greater than just being a shipwright. Under the cover of night, Whiskey Mountain Peak did not grow quiet with the end of the battle, but rather burned ever brighter with lights. A grand purge and reconstruction surged forward magnificently under Lin Yuan's will. Lin Yuan stood on the balcony of the town mayor's office, overlooking the bustling scene below, a profound glint flashing in his eyes. The Chris workspace. Mr. Chris. This chess game was becoming increasingly intriguing. He opened the system panel. Current total score, 260000. Shop updated. Lin Yuan's gaze fell directly upon the hockey enhancement column. Observation hockey intermediate, 100,000 points in the Grand Line. Powerful precognitive ability outweighed mere destructive force. Redeem. Confirm, consuming 100,000 points to upgrade observation hockey beginner to intermediate. Confirm. Boom. A cool stream of energy surged into Lin Yuan's mind. His world instantly transformed. If beginner level observation hockey was hearing, then intermediate level observation hockey was seeing. He closed his eyes. A three-dimensional map of all Whiskey Mountain Peak materialized clearly within his mind. He could see Hans distributing his forces. He could observe where Luo Lu was planting traps. He could even discern the wing-beat frequency of a seagull far out over the sea. His perceptual range expanded instantaneously from a few kilometers to dozens of kilometers. Under this godlike perspective, any conspiracy or scheme would stand utterly exposed. Excellent. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. He gazed toward the depths of the Grand Line, his eyes growing infinitely sharp. 3 days later, Weiski Mountain Peak had been completely transformed. The once chaotic and disorderly town had become orderly and disciplined, thick with a grim atmosphere. The harbor had been expanded with rows of vicious coastal artillery installations positioned precisely, their blackened muzzles all pointing outward, emanating a cold metallic gleam. Patrol guards were everywhere on the town streets. Though they remained the same bounty hunters, their eyes and demeanor had transformed entirely, more disciplined, more fierce, and unyielding. Luo Lu had brought Lin Yuan's trap design concepts to their pinnacle, nearly transforming the entire town into a colossal war maze. Any unauthorized intruder would face a 9 deaths 1 life situation. Hans had demonstrated astonishing management ability, dividing the bounty hunters into different groups based on capability and specialty, combat intelligence, logistics, establishing an efficient operational system. In merely 3 days, Weiski Mountain Peak had evolved from a loose bounty hunter stronghold into a true military fortress. And Lin Yuan, the creator of all this, stood at the port shipyard. Before him lay a mountain of timber and steel accumulated after Amu and his men dismantled over 100 pirate ships. Boss, all the materials are here. What do you intend to do? Amu asked, puzzled. Though the quantity of materials was immense, their quality varied greatly. In his view, they could at best be used for patching and repair. Lin Yuan did not answer. He only extended his hand, gently stroking the cold steel and rotting timber. Divine tier skill, breath of all things. He closed his eyes, listening to the voices of these materials. He could hear the steel wailing, longing to be remelted in raging flames. He could hear the timber whispering, refusing to decay like this. I understand your value. Lin Yuan murmured to himself. The next moment, he opened his eyes, brilliant light exploding within his gaze. Amu, build me the largest furnace. Luo Lu, connect all the spare steam pipes from our ships. I want to modify the power system. Hans, notify everyone to put down their work and assemble at the shipyard immediately. Lin Yuan's voice overflowed with unquestionable authority. He intended to create a miracle from this scrap metal in the shortest time possible, a miracle that would drive everyone mad with astonishment. For the following 7 days, the entire Weiski Mountain Peak sank into a rabid construction atmosphere. During the day, Lin Yuan commanded over 1,000 craftsmen sorting, smelting, and remelting those waste materials. He used intermediate-level armament hockey as a hammer, personally forging each key steel plate thousands of times, eliminating all impurities. He used breath of all things to listen to the grain of timber, assembling them at the perfect angles. At night, he confined himself to the technical room, frantically drafting blueprints. It was a blueprint nobody could comprehend. It resembled neither a ship nor a structure. It resembled something that could move like an island. Everyone believed Lin Yuan had lost his mind. Using a pile of garbage to construct a sea fortress. This was nothing short of absurd. Yet nobody dared question him. Because they witnessed, the scrap metal in Lin Yuan's hands was truly undergoing a complete transformation. A colossal steel skeleton rose from the shipyard, breathtaking in its magnitude. Its structure was peculiar yet sturdy, full of industrial violent aesthetics. On the 7th day, when the final armor plate was installed, a pitch-black floating dock over 300 meters in length and width, resembling a prehistoric leviathan, appeared silently before everyone's eyes. It possessed no masts, no sails, nor conventional hull structure. It resembled merely a gigantic concave-shaped steel platform. At the platform's center lay a massive dry dock capable of accommodating storm wings. On both sides were densely packed gun emplacements and cranes for launching and retrieving small vessels. Beneath it all were over a dozen giant steam paddle wheels, personally modified by Luo Lu, connected to a massive power core composed of over 100 high-pressure boilers, sufficient to propel this steel leviathan across the sea. Good heavens! Hans Emu, Luo Lu, all stood dumbfounded before this monster before them. Their breaths hitched. This was what the boss had constructed in 7 days from a pile of garbage. This was no longer a ship. This was a mobile sea fortress. Ding. Host detected, utilizing unfathomable craftsmanship, transforming the rotten into the miraculous, creating an epic, making work. Assessment in progress. Congratulations, host, on completing the work. Mobile fortress, Throat of the Abyss. Quality legendary tier. Congratulations, host, on receiving the reward, 200,000 points. Congratulations, host, on receiving the special reward, Grandmaster tier, forging technique. Listening to the prompt sounds in his mind, Lin Yuan exhaled slowly. His total points surged to the terrifying figure of 360,000. More importantly, the Grandmaster tier forging technique. This meant he could henceforth personally forge weapons and armor surpassing this era. Boss. What is its name? Hans asked, his voice trembling. Throat of the Abyss. Lin Yuan gazed upon his masterpiece, fanaticism blazing in his eyes. From this day forward it shall be our set sail shipyard's main base in the Grand Line. Storm Wings is merely our spear, and it shall be our most sturdy shield, and the abyss that devours all enemies. Just as everyone remained immersed in enormous shock and intelligence-gathering, bounty hunters stumbled over, crawling on hands and knees. Boss. Bad news. The Chris workspace. The Chris workspace has sent people. It's their million elder and billion elder. A colossal fleet comprising 30 warships is speeding toward us. They say, we must pay the bloody price for offending Mr. Chris. What a... The crowd still immersed in joy just moments ago instantly turned deathly pale. 30 warships. That was a force comparable to the Marine Headquarters Buster Call. The Chris Work Society had deployed such terrifying power. All eyes turned to Lin Yuan. Yet faced with news that would drive any faction to despair, Lin Yuan's face showed not a trace of panic. He merely looked up, casting a glance at his newly completed Throat of the Abyss, then at the storm wing moored beside it. A slow, cruel, bloodthirsty smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Perfect timing. I was just looking for a chance to test my new toys. The sea wind howled, carrying an oppressive weight, as if a storm was brewing. At Whiskey Peak's port, the atmosphere was thick with tension. The hundreds of bounty hunters who had just surrendered now trembled uncontrollably, their faces ashen. 30 warships. What a terrifying concept that was. In the East Blue, a Marine branch fleet of 10 warships was enough to dominate a sea region. And now 30 well-equipped, menacing warships were closing in a fan formation, their dense masts rising like a forest of death from the sea. We're finished. We're doomed. The main fleet of the Chris Work Society is here. And it's led by the Million Age Elders and the Billion Age Elders in person. Every single one of them is a great pirate with a bounty over 10 million. Despair spread like a plague. They had just glimpsed a sliver of hope to survive, only to have it crushed into dust. All eyes instinctively focused on the young man standing on the deck of the Throat of the Abyss. Lin Yuan, the man who had created miracles and also brought destruction. Faced with a display that would make even the most cunning overlord tremble, Lin Yuan's face showed not a trace of fear. He simply reached out, gently patting the massive steel fortress beneath him, as if caressing a lover's cheek. Don't be afraid, he murmured to the newborn steel beast in a voice only he could hear. The breath of all things. He could clearly sense the excited roar of the hundreds of high-pressure boilers inside the Throat of the Abyss, the dozen giant steam paddle wheels craving to churn the sea, and the countless gun barrels radiating a thirst for blood. This was a born war machine. It yearned for a thrilling battle to announce its arrival. Lin Yuan jerked his head up, his jet-black eyes blazing with a fighting spirit hotter than molten lava. Pass my orders. Lin Yuan's voice exploded in everyone's ears, instantly dispelling the fear in their hearts. All hands aboard. Man your battle stations. Hans, you coordinate the new recruits. Let them see clearly what kind of sights they'll witness following me. AMU. All coastal defense guns to stand by, awaiting my command. Laurel. I'm here, kid. Laurel took a big gulp of wine, but his eyes were clearer than ever. The storm wing is yours. Make it glide like a ghost on the edge of the battlefield, and precisely knock out the teeth of those flies. Uncle Buck. Captain Kino. Here. The two elders answered in unison, standing solemnly on the command tower of the Throat of the Abyss. You two take overall command. I'll handle the artillery. Lin Yuan's voice carried an unquestionable authority. He leaped and landed directly on the widest artillery platform at the center of the Throat of the Abyss. This was the firepower core of the entire fortress. Today let the Grand Line witness. Lin Yuan spread his arms as if to embrace the entire battlefield. What a true sea fortress really means. Far away on the flagship of the Chris Work Society, a fat man dressed in luxurious noble attire was observing Whiskey Peak through a gold-rimmed spyglass. He was one of the billion-age elders of the Chris Work Society, nicknamed Fat Pig Baden, with a bounty of 23 million berries. What is that thing? A pile of scrap metal welded together. Baden looked at the bizarre black platform in the port, his face full of contempt. So that's the masterpiece of the dockyard Azura, Lin Yuan. How ridiculous. Don't be careless, Mr. Baden. The man beside him, tall and thin with a face as pale as paper and eyes like a viper, spoke hoarsely. He was another million-age elder nicknamed Poison Needle Summon, with a bounty of 18 million berries. Intelligence reports that the kid's ship, the Voyager, possesses extraordinary firepower and mobility. The trimaran before us is likely its upgraded version. So what? Baden snorted coldly, greed written all over his bloated face. Before the Sea Dragon's Fong, any ship is just a fragile plank. He waved his hand abruptly. Pass the order. Charge the Sea Dragon's Fong. Blow that trash platform to pieces, and bring me the dockyard Azura's head. I'd. With the order given, a particularly massive warship slowly emerged from the center of the Chris Work Society fleet. Its bow was not a ram, but an enormous menacing main cannon glowing with an eerie blue light. The cannon barrel was covered with dense runes, and a terrifying energy was furiously gathering within. The Sea Dragon's Fong. This was the war weapon smuggled by the Chris Work Society from the military kingdom of Germa 66 in the North Blue, costing hundreds of millions of berries. Its sole purpose was siege-breaking. One shot was enough to penetrate the outer walls of a Marine headquarters fortress. Buzz. A piercing hum of energy echoed across the sea. At the muzzle of the Sea Dragon's Fong, a dazzling blue orb of light was rapidly taking shape, the air around it distorted by the immense energy. Not good, boss. It's Germa's convergent electromagnetic cannon. Laura's face changed instantly. He had seen the power of this thing in the Grand Line before. It was a nightmare. Evade. That thing can punch through the entire island. Laura shouted hoarsely. But Lin Yuan, as if he hadn't heard, stood still at the center of the artillery platform. He closed his eyes, unleashing his intermediate observation haki, without reservation. In his mind, the trajectory, speed, and power of the incoming energy shell were all clearly presented. He could even see the enemy gunner's fingers trembling slightly from nervousness. I see. Using high-frequency oscillation to disintegrate matter structure. A faint smile curled on Lin Yuan's lips. Not a bad idea, but the energy conduction path is too simplistic. He opened his eyes, his gaze utterly calm. Attention, everyone. Prepare for impact. What? Everyone was stunned. Not dodging. Going to take it head on. That was the Sea Dragon's Fong. As the crowd stared in horror, the blue orb on the distant warship finally reached its peak. Fire! Fat Pig Baden let out a savage roar. Whoosh! A thick blue beam tore through sky and sea, carrying the fury of destruction, shooting straight toward the throat of the abyss. Where the beam passed, seawater instantly evaporated and the air screeched with a piercing shriek. We're finished. That was the only thought in everyone's mind. But facing this hopeless strike, Lin Yuan smiled. He spread his arms and softly uttered 3 words toward the oncoming beam of death. Swallow it. Boom. In the split second before the blue beam struck the abyss throat, that colossal steel fortress suddenly shuddered violently. Then before the disbelieving eyes of all the abyss throat, this 300-meter sea fortress sank beneath the waves like a gigantic whale. Boom. The blue beam of the Sea Dragon's Fong missed, grazing the sea and smashing into the hillside behind Whiskey Peak. No earth-shattering explosion, only a nauseating sizzle. Under the azure light, the hundreds of meter cactus mountain melted like butter in a blazing fire, disintegrating and dissolving before their eyes. In mere seconds, half the mountain vanished. A collective gasp escaped the craftsmen on Whiskey Peak. Such terrifying destructive power. Had that shot struck the so-called abyss throat, would have been reduced to less than a speck of iron dust. Ha 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 ha. On the flagship, the fat pig Barton let out a triumphant, arrogant laugh. Hide. Do you think hiding in the sea will save you? Fool. Issue the order. All ships scatter. Use depth charges. Blast that iron coffin out of the seabed. He already saw victory. But beside him, Poison Needle Shaman's brows were tightly knit. Something was wrong. Too wrong. That brat Lin Yuan had been far too calm throughout. He didn't seem to be fleeing. He seemed to be waiting for something. Just then a sonar operator let out a terrified scream. Report. Underwater, there are objects moving at high speed. More than one. Heavens. Beneath the entire fleet. Too fast. It is coming up. What? Barton's laughter cut off. He rushed to the railing, staring down at the sea. Beneath the calm surface, a vast black shadow shot through the bottom of their fleet at an unbelievable speed. The shadow's silhouette was unmistakable. The bizarre trimaran, the Storm Wing. That ship. How did it emerge from underwater? Barton cried out in horror. Then he understood. The abyss throat, that sunken fortress, was no iron coffin. It was a mobile submersible motherport. In the moment it sank, it had unleashed its sharpest fong. No. Scatter. Shaman's face turned ashen as she issued a shrill warning. But it was too late. Splash. The Storm Wing burst from the sea like a black dragon, breaching the water less than 500 meters behind the Chris Workshop fleet. The spray it kicked up was like a torrential rain. Luo Lu, show them what art truly is. From the command deck of the Storm Wing, Lin Yuan's voice rang out clearly through the transponder snail. He he he. Watch me, boy. Luo Lu, clutching a bottle of wine, his eyes blazing with mania, spun the wheel with all his might. The connecting arms of the Storm Wing, forged from memory metal, hummed softly as the two side hulls tilted at an impossibly sharp angle. The ship carved a razor-sharp arc on the sea, adrift like a razor blade. Boom boom boom. Amid this extreme maneuver, the 6 cannons on the Storm Wing's flanks roared. But this time the shells targeted not the hulls or magazines, but the rudders of every warship. Plop plop plop. 6 soft splashes. The sterns of 6 ships at the rear of the fleet erupted in plumes of water. Their rudders under the Storm Wing's enhanced armor-piercing shells shattered like biscuits. Damnation. Our rudder is gone. We can't steer. We're out of control. The 6 rudderless ships, propelled by inertia, slammed into their allies ahead. In an instant, the rear of the Chris Workshop fleet descended into chaos. And the Storm Wing, that sea phantom, struck without pause. It accelerated again, weaving around the disordered fleet in an elegant, bloody dance of death. Every cannon shot precisely destroyed another ship's rudder. Like a master surgeon, its scalpel-accurate fire dismantled and paralyzed the vast armada piece by piece. Counterattack. Counterattack now. On the flagship, Barton's fat quivered with rage. Aim all guns at it. Sink it. But the Storm Wing was too fast, its movements too erratic. Luo Lu, the legendary helmsman, pushed his craft to the limit. The Storm Wing darted through the hail of shells like a slippery eel never once locked in the crosshairs. Useless. All of you are useless. Barton roared in madness. While everyone's eyes were fixed on the Storm Wing, none noticed the far larger, more terrifying shadow slowly rising directly beneath their fleet. The abyss throat. After releasing the Storm Wing, it hadn't stayed put. Under Lin Yuan's remote control, it had moved like a silent leviathan to the very center of the battlefield. All right, the appetizer is over. Lin Yuan's voice came again from the Storm Wing. Now it's time for the main course. Boom. The sea churned violently like boiling water. To the utter horror of every crewman in the Chris workshop fleet, a pitch-black steel island rose from the deep sea beneath them. The abyss throat's raised side platforms like two massive steel arms snapped shut with a thunderous clap as it ascended. Like a maw from the abyss. Crack, crack. Two pirate ships at the very center were crushed into twisted metal pancakes by the immense pressure. The pirates aboard were instantly turned to pulp. No. Fat Pig Barton, staring at this hellish scene, collapsed to the deck, his legs giving way. Ding. Detected that the host has commanded an epic naval battle, overwhelming the enemy with absolute tactics and strength. Evaluating. Congratulations, host. Reward 300,000 points. Congratulations, host. Acquired special skill, advanced artillery ballistics. Lin Yuan listened to the system prompts in his mind, his eyes cold. He slowly raised his hand, aiming at the stunned flagship in the distance. Amu. Send that biggest firework to our guests. On the central artillery platform of the abyss, throat a colossal cannon, even larger and more menacing than the sea dragon's fang, slowly swiveled. This was the requiem of the abyss throat, forged by Lin Yuan using master-level smithing, melding all the captured high-quality steel and the treasures of the Hoi Dajing pirate crew's vault. A thunderous roar that could tear one's eardrums echoed across the entire sea. The main cannon of the abyss's throat had fired. There was no dazzling beam of light, nor any grandiose special effects. Only a pitch-black massive shell shimmering with ominous red light streaked through the sky at a speed beyond the limits of vision. Advanced ballistics of cannons. In Lin Yuan's mind, the wind, speed, humidity, the curvature of the earth, and even the slight tremor of the enemy ship caused by fear, all transformed into the most precise data. The trajectory of the shell was as perfect as a divine oracle. No. On the flagship, Poison Needle Shaman let out his final roar of life. He watched helplessly as the Black Reaper struck with pinpoint accuracy and unyielding ruthlessness, hitting their proud sea dragon's fang. The two war machines collided head-on at that moment. The result was a crushing defeat. The sturdy cannon barrel of the sea dragon's fang, forged by Germa technology, was as fragile as paper before the main cannon of the abyss's throat. The pitch-black shell pierced through it in an instant, and with undiminished force directly penetrated the entire flagship. The next second, a violent chain detonation occurred. The vast energy stored within the sea dragon's fang, along with all the ammunition in the hold, was triggered simultaneously. A small mushroom cloud slowly rose from the sea surface. The powerful shockwave threw several nearby warships into the air. The flagship of the Chris workshop, along with two of its executives, Fat Pig Badun and Poison Needle Shaman, vanished from this world without leaving a single intact bone. The battlefield fell into a dead silence. All surviving pirates stared blankly at the slowly dissipating mushroom cloud, their minds a complete blank. Their pillar of strength, their most powerful weapon, was it just gone? Demon. That's a demon's weapon. Someone let out a panic scream first. Then the morale of the entire fleet completely collapsed. Run for your lives. Luo Lu. Roger. The Stormwing, a ghostly hunter that had been lingering on the edge of the battlefield, moved again. Like a shark sensing blood, it charged into the flock of panicked sheep. A chase, or rather a one-sided slaughter, unfolded once more. Meanwhile, the abyss's throat, like a majestic sovereign, hovered silently in the center of the sea, its dense array of cannons blocking all escape routes. Any vessel attempting to break through the blockade was instantly targeted and blown to pieces. An hour later, the sea fell calm again. Only floating wreckage and seawater stained with blood and fire remained. The 30 ships of the Chris workshop were completely annihilated. Only a dozen or so ships, unable to flee due to damaged rudders, drifted helplessly on the sea, flying white flags. Hans. Yes, boss. Take some men to clean up the battlefield. Capture those captains alive. I want to know everything about the Chris workshop. Yes. Thunderous cheers erupted from Whiskey Peak. The newly joined bounty hunters, gazing at the miraculous victory in the distance, and at the young man standing on the iron fortress, had only fervent adoration and awe in their eyes. They knew they had chosen the right leader. With this battle, Lin Yuan, the shipyard Azura, and his sea fortress Abyss's throat would surely become renowned throughout the Grand Line. 3 days later, inside the technical laboratory of the Abyss's throat, Lin Yuan looked calmly at the several million bounty pirates bound with iron chains and covered in wounds. Spill it. Who is Chris? Where is your headquarters? Pa, you'll get nothing from us, a one-eyed captain snarled viciously. Mister, Chris will avenge us. Lin Yuan smiled. Without another word, he directly opened the system shop. His total points had now reached a terrifying 660000. Truth Serum enhanced 1000 points effect can make even a strong-willed paramecia ability user speak the truth. Exchange. Lin Yuan injected several vials of the serum one by one into the necks of these tough men. A few minutes later, the million bounty pirates who had been as stubborn as iron moments ago now had hollow eyes like puppets stripped of their souls, answering every question. Who is Chris? Lin Yuan's voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. Chris. The one-eyed captain mumbled, his voice flat and lifeless. Chris is not a person. It's a code name. Not a person. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Hans and Amu beside him were also stunned. Then what is it? It's our master's favorite name. Don't know. The one-eyed captain's face showed struggle and pain as if the question touched a deep-seated prohibition in his soul. We only call him Mr. Mr. Lin Yuan sneered inwardly. It seemed the truth serum's effect was insufficient. He opened the system shop again. Enhanced Truth Serum Premium 10,000 points description. Even a mythical Zoan user with a will as hard as steel cannot resist its effects with a certain chance of causing permanent brain damage. Permanent damage. Lin Yuan couldn't care less. What were these people's lives to him? Exchange. 10,000 points vanished instantly. A vial of serum shimmering with eerie purple light appeared in Lin Yuan's hand. He walked up to the one-eyed captain, who was bleeding from 7 orifices due to resistance, pried open his mouth, and roughly poured the potion down his throat. Ugh! The one-eyed captain let out an inhuman scream, his body convulsing violently, eyes rolling back. A few seconds later he calmed down. His eyes became even more hollow than before, like a stagnant pool. Tell me, who is your master? Lin Yuan's voice was like a demon from the abyss. It is Saint Jalmajan. The one-eyed captain uttered a name that froze the entire laboratory air in a dreamlike tone. Saint. That surname in this sea represented only one group. The world nobles. The celestial dragons. Hans and Amu's faces turned deathly pale. Although they were ordinary craftsmen, they had heard terrifying tales of those lofty beings. Their boss had actually provoked a celestial dragon. Lin Yuan's pupils contracted for an instant, but his face showed no fear. Instead, it was filled with extreme excitement. So that was it. No wonder the Chris workshop operated so secretly and was so powerful. A celestial dragon using his vast resources and power to build an underground organization in the shadows, like playing a real-life strategy game. Why would he do that? A celestial dragon. What could he possibly lack? Lin Yuan pressed on. Lord Jalmajan. He felt bored. He said it was too dull, and he wanted to experience being a demon king. He enjoys watching the self-righteous marines and the arrogant pirates dance like pawns in his palm. His ultimate goal is to find the ancient weapon. Pluton. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. So it was true. His shipbuilding skills had caught their attention. This Jalmajan likely intended to use his expertise to locate, or even restore, that legendary ultimate warship. Where is Jalmajan now? Lin Yuan asked the final, most crucial question. On Elysium Island. The one-eyed man's voice grew fainter, his life force ebbing away rapidly. My lord. He's going there. To watch a grand fireworks display. With those words, the one-eyed man's head lolled to the side, and he breathed his last. The other captains, injected with the ordinary truth serum, had their minds collapse from forcibly recalling forbidden memories. The laboratory fell into a dead silence. Hans and Amu stared at Lin Yuan, their lips trembling, unable to utter a word. A celestial dragon. That was the ruler of the world. Was their boss going to stand against such beings? Lin Yuan paid no heed to their shock. He walked over to the bodies of those who had died, with eyes wide open, his gaze icy. Dispose of them. Lin Yuan's voice was flat as he turned and strode out of the lab. Hans and Amu watched his retreating figure, feeling a chill crawl from their soles to the crowns of their heads. This young man's audacity was deeper and more unfathomable than the Grand Line itself. Lin Yuan stood on the deck of the abyss's throat, letting the cold sea breeze whip against his face. A celestial dragon, huh? Very well. He had originally thought he would need to build his strength slowly, step by step, before challenging the highest powers of this world. Unexpectedly, the enemy had come to him of their own accord. This saved him considerable time. Elysium Island. A bloodthirsty curve crept onto Lin Yuan's lips. He disliked passively waiting for the enemy to arrive. He preferred to strike first, to nip every thread in the bud. Issue my orders. Lin Yuan's voice rang through the fortress's broadcast system. All hands rest for 12 hours. Replenish all ammunition and fuel. After 12 hours target. A fierce glint erupted from Lin Yuan's eyes. Elysium Island. I'll make that lofty god witness the grandest fireworks display prepared for himself. 12 hours later. The abyss's throat, that colossal steel beast slowly departed from Whiskey Peak under countless awestruck gazes. The Stormwing followed close behind like a loyal knight. Hans remained at Whiskey Peak to establish a solid rear base for Lin Yuan. Iron Arm, Amu, and Loru, leading a band of elite warriors, boarded the abyss's throat to accompany Lin Yuan on this mad voyage. The cabin was thick with tension. Every crew member knew who their target was. A celestial dragon. The god of this world. They were going to war against a god. Yet no one flinched. Because their leader, that 14-year-old youth, sat calmly in the command room, polishing the parts of one cannon after another. His face betrayed not a trace of nervousness or fear, only the anticipation of one about to attend a grand feast. This composure deeply inspired everyone. What's there to fear? If the boss ain't scared, why should we be? Damn right. I'm just a lowlife. If I can follow the boss to take on a celestial dragon, this life's been worth it. The crew's fear gradually gave way to a fervent fighting spirit. Sensing the shift in their emotions through his observation, Haki, Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. This was exactly the kind of fearless army he needed. He opened his system panel. Current total points 660000. The rewards from crushing the Chris Work main fleet, combined with his previous savings, had brought his points to an unprecedented height. Facing a celestial dragon, and the unpredictable forces that might stand behind him, Lin Yuan knew he had to become stronger. His eyes swiftly scanned the shop. 6 powers paper art 1 to 0 points. 6 powers moon step 1 to 0 points. 6 powers finger gun 1 to 0 points. These basic martial arts were no longer sufficient for him. His gaze continued downward. Advanced armament hockey 5 to 0 points. Advanced observation hockey 5 to 0 points. Too expensive. Moreover, merely upgrading his hockey would yield linear growth in combat power. What he needed was something that could bring a qualitative transformation. Lin Yuan's eyes finally locked onto a special category, special equipment blueprints. Ghost Stealth System Advanced Blueprint 2 0 points. Description: a stealth system combining optical camouflage, sound suppression, thermal isolation, and other cutting-edge technologies. Can be installed on medium or small vessels. When activated, it renders the ship nearly invisible to radar and the naked eye, turning it into a true ghost of the sea. This was it. Against the Celestial Dragon, a head-on clash was the most foolish choice. He needed a dagger that could silently press against the enemy's throat, and the Stormwing was the perfect carrier for that dagger. Exchanged. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan confirmed the selection. 200,000 points vanished in an instant. The next moment, a flood of intricate blueprints and manufacturing principles for the stealth system poured into his mind. Loru, AMU. Lin Yuan rose abruptly. Grab your tools and come with me to the Stormwing. We need to give it a new coat before we reach Elysium Island. 10 days later. A stretch of the Grand Line famous for its scenic beauty and entertainment facilities. An island like a paradise floated serenely on the sea. Elysium Island. It was the ultimate vacation paradise for the world's wealthiest elites and nobles. At that moment, a fleet of 20 warships patrolled the waters around the island. On the lead flagship, a tall, stern-faced man with a Rear Admiral's insignia on his shoulders scanned the sea with a telescope. Marine Headquarters Rear Admiral Fist Baswo. Stay sharp, all of you. Baswo lowered the telescope and barked at his men. You all know who's on the island today. If anything goes wrong, every one of us will be chewing rocks and impelled down. Sir, yes, sir. The Marines were petrified. Baswo scratched his head in irritation. He had no desire to take on this damn escort mission. Playing bodyguard for that bloated, useless Celestial Dragon was the greatest disgrace of his military career. But it was a direct order from the 5 elders, and he could not defy it. Report, Brigadier General. Radar shows everything is normal, no suspicious vessels detected nearby. Continue monitoring, Baswo said coldly. He had no idea that right beneath his very nose an all-black trimaran was gliding through their blockade, like a specter utterly silent. Stormwing. Under the joint modifications of Lin Yuan, Luo Lu, and Amu, the Ghost Stealth System had been flawlessly installed. The Stormwing was now shrouded in a faint ripple of water-like distortion, blending seamlessly into the surrounding seascape. Its engine's roar was absorbed by specialized dampeners, emitting not a single sound. It moved like a phantom that did not exist, racing toward the coastline of Edo Island. Haha, kid, this contraption is truly a treasure. Luo Lu rubbed his hands in excitement as he watched the oblivious Navy warships on the radar. With this we could sneak into Mary Geos just to take a bath. Shut up and focus on navigation. Lin Yuan stood at the bow, his intermediate observation hockey already enveloping the entire island. He could see the opulent architecture scattered across the land and hear the decadent revelry of those highborn elites. He also saw the colossal circular coliseum at the island's center. And at the highest tier of the arena, a figure as fat as a pig surrounded by countless beauties and guards. St. Jalmajan. At this moment, the heavenly dragon was watching the coliseum below with palpable excitement. Inside, 2 battered pirates were engaged in a brutal fight to the death, all to entertain their lofty god. Kill him. Yes, just like that. Tear him apart. Jalmajan let out a sharp, cruel laugh, popping grapes into his mouth one by one. Lin Yuan's gaze turned as cold as ancient ice. He had already sentenced this so-called god to death. The Stormwing silently docked against a secluded rocky shore on Edo Island. Lin Yuan led Luo Lu, Iron Arm, Amu, and 10 elite warriors onto the island like phantoms. Their target was clear, the Central Coliseum. Just as Lin Yuan was about to issue the infiltration order, his pupils contracted sharply. His intermediate observation hockey screamed a frantic warning. A chilling, deathly aura of overwhelming power surged from the direction of the Coliseum. Lin Yuan raised his head, concentrating his observation hockey to its absolute limit, and gazed toward the highest tier of the Coliseum. He saw him. Behind St. Jalmajan, in the most inconspicuous shadow, sat a man in quiet repose. A man in a tattered kimono, clutching a long sword to his chest, eyes closed in meditation. The terrifying aura that made Lin Yuan's very soul tremble was emanating from this man. Who was that person? Lin Yuan's heart pounded uncontrollably. That aura was sharp and pure like an unsheathed legendary blade. Merely sensing its presence sent goosebumps rising across Lin Yuan's skin. This was absolutely no ordinary master. Not even comparable to an assassin of CP7's caliber. This person was likely a true monster standing at the very pinnacle of the sword path. Boss, what's wrong? Iron Arm, Amu noticed Lin Yuan's change and asked in a hushed tone. The plan has changed. Lin Yuan's expression was more grave than ever before. He withdrew his observation hockey. The feeling of being observed made him deeply uncomfortable. That heavenly dragon has a true monster guarding him. Lin Yuan analyzed calmly. We have no chance of winning if we charge and head on. Charging directly against a swordsman of that caliber, their dozen or so people would hardly survive a single strike. What should we do then? Are we just giving up? Luo Lu took a swig of liquor, his brows tightly furrowed. Giving up, eh? Lin Yuan let out a cold sneer. Those two words don't exist in my dictionary. His mind raced. If they couldn't force their way in then, they would outsmart him. He needed an opportunity, one that could separate that monster from the heavenly dragon. An opportunity to plunge the entire island into chaos. A hint of madness flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. He picked up the Din Din Mushi at his waist and dialed Uncle Back's number aboard the abyssal throat. Uncle, it's me, Lin Yuan. How are things over there? Uncle Back's concerned voice came through the Din Din Mushi. Hit a small snag, but nothing we can't handle. Lin Yuan's tone was disturbingly calm. I need you to set off a big fireworks display for me. Fireworks? Yes, the brightest one everyone can see. Lin Yuan looked up, his gaze locking onto the massive geothermal power plant at Edo Island's center, which supplied energy to the entire island. See that tower belching white smoke? Use the abyssal throat's main cannon to destroy it. What a... That's a power plant. If you blow it up, the whole island will lose power. That's exactly what I want, to plunge it into darkness. I want to turn this so-called Edo Island into a pitch-black island, where you cannot see your own hand. I want those lofty nobles to taste true fear. Uncle Back fell silent. He knew that once Lin Yuan made a decision, he would never change his mind. All right. Uncle Back gritted his teeth. In 5 minutes, get ready for the show. He hung up the Din Din Mushi and signaled to Luo Lu and Amu behind him. Prepare to move. Once the island descends into chaos, our target remains unchanged. Make a beeline for the Colosseum VIP box. This time I want to capture that heavenly dragon alive. The Colosseum. St. Jalmajan was yawning listlessly. The match below had ended. A pirate covered in blood barely stood to claim victory. But gore at this level could no longer excite him. Boring, so boring. Jalmajan irritably smashed a priceless crystal goblet onto the ground. Next, bring up the next slave quickly. I want to see something more entertaining. Just then the man in the kimono who had been meditating with closed eyes behind him slowly opened them. His gaze was as still as an ancient well, yet seemed to penetrate all things. He glanced up at the sky, his brow furrowing almost imperceptibly. We have guests, he murmured in a voice only he could hear. The next moment, a black streak nearly invisible to the naked eye cut across the sky from the distant horizon. That was the main cannon shell from the abyssal throat. It soared at an impossible speed, precise and ruthless, heading straight for Edo Island's energy core, the geothermal power plant. Boom. An earth-shattering explosion erupted from the island's center. Immediately after, the entire Edo Island shuddered violently, as if struck by a massive earthquake. Inside the Colosseum, everyone was thrown off balance by the sudden catastrophe. What's happening? Is it an earthquake? St. Jalmajan was so terrified that he rolled off his golden throne, his obese body writhing desperately on the ground. Before anyone could react, snap. The entire island plunged into darkness as every light went out simultaneously. The power plant was destroyed and Edo Island was completely swallowed by a dead, suffocating void of blackness. Help! What is happening? After a brief silence, panic and screams erupted like a tidal wave. How could those nobles accustomed to lives of luxury ever have witnessed such a scene? Darkness is the finest breeding ground for fear. The entire Paradise Island descended into chaos in an instant. Now, in the darkness, Lin Yuan's eyes shone with an alarming intensity. Moved. He took the lead, as swift and lethal as a leopard in the night, guiding his elite squad in a rapid advance toward the VIP box at the apex of the arena. Chaos served as his finest cover. The arena guards were already in disarray and capable of mounting any effective defense in the darkness. Lin Yuan's group encountered negligible resistance as they slipped into the perimeter of the VIP box. Yet when they reached the final corridor leading to the box, everyone halted. A thick coppery stench of blood hit them. A dozen bodies lay strewn across the corridor. These were St. Jalmajan's personal guards, each handpicked from the finest. Now all were dead. Each throat bore a single slender crimson line. One strike fatal. Lin Yuan's heart sank. He knew that creature had already made its move. At that moment, a voice devoid of emotion drifted from the darkness at the corridor's end. You carry no scent of invitation. Uninvited guests must pay the price. As the words fell, a figure wrapped in tattered kimono emerged slowly from the shadows. Cradled against his chest was an ancient longsword. Moonlight filtered through shattered windows, illuminating a face marked by eyes of utter coldness. He stood motionless, yet an invisible sword pressure as tangible as stone pressed upon Lulu, and AMU, robbing them of breath and strength to lift their weapons. Boss, this guy, he's a monster. AMU gritted his teeth, his mechanical arm trembling involuntarily. Lin Yuan's expression darkened with grave concern. He felt the opponent's killing intent seal off the entire corridor. No escape remained. State your name, the kimono wearer said evenly to Lin Yuan. My blade spares no one without reputation. Lin Yuan drew a deep breath, letting advanced armament hockey flow over his right arm. Dark flames flickered across the blackened flesh. He knew today would be the fiercest battle yet. Lin Yuan of the Qihang's shipyards. Just as Lin Yuan prepared to strike, behind him Lulu, the old man who always clung to his sake bottle, appearing perpetually tipsy, froze as if struck by lightning upon recognizing the kimono wearer's face. His bottle shattered on the ground. No. Impossible. Lualu's lips quivered, his face draining of color, eyes wide with utter terror and disbelief. You should be dead. Shimatsuki Onamaru. Ryuma. When Lulu stammered that name, Lin Yuan's mind went blank. Shimatsuki Ryuma. Shimatsuki Ryuma. the legendary Grandmaster Swordsman of Wano country, the samurai who once slew a giant dragon, the man who wielded the black blade Shusui, ancestor of Lord Shimatsuki Ushimaru of Ringa and direct forebear of Shimatsuki Tasha Zoro's grandmother in the future crew of the Straw Hat Pirates. By all accounts, Ryuma had been dead for many years. How could he appear here? Lin Yuan's heart pounded as he stared at the man before him. Wrong. The timeline was completely off. At this point, Ryuma's body and Shusui should still rest in Wano's tomb, not stolen by Moria, for many years to come. This man before him, despite his terrifying aura and sword intent reaching the skies, was absolutely not the legendary Ryuma. Shimatsuki. The kimono wearer's impassive face showed the faintest ripple at Lualu's words. He glanced at Lualu as though recalling something. The rum-drunk helmsman of the Rumbar Pirates. I didn't think you'd still be alive. He actually knew Lualu. You know me? Lualu asked in utter disbelief. It's been many years. Your ship once anchored in Kuri, and I saw you there. The man replied calmly. As for Ryuma, he was my ancestor. I am Shimatsuki Ushimaru. Shimatsuki Ushimaru, the lord of Ringa in Wano country, Zoro's distant relative. Later he would be imprisoned on Onigashima for refusing to submit to Kurizumi, Orochi, and Kaido, and would ultimately end his legendary life leading samurai in a sacrificial charge to help Yamato escape and fulfill Odin's will. These details flashed through Lin Yuan's mind in an instant. At this point in time, years remained before Kaido's invasion of Wano, so Shimatsuki Ushimaru should still be in Wano. How could he be here serving as a guard for a world noble? Lord Ushimaru. Why? Why would you? Lualu couldn't comprehend how a lord of Wano could become a hound for the world nobles. That is my private affair. Shimatsuki Ushimaru's gaze grew cold once more. I have a contract with Lord Jalmajan. My duty is to eliminate all threats to him. His hand rested slowly on the sword hilt. You are those threats. An icy killing intent instantly enveloped the entire corridor. It was over. Lualu and AMU's hearts plummeted. Against a grandmaster swordsman of this caliber, they had no chance whatsoever. A fine sheen of cold sweat formed on Lin Yuan's forehead. He could feel the opponent's sword intent had completely locked onto him. One move, and he would be met with a strike as thunderous as a falling mountain. Advanced armament hockey. Before a true grandmaster, it would be as thin as paper. A direct confrontation meant certain death. What should he do? Lin Yuan's mind raced at unprecedented speed. He had to find a way to break free. A reason to make the opponent abandon his attack. The sword. Yes, the sword. What mattered most to a swordsman? His sword. Lin Yuan's gaze fell upon the ancient longsword at Shimatsuki Ushimaru's waist. It was a fine blade, but not good enough. It didn't even qualify as one of the great grade swords. Wait. Just as Shimatsuki Ushimaru was about to draw his blade, Lin Yuan suddenly shouted. My. Ushimaru paused, confusion flickering in his eyes. Lord Shimatsuki Ushimaru, I mean no enmity toward you. Lin Yuan forced himself to remain calm, meeting the man's gaze directly. I have no interest in that world noble's life either. All I want is a toy in his possession. The Chris workshop. Oh. Ushimaru raised an eyebrow, a hint of interest piqued by Lin Yuan's words. I know you are a true grandmaster swordsman. Lin Yuan continued, his voice radiating confidence. And a true grandmaster requires a legendary blade worthy of his name. Lin Yuan extended his finger, pointing to the sword at Ushimaru's waist. Your blade is adequate, yet it has reached its limits. It confines your kinjutsu, does it not? Xuanyu and Nyonyo's pupils constricted violently. This young man had seen through the very essence of his blade with a single glance. Indeed, this sword had accompanied him for many years, but as his swordsmanship improved, it gradually failed to keep pace with his strength and speed. He could even sense the mournful cry of the blade with every swing. You understand swords? Nyonyo's voice carried a hint of solemnity. I don't understand swords. Lin Yuan shook his head, then grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. I only know how to forge the finest blades. Master-level forging art. This was his greatest trump card. As long as you promise not to interfere in the matter between me and that celestial dragon. Lin Yuan offered his bargaining chip. I can personally forge for you a legendary blade that surpasses the great grade 21 blades and even rivals the supreme grade 12 blades. In exchange, the Chris workshop belongs to me. The entire corridor fell into a deathly silence. Luo Lu and Amu stared at Lin Yuan in bewilderment. Their boss. Had he lost his mind? Bargaining with a great swordsman. Xuanyu and Nyonyo also fell silent. He stared intently at Lin Yuan as if trying to detect the slightest hint of deceit on his face. But Lin Yuan's gaze was clear and resolute, brimming with unshakable confidence. A supreme grey blade. This temptation was irresistible to any swordsman. Just then, bastards, what are you lowly vermin discussing? A sharp roar came from inside the private room. Saint Jarmaz emerged, awkwardly surrounded by several terrified guards. Seeing Nyonyo confronting Lin Yuan, he immediately pointed at Lin Yuan and issued an order. Nyonyo, what are you waiting for? Kill this insolent commoner who dares to offend a god. Tear him to pieces. Jarmaz's face was filled with lofty arrogance and cruelty. He had no idea that his words had completely altered the situation. Xuanyu and Nyonyo slowly turned his head to look at Saint Jarmaz. His eyes were cold, devoid of any warmth. Lord Jarmaz, Nyonyo's voice was calm. My contract is to protect your safety, but it does not include tolerating your insults to the way of the sword. You? Jarmaz seemed about to say something, but when he met Nyonyo's eyes, his remaining words were choked in his throat. Those were eyes more terrifying than the abyss, colder than death itself. Ah, St. Jarmaz, this lofty celestial dragon, was so frightened by a single look that his legs gave way and he collapsed to the ground, a foul stench coming from his crotch. He had actually wet himself in fear. Xuanyuan Yonyo averted his gaze and looked back at Lin Yuan. He had made a decision. Your conditions, I? Before he could finish, suddenly, a piercing alarm resounded throughout the entire Paradise Island. Then a cold, mechanical, and emotionless grand voice blasted through the broadcast system, covering the island, ringing in everyone's ears. St. Jarmaz, you have violated the prohibition of Mary Geo's privately formed armed forces and severely disrupted the balance of the world. By order of the 5 elders, you are to be arrested immediately and recalled to the Holy Land. As for you, the cold voice paused as if an invisible pair of eyes pierced through space, locking onto Lin Yuan. Shipyard Shura Lin Yuan. Your existence and the technology you possess have become destabilizing factors threatening world stability. Now you have 2 choices. Hand over all your technology and ships and come with us. Or become our enemy and be completely erased. On the distant horizon, a massive fleet, entirely black and flying the flag of the world government, slowly emerged like ghosts sailing from hell. On the lead flagship, a man in a white suit and a mask was coldly watching this island engulfed in chaos. CP0, the most powerful intelligence agency of the world government. They had personally dispatched. When that black fleet appeared, everyone present, including Xuanyuan Yonyo, changed color. If the Navy was the shining sword of the world government on the surface, then CP, especially CP0, was the deadly venomous blade hidden in the shadows, reaping all threats. They took orders directly from the celestial dragons, being their most loyal and powerful hounds. Their appearance meant that this matter had escalated from a personal vendetta to the level of the world government. Hee. St. Jarmaz collapsed on the ground, let out a neurotic laugh of relief after hearing the broadcast. You're done for. All of you lowly worms are done for. He pointed at Lin Yuan, his face filled with venom and glee. CP0 is here. None of you can escape. I want to see you cut into 1,000 pieces. Lin Yuan ignored his clamor. His gaze was fixed on that ominous fleet in the distance. This was truly troublesome. He had anticipated many possibilities, even imagined attracting a Navy admiral. But he never expected to directly alarm CP0. These guys were far more troublesome than the Navy. They followed no rules, no morals. Their only creed was to complete the mission. To accomplish their mission, they would stop at nothing, even slaughter an entire island. Kid, what do we do now? Luo Lu moved close to Lin Yuan, his expression extremely grave. These guys are mad dogs. Once they set their sights on you, you can't shake them off. Lin Yuan did not reply. His mind was calculating frantically. Fight. The enemy was a CP0 fleet, strength unknown, but definitely far beyond any foe he had encountered before. The abyss throat was powerful, but its energy and ammunition were not limitless. Once engaged in a protracted battle, the consequences would be disastrous. Flee. Before CP0, where could he escape to? They possessed the world government's most advanced intelligence network and tracking technology. No matter where he fled, he would be found. This seemed a dead end. Lin Yuan. Just then Xuanyuan Yonyo suddenly spoke. His eyes were equally grave. Those guys, they're strong. He said in a low voice, that masked man in the lead, I'm not confident I can surpass him. Even Xuanyuan Yonyo said so. Lin Yuan's heart sank. However, Yonyo changed his tone, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. If it's just to carve a bloody path, I can help you. He glanced at Lin Yuan. Consider it. A down payment for the sword you promised. Lin Yuan looked at Yonyo somewhat surprised. He never expected that this great swordsman whom he had known for less than half an hour would choose to stand by his side. Why, I hate being ordered around. Yonyo said calmly, his gaze sweeping over the prostrate Jarmaz with disgust. Especially by a useless waste. Furthermore, a hint of a swordsman's arrogance curled at the corner of Yonyo's mouth. I'm also very curious to see what kind of change you can bring to this boring world. You are far more interesting than this celestial dragon. Lin Yuan smiled. He knew he had gambled correctly. Excellent. Lin Yuan's eyes blazed with astonishing brilliance. Since that's the case, let us tear this sky apart together. He spun around abruptly and issued commands to Luo Lu and Amu behind him. Luo Lu, take the storm wing and use its speed to throw the CP0 fleet into chaos. Sink as many ships as you can. Amu, lead your men to secure all exits of the Colosseum and take those so-called nobles hostage. Uncle Buck. Lin Yuan grabbed the Den Den Mushi and roared into it. Charge the main cannon of the abyss's throat. Lock onto the CP0 flagship. I want to exchange broadsides with them. As for here. Lin Yuan's gaze met Shimosuke's in midair. The battle intent between them blazed with ferocity. Leave it to us. Huh. Good. Thrilling. Luo Lu laughed heartily, and his figure vanished into the darkness in an instant. Yes, boss. Amu led his men charging out in excitement. An unprecedented melee was about to erupt on the Elysium Island. You overestimate yourselves. Aboard the CP0 flagship, the masked man watched the events unfolding on the island and let out a disdainful snort. He slowly raised his hand. Since they have chosen death, then grant them their wish. Order all ships' main cannons fire at will. Target. Elysium Island. Erase this island from the map entirely. His voice was icy, devoid of any emotion, as if he were ordering the destruction not of a bustling island, but of a mere annoying ant beneath his foot. Boom, 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 boom. The CP-0 fleet, dozens of pitch-black warships, simultaneously rotated their gun barrels. Dark hollow muzzles began to converge with devastating energy. A buster call. No. This was far more terrifying than a buster call. An indiscriminate saturation attack from the world government's highest coercive force. It's over. On the island, the nobles, still fleeing in panic, looked at the doomsday scene on the sea and sank into utter despair. They were doomed to be buried together. But just then a massive black shell darker than the night itself roared from behind Elysium Island. Its target was the CP-0 flagship. It was the Abyss's throat opening fire. A paltry trick. The masked man snorted coldly, neither dodging nor retreating. He flickered, appearing directly in the shell's trajectory. He extended a single finger, its tip coated with an intensely concentrated layer of armament hockey black as a black hole. Finger gun obsidian. He tapped gently. Ding. The enormous shell, capable of sinking a small mountain, halted in midair. Then from the point of contact, countless cracks instantly spread. Boom. The shell detonated in midair hundreds of meters from the flagship. One finger. With just a single finger, he had detonated the main cannon shell of the Abyss's throat. What terrifying power was this? Witnessing this, through his observation, Hockey Lin Yuan's pupils constricted to the limit. The masked man's strength far exceeded his imagination. The game is over. The masked man's voice seemed to echo in Lin Yuan's ears. He slowly raised his head and looked toward Elysium Island. The dozens of warships' cannons had finished charging. In the next second, the island would be engulfed in flames. Lin Yuan's heart sank to the abyss. Was this truly the end today? He still had so many things unfinished. He had not yet personally built a ship that could give birth to a ship's spirit. He would not accept this. Within Lin Yuan's chest, a torrent of raging fury and unwillingness blazed. Why? Why could these self-proclaimed gods, this garbage, arbitrarily decide life and death based on their whims? Why should the ship he poured his heart into, the companions he protected, be reduced to ashes at a single word from these bastards? Oh. Lin Yuan let out a roar to the sky. His eyes instantly turned blood red, pushing his intermediate armament hockey and intermediate observation hockey to their absolute limits. No, not enough. Far from enough. Against this level of despair, this power was nothing but a joke. System. Lin Yuan screamed in his mind. Give me everything you can use. Ding. The host is facing a life-or-death crisis. Intense emotional fluctuations have triggered hidden conditions. Special shop is now available for a limited time. Warning: all items in the special shop will have unpredictable side effects after exchange. A blood-red system interface exploded in Lin Yuan's mind. The dazzling array of items was completely different from before, saturated with an aura of madness and destruction. Conqueror's Hockey Experience Card, 5000 points. After use, unleashes one Conqueror's Hockey Shockwave that overawes the entire field. Side effect: permanent reduction of mental strength cap by 10. Devil Fruit Awakening Experience Card, 6000 points. Allows the host to randomly experience the awakened power of one Paramecia fruit for 10 minutes. Side effect: permanent loss of 20 of life force. Forbidden Blueprint Death's Kiss, 1000 points. A self-destructive weapon blueprint from an unknown civilization powerful enough to erase a large island. Side effect: 99 chance the builder will be killed by its energy backlash. Lin Yuan's gaze swept frantically over these forbidden options. His heart was pounding. Each was a poison that slaked thirst but deepened the ailment. Yet now he needed poison. He needed a virulent dose that could instantly overturn the board. His eyes finally locked onto the option at the very bottom of the list, the most unassuming, yet also the most expensive. Causality item absolute, 5 minutes exchange cost 66000 points. Description: at the cost of the host's current total points, forcibly alter local causality. For the next 5 minutes, the first command issued by the host that is bound to happen will be enforced by the world's laws, ignoring all physical rules and ability obstacles. Side effect: the side effect was actually a question mark. That was more unsettling than any explicit side effect. But Lin Yuan had no time to hesitate. On the distant horizon, the muzzles of the dozens of CP-0 warships had already reached their peak brightness. Destruction was only a second away. Exchanged. Lin Yuan roared with all his strength from the depths of his soul. Confirm consumption of 66000 points to exchange for absolute 5 minutes. Confirm. Boom. Lin Yuan felt his soul instantly drained. An indescribably profound power descended from the void, enveloping his entire being. At that moment, he felt he could see the flow of time, could touch the threads of causality. He raised his head, his bloodshot eyes piercing through space, to meet the gaze of the masked man on the CP-0 flagship. The masked man's pupils contracted sharply. He felt a terrifying aura that made his very soul tremble. Fire. The masked man commanded without hesitation. He would obliterate this unsettling presence completely. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of energy beams capable of annihilating everything descended upon Paradise Island from all directions. Doomsday had arrived. On the island, countless people let out desperate wails. Inside the arena, Xuanyuan Yuan's expression turned gravely solemn. He had already gripped his sword hilt, ready to face the final moment of his life. But just then Lin Yuan's voice rang out. His voice was not loud, yet it seemed to carry a certain magic of words that could command reality, echoing clearly in the depths of everyone's soul. I command. Lin Yuan spread his arms, a wild maniacal grin spreading across his face. For the next 5 minutes, all attacks aimed at this island. He spoke each word with deliberation, using every ounce of strength, and roared out the utterly impossible command. Reflect. The moment the words fell time-space, everything seemed to freeze. Then those dozens of world-shattering energy beams eerily reversed direction. It was as if they had struck an invisible mirror, returning with even greater speed and more violent fury than when they came, blasting back toward the CP-0 fleet. No. Impossible. On the CP-0 flagship, the masked man let out a terrified scream. What was he seeing? He saw the cannon fire launched by his own subordinates hurtling toward him in a torrent. What kind of ability was this? An illusion? No. The overwhelming aura of death was so real. Defense. All personnel activate maximum defense. The masked man roared frantically, unleashing his armament hockey, without reservation, forming a thick black armor around his body. But it was useless. Everything happened too fast. So fast that they couldn't react effectively. Boom, 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 boom. One after another, magnificent flowers of death bloomed in succession on the sea surface. The CP-0 fleet, those pitch-black warships representing the world government's highest combat power, were pierced, detonated, and shattered into pieces by their own cannon fire, one ship after another. The blaze from the explosions illuminated the entire night sky as if it were daylight. Screams, wails, explosions, all interwoven into a symphony from hell. On Paradise Island, everyone was dumbfounded. The fleeing nobles, the despairing guards, including TBAMU and even Xuanyuan Yuan, all stood gaping at the infernal scene on the sea, which seemed like a divine miracle. Their minds had completely shut down. What had just happened? They had witnessed divine punishment descending, and then the punishment had returned. Gulp. Luo Lu on the phone bow Z swallowed hard, forgetting to hold his wine bottle steady. This kid. Just what kind of monster is he? Inside the arena, after roaring out that command, Lin Yuan seemed to have all his strength drained away. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to one knee. His face was pale as paper, his body tottering. The mysterious power that had enveloped him vanished without a trace the moment the command was completed. The side effects hit. He felt as if a part of his soul had been torn away, a weakness from the very essence of life, flooding his entire body. But he laughed. He looked at the distant fleet being devoured by the fireworks he had personally orchestrated, laughing with immense pleasure, with utter madness. Tian Longren. CP-0. Shiji Jingfu. Are they really so impressive? In the face of absolute madness, even gods must kneel before me. The explosions on the sea lasted for a full minute. When the flames gradually dissipated, the once formidable CP-0 fleet had only a few scattered, battered ships barely clinging to existence. Over 80% of the warships had sunk to the bottom of the sea in that bizarre act of self-destruction. At the flagship's position, only a massive whirlpool remained, with not even a decent piece of wreckage to be found. The masked man, whose strength was unfathomable, had likely been blown to bits by the very cannon fire he ordered. Win. Did we win? We survived? On Paradise Island, the survivors, having narrowly escaped death, looked at the surreal scene before them and erupted into wild joy and cheers. They gazed at the figure on the arena's peak, kneeling on one knee and swaying, their eyes filled with fervent worship and awe. Xuanyuan Yuan slowly withdrew his stunned gaze. He walked over to Lin Yuan, looked at the young man, whose face was pale as a ghost, his expression extremely complex. What did you just do? In all his years, he had traveled across Heziguo and witnessed the wonders of the Vida Honglu, but he had never seen such absurd, such reality-defying power. That was beyond what could be explained by Imo Guoshur abilities. Cough. Lin Yuan coughed up more blood. His eyelids grew heavier, and the weakness in his body surged like waves, one after another. Just a little trick. He forced himself to stand, his gaze sweeping over the surviving CP-0 ships. We can't let them escape. Lin Yuan's voice was hoarse and weak. Luo Lu. Got it. The phone bow Z, this hunter who had been waiting for its chance, finally bared its fangs. It shot forward like a black lightning bolt, charging at the battered ships, still belching black smoke. What followed was a one-sided harvest. Lin Yuan. Xuanyuan Yuan quickly caught Lin Yuan as he swayed, saying in a deep voice, "You're in terrible condition right now. You must rest immediately." Lin Yuan shook his head. He knew his own condition. The side effects of the absolute 5 minutes were far more horrifying than he had imagined. It was a permanent wound on the soul level. He felt as if a large chunk of his life force had been cut away. But he could not fall. At least not yet. His gaze pierced through the chaotic crowd and landed on the Tian Longren, who had collapsed on the ground, utterly terrified. Sheng Jirmazan, the instigator of this farce. A flash of icy killing intent crossed Lin Yuan's eyes. He shook off Yuan's support and walked step by step toward that obese figure. With each step he took, the people around involuntarily stepped back, clearing a path for him. He still made his final threat with his ridiculous identity. Lin Yuan walked up to him, looking down at him with an expressionless face. Navy admirals. A mocking curve appeared at the corner of Lin Yuan's mouth. Do you think I'm still afraid of that now, eh? He slowly raised his foot. With that one step, the so-called Shiji Guizu would be crushed like a squashed tomato, erased from this world forever. Everyone present, including Shuangyu and Yuan, held their breath. They were about to witness a historic moment. A mortal about to slay a god with his own hands. But just as Lin Yuan's foot was about to descend, an old, weary, yet dignified voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Young man, stop." Lin Yuan's movements abruptly froze. This voice, it wasn't transmitted through the air. It resounded directly within his spiritual world. "This is HeartNet." "No." A more advanced observation Haki. Lin Yuan's pupils constricted sharply. His intermediate observation Haki frantically spread in all directions, attempting to locate the source of the voice. But there was nothing. On the entire island aside from them, there was not a single trace of a powerful being. "Who are you?" Lin Yuan asked in a low voice within his mind. "It doesn't matter who I am." That aged voice sounded again, carrying a hint of helpless sigh. "What matters is that you cannot kill him." "Reason? Killing him will bring you no benefit. It will only set you completely against the world government, inviting endless pursuit. You are still young, your future should not be ruined here." "Heh," Lin Yuan sneered. "Easier said than done. If I don't kill him, will they let me go? The CP0 has been dispatched. Do you think there is any room for reconciliation?" "There is," that voice said with certainty. This operation of the CP0, nominally under the orders of the Five Elders, is in reality more of the masked man's unilateral decision. He wanted to use this opportunity to completely take control of you and the technology you possess. Now that he is dead and this fleet is destroyed, I can help you negotiate with the Five Elders. You can help me negotiate. Lin Yuan's eyes flickered uneasily. Who exactly are you? On what basis? That voice was silent for a moment. You can think of me as an old man who does not wish to see the world fall into complete chaos. I can make a deal with you. A deal, eh? Exactly. That voice said, you spare Zhao and hand him over to me. In exchange, I can help erase most traces of this incident. Moreover, I can give you a promise. What promise? For the next 3 years, as long as you do not actively provoke the world government, the Marines, and the CP system will not trouble you. You can peacefully develop your power and build your ships. Of course, your bounty will not be revoked, it might even increase. After all, you destroyed a CP0 fleet. That is an indisputable fact. The underworld and those pirates seeking fortune will still be troubles you must face. This condition was undeniably generous. It was like a pie falling from the sky. Lin Yuan was well aware that although his earlier rebound move appeared devastating, it was essentially a mutual destruction tactic, cost immense, and could not be used consecutively. If the world government was truly determined to kill him, sending another fleet, or even dispatching an admiral directly, he would be unable to withstand it. Now someone was willing to mediate and give him 3 precious years of development. This was truly a timely help. But Lin Yuan was no fool. He narrowed his eyes and asked coldly, sounds good, but what about my benefits? I went through all this trouble, nearly lost my life, just for a verbal promise from you. I also want the Khalees workshop. Lin Yuan bluntly stated his condition. This toy privately built by the Celestial Dragon, I want it. Agreed. That voice agreed without hesitation. It was never meant to exist. It's better for you to take it over than leave it in his hands. Also, a sharp glint flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. I want to know who you are. I never make deals with someone who hides their identity. At the other end of the Den Mushi, there was a long silence again. After a long while, that aged voice with a hint of helplessness slowly uttered a name that made Lin Yuan's heart stop. Gangu. Calm. The fleet admiral of the Marine headquarters. The commander-in-chief of the world government's entire military. It was him. Lin Yuan's mind went blank. He never expected that the man behind this conversation was the one standing at the pinnacle of world power. No wonder. No wonder he had the ability to mediate all this. Now can you make your choice, Dakajura Lin Yuan? Gang Gukong's voice sounded again. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and slowly withdrew the foot that was about to step down. He looked at the Saint Zhao who had fainted from fear beneath his feet, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. Killing a celestial dragon was certainly satisfying. But to seal off all his retreats for a moment of impulse was not courage but foolishness. He needed time. He needed to accumulate enough power to overturn the entire world. Fine. Lin Yuan raised his head and said coldly to the empty sky, I accept. Deal. The deal was struck. Lin Yuan did not spare another glance at the fainted celestial dragon. He turned and walked back to Shuangyu and Yuan. Let's go. His voice was still weak, but his will was unshakably firm. Leaving just like that. Not going to strip the place bare. Luo Lu jumped down from the storm wings, looking at the luxurious buildings on the island with a regretful expression. We took what we most needed. Lin Yuan's gaze swept over the trembling nobles being controlled by AMU. Take these hostages and withdraw. Soon the storm wings carrying Lin Yuan's group and dozens of distinguished guests silently left the half-ruined Paradise Island. The abyss throat also slowly submerged, disappearing into the vast night. Less than half an hour after they left, a fast warship flying the Marine headquarters flag arrived at the port. Stepping off the ship was Ka Pu's adjutant, Bojiata. He looked at the devastated island at the wreckage of the destroyed CP0 warships. Even though he was accustomed to grand scenes, he couldn't help but gasp. All this was done by that kid alone. A Marine lieutenant beside Bojiata, looking at the scene, resembling a meteorite, struck, his voice trembling. Bojiata did not answer. He quickly walked to the arena and found the celestial dragon abandoned in a corner. After confirming that the man was merely frightened, unconscious, and not in danger, he breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately bring St. Jalmazan back to the ship. Yes. Furthermore, Bo Jiata looked up and glanced in the direction Lin Yuan had left, his eyes extremely complex. Report everything that happened here to Marshal Kong at the highest security level. Remember tonight the CP-0 fleet, while pursuing the heinous great pirate Doc Azura, Lin Yuan unfortunately encountered abnormal weather on the Grand Line and was completely annihilated. As for St. Jalmazan, he survived only because of our desperate protection. Understood? You? Understood. 5 days later. Inside the medical room at the throat of the abyss. Lin Yuan lay on a soft hospital bed, his face still pale, but his eyes had regained clarity. Uncle Buck sat by the bedside holding a steaming bowl of fish soup, looking at him with a face full of concern. You little brat, you nearly scared this old bones to death. His eyes were a bit reddened. Don't ever do such dangerous things again. Lin Yuan smiled, took the fish soup, and began gulping it down heartily. Uncle, I'm fine. He could feel the weakness originating from his soul slowly receding within his body. Although the side effects of the absolute 5 minutes were permanent, his body seemed to be gradually adapting to this deficiency. Fine. You've been unconscious for 5 days. Uncle Buck said irritably. By the way, as if remembering something, he pulled out a brand new wanted poster from his pocket and handed it to Lin Yuan. The newsbird brought it this morning. You've made a name for yourself again, kid. Lin Yuan took the wanted poster. The photo was taken in the darkness of Paradise Island, blurry and indistinct, showing only a blood-soaked, frenzied silhouette. But the numbers below were terrifyingly clear. Doc Shura, Lin Yuan bounty 300 berry. 300 million. Lin Yuan murmured, staring at the number. This bounty amount in this era was enough to rank among the established great pirates of the second half of the Grand Line. The future monsters of the Rocks pirates probably had bounties around this level now. It seems that old man Kong the Steelbone kept his word. Lin Yuan smiled and casually tossed the wanted poster aside. As expected, the official announcement blamed the destruction of the CP-0 fleet on him, preserving the last shred of dignity for the world government. And this 300 million bounty was both an official acknowledgement of his strength and a bait thrown to all pirates and bounty hunters worldwide. Kong the Steelbone was telling him, in this way the Navy and CP won't trouble you, but as for others, you're on your own. Just then the system's prompt sound arrived belatedly. Ding. Detected that the host completed an epic achievement, God-slaying battle pseudo. Settlement in progress. Congratulations, host. You received a reward 1000 points. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a special title, Forbidden One. When equipped, the favorability of world government subordinate organizations toward you permanently decreases, but your reputation in the underworld and the Revolutionary Army faction will greatly increase. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a special reward, Life Origin Essence Trace X1. Life Origin Essence, the primordial energy from the beginning of the world, can heal any form of injury, including soul level damage. 1 million points. And Life Origin Essence. Lin Yuan's breathing instantly became rapid. This was truly a timely rain. He did not hesitate and silently prayed in his heart. Use Life Origin Essence. The next moment, a warm, gentle energy full of life force appeared in his body out of thin air. That energy, like spring sunshine, gently enveloped his damaged soul and slowly began to repair it. The tearing weakness from before was disappearing at an incredible speed. A few minutes later, Lin Yuan suddenly sat up in bed. He clenched his fist, feeling the renewed fullness of power within him, and a terrifying sharp light burst from his eyes. He had not only recovered, he even felt his spiritual power was more condensed and stronger than before. Destruction leads to rebirth. The trauma caused by the absolute 5 minutes under the repair of Life Origin Essence actually turned misfortune into a blessing. Lin Yuan. You. Uncle Buck was startled by his sudden movement. I'm fine, Uncle. Lin Yuan jumped off the bed, stretched his limbs, and produced a series of cracking sounds. I feel great. He opened the system panel. Current total points, 10000000. Looking at this long string of zeros, Lin Yuan felt immensely pleased. He was now a true millionaire. With this huge sum, he could undergo an epic level enhancement. His eyes quickly scanned the system shop. Advanced Armament Hockey 500 points. Advanced Observation Hockey 500 points. A flash of heat crossed Lin Yuan's eyes. He chose to exchange for both without hesitation. Confirm consumption of 1 million points to upgrade Armament Hockey Intermediate and Observation Hockey Intermediate to Advanced. Confirmed. Boom. Two torrents of power, completely different, yet equally vast and mighty, rushed into Lin Yuan's body and soul at the same time. If the upgrade from Intermediate to Advanced was an accumulation of quantity, then from Advanced to top-level Hockey was a qualitative leap. Lin Yuan felt that his Armament Hockey was no longer simply covering the surface of his body, but had perfectly merged with his flesh, bones, and even every cell. He had a feeling that even without activating hardening, his body's toughness was now comparable to steel. And the change in Observation Hockey was even more mysterious. His perception range expanded again. He closed his eyes, and everything within the entire throat of the abyss and dozens of nautical miles around was presented in his mind with an omniscient, godlike perspective, 360 degrees, without blind spots. He could even hear the sound of seawater flowing and see the shape of the wind. This was Advanced Observation Hockey. And, foreseeing the future, Although it was just a brief second or two in top-level combat, that was enough to decide life and death. Huff. Lin Yuan let out a long breath of stale air and opened his eyes. The world had become completely different in his eyes. Just then the door of the medical room was pushed open. Xuanyuan Yuan walked in. He looked at Lin Yuan, who was full of spirit and whose aura was even more unfathomable than before, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. It seems you've recovered well. Thanks to you. Lin Yuan smiled. I came to say goodbye. Xuanyuan Yuan said calmly. Goodbye. Lin Yuan was taken aback. My mission is complete. Yuan said, that waste Jarmajam has been taken away by the Navy and my contract with him ends here. Then where do you plan to go next? Back to the He country. Yuan shook his head, a hint of complexity in his eyes. The current He country is no longer the He country I knew. I don't want to go back for now. He looked at Lin Yuan and suddenly asked, does your previous promise of a sword still count? Of course. Lin Yuan nodded. Good. A trace of a smile appeared on Yuan's face. Until your sword is forged, I'll stay by your side for now. He paused and added, consider it your personal bodyguard. However, I'm only responsible for protecting your safety. I won't participate in your crazy plans to conquer the world. Hearing this, Lin Yuan burst into laughter. He knew that this great swordsman of the He country had been completely tied to his chariot. Having a top-tier swordsman as a bodyguard directly maxed out his sense of security. Welcome aboard, Mr. Yuan. For the following month, the first half of the Grand Line was calm and peaceful. At least that was how it seemed for Lin Yuan. The bounty of 300 million belly on the shipyard Shura, along with his terrifying feat of annihilating an entire CP-0 fleet, swept across the world like a hurricane. Countless people were shaken to their cores. That name had become synonymous with the untouchable. Most pirates and bounty hunters, upon hearing it, chose to steer clear. Occasionally, a few heedless souls would attempt to test their luck, only to be sent to feed the fishes by the elusive Storm Wing before even catching a glimpse of the Abyssal Maw. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan seized this precious period of tranquility to launch a frenzied mobilization plan. He liquidated the ransom money extracted from those aristocratic hostages invited from Gokuraku Island, along with all the assets of the Chris Corporation, exchanging them for vast amounts of belly and resources. He then continuously transported these resources back to Whiskey Peak. Under Hans's management, the base at Whiskey Peak expanded by more than tenfold. Thousands of craftsmen and desperados were drawn to it, joining this emerging and colossal power. The Navigator shipyard was no longer merely a shipyard. It had transformed into a colossus integrating intelligence, military industry, and trade. As the architect of all this, Lin Yuan immersed himself entirely in the joy of shipbuilding. He returned to the deepest technical laboratory of the Abyssal Maw, which had become his exclusive domain. First, he spent half a month forging that promised peerless sword for Shigeru Ashimaru. He drew upon all his treasured collections, including rare metals from Hodo's treasure vault and scraps of the Atom Tree. With master-level forging skills and advanced armament hockey at his disposal, he personally wielded the hammer, delivering tens of thousands of strikes upon the blade blank. Half a month later, when a pitch-black longsword, its blade etched with irregular flame patterns and radiating an ominous yet domineering aura, appeared before Ashimaru, the great swordmaster's breathing halted. He could feel it. The sword was thirsting for blood. It seemed as though it had its own life. This blade is named Demon Devourer. Lin Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow and smiled. It will constantly absorb the holder's haki, growing stronger over time. But if your haki is insufficient, it will drain you dry. It sounds somewhat similar to a certain sword from Wano country, but this is a truly fine blade. Ashimaru's eyes blazed with unprecedented light. He snatched the Demon Devourer, feeling his own arms tremble with excitement. He merely gave it a light swing. Swish! A pitch-black slash, dense as solid matter, tore through the air and split a distant ice mountain hundreds of meters tall right down the middle. The cut was smooth as a mirror. This power was several times greater than his most forceful strikes before. Ha! Shigeru Ashimaru couldn't help but howl at the sky, his laughter brimming with unbridled satisfaction. With this blade, his swordsmanship would surely reach new heights. The look in his eyes toward Lin Yuan had shifted from initial scrutiny and transaction to genuine heartfelt recognition. Lin Yuan also knew well. He had replicated the sword known as Yama. And at present that Yama should be in the hands of Kazuki, Odin's father, soon to be inherited by Odin himself. With Ashimaru's blade needs resolved, Lin Yuan turned his gaze to his two beloved vessels, the Abyssal Maw and the Storm Wing. After the battle on Gokuraku Island, he had identified numerous shortcomings in both ships. Though the Abyssal Maw's defense and firepower were virtually invincible, its mobility was poor and its energy consumption enormous. The Storm Wing, while agile and unpredictable, suffered from thin armor and weak firepower. Once an enemy seized an opportunity, it could easily find itself in dire straits. Thus, Lin Yuan embarked on another round of modifications. He utilized newly acquired points to redeem a plethora of advanced blueprints from the system shop. Miniaturized controlled nuclear fusion reactor blueprint 8.0 points, energy shield generator tier 1 blueprint 0 points, spatial folding ammunition magazine design 3.0 points. He installed the massive fusion reactor inside the Abyssal Maw, completely solving its energy problem. He also equipped the Storm Wing with an energy shield, significantly boosting its survivability. Under Lin Yuan's relentless cost-no-object modifications, the performance of both ships leaped to new heights. They were no longer mere ships. They were two future tech behemoths armed to the teeth. That day, just as usual, Lin Yuan was conducting final debugging within the Stormwing's cabin. He reached out, gently stroking the cold inner wall of the cabin. Divine skill, resonance of all things. He closed his eyes and listened quietly. He could hear the steady hum of the fusion reactor, the rush of energy flowing through the pipes, the faint vibrations of every screw performing its duty. Everything about this ship was crystal clear in his mind. It was as if it were an extension of his own body. Before he knew it, Lin Yuan realized he had grown increasingly fond of this solitude with his ship. He could sense the ship's emotions. During combat, it grew eager and hungry. While sailing, it felt joyful and light. When he performed upgrades for it, it conveyed a sense of fulfillment and affection. Can you hear me? Lin Yuan tried sending a message into the ship's consciousness from his mind. There was no response. Only the engine's faint hum as if echoing his call. Lin Yuan smiled, not disappointed. He knew that the birth of a ship's spirit required a catalyst forged from the heartfelt cherishing and love of the crew. It required victory after victory to build its confidence and glory. It needed enough passing time to settle its soul. The current Stormwing was still but a fetus with only a faint glimmer of consciousness. But Lin Yuan believed that one day it would truly come alive. Just then, Lin Yuan's observation, Haki suddenly detected an anomaly. Along the Abyssal Maw's route some 50 nautical miles ahead, a ship under pursuit had appeared. It was a small merchant vessel flying a somewhat familiar flag. Was it Simon Trading Company? The very company of Captain Ronan, whom he had once aided by repairing the Den Den Mushi. Behind it, 3 warships bearing fearsome pirate flags closed in relentlessly, their cannons firing continuously. At their lead flew a skull flag emblazoned with a massive hammer. Hammer pirates. Captain Skullcracker Polly, bounty 80 million belly. The information about this pirate crew instantly surfaced in Lin Yuan's mind. They were a notably notorious crew in the first half of the Grand Line, infamous for their brutality and sadistic enjoyment of slaughtering prisoners. Looks like there are more heedless souls volunteering themselves. A cold glint flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes. He picked up the Den Den Mushi and connected to the Abyssal Maw's command room. Captain Kino, we have a situation ahead. I've already spotted them, sir. Captain Kino's voice was steady and calm. It's a Simon Trading Company vessel. They seem to be in trouble. Lin Yuan acknowledged. What do you think we should do? A brief silence fell on the other end of the Den Den Mushi before Captain Kino's voice returned, tinged with barely concealed excitement. Sir, the navigator. She also needs a true battle to prove herself. The ships they built should not merely receive praise within the shipyard walls. They ought to earn their own glory amidst cannon fire and gunpowder smoke. Lin Yuan smiled. He knew that through extensive conditioning and the baptism of victory over these long months, the crew of this navigator had forged a heart truly befitting the strong. Excellent. Lin Yuan's voice turned cold, thick with killing intent. Then let those foolish flies witness just how indestructible the ships of the navigator's shipyard truly are. The Iron Hammer Pirates. In the first half of the Grand Line, this was quite the renowned name. Captain Skullcrusher Boley with a bounty of 80 million berries. Though not a great pirate, his ferocious reputation preceded him, and countless merchants and navy officers had fallen beneath his massive hammer. At that moment, Boley stood at the bow of his flagship Skullcrusher, gazing through a spyglass at the fleeing merchant vessel ahead, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Hehehe, run, keep running. I love watching you fat sheep struggle in despair. The pirates around him joined in maniacal laughter. To them, this hunt was already drawing to a close. The merchant vessel was nothing more than fish upon the chopping block at their mercy. Captain, they seem to have backup coming. A lookout suddenly shouted. Boley grabbed the telescope and looked toward the direction the merchant ship was fleeing. On the horizon, the silhouette of a ship appeared. It was a exquisitely designed 3-masted sailing vessel. The hull gleamed in a deep dark blue, its streamlined contours unlike anything from this mortal world. It resembled less a ship and more a perfect work of art. At the bow, an eagle statue breaking free from its bonds, neck stretched skyward, radiated an awe-inspiring presence in the sunlight. One ship. Boley paused, then let out an even more scornful laugh. I thought it was some Navy fleet. You dare interfere with the Iron Hammer Pirates with just one ship. Sink it along with them. Boley waved his hand, arrogantly paying absolutely no mind to this suddenly appearing vessel. In his eyes, it was merely another fool hastening to his doom. Captain. The 3 pirate ships immediately adjusted their cannon ports, targeting the newly appeared dark blue sailing vessel. Boss, they don't seem to be taking us seriously. On the deck of the navigator, Captain Kino watched the pirate ship's movements in the distance, a peculiar smile crossing his face. Lin Yuan's calm voice came through the Den Den Mushi. Since the navigator launched, she spent most of her time at the Abyssal Throat shipyard undergoing maintenance and upgrades. Few have truly seen her. Those pirates probably still think she's an ordinary merchant ship. Then, Captain Kino's voice carried a hint of eager anticipation. Then let's give them a lesson. Lin Yuan's voice turned abruptly cold. Let them learn that some ships are beyond their reckoning. Yes, boss. Captain Kino straightened with excitement. He had been waiting for this day for far too long. All hands attention. Captain Kino's voice spread across the entire ship through the command tower's broadcast. Right rudder 15 engine power at 80%. Prepare for broadside firing. Gunners in position. Target the 2 escorts on the enemy flagship's starboard side. Fire. With Captain Kino's command, The navigator's massive hull carved a graceful arc across the sea, perfectly exposing her broadside fitted with 20 new long-barreled cannons right before the enemy. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening cannon fire roared to the skies. 20 shells traced fatal trajectories through the air like the scythe of death sweeping toward the Iron Hammer pirates' 2 escort vessels. What a... On the flagship Skullcrusher, Boley's smile instantly froze. Such rapid turning speed. Such ferocious firepower. This was a merchant ship. The fire density was more terrifying than a Navy branch battleship. Alarm bells rang in his mind as an ominous premonition surged within him. Quick! Evade! Boley roared hoarsely, but it was already too late. The navigator's artillery came too fast, too densely, and devastatingly precise. The pirates on those 2 escorts could only watch in horror and despair as shells rained down upon them like a storm. Boom! Fierce explosions rang out in succession. Flames shot to the heavens. Shards of wood flew in all directions. With just one broadside, the Iron Hammer pirates' 2 escorts were torn to shreds by the frenzied cannonade before they could mount any meaningful counterattack. The pirates aboard were blasted skyward in an instant, limbs and torsos raining down into the sea, dyeing that stretch of waters a blood red. On the battlefield, Skullcrusher Boley and every pirate on his flagship stood dumbfounded, watching this utterly overwhelming display, their minds completely blank. Their comrades, their ships, just gone. Eliminated in a single broadside. What kind of monster was this? That flag. A pirate pointed a trembling finger at the banner fluttering proudly from the navigator's mainmast. It was a black flag bearing neither skull nor sword. Only a complex emblem of countless precision gears and mechanical parts pulsing with industrial majesty. The navigator's shipyard's crest. It's the navigator's shipyard. That ship is the shipyard Shura's vessel. The navigator. The moment that name was spoken, all the pirates' faces drained of color, turning ashen as paper. Shipyard Shura, Lin Yuan. That monster with a 300 million berry bounty, who single-handedly annihilated an entire CP-0 fleet. They had actually crossed paths with this calamity. Run fast. Only one thought filled Skullcrusher Boley's mind. Stripped of all his former arrogance and cruelty, by sheer terror, he could think of nothing but fleeing. All he wanted now was to put as much distance as possible between himself and that ghostly blue sailing vessel. Wanna run? From the den mushy, Lin Yuan's voice was calm yet chilling. Captain Kino, don't let them escape. Understood. Captain Kino's eyes sparkled with excitement as he issued his next command. Hard left. Target the enemy flagship. Turn it into a sieve. The navigator moved again. She glided like an elegant, yet lethal blue shark, displaying terrifying maneuverability that completely belied her massive size, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing Skullcrusher. Another concentrated barrage of cannon fire swept across the sea. This time Skullcrusher Boley never even managed to scream. He and his beloved ship were blown apart into fireworks that filled the sky. The battle lasted no more than 10 minutes from start to finish. Far in the distance, aboard the conch of the Simon Trading Company, Captain Ronan and his crew stood frozen, watching this one-sided slaughter, unable to snap out of their daze. Is this the true power of the navigator? Is this the creation of that genius Shipwright? Captain Ronan stroked his own conch, also crafted by Lin Yuan's hands, his eyes filled with fanaticism and profound relief. His investment back then had been nothing short of the wisest decision he'd ever made in his entire life. Captain Kin Nua retrieved the survivors. Lin Yuan's voice rang out once more. I need to know why they targeted the Simon Chamber of Commerce. Soon the terrified pirates who had been hauled from the sea were brought onto the deck of the Cahangs. Faced with the icy gazes surrounding them, these pirates needed no torture. They spilled everything like beans from a bamboo tube. We weren't after their cargo. A pirate leader stammered. It was Captain Bo Lee who took a private job. Someone paid a hefty sum for us to steal something from the Simon Chamber of Commerce's ship. What thing? Captain Kin Nua frowned. It's a piece of wood. A piece of wood that sings. Wood that sings. Hearing this preposterous answer, Captain Kin Nua and the surrounding sailors were dumbfounded. What in the world was this? To mobilize a pirate crew with a bounty of 80 million just for a piece of wood. There had to be something fishy behind this. Captain Kin Nua immediately reported the situation to Lin Yuan via a den mushy inside the cabin of the Stormwing. After listening to Kin Nua's report, Lin Yuan's brow also furrowed slightly. A piece of wood that sings. Several possibilities flashed through his mind. Was it some special devil fruit? Or a treasure imbued with strange energy? Or perhaps a legendary shipbuilding material unknown to him? Invite Captain Luo Nan to the Cahangs. I will question him personally. Lin Yuan gave the order. Soon Captain Luo Nan boarded the legendary flagship he had dreamed of arriving by a small boat. As he stepped onto the deck and felt the ship's perfect structure and formidable aura firsthand, he was once again deeply awed. Lord Lin Yuan. Captain Luo Nan was so excited he nearly knelt, but Lin Yuan steadied him. Captain Luo Nan, long time no see. Lin Yuan smiled. No need for formalities. I called you here to ask about that singing piece of wood. Hearing Lin Yuan's question, Captain Luo Nan's expression grew complicated. He hesitated for a moment, then sighed, and began to speak slowly. Lord Lin Yuan, since you asked, I dare not hide it. I bought that thing from a dying explorer on a remote island. It's not called singing wood. Its true name is... Captain Luo Nen paused, then uttered a name that made Lin Yuan's heart skip a beat, as if speaking in a dream. Singing coral wood. Singing coral wood. Lin Yuan's pupils constricted sharply. He had only seen this item in the deepest parts of the system shop among those legendary materials listed. Singing coral wood, a legendary timber from the Sea of Silence in the Grand Line. It is not true wood, but a special marine plant with the uncanny ability to sense currents and weather. Before a storm approaches, it lets out a warning song like a siren's chant. Using it as a ship's keel or core component greatly increases the probability of the vessel awakening a ship spirit. Increases the probability of awakening a ship spirit. These words struck Lin Yuan's mind like a bolt of lightning. His ultimate goal had always been to personally create a miracle like the Going Merry, and now a stepping stone to realize that dream had appeared before him so suddenly. Lin Yuan's breath quickened. He forced down his excitement and fixed his burning gaze on Luo Nan. Where is that wood now? It's in my captain's quarters, kept in a special water tank. Luo Nan answered honestly. I originally planned to ship it to the auction house on Sabedi Archipelago for a good price. I never expected it would attract pirates. Luo Nan gave a bitter smile. This thing was a hot potato. The Simon Chamber of Commerce simply couldn't protect it. Rather than risk his life, it was better to. Looking at the young man who had brought him countless miracles, Luo Nan made a decision in his heart. Lord Lin Yuan. Luo Nan suddenly bowed solemnly to Lin Yuan. If you hadn't saved us this time, the Simon Chamber of Commerce would have been completely wiped out. I can never repay this great kindness. Let that singing coral wood be a token of my gratitude. Please accept it. This miraculous wood could only realize its true value in the hands of a divine shipwright like Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan looked at Luo Nan's sincere eyes and fell silent. He knew very well the worth of this wood, a treasure that would stir the heart of any being. By giving it away so freely, Luo Nan had placed him in an immense debt of gratitude. Captain Luo Nan, have you thought this through? Lin Yuan said in a heavy tone. The value of this item far exceeds your imagination. I've thought it through. Luo Nan's voice was unwaveringly firm. Wealth is external, life is what matters most. Moreover, being able to witness you using it to create a new legendary ship is the highest honor for a navigator like me. Lin Yuan gave him a long, deep look and no longer refused. Very well, I will remember this debt. From now on, if the Simon Chamber of Commerce ever faces any trouble, you can come to me. This was Lin Yuan's promise. Hearing this, Luo Nan's face flushed with excitement. He knew he had gambled correctly. With the patronage of the shipyard Azura, the future of the Simon Chamber of Commerce would be bright. Soon the legendary singing coral wood was carefully transported from the conch to the abyss throat. It was a huge glass tank containing a piece of wood about 3 meters long and half a meter wide, displaying a dreamlike azure hue. Unlike ordinary timber, its surface was smooth as jade and countless star-like lights seemed to flow within, emitting a faint halo. Lin Yuan reached out and gently touched it. Divine skill, all things breathing. A vast, ancient, and life-rhythmic surge of energy instantly flooded into Lin Yuan's mind. He seemed to hear an ancient ballad from the primordial ocean, melodious, ethereal, filled with a yearning for freedom and distant horizons. This piece of wood, it was alive. It yearned to sail, to ride the wind and cleave the waves. Lin Yuan's eyes blazed with unprecedented light. He knew what he had to do. Ding. Detected that the host has come into contact with the legendary material singing coral wood. Special quest triggered. Quest name: the Call of the Silent Sea. Quest objective: the homeland of the singing coral wood. The legendary Sea of Silence seems to have suffered an unknown anomaly. It is sending out a cry for help through its song. Please build a special vessel capable of venturing into the Sea of Silence and journey there to investigate the truth of the anomaly. Quest reward: quest failure, penalty none. The Sea of Silence. Luo Nan had just mentioned that name. A slight frown creased Lin Yuan's brow. It seemed that behind this piece of singing coral would lay an even greater secret. However, this was exactly what he wanted. He had been worrying about not having a chance to test his 2 magically modified vehicles. Captain Kino. Lin Yuan picked up the Den Den Mushi. Notify everyone our sailing plan has changed. Next stop the target. A hint of a challenging smile curled at the corner of Lin Yuan's lips. The Sea of Silence. Meanwhile, on the Grand Line Marine Headquarters Marineford. Inside the Fleet Admiral's office. An old man of towering stature with bulging muscles and a head of white hair, yet a vigorous spirit, was staring at a report in his hand, his brows deeply furrowed. It was the Fleet Admiral Gangu Kong. 300 million belly. Gangu Kong murmured to himself as he gazed at the brand new wanted poster. What an unpredictable brat. On his desk lay another top secret file. It was the complete report of that night sent back from Jile Island by Bo Jiada. The report detailed how the Cypher Pole Zero fleet had been destroyed by an inexplicable reflected attack, and the nearly demonic intelligence and tactics displayed by the youth named Lin Yuan. Fleet Admiral, are we really going to let him develop like this? A man in a Marine Vice Admiral uniform stood before the desk, speaking with concern. That brat Lin Yuan has terrifying potential. His growth rate has already exceeded our control. Once he fully matures, he might become a threat, even more dreadful than rocks. Gangu Kong fell silent. He was well aware of this. But he recalled the youth who dared to bargain with him over the Den Den Mushi, even threatening him in return. He recalled that wild yet calm gaze. Moving against him now would cost too much. Gangu Kong slowly shook his head. Though he won the battle at Jile Island, he must have paid a heavy price. That bizarre reflection technique cannot be used indefinitely. Now is when he is most vulnerable and most alert. Sending another fleet would only force him into a desperate corner of fight to the death. Then, the vice admiral began. Let's do as agreed. Gang Gukong interrupted him. Give him 3 years. A profound gleam flickered in Gang Gukong's eyes. I'm also curious to see how far this brat who has stirred up the entire era can go. And he picked up another intelligence report, which was about the Rocks pirates wreaking havoc in the New World. We have more important matters to attend to now. Pass my order, convene all headquarters vice admirals for an emergency meeting. Rocks, that mad dog is getting more restless. In the deepest technical laboratory of the throat of the abyss, Lin Yuan was fully focused on the three-dimensional blueprint floating in midair. It was the design for the new ship he was about to build based on the information surging in his mind. The ship was not large, even smaller than Stormwing, but its structure was exceptionally complex. The hull adopted a streamlined teardrop design, minimizing resistance during navigation. And at its core, the keel made of singing coral wood was surrounded by countless microenergy conduits resembling a neural network. Boss, what are you trying to make? Tai Baiamu stood by, puzzled by the unprecedented design. This ship had no cannons, no heavy armor, not even a conventional propulsion engine. It looked like an exquisite toy. I want to build a ship that can hear the heartbeat of the sea. Lin Yuan replied, without looking up, his hands swiftly manipulating the virtual light screen, constantly optimizing every detail. Its power will come from the currents, the wind, and all the natural energies of this vast ocean. It will be our only eyes and ears in the sea of silence. Lin Yuan gave the new ship a name. The Siren, the legendary sea demon that lured sailors with its song. And this ship would use its song to listen to and soothe that wild and mysterious sea. For the next half-month, Lin Yuan practically lived in the laboratory. He immersed himself completely in the joy of creation. Uncle Baka, seeing his neglect of food and rest, was deeply worried. He personally brought meals every day, yet dared not disturb him too much, fearing to break his inspiration. Shuang Yunyo, like a true bodyguard, sat quietly at the laboratory entrance every day, holding his new sword, sure mo guarding Lin Yuan. Though he could not understand what Lin Yuan was doing, he sensed that something remarkable was being conceived in the lab. Luo Lu and Captain Kino were responsible for the daily navigation and vigilance of the entire fleet. With the lesson from Gile Island, they were now extremely cautious. The submersible system of the throat of the abyss was almost constantly activated, gliding like a ghost through the seabed of the Grand Line, avoiding all unnecessary trouble. On this day, Lin Yuan finally completed all the designs for the Siren. He stepped out of the laboratory and breathed in the long mist fresh air. Amu, Luo Lu, Uncle Baku. Lin Yuan gathered his core team. The design of the Siren is complete. From today, we begin construction. I want you to drop everything else and fully cooperate with me. Yes, boss. The three replied in unison, excitement gleaming in their eyes. Another new ship, and one they had never seen before, filled with fantastical colors. Construction work immediately commenced with great fervor. Under the command of the chief designer Lin Yuan, the top artisan team of the Qihang shipyard demonstrated astonishing efficiency. Tai Baiamu was responsible for forging and assembling the hull structure. Luo Lu, with his superb skills, handled the laying of the precision energy conduits. Uncle Baku, with his experienced eyes, strictly controlled the quality of every detail. And Lin Yuan devoted all his energy to the most critical step, carving the figurehead. He used no modern tools, only the simplest carving knife, and approached the singing coral wood placed at the center of the slipway. He closed his eyes, activated the breath of all things once more, and immersed his mind completely into the ancient wood. He felt its joy, its anticipation, its song. Then he moved. The carving knife in his hand seemed to come alive, dancing gracefully over the singing coral wood. Wood chips flew like dancing sprites. Every movement was filled with rhythm, as if he were not carving, but composing a magnificent symphony. He poured his will, his haki, and all his understanding and love for ships into the figurehead bit by bit through the tiny carving knife. It was a beautiful yet eerie female figure. She had long seaweed-like hair and a fish-like tail fin. Her face bore a hint of compassion and curiosity as she listened intently to a distant sound. She was the Siren. All who beheld this figurehead felt as if their souls were purified. In those wooden eyes they could see the vastness of the stars and the ocean. Days passed. Under Lin Yuan's tireless carving, the figurehead grew clearer and more vibrant with life. And Lin Yuan, in this creative process, felt his shipwright skills elevate once more. He opened the system panel. Current total points 0. After the battle at Gile Island, he had used all the 1 million points he obtained to raise his Baki level. Over the past month, although Abyss Throat and Stormwing had dealt with some reckless pirates and sporadically gained points, he had spent them all on exchanging rare materials and blueprints for the Siren. Now his points were nearly depleted again. Still too poor. Lin Yuan gave a wry smile. Building a ship, especially a legendary one, was a bottomless pit. It seemed that after the matter of the Silent Sea was settled, he would need to find a way to earn some money. Just as Lin Yuan was about to close the system panel and continue his carving, a golden system prompt suddenly appeared without warning. Ding. Detected that the host during the creative process has achieved a high unity of skill and spirit, reaching a new level of understanding of the ship's soul. Congratulations, host, for mastering the exclusive skill of a divine Shipwright master level carving technique. Master level carving technique. Your hands are imbued with divine essence. Every piece you carve will possess the effect of turning stone into gold, with a certain chance of granting the item a faint trace of life. Master-level carving technique. Lin Yuan's breath caught in his throat. This was the system giving it away for free. By simply concentrating on carving a figurehead, he had comprehended a divine skill. Lin Yuan looked at his hands covered in wood shavings, his eyes blazing with ecstatic light. He could feel that his hands were different now, as if a mysterious power was flowing within them. He picked up his carving knife again, looked at the siren figurehead that was 99% complete, and a slow smile curved at the corner of his mouth. Then let me infuse you with a true soul. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, concentrating all his newly comprehended master-level carving technique and his entire will onto the tip of the knife. He was about to perform the final finishing touch. Chi! The knife descended. A faint golden light, barely perceptible, flowed along the blade into the eyes of the siren statue. The moment Lin Yuan made the final cut, the entire hull of the siren suddenly emitted a deep, ethereal hum. The azure singing coralwood keel seemed to be fully activated, radiating a dazzling brilliance. The light spread instantly through the ship along the energy conduits that resembled neural networks. In the laboratory, everyone was stunned by this sudden phenomenon. They saw that in the eyes of the newly completed siren figurehead, a human-like lively sparkle flickered. It seemed to have come alive. It worked. Lin Yuan gazed at his masterpiece, sensing the joy and elation emanating from the siren, and a relieved smile spread across his face. Though the ship had not yet birthed the complete ship spirit, it already possessed the embryo of a soul. It was a living, breathing companion. Ding! Detected that the host, using master-level technique, combined legendary materials and personal will, has created a work containing the germ of life. Evaluating. Congratulations, host, for completing the work. Siren Quasi-Ship Spirit Ship. Quality legendary, upgradable. Overall rating epic. Congratulations, host, for receiving reward points 5000. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a special achievement. Whisper of the Soul. You are only one step away from creating a true ship spirit with your own hands. The bond with the crew and the adventures shared together. 500,000 points. Seeing this fortune on the system panel, Lin Yuan's mood soared. At least he was no longer a pauper. With these points, he could undergo another round of enhancements. Boss. This ship. Iron Arm, Amu, and Uncle Ba gathered around, stroking the smooth hull of the siren, feeling the faint vibrations from the body, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. They had been shipwrights all their lives, yet never had they seen such a miraculous vessel. It's just a child, Lin Yuan said with a smile. Once we take it through the silent sea, it will truly grow up. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation. They could hardly wait to see this wondrous ship sailing on the vast ocean. 3 days later, the construction of the siren was fully completed. This uniquely shaped exploration ship, with the help of the massive crane of Abyss Throat, was gently lowered into the sea. It floated on the water like a feather, its azure hull blending perfectly with the ocean. Let me try. Luo Lu was the first to leap onto the ship excitedly. As a former legendary helmsman, he had an almost obsessive passion for piloting a new, unknown vessel. But when he stood before the helm, he was stunned. This ship had no helm at all. Its control station was more like a precision instrument with only a crystal ball-like controller. Boss, how do you drive this thing? Luo Lu looked bewildered. Lin Yuan smiled, and also jumped onto the ship. He walked to the console, and gently placed his hand on the crystal ball. Drive with your heart. Lin Yuan closed his eyes slowly, infusing his observation haki and spiritual energy into the crystal ball. The next moment, the entire siren seemed to become an extension of his body. He could clearly sense every current and every breeze around the hull. He focused his mind. Swoosh. The bionic fin at the stern, made of special alloy, gently swayed. The entire ship shot forward silently like an arrow from a bow. It made no engine roar, only riding the ocean currents, leaving a blue phantom trail of extreme speed across the sea. Holy crap! Luo Lu was startled by the sudden acceleration. Had he not been steady on his feet, he would have fallen on his backside. This is too fast. Luo Lu watched the rapidly receding Abyss Throat, feeling the wind whistling past his ears, his eyes blazing with a fierce light. This speed was even a third faster than the Stormwing at full throttle. And this was without using any conventional propulsion. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, a satisfied smile on his face. He could feel the siren cheering and rejoicing. It was like a whale returning to the sea for the first time, enjoying the joy of sailing to the fullest. Luo Lu, you give it a try. Lin Yuan withdrew his hand from the crystal ball. Luo Lu could not wait to place his own hand upon it. Imitating Lin Yuan, he closed his eyes and attempted to connect his will with the ship. At first, the siren resisted, swaying unsteadily on the sea surface. But Luo Lu, after all, was a top-tier helmsman, his understanding of vessels far surpassing that of ordinary men. Soon he discovered the knack for communicating with the siren. The ship's speed surged once more. Though not as swift as when Lin Yuan piloted it, exhibited astonishing agility. Ha ha ha! How delightful! Utterly delightful! Luo Lu laughed like a child who had just received a new toy, steering the siren through a series of highly difficult maneuvers across the sea. Witnessing this, Lin Yuan knew that the maiden voyage of the siren was a success. With this marvel of an exploration vessel, their operations in the silent sea would be far more secure. Just then, a piercing alarm blared in the command room of the Abyss Throat. Report. An unidentified vessel is approaching at high speed. Only one. It's a small sailboat. Wait, the people on board. The lookout's voice suddenly turned panicked and incredulous. It's GOLD. Luo Jie, and Lei. What? The faces of Captain Kinuo and Uncle Buck in the command room turned ashen. These two names were already beginning to make waves on the seas, representing a rising force that could not be ignored. Why would they appear here? Captain Kinuo immediately picked up the Den Mushi and reported the urgent situation to Lin Yuan. On board the Saren, Lin Yuan's brows shot up upon hearing the news. Luo Jie, how did this fellow show up again? He lifted his gaze, and his advanced observation haki instantly locked onto the tiny black that rapidly approaching in the distance. Indeed, it was that same face he had seen before, brimming with confidence and audacity. This time, however, Luo Jie's ship had no broken mast. Nor had he come to ask for help. Lin Yuan could clearly sense the surging, provocative fighting spirit radiating from Luo Jie, a challenge to the heavens. Hey, Luo Jie's robust voice carried far across the water. You big thing ahead. Stop right there. I smell a new ship. Standing on his crude raft, Luo Jie pointed at the abyss throat, and the storm wing grinning widely, his white teeth flashing. His gaze eventually settled on the uniquely shaped siren, where Lin Yuan stood, his eyes blazing with intense curiosity and excitement. So you're the shipyard Shiro with a 300 million bounty. Your ship looks fascinating. Luo Jie adjusted his iconic straw hat, revealing a smile that would send chills down any pirate's spine. Come fight me. Luo Jie's voice was not loud, yet it reached everyone's ears with crystal clarity. Such insolence. Such dominance. After all, the man standing before him was the same monster who had single-handedly annihilated the CP-0 fleet with a bounty of 300 million berries, the shipyard Shiro Lin Yuan. And what about Luo Jie himself? Though he had recently made a name for himself on the Grand Line with a bounty reaching 200 million in the eyes of others, his reputation still paled in comparison to Lin Yuan's. On what grounds? What gave him the audacity to speak such words to Lin Yuan? On board the abyss throat, the expressions of Captain Kinuo and Uncle Buck changed instantly. This guy, has he lost his mind? Captain Kinuo muttered to himself. He had personally witnessed Lin Yuan's madness on Paradise Island. The devastating rebound still haunted his mind like a nightmare. Was this fellow named Luo Jie tired of living? No. Uncle Buck took a deep drag on his pipe, exhaling a ring of smoke tinged with gravity. This man is no ordinary. His intuition told him that the straw-hatted man with the brilliant smile was more dangerous than any pirate he had ever encountered. That craving for battle and yearning for freedom emanating from the very marrow of his bones could not be feigned. Yet Lin Yuan, contrary to everyone's expectations, showed no anger. Instead, a playful smile curled on his lips. Gold. Luo Jie, the future pirate king. This legendary man who would one day usher in the great pirate era had actually come to him to pick a fight. Interesting. Utterly interesting. Ever since the battle at Paradise Island, Lin Yuan felt he had not experienced such a rush of adrenaline for a long time. Those so-called great pirates were not even fit to polish his shoes in the face of his two futuristic warships. He needed an opponent. An opponent who could make him go all out, who could make him feel the pressure. And the Luo Jie before him was undoubtedly the best candidate. Lin Yuan could clearly sense the conqueror's haki blazing within Luo Jie like a scorching sun, restless and eager. Though it was far from the future realm where a single glance could subdue all things, the kingly aptitude had already begun to show its edge. Boss, do you want me to? Came Luo Lu's voice through the Den Mushi, tinged with inquiry. With a single command from Lin Yuan, the storm wing under Luo Lu's control could send Luo Jie's pitiful sailboat man and all to feed the fish within 30 seconds. No need. Lin Yuan refused outright. He raised his head, his gaze clashing with Luo Jie's battle-filled eyes in midair. You want to fight? Lin Yuan grinned, flashing his white teeth. Fine, but I have a condition. Oh, Luo Jie raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised that Lin Yuan agreed so readily. Name it, if I win. Lin Yuan extended a finger, pointing at the silver-haired man who had been holding a sword with closed eyes, looking languid. Him and the sword in his hand belong to me. Zolbatsi Lei, the future vice-captain of the Pirate King. Lin Yuan's eyes gleamed with undisguised possessiveness. A top-tier swordsman plus a future great grey blade. This was a sufficiently tempting stake. At Lin Yuan's words, Lei Li's eyes, which had been closed, snapped open. A sharp blade-like cold light flashed. A chilling sword intent instantly locked onto Lin Yuan. Kid, you're quite arrogant. Lei Li's voice was low and hoarse, carrying a dangerous edge. Before he could say more, Luo Jie burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Interesting. Most interesting. Luo Jie clamped a hand on Lei Li's shoulder and declared loudly to Lin Yuan. Oi. I accept. But what if I win? A terrifying gleam erupted in Luo Jie's eyes. You and all your ships must come with me. Become my crewmate. He had set his sights on Lin Yuan. He had set his sights on Lin Yuan's ships. This man's ambition was vaster than the ocean itself. Deal. Lin Yuan agreed without hesitation. He sprang into the air, his toes lightly grazing the prow of the siren. Moonstep. His figure flickered through the air like a phantom, landing directly upon Roger's humble sailboat. The vessel shuddered violently under the force of his descent. Hey, watch it. This is my precious handiwork. Roger grumbled discontentedly. Lin Yuan ignored him entirely. His gaze swept across the other figures aboard the boat. Apart from Rayleigh, there was a towering man with sunglasses and an approachable countenance, presumably Jabra. The rest were ordinary crew members without much renown. At this point, the Roger pirates were still little more than a ragtag bunch. This place is too cramped to fight properly, Lin Yuan said casually. He He pointed toward a barren, uninhabited island in the distance. Let's move there. Just what I was hoping for. Roger laughed boisterously and took the helm himself, steering the vessel toward the island. Abyssal Throat and Stormwing kept their distance, trailing far behind. This was a duel between two sovereigns, and any interference would be a grave insult. Soon everyone set foot on the desolate island. It was a quintessential tropical isle strewn with jagged rocks and towering coconut palms. Roger and Lin Yuan stood facing one another 100 paces apart. Rayleigh and Jabra along with the others retreated further, still watching the duel with grave expressions. Rayleigh, what are the captain's chances? Jabra whispered, lowering his voice. I cannot say. Rayleigh shook his head, his demeanor more somber than ever before. That youth Lin Yuan. Something about him feels deeply unsettling. He does not resemble a pirate nor a marine. The aura he carries feels more akin to a ruler who commands all things. Moreover, Rayleigh's gaze fell upon Lin Yuan's seemingly lean frame. There lies a latent power within his body that sends a chill through even my own spirit. Even as they spoke, the tension upon the battlefield had reached its peak. The sea breeze seemed to have ceased entirely. Roger removed his straw hat and handed it to Jabra nearby. He drew the sword at his waist. It was an entirely unremarkable Western-style blade, hardly worthy of being classified as a fine sword. Yet as it fell into Roger's grip, the weapon seemed to awaken. An invisible, utterly domineering pressure erupted from his body and soared into the heavens. Conqueror's haki. Though he could not yet wield it with the effortless mastery of the future, the oppressive aura of a true king thickened the very air around them. Far away, some of the green recruits aboard Abyssal Throat were so overwhelmed by the pressure that their legs buckled, collapsing straight to the ground. Quite interesting. Lin Yuan felt the surge of Conqueror's haki wash over him, yet his expression remained utterly unchanged. His mental energy, refined to perfection through the life essence, was beyond the reach of such intimidation. Here it comes. Lin Yuan's eyes sharpened instantly. Advanced observation haki activated. Future sight. Within his mind, Roger's every forthcoming movement unfolded with crystal clarity. Right now, shaved. Lin Yuan's figure vanished from his position in an instant. At virtually the same moment Roger moved. He employed no elaborate technique, merely stepping forward once and swinging his blade. Whoosh. A pitch-black slash visible to the naked eye tore through the air. The slash moved at blinding speed, its power truly terrifying. Wherever it passed, the earth was gouged into an abyssal trench, and every rock and tree along its path was sheared cleanly in an instant, the cut surfaces smooth as polished mirrors. Armament haki. This man had achieved a seamless fusion of armament haki and swordsmanship. That single strike was capable of cleaving a warship asunder. Yet Lin Yuan's figure materialized at the side of the slash, completely unscathed. Utilizing his future sight, he had anticipated Roger's trajectory half a second beforehand. Oh, you dodged. A flicker of surprise crossed Roger's face, followed by an even brighter grin. You've got some skill to you. Again, Roger swung his blade a second time. This time it was no single strike, but an overwhelming rain-like barrage of pitch-black sword slashes, sealing off every conceivable path of evasion. Moonstep. Lin Yuan kicked against the air itself, propelling his body skyward like a soaring bird. Trying to flee. Roger sneered. The ground beneath his feet cracked violently, and he launched himself upward like a cannonball, his long sword aimed squarely at Lin Yuan's chest. Incredible speed. Lin Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. This man's hand-to-hand combat was absurdly formidable. With no time to evade, he crossed his arms before his chest. Advanced armament haki activated. Armament iron skin. A layer of ink-black armament haki engulfed Lin Yuan's arms, faint flame-like patterns rippling across its surface, its hardness rivaling that of sea stone. Clang. The sword tip collided with his arms, producing a deafening metallic resonance. A terrifying surge of force shot up from his limbs. Lin Yuan was hurled backward as though struck by a speeding locomotive, plummeting from the sky and crashing heavily into the ground. Boom. The impact carved a massive crater into the earth. Dust and debris billowed outward. Has it ended? Jabra muttered, staring at the deep pit. No, not yet. Rayleigh's gaze remained unwaveringly serious. As the dust cleared, Lin Yuan slowly rose from the crater. A thin trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth. On his crossed arms, that supposedly unbreakable armament haki had developed faint hairline fractures. What immense power! Lin Yuan shook his numb arms, astonishment surging within him. Is this truly the strength of the future pirate king? A mere thrust, and its force was already this terrifying. You actually managed to block that. Roger landed on the ground, his excitement deepening as he regarded Lin Yuan, who appeared unscathed. You're even tougher than I imagined. Likewise. Lin Yuan wiped the blood from his lip and smiled. The warm-up is over. From here on, it's my turn. Lin Yuan's figure vanished once again. This time he chose not to create distance, but charged directly toward Roger. He intended to test himself against Roger in the realm of close-quarters combat, where his opponent excelled most. Now that's what I call a fight. Roger roared, his long sword dissolving into an impenetrable mesh of blades as he charged forward. Clang, clang, clang. On the desolate island, the clashing of metal rang incessantly. The figures of Lin Yuan and Luo Jia had already blurred into two indistinct afterimages, fiercely colliding within a 100-meter radius. Lin Yuan perfectly combined the 6 Navy styles with advanced haki. Every attack he made was cunning and lethal. Finger gun heart piercer. Lin Yuan pressed his fingers together like a sword, the tips coated with the most condensed armament hockey, like a black drill thrusting straight for Luo Jie's heart. This move could easily pierce through a 10-centimeter thick steel plate. But Luo Jie merely flicked his wrist, and the long sword in his hand blocked at an impossible angle in front of his chest. Ding! The fingertip collided with the blade, sparking a brilliant shower of sparks. Luo Jie did not even take a step back. Not bad strength, but unfortunately too slow. Luo Jie grinned, then swung his sword in a backhand slash. The pitch-black blade with a shriek that tore through the air aimed straight for Lin Yuan's neck. Lin Yuan's pupils contracted as a precognitive vision flashed through his mind. He leaned his upper body back, bending at an angle that defied physics, nearly parallel to the ground. Paper art. The blade grazed his nose by a hair's breadth, the sharp sword wind, even leaving a shallow cut on his face. Tempest kick chaos. While leaning back, Lin Yuan's legs lashed out like a storm, continuously sending dozens of azure vacuum slashes, sealing off all of Luo Jie's pursuit routes. Child's play. Luo Jie did not dodge. He whirled his long sword into a black cyclone, shattering all the vacuum slashes. The rhythm of their battle was so fast, it was suffocating. In the distance lay Li Jiaba, and the others were completely dumbfounded. Is this even human? Jiaba stared at the two figures moving so fast that even their shadows were indistinct, and swallowed hard. He considered himself top tier among rookie pirates, but in front of these two monsters he felt like a baby just learning to walk. That Lin Yuan is too terrifying. Lei Li's eyes were filled with shock. He had long been accustomed to Luo Jie's strength. But Lin Yuan, a youth who looked only 14 or 15, could actually trade blows with Luo Jie in close combat, and even subtly gain the upper hand. That's right, the upper hand. Although Luo Jie's strength and swordsmanship were overwhelmingly dominant, Lin Yuan, relying on his miraculous precognitive ability and bizarre ever-changing martial arts, could always react a step ahead, neutralize Luo Jie's attacks, and counterattack. Luo Jie was like a maddened tiger, each attack heavy and powerful, sweeping wide and fierce. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, was like a master matador, each dodge elegant, yet lethal, always finding that fleeting opening beneath the tiger's claws. You're as slippery as a loach. Luo Jie grew more astonished with each exchange, but also more excited. It had been a long time since he had encountered an opponent who could give him such a thrilling fight. His attacks grew faster and fiercer. Each slash contained terrifying power, capable of splitting mountains and cracking rocks. The entire deserted island trembled under the shockwaves of their battle, the ground covered with crisscrossing giant ravines. Razor. Lin Yuan's figure flickered continuously within the dense sword light, each time appearing to launch an attack from an unexpected angle. His fists, his elbows, his knees, his legs. Every part of his body became a lethal weapon. Empowered by advanced armament hockey, each of his attacks was comparable to a heavy artillery bombardment. Boom. Seizing an opportunity, Lin Yuan delivered a heavy punch covered in flame-like patterns, slamming into the blade Luo Jie used to block. Terrifying force erupted. The ground beneath Luo Jie's feet instantly cracked, and he was sent sliding backward over 10 meters by the immense force, plowing 2 deep furrows in the earth. What incredible strength! Luo Jie felt his tiger's mouth go numb, and the long sword in his hand hummed. He looked down and saw a shallow fist mark on the sturdy blade. This guy's armament hockey is so domineering. I'm not done yet. Lin Yuan, pressing his advantage, vanished again. The next second he appeared above Luo Jie's head. Moon step, gravity stamp. Lin Yuan stamped down, as if the entire sky was pressing down. Luo Jie's expression changed. Unable to swing his sword, he could only hold the long sword horizontally above his head and brace for the strike. Boom. With Luo Jie at the center, the ground, within a 100-meter radius, instantly collapsed, forming a huge circular impact crater. Dust and smoke surged into the sky. Is it over? Jiaba stared nervously at the center of the smoke. Within the smoke, Luo Jie, with knees slightly bent, used all his strength to block Lin Yuan's earth-shattering kick. The ground beneath his feet was completely shattered, both feet embedded in the rock. You bastard. Luo Jie gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, a strained expression on his face. You sure have a lot of strength. Likewise. Lin Yuan looked down at him, eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Your bones are tougher than I imagined. The two remained locked in a stalemate, terrifying energy wildly clashing between them, tearing the surrounding air. This was a pure contest of strength and hockey. Whoever gave out first would lose. Alt. Luo Jie let out a roar, unleashing his conqueror's hockey without reservation. A visible shockwave laced with black lightning surged outward from him in all directions. Lin Yuan felt a powerful mental impact blast into his mind. At the same time, an irresistible force surged from beneath his feet. He was sent flying by this power, tumbling several times in the air before barely stabilizing and landing. Luo Jie, due to the excessive force, dropped to one knee, panting heavily. The two faced each other from a distance. A draw. This fierce battle, lasting nearly half an hour, ultimately ended in a stalemate. Neither could get the better of the other. Huff. Huff. Lin Yuan was also panting heavily, sweat soaking his clothes. This fight was incredibly satisfying. He felt every cell in his body screaming with excitement. It had been a long time since he had experienced the exhilaration of unleashing all his power. Just as Lin Yuan expected Luo Jie to charge again, Luo Jie suddenly threw away his sword, plopped down on the ground, and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. What a thrill. This is truly a thrill. Laughing, Luo Jie pointed at Lin Yuan and said out of breath, "You bastard. I acknowledge you. From today onwards you are the opponent that I Gur-di." Luo Jie recognized. Lin Yuan looked at his carefree manner and couldn't help but smile. This guy is indeed a complete battle maniac. "So is the fight over?" Lin Yuan asked. "It's over. If we keep going we'll tear this island apart." Roger waved his hand, then, as if remembering something, he slapped his thigh. "Oh right, according to the agreement you lost. Your men and ships belong to me." Lin Yuan's face instantly darkened. "Who lost? We were clearly tied." "I don't care. I didn't lose." Roger started acting like a child wearing a childish expression. "You didn't win either," Lin Yuan said coldly. "Then, what do we do?" Roger scratched his head, seemingly troubled as well. Lei Li and Jiaba approached. Lei Li looked at this dramatic scene and sighed helplessly. Their captain was great in every way except sometimes his mind wasn't quite right. "Captain, according to the bet, since it's a tie the wager is void," Lei Li reminded. "No way. I finally found such an interesting guy." Roger immediately retorted. His gaze swept back and forth between Lin Yuan and the three colossal ships that looked like they had stepped out of a myth, his desire almost overflowing. "Hey, Lin Yuan." Roger suddenly stood up, looking at Lin Yuan seriously. "Since you're so good at building ships, build one for me too. Build a ship. The strongest ship that can take us to the end of the world." When Roger said this, everyone present was stunned. Lei Li and Jia Ba exchanged glances, never expecting their captain to make such a request. Lin Yuan's eyebrows arched sharply. Build a ship for him. A ship that could reach the end of the world. An uncontrollable name surfaced in Lin Yuan's mind. Ao or Jixen Hao. The legendary pirate ship, the only one to successfully circumnavigate the Grand Line, crafted by the legendary fisherman Shipwright Tom from the wood of Baoshu Adam. Could it be that he would personally bring this legendary ship of the future into the world ahead of time? This thought, once it appeared, burned like a wildfire in Lin Yuan's heart. This was the future pirate king Luo Jie's personal vessel. If he could build it himself, then did that mean he was one step closer to the ultimate goal of birthing a ship spirit? A ship cherished by the future pirate king and his crew, carrying their dreams and adventures. Its potential to give birth to a ship spirit was far greater than any other vessel. This temptation was too great. So great that Lin Yuan simply couldn't refuse. "So, you in?" Luo Jie grinned, seeing the flicker in Lin Yuan's eyes, knowing he was tempted. "I'm not asking you to do it for free," Luo Jie said, patting his chest with heroic bravado. "When I find that legendary treasure, I'll split it with you half and half." "Half?" Lin Yuan almost laughed out loud. "You haven't even traveled half the Grand Line yet, and you're already thinking about splitting the treasure." But this was in line with Luo Jie's character. "I'm not interested in the treasure," Lin Yuan shook his head. Looking at Luo Jie, he slowly raised 3 fingers. "I can build a ship for you, but I have 3 conditions. First, I have full authority over the ship's design. You can't offer any opinions. Second, all materials must be the best I specify, and the money. You'll have to find a way. Third," a playful curve appeared at the corner of Lin Yuan's mouth. "I want a titular position as chief technical advisor in your pirate crew. I won't participate in any of your actions, but you must guarantee that no matter when or where, you will never do anything to harm the interests of my Kahang shipyard." Lin Yuan's calculations were precise. This was not just about building a ship, it was a long-term political investment. Binding the future pirate king's interests with his own was more solid than any alliance. Who would dare to touch his Kahang's shipyard from now on? They'd have to answer to the pirate king's blade first. "No problem. I agree to all of it." Luo Jie agreed without a second thought. For him, as long as he could get the strongest ship, let alone 3 conditions, he'd accept even 30. "Captain, this." Lei Li, listening with a pounding heart, tried to intervene, but was silenced by a glare from Luo Jie. "It's settled." Luo Jie extended his hand. Lin Yuan looked at him, then reached out and shook Luo Jie's hand firmly. The deal was struck. "Great. Let's start now." Luo Jie was impatient, eager to see his new ship. "Start." Lin Yuan rolled his eyes. "Do you think building a ship is like molding clay? We don't even have the most important material yet. Build a damn thing." "Material? What material?" Luo Jie looked baffled. "Baoshu Adam." Lin Yuan uttered the 4 words lightly. "What the hell is that?" Luo Jie, Lei Li, and Jia Ba were all bewildered, clearly having never heard of this legendary wood. Lin Yuan couldn't be bothered to explain. He directly opened the system shop. After the fierce battle with Luo Jie, the system judged that he had completed a high-level duel and rewarded him with a few thousand points. Though not much, every little bit counted. His total points now were 580000. Lin Yuan's gaze locked onto the materials section. Baoshu Atom, 1 cubic meter, 2 points. This stuff, he had seen it before when building the Kahang's Hao, and it was ridiculously expensive. To build a pirate ship capable of sailing the Grand Line, the amount of Baoshu Atom needed was no small number. Lin Yuan roughly estimated at least 50 cubic meters. That was 1 million points. Lin Yuan's entire fortune was only about 500,000 points. Far from enough. "System, is there any way to get cheaper Baoshu Atom?" Lin Yuan asked in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host is preparing to build a legendary ship. Triggering special quest chain, the beginning of legend. Quest 1, the wood-seeking journey. Quest description: the legendary Baoshu Atom grows only on an island somewhere in the world, perpetually shrouded in war. The host is to travel to that island and successfully acquire enough Baoshu Atom wood. Quest reward 0 points special item Dew of the Spring of Life X1 greatly increases plant growth speed and quality. Quest hint: this island is located in the latter half of the Grand Line, the New World. The New World. Lin Yuan frowned. With his current strength, going to the New World was still too much of a stretch. That place was full of monsters. System, is there any other way? Ding. The host can choose to spend 500 points to purchase a treasure map of Baoshu Atom. The map marks the location of a warehouse of Baoshu Atom wood left by an ancient kingdom situated in the first half of the Grand Line. 500,000 points for a treasure map. Why don't you just rob a bank? Lin Yuan complained internally. But thinking it over, this seemed to be the only option at the moment. Going to the New World was too risky and would take too long. Luo Jie definitely wouldn't be able to wait. Spending 500,000 points for the chance to build a legendary ship, and also completing a system quest to get 200,000 points and a special item. It was a worthwhile deal. I'm in. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and made the decision. Exchange for the treasure map of Baoshu Atom. Confirm, spending 500 points to purchase the treasure map. Confirm. 500,000 points vanished in an instant. Lin Yuan's heart bled. The next second, an ancient, faintly glowing parchment scroll appeared in his system space. Lin Yuan produced the treasure map. What's this? Roger curiously leaned in. The materials we need are marked on this map. Lin Yuan pointed at the island marked with a red cross on the map. The name of that island was rather peculiar. Walia. All right, let's set off now. Roger grabbed the treasure map, his excitement palpable as he made to leave. Wait. Lin Yuan called him back. In that dilapidated sailboat of yours, it'll take you an eternity to reach that island. Lin Yuan pointed at Roger's somewhat ragged sailboat, a look of disdain on his face. How about we take your ship? Roger ventured, his gaze drifting toward the massive abyss throwed in the distance. Dream on. Lin Yuan refused outright. There was no way he'd let another man set foot on his ship. After a moment's thought, Lin Yuan spoke into the Den Mushi. Luo Lu, bring the Stormwing over. Soon the trimaran, resembling a sea phantom, glided silently to the edge of the deserted island. Roger, Lei Li, and the others stared wide-eyed at the bizarre futuristic warship, its design brimming with a sense of advanced technology. Your ship is way too cool. Roger circled the Stormwing several times, caressing its cold metal shell with an almost possessive touch. Enough chatter, get on board. Lin Yuan led Roger and his crew onto the Stormwing. Captain Ken Nua, Uncle Bake, take the Abyss Throat and the Voyager to the next island for supplies. We'll join you shortly. Lin Yuan arranged via the Den Mushi. Yes, boss. With everything settled, Lin Yuan entered the Stormwing's cockpit. Luo Lu, set course. Target Walia Island. Full speed ahead. Roger. Luo Lu spun the helm with excitement, and the Stormwing's nuclear fusion engine let out a low growl. The entire ship, like a black bolt of lightning, vanished over the horizon in an instant, leaving only Roger and Lei Li on the deck, braced against the gale, utterly dumbfounded. Is this a ship? It's flying. The Stormwing's speed completely shattered Roger and Lei Li's understanding of what a ship could be. Propelled by the nuclear fusion engine, the trimaran was like a beast skimming across the sea's surface. In just 5 days, they had crossed thousands of nautical miles, arriving in the waters near Walia Island, as marked on the treasure map. Slow down. Lin Yuan stood in the cockpit studying the sea chart and gave the order. Boss, what's wrong? Luo Lu was puzzled. Look. Lin Yuan pointed at the distant horizon. Up ahead, a thick, unyielding layer of dark clouds shrouded the sky above that stretch of sea. The air was heavy with a faint scent of gunpowder and blood. The sea surface was littered with the wreckage of numerous ships and tattered flags. There were pirate ships, merchant vessels, and even several naval warships. A fierce battle had just occurred here. Lin Yuan unleashed his advanced observation haki without reservation. He could clearly see two factions engaged in a desperate slaughter on the island called Walia. On one side were well-equipped, disciplined soldiers. On the other, a group of armed fighters who looked like rebels. The entire island was engulfed in flames. This island is at war. Roger also entered the cockpit, frowning at the scene on the island. It seems obtaining what we want won't be easy. Lei Li leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, speaking coolly. Who cares? Let's just charge in and knock down anyone who gets in our way. Roger clenched his fists, a battle-hungry aura radiating from him. Don't be impulsive. Lin Yuan shook his head. Our target is the wood, not to get involved in a war. Lin Yuan's observation haki, like the most precise radar, scanned back and forth across the island. Soon he located the hidden warehouse beneath an ancient temple at the island's center. Inside the warehouse, piles of treasure tree atom exuded a powerful life force. Found it. But at the same time, Lin Yuan noticed that the temple was the very epicenter of the battle. At least several thousand soldiers were stationed around the temple, their defenses as tight as an iron bucket. Forcing a direct entry was definitely not a good idea. Luo Lu, activate the ghost stealth system. Lin Yuan said calmly. Let's quietly approach and see what's going on. You got it. A faint rippling water-like veil enveloped the Stormwing's hull, and it glided silently toward the shoreline of Walia Island like a fish blending into the sea. They stopped at a secluded rocky beach. Wait for me here, Lin Yuan said to Roger and Lei Li. I'll go in alone to take a look. Alone? Roger immediately objected. It's too dangerous. We'll go with you. No need. Lin Yuan shook his head. Too many people will only make it easier to be detected. Trust me, if I want to leave, no one in this world can stop me. Lin Yuan's tone brimmed with unshakable confidence. Roger looked into his deep eyes and finally nodded. All right, take care of yourself. Lin Yuan's figure flickered, vanishing like a ghost from the rocky beach. He employed Shave and Moonstep to their utmost, moving swiftly through the dense jungle and rugged terrain without making a single sound. The sentries and patrols along the way never noticed that a reaper had slipped right past them. Soon Lin Yuan infiltrated the outskirts of the ancient temple. He hid behind a broken wall, using observation haki to meticulously observe the battlefield. The battle had reached its climax. Relying on their numerical and equipment superiority, the kingdom's army was steadily squeezing the rebels' position. Though the rebels fought valiantly, they were clearly on their last legs. A defeat was only a matter of time. For the freedom of Walia, charge! A one-armed man who appeared to be the rebel leader brandished a long blade and charged at the enemy vanguard. But soon he was surrounded by a dozen soldiers, and several bone-deep wounds appeared on his body. General! The rebels let out anguished cries, trying to rush to his aid, but were driven back by a dense volley of muskets. It seemed the one-armed leader would be cut down at any moment. Lin Yuan frowned slightly. He had not intended to interfere in this war. But if the rebels were annihilated, the kingdom's army would surely seal off the temple completely. Then it would become far more difficult for him to sneak in and empty that warehouse. So, he needed to create some chaos. He needed a breakthrough point that would draw everyone's attention. Lin Yuan's gaze fell on the rear of the kingdom's army. There, a man in ornate armor who looked like a commander sat astride a tall horse, watching the massacre with a cold expression. That was the one. Lin Yuan's figure vanished silently from the spot. Like a true specter, he bypassed one defense line after another, infiltrating the rear of the kingdom's army. Although the commander was surrounded by dozens of his most elite guards, their every movement unfolded like a slow-motion tableau before Lin Yuan's advanced observation haki. Lin Yuan materialized behind the commander like a phantom. No one detected him. Hello. A frigid voice sounded abruptly beside the commander's ear. The commander's body stiffened abruptly. He was about to turn around when a hand coated in pitch-black armament haki seized his throat. Crack. A crisp sound of bone breaking echoed. The once arrogant commander couldn't even utter a scream before his head lolled to the side, his life extinguished entirely. Lin Yuan hoisted the corpse with one hand, as if lifting a chick. He mounted the commander's warhorse and surveyed the entire battlefield from a commanding height. Then he raised the commander's corpse high into the air. Your general is dead. Lin Yuan's voice, though not loud, was amplified by haki and reached every soldier's ears with crystal clarity. The entire battlefield plunged into a deathly silence. Every soldier locked in combat halted their actions, staring incredulously at the figure atop the warhorse. Their general. That invincible, iron-blooded commander. Dead just like that. After a brief stillness, a cataclysmic uproar erupted like a tidal wave. The general is dead. Run for your lives. The soldiers cast aside their weapons and fled madly in all directions, unable to mount any effective resistance. After a momentary shock, the rebels erupted with an ecstasy of survival. They gazed at that savior-like figure, their eyes brimming with reverence and gratitude. Charge! The one-armed leader seized this golden opportunity, bellowing a roar, and led the rebels in a final counterattack. A battle that had seemed utterly one-sided underwent a breathtaking reversal due to Lin Yuan's intervention. Lin Yuan paid no heed to the chaos on the battlefield. He discarded the corpse, leaped off the warhorse, and in a few flickering motions dashed straight into the undefended ancient temple. He found the entrance to the underground storeroom and kicked open the stone gate. The next moment he was stunned by the sight before him. Piles of treasure tree atom timber emitted a soft radiance, and a powerful life force illuminating the entire underground chamber like a celestial realm. He was rich, truly rich this time. Lin Yuan's breathing grew rapid. Without hesitation, he opened his system space like a diligent laborer and began feverishly stuffing these priceless treasures into his own dimensional storage. Just then, ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the quest, the wood-seeking journey. Commission rewards being distributed. Congratulations to the host, 2,000 points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special item, Dew of the Life, Spring 1. Lin Yuan gazed at the points on the system panel, which had surged to 2,000, and felt elated. He also glanced at the item, named Dew of the Life Spring. Dew of the Life Spring, a miraculous water imbued with vast life energy. It can be poured on any plant, enabling it to undergo decades, or even centuries of growth in a short time, with a certain chance of inducing mutation and evolving into a higher quality form. An excellent item, if used on the treasure tree atom. Lin Yuan's heart pounded wildly. He forcibly suppressed his excitement and continued his hauling operation. Minutes later, the entire storeroom was stripped clean. Lin Yuan clapped his hands in satisfaction and prepared to leave. Suddenly he noticed that in the deepest part of the storeroom, where the largest piece of treasure tree atom had been stacked, there was a hidden compartment. In the compartment lay an ancient, dust-covered wooden box. What was this? Curious, Lin Yuan walked over and opened the box. Inside the box there was no gold, silver, or jewels, nor any peerless secret manual. Only one. A devil fruit covered in bizarre spiral patterns, shaped like a flame. Lin Yuan's pupils constricted sharply. Although he had guessed that the hidden compartment held something significant, he never expected it to be an unknown devil fruit. Moreover, the shape of this fruit was somewhat reminiscent of the Logia-type Mara Mara no Mi that would later be consumed by Fire Fist Ace in his memories. The same spiral patterns, the same flame shape. Could it be? that through a twist of fate he had intercepted the future Fire Fist ahead of time. No. Lin Yuan immediately dismissed the notion. The timeline didn't match. Where the Mera Mera no Mi was currently hiding in the world was still unknown. How could it end up here, so coincidentally? It was a dark red like molten lava, and within the spiral patterns on its surface golden magma seemed to flow slowly, exuding an ancient and scorching aura. This was definitely not the Mera Mera no Mi. Lin Yuan reached out and carefully lifted the peculiar devil fruit from the wooden box. It was scalding to the touch as if holding a red-hot branding iron. System analyzed this fruit. Lin Yuan murmured in his mind. Ding. Analysis in progress. Item name Devil Fruit, Fruit Type Zoan. Mythical Zoan Fruit name Furnace Fruit. Spirit Form Mythical Zoan. It was a mythical Zoan type devil fruit, even rarer than a Logia. Lin Yuan's heart pounded wildly. He continued reading. Ability description: the consumer can transform into the legendary furnace spirit, possessing the ability to control and devour flames, smelt metals, and forge all things. This fruit is not purely combat-oriented. It leans more towards support and creation. It is the ultimate fruit coveted by every blacksmith and shipwright. Detailed abilities 1. Furnace body: the consumer's body transforms into a living furnace that never extinguishes. It can withstand unimaginable heat and can enhance its power and temperature by devouring flames and high-quality ores. 2. Universal forging: the consumer can turn any part of their body into a forging hammer and their arms into furnace flames. They can temper metal thousands of times, forging weapons and equipment with extraordinary properties. 3. Spirit whisper: the consumer can communicate with metals, ores, and other inorganic materials, listening to their voices to find the most perfect forging method. Side effect: like all devil fruits, the consumer becomes a non-swimmer, despised by the sea. Lin Yuan gasped, his eyes filled with awe and ecstasy. This fruit was tailor-made for him. Furnace body, universal forging, spirit whisper. What kind of devil fruit was this? It was nothing less than a mobile divine forging station. If he consumed this fruit combined with his already mastered grandmaster-level forging technique and advanced armament hockey, he was confident he could forge an ordinary iron sword into a treasure blade rivaling the great-grade swords. Eat it, or not. The thought flashed through Lin Yuan's mind in an instant. Eating it would grant Lin Yuan unparalleled creative abilities, elevating his shipwright and forging skills to an inconceivable realm. But if he did not eat it, he could retain his freedom from the curse of the sea. For a shipwright destined to conquer the stars and the ocean, being unable to swim was a tremendous liability. Lin Yuan hesitated for less than 3 seconds. Not eating it, he decided. His goal was to create partners capable of birthing ship spirits, not to become a landlubber shackled by a devil fruit's power. Moreover, with the system in his possession, the possibilities for the future were limitless. He did not need to gamble his future on a single devil fruit. This fruit would only realize its greatest value if left to a trustworthy and most suitable companion. Lin Yuan carefully placed the furnace fruit back into the wooden box and stored it in his system space. The value of this item was probably no less than the entire warehouse of Baoshu Atom he had just emptied. Having done all this, Lin Yuan left the temple with satisfaction. When he returned to the battlefield, the fighting had largely concluded. The kingdom's army collapsed like a landslide, pursued by the rebel forces, abandoning their armor and fleeing in utter disarray. The one-armed general, along with a group of rebel leaders, stood at the temple entrance, seemingly waiting specifically for him. Upon seeing Lin Yuan emerge, the one-armed general's face lit up with immense excitement and gratitude. He threw down his sword and knelt on one knee. Benefactor. Behind him, the blood-soaked rebel soldiers also knelt in unison, their eyes filled with the most fervent adoration. With the power of one man to take the enemy general's head amidst a myriad of soldiers, instantly turning the tide of battle. What divine might! Rise. Lin Yuan said calmly, not fond of the feeling of being knelt before. May I ask your esteemed name, benefactor? I am Kai, and leader of the Wailia rebel forces. The one-armed general stood up and said respectfully, Lin Yuan. Lord Lin Yuan. Kai's eyes flashed with awe. All the people of Wailia will forever remember your kindness. I am not here to help you. Lin Yuan's tone was calm. He did not want too much entanglement with these people. We understand. Kai nodded. He was a wise man, knowing that a powerhouse of Lin Yuan's level must have his own reasons for acting. Regardless, you have saved us, saved Wailia. Kai's tone was extremely sincere. To repay your kindness, we are willing to offer everything of Wailia. Just say the word, and the Wailia rebel forces know. The entire Wailia kingdom will become the sharpest sword in your hand. A kingdom. He actually intended to gift the entire kingdom to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan looked at him with some surprise. This Kaian was indeed a man with boldness. However, Lin Yuan had no interest in ruling a country. He thought for a moment and said, I have no interest in ruling you, but I do need a stable rear base and some loyal soldiers. I understand. Kaian's eyes instantly lit up. Lin Yuan had agreed. From today, the Wailia kingdom will be the most loyal ally of your Qihang's shipyard. We will provide you with the best minerals, timber, and the most fearless soldiers. Very good. Lin Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Why should Yishanfeng was his intelligence and supply base, and this Wailia kingdom would become his exclusive source of soldiers and resources. His empire's territory had expanded once again without his notice. By the way, why did your king start a war with you? Lin Yuan asked casually. It's all because of those sacred trees. Kaiyan's face showed anger. Our king is incompetent and foolish. He actually wanted to sell the sacred trees guarded by our generations of Wailia, the Baoshu Adam, you just took to an underground organization called Kalisagongzuash in exchange for his own wealth and glory. We disagreed, and he sent troops to suppress us. The Kalisagongzuash again. A cold glint flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. It seemed that this underground organization formed by the Tianlongren had extended its tentacles to every corner of the Vida Honglu. But now this organization was already his. All right, leave the matters here to yourselves. Lin Yuan waved his hand, not intending to stay any longer. I should be going. Farewell, Lord Lin Yuan. Kaiyan and everyone else bowed deeply once more. When Lin Yuan returned to the Fengbao Ji, Luo Jie and Lei Li immediately surrounded him. How did it go? Got the goods? Luo Jie asked excitedly. Got it. Lin Yuan nodded. Huh. Great. When do we start building the ship? Lin Yuan glanced at him. Not so fast. Before building the ship, we have some things to take care of. Without further explanation, he walked straight into the cockpit. Luo Lu set course back to our own territory. Got it. The Fengbao Ji started again, disappearing from the waters of Wailia Island. The Fengbao Ji sailed at full speed for 10 days. During these 10 days, Luo Jie was like a curious child pestering Lin Yuan with questions every day. Hey Lin Yuan, how does that big thing of yours manage to dive? Why does your ship run so fast? What is its power source? What other kinds of ships can you build? Annoyed by him, Lin Yuan chose to ignore him, most of the time staying alone in the technical room, studying the ancient documents about Baoshu Adam obtained from the Wailia Temple. Lei Li, on the other hand, showed great interest in Lin Yuan. Unlike Luo Jie's boisterousness, he often held his sword and quietly watched Lin Yuan, his sharp eyes filled with inquiry and contemplation. This youth named Lin Yuan was full of mysteries. His calmness and wisdom far beyond his years, his extraordinary shipbuilding skills, and his endless array of uncanny methods all made Lei Li's heart tremble. He had a faint feeling that boarding this youth's ship might be the most correct and also the most insane decision they had ever made in their lives. That day, the newsbird delivered the latest newspapers and wanted posters. Look, new wanted posters. Jia Ba shouted excitedly. Luo Jie snatched them over. When he saw his own wanted poster, he immediately laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha. 250 million Bailey. My bounty has gone up again. After that battle with Lin Yuan, though no winner was decided, the Navy seemed to have attributed part of the destruction to his account, causing his bounty to jump another notch. TCH, only 250 million. Lin Yuan glanced and said disdainfully. He casually picked up his own wanted poster. 300 million Bailey. Still firmly ahead of Luo Jie. Luo Jie's laughter abruptly stopped, and he looked at Lin Yuan with displeasure. Damn it. Next time I will surpass you. Lin Yuan couldn't be bothered to respond, continuing to browse the newspaper. Suddenly, a small, inconspicuous news item caught his attention. The shipwright capital Chishui Jicheng will hold a decennial maritime carnival in 1 month. At that time, top shipwrights from all over the world will gather to showcase their most prideful works. Furthermore, a legendary ancient warship blueprint will appear at the carnival's grand finale auction. Water 7. The blueprints of an ancient warship. Lin Yuan's eyes instantly lit up. Water 7. That was the holy land for shipwrights across the world. It possessed the most advanced shipbuilding techniques and the finest shipwrights on the planet. The legendary future shipwright Mr. Tom Bingshan and Frankie all hailed from there. Although at this point in time Bingshan and Frankie probably hadn't been born yet, Mr. Tom should already have risen to fame. If he could go there and exchange ideas with that legendary fisherman shipwright, it would be immensely beneficial to his own shipbuilding skills. On top of that, there were the blueprints of the ancient warship. The blueprints of the ancient weapon Pluto. Though Lin Yuan knew that those blueprints would eventually be obtained by Mr. Tom and passed down. But if he could take a look, even just a glance, it would be monumentally significant for his understanding of the world's top-tier shipbuilding craftsmanship. Hey Lin Yuan, what are you staring at? You're completely entranced. Luo Jie curiously leaned over. When he saw the news, he also became interested. A shipwright's carnival. Sounds fascinating. Luo Jie said, stroking his chin. Maybe we'll see all sorts of strange ships. Luo Loop. Lin Yuan jerked his head up and shouted toward the helm. Change course. Destination Water 7. What? Luo Jie and Lei Li were both stunned. We're not going to your territory. No, Lin Yuan shook his head. Compared to Water 7, my little shipyard is nothing. I want to see for myself the true caliber of the world's finest shipwrights. Lin Yuan's eyes blazed with fierce determination. It wasn't a thirst for battle, but a craftsman's yearning and challenge toward the pinnacle of another field. 1 month later, Water 7 in the Grand Line. This colossal metropolis built above sea level was now immersed in a sea of joy. The streets were festively decorated, bustling with people alive with excitement. The air was thick with the scent of water and the fragrance of wood shavings. Shipwrights and navigators from all over the world could be seen everywhere. Some were displaying novel ship models they had designed by the roadside, while others were passionately discussing some particular hull structure. The entire city brimmed with an atmosphere of creativity and vitality. The Storm Wings silently docked at a secluded shipyard. Lin Yuan, Luo Jie, and Lei Li changed into ordinary clothes and blended into the crowded throng. Wow, it's so lively here. Luo Jie was like a country boy entering a city for the first time, curious about everything. Look, the sails on that ship are made of iron. Lin Yuan ignored his astonishment. His advanced observation haki had already enveloped the entire city. He could perceive a vast and intricate underground dock system beneath the metropolis. Countless ships were being built and repaired within it. He could hear the clanging and hammering of the shipwrights merging into a grand industrial symphony. He could even sense in some corner of the city a powerful, steady, and vibrant aura. It was very similar to Uncle Buck's, but 100 times more immense. It was Mr. Tom. Lin Yuan instantly identified the person. Only that legendary shipwright who built ships with love and passion could possess such a warm and mighty presence. Let's go to the auction first. Lin Yuan suppressed his excitement and led Luo Jie and Lei Li toward the most magnificent building in the city center. That was the venue for the grand finale auction of the carnival. The auction hall was already packed to the rafters with every seat filled. Those seated here were either immensely wealthy or of noble birth, princes and nobles from some kingdom, presidents of major trading companies, or notorious pirates like Lin Yuan and his crew. Lin Yuan found an inconspicuous corner and sat down. He saw in the VIP seats a fisherman of exceptionally large stature chomping on a massive cigar. It was Mr. Tom. Beside him sat a young apprentice with a pompadour hairstyle. That would be the future CP9 director Spandam's father Spandine. Lin Yuan's gaze lingered on them for a moment before shifting away. Soon the auction officially began. One by one rare auction items were presented. There were special shells from Skypea magical compasses that could predict the weather and various rare shipbuilding materials. Luo Jie watched with great interest, nearly raising his paddles several times, but Lei Li firmly held him back. They were dead broke now. All their money had gone into repairing the ship and buying alcohol. How could they afford to participate in an auction of this level? Lin Yuan, however, had no interest in these items. He had only one target. That was the final blueprint of the ancient warship. Finally, after a long wait, the grand finale item was carefully carried up by a beautiful bikini-clad hostess using a tray covered with red cloth. Dear guests. The hostess's voice was sweet and seductive. Next up is the last and most mysterious item of our auction. She whisked off the red cloth. An ancient, ominous-looking parchment scroll was revealed before everyone. The design blueprints of the legendary ancient weapon, Pluto. The entire hall erupted in an uproar. Everyone gasped, staring at the blueprints with eyes full of greed and frenzy. That was an ancient weapon. To possess it was to gain the power to destroy the world. The Pluto blueprint's starting bid 100 million berries. Minimum bid increment of 10 million. The hostess's words had barely fallen when a fat bejeweled man in the front row impatiently raised his paddle. 200 million. He doubled the price immediately, his face radiating arrogance and certainty. 300 million. Another portly nobleman shot back without hesitation. 500 million. 800 million. The price skyrocketed at an astonishing pace. Within mere minutes, it had already surpassed 2 billion berries. Luo Jie and Jabo watched from behind, dumbfounded, almost drooling. 2 billion. How much meat could that buy? Lin Yuan, however, remained calm, watching coldly from the corner. He knew that the real players hadn't made their move yet. Sure enough, when the price soared to 3 billion, the pace of bidding noticeably slowed. Just then Mr. Tom, who had been sitting silently in the VIP section, slowly raised his paddle. 5 billion. He uttered the number calmly. The entire hall fell into a dead silence. 5 billion berries. That was a staggering sum, enough to buy a small country. 5 billion. When that number escaped from Tom's massive jaws, the entire auction hall fell deathly silent. That was 5 billion berries. It was enough to purchase an ordinary small nation. Just to buy an ancient blueprint whose authenticity was uncertain. Insane. This fishman Shipwright was absolutely mad. Mr. Tom, you. Beside him, his disciple Spandane, with his slick back hair, wore a similarly stunned expression. He never imagined his master would act with such recklessness. But Tom paid him no mind. He simply continued to smoke his enormous cigar, his blazing gaze fixed upon the blueprint on stage, his eyes brimming with a shipwright's reverence and thirst for supreme craftsmanship. 5 billion. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The beauty's voice on stage began to tremble. She had presided over countless auctions, yet never had she witnessed such an absurd spectacle. Silence reigned throughout the hall. Those nobles and princes who had been arguing fiercely mere moments before now shrank back in defeat. 5 billion once. 5 billion twice. Since no one will raise the price, this legendary ancient weapon blueprint shall go to. Hold on. Just as the auctioneer was about to bring down her hammer, a cold voice suddenly rang out. I bid 6 billion. Whoosh. All eyes instantly snapped toward the source of that voice. It was the world government's exclusive private box. A man clad in a white suit and wearing a mask rose slowly, his presence radiating an eerie chill. A badge denoting the CP organization was pinned to his chest. A member of the world government. They had finally made their move. Everyone's heart leaped into their throats. This was going to be quite the spectacle. On one side stood the world government, whose wealth dwarfed nations. On the other, Tom, the legendary shipwright of Water 7. Tom's expression shifted slightly. He glanced at the CP agent, his brows knitting together tightly. Mr. Tom. The masked man's voice carried not a hint of emotion. This blueprint is a dangerous artifact. It does not belong in civilian hands. For the sake of world peace, I ask that you relinquish it. His words sounded like a request, yet the commanding undertone was unmistakable. This was a threat. An outright threat. Tom fell silent. He was but a shipwright. No matter how much prestige he commanded in Water 7, how could one man possibly stand against the entire world government? All believed Tom would yield, but they had profoundly underestimated this fishman shipwright's spine. Ha ha ha. Tom suddenly burst into unrestrained laughter, his booming voice dripping with disdain. World peace. Tom rose to his full height. His towering muscular frame resembled a mountain radiating overwhelming pressure. Don't come at me with that grandstanding nonsense. I only know this blueprint is the crystallized wisdom of countless shipwrights who came before me. It is the pinnacle of shipbuilding art. It deserves to be possessed and revered by a true shipwright, not locked away in some dank warehouse by people like you. Those who know only destruction and conspiracy, letting it gather dust. Tom's voice echoed throughout the entire hall. Every shipwright present felt their blood begin to boil upon hearing those words. They gazed at Tom's back, their eyes alight with fanatic worship. This was the true spirit of a shipwright. You? The masked man's expression darkened immeasurably. Very well. Tom sat back down. He wouldn't even spare the masked man another glance, merely raising his bidding paddle once more. This time his voice was quiet yet suffused with unyielding resolve. I bid 1 billion berries. Boom. The entire hall erupted into chaos. No one knew where Tom had acquired such a fortune, but everyone read his resolute gaze. He was wagering more than mere wealth. He was staking the honor of an entire lifetime as a shipwright. You seek death. The masked man was thoroughly enraged. A chilling, killing intent instantly engulfed the entire venue, just as he was about to make his move. Hey. Auctions are won by the highest bidder. What's the matter? The world government can't afford to lose and wants to seize it by force. A languid voice laced with mockery drifted from a corner. Everyone turned to look. There sat a young man with a straw hat, a radiant grin on his face, cross-legged, and watching the scene with keen interest. It was Gold. Roger. The masked man's gaze locked onto Roger. As he took in Roger's features, his pupils contracted sharply. Gold. Roger. That upstart pirate who had been causing such turmoil along the Grand Line, giving the Marines no end of trouble. How had he ended up here? The masked man's expression shifted repeatedly. If it were only Tom, he had 100 ways to make the man disappear afterward. But with the lawless Roger thrown into the mix, the situation had grown considerably more complicated. Oomph. The masked man snorted coldly and finally sank back into his seat. He cast one last look at Tom and Roger, a gaze like a venomous serpent thick with resentment. He had yielded, but he would remember both of these men. 1 billion berries going once, sold. The beautiful auctioneer brought her hammer down with palpable excitement. This epic-defining auction finally drew to a close. The blueprint was placed into Tom's hands. Tom gazed at the blueprint, feeling the mighty aura of ancient craftsmanship emanating from its surface. His entire body trembled with emotion. He carefully secured the blueprint and rose to his feet. His eyes swept across the crowd, ultimately resting upon the straw-hatted youth who had just come to his aid. He raised his glass toward Roger from afar, a hearty smile breaking across his face. Roger grinned back and returned the gesture with his bottle. Two future legends shared a silent communion in that moment. The auction concluded, and the crowd gradually dispersed. What a shame that fishman old-timer got it. Roger spoke with visible regret. Let's move on. That wasn't our objective. Lin Yuan rose to his feet, his tone measured and calm. He had never intended to claim that blueprint from the start. He knew its ultimate fate all too well. All he had wanted was to see it, just once, to witness the pinnacle of shipbuilding art that this world had to offer. The three stepped out of the auction hall. Lin Yuan did not linger, but headed straight in the direction Tom had departed. Hey Lin Yuan, where are you going? Roger followed, curiosity evident in his voice. To find him. Find that fishman uncle. What do you plan to do? You're not thinking of stealing the blueprint, are you? I'm warning you, that guy looks formidable. I am a shipwright. Lin Yuan did not break stride. Matters between shipwrights are settled in the manner of shipwrights. His voice was soft, yet carried an unmistakable confidence. Tom's shipyard lay at Dock 1 of Water 7. When Lin Yuan and the others arrived, they found Tom standing alongside his two disciples, Spandane and a fishman girl with pale green hair, all gathered around the blueprint, animatedly discussing its contents. Tom's shipyard was located at Dock 1 in Water 7. When Lin Yuan and the others arrived, Tom was deep in discussion with his two disciples, Spandane and a light green-haired fishman girl, all gathered around the blueprint with obvious excitement. Mr. Tom. Lin Yuan walked straight in. Tom looked up, saw it was Lin Yuan and Roger, and paused for a moment. Oh, it's you two. Thank you for your help at the auction earlier. Tom laughed heartily. It was nothing. Lin Yuan's gaze, however, fell upon the unfolded blueprint on the table, his eyes brimming with longing. What brings you to my humble shipyard? Tom noticed the look in Lin Yuan's eyes, and quietly rolled up the blueprint without a word. That blueprint had become a burning coal in his hands. He could not afford to let his guard down. I would like to make a deal with you. Lin Yuan came straight to the point. A deal, eh? Tom raised an eyebrow. I want to take a look at that blueprint. Lin Yuan spoke calmly. Ha ha ha. Before Tom could respond, Spandane the fishman with a slicked-back pompadour standing beside him burst into exaggerated laughter. Boy, is your brain intact. Do you have any idea what that blueprint is worth? 1 billion. You just walk in and expect to look at it. Spandane's face was twisted with contempt and mockery. Shut up, Spandane. Tom reprimanded sharply, then turned his gaze back to Lin Yuan, his eyes taking on a playful glint. Young man, you are bold. But not just anyone can lay eyes on that blueprint. I understand. Lin Yuan nodded calmly. He did not waste further words. From his pocket he withdrew a folded piece of paper and slowly pushed it across the table toward Tom. This is my token of good faith. I offer it in exchange for the privilege of viewing your blueprint. Curiosity flickered across Tom's face. What could possibly be worthy of comparison to the Pluton blueprint valued at 1 billion? Something that this unfathomably deep young man dared to put on equal footing with it. He took the paper and slowly unfolded it. At a single glance Tom's pupils contracted into the sharpest, most dangerous pinpricks. His mouth still clutching a cigar sprang wide open. The massive cigar tumbled to the floor. His enormous frame trembled violently. What is this? Tom's voice broke into halting fragments, unable to form coherent sentences from sheer astonishment. He stared at the paper as if mesmerized. The drawing on that paper was no ordinary blueprint. It depicted an extraordinarily complex structure composed of countless interlocking gears and energy conduits radiating a faint blue luminescence slowly rotating before his very eyes. It was the core schematic of a miniature nuclear fusion reactor. This thing. Tom's hands shook uncontrollably. He felt as though he were not holding a mere sheet of paper, but an entirely new world. Nuclear fusion. Though he did not fully grasp the term's precise meaning, he could feel from the blueprint an overwhelming apocalyptic power, perfectly restrained and contained brimming with terrifying potential. It was a force far beyond steam engines, beyond any known power source in this era. If such a power source could be applied to ships, Tom dared not let his imagination run further. What manner of monstrous vessel would be born from such a breakthrough? He raised his head abruptly, fixing Lin Yuan with an unyielding stare. Within those enormous fishman eyes sheer horror and disbelief welled up. Did you draw this yourself? Yes. Lin Yuan nodded calmly. It was merely a simplified version of the Stormwing's power core schematic redeemed from his system. Yet, even in its simplified form, it was enough to shatter the understanding of every shipwright in this era. You? Tom opened his mouth, but no words came out. He had always believed his shipbuilding art had reached the pinnacle of this world. But now, facing this mysterious youth, he felt like an apprentice who had just learned to wield a hammer. He picked up the fallen cigar from the floor and handed it to Tom, flattering him obsequiously. Master, don't be fooled by this kid. He surely copied this from somewhere and is trying to deceive you. Get out of my sight. Tom whirled around and unleashed a deafening roar at Spandane. The sound was so immense that the entire shipyard reverberated. Spandane collapsed onto his rear, his face drained of color. He had never seen his usually amiable master fly into such a rage. Take Kokoro and get out. Tom pointed toward the entrance, his tone brooking no argument. The blue-haired mermaid girl Kokoro was equally startled. She grabbed the still trembling Spandane, and the two fled the shipyard as fast as they could. Only Lin Yuan, Roger Rayleigh, and Tom remained in the shipyard. Tom took a deep breath, forcibly calming his agitated heart. He looked at Lin Yuan once more, his eyes utterly transformed. No longer the scrutinizing gaze of an elder toward a junior, but the respect and excitement of a rival who had finally found a worthy opponent. Am I now worthy of seeing that blueprint? Lin Yuan asked coldly. Absolutely. More than worthy. Tom slapped his thigh with excitement, and without hesitation shoved the Pluton blueprint, moments ago treated as his most precious treasure, directly toward Lin Yuan. Look all you want. Take your time. Compared to the futuristic blueprint Lin Yuan had produced, the Pluton schematic, though precious, belonged to an age long past. Lin Yuan represented the future. Lin Yuan did not shy away. He picked up the Pluton blueprint and slowly unfurled it. An ancient, desolate aura, suffused with iron and blood, washed over him. A glint of sharp light flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes. Divine skill, breath of all things. Advanced observation, Haki, future sight. Both abilities activated simultaneously. In an instant, Lin Yuan's mind was pulled into another dimension. The ancient blueprint before him was no longer a flat arrangement of lines and symbols. It came alive. An endless flood of data surged into his mind. Every structural component of the hull, every joint of the keel, every layer of armor forging technique. And the core principle of that monstrous main cannon capable of leveling an entire island in a single blast. Everything was rapidly analyzed, decomposed, and reorganized within Lin Yuan's mind. He seemed to witness the ancient shipwrights of centuries past, driven by an ultimate pursuit of power, crafting this world-destroying weapon. Ding. Host is analyzing an ancient weapon blueprint. Host's understanding of naval engineering has significantly increased. System is absorbing ancient technology. Analyzing. Congratulations. Host has unlocked a new technology tree branch, ancient weapon dynamics. Congratulations. Host has received a reward, 10000 points. Congratulations. Host has acquired a special skill, energy conduction mastery beginner. A cascade of system notifications echoed through Lin Yuan's mind. A slight smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Water 7 had been well worth the trip. A single glance at the blueprint had netted him 100,000 points and a brand new skill. More importantly, his comprehension of this world's finest shipbuilding techniques had deepened enormously. A few minutes later, when Lin Yuan opened his eyes once more, a hint of understanding gleamed within his gaze. He rolled up the blueprint again and handed it back to Tom. Thank you. Have you finished reading it? Tom asked, somewhat surprised. It had only been a few minutes. Yes. Lin Yuan nodded. He wasn't trying to memorize the blueprint. He only needed the technology and philosophy it represented. All of that had already been seared into his mind. Tom gazed into Lin Yuan's deep eyes, and once again his heart churned with turbulent waves. What kind of monster is this youth after all? He tucked the blueprint away, looked at Lin Yuan, and suddenly asked, "You are also a shipwright?" "Yes." "Where is your shipyard?" "Logue Town, the Navigator's shipyard." "The Navigator's shipyard." Tom murmured the name, committing it to memory. "Did you come to Water 7 solely to see this blueprint?" "Not entirely." Lin Yuan shook his head. "I also wanted to witness the world's greatest shipwright." Lin Yuan looked at Tom, a gleam of challenge flashing in his eyes. "Now I have." Tom understood the unspoken meaning behind Lin Yuan's words. Rather than being offended, he burst into hearty laughter. "Ha! Good lad. Bold as you come. I like it." Tom looked at Lin Yuan with deep appreciation, as though seeing his younger self. "Since you're here, don't rush off. Stay and share a drink." Tom dragged a wine barrel from the corner of the shipyard, larger even than a water vat. "This is a vintage I've treasured for 10 years. The moment Luffy caught sight of the wine, his eyes lit up instantly, saliva nearly pooling in his mouth. Great, great. But just then, boom, a colossal explosion erupted from outside the shipyard. The entire facility shuddered violently. "What's happening?" Tom's expression darkened. "Teacher Tom, bad news." Spandine, who had fled earlier, scrambled back on hands and knees, terror etched across his face. It's the CP agents. They've stormed the place. They said, they claim you're harboring contraband and are here to seize our shipyard." Before he could finish, crack, the shipyard's main doors were kicked wide open. Dozens of CP agents in black suits and sunglasses armed with blunderbusses flooded in and surrounded the entire yard. At their head was the masked man who had suffered humiliation at the auction earlier. "Tom." The masked man's voice was icy and venomous. "I told you that blueprint was not something you should have touched. Hand it over now. Otherwise none of you will leave this place alive." His gaze swept over Tom, lingered for a moment on Luffy, and then fell upon Lin Yuan, a cruel smile spreading across his face. "Gold. Roger, the shipyard's butcher, Lin Yuan. Both present. Perfect. Saves me the trouble of hunting you down separately. Today I'll sweep every last one of you trash into a single net." "A single net?" Luffy picked at his ear, a dangerously amused smile spreading across his face. "With scum like you?" He rose slowly, and an invisible, overwhelmingly domineering pressure instantly swept across the entire shipyard. Conqueror's Haki. The weaker CP agents couldn't even react before their eyes rolled back, foam gathering at their lips, and they collapsed into unconsciousness. "Go." Conqueror's Haki. The masked man's face contorted in horror. He had known Roger was dangerous, but he never imagined his Conqueror's Haki had reached such a level. "Rayleigh." Roger didn't even bother moving himself, merely calling out lazily, "Understood, Captain." Rayleigh, who had been leaning against the wall with his eyes closed, slowly opened them. He drew the long sword at his waist. Swish! A faint blade hum resonated. A silver flash of cold light streaked through the shipyard like lightning. Fast. Fast beyond comprehension. None in attendance save for Lin Yuan and Roger could perceive how Rayleigh had struck. When they snapped back to awareness, Rayleigh had already sheathed his sword. He leaned against the wall once more as though nothing had happened. Yet the CP agents still standing found their blunderbusses cleaved cleanly in two from the middle. The cuts were smooth as polished glass. The agents stared at the ruined halves of their weapons in their hands, beads of cold sweat instantly erupting on their foreheads. They had no doubt, if that strike had aimed for their necks. Gulp. One agent swallowed hard, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. A monster. This man was far more terrifying than even the rumors suggested. "Can we go now?" Rayleigh's voice was calm, yet carried an unmistakable authority that brooked no defiance. The masked man's body trembled violently, from both rage and terror. With monsters like Roger and Rayleigh standing guard, let alone seizing the blueprint, merely escaping alive would be a miracle, especially with the unfathomable Lin Yuan as well. "We're leaving." The masked man ground his teeth, forcing those three words through his clenched jaw. He led the remaining men in a disgraceful retreat from the shipyard. "Tch, what a bore. I was hoping for a decent fight." Roger pursed his lips in disappointment. Tom, witnessing this utterly dominating display, was deeply shaken. "Thank you." Tom gave his sincere gratitude to both Roger and Rayleigh. "It was nothing." Roger waved his hand casually. "If you want to thank someone, thank Lin Yuan. We were compensated for our efforts." Hearing this, Tom turned his gaze once more to the young man who had remained serene throughout, Lin Yuan. He had remembered the name. "Although we drove them off this time, they won't let this go." Rayleigh approached, his expression grave. "Mr. Tom, you'll likely face great trouble from here on." "I'm aware." Tom nodded, but there was no trace of fear on his face. "I am a shipwright. My ships can sail anywhere. Catching me won't be so easy." Tom's tone radiated unshakable confidence and courage. However, Tom changed his tone, looking earnestly at Lin Yuan. "You must also be careful. They have their sights on you now." "Me?" Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Indeed." Tom's eyes grew profound. "That blueprint of yours is 100 times more dangerous than my Pluton blueprint. The technology it represents is a forbidden power that the world government would never allow to fall into the wrong hands. Once they learn you possess it, they will spare no expense and mobilize every resource to hunt you down. By then you won't merely face CP9, You'll be up against marine admirals and possibly the world nobles. Scare me. Roger, however, wore an utterly nonchalant expression. Let them come. Whoever dares lay a hand on my friend, I'll sink them and their ship together. Lin Yuan observed Roger's matter-of-fact demeanor, a subtle stir passing through his heart. Still, he offered no objection. After another round of drinking at the shipyard, the three prepared to depart. Their objective in Water 7 had been accomplished. It was time to attend to more pressing matters. Before leaving, Tom called out to Lin Yuan. He handed the youth a dark, steaming wooden block. What is this? Lin Yuan asked, somewhat puzzled. This is the undying wood that has burned in our shipyard's furnace for centuries. Tom's face took on a solemn expression. It represents the Shipwright's eternal flame of creation, the symbol of our Shipwright's soul. Take it. From now on, you are our everlasting friend. Lin Yuan looked at the warm piece of wood in his hand, feeling the pure, unadulterated passion for shipbuilding contained within it, and a profound respect arose in his heart. He carefully put the wood away. Thank you. Oh, and there's this. Tom handed over another peculiar ticket. This is a new invention I've been working on, the sea train. It's still just a rough idea, but perhaps it might come in handy someday. Lin Yuan looked at the concept drawing of the sea train and smiled. This bold fisherman was indeed a genius through and through. After bidding farewell to Tom, the three of them boarded the Storm Wing once more. Hey Lin Yuan, where to now? Back to your hometown to build a ship? Roger asked impatiently. No. Lin Yuan shook his head. He opened his system panel. Host Lin Yuan, title legendary shipwright, shipyard Shura, forbidden 1 points, 3 row skills, 6 styles of the Navy, shave, moonstep, armament, hockey, advanced observation, hockey, advanced master level carving, master level blacksmithing, advanced ship, repair, energy conduction, mastery, beginner. Looking at his rather luxurious panel, Lin Yuan nodded with satisfaction. It was time to make a purchase. His eyes quickly swept across the shop. To build a legendary ship capable of carrying the future pirate king, the Adam's treasure tree alone was not enough. His skills must also keep pace. Lin Yuan's gaze finally settled on one skill. Master level woodworking, 1 points. Description: your hands are granted the ability to commune with wood. Any timber will reveal its most perfect properties in your hands, and you will become a true wood speaker. This is it. Exchange. Confirm consumption of 1 points to purchase master level woodworking. Confirm. The 100,000 points vanished in an instant. A vast torrent of knowledge regarding woodworking flooded into Lin Yuan's mind once more. He felt as if he had established a mystical connection with all the wood in the world. He could hear their breathing, feel their grain, and perceive their deepest structures. Lin Yuan let out a long sigh, feeling that his understanding of ships had ascended to a new realm. He closed the system panel, raised his head, and gazed at the distant horizon. Before building the ship, we need one last thing. What thing? Roger and Rayleigh both looked over with curiosity. A mysterious smile curled at the corner of Lin Yuan's mouth. A heart for the ship. One that can resonate with the Adam's treasure tree. He pulled out an ancient sea chart obtained from somewhere, pointing to a region shrouded in thick fog and marked with countless skulls. Our next destination, the Devil's Triangle. The Devil's Triangle. When Lin Yuan uttered that name, Luo Lu, who was at the helm in the cabin, tightened his grip on the wheel abruptly. A flicker of sorrow and pain, barely perceptible, crossed his perpetually tipsy face. Roger and Rayleigh, however, remained unaffected. The Devil's Triangle. What's that? Sounds fascinating. Roger exclaimed with excitement. A legendary sea where all ships that enter never return. Rayleigh explained calmly, his arms crossed over his sword. Never return. Huh. Then we must go and explore it. The flame of adventure blazed in Roger's eyes. Lin Yuan noticed Luo Lu's unusual behavior. He did not ask further, merely patted his shoulder. Luo Lu, if you don't want to go, we can choose another place. Luo Lu was silent for a moment. He glanced at Lin Yuan, then at the endless sea outside the window. Finally, he slowly shook his head. No, boss. His voice was somewhat hoarse. Let's go. Some places one must return to see. Lin Yuan gave him a deep look and nodded. Set course. Destination: Devil's Triangle. Aight. The Storm Wing accelerated once more, heading toward that legendary sea of death. As the ship ventured deeper, the surrounding scenery began to grow eerie. The sky was shrouded by thick perennial fog that not even sunlight could pierce. Visibility was extremely low, less than 100 meters. The sea was calm, without a ripple, deathly still. The air was filled with a putrid, damp odor. This place feels really unpleasant, Jabba said, rubbing his arms as he felt a chill. Roger, however, remained his usual carefree self, standing at the bow and shouting excitedly into the biting sea wind. Hey, any ghosts out there? Come out and let me see you. Captain, don't shout like that, Rayleigh said, pinching his brow in exasperation. Just then, report, boss. Unknown vessel sighted ahead. The lookout crewman suddenly sounded the alarm. Everyone immediately peered ahead. In the thick fog, a dilapidated ghost ship with tattered sails drifted silently toward them. The ship was empty, the deck was covered in moss and barnacles, exuding an aura of death. It's a ghost ship. Jabba tensed up, gripping his weapon. Calm down. Lin Yuan's voice was very calm. His advanced observation hockey had already thoroughly surveyed everything around. It was just an ordinary, abandoned, empty ship. Luo Lu, steer clear of it. Yes. Luo Lu skillfully turned the wheel, and the Storm Wing nimbly slid past the ghost ship. Yet in the moment the two ships passed each other, Luo Lu's body jolted violently. He stared fixedly at the faded emblem on the ghost ship's bow, and his usually murky eyes instantly became bloodshot. His breathing grew rapid, and his body trembled violently with agitation. It's... Luo Lu's voice was hoarse, as if scraped by sandpaper, filled with boundless sorrow and pain. What's wrong, Luo Lu? Do you recognize that ship? Lin Yuan asked with a frown. Luo Lu did not answer. As if possessed, he shoved open the cabin door and rushed onto the deck. He stood at the railing watching the ghost ship fade into the distance, and on his weather-beaten face 2 streams of scalding tears flowed down. Captain, Bullywok, everyone, I'm sorry, I've returned. Luo Lu knelt on the deck, letting out a mournful cry that had been suppressed for decades. Roger and Rayleigh and the others were stunned to see him in such a state. They had never seen the usually cheerful drunkard display such an expression of anguish. Lin Yuan walked over and stood quietly beside him, saying nothing. He knew the ship was once Lorlu's home. The vessel of the rum pirates, a sorrowful crew that met complete destruction, leaving behind only a lone skeleton wandering the path to the underworld, desperately awaiting his companion's return. After a long while, Lorlu's emotions gradually subsided. He wiped away his tears, rose from the ground, and bowed deeply to Lin Yuan. Boss, I apologize for losing composure. It's all right. Lin Yuan shook his head. Is that your former ship? Yes. Lorlu nodded, his voice still hoarse. I thought it had sunk long ago. Would you like to go up and see? Lorlu's body trembled once more as he gazed at Lin Yuan with gratitude in his eyes. He nodded. The storm wing slowly drew alongside. Lorlu stepped aboard the vessel with trembling limbs, each movement heavy with decades of absence. Everything on board remained exactly as he remembered it. Yet time had changed everything. As his fingers traced the fractured mast, he could almost see his captain standing there, laughing loudly and boldly. Walking past the familiar kitchen, he could almost hear Brooke playing Bink's sake within. Tears streamed down his face once more. Lin Yuan and Roger and the others followed him aboard. They fell silent, gazing at the ship laden with sorrowful memories. Hey Lorlu. Roger spoke suddenly. What happened to your crew? Where did they go? Lorlu froze, then slowly turned to face him, wearing an expression more heartbreaking than tears. They're all dead. I'm the only one left. However, Lorlu lifted his head, gazing into the distant mist with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. I believe Brooke is waiting for us somewhere. He ate the Yomi Yomi no Mi. He cannot die. He promised Laboon he would return. Laboon. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrow. Was it that island whale that had waited 50 years at Twin Cape for the rum pirates? It seemed Lorlu had no idea that Brooke had become a skeleton lost within the treacherous waters of the Triangle. Boss. Lorlu suddenly looked at Lin Yuan, his eyes filled with pleading. I have an unreasonable request. Speak. I want to repair it. Lorlu stroked the dilapidated vessel beneath him, his gaze tender, as if looking upon his own child. I want to take it and fulfill the promise we failed to keep all those years ago. To see Laboon. Lin Yuan studied him in silence. Repairing the ship would be no difficulty for him, but it would delay their journey. Just as Lin Yuan hesitated, a notification chimed. Ding. Detected special story character Lorlu, survivor of the rum pirates. Triggered hidden quest, unfulfilled promise. Mission content: assist Lorlu in repairing the rum pirates vessel and locate the lost soul singer Brooke, fulfilling their promise to the island whale Laboon. Mission reward 3 points. Special sheet music, Bink's Sake Soul's last song. Ship Spirit Affinity 20. Ship Spirit Affinity. Upon seeing these 5 characters, Lin Yuan's breath caught instantaneously. This was far more precious than mere points. It would directly increase his chances of creating a ship spirit. Let's do it. This mission must be accepted. Very well. Lin Yuan looked at Lorlu and nodded firmly. I'll help you. However, not repair. A confident curve graced Lin Yuan's lips. Rather, let it be reborn. Lin Yuan's words left Lorlu completely stunned. Reborn? Could this decrepit vessel dormant for decades truly see rebirth? Gazing into Lin Yuan's deep, confident eyes, trust surged within him. Perhaps this young man could truly work a miracle. System activate the hidden quest, unfulfilled promise. Lin Yuan silently invoked it within his mind. Ding. Hidden quest, unfulfilled promise. Activated. A flicker of excitement ignited in Lin Yuan's eyes. Ship Spirit Affinity 20. This was something he had long dreamed of. It meant he was one step closer to creating a true ship spirit. Staring at the dilapidated ghost ship before him, his gaze filled with intense focus. Master-level carpentry skills activate. Breath of all things commence. Lin Yuan extended his hand, gently caressing the decaying planks of the hull. An icy sensation spread through his fingertips. But soon he sensed a faint life force nearly dissipated. This ship. It was still alive. It wept in whispers, recounting decades of suffering and solitude. It yearned for the sea, for sails to once again carry its companions' dreams toward distant horizons. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, fully immersing his consciousness in sensing the hull. The knowledge of advanced ship repair and the theories of advanced naval architecture raced through his mind. The vessel's structure, materials, every damage point, every crack, all became crystal clear before his eyes. Multiple sections of the keel are rotten, structural integrity below 30%. The deck is severely damaged, the mainmast broken, and the sails in ruins. Large-scale perforations along the hull bottom, watertight compartment system completely compromised. Worst of all is the core structure, the junction between hull and keel, corroded to its limit by deep sea pressure and the passage of time. This is a ship on the verge of complete dissolution. Lin Yuan assessed silently. Yet the more dire the situation, the more his fighting spirit surged. He would make this vessel rise from the ashes right here in the triangle. Lin Yuan, is there any hope for this ship? Roger approached, concern etched on his face. Of course. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, determination in his gaze. However, it requires time and special materials. He turned to Lorlu. What type of wood was this ship built with? Lorlu thought for a moment, forcing a nostalgic smile onto his weathered face. It was constructed from iron oak harvested from a small island in the West Blue by our rum pirates. That wood is exceptionally hard and resistant to seawater corrosion, the finest shipbuilding material. Iron oak. Lin Yuan searched the system marketplace. Iron oak, 1 cubic meter, 800 points. The price was reasonable, yet restoring such a large vessel would require a substantial quantity. Lin Yuan checked his points, 380000. He had more than enough. Lorlu, come with me. Lin Yuan walked to the stern and pointed toward the helm. The rudder is completely destroyed. Ew, I need to forge a new one. You know this ship best. Tell me, what were the characteristics of the original rudder? Lorlu instantly perked up, stepping toward the helm with nostalgia blazing in his eyes. The helm from back then was personally designed by Captain Yukaheim herself. It's incredibly responsive, capable of holding a steady course even in the roughest seas. Moreover, carved at the very top of the helm is our Rumbar Pirates emblem, a skeleton singing away. It carries our dreams of music and our longing for freedom. Listening to Lorlu's account, Lin Yuan formed a rough plan in his mind. He wanted the ship to not merely be restored to functionality, but to have its very soul revived. He intended for it to once again become the pride of the Rumbar Pirates. Ryu, Jabba, take Roger, and stand watch aboard the Stormwing. This is the Devil's Triangle Zone. Though we're concealed, we must still be cautious of unwelcome visitors. Rest assured, Lin Yuan. Ryu nodded. We'll protect both you and this vessel. Roger protested slightly, but was led away by Ryu nonetheless. The Stormwing hovered silently over the nearby waters, its ghost stealth system engaged, blending seamlessly into the thick fog. Only Lin Yuan and Lorlu remained on the Rumbar Pirates ship. Boss, what can I do? Lorlu asked, eagerly rubbing his hands together. Gather all usable lumber from this vessel. I need to reassess their structural integrity. Lin Yuan pointed to the scattered planks across the deck. And remove any timber that's completely rotted to avoid compromising the hull structure. Understood. No problem. Lorlu immediately set to work. Though aged, his movements remained swift and precise. He handled each plank, the remnants of his former companion's vessel, with reverence as though touching sacred relics. Lin Yuan began conducting precise measurements and structural analysis of the hull, retrieving various advanced tools from the system space. Ultrasonic detectors, material analyzers, laser measuring devices. These futuristic tools revealed every secret of the ancient ghost ship to him. Keel corrosion 78. Main mast fracture, surface irregular, cannot be directly spliced. Plank strength 50 below standard average. Lin Yuan committed each precise measurement to memory. This was far more than a simple repair. This was a complete reconstruction. Boss, how should we dispose of these rotten timbers? Lorlu asked, clutching a pile of decayed wood with some hesitation. Cast them into the sea. I'll use new materials and give it a completely renewed life. Lorlu nodded, a flicker of sorrow crossing his eyes. But he trusted Lin Yuan. He believed this young man could restore his ship to its former glory. Seconds ticked by. The dense fog in the Devil's Triangle grew thicker and thicker, visibility dropping to near zero. The surrounding sea lay dead silent, as though the sea breeze itself had been swallowed. Only the faint sounds of Lin Yuan's tools and Lorlu's footsteps as he moved timber broke the stillness. Lin Yuan's master-level woodworking and blacksmithing skills began to prove their worth. He exchanged for substantial quantities of iron birch wood and specialized alloy materials from the system store. These materials seemed to come alive in his hands. He could clearly feel the grain of the wood and the malleability of the alloy. He was no longer merely cutting and joining. He was conversing with the materials, guiding them to express their most perfect qualities. He began with the keel. The keel serves as a ship's backbone. If it lacks stability, the entire vessel cannot withstand the ocean's fury. Lin Yuan chose not to replace the entire keel. That would erase the ship's history completely. What he aimed to do was repair and reinforce, to make it stronger while preserving its original soul. Using special alloy materials and an unheard-of embedded structural reinforcement method, he filled and strengthened the interior of the corroded keel. The alloy and iron birch fused seamlessly into a brand new, far more robust composite structure. This not only restored the keel's strength, but made it several times sturdier than when it was first built. Boss, are you performing magic? Lorlu stared at the reinforced keel in Lin Yuan's hands, his eyes filled with disbelief. Having worked as a shipwright all his life, he had never witnessed such exquisite craftsmanship. That rotting timber had miraculously burst with new vitality under Lin Yuan's hands. This is the art of a shipwright, Lin Yuan said calmly. Gazing at the keel he had personally restored, a profound sense of accomplishment welled up within him. He could feel the ship's heartbeat gradually returning. Next came the holes in the hull bottom and the damage to the deck. Lin Yuan eschewed traditional repair methods. He forged an entirely new watertight compartment system using iron birch, seamlessly integrating it into the hull structure. With this approach, even if the hull sustained further damage, it would not easily sink. The deck damage was repaired using a special growth-based restoration technique. He perfectly grafted the iron birch fibers with the ship's original wood fibers. Through his master-level woodworking skills, the two types of fibers began to slowly merge and grow together. Ultimately, the damaged deck became smooth as new, even more resilient than before, as though it had never been wounded. Good heavens! Loru watched in complete bewilderment, feeling as though his decades of shipwright experience had been rendered pointless. The techniques this youth displayed had far exceeded his understanding. For the crucial main mast, Lin Yuan exchanged for a massive iron birch timber from the system store. He did not rush the installation. Instead, using his master-level carving skills, he sculpted a lifelike skeleton head singing atop the helm. The skeleton's eyes gleamed with a love for music and a yearning for freedom, as if recounting the Rumbar pirates' glorious, yet sorrowful history. This was far more than a mere emblem. It was the sole window of this vessel. The moment the skull carving was complete, Lin Yuan felt the ship's heartbeat grow stronger. A faint yet vital aura emanated from deep within the hull. It was celebrating, rejoicing, thanking Lin Yuan for everything he had bestowed upon it. Lin Yuan smiled. This ship was truly being reborn. As night fell, dim yellow oil lamps flickered to life amidst the thick fog of the Devil's Triangle. Lin Yuan and Loru continued their work aboard the vessel, while Roger and Ryuryu kept watch from the storm wing, ever vigilant. This rebirth was not yet complete, for they still needed to find the soul singer lost on the road to the underworld. Fine, Brook. Lin Yuan gazed at the ship before him, which was being reborn, his heart brimming with anticipation. This would be the most crucial step he had taken on the path to creating a ship spirit. He wanted this ship to once again sing Bink Sake, to carry the dreams of his comrades once more as they sailed toward the Grand Line. The ship of the Rumbar pirates was being transformed at an inconceivable speed under Lin Yuan's hands. The originally decayed hull was thoroughly reinforced with resilient iron, birch wood, and special alloys. The broken mainmast stood erect again, and the helm, carved with a singing skull, emitted a faint glow in the night. The moss and barnacles on the deck had vanished, replaced by smooth, sturdy planks. The holes in the bottom were completely sealed, and the new watertight compartment system granted it far greater resistance to sinking. This ship was no longer the dilapidated ghost vessel. It was like a dormant giant beast slowly awakening within the thick fog of the Florian Triangle. Bosses, is this really our Rumbar pirate's ship? Luo Lu stroked the hull, tears welling in his eyes. He felt as if he were dreaming. This ship was sturdier and more perfect than it had ever been in his memory. Of course. Lin Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow, his face showing a hint of exhaustion, yet also deep satisfaction. It's stronger than before. Now it needs a name. Luo Lu's body trembled violently. He looked at the ship that carried countless memories, his heart a turmoil of emotions. It shall be called the Bink Sake. Luo Lu's voice trembled. It will forever sing Bink Sake and sail into the distance. Ding. Detected that the Rumbar pirate's vessel has been given a new name, Bink Sake. Bink Sake quasi-ship spirit vessel quality upgraded to legendary. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50,000 points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining ship spirit affinity 10. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up instantly. Points surged again. Ship spirit affinity had directly reached 30 points. This brought him one step closer to his ultimate goal. He looked at the Bink Sake before him, his heart filled with excitement. This ship now possessed the potential to give birth to a ship spirit. It only needed a catalyst, an opportunity for complete awakening. Bink Sake, Lin Yuan murmured in his heart. The name was filled with hope and sorrow, yet unwavering. Now we should go find Brook. Lin Yuan turned to Luo Lu. Brook. A flicker of complexity passed through Luo Lu's eyes. He was both eager to see his old friend and afraid to face the cruel reality. He knew Brook had eaten the revived fruit, but he also knew that in this Florian Triangle anything was possible. Lin Yuan said nothing more. He walked toward the helm. The wheel of the Bink Sake radiated a soft light under Lin Yuan's fingertips. He could feel the faint heartbeat transmitted through the helm. He could hear it singing softly, a song of longing for the sea and yearning for comrades. Roger, Rayleigh, come over too. Lin Yuan called Roger and Rayleigh over via Den Den Mushi. When they boarded the Bink Sake and saw its completely renewed appearance, they were stunned. Lin Yuan, are you a god? Roger's eyes widened as he circled the Bink Sake again and again. This ship is newer and sturdier than when we came. This is a work of art. Rayleigh couldn't help but praise. He could sense a powerful life force permeating the ship. It was no longer just a vessel. It was more like a living comrade. Now we are going to find Brook. Lin Yuan pointed toward the fog-shrouded sea ahead. Luo Lu, you know this area best. Are there any special places or any locations Brook might be? Luo Lu tried to recall. When we were struck by plague here, Captain Yoki departed with the sick crew and the rest of us were surrounded by enemies. It was there that Brook and the others fell. Luo Lu pointed to a region marked on the chart as the Demon's Mouth. That place is perpetually shrouded in fog and has treacherous currents, the most dangerous area in these waters. We were forced there back then. Lin Yuan's eyes turned sharp. Demon's Mouth. His observation hockey spread out instantly, presenting the entire Florian Triangle in his mind. Countless ghost ships floated in the fog. Strange marine creatures swam in the deep sea. Some faint, resentful souls wandered through this region. But he did not sense Brook's unique soul song. After all, Brook ate the revived fruit. His soul might be different from ordinary souls. Lin Yuan analyzed silently in his heart. Ordinary observation hockey might not be able to perceive him directly, He concentrated his observation haki to the extreme, trying to capture those faint, unusual auras. Suddenly Lin Yuan's body jolted. He sensed a very faint yet extraordinarily resilient aura. It was filled with loneliness and longing. But more importantly, it was filled with unwavering commitment to a promise. It was like a thin thread barely maintaining its existence in the thick fog. Found him. Lin Yuan's eyes snapped open, blazing with excitement. He's deep inside the demon's mouth. What a... Luo Lu's body trembled. He's alive. Lin Yuan nodded. But his condition seems poor, he's trapped. Quick, let's go save him. Luo Lu urged urgently. Not so fast. Lin Yuan shook his head. That sea area is extremely dangerous, we need to be prepared. He walked to the bow, gazing at the foggy sea with deep shimmering eyes. Luo Lu, take the helm. Lin Yuan handed the wheel to Luo Lu. This ship needs its old crewman to steer it. Luo Lu took the helm, his hands trembling again. But this time it was not from sorrow, but from excitement. He felt it. He felt the Binks sake cheering and leaping. It was welcoming its old crewman, eager to sail into the distance under his hands once more. Under Luo Lu's guidance, the Binks sake slowly entered the demon's mouth. The fog grew thicker, visibility nearly zero. The surrounding sea was eerily silent, as if even the wind had been swallowed. But the Binks sake did not falter. Like a giant beast familiar with its home, it sailed steadily through the thick fog. Lin Yuan, are you sure Brooke is there? Roger asked nervously. I'm sure. Lin Yuan's gaze was firm. I can sense his presence. However, it seems we have some uninvited guests. Lin Yuan's advanced observation haki detected several malevolent auras stealthily approaching the Binks sake. They were like snakes lurking in the darkness, ready to strike at any moment. What is that? Rayleigh drew the long sword at his waist, his eyes sharp. They are the residents of these waters, Lin Yuan said calmly. They seem to dislike our arrival. Suddenly, several massive shadows burst forth from the thick fog. Those were dilapidated ghost ships. The decks were crowded with grotesque ghost pirates. Their faces were ferocious, their eyes burning with green spectral flames, wielding rusted swords and blades as they charged toward the Binks Marinier. Ghost pirates. Luo Lu's expression changed. These creatures are the natives of these waters. They attack all living beings that intrude into their territory. Come at me then. Roger roared, his eyes filled with excitement. He drew the sword at his waist, radiating powerful battle intent. Rayleigh followed closely behind his long sword, emitting a cold gleam. They had not properly exercised their skills in a long time. Luo Lu, steady the ship. Lin Yuan issued his command. Roger, Rayleigh, you two clear the deck of these lesser foes. Remember, do not damage the hull. Yes. Roger and Rayleigh roared, charging like tigers, breaking free from their cages straight into the ghost pirates. Roger's swordsmanship was bold and unrestrained, every swing unleashing a razor-sharp slash. Those ghost pirates were no match for him, dispatched with a single stroke each. Rayleigh's sword technique was far more exquisite, his figure moving like a phantom weaving through the ghost pirates. Each thrust precisely pierced their vital points, reducing them to wisp and smoke instantly. Lin Yuan stood at the bow, his advanced observation haki constantly monitoring everything around him. He could sense that beyond these ghost pirates lay something far more powerful. It was the guardian of these waters. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the deep sea. Immediately after, a colossal shadow burst forth from beneath the Binks Marinier. It was a giant sea monster exceeding 100 meters in length. Its body was covered in green scales, with two massive antennae growing from its head, its eyes burning with crimson light. It opened its fanged maw and lunged straight for the Binks Marinier. A demon sea monster. Luo Lu's face turned pale. This is the sovereign of these waters. How can it be here? Lin Yuan, watch out. Roger roared, sensing an overwhelming sense of danger. Lin Yuan's eyes turned icy cold. He showed no panic whatsoever. He knew this was a trial for the Binks Marinier. It was also his trial. Binks Marinier. Lin Yuan let out a mighty roar, his voice amplified by his haki reaching every corner of the ship. You are not just any ordinary ship. You are the pride of the revival pirates. You are the vessel that will sing Binks wine and sail to the end of the world. Now show your power. No sooner had Lin Yuan's words left his lips than the Binks Marinier shuddered violently. A powerful aura of life erupted from deep within the hull, and the skull on the helm's eyes flickered with two green spectral flames. It was responding to Lin Yuan. It was responding to its old crew. It was responding to that promise abandoned for decades. Fire! Lin Yuan roared. From the bow of the Binks Marinier, the 20 cannons that Lin Yuan had reinforced and improved earlier instantly unleashed furious flames. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of cannonballs rained down like hail, striking the demon sea monster's head with pinpoint accuracy. The beast let out a painful roar, its massive body thrashing violently on the sea surface. But it did not retreat. It opened its fanged maw once more and lunged at the Binks Marinier. Lin Yuan. This beast has impenetrable skin. Roger roared. Its defense is too strong. A glint flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes. I know. He leaped onto the mainmast, disappearing and reappearing in flashes until he reached the very top. Gazing at that gaping maw, his eyes burned with battle spirit. Demon sea monster, Lin Yuan shouted, his voice echoing through the thick fog. I, Lin Yuan, demand your heart as an offering to the Binks Marinier. Lin Yuan plunged from the mast. His body carved a black trail through the air, his right arm sheathed in pitch-black armament hockey, with faint flame patterns rising upon its surface. Like a falling meteor, he shot straight toward the demon sea monster's bloody maw. He would use his own fist to shatter the darkness of this Florian triangle, to welcome back that soul singer lost on the road to the underworld. Lin Yuan, don't. Luo Lu screamed in terror. That beast will swallow you whole. Roger and Rayleigh's faces changed drastically. They never expected Lin Yuan to be so reckless. This guy is truly a madman. Roger gritted his teeth. He wanted to rush forward and rescue him, but Lin Yuan was too fast. In the blink of an eye, his body had already plunged into the demon sea monster's gaping maw. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted from within the beast's mouth. Immediately after, the demon sea monster's body went rigid. Its enormous frame thrashed violently on the sea surface, howling in agony. Crimson blood gushed like a fountain from its mouth and erupted from every wound across its body. In less than 3 seconds, the demon sea monster's 100-meter-long corpse exploded from the midpoint. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. Organs spewed forth. The foul-smelling blood instantly dyed the surrounding waters red. The beast's colossal head, filled with unwillingness and terror, crashed down from the sea surface, sending towering waves crashing. Lin Yuan's figure slowly emerged from the center of the bloody explosion, covered in the sea monster's blood from head to toe, yet not a scratch on him. His right arm remained sheathed in pitch-black armament hockey, with flame patterns pulsing upon its surface. His gaze was cold and sharp, like an Azura stepping forth from the underworld. This? Luo Lu stared blankly at Lin Yuan, his eyes filled with terror. Roger and Rayleigh were completely dumbfounded. They knew Lin Yuan was strong, but they never imagined he was strong to this extent. With just a single punch, he had slain the sovereign of these waters. This was nothing short of a monster. Are you alright? Roger rushed over, his voice trembling slightly. I'm fine. Lin Yuan wiped the blood from his face and said calmly, this beast's hide is thick, but its internal organs are rather fragile. He could clearly feel that during that single punch his advanced armament hockey had improved once again. That sensation of power merging completely with his flesh and bones, the ability to wield it as he wished, intoxicated him deeply. Ding. Host has defeated a large sea king. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 8,000 points. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Physical Enhancement Intermediate. A flash of delight crossed Lin Yuan's eyes. Physical Enhancement Intermediate. What an unexpected gift. He felt a warm current surge into his body once more. His muscles, bones, and internal organs all grew stronger and more resilient at an incredible rate. His body, which had been somewhat exhausted from that single punch, instantly recovered, even more vigorous than before. Lin Yuan clenched his fist, feeling the explosive power coursing through his palm. His strength had leaped forward another qualitative bound. Time to go rescue Brooke. Lin Yuan turned his gaze toward the depths of the demon's mouth. The death of the demon sea monster plunged the surrounding ghost pirates into utter panic. They let out piercing shrieks and scattered in all directions, no longer daring to approach the Bink Sea How. Under Luo Lu's command, the Bink Sea How continued deeper into the devil's mouth. With the sea monster's death, the surrounding thick fog seemed to thin out a bit. Lin Yuan's advanced observation hockey allowed him to sense Buluk's presence more clearly. He was trapped inside a massive block of ice surrounded by countless thick strands of seaweed. Those seaweed exuded a powerful life force, tightly binding the ice and preventing it from surfacing. He's over there. Lin Yuan pointed ahead at a massive iceberg entangled with seaweed. He's trapped inside the ice. Luo Lu's body shuddered violently as he gazed at the iceberg, his eyes brimmed with tears. Buluk, he roared, his voice filled with urgency. The Bink Sea How accelerated and charged forward. As they approached the iceberg, Lin Yuan saw that within the ice was a skeleton. A skeleton dressed in a tailcoat with an afro hairstyle, holding a cane sword in its hand. It was Buluk. Buluk's body was completely frozen inside the ice, motionless. But Lin Yuan could sense that his faint soul flame was still stubbornly flickering. He had been trapped here for who knows how many years. Buluk. Luo Lu let out a mournful cry, rushing to the ice and pounding the surface with his fists. Buluk. It's me, Luo Lu. I've come to save you. But Buluk gave no response. He was like an ice sculpture silently trapped within the ice. These seaweed are strange. Rayleigh stepped forward, drawing his sword to cut the seaweed, but when his blade struck the seaweed, it emitted a metallic clang. The seaweed was unharmed. So hard. Rayleigh frowned. These seaweed seem to have been reinforced by some special power. It's the special energy of this sea area, Lin Yuan said calmly. These seaweed have become part of this sea. To rescue Buluk, we must first break through these seaweed. Lin Yuan walked to the ice, reaching out to gently stroke its surface. He activated both advanced observation hockey and the breath of all things simultaneously. He could sense a powerful life energy flowing within the seaweed. They were like countless blood vessels tightly coiled around the ice, absorbing the faint soul power from Buluk's body. This was an extremely sinister binding. Lin Yuan, do you have any way? Luo Jie asked urgently. Yes. A sharp glint flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes. But it will take some time. He took out a huge, oddly shaped cutter from his system space. This was a high-frequency vibration cutter he had exchanged from the system shop, specifically designed for cutting hard special materials. He aimed the cutter at the seaweed and pressed the start button. Buzz! The cutter emitted a deafening roar, and an invisible shockwave instantly struck the seaweed. the seaweed began to tremble violently. Its internal structure was precisely destroyed under the effect of Lin Yuan's energy conduction mastery beginner skill. Sizzle sizzle. Streams of white smoke rose from the seaweed, which began to wither and rot at a visible speed. In less than 10 minutes, all the seaweed surrounding the ice turned to ash and dissipated in the air. Freed from its bindings, the ice slowly floated to the surface. We did it! Luo Jie roared excitedly. How do we break the ice? Lin Yuan walked to the ice again, extending his right arm, which was covered in jet-black armament hockey with dancing flame patterns. Instead of striking the ice directly, he gently pressed his right arm against the surface. A faint but incredibly precise energy slowly transmitted from his arm into the interior of the ice. Under Lin Yuan's precise control, the molecular structure inside the ice began to vibrate violently. Crack, crack. Fine cracks began to appear on the surface of the ice. The cracks grew more numerous and denser. Boom. Finally, the ice exploded violently, sending countless shards flying in all directions. Buluk's figure slowly fell from the ice. Luo Lu, quick as a flash, rushed forward and caught Buluk's fragile skeleton in his arms. Buluk, Buluk. Luo Lu's voice was filled with excitement and sorrow. Freed from the ice's confinement, Buluk's soul flame grew even brighter. In his hollow eye sockets, 2 green ghostly flames flickered intensely. He slowly raised his head to look at Luo Lu. Luo Lu, is it you? His voice was hoarse and weak, filled with disbelief. It's me, Buluk. I've come to take you home. Luo Lu, tears streaming down his face, hugged Buluk's skeleton tightly. Home? Buluk's soul flame flickered even more violently. He slowly turned his head to look at Lin Yuan. You? Who are you? Lin Yuan's eyes showed a glint of admiration. This man, trapped in ice for decades, still possessed such a resilient soul flame. As expected of the soul singer of the Lumba pirate crew. I am Lin Yuan said calmly. I came to help Luo Lu fulfill the promise you made with Labu. Buluk's soul flame trembled violently. Labu, he murmured. Labu, is it still alive? Of course. Lin Yuan nodded. It's still waiting for you at Twin Capes. In Buluk's eye sockets, the 2 green ghostly flames instantly became incredibly bright, and his fragile skeleton began to tremble violently. He slowly raised his hand, pointing at Lin Yuan. You? Can you really take me back to see Labu? I promise. Lin Yuan's gaze was resolute. I, Lin Yuan, never break my word. 2 streams of green tears slowly flowed from Buluk's hollow eye sockets. It was the first time he had shed tears in decades of captivity. He let out a sound filled with sorrow, joy, and hope. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Lin Yuan watched the scene of Luo Lu and Buluk embracing tightly, and saw the gratified smiles on Luo Jie and Lei Li's faces. He couldn't help but smile as well. All this effort was worth it. He wanted to make the Binxi Hao once again ring out with the tune of Binxi's wine, to let it once again carry the dreams of comrades and sail toward the Grand Line, fulfilling the promise that had been silent for decades. The thick fog of the Phantom Triangle seemed to thin out a bit with Buluk's return. The Binxi Hao, a ship bearing countless sorrows and hopes, was completely reborn under Lin Yuan's skillful hands. It was no longer a ghost, but a living legend. Buluk, the soul singer, had finally broken free from decades of loneliness and ice. He stood on the deck playing the violin with his skeletal frame, striking up the tune of Binxi's wine. The melodious and sorrowful melody echoed across the sea. It told of the joys and sorrows of the Lumba pirate crew, of their love for the sea, and of their unwavering determination to never give up on their promise. Luo Lu stood beside Buluk, tears streaming down his face. Luo Jie and Lei Li also listened quietly, their eyes filled with emotion. Lin Yuan stood at the bow, feeling the powerful heartbeat emanating from the Binxi Hao. This ship had completely come to life. Ding. The consciousness of the Binx's ship spirit is gradually awakening. Ship spirit affinity has reached 80. Congratulations, host. Your shipwright skills have been recognized once again. A faint smile curled at the corners of Lin Yuan's lips. 80%. Only the final 20% remained before the true ship spirit emerged. Once the Binx fulfilled its promise to Labu, the ship spirit would undoubtedly awaken completely. Boss, where are we headed next? Luo Lu wiped away his tears and asked. Back to our base. Lin Yuan replied in a calm tone. The Villia Kingdom and Whiskey Peak both require my attention. He still had a pile of atom trees to transport and the Chris workshop to take over. More importantly, he had to begin constructing the ship that could sail to the world's end for Luo Jie. Under Lin Yuan's command, the Binx slowly sailed out of the Devil's Triangle. The Storm Wing followed closely behind. Luo Jie, Lei Li, and the newly joined Buluk were all aboard the Binx. They gazed at Lin Yuan's steady and confident back, their hearts filled with trust. This young man could always create miracles. During the voyage, Lin Yuan opened the system panel. Host Lin Yuan. Titles: Legendary Shipwright, Shipyard Azura, Forbidden 1. Points 450000. Skills: 6 Powers of the Navy, Shave, Moonwalk, Armament, Hockey, Advanced Observation, Hockey, Advanced Master Level, Sculpting Master Level, Forging, Advanced Ship, Repair, Energy Conduction Proficiency, Beginner, Master Level, Woodworking. Special items: Dew of Life, Spring 1, A Atom Tree Treasure Map 1, A Barks Inherited Plane 1, A Furnace Fruit, Mythical Zoan 1, Special Score Banks, Sake, Soul Ultimate Version 1. Lin Yuan nodded with satisfaction as he perused his dazzlingly luxurious panel. This expedition to the Devil's Triangle had yielded tremendous gains. Though repairing the Binks had consumed a fair amount of points, it had brought Lin Yuan even greater rewards. He now possessed formidable strength top-tier skills and an abundance of points. He was drawing closer and closer to his goal. System absorb Binks Sake Soul Ultimate Version. Lin Yuan murmured in his heart. The next moment, countless pieces of knowledge about this musical piece flooded into his mind. He could clearly sense the immense soul power contained within this melody. It was no ordinary song. It was the very soul of the Lumba pirates. It was the bond connecting Buluk and Labu. It was also the key that could awaken the ship's spirit and fully revive the vessel. Lin Yuan walked over to Buluk and gazed at his skeletal frame, a profound glint flickering in his eyes. Buluk, can you play Binks Sake now? Buluk nodded, picked up his violin, and once again struck up the melody. But this time Lin Yuan could sense that something was still missing from the tune. It lacked the soul power needed to completely awaken the Binks. Buluk, what you are playing now is the ordinary version of Binks Sake. Lin Yuan said calmly. I have a more complete version of Binks Sake. It contains the souls of all the partners of the Lumba pirates. It can awaken the ship's spirit of the Binks. Buluk's soul flame trembled violently. What a... He stared at Lin Yuan in shock. You're telling the truth. Of course. Lin Yuan's gaze was unwavering. I will teach it to you, and you must play it with your very soul. Lin Yuan extended his hand and gently pressed it against Buluk's skull. Energy Conduction Proficiency Beginner. Through energy conduction, he completely transferred the score of Binks Sake Soul Ultimate Version from his mind to Buluk. In an instant, Buluk's soul flame burst forth with a dazzling radiance. His skeletal frame trembled violently. He could feel the immense power contained within this melody. It was the soul of all his comrades. It was their love for the sea. It was their promise to Labu. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho. Buluk let out a roar filled with excitement and sorrow. He picked up his violin and began to play once more. This time Binks Sake was no longer an ordinary tune. It was brimming with soul. It was filled with power. It was overflowing with hope. The melodious notes echoed across the sea, piercing through the thick fog, through the surface, and deep into the ocean's abyss. Like a bolt of lightning, it struck the very heart of the Binks. The hull of the Binks shuddered violently, and the two green ghost flames in the skull's eyes on the helm blazed with unprecedented brilliance. It emitted a high-pitched, joyful cry. It was cheering. It was leaping with delight. It was answering Buluk's soulful song. A powerful, life-filled aura erupted from the depths of the Binks' hull. It burst through the ship's confines, soaring into the sky and spreading across the sea. It declared to the world. It was truly alive. Ding. The Binks' ship's spirit has fully awakened. Congratulations, host. You have successfully created the first vessel with a ship spirit. Congratulations, host. You have received 1,000 points. Congratulations, host. You have gained the Divine Ability Ship Spirit Resonance passive. Ship Spirit Resonance. The host can communicate deeply with all vessels that possess a ship spirit and perceive their emotions and will. Lin Yuan's body quivered. 1,000,000 points. And a divine ability. But he had no time to check the system panel, for the scene unfolding before him left him utterly astounded. The hull of the Binks began to emit a soft green glow, not harsh, but warm and intimate. The two green ghost flames on the skull carving at the helm grew brighter and brighter. It seemed to have truly come alive. I can sense it, Luo Lu said in a trembling voice, his hands tightly gripping the helm. The Binks. It's speaking to me. It says it's very happy. It says it has finally waited for this day. Tears streamed down Luo Lu's face once more. Luo Jie and Lei Li stood in stunned silence watching the scene. Despite their vast experience, this was the first time they had witnessed the birth of a ship spirit. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho. Buluk's violin music grew more and more passionate. A faint green light also began to emanate from his skeletal frame. It was his soul power resonating with the Binks. Suddenly at the bow of the Binks, the singing skull carving opened its eyes. They were green eyes full of life and intelligence. It gazed at Lin Yuan, its eyes filled with gratitude. Then a young, joyful voice echoed in everyone's mind. Thank you. Thank you for giving me a new life. I am the Binks. I remember all my comrades. I remember Captain Yuji's smile. I remember the days we sang together. I remember our promise. Luo Lu completely broke down, kneeling on the deck and sobbing uncontrollably. The Binks. You've truly come back to life. You remember us. You remember everyone. Brooke also stopped playing his violin, his skeletal frame trembling violently. The Binks. His voice choked with emotion. I'm sorry for making you wait so long. No. The Binks' voice was gentle yet firm. I was never lonely, because I knew you would definitely come back. Now, can we go fulfill our promise? To see Laboon. Yes. Luo Lu nodded fiercely. We'll go now. We're heading to the Cape of Twin Peaks. To see Laboon. Lin Yuan watched this scene, a warmth surging in his heart. He had done it. He had truly created a ship spirit, and in such a heartwarming way. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. He opened the system panel. Host Lin Yuan. Total points 1450000. New skill Ship Spirit Resonance Divine Passive. 1,450,000 points. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up instantly. This was a fortune he could now exchange for many good things. But he didn't rush to spend. Because he knew that the ship he would build for Roger next was the true challenge. That ship had to surpass the Binks. It had to become a legendary vessel capable of conquering the Grand Line and reaching the ends of the world. Lin Yuan. Roger approached his face, bearing an unprecedented seriousness. I've seen the miracle you created. So I'm even more certain. Roger looked deeply into Lin Yuan's eyes. My ship can only be built by you. I want a ship that can give birth to a spirit. I want it to become my most important partner. Lin Yuan looked at Roger's expectant eyes and nodded. I promise you. But Lin Yuan changed the subject. Before building the ship, I need to make some preparations. I need to return to my base to handle some matters. Also, Lin Yuan looked at the Binks. We need to send Luo Lu and Brooke to the Cape of Twin Peaks first to fulfill their promise. The ship's spirit has awakened, but it's not stable enough yet. Only by fulfilling the promise can it fully grow. Roger grinned. No problem. I'm not in a hurry anyway. I'm more than happy to witness something so interesting. Rayleigh also nodded. Besides, I'd like to see the island whale that's been waiting for decades. And so the course was set. The Binks and the Stormwing sailed side by side. Destination the Cape of Twin Peaks. During the voyage, Lin Yuan stayed alone in the Stormwing's technical room. He needed to plan his next moves carefully. First, Roger's ship. That ship had to use the best materials and the most advanced techniques. The treasure tree atom was already in hand, but a keel alone wasn't enough. He needed more special materials. System, open the shop. Lin Yuan murmured in his heart. The familiar shop interface unfolded. Lin Yuan's gaze quickly swept through the materials section. Memory alloy 10 tons, 5000 points. Deep sea mystic iron 1 ton, 8000 points. Weatherwood rare, 100000 points. Lin Yuan exchanged a large amount of top-tier materials in one go. These materials cost him a total of 300,000 points. But he didn't regret it because these investments were worthwhile. Next were skills. Lin Yuan looked at the skills section. His armament hockey and observation hockey were both at the advanced level, but that wasn't enough. In this world of powerful beings, advanced hockey was barely sufficient. He needed to be stronger. Armament hockey supreme, 1000 points. Observation hockey supreme, 1000 points. Both supreme hockey together would be 2 million points. Lin Yuan didn't have enough points. Forget it, I'll save them for now. Lin Yuan had no choice but to be conservative. Moreover, during the shipbuilding process, he might need some special items or blueprints, so he'd keep the points for now. However, Lin Yuan's gaze paused on a special option. Shipwright exclusive gift pack, limited time, 2000 points. Contents randomly obtain 3 Shipwright-related top-tier skills or items. No, can only be purchased once. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up instantly. A Shipwright exclusive gift pack. This was a great deal. Although it was random, given the system's nature, the items it gave would definitely not be bad. Exchange. Lin Yuan didn't hesitate. Confirm, spending 2000 points to purchase the Shipwright exclusive gift pack. Confirm. Exchange successful. Opening the gift pack. Congratulations. You have obtained divine skill. Forge of all things. Congratulations. You have obtained special item. Eternal hammer. Congratulations. You have obtained legendary blueprint. Floating engine design. Lin Yuan's breath caught in his throat. A divine skill. A special item. And a legendary blueprint. This was a massive win. He eagerly checked the details. Forge of all things divine. The host can forge any material and grant it special attributes. Forged items will possess performance far beyond the ordinary. Eternal hammer, a legendary divine artifact. Items forged with it will never be damaged and will grow stronger over time. Floating engine blueprint, a product of future technology allowing ships to leave the sea surface and sail through the air. Lin Yuan's hands were trembling. Each of these 3 items was priceless, especially the floating engine. If he could install it on Roger's ship, then wouldn't Roger's ship be able to fly? Ha ha ha. Lin Yuan couldn't help but burst out laughing. He could already envision the scene of Roger's ship soaring through the sky. How shocking, how legendary that would be. Roger. Lin Yuan murmured to himself. You sure lucked out by meeting me. I'll build you a ship that's one of a kind in this world. The strongest ship. A week later, the Cape of Twin Peaks. This was the entrance to the Grand Line, the place where countless pirates' dreams began. The Binks and the Stormwing slowly approached these waters. From afar, they could see a massive lighthouse standing on the coast. And beside the lighthouse, an island whale so enormous it took one's breath away floated quietly on the sea surface. Its head was covered in scars. Those were the marks left by its countless charges against the Red Line. It was waiting for the pirates who had promised to return. It's Laboon. Luo Lu's voice trembled. It's still waiting for us. Brooke also stood at the bow, his skeletal frame trembling violently. Laboon. He picked up his violin, took a deep breath, and then played Binks Sake. The melodious notes echoed across the sea. The enormous island whale suddenly opened its eyes. It had heard that familiar melody. It had heard the song of the Rumbar pirates. Woo! Laboon let out an earth-shattering cry, a sound brimming with joy, excitement, and the wild euphoria of a long-awaited reunion. It swam toward the Binks in a frenzy, the colossal waves it stirred nearly capsizing the entire vessel. Laboon. It's us. We're back. Lualu shouted from the bow. Laboon swam alongside the Binks, its enormous eyes gazing upon Lulu and Brooke aboard. Tears streamed from its eye sockets. Those were tears decades in the making. Tears of a promise finally fulfilled. I'm sorry, Laboon. Brooke's voice caught in his throat. For making you wait so long. But we're back. We kept our promise. Woo. Laboon let out another cry. With its massive head it gently brushed against the hull of the Binks, an act of such tenderness, it was as if caressing family lost for years. And the Binks, its newly born ship spirit, responded to Laboon. It emitted a gentle radiance wrapping around Laboon's head. Laboon, I remember you too. We finally meet again. A person, a skeleton, a ship, and a whale. At Twin Cape a promise spanning decades was fulfilled. Roger watched this, seeing his eyes reddening. How wonderful, he murmured. Is this the bond of companions? Rayleigh fell silent as well. He looked at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, thank you. If not for you this promise might never have come true. Lin Yuan shook his head. I merely did what a shipwright should do. Reuniting a ship with its companion. It was my honor. Ding. Host has completed the hidden quest, the unfinished promise. Final evaluation perfect. Congratulations host on receiving the reward, 300 points. Congratulations host on obtaining ship spirit affinity 20. Congratulations host on the extra rewards special title, Guardian of the Promise. Guardian of the Promise. After equipping this title, ships crafted by the host will more easily earn the trust and bond of their crew. Lin Yuan glanced at the system notification, a smile tugging at his lips. Everything was worth it. They stayed at Twin Cape for 3 days. Lolu and Brooke accompanied Laboon daily, sharing stories of everything that had transpired over the years. Laboon listened quietly, its eyes brimming with tenderness. On the evening of the 3rd day, Lolu found Lin Yuan. Boss. His face carried a complex expression. I want to stay here with Laboon. It waited for us for so many years. I can't let it be lonely anymore. Lin Yuan nodded. I understand. What about Brooke? Lolu glanced toward Brooke, who was playing the violin for Laboon in the distance. He said, he wants to follow you. He said he wants to see this world. He said he wants to use music to fulfill the unfinished dreams of our Rumbar pirates. Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised, but he quickly smiled. Then let him come along. Actually, my ship is still short a musician. Lolu bowed deeply. Thank you, boss. Thank you for everything you've done for us. If you ever need me in the future, just say the word. My life belongs to you. Lin Yuan patted his shoulder. Take good care of Laboon and also the Binks. It now has a ship spirit, so you need to communicate with it more. It will become your best companion. Lualu nodded firmly. The next morning the Storm Wing set sail. A new member had joined the ship, the soul singer Brooke. The Binks, however, remained at Twin Cape. It would stay with Laboon and Lualu. Its mission was complete. Its ship spirit had fully stabilized. Goodbye, Laboon. Roger stood at the stern, waving to the enormous island whale. When I conquer the Grand Line, I'll definitely come back to see you. Woo. Laboon let out a cry, as if responding to Roger. Lin Yuan stood at the bow, watching Twin Cape recede into the distance, his heart brimming with anticipation. Next it was time to return to base. It was time to begin building that legendary ship for Roger. The Storm Wing sailed at full speed. Destination, the Villia Kingdom. Lin Yuan needed to go back and collect that warehouse full of atom wood, as well as handle matters regarding Chris's workshop. During the voyage, Roger was full of curiosity about the newly joined Brooke. Hey Brooke, what's the deal with that skeleton of yours? Are you really human? Brooke laughed with a yo-ho-ho-ho. I ate the yomi yomi no me. When I died my soul returned to my body, but the flesh had already rotted away, so now there's only bones left. But I'm still alive. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Roger's eyes lit up. That's amazing. So will you die? Yes, I will. Brooke shook his bony frame. Even though I'm a skeleton, if my bones are completely shattered, my soul will dissipate too. And Brooke's tone grew somewhat desolate. I'm already dead. My soul just wanders this world. I don't know how much longer I can exist. So, I want to take advantage of the time I have left to see this world and use music to fulfill the dreams of our Rumbar pirates. Roger patted Brooke's shoulder. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, you'll be fine. Besides, that Lin Yuan fellow surely has a way. He's the kind of man who can even create a ship's spirit. Brooke looked toward Lin Yuan, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was silently pondering within. Brooke's situation was indeed special. Although his soul fire was tenacious, it wasn't eternal after all. If he didn't find a way to stabilize it. System, are there any items or skills that can stabilize the soul? Lin Yuan asked within his mind. Ding. Searching. Search complete. Recommended item: soul, crystal, high tier. 1 points effect, can completely stabilize the soul, no longer subject to the erosion of time. Recommended skill: soul forging technique, mid tier. 8 points effect, can use special materials to forge a container for the soul, giving the soul a physical form. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. Soul forging technique. This was great. If he could forge a container for Brooke's soul, then he wouldn't need to worry about his bones being shattered anymore. I'll note it down for now. I'll deal with it when we return to base. Lin Yuan silently said within his mind. A few days later the Storm Wing arrived at the Villia Kingdom. But the scene before him surprised Lin Yuan somewhat. The entire port had been completely transformed. The once dilapidated docks had been thoroughly renovated into a massive modern port. Over a dozen large cargo ships were loading and unloading goods. The docks were bustling with workers everywhere. And at the entrance to the port stood a giant statue. The statue depicted Lin Yuan himself. One hand holding a hammer, the other clutching blueprints, his gaze steadfastly fixed upon the sea. Beneath the statue was carved a line of large characters. The savior of the Villia Kingdom, the legendary shipwright Lin Yuan. No way. Lin Yuan's lips twitched. This is too exaggerated. Roger laughed heartily beside him. Lin Yuan. You're so famous here. There's even a statue of you. Just then a familiar figure came rushing from the port. It was the one-armed General Kern. Lord Lin Yuan. Kern knelt on one knee, overcome with emotion. You finally returned. We've been waiting for you. Lin Yuan waved his hand. Rise, don't bother with such formalities. How is the island? Kern stood up, his face filled with pride. Lord Lin Yuan, after you left we thoroughly reorganized the kingdom according to your instructions. That incompetent king has been exiled. The Walia kingdom is now temporarily administered by our rebel army. And, Kern pointed toward the port. We built this new port according to the blueprints you left behind. Now massive numbers of merchant ships come here for trade every day. The kingdom's tax revenue has increased tenfold. Lin Yuan nodded. It seemed these people had his expectations. What about that temple? We've converted the temple into a warehouse. Kern said respectfully, we haven't touched a single piece of the atom wood you requested. Everything is preserved perfectly. Also, Kern's tone became somewhat excited. When we were clearing out the temple we discovered another secret chamber. Inside, there are many wonderful items. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. Take me to see it. Underground beneath the temple, Kern led Lin Yuan to a concealed secret chamber. The chamber's door was forged from a special alloy covered with ancient inscriptions. We cannot open this door. Kern said somewhat helplessly. We've tried every method, even explosives, but nothing works. That's why we've been waiting for your return. Lin Yuan approached the door and gently traced the inscriptions with his hand. Advanced observation Haki and the breathing of all things activated simultaneously. In an instant Lin Yuan perceived the secret of this door. It's a mechanical lock. Lin Yuan said calmly. You need to touch these characters in a specific sequence to open it. His fingers moved rapidly across the door, pressing each character with precision. Click. A heavy mechanical sound echoed as the chamber door slowly opened. Inside was a vast treasure vault. Mountains of gold and jewels. Shelves were lined with rare ores and materials. There were also several ancient blueprints. We've hit the jackpot. Roger excitedly rushed inside, grabbing armfuls of gold coins and tossing them about. Lin Yuan. The treasures here could sustain us for a lifetime. Lin Yuan paid no mind to the gold and jewels. His gaze fell upon those ancient blueprints. He walked over and carefully picked up the first blueprint. Ding. Detected special item, ancient warship design blueprint fragment. Quality legendary. Lin Yuan's breath caught. Another ancient warship blueprint. Though only a fragment, the technology recorded upon it still made his eyes gleam. He continued reading. The second blueprint was a design for a special power system. The third blueprint detailed an ancient weapon system. Each one was priceless. This Walia kingdom. Lin Yuan murmured to himself. What exactly is its background? Why does it have so many ancient relics? Kern said respectfully beside him. Lord Lin Yuan, according to our investigations, the Walia kingdom was once an exceedingly powerful realm 800 years ago. It had some connection to that enormous kingdom that was erased from history. But later the Walia kingdom was targeted by the world government and suffered devastating strikes. Our ancestors built this temple to preserve these items, hiding them away. Lin Yuan's gaze grew profound. 800 years ago. The enormous kingdom. The world government. These keywords connected in his mind, triggering numerous thoughts. This Walia kingdom was far more complex than he had imagined. I'll take these blueprints. Lin Yuan said calmly. As for the gold and jewels, you may use them to develop the kingdom. I only need these materials. Kern trembled with excitement. Lord Lin Yuan, you are truly merciful. The Walia kingdom will forever be your most loyal ally. Lin Yuan waved his hand. Enough talk. Help me transport all these materials to the port. I'm taking them with me. Yes. Over the following days Lin Yuan remained at the Walia kingdom, handling various affairs. He stored all the atom wood and special materials from the temple into his system space and learned about the current state of the Walia kingdom from Kern. Overall, the kingdom had gotten back on track with his help. Moreover, though Kern was a warrior through and through, he was reliable in his duties. Lin Yuan decided to let him continue governing the kingdom as his foothold in the Grand Line. By the way, Kern, Lin Yuan suddenly remembered something. Does your kingdom have any excellent shipwrights? Kern paused. Shipwrights? We have a few, but they're ordinary repair craftsmen. That's enough. Lin Yuan nodded. Have them come see me. I want to select a group to bring back to my shipyard for training. Kern immediately understood Lin Yuan's intentions. I'll arrange it at once. That afternoon, all the shipwrights of the Walia kingdom were gathered at the port. Over 30 people in total. Lin Yuan examined each one individually. Finally, he selected 5 promising young men. From today onward, you are apprentices of the Qihang's shipyard. Lin Yuan said calmly. Learn well from me, and you will all become the finest shipwrights in this world. The 5 young men trembled with excitement. To study under the legendary shipwright Lin Yuan was a dream come true for countless people. Thank you, Lord Lin Yuan. They knelt down in unison. Lin Yuan waved his hand. Rise, pack your belongings, and we'll depart tomorrow. Yes. Early the next morning the Stormwing set sail, once more now carrying 5 new apprentices. Their destination Whiskey Peak. Lin Yuan's headquarters. Lin Yuan, what exactly is your base like? Roger asked curiously. You'll find out soon enough. Lin Yuan smiled mysteriously. I promise it'll blow your mind. During the voyage Lin Yuan kept busy teaching the 5 new apprentices fundamental shipbuilding knowledge. At the same time, he was contemplating the design plan for Roger's ship. That vessel had to be unique. It must integrate all his technology and concepts. It must transcend this era. Floating engine. Lin Yuan murmured. If we could truly make a ship fly, what an astounding spectacle that would be. He opened his system space and took out the floating engine blueprint for careful study. The technology on this blueprint far surpassed this era. It utilized a special energy field capable of canceling gravity, allowing vessels to break free from the sea surface and navigate through the air. But the problem is, Lin Yuan furrowed his brow. This energy field requires a massive energy core to drive it. Ordinary power systems simply won't suffice. Unless, Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly brightened. Unless we use a nuclear fusion reactor. He had previously installed a compact nuclear fusion reactor in the abyssal throat. If he equipped Roger's ship with one as well. No. If he was going to install one, he'd install the best. Lin Yuan immediately opened the system shop. Large-scale nuclear fusion reactor design blueprint, 0 points effect, provides nearly limitless energy sufficient to power any large-scale equipment. Lin Yuan did not hesitate. Exchange. Confirm consumption of 3,000 points. Confirm. Exchange successful. An immensely complex blueprint materialized in Lin Yuan's mind. He studied it intently, his eyes growing brighter with each passing moment. With this, Roger's ship will become the first vessel in this world capable of flying through the skies. No, Lin Yuan shook his head. Not just flying. It must also be able to submerge and navigate the ocean depths. It must be capable of everything. In Lin Yuan's mind, the prototype of a legendary ship was gradually taking shape. It would be a vessel that gathered all top-tier technologies, a transcendent one-of-a-kind, the Oro Jackson. He continued to immerse himself in the study of the blueprint. 5 days later, the Storm Wing arrived at Waishiji Peak. When Roger saw the island transformed into a military fortress, when he saw the abyss's throat docked at the harbor like a steel behemoth, he was utterly dumbfounded. My heavens, Roger murmured. Lin Yuan, are you planning a rebellion? This scale, it's even more extravagant than a naval base. Lin Yuan smiled faintly. Welcome to my territory. Next we will forge the mightiest ship in this world right here. At Waishiji Peak, as the Storm Wing slowly sailed into the harbor, the entire base erupted. The boss is back. Lord Lin Yuan has returned. On the dock, Hans Tai by Emu, Uncle Baku, and others were already waiting. When they saw Lin Yuan step off the ship, everyone was moved to tears of joy. Boss! Hans rushed over and embraced Lin Yuan. You're finally back. We've missed you so much. Lin Yuan patted him on the shoulder. Hard work. How's the base? Hans immediately released his grip and reported respectfully. Everything is proceeding according to your instructions. The abyss's throat has completed its final adjustments and is ready to set sail at any time. The shipyard's production capacity has tripled. Now we can produce 5 large transport ships per month. Moreover, a proud smile appeared on Hans's face. We have received orders from several kingdoms, all wanting our ships. Lin Yuan nodded with satisfaction. It seemed his subordinates had not been idle. Uncle Baku. Lin Yuan looked at the familiar figure. Uncle Baku approached, his eyes slightly reddened. Lin Yuan. His voice choked. You're finally back, boy. I was worried something had happened to you out there. Lin Yuan smiled. How could anything happen to me? By the way, uncle, I brought you something nice. Lin Yuan took out the eternal wood that Tom had given him from the system space. This is a gift from Mr. Tom of Water 7. He said it represents the shipwright's eternal flame of creation. Uncle Baku took the wooden block and was completely stunned. This is Mr. Tom's. His hands trembled. You met Mr. Tom. Lin Yuan nodded. And I also saw the design for Pluto. What a... Uncle Baku's eyes widened. You saw the blueprints of Pluto. The people around were also shocked. Pluto, the legendary ancient weapon. Not only did I see it, Lin Yuan said calmly. I also learned a great deal. He patted Uncle Baku on the shoulder. Uncle, next I'm going to build a ship. One that surpasses Pluto. I need your help. Uncle Baku took a deep breath. He looked into Lin Yuan's resolute eyes and finally nodded firmly. All right. I'm entrusting this old bones of mine to you. That evening, Lin Yuan convened a meeting with all the core members of the shipyard. In the meeting room were Hans Tai by Emu Luo Lu participating via Den Den Mushi, Uncle Baku, and Carter from the Golden Sail Chamber of Commerce. Everyone. Lin Yuan looked around. I've gathered you today to announce something major. Next we will undergo a comprehensive upgrade. Upgrade? Hans was puzzled. Boss, aren't we already strong enough? Not enough. Lin Yuan shook his head. Far from enough. He unfolded a massive blueprint. The transformation plan for the entire Waishiji Peak. I want to turn this place into the most powerful shipyard in the world. Not just shipbuilding. We'll also have weapon development, material processing, and talent training. I want the Voyager shipyard to become a complete industrial system. Everyone was stunned by the grand plan. Boss. Hans swallowed. How much will this cost? Money is not an issue. Lin Yuan turned to Carter. Carter, how is the Golden Sail Chamber of Commerce? Carter immediately stood up. Lord Lin Yuan, my boss, says we will support you fully in whatever you need. Funds, manpower, materials, just name it. Lin Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Very well, I won't hold back then. He took out a list. These are the things I need. I want them all in place within 3 months. Carter took the list, and one glance made him gasp. Lin Yuan's eyes glimmered as he said softly to Carter, this will cost 10 billion berries. Any problem? Carter gritted his teeth. No problem. I'll go back and report to the boss immediately. Within 3 months, everything will be in place. Lin Yuan nodded. I'm counting on you. He turned to the others. Hans, you continue to be in charge of the shipyard. I want you to double the production capacity within 3 months. Yes. Hans responded immediately. Amu, you're in charge of the weapon development department. I'll give you some new blueprints, and you lead the team to study them. Yes. Tai Bai Amu's eyes sparkled. Uncle Ba, could you handle quality supervision and talent training? The 5 new apprentices are yours to handle. Don't worry. Uncle Baku patted his chest. I'll mold them into the finest shipwrights. Lin Yuan finally looked at the Den Den Mushi. Luo Lu, how is Twin Cape? Luo Lu's voice came through the Den Den Mushi. Boss, everything is fine. La Boon is healthy and the Binks is becoming more and more spirited. It can now patrol the nearby waters on its own. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. The ship's spirit is growing this fast. Yes. Luo Lu's voice was filled with pride. And it's learned to sing. Every day it sings, Binks, sake for La Boon. Lin Yuan smiled. The ship's spirit of the Binks had fully stabilized. Good. Keep taking care of them. Contact me if you need anything. Yes. After the meeting, Lin Yuan went alone to the secret workshop at the deepest part of the shipyard. This was his private space where no one else could enter. Within the secret workshop, this was Lin Yuan's absolute domain, the most forbidden core area of Whiskey Peak. The air was redolent with the fragrance of premium timber and the distinctive scent of cooled metal. Lin Yuan did not immediately begin drafting the blueprints. He retrieved from his system space the 3 items he had obtained from the Shipwright's exclusive gift pack, items that could only be described as divine treasures. Divine skill, all forged. This was a conceptual ability that transcended mere technical expertise. Lin Yuan could sense that should he so desire, he could forge the very air into an invisible sword or shape light itself into an indestructible suit of armor. Bloody hell. Lin Yuan couldn't help but mutter under his breath. This ability was practically tailor-made for him. Next came the hammer, entirely black and antique in design. The Eternal Hammer. The moment Lin Yuan grasped it, a desolate ancient sense of weight surged through his heart. He could feel that this hammer contained an immortal will. Anything forged with it would never deteriorate, and over time, it would absorb ambient energy, growing ever more powerful. This was a growth-type divine artifact. Using it to forge the core components for Roger's ship, Lin Yuan dared not think further. The floating engine design. This was even more heavyweight, utilizing a special energy field to negate gravity, allowing a colossal warship of tens of thousands of tons to soar through the air like a feather. Huff! Lin Yuan exhaled a long breath of stale air, forcibly suppressing his excitement that threatened to erupt. With these 3 items, he had 100% confidence to build a legendary ship unprecedented in history and unmatched in the future. Roger's ship. Lin Yuan's gaze became intensely focused. He spread out a vast sheet of blank paper, and in his mind the outline of a vessel that carried the dreams of an era grew increasingly clear. He wanted not merely a ship. He wanted a mobile fortress that could conquer the sky and the sea, a bastion that could bear the will of a king. First the keel. Lin Yuan made the first stroke. The keel must be made of atom tree. That was beyond doubt. The immense vitality of the atom tree was the foundation for the ship's eventual birth of a ship's spirit. The hull must be streamlined, pushing aerodynamics and fluid dynamics to their limits. Double-layered rib structure filled with memory alloy. This ensures both strength and impact absorption. Watertight compartments are essential, but I will use a more advanced honeycomb structure. Even if the hull is breached with several large holes, it will never sink. Propulsion system. A wild gleam flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. Large-scale nuclear fusion reactor combined with a floating engine. I want it to ascend to the heavens and dive into the depths, capable of anything. Weapon system. 20 conventional cannons are no longer sufficient. I'll install electromagnetic railguns. Plus a main cannon that can destroy an island with a single shot. The figurehead. Lin Yuan's pen paused slightly. He recalled Roger's radiant smile, which seemed to illuminate everything. The figurehead will be a massive, eternally blazing sun. It symbolizes dawn, it symbolizes hope, it symbolizes the great age of pirates that is about to begin. Lin Yuan's inspiration erupted like a volcano. His mind raced at full speed. The divine skill All Forge was activated. He could almost hear the breath of the atom tree, feel the pulse of the memory alloy, and see the surging flow of nuclear fusion energy. All materials, all technologies, all concepts merged, decomposed, and recombined perfectly in his mind. He was not drawing a blueprint. He was creating a life. Time passed minute by minute, and Lin Yuan was utterly immersed in his own world. He forgot time, forgot hunger, forgot everything. His eyes held only the legendary ship slowly taking shape under his pen. 5 days later. Bang! The door of the secret workshop was kicked open. Lin Yuan, what are you doing hiding in here? Roger's loud voice boomed as he stormed in. Rayleigh and Brooke followed behind, wearing helpless expressions. Lin Yuan had locked himself in the workshop for 5 days, seeing no one, and Roger had long grown impatient. Isn't the ship finished yet? My blade is already thirsting for action. Roger blustered. But the next second his voice caught in his throat. He saw it. He saw the enormous blueprint that covered the entire room. It depicted a colossal warship he had never seen before, brimming with a blend of sci-fi and brutal aesthetics. The streamlined hull. The enormous sails spread like wings. The menacing gun ports along the sides. And the sun sculpture at the bow seemingly ablaze. and below the blueprint the dense cryptic internal structure diagrams. Words like nuclear fusion reactor, floating energy field, electromagnetic acceleration rails. Roger couldn't understand them, but he could sense the terrifying power contained within this blueprint. This is... Roger's Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he swallowed hard. Rayleigh's pupils contracted sharply. Although he too lacked technical knowledge, his observation hockey could sense the aura emanating from this blueprint. Even more terrifying than any weapon he had ever seen. Yo ho ho ho. Mr. Lin Yuan, are you planning to build a monster? Brooks' jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. Lin Yuan slowly raised his head. His eyes were bloodshot, but his gaze was frighteningly bright. He looked at the stunned Roger, a mad grin curling at the corner of his mouth. Roger, you wanted the strongest ship, didn't you? Well, here it is. Lin Yuan pointed at the blueprint, his voice hoarse, yet brimming with unparalleled confidence. I've already thought of its name. It will be called the Oro Jackson. It will be the first and only ship in this world capable of conquering both sky and sea. It will fly. It will dive. It will carry you to every corner of the world, including the final island. Boom. Every word Lin Yuan spoke seemed to strike Roger's heart like a hammer. A flying ship. A diving ship. Roger's mind went blank. He couldn't imagine what that would look like, but he knew it was the adventure he had always dreamed of. Wow. Roger lunged forward, hugging Lin Yuan tightly, babbling with excitement. Lin Yuan, you're a genius. No, you're a god. I want this ship. No matter how much it costs. No matter how long I have to wait. I want it. Lin Yuan was nearly choked by the embrace. Cough. Let me go first. Roger released him, but the excitement on his face did not diminish in the slightest. He leaned over the blueprint, stroking the ship's outline like a child, almost drooling. Rayleigh also approached, casting a deep glance at Lin Yuan, his eyes filled with awe and admiration. This young man constantly redefined his understanding of the word genius. But, at that moment, Lin Yuan's voice rang out again. He pointed to the core position of the nuclear fusion reactor on the blueprint. Although this design is perfect, it is still missing one crucial element. Luo Jie immediately asked nervously, what is it? Lin Yuan's brow slightly furrowed. A special kind of crystal. A nuclear fusion reactor, when operating, generates immense energy and radiation. I need a material that can perfectly bind and stabilize this energy to create its core containment field. I call this crystal Hailu crystal. It is a naturally formed, peculiar, or capable of absorbing and calming all energy fluctuations. Without it, once the reactor starts, the entire ship will be instantly blasted into dust. Lin Yuan's tone became grave. This is no joke. The power of nuclear fusion is enough to destroy everything. Where can I find that thing? Luo Jie asked eagerly. I'll go snatch it right away. It can't be snatched. Lin Yuan shook his head. He looked out the window, his gaze turning profound. According to the intelligence I've obtained, this Hailu crystal is only found in a special place on the Grand Line. An island known as the Shipwright's Graveyard. Shipwright's Graveyard. When Lin Yuan uttered that name, Lei Li and Bu Lu Ke's expressions both changed slightly. I've heard of that place. Lei Li's expression grew somewhat solemn. It is said to be the final resting place for all shipwrights who have been frustrated or eliminated in the Grand Line. They gather on that island like a group of ghosts forgotten by the world. Bu Lu Ke added. Yo ho ho ho, legend has it that the island is ruled by a hot-tempered shipwright boss. He monopolizes all the resources on the island, and anyone who tries to leave or resist him will have their limbs smashed by his hammer, meeting a miserable end. That's right. Lin Yuan nodded. That shipwright boss, known by the epithet Stone Fist Gapier. He himself is also a formidable martial artist, and on top of that he controls all the rare materials on the island, including the Hailu crystal we're looking for. So getting something from him won't be easy. Then why waste words? Luo Jie slammed his fist on the table, an excited smile spreading across his face. Just charge in. Beat him into submission, that's all. Defeat him and take over the whole island. Luo Jie's thinking was simple and direct. In his view, there was no problem that couldn't be solved by a fight. But Lin Yuan shook his head. No, this time we won't use violence. A playful smile curled at the corner of Lin Yuan's mouth. Shipwright matters should be resolved in a shipwright's way. And Lin Yuan glanced at the 5 young apprentices standing at the workshop entrance who had been brought from the Villia Kingdom and were looking at him with adoration. This is also an opportunity. An opportunity to make the name Kihang's shipyard resound throughout the entire underground craftsman world of the Grand Line. Luo Jie and Lei Li exchanged glances, seeing confusion in each other's eyes. They didn't understand what Lin Yuan was planning. That afternoon, Lin Yuan handed over all the shipyard affairs to Uncle Ba Ku and Han Si, while he himself boarded the Storm Wing with the 5 new apprentices. Luo Jie and Lei Li naturally followed, filled with curiosity about Lin Yuan's plan. Bu Lu Ke stayed at the base, his task being to play music for the workers and boost morale. The Storm Wing activated Ghost Stealth Mode, speeding like an arrow loosed from a bowstring toward the depths of the Grand Line. On board, the 5 apprentices stood nervously before Lin Yuan, not daring to breathe heavily. Do you know why I brought you out? Lin Yuan asked calmly. The 5 young men looked at each other, and all shook their heads. Because you are the first batch of apprentices of my Kihang's shipyard. You represent the future of the shipyard. Lin Yuan's gaze swept over each of them. Your talent is decent, but far from enough. What you lack is vision, experience, and the courage to face real challenges. This time, going to the Shipwright's Graveyard, you don't need to act. All you need to do is watch and learn. Watch how I use technique to crush a so-called master who has been famous for a long time. Learn how I make a group of proud craftsmen willingly serve me. Lin Yuan's words instantly made the 5 young men's blood boil, and their eyes were filled with fervor. Yes, Master Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan nodded. Chicken soup alone wasn't enough. He opened the system shop. Host Lin Yuan. Total points 1150000. Looking at his million-level points, Lin Yuan unhesitatingly searched in the shop. Soon a special item appeared before him. Shipwright's Legacy one-time item 100 points. Effect can designate up to 5 targets, permanently enhancing their Shipwright talent and learning ability with a certain chance for them to comprehend one of the host's basic skills. That's the one. These 100 points are well spent. Cultivating subordinates is investing in the future. Exchange. Confirm consumption of 100 points to purchase Shipwright's Legacy. Confirm. Exchange successful. A scroll radiating a soft glow appeared in Lin Yuan's hand. He slowly unrolled the scroll. Place your hands on it. The 5 apprentices did not hesitate for a moment and immediately pressed their palms onto the scroll. The next moment the scroll transformed into 5 beams of light that instantly surged into their bodies. Up! The 5 young men exclaimed in unison. They felt as if a new door had been opened in their minds. Countless knowledge about ship's carpentry skills and understanding of materials flooded into their minds. They felt that their once somewhat dull minds had suddenly become incomparably clear. Many technical problems that had previously been incomprehensible suddenly became clear. This is... The leading young man named Hanka stared at his own hands in shock. He felt that he could now build a small boat with his bare hands. Do you feel it? Lin Yuan's voice sounded in their ears. This is my gift to you, and an investment in you. Don't let me down. Yes. We will never disappoint your expectations. The 5 young men roared in unison, their voices filled with confidence and determination. A few days later, the Storm Wing arrived at the Shipwright's graveyard. This island, true to its name, was filled with an oppressive and desolate atmosphere. The sky was gray, the sea was murky, and even the trees on the island grew twisted, looking malnourished. The entire island was like a huge garbage dump littered with abandoned shipwrecks and rusty metal parts. The air was thick with a foul smell of rotten wood mixed with cheap alcohol. In the center of the island was a huge crude dock built from scrap metal and broken ship planks. That was the lair of Stone Fist Gapeur. The Storm Wing made no attempt to conceal its presence, berthing ostentatiously at the island's sole dock. The moment Roger and Rayleigh disembarked, their brows furrowed. The atmosphere here is truly unsettling. Roger curled his lip. Soon a group of shipwrights emerged from the shipyard, ragged, their eyes dull and vacant. They clutched various tools, eyeing Lin Yuan's party with wary vigilance. Then a burly man with bulging muscles and a face full of coarse flesh stepped out from the crowd, a thick cigar clenched between his teeth. He was bare-chested, his bronze skin a canvas of scars, but what drew the eye most were his fists, twice the size of an ordinary man's. He was Stone Fist Gapeur. Gapeur's gaze swept over Lin Yuan's party. When he saw Lin Yuan's face, so young it seemed almost inappropriate, a sneer of undisguised contempt twisted his features. What brat dares to come to my turf and act tough? His voice was rough and hoarse, dripping with impatience. My name is Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan looked at him calmly and said, Master of the Voyager Shipyard. Voyager Shipyard. Gapeur paused, then let out a disdainful snort. Never heard of it. I came here to make a deal with you. Lin Yuan paid no heed to his rudeness. I need seafloor crystal. Oh. Gapeur raised an eyebrow, looking at Lin Yuan with newfound interest. Quite a big-mouthed kid. Do you even know what seafloor crystal is? That's my treasure. What can you offer in exchange? Lin Yuan did not answer. Instead, he surveyed the shipwrights around him, their eyes still dull and vacant. I heard this place is a shipwright's graveyard, but I don't agree. It should become a shipwright's paradise. I'll give you a chance. Lin Yuan's gaze returned to Gapeur, his eyes sharpening. Let's have a shipwright's duel. If I win, you give me all your seafloor crystal, dissolve this so-called guild of yours, and set every shipwright free. The smile on Gapeur's face froze instantly. Behind him, a flicker of emotion, barely perceptible, passed through the shipwright's eyes. Ha ha ha. After a brief silence, Gapeur burst into thunderous laughter. Kid, are you asking for death? Fight me. His stone fists cracked as he clenched them, a savage aura radiating from his frame. Fine. I accept. A cruel smile spread across Gapeur's face. But let's change the stakes. If you lose. He extended his enormous stone fist, grinning wickedly. I'll smash your arrogant hands into pulp inch by inch in front of everyone. And you'll never touch any tool again for the rest of your life. Cruel. Vicious. He wanted to utterly destroy a shipwright. The surrounding shipwrights turned pale with fear at the wager, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They had all witnessed how Gapeur tortured those who disobeyed. Everyone's eyes converged on Lin Yuan. They all expected the young man, so excessively young, to be scared out of his wits. Yet Lin Yuan's face remained as calm as ever, like a gentle breeze under a clear sky. Fine. But Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly turned icy cold, and a far more terrifying aura than Gapeur's erupted from him. If you lose, those stone fists of yours are mine. Gapeur's pupils contracted sharply. He felt as if he were being stared down by an ancient ferocious beast, a chill shooting from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. This brat, his presence is formidable, but he quickly suppressed the shock in his heart, replaced by a surge of boundless fury. He stone-fist Guy Puer had ruled these seas with arrogance for over a decade. No one had ever dared speak to him like this. Fine. Very well. Guy Puer laughed in extreme anger, the coarse flesh on his face quivering. Kid, you successfully angered me. Today I'll teach you the meaning of despair. Name your method. Guy Puer could hardly wait to see Lin Yuan's hands crushed into a bloody mess. Lin Yuan's gaze swept over the mountain of discarded ships piled on the dock. He pointed casually. Use that. Everyone followed his finger. There lying quietly on the shore was a strange vessel. Battered, broken in the middle, only half a ship remaining. The ship had an unusual design, a narrow hull, a flat bottom, and at the stern 2 enormous rusted wheels. That's the desert ship. A shipwright recognized the vessel's origin. Over a decade ago, a shipwright from Alabasta tried to build a ship that could sail across the desert. He failed and died here. That ship's structure is bizarre, completely against common sense. It can't be repaired. Guy Puer glanced at the ship, a cruel smile on his face. Fine. We'll use it. Let's see who can repair the rear half of that desert ship first and get those 2 wheels spinning again. Time limit, 3 hours. Whoever finishes first wins. The challenge seemed simple, but was fraught with traps. The desert ship's structure was already a whimsical fantasy, and years of exposure to wind and sun had rusted its internal transmission mechanism solid. Repairing it and making those 2 massive paddle wheels turn was nothing short of a pipe dream. Guy Puer intended to use this impossible task to utterly crush Lin Yuan's confidence. Fine. Lin Yuan nodded calmly. Let's begin. The duel started. Guy Puer immediately charged forward with his most skilled shipwrights. His style was as straightforward and brutal as his nickname. He ordered his men to use massive hammers and crowbars to forcibly wrench apart the rusted transmission parts, replacing them with new ones. His movements were broad and powerful, exuding strength and apparent efficiency. The surrounding shipwrights gasped in admiration. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan stood motionless, merely staring at the broken ship as if in a daze. Hey Lin Yuan, what are you doing? Roger hopped about anxiously beside him. That guy's almost finished dismantling the ship. Don't rush, Lin Yuan said calmly. He ignored the noise around him, completely immersing his consciousness. Divine-level skill, the breath of all things. In an instant, the dilapidated desert ship revealed a completely different appearance to his eyes. He could see countless tiny grains of sand and salt crystals wedged between the rusted gears inside the hull. He could hear the agonized groans of the metal parts. He could feel the boundless imagination of the ship's designer in those days and the sigh of regret at the final failure. So that's how it is. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Lin Yuan's mouth. The ship's transmission system wasn't broken. It was just asleep. Hank, Lin Yuan suddenly spoke. Here. The young apprentice whom Lin Yuan had placed his hopes on immediately stepped forward. Take the 4 of them and bring that steam boiler over there. Lin Yuan pointed at an abandoned boiler not far away. Yes, sir. The 5 young men immediately set to work. Reinforced by the shipwright's legacy, their strength and coordination far exceeded ordinary people. They easily lifted the massive boiler and carried it over. Now do as I say. Lin Yuan began issuing a series of precise instructions. Connect the pipes, heat the seawater, and build the steam pressure to the maximum. Use the high-pressure steam to scour the joints of the gears. Hank and the others, though unsure why Lin Yuan wanted this, executed the order without hesitation. Soon the scalding high-pressure steam like a white dragon roared toward the rusted gears. Hiss hiss. White mist instantly filled the air. The sand grains and salt crystals wedged in the gear gaps rapidly dissolved under the high-temperature, high-pressure steam, washed away completely. And the rusted metal surfaces, due to the principle of thermal expansion and contraction, began to emit creaking sounds of loosening. What's the principle? Using steam to remove rust. Unheard of. The surrounding shipwrights were stunned. They had never seen such an ingenious technique. Guy Puer also noticed the commotion. A flicker of doubt crossed his face. But soon he sneered. Heretical tricks. Even if the rust is removed, those parts are already deformed. There's no way they can re-engage. He continued, commanding his men to dismantle by brute force. An hour later, Guy Puer's side had already taken down a large pile of parts and was forging new materials. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan's steam cleansing had also ended. Hank, go turn that crank. Lin Yuan ordered again. Yes. Hank walked to a huge crank, took a deep breath, and turned it with all his might. Creak, creak. At first the crank was very heavy, but as the gears loosened it became easier and easier. Finally, with a crisp click, the entire transmission system seemed to have its meridians open, becoming incredibly smooth. Hank could easily turn the crank with just one hand. And as he turned it, the 2 massive hill-like paddle wheels at the stern of the ship slowly began to rotate. Though slow, it was actually moving. It moves. It really moves. Heavens. He actually did it. He made it move again without replacing a single part. Thunderous exclamations erupted from the crowd. All the shipwrights stared at Lin Yuan as if he were a monster. Guy Puer's face turned hideously grim. His stone-like fists were clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white from the strain. He had lost. In the step of repairing the transmission system, he had suffered a crushing defeat. Lin Yuan had taken less time and used no new materials. This was no longer a mere gap in skill. It was a complete crushing of philosophy. It's not over yet. Lin Yuan's voice rang out again. He slowly walked toward the broken ship. Now comes the real performance. From his system space, he took out a pitch-black, ancient-looking hammer. The eternal hammer. The moment the hammer appeared, boom, An intangible, desolate, yet weighty aura instantly enveloped the entire dock. All the tools in the hands of the shipwrights present, hammers, saws, wrenches, began to tremble violently, uncontrollably. Wow, what kind of hammer is that? Guy Puer stared fixedly at the eternal hammer in Lin Yuan's hand, his eyes filled with shock and greed. Lin Yuan ignored the crowd's astonishment. He walked to the huge fracture on the ship's hull, reached out, and gently touched the jagged break. Divine-level skill, all creation forging. Activate. Lin Yuan raised the eternal hammer. His entire aura underwent a earth-shattering transformation. He was no longer a youth. He seemed to have transformed into the ancient god of craftsmanship. His eyes shone with the light of creating all things. In my name I grant you new life. The eternal hammer in Lin Yuan's hand, trailing a jet-black streak of light, struck down with tremendous force. Thud! A dull, thunderous roar echoed. But strangely, the battered hull was not shattered. Instead, at the spot where the hammer landed, the broken wood fibers began to regrow and reconnect at a visible speed. The battered metal plates under the hammer's blows seemed to come alive, automatically repairing and restructuring. Lin Yuan's movements grew faster and faster. His figure became a blur of afterimages along the break. Thud, thud, thud. Each strike landed precisely on the most critical nodes. Each blow seemed to infuse the ship with a brand new soul. It was no longer repair. It was forging a work of art. Everyone watched in rapt fascination, completely losing track of time. Finally, Lin Yuan struck the last blow. He slowly put away the eternal hammer and stood there silently, and the others snapped back to reality. They looked at the ship of the desert. Everyone gasped. The huge fracture had vanished. In its place was a flawless, streamlined new hull brimming with aesthetic beauty. The repaired area merged perfectly with the original hull, appearing even stronger and more powerful than before. The entire ship seemed reborn. This is impossible. Guy Puer muttered, his face ashen. Lost. Utterly defeated. No room for rebuttal. I admit. Guy Puer opened his mouth with difficulty, ready to concede defeat. But at that moment, the ashen look in his eyes was suddenly replaced by a frantic, venomous malice. He couldn't lose. He absolutely could not surrender his hegemony. Die, you brat. Guy Puer let out a bestial roar. His body began to swell abnormally, muscles bulging, and a hard gray carapace grew over his skin. A thick metallic horn unicorn sprouted from his forehead. Zoan-type rhino fruit. The shipwright's duel is over. Guy Puer's bloodshot eyes locked onto Lin Yuan, his voice sounding as if it came from the abyss. Now, it's a duel of life and death. His massive body shot forward like a cannonball, charging at Lin Yuan with the momentum to crush everything. Lin Yuan, watch out. Lei Li and Luo Jie both cried out in alarm. They never expected this Guy Puer to be so despicable, resorting to murder right after losing the match. Lei Li's longsword at his waist instantly flashed half an inch from its scabbard, its fierce sword aura building like a coiled spring. Luo Jie drew his blade outright, his conqueror's hockey flaring for just an instant. But at the very moment they prepared to strike, Lin Yuan raised his hand, signaling them to hold back. My fight requires no interference. Lin Yuan's voice was calm, yet carried an imperious authority that brooked no argument. Gazing at the giant rhinoceros charging toward him like a heavy tank, not a flicker of panic crossed his face. In fact, a hint of disdain played upon his features. A Zoan-type fruit user, daring to show off before me with such trivial power. Through Lin Yuan's eyes, sharpened by intermediate physical enhancement and tempered by advanced hockey, Guy Puer's charges were riddled with openings. Too slow. Simply like a slow-motion replay, seeking death. Upon seeing Lin Yuan refuse to dodge, Guy Puer's grimace broadened further. He could already envision the grisly sight. Lin Yuan impaled through the body by his indestructible horn, then cruelly ground into paste beneath his massive weight. But the instant that horn was about to strike Lin Yuan's body, the latter vanished. 6 powers, shave. Guy Puer's horn struck nothing but air, and the tremendous inertia prevented him from stopping abruptly, his colossal frame hurtling forward uncontrolled. He spotted Lin Yuan seemingly appearing behind him out of nowhere. Moreover, a chisel gleaming with cold light had materialized in Lin Yuan's hand. One of the shipwright's most essential tools. You? Guy Puer began to speak. Lin Yuan flicked his wrist, and the ordinary chisel transformed into the deadliest of daggers, piercing toward the hollow behind Guy Puer's hind leg, with impossibly precise accuracy. The most vulnerable joint in his rhinoceros form. Schlick. The chisel buried itself deep into Guy Puer's flesh. Ea! Guy Puer let out a scream of agony, his right leg buckling as his colossal body lost balance and pitched forward. But Lin Yuan's assault was not yet complete. As Guy Puer crashed to the ground, Lin Yuan's figure flickered once more. 6 powers, water rush. He deftly stepped upon the air itself, running as if on solid ground, and in an instant arrived above Guy Puer's head. Another object appeared in his hand. A thick coil of hemp rope, typically used for securing cargo. With incomprehensible dexterity, Lin Yuan formed a perfect slip, not in midair, then brought his foot down hard upon the back of Guy Puer's neck. Boom. Lin Yuan's kick drove Guy Puer's massive head into the ground. Debris flew in all directions. Spiderweb fractures split the earth. Immediately Lin Yuan yanked both ends of the rope, cleanly looping the slip, not around Guy Puer's prized horn. You bastard. Get off me, you scum. Guy Puer thrashed wildly, attempting to hurl Lin Yuan from his back. Yet Lin Yuan clung to him, as though rooted to the spot, immovable. You favor brute force, don't you? Lin Yuan's voice was frigid, utterly devoid of emotion. Today I shall let you taste destruction wrought by your own strength. Lin Yuan yanked the rope sharply with one hand while his other hand enveloped itself in ink-black armament, hockey fingers aligned into a knife-like strike. He made no move to attack Guy Puer's body. His target was the desert vessel he had just repaired. More precisely, the massive drive shaft powering the ship's paddle wheel. Break! Lin Yuan bellowed. Clad in advanced armament hockey, his hand blade sliced through the iron shaft, as thick as a human torso, as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. He then secured the rope's other end firmly around that enormous paddle wheel. With the task complete, Lin Yuan activated Water Rush, once more his figure gliding backward until he alighted some dozen meters away. The entire sequence unfolded with fluid grace, swift as lightning. All present, including Luo Jie and Lei Li, stood frozen in astonishment. They could not fathom the meaning behind Lin Yuan's series of maneuvers. By now Guy Puer had finally risen to his feet. Sponging the rope tied around his horn and connected to that gigantic wheel, he paused in confusion, then erupted into a fury even more vicious than before. You brat! What trick is this? You think a frayed piece of rope can restrain me? Roaring, Guy Puer charged at Lin Yuan once more. But Lin Yuan merely watched him quietly, the corner of his mouth curling into a merciless arc. Fool! Haven't you noticed yet? You've already lost. Just as Guy Puer reached the halfway point, he suddenly felt his neck yanked violently backward by an immense force. The force was so tremendous that it brought his colossal body to an abrupt halt. Glancing downward, he realized the rope bound to his horn had been drawn taut as a bowstring. At the rope's other end, that massive paddle wheel spun frantically, driven by his charge. The paddle wheel's rotation set the entire transmission system in motion, which in turn activated the opposing paddle wheel. The two colossal wheels churned like twin meat grinders, spinning wildly. Guy Puer found himself like a buffalo tethered by its nose. No matter how hard he strained or writhed, he could advance not a single step. Instead, as the wheels accelerated, an increasingly terrifying pulling force emanated from his horn, as though threatening to wrench his entire head from his shoulders. Arg! Aya! Guy Puer released a roar of agony and despair. He tried to retreat, but it was too late. He attempted to untie the rope with his hands, but it had bitten deep into his horn under the tension, impossible to loosen. He was trapped in an inescapable cycle. The harder he struggled, the faster the wheels turned, and the stronger the pulling force became. He was utterly ensnared by his own power. What is this? The surrounding shipwrights stared dumbstruck and aghast. They gazed at Guy Puer, toyed mercilessly by his own strength, and then at Lin Yuan, whose expression remained serene. Their very understanding of the world seemed shattered. Combat could be waged this way. To defeat a powerful fruit user using the structure of a ship. What terrifying computational ability and mechanical comprehension. A monster. He is the true monster. A shipwright murmured, his gaze toward Lin Yuan brimming with both reverence and terror. Luo Jie and Lei Li were thoroughly convinced as well. What on earth fills that brain of his, eh? Luo Jie stroked his chin, utterly amazed. He has turned the entire battlefield into his weapon. Lei Li spoke slowly, appreciation gleaming in his eyes. This is the true combat style of a shipwright. Lin Yuan ignored the shock of the crowd and slowly approached Jeppel, who was still struggling futilely. Yield. Jeppel raised his crimson eyes, glaring fiercely at Lin Yuan with an expression full of resentment and venom. I will not yield. He unleashed all his strength in a burst, attempting to snap those hemp ropes. Crack. The hemp rope emitted a sound on the verge of breaking under unbearable strain. But just as it was about to snap, Lin Yuan's figure instantly appeared before Jeppel. He extended his right hand. That hand was sheathed in advanced armament hockey, pitch black as ink with swirling flame patterns. Since you refuse to yield. Lin Yuan's voice was as cold as black ice. Then I'll beat until you yield. He delivered a devastating punch aimed squarely at Jeppel's stone fist, renowned for its indestructibility. Bang! Amidst the horrified gazes of everyone present, Jeppel's massive stone fist, larger than a sandbag, shattered piece by piece like glass beneath Lin Yuan's strike. The crisp sound of bone fracturing echoed clearly in every pair of ears. Jeppel let out a blood-curdling scream. The excruciating pain instantly forced him to deactivate his devil fruit ability, reverting to his human form. He collapsed onto the ground, rolling wildly, while clutching his right hand, now reduced to mush. Lin Yuan slowly retracted his fist. He looked down at the wailing Jeppel with an expression devoid of any mercy. From now on, your stone fist belongs to me. He cast his gaze over the shipwrights, trembling in fear around him. His voice was not loud, yet it carried across the entire dock. From this day forth, I am the new king of shipwrights here. Lin Yuan's declaration erupted across the deathly silent dock. Every shipwright present stared fixedly at the youth standing there. Beneath his feet lay the former ruler of this island, the stone-fisted Jeppel. At this moment, Jeppel resembled a dead dog, collapsed on the ground, clutching his right hand that had turned completely to rotten flesh, letting out blood-curdling howls. Where was even a shred of his former arrogance? He had won. The seemingly harmless young man had won in a manner they could not comprehend. First, he had crushed Jeppel's pride, his cherished experience and strength, with superior shipwright craftsmanship before everyone's eyes. Then when Jeppel flew into a furious rage and attacked with overwhelming force, he had countered with even more terrifying, more crushing, might-shattering, his prized stone fist with a single punch. This youth was both a godlike artisan of unmatched skill and a shipyard Azura who could shatter bones with one strike. I yield. I yield. Don't kill me. Jeppel finally broke down, wailing through tears, and not any trace of a strong man's dignity utterly gone. Lin Yuan looked down upon him, his gaze cold. He did not kill Jeppel. A slaughter was not his purpose. What he sought was this island and the hearts of all its shipwrights. From today this island is under my control. Lin Yuan's voice was not loud, yet it reached every ear clearly. All previous rules are hereby voided. He scanned the circle, observing those shipwrights whose eyes were numb with terror, and spoke word by word. I know many of you came here defeated or rejected from your journeys on the Grand Line. Jeppel deceived you here, confiscated your tools, exploited your techniques, and treated you like slaves to be squeezed dry. He hoarded the finest materials while forcing you to build shoddy, inferior vessels just to trade for coin. This is the greatest insult to the craft of shipwrighting. Each of Lin Yuan's words struck like a heavy hammer against the shipwrights' hearts. A faint tremor began to stir within their numb expressions. But Lin Yuan shifted his tone, his voice suddenly soaring. From today forward this place shall no longer be a graveyard for shipwrights. This shall become a paradise for all shipwrights. He pointed toward the grotesque shipyard Jeppel had constructed from scrap and rusted iron. All materials here, including the seastone crystals Jeppel had hidden away, shall be confiscated and become our shared wealth. From today onward you are all free. You may work for yourselves, form your own teams, or leave this island whenever you wish. I shall establish an entirely new shipwright guild here. The guild will provide you with the finest tools and most comprehensive materials. You need only pay cost price. For every order you receive, the guild will take merely 1% used solely to build and maintain this island. Most importantly, a confident gleam sparkled in Lin Yuan's eyes. I will hold regular lessons and share the techniques I master with each and every one of you. Boom. If his previous words were merely a stone cast into the minds of these shipwrights, then this final statement was nothing short of a naval mine detonating. Share his techniques. Are you joking? In this world, technique was the very foundation upon which a shipwright's livelihood depended. Every shipwright guarded his proprietary skills more dearly than his own life. This young man actually intended to share his godlike techniques with others? Was he mad? Everyone stared at Lin Yuan as though he were a fool. Lin Yuan discerned their disbelief. He chuckled dismissively. For others these techniques were treasures beyond compare. For him, they were but a fraction of what he possessed. He possessed the knowledge base of the entire system. His goal was to cultivate a team of top-tier artisans loyal to his cause. He wasted no more words. Walking over to a pile of discarded scrap metal, he casually picked up an iron plate, then drew forth his pitch-black eternal hammer. Divine skill, forging of all things. With all eyes wide in astonishment, the eternal hammer in Lin Yuan's hands became a blur of afterimages. Thud, thud, thud. Each strike carried an extraordinary rhythm. Under the hammer, the scrap iron was rapidly shaped like dough. Rust flaked away, impurities were eliminated. In less than a minute, a shipwright's axe materialized in his hand. Gleaming with cold brilliance, flawlessly crafted, its blade razor sharp. The axe was jet black, adorned with faint wave-like patterns along its blade, radiating both power and beauty. The breath of every shipwright caught in that instant. They stared fixedly at that axe, their eyes brimming with obsession and fervor. As shipwrights they could perceive clearly. That axe was a divine artifact. Lin Yuan casually tossed the axe toward the oldest shipwright in the crowd, a gray-haired elder. Take it. The elder instinctively caught the axe. The moment it touched his hand, his entire body trembled violently. So heavy, so perfectly balanced. The center of gravity, the curve of the handle, all were flawlessly exquisite. It was as though it had been custom forged for his hands alone. He gave it a single gentle swing. Swish. A streak of cold light flashed, and a nearby hardwood mast post was severed effortlessly, as cleanly as tofu. The cut surface was smooth as a mirror. Divine. A divine artifact. The old shipwright murmured to himself, stroking the blade of the axe, tears streaming down his aged face. In all his years as a shipwright, he had never seen, nor even imagined, that such a perfect tool could exist in this world. And this divine artifact had been forged by that youth from a piece of scrap iron in less than a minute. In that moment, all doubts vanished into thin air. Thump. The old shipwright was the first to kneel. Lord Lin Yuan, please accept my worship. Thump, thump. All the shipwrights present in that moment willingly knelt down. They gazed at Lin Yuan, their eyes brimming with fervent adoration. This youth was no monster. He was the god of all shipwrights. Roger stood by dumbfounded. This guy conquered an entire island without even fighting. Rayleigh's arms crossed over his sword, a hint of approving smile curling at the corner of his mouth. This is far more brilliant than conquest by violence. Lin Yuan was satisfied with the scene before him. He walked over to Galper's mountain-like treasure vault. What he wanted was inside. He reached out and gave a gentle push, and the iron-welded vault door collapsed with a crash. The sight inside made Lin Yuan's eyes light up instantly. All kinds of rare timbers and precious ores were piled high like mountains. And in the very center of the vault, on a shelf protected by a glass case, lay a dozen or so fist-sized peculiar crystals emitting a deep blue glow. That was the Hailu crystal. Lin Yuan walked over, reached out, and activated the advanced material identification technique. Item, name Hylu crystal. Rarity, legendary. Description, a special mineral formed over tens of thousands of years under extreme pressure at depths exceeding 10,000 meters, absorbing the energy of the ocean. Its interior possesses a unique lattice structure capable of absorbing and stabilizing all forms of energy fluctuations, including, but not limited to, devil fruit energy fields, Haki, and even certain unknown energies. It is the ultimate energy-constraining material and the only choice for crafting top-tier power cores and defense fields. Excellent stuff. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. With this, the nuclear fusion reactor for Roger's ship was within reach. He carefully stored all the Hylu crystals into his system space, then turned to the 5 still-stunned apprentices and said, "Hank, the 5 of you sort out all the materials here by category and register them properly." "Yes, Lord Lin Yuan." The 5 young men responded excitedly and immediately threw themselves into the work. Lin Yuan nodded with satisfaction and was about to leave. Just then an aged and trembling voice sounded from behind him. "Lord Lin Yuan of the sailor's shipyard." Lin Yuan turned around and saw the old shipwright to whom he had given the axe walking toward him with an excited expression. In his hand, he held a roll of parchment that looked worn and dusty. "Old man, I have something that might interest you." In the old shipwright's eyes there was a trace of expectation and a hint of relief. "If you are truly a shipwright who respects craftsmanship, then perhaps only you are worthy to see it." With that he solemnly offered the ancient scroll to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's gaze fell upon the old parchment scroll. The edges of the scroll were frayed, covered with the marks of time, and it emitted a faint musty odor. But Lin Yuan's advanced observation Haki could clearly sense an extraordinary presence within this seemingly tattered scroll. It was a kind of agility and freedom belonging to the wind. He did not immediately reach out to take it, but instead looked at the one-eyed old shipwright before him. "What is your name?" "My name is Silas, Lord Lin Yuan." The old shipwright replied respectfully. "Silas." Lin Yuan nodded and took the scroll. It felt slightly heavy in his hands. The texture of the parchment was very special, both tough and soft, clearly no ordinary item. Roger also curiously leaned in. "Old man, what treasure is this?" "A treasure map." Silas shook his head. His single eye was filled with complex emotions, nostalgia, sorrow, but above all expectation. Lin Yuan ignored the boisterous Roger and carefully unrolled the ancient scroll. The moment it was fully open, Lin Yuan's pupils sharply contracted. This was not a ship blueprint. What was drawn on the scroll was a set of sails with an extremely complex structure and an incredibly peculiar shape. The shape of the sails was unlike any known sail. It was more like a pair of enormous wings composed of countless tiny blades. The scroll was densely annotated with various data in an ancient script that Lin Yuan had never seen before. Things like airflow guide channels, turbocharging structures, wind energy conversion cores. Although he could not read the text, with his master-level ship engineering knowledge, Lin Yuan understood the terrifying capabilities of this sail set at a single glance. This sail set was not merely harnessing wind power. It was taming the wind. By changing the angles of those tiny blades, it could precisely control the airflow over the sail surface, creating a miniature air pressure field. This meant that a ship equipped with this sail set could even sail against the wind. Even in windless seas, it could squeeze power from the air through its own structure. This was simply a black technology that revolutionized the entire age of navigation. This is... Lin Yuan's heart was stirred with tumultuous waves. "This is the wind sail." The old shipwright Silas's voice was hoarse and distant, as if from a faraway past. "It is an heirloom passed down through generations of our clan." "Your clan, I?" Rayleigh keenly seized on the keyword. Silas nodded, his single eye gazing into the sky, filled with boundless sorrow. "My homeland is not on the sea. It is above the clouds." "Skypea?" Lin Yuan and Rayleigh exchanged a glance, seeing shock in each other's eyes. They had both heard legends of Skypea, but none of them had expected to encounter a real Scypian here. "Decades ago, our home was destroyed by a group of vicious enemies. We fled on the last arc, but were attacked by an unknown force in the Grand Line, and fell from 10,000 meters high." Silas's voice was filled with pain. "Only I survived from the entire ship, and eventually drifted to this island. I was rescued by Galper, but thereby imprisoned by him, and became his slave. This scroll is the only thing I brought out from my homeland. I have always kept it hidden on me, not daring to let anyone know, because I know that a fool like Galper would never understand its value. He would only destroy it." Silas looked at Lin Yuan, the flame of hope rekindling in his single eye. "But you are different, Lord Lin Yuan. I see in you a true respect and love for craftsmanship. I can feel that the hammer in your hand has a soul. Therefore I am willing to offer it to you. My only wish is that one day you will let this wine sail flutter again over this sea." Lin Yuan fell silent. He gazed at the blueprint in his hands, sensing the weighty history it bore and the hopes of an entire race resting upon it. This was far more than a mere blueprint. This was a legacy. System analyzed this blueprint. Ding. Detected special item, ancient wind power system, wind sail fragment. Quality, legendary, reparable. Introduction, a masterpiece from the ancient Sky Island civilization, embodying the ultimate understanding of aerodynamics. Yet the core material formula and energy conduction circuits of the blueprint have been lost. Ding. Hidden quest triggered, restore the lost art. Task, content, repair and perfect the design of the wind sail and successfully forge a complete set of wind sails. Task reward 2,000 points. Special skill aerodynamics, advanced tidal whisper of the wind. Excellent. An unprecedented brilliance erupted in Lin Yuan's eyes. Aerodynamics advanced. This was precisely the skill he needed most at this very moment. With it combined with the levitation engine, Roger's flying vessel would reach perfection. He looked at Silas and spoke solemnly. I promise you. I will not only restore it, I will make it surpass its former glory. I will make this wind sail the most resplendent legend of this era. Silas's entire body trembled violently, 2 streams of scalding tears tracing down his weathered face. He had waited for decades, and at last this day had arrived. This old man bows before Lord Lin Yuan. He bowed deeply to Lin Yuan. In the weeks that followed, the Shipwright graveyard underwent an earth-shattering transformation. Under Lin Yuan's planning and command, those 5 apprentices displayed astonishing learning ability and managerial talent. Leading the liberated shipwrights, they swept the island clean of its mountains of garbage and scrap waste. A brand new shipwright guild radiating industrial beauty rose from the ground. New dormitories, a spacious dining hall, a massive public workshop, and a technology library rich in volumes. The atmosphere on the island transformed from lifeless to vibrant with hope. Every shipwright's face wore a smile that came from the depths of their hearts. They had rediscovered their dignity and honor as shipwrights right here. And Lin Yuan sequestered himself in the private studio on the top floor, studying the wind sail blueprint day and night. With advanced material recognition and all things forging, repairing the blueprint was no great difficulty for him. The greatest challenge lay in the materials. The wind sail required a special fiber for its weaving, a fiber that had to be both lightweight and resilient, while also capable of conducting energy. Silas told him this fiber was called Sky Island Cloud Silk, harvestable only on certain sky islands. This presented a dilemma for Lin Yuan. Could he really construct a spacecraft right now and journey to the Sky Islands in search of it? Roger and Riley assumed the role of the island's temporary guards, wandering idly about each day. Occasionally, some ignorant pirates attempted to take advantage, only to be effortlessly repelled by the pair. One day, as Lin Yuan was pondering the material shortage in his workshop, suddenly, alarm, alarm. The newly installed watchtower on the island blared a shrill alarm. A lookout shipwright cried out in terror through the den mushy. Lord Lin Yuan. A colossal golden ship is approaching. It's not a pirate vessel, nor is it a navy ship. A giant lion head emblem flies at its bow. Lin Yuan's brow twitched. He stepped to the window and raised his telescope. On the distant horizon, a 3-masted sailing vessel plated entirely in gold, exuding extreme luxury, was cutting through the waves. The ship dwarfed even the Navy's battleships in size, sunlight glinting off its surface to produce a dazzling golden radiance, as though a floating palace of gold upon the sea. And at the bow of that vessel, a man clad in an equally flamboyant golden suit, draped in a white feather coat, a golden cigar clenched between his teeth, held a golden megaphone, den mushy, and let loose a supremely arrogant laugh. Waha! I am the king of the black market of the Grand Line, Golden Leopard Leon. I've heard a new king has risen upon this garbage dump. I've come specially to see what new toy you possess that might catch the eye of Golden Leopard Leon. His gaze brimmed with aggression, sweeping over the island's newly transformed buildings before settling on the guild hall, where Lin Yuan stood, those greedy eyes flashing with unhidden covetousness. Golden Leopard Leon. Lin Yuan lowered his telescope, a playful smile curling his lips. He had heard of this name. This fellow was one of the most renowned figures in the underground world of the first half of the Grand Line. He was neither a pirate nor a revolutionary. He was a pure merchant. A black market trader dealing in intelligence, weapons, slaves, and everything else that could be exchanged for wealth. It was said his fortune rivaled nations, his connections spanned the world. The Navy and the world government alike could do little against him, for he never sought conflict, and he held too much compromising material on too many powerful figures. What business has this fellow here? Roger approached with a blade slung over his shoulder, his expression thoroughly displeased. He looks awfully cocky. Shall I go beat him senseless? Don't be rash. Riley intercepted him. Those like him are the most troublesome. Avoid them whenever possible. But Lin Yuan shook his head. No, his arrival is perfectly timed. A glint of sharp light flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. He had been worrying about securing materials, and now a mobile supplier had arrived. Soon that resplendent golden vessel, the Golden Leopard, moored at the pier. Leon, flanked by a throng of black-clad bodyguards wielding muskets and radiating formidable aura, descended the gangway. He strode forward with an audacious gait, his gaze arrogantly scanning everything about him. Upon witnessing the vitality on the faces of the bustling shipwrights and the brand-new equipment within the guild workshop, his greedy eyes flickered with interest. How intriguing. He adjusted the gold-rimmed spectacles perched on his nose. It seems the rumors hold truth. This garbage dump has indeed undergone a transformation. His gaze finally alighted upon Lin Yuan emerging from the guild hall. When he beheld Lin Yuan's face, which was unsettlingly youthful, he paused momentarily before offering a knowing smile. So you are the new sovereign of this place. The shipyard Azura Lin Yuan. That's right. Lin Yuan replied equably. Haha, how amusing, truly amusing. Leon laughed boisterously, striding toward Lin Yuan and extending his hand as though to pat the younger man's shoulder. Yet before his fingers could make contact, a firmer hand seized his wrist. It was Riley. My friend dislikes others drawing too near to him. Riley's tone was calm, but his eyes were cold as steel blades. Leon's bodyguards instantly tensed, raising their muskets in perfect unison. The atmosphere grew taut as a drawn bowstring. Stand down. Yet Leon merely waved his hand, gesturing for his bodyguards to lower their weapons. He cast a glance at Riley, then at Roger beside him, who wore an impatient expression and radiated a terrifying aura. He smiled. Layli and Guer de Luogia. Liang had called out both of their identities in one breath. The expressions of Luogia and Layli shifted slightly. The intelligence network of the king of the black market lives up to its reputation. Layli slowly released his grip. You flatter me. Liang adjusted his bow tie, grinning as he said, I'm just a businessman who enjoys making friends, especially with those of strength. He turned his gaze back to Lin Yuan, his eyes filled with admiration. Master Lin Yuan, I have heard of your exploits. In Rogue Town, single-handedly you acquired a shipyard that had been operating for decades, and within mere months you multiplied its output tenfold. You annihilated 2 large pirate crews, the Iron Chain CK and the Bone Crusher Huadajin, and later built a mobile sea fortress at Whiskey Peak. Now you have taken this shipwright graveyard without a single drop of blood spilled. You are a genius, a true genius. Liang's tone was filled with admiration. I came today to discuss a business deal with you. I, the Golden Leopard Liang, wish to purchase this island and all the output of your shipwright's Dawn shipyard for the next decade. Name your price. Liang spoke with immense confidence, as if stating a trivial matter. He believed no one could resist the lure of wealth. But he was wrong. Heh. Lin Yuan chuckled. Mr. Liang, you may have misunderstood something. I am not short of money. Liang's smile froze for a moment. He had not expected to be refused so bluntly. He narrowed his eyes, re-evaluating the young man before him. The other's gaze was clear and resolute, without a trace of hesitation. He knew this young man spoke the truth. Interesting. Far from being angered, Liang laughed even more delightedly. It seems I have underestimated you. Very well, since we cannot strike a deal, let us change our approach. I can see you are an ambitious man. You wish to build your own shipbuilding empire. And I possess the most extensive sales network and intelligence web in this world. Cooperating will benefit both of us. Lin Yuan nodded. This was what he wanted to hear. Agreed. But I have my own rules. I will not sell you my ships, but I can offer you priority access to some special services. Lin Yuan walked to the adjacent workshop, picked up a freshly finished steering wheel part, and tossed it to Liang. Take a look at this. Liang caught the part, and with a single glance his pupils constricted sharply. He himself was a top-tier appraiser with an intimate knowledge of materials and craftsmanship. The part in his hand, in terms of both material purity and forging technique, had reached a realm beyond comprehension. He could even sense an indomitable will embedded within this tiny component. A ship built with such parts. Liang dared not imagine further. Did you make this? Liang's voice was hoarse. I understand. Liang took a deep breath, knowing he had come to the right place today. Suppressing the shock within, he spoke solemnly. Name your terms. Simple. Lin Yuan's expression remained calm as he slowly uttered, I need some rare materials. You procure them for me. In return, I can custom make for you certain items you require. For instance, Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened. A ship that can perfectly evade the Navy's pursuit, even immune to most observation hockey detection. A ghost ship. A resonant hum echoed in the air. Liang's mind felt as if struck by a heavy hammer. A ghost ship. Immune to observation hockey detection. This was a divine artifact tailor-made for someone like him who thrived in the black market. If he possessed such a vessel, how much safer would his smuggling operations and transportation of important figures become? His commercial empire would be fortified beyond measure. Deal. Liang all but roared. His breathing grew rapid, his face alight with fervor. Tell me, what materials do you need? No matter what, even if I have to steal from the Celestial Dragon's backyard, I'll get them for you. I require Sky Island Cloud Silk. Lin Yuan stated flatly. Liang paused, taken aback. Sky Island Cloud Silk. What do you need that for? That stuff is light as a feather, but utterly useless. Even as clothing, it's too prickly. That's not your concern. Just tell me if you can procure it. I can. Liang slapped his chest in assurance. Though rare, I have connections in the Sabaody archipelago. Within a month, I guarantee delivery. Excellent. Lin Yuan nodded. 1 month from now, bring the Cloud Silk here, and I will present you with a ship that will satisfy you. It's a deal. Liang rubbed his hands together excitedly, as if he could already envision himself sailing across the sea on a ghost ship, unbound and free. After seeing the exuberant Liang off, Lin Yuan immediately returned to his workshop. System opened the shop. He needed a sufficiently formidable stealth system blueprint. Ghost Stealth System Intermediate Blueprint 15000 points. Effect: through special optical camouflage coating and energy distortion fields, it drastically reduces the vessel's presence, granting complete immunity to basic observation hockey and conventional radar, and providing strong interference against intermediate observation hockey. Perfect, this is the one. Lin Yuan redeemed it without hesitation. Total points remaining 90000. Staring at the intricate structures and principles on the blueprint, a spark of excitement gleamed in Lin Yuan's eyes. He decided to add some extra punch to Liang's ship. He would combine this stealth system with certain principles of the wind sail to build a true ghostly assassin, not only invisible, but also utterly silent and swift as a phantom. Just as Lin Yuan's inspiration surged like a spring ready to dive into the work, boom, the door to his workshop was slammed open. Hank, one of his 5 apprentices, stumbled in, his face deathly pale and trembling. Lin Yuan-sama, something terrible has happened. Hank's voice quivered with fear. The Navy has come. A warship. The flag flying atop it is. Hank swallowed hard, speaking in a tone of near despair. It's the Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral Garp's doghead warship, Iron Fist Garp. When that name left Hank's lips, the air in the entire workshop seemed to freeze. Luo Jie and Lei Li's faces instantly turned grim. Garp. Why would that bastard come here? Luo Jie's eyes flickered with a mix of excitement and wariness. As a newcomer who had been stirring up the Grand Line recently, he had crossed paths with Garp many times. Every encounter had been a cataclysmic battle. He knew just how hard that man's fists could be. He did not come here by chance. Lei Li's hand was already on his sword hilt, his expression more serious than ever before. Our presence here may have been exposed. Lin Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. Kapu, the future hero of the Navy. Although he was not yet in his peak state from later years chasing the Pirate King across the world, his strength was absolutely monstrous. Lin Yuan still remembered. When Bogate first appeared, Kapu had only been a rear admiral. He must have earned considerable merits since then to have been promoted to vice admiral. To avoid being constrained by the celestial dragons, Kapu had refused promotion to admiral for decades afterward. What was he doing here? To capture Roger? Or was he coming for himself? Lin Yuan's advanced observation haki instantly expanded outward. He saw a warship with a colossal dog head carved at its prow charging recklessly toward the dock. The warship was moving at extraordinary speed, clearly specially modified. On the deck stood a tall man in a white navy uniform, thick black hair, looking vigorous and hale. He was devouring a bag of sunbae, with loud crunching sounds, laughing boisterously as he ate. Wahaha! Bogey, do you smell that? It's the scent of trouble. Beside him, a swordswoman in a suit expression ally buried her face in her hand. Admiral Kapu, we are here to investigate, not to cause trouble. What's the difference between investigating and causing trouble? Wahaha! Kapu paid no heed. He finished his sunbae in a few bites, clapped his hands, and to everyone's horrified disbelief leaped from the deck, while the warship was still over 100 meters from the dock. His entire body resembled a cannonball, leaving the barrel tracing an exaggerated parabolic arc straight down toward the dock. Boom. The entire dock shook violently. Where Kapu landed, the ground paved with hard ironwood was smashed into a massive crater, spiderweb-like cracks spreading in all directions. Wahaha! It's been a while since I've stretched my limbs like this. Feels wonderful. Kapu climbed out of the crater, brushed off the dust from his clothes, acting as though nothing had happened. This sight left every shipwright on the island pale-faced, with their legs turning to jelly. So this is the oppressive pressure of Kapu, the Iron Fist. Kapu's gaze swept across the crowd, and when he spotted Roger and Lei Li standing among them, his eyes instantly lit up. Hey, aren't you two Roger and Lei Li? Wahaha! I knew it. I wasn't imagining things. You two bastards really are here. Hiding in some godforsaken place, secretly plotting who knows what nasty business again. As he spoke, Kapu clenched his fists, producing crisp cracking sounds from his knuckles, and strode forward step by step. An invisible, overwhelmingly oppressive aura instantly enveloped the entire dock. Kapu. Roger grinned, flashing a dangerously predatory smile. You bastard, your nose is as sharp as ever. I've been itching for a fight lately anyway. Let's brawl. The Conqueror's haki radiating from Roger's body flared forth unyieldingly. The two terrifying pressures collided violently in the air, crackling. It felt as though invisible sparks of electricity were exploding throughout the atmosphere. The surrounding shipwrights felt as though they were tiny boats caught in a violent storm, their breathing, growing, labored faces draining of color as they teetered on the brink of collapse. Captain, stay calm. Don't fight here. Lei Li grabbed Roger's shoulder firmly, his expression grave. He knew that if these two monsters actually clashed, this newly established island would be reduced to rubble in an instant. At that moment, a calm voice rang out. Vice Admiral Kapu, it is an honor to meet you. Lin Yuan emerged slowly from the crowd, meeting Kapu's gaze directly, not a trace of fear on his face. If you're here to fight, I'd suggest taking it to sea. I have a lot of newly purchased equipment here, and it's quite expensive. Kapu's movements halted. He glanced at Lin Yuan with a hint of surprise, the boy he had heard about countless times in Bogate's report. The shipyard Shura. Lin Yuan. Oh, you must be that troublesome kid making waves then. Kapu examined Lin Yuan with keen interest. Don't look like much, do you? Skinny arms and legs. Who could you possibly defeat? I am a shipwright, not a warrior. Lin Yuan said calmly. However, his tone shifted, the corner of his mouth curling into a faint smile. I've heard that your Iron Fist Vice Admiral is indestructible and that your love for Sun Bei is unmatched by anyone. But I also heard something even more interesting. Lin Yuan's gaze drifted toward the dog-headed warship as it gradually drew alongside the shore. Your beloved vessel seems to be experiencing a small issue recently. Its maximum speed has been unable to reach full capacity, correct? Buzz. Kapu's mind momentarily froze. The smile on his face instantly stiffened, and those eyes that usually held a hint of world-weary indifference revealed shock. He stared fixedly at Lin Yuan. You? How did you know? Only he as adjutant and a few core engineers from the Science Corps knew about this. During the last pursuit of a powerful pirate, his warship had been damaged by the opponent's special ability, harming the power core and causing energy transmission issues, reducing maximum speed by nearly 20%. Dr. Vegapunk of the Science Corps said this was structural damage. Unless the entire power furnace was dismantled and rebuilt, it could not be repaired. How did this brat know? Could it be? He only took one look. This was impossible. Nothing is impossible. Lin Yuan seemed to read Kapu's thoughts, speaking tranquilly. No vessel holds any secrets from my eyes. Kapu fell silent. His sharp eyes swept over Lin Yuan repeatedly, as though attempting to see through him from the inside out. This youth was far more unnerving than the reports had described. Waha! After a brief silence, Kapu burst into his signature thunderous laughter. Interesting. Too interesting. I like you, kid. Looking at Lin Yuan, his eyes brimmed with curiosity and competitive spirit. Since you're so capable, how about we make a bet? Oh, you fix my ship. Kapu pointed at his dog-headed warship, declaring boldly. If you can repair my ship within a day and make it 20% faster than before, I'll grant you one request. As long as it doesn't involve killing celestial dragons, anything goes. But if you fail... A mischievous grin spread across Kapu's face. You come back to Marineford with me and become my personal shipwright for life, fixing my ships every single day. This bet shocked both Luo Jie and Lei Li. They had never anticipated that Kapu would propose such a wager. It was a blatant attempt at recruitment, and it was delivered in a manner that left no room for refusal. The gaze of every onlooker converged upon Lin Yuan, yet his face remained as serene and indifferent as ever. He looked at Kapu, then slowly extended one hand. It's a deal. However, my condition is. A glint of sharp light flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. I require 10 tons of the Navy's latest PX Series alloy armor. PX Series alloy. Kapu's eye twitched. That was the special alloy recently developed by the Navy's Science Division, intended for the production of the pacifists. It was incredibly robust and exorbitantly expensive. This kid sure knows how to ask. Fine. No problem. Kapu slapped his thigh and agreed generously. As long as you can pull it off. Forget 10 tons. I'll get you 20 if you can do it. Deal. Lin Yuan, accompanied by his 5 apprentices, boarded the dog-headed warship under the astonished and uncertain gazes of Kapu and the assembled Marines. The naval engineers aboard the ship looked at Lin Yuan, a mere youth still wet behind the ears, and sneered disdainfully. You must be joking. A greenhorn kid claims he can fix a problem that even Dr. Bei Jiapeng couldn't solve. Just wait and see the joke. Lin Yuan turned a deaf ear to these remarks and strode directly to the warship's enormous steam power furnace. He reached out and gently pressed his hand against the cold metal shell. He closed his eyes. Divine skill, breath of all things. In an instant, the vast and intricate power furnace transformed into a transparent model composed of countless lines and energy flows within his mind. The flow of steam, the meshing of gears, the motion of pistons, the conduction of energy. Every detail was laid out before him with perfect clarity. He saw it. Within the core of the furnace, on an extremely concealed conduit, there was a minuscule crack no wider than a hair. It was this very crack that caused the massive energy leak. And its location was wrapped in layers of hundreds of components and pipes, making it utterly impossible to detect with conventional methods. I see. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and spoke calmly to the naval engineers who were eagerly awaiting a spectacle. This is not an irreparable damage. His voice was not loud, yet it reached every ear with crystalline clarity. I can. Granted a new life. Lin Yuan's words were soft, but they detonated like thunderclaps in the ears of all the naval engineers. Granted a new life? What nonsense was this kid spouting? One engineer couldn't help but snicker. Kid, do you have any idea what you're saying? This is the crowning achievement of the Navy Headquarters Science Division. Its complexity far exceeds your imagination. Even Dr. Bei Jiapeng could said that unless we dismantle and rebuild it from scratch. Before he could finish, Lin Yuan's icy glare silenced him. Shut up. Lin Yuan's voice was devoid of any emotion. In my eyes, it's nothing but a pile of scrap metal riddled with design flaws. You. The engineer's face flushed crimson with rage as he stepped forward to argue. Let him speak. Kapu's steady voice came from behind. He had somehow appeared at the entrance of the engine room, his sharp eyes fixed intently on Lin Yuan, filled with scrutiny. I want to see what this brat is really capable of. Lin Yuan paid no further heed to the riffraff. He walked up to the massive power furnace, then reached behind him and pulled out an unremarkable toolbox from which he extracted a hammer of archaic design. The Eternal Hammer. He then produced a chisel that gleamed with cold light along with a set of oddly shaped metal parts that no one present had ever seen before. Hanku. Lin Yuan called without turning his head. At your command, Lord Lin Yuan. His 5 apprentices immediately snapped to attention and rushed over. As I taught you, dismantle the outer armor of this power furnace. Yes, sir. The 5 young men sprang into action. Their movements were breathtakingly swift. Wrenches and crowbars seemed to come alive in their hands. The complex bolts and fasteners that naval engineers estimated would take hours to remove were effortlessly undone in less than a minute. This. How is this possible? Their technique. So fast. So precise. The naval engineers were utterly dumbfounded. These 5 youths, who appeared to be about the same age as Lin Yuan, each possessed skills far surpassing their own. What kind of monsters were they? Kapu's eye twitched again. He could see that the 5 youths were employing the most basic disassembly techniques, yet every single move was executed with extreme precision, devoid of any superfluous motion. This demonstrated that their fundamentals had been honed to a terrifying level. And all of this was taught by that young man named Lin Yuan. In just 10 minutes, the vast outer armor of the power furnace was completely stripped away, revealing the dense web-like network of pipes and components within. Lord Lin Yuan, it's done. Hanku reported respectfully. Lin Yuan nodded, picked up his chisel and hammer, and stepped forward. He ignored the intricate pipes and walked directly to the core area of the furnace, raising his chisel toward a seemingly intact metal plate. Stop! One naval engineer shrieked. That's the main energy conduit. Are you insane? Break through that, and the entire ship will explode. But Lin Yuan paid him no heed. His chisel landed precisely on a specific spot on the metal plate, and he raised the eternal hammer. Dong! A dull striking sound echoed. It was not loud, yet it carried a strange magnetic quality that made every heart in the room skip a beat. A tiny indentation appeared on the metal plate where the chisel had struck. Dong dong dong. Lin Yuan's movements grew faster. Each strike was perfectly accurate with just the right amount of force. That ordinary chisel in his hands became the sharpest scalpel, carving a narrow, precise path through the unyielding alloy plate. He did not damage any of the main pipes. He simply went around them. Is this performing microsurgery? A naval engineer muttered to himself, feeling as if his worldview had been shattered. Finally, with a soft click, the chisel seemed to break through the last barrier. Lin Yuan stopped. He slowly withdrew the chisel. A faint wisp of high-temperature steam leaked from the tiny hole. Right here. A smile tugged at the corner of Lin Yuan's mouth. He had found the crack that even Bei Jiapeng could not locate. Now came the real highlight. Lin Yuan cast aside the chisel and gripped the pitch-black eternal hammer with both hands. Divine skill, forging all things. Activate. Scene 48. Lin Yuan's entire demeanor changed abruptly in that moment, as if stars were swirling within his pitch-black pupils. He gazed at the massive power furnace before him. In his eyes, it was no longer a cold machine. It was a living being. A structurally deformed life, form moaning in agony. In my name, reshape your heart. The eternal hammer in Lin Yuan's hand transformed into streaks of black afterimages, crazily smashing into the core of the power furnace. Thud, 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 thud. The dense clanging sounds echoed through the entire engine room. A bizarre scene unfolded. The extremely hard alloy shell under the strikes of the eternal hammer began to violently twist and deform, as if red-hot iron met cold water. The tiny crack, instead of expanding under the hammer's blows, began to heal itself at a visible speed. Not only that, the surrounding energy conduits under the vibration of the hammer's sound also underwent peculiar changes. They became thicker and smoother. Some energy circuits that were originally bloated and clogged due to design flaws were forcibly corrected under Lin Yuan's strikes. He wasn't repairing. He was evolving. Using his miraculous forging technique, he forcibly elevated this already top-tier power furnace to a whole new level. Monster. Kapu stared fixedly at Lin Yuan, his mouth wide open, completely unaware that the rice cracker in his hand had fallen to the ground. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan struck the final hammer blow. Dong! A long resonant sound like an ancient bell tolling echoed. The entire power furnace shook violently. Then it began to emit a faint life-filled blue halo. The originally unstable roar, due to energy leakage, became incredibly steady and powerful, like a young, vigorous heart beating forcefully. Done. Lin Yuan tossed aside the hammer and clapped his hands as if he had just accomplished a trivial task. He turned to look at the group of completely petrified naval engineers. Now install it back. The naval engineers snapped out of their trance. They stared at the power furnace, which seemed reborn and radiating a blue glow, looking as if they had seen a ghost. See this? It's fixed. No, this is no longer repair. This power furnace. It feels completely different to me. I can sense that the energy flow inside it is at least 30% smoother than before. My God, how did he do it? Everyone's gaze toward Lin Yuan changed. From previous disdain and mockery, it turned into shock, awe, and even fanaticism. What are you standing there for? Kapu's loud voice suddenly boomed, and he slapped the leading engineer on the back of his head. Didn't you hear Lin Yuan's order? Get it installed back for me. Yes, Vice Admiral Kapu. The engineers were jolted into action and rushed forward with all their might. This time their attitude became extremely reverent. They carefully reinstalled each armor plate, their movements as gentle as if handling a rare treasure. Kapu walked up to Lin Yuan. His sharp eyes scanned Lin Yuan up and down as if trying to see through his entire being. Kid, what kind of monster are you? Kapu's voice was filled with shock. A shipwright. Lin Yuan replied calmly. Bullshit. Kapu couldn't help cursing. I've seen more shipwrights than you've eaten salt. I've never seen one like you. You can hammer a machine into feeling alive, and you tell me you're just a shipwright. Lin Yuan smiled without explaining. He knew that the feat he had just displayed had completely exceeded the understanding of this world. Soon the armor of the power furnace was reinstalled. Mr. Kapu. All installed. The engineer reported respectfully. Good. An unprecedented gleam burst from Kapu's eyes. He grabbed Lin Yuan's wrist and laughed. Come, kid. Go with me to the cockpit. I want to see with my own eyes how much of a surprise you've brought to my beloved ship. Without waiting for Lin Yuan's consent, he dragged him toward the cockpit. Luo Jie and Lei Li also followed, full of curiosity about the result. In the cockpit, Kapu pushed the helmsman aside and took the wheel himself. Wahaha, let me handle it. He turned to look at Bo Jiate. Bo Jiate, max power output. Yes, Mr. Kapu. Bo Jiate walked to the console, took a deep breath, and slowly pushed the lever representing power output. Whir. The entire Doghead warship shuddered violently. The propeller at the stern began to spin wildly. The warship slowly started to leave the harbor. Not enough. Faster, Kapu shouted. Bo Jiate gritted his teeth and shoved the lever all the way down. Boom. A terrifying thrust came from the stern. The bow of the doghead warship lifted sharply upward, and then it shot out like an arrow loosed from a bowstring. So fast. The naval officers in the cockpit all exclaimed in shock. They felt as if they had been kicked hard, their bodies uncontrollably falling backward. Only Kapu Luo Gla Li and Lin Yuan remained standing firmly. Wahaha. This is the feeling. This is the feeling. Kapu's face flushed with excitement. As he spun the wheel wildly, the doghead warship, carving exaggerated nearly 90 degrees sharp, turns across the sea surface. Although the hull tilted severely, it was incredibly stable. There was no sign of capsizing. So smooth. This ship seems to have come alive. Kapu could clearly feel that the feedback from the wheel was no longer the stiff mechanical sensation of before, but a feeling full of spiritual connection, as if it were in sync with his mind. He could make the ship move exactly as he wished, like an extension of his arm. Speed? What's the speed? Kapu roared at Bojiate. Bojiate stared fixedly at the speed gauge on the console, his voice trembling. Reporting, Mr. Kapu. The current top speed has surpassed the previous peak. It's still rising. Still rising. My God. It's already 30% faster than before. 30%. This number plunged the entire cockpit into dead silence. Everyone stared in shock at Lin Yuan, who remained calm. The bet was to increase by 20%, and he had directly exceeded it. A flicker of delight passed through Lin Yuan's eyes. Another divine skill had been acquired, and it was precisely the one he needed most at this moment. With this ability, crafting floating engines and nuclear fusion reactors would become far more effortless. Wah! Garp's wild laughter shattered the silence. He steered the doghead warship in a mad spin across the sea, only returning to the harbor when the power furnace's energy was completely drained, his expression still brimming with unfulfilled excitement. He burst out of the cockpit, threw his arms around Lin Yuan, and pounded him vigorously on the back. Kid, you're incredible. I've never bowed to many in my life, but you're one of them. From today onward, you are my brother Garp. If anyone dares to trouble you, they'll have me to answer to. Lin Yuan nearly spat blood from the force of Garp's slaps. This man's strength was no joke. And our bet. Lin Yuan reminded him. Don't worry. Garp slapped his chest. I'm a man of my word. PX series alloy right. 20 tons. Within a month, I'll personally escort it here. Garp looked at Lin Yuan, his eyes filled with undisguised admiration and regret. Such an astonishing genius, yet he could not be enlisted in the Marines. What a pity. But Garp was not the type to force anyone. Since he had lost the bet, he would accept it. By the way, kid, Garp suddenly recalled something, leaned close to Lin Yuan's ear, and lowered his voice. You've done me a huge favor this time. As a token of gratitude, I'll give you a piece of intelligence. Recently, the New World has been turbulent. A madman named Rox is recruiting followers everywhere, causing such a commotion that even the 5 elders have taken notice. That man is a complete and utter schemer. If you ever go to the New World, it's best to stay far away from him. Rox. Lin Yuan's heart jolted violently. What was destined to come had finally arrived. The great battle of God Valley was likely not far off. Thank you for the warning. Lin Yuan nodded calmly. Garp gave a few more instructions before leading his men back to the ship and departing. Before leaving, the Marine engineers lined up one by one, bowing respectfully to Lin Yuan, their demeanor more reverent than if they had been in the presence of the fleet admiral. Watching the departing doghead warship, Roger approached and punched Lin Yuan lightly on the shoulder. Lin Yuan, you're becoming more and more unfathomable. Even that bastard Garp has been tamed by you. Lin Yuan smiled. A shipwright has his own way of fighting. He turned and looked at the shipwright guild that had risen from the ground, at the shipwrights whose eyes were once again ablaze with passion. His gaze finally settled on his 5 apprentices. Come, it's time to go back to class. The real challenge has only just begun. His eyes gazed into the distance toward Roger's ship, the future of the Oro Jackson. He could hardly wait to embark on this grand project. But before that, he had one more transaction to complete. The ghost ship of Golden Leopard Leon. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The shipwright graveyard, now better called Artisan Paradise. Under Lin Yuan's transformation and management, the island had been completely revitalized. Lin Yuan kept his promise. Every week, he spent 3 days personally teaching the island's shipwrights, from the most basic carpentry skills to complex mechanical structures and unheard of material science. He imparted all his knowledge without reservation, and those shipwrights absorbed it like sponges, feverishly devouring the information. Their skills grew at a visible rate, especially the 5 apprentices who had been strengthened by Lin Yuan's legacy of shipwright mastery. Their progress was nothing short of astonishing. Now each of them possessed the capability to serve as the head foreman of any major shipyard. The entire Artisan Paradise was immersed in a fervent atmosphere of learning and creation. One day, a thoroughly gilded, extraordinarily luxurious Golden Leopard ship appeared on the horizon once more. Golden Leopard Leon had arrived. He brought the Sky Island cloud silk that Lin Yuan needed. When he set foot on the island again, he was utterly stunned by the sight before him. Was this the same garbage dump he had visited a month ago? Clean, tidy streets, well-planned buildings, and the air filled with the fragrance of wood and the clang of steel. At the docks, brand new, uniquely shaped vessels were under construction. Every shipwright's face radiated confidence and pride. My heavens! Leon pushed up his wire-rimmed glasses and murmured to himself. This Lin Yuan. He is no shipwright. He is a magician. Soon he spotted the familiar figure at the dock. Lin Yuan was standing beside a newly completed pitch-black, oddly shaped, single-masted sailboat. The hull of the ship was extremely narrow and elongated like a drawn dagger. Its sails were not ordinary cloth, but a peculiar structure composed of thin black metallic plates. The entire vessel exuded a cold, forbidding aura. Lord Lin Yuan. Leon hurried over his face, beaming with a warm smile. I've brought the Sky Island cloud silk you wanted, a full ton. With a snap of his fingers, his bodyguards carried up a massive chest. Lin Yuan opened it, glanced inside, and nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. He pointed to the black sailboat beside him. Your ship is ready. It is called the Ghost. Leon's gaze was instantly captivated by the Ghost. He could sense that this ship was extraordinary. What special abilities does it have? Leon asked eagerly. Go aboard and find out for yourself. Lin Yuan smiled mysteriously. Leon immediately boarded the Ghost with a few trusted subordinates. When he grasped the helm, he froze. The wheel felt cold and smooth as if melded with his palm. Set sail, Leon commanded. A subordinate moved to operate the sails. But strangely, the black metal sails did not unfurl like ordinary ones. Instead, a faint hum emanated from them, and a layer of gentle, rippling energy shimmered across their surface. Then the entire ship slid out silently. Not a sound of water, not a whisper of wind. It glided across the sea like a true ghost. This is... Leon was astonished. Full speed. Lin Yuan's voice came from the shore. Leon immediately turned the helm, feeling the ship as light as a feather. With his maneuver, the energy ripples on the sails grew more intense. Whoosh. The Ghost's speed skyrocketed. It left a pitch-black afterimage on the sea, moving so fast, it was impossible to track with the naked eye. My God, this speed. Faster than the Marines' rapid response fleet. One of Leon's men exclaimed. But that's not the most important part. Lin Yuan's voice rang out again. Press the red button on the helm. Leon immediately complied. The moment he pressed the button, the entire hull shuddered violently, and under the horrified gaze of Leon and his crew, the Ghost ship's hull began to turn translucent. From bow to stern, it vanished into the air inch by inch. In just a few seconds, the entire ship had disappeared, as if into thin air. If not for the vibration of the deck beneath his feet, Leon would have thought he was dreaming. He reached out and could still feel the cold gunnel. The ship was still there, but it was invisible. Invisible. Leon's voice trembled. He immediately ran to the side and looked toward the shore. He saw Lin Yuan watching him calmly. He saw Roger and Rayleigh staring at his location in astonishment. But he knew that all they saw was an empty expanse of sea. Wah! Leon burst into wild laughter. He trembled with excitement. With this, his black market business would reach an entirely new level. He could slip into any kingdom's port without a sound. He could transport any contraband cargo undetected. He could even steal the treasures of the celestial dragons. Lord Lin Yuan, you are my god. Leon bowed deeply toward the shore. Ding. Detected that the host has completed a legendary quality ship construction. Congratulations, host. You have received 150000 points. Congratulations, host. You have received a special title, Deep Sea Phantom. Deep Sea Phantom, when equipped, the host's success rate in stealth, reconnaissance, assassination, and similar actions increases by 30. Lin Yuan looked at the system panel and nodded in satisfaction. This deal was not a loss. After a frenzied joyride on the Ghost ship at sea, Leon reluctantly returned to the harbor. The look in his eyes as he gazed at Lin Yuan was now one of fervent worship. Lord Lin Yuan, I, Leon, will remember this favor. If you ever need anything, just say the word. I, Leon the Golden Leopard, will brave fire and water without hesitation. He thought for a moment, then pulled from his bosom an ancient-looking sea chart made of special beast hide. Consider this my gift of thanks. Leon handed the sea chart to Lin Yuan. I bought it years ago from a dying old pirate. They say it marks the location of a legendary place. A sea known as the Ship Graveyard. The Ship Graveyard. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. It is said to be the final resting place of countless legendary vessels. Leon's tone grew mysterious. That sea is shrouded by a colossal, never-ending whirlpool. Any ship that draws near is swallowed and shattered to pieces. But rumors also say that at the center of the whirlpool lie countless treasures. Ancient weapons, lost technologies, and even the wreckage of ships that have given birth to ship spirits. Lin Yuan's heart gave a violent leap. Wreckage of ships that birthed ship spirits. To him, that was priceless. If he could obtain and study it, his understanding of ship spirits would ascend to a new level. This was crucial for the construction of the Oro Jackson, which was about to begin. Thank you. Lin Yuan accepted the sea chart. After seeing the satisfied Leon off, Lin Yuan immediately summoned Roger and Rayleigh. We have a new adventure. Lin Yuan spread open the sea chart. When Roger heard about the ship graveyard and the remains of legendary ships, his eyes lit up instantly. Wahaha, sounds like fun. Let's go. We set sail now. Roger was already eager. And so, after arranging all affairs in Craftsman's Paradise, Lin Yuan, accompanied by Roger and Rayleigh, set off once more aboard the Stormwing. Jabba and Yusuke Maru stayed behind to hold the fort. Under the ghostly stealth mode, the Stormwing slipped through the first half of the Grand Line, like a phantom entering the turbulent New World. The currents and weather of the New World were far more violent and erratic than the first half. But for the Stormwing, whose performance bordered on monstrous, these were no problems. Half a month later, following the sea chart, they arrived at a strange sea perpetually shrouded in thick fog. The magnetic field here was chaotic, the compass needle spun wildly, completely useless. A putrid, deathly stillness hung in the air. This is the place. Lin Yuan stood at the bow, his advanced observation haki already radiating outward. He could see deep within the fog a colossal whirlpool over 10 kilometers in diameter. It spun slowly, yet carried an irresistible, terrifying suction that seemed capable of devouring everything. Floating around the whirlpool were the wreckage of countless ships. Massive warships, tiny merchant vessels, ferocious-looking pirate ships. They stood like floating tombstones, silently recounting past glories and final sorrows. Woe magnificent! Roger stood beside Lin Yuan, gazing at the apocalyptic scene before him. His eyes held not a trace of fear, only excitement. There must be a lot of good treasures in there. Don't let your guard down, Captain. Rayleigh's expression was grave. This whirlpool is no ordinary thing. Beneath it, there seems to be something. Lin Yuan nodded. His ship's spirit resonance ability allowed him to clearly perceive from the depths of the whirlpool a faint, agonized, and unwilling wail. It was the weeping of countless ship spirits. Let's go in and take a look. Lin Yuan made the decision. He took the helm himself, steering the Storm Wing cautiously toward the massive whirlpool. The Storm Wing's propulsion system, modified by Lin Yuan, was strong enough to resist the whirlpool's pull. They cruised through a giant ship museum, passing by the wreckage of one legendary vessel after another. Look, that's the Deep Sea Fawn, the flagship of the great pirate Leviathan who roamed the New World 300 years ago. Rayleigh pointed at a pirate ship carved with a huge shark head at the bow, its hull broken in two, and exclaimed in awe. And that, the Unconquerable City, once hailed as the unsinkable sea fortress. I never thought it would sink here. Roger, on the other hand, was more interested in gold and jewels. He would frequently leap onto the wrecks and rummage out valuables that still looked worthwhile. But Lin Yuan's goal was clear. He sought the source of the strongest wailing. He could sense at the very center of the whirlpool a ship's spirit more powerful than all the rest. It was like a firefly in the dark night, guiding Lin Yuan forward. Just as they were about to reach the heart of the whirlpool, Lin Yuan's brow furrowed. Someone's here. His observation haki detected another ship hidden behind a huge mountain-like warship wreck not far away. The people on that ship seemed to be spying on them as well. Oh, other scavengers. Roger grinned, revealing a dangerous expression. I'll go say hello. Wait. Lin Yuan stopped him, for he had already recognized the face of the leader on that ship. That face was very familiar to him, filled with venom and hatred. Saw Carl, the shipwright whose everything he had destroyed in Logue Town. He was actually here too. Carl was now even more somber than before, a vicious scar marring his face, his eyes filled with madness and paranoia. Around him gathered a group of menacing desperados, all dressed as shipwrights. Of all people. Lin Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile. What a small world. At that moment, Carl also spotted Lin Yuan's Storm Wing through his telescope. When he saw the figure standing at the bow, he trembled violently. Lin Yuan. He gritted the name out through his teeth, his voice dripping with venomous hatred. He could never forget how that boy had trampled him underfoot in Rogue Town, taking everything from him in front of everyone. He had sold his belongings, fled to the New World, and lived a life worse than a dog. The only thought in his mind was revenge. He spent all his money to buy information about the ship graveyard from an intelligence broker. He knew that there lay a legendary ancient warship, Leviathan's Heart. Rumor had it that before it sank, it had already given birth to an incomplete ship spirit. He wanted to get it. He wanted to study it. He wanted to use its technology to build a ship that could surpass Lin Yuan's, then go back and tear the boy who ruined his life limb from limb. But he never imagined he would run into Lin Yuan here again. And beside Lin Yuan stood two monsters he couldn't afford to provoke. Rayleigh. GOLD. Roger. Why? Why? Carl's heart burned with envy and fury. Boss, it's the shipyard, Azura. Lin Yuan. What do we do? One of Carl's men asked in terror. What do we do? Carl's face twisted into a savage, insane grin. There are roads in heaven, but you refuse to walk. There is no door to hell, but you barge in. Lin Yuan. Do you think you've already won? Do you know what place this is? He watched Lin Yuan's Storm Wing slowly approaching the vortex center, the sinking point of the legendary Leviathan's Heart. His eyes gleamed with malice. Do you really think I came here for treasure? Fool. I've already found out everything. This Leviathan's Heart is no treasure at all. It's a trap. A living trap set here by the ancient kingdom to guard something. Carl pulled a peculiar horn made of sea beast bones from his pocket. He brought it to his lips and blew it with all his might. A low, eerie horn sound, as if piercing the soul, echoed across the ship graveyard. As the horn sounded, the seawater beneath Storm Wing began to churn violently. The massive, previously calm whirlpool suddenly accelerated, unleashing a terrifying suction force powerful enough to tear steel apart from its center. Not good. Rayleigh's expression changed. This whirlpool is wrong. Immediately, an ancient warship of unimaginable size, forged entirely from pitch-black, unknown metal, slowly rose from the vortex's heart. The warship's hull was covered in ferocious bone spikes and cannon ports. Its bow was a giant demon's head sculpture, as if it could devour everything. It exuded a terrifying aura of destruction. Leviathan's Heart. It had never sunk. It had been alive here all along. Wah! Carl let out a mad cackle from afar. He pointed at Lin Yuan like a raving lunatic. You fell for it. Lin Yuan. This Leviathan's Heart is the guardian of the graveyard. It will tear apart any intruder who approaches its core. Today, this is your grave. As the words fell, hundreds of cannon muzzles glimmering with blue light on the ancient behemoth swung in unison, aiming at Storm Wing. Hundreds of cannon mouths, glowing with a deep blue light, stared like 100 demon eyes locking onto the tiny storm wing. Cataclysmic energy gathered at the muzzles, and the surrounding seawater evaporated violently from the terrifying energy fluctuations rising in white mist. Wah! Die! Lin Yuan. From afar saw Carl, let out a maddened laugh as if he could already see the storm wing blasted to pieces under the devastating cannon fire Lin Yuan, and those two damn monsters torn to shreds in a bloody scene. Bastard. Roger's face turned grim. He drew his sword, and his domineering conqueror's haki erupted without reserve. Rayleigh, get ready. Rayleigh's hand was already on his sword hilt, his eyes sharp as blades. He could sense that each volley from this ancient warship was powerful enough to rival a full buster call from the Marines. Standing their ground would be certain death. Don't move. At that moment Lin Yuan's voice rang out unervingly calm. He grabbed Roger, who was about to charge forward. A ship? Leave it to me. What a... Roger stared at Lin Yuan, thinking he misheard. Was this a ship? It was a mobile war fortress. But Lin Yuan's face showed no panic. Instead, a glint of almost greedy fascination flickered in his jet-black eyes, as if he had seen a peerless treasure. Interesting. Very interesting. A crazy grin curved at the corner of Lin Yuan's mouth. Using an incomplete ship's spirit as the core, activating it with external stimuli, then amplifying its energy output with ancient alchemy. The one who designed this ship is a genius and a madman. Lin Yuan's advanced observation haki had already seen through the entire Leviathan's heart from the inside out. In his supercomputer-like brain, the terrifying ancient warship was being reconstructed and analyzed at lightning speed. The next second, boom, 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 boom. Hundreds of thick blue energy beams as wide as barrels scorched the air, carrying enough heat to evaporate the sea and melt steel, hurtling towards Stormwing. The entire ship graveyard was lit up as bright as day by the blinding light. Lin Yuan, Roger, and Rayleigh roared simultaneously. But Lin Yuan stood calmly at the helm, spinning the wheel sharply. Hold on tight. Hum. The Stormwing shuddered, its trimaran hull displaying unparalleled agility. Just as the devastating firepower was about to strike, the Stormwing's bow dipped sharply, and the entire ship, like the nimblest fish, slipped through the gaps in the barrage at a seemingly impossible angle. Boom. The sea where Stormwing had been was instantly vaporized, leaving a massive cavity over 100 meters in diameter. Seawater rushed back in raising, towering waves. Dodged. Contra's eyes nearly popped out from the distance. How is this possible? With such density of artillery fire, even the Navy's most agile rapid response unit couldn't possibly dodge it. But Lin Yuan's performance was not over yet. Piloting the Stormwings, he performed a breathtaking dance of extreme navigation amidst the hailstorm of bullets. The Stormwings sometimes sideslipped, sometimes came to a sudden halt, and even made 90-degree sharp turns that defied the laws of physics. It was like a phantom dancing on the edge of a blade, brushing past death with every move. Wahaha! Thrilling. So thrilling. Luo Jie stood on the deck, not the least bit tense, but instead laughing wildly with excitement. This feeling of teetering on the brink of life and death was exactly the adventure he loved most. Rayleigh stared fixedly at Lin Yuan's back, his eyes filled with shock. He could sense that Lin Yuan was not simply evading. Every move, every turn seemed to be in sync with the rhythm of the enemy's artillery fire. He wasn't fleeing. He was observing. That's right. Lin Yuan was indeed observing. His eyes, shimmering with starlight, stared fixedly at the massive Leviathan's heart. In his field of vision, every volley from the Leviathan's heart caused an extremely subtle energy fluctuation anomaly at a very concealed position on the lower side of its hull, lasting only 0.01 seconds. That was the ship's vital point. An external node exposed due to a design flaw used to stabilize the core energy. Found it. A bloodthirsty smile curled at the corner of Lin Yuan's mouth. He turned to look at Luo Jie and Rayleigh. Gentlemen, the warm-up is over. Now it's our turn to counterattack. I need you to draw its fire for 3 seconds. Luo Jie and Rayleigh exchanged a glance, both seeing the gleam of excitement in each other's eyes. 3 seconds. You underestimate us. Luo Jie shouldered his blade, grinning. I'll go tear it apart. No. Lin Yuan shook his head, his eyes burning with fervor, the kind of look a craftsman has when he sees the perfect material. Don't damage it. This ship. I want it. With these words, Lin Yuan's figure vanished instantly from the spot. Navy 6 styles, moon step. He actually charged straight toward the Leviathan's heart, that ancient beast-like vessel, through the hail of artillery fire. This guy. Luo Jie and Rayleigh watched Lin Yuan's small figure weaving through the gunfire. Both couldn't help but gasp. Crazy. This guy is even crazier than the two of them combined. Waha! Luo Jie's fighting spirit was completely ignited. Rayleigh, follow. Can't let that kid steal all the glory. You two are hopeless. Rayleigh shook his head helplessly, but a hint of excitement curled at the corner of his mouth. The next moment, two figures turned into streaks of light, following Lin Yuan and charging toward that mobile war fortress. In the distance, Cotter watched this, seeing his expression shifting from madness to shock and finally to boundless terror. Those three. They actually dared to challenge an ancient warship with just 3 people? Are they insane? Come on, big guy. Let's see if you're harder or my blade is harder. Luo Jie's wild laughter echoed across the entire sea. He leaped up, soaring dozens of meters into the air, and covered his legendary blade AIC with jet black armament haki, even wrapping it with wisps of black lightning unique to Conqueror's haki. Divine Avoidance. A terrifying slash powerful enough to sever an island slammed down onto the deck of the Leviathan's heart. Boom. A massive trench several meters deep was instantly carved into the deck of the Leviathan's heart. Though it couldn't cut it in two, this terrifying destructive power successfully enraged the slumbering beast. The hundreds of gun barrels on the Leviathan's heart instantly swiveled, pouring all their firepower onto Luo Jia in the air. Well done. Luo Jia, instead of retreating, advanced, twisting and turning in the air, shattering beams of energy with his godlike swordsmanship. Meanwhile, Lei Li's figure turned into a silver lightning bolt, moving at high speed across the vast hull of the Leviathan's heart. Every time his feet landed, they left a sword scar deep enough to expose the bone on the hull. He didn't have Luo Jia's earth-shattering destructive power, but like a top-tier surgeon, each strike precisely dismantled the weapon structures on the ship's surface. The two future legends joining forces actually managed to suppress the firepower of an ancient warship. And just as they drew all the fire, Lin Yuan's figure landed silently on the deck of the Leviathan's heart. The effect of the deep-sea phantom title reduced his presence to a minimum. The moment he landed, Lin Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. Click, click. On the deck, the mountains of rusted metal parts began to automatically reassemble. In just a few seconds, dozens of steel golems over 3 meters tall, wielding huge battle axes and iron hammers, appeared before him. The golems' eyes glowed with red light. They were the ship's immune system. Roar! The steel golems let out a dull roar, brandishing their heavy weapons, and charged fiercely at the intruder Lin Yuan. Just these scrap metal. A sneer appeared on Lin Yuan's face. His figure flickered, darting through the golems like a phantom, while the eternal hammer in his hand turned into a blur of afterimages. Thump! 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 Each of his strikes landed precisely on the joints of the golems. All things forging. He wasn't destroying them, he was dismantling. The alloy joints that naval engineers considered indestructible were easily taken apart, like building blocks under his hammer. One after another, the massive steel golems collapsed into a pile of parts mid-charge. The entire process was smooth and fluid, filled with a blend of violence and beauty. In less than a minute, dozens of steel golems were reduced to scrap. Having dealt with these small fries, Lin Yuan didn't pause and headed straight for the external energy node he had already locked onto. It was a massive blue crystal embedded in the lower side of the hull, pulsating slowly like a heart standing over a man's height. Around the crystal stood 4 guard golems, even larger and more elite than the previous ones. Their bodies were even covered with a faint energy shield similar to armament haki. A glint of battle intent flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. This time he put away the eternal hammer. He slowly raised his right fist. Jet black armament haki instantly enveloped his entire arm, with even fiery patterns resembling flowing magma appearing on it. Hardening flowing sakura. Get out of the way. With a low shout, Lin Yuan's figure vanished instantly. Shave. The next moment he appeared before a guard golem, and his fist covered in terrifying haki slammed out with a sonic boom that tore through the air. Bang. The energy shield on that guard puppet shattered instantly. Lin Yuan's fist surged forward like an unstoppable force, piercing straight through its chest, forged from special alloy. One strike, instant kill. The remaining 3 guard puppets seemed enraged, simultaneously raising their weapons to launch a pincer attack on Lin Yuan from 3 directions. But Lin Yuan merely let out a cold snort. Moonwalk. His figure rose from the ground, lightly dodging the attacks, then executed an astonishing twist in mid-air, descending like a hunting eagle from the sky. Kneel. For me. Lin Yuan's legs were shrouded in pitch-black haki as he ruthlessly stomped down on the shoulders of the 2 puppets. Crackle. The 2 towering guard puppets were forced to their knees by sheer strength, their shoulder armor shattering into countless fragments. With 3 taken care of, only 1 remained. After landing, Lin Yuan didn't even glance at it, and headed straight for the massive blue crystal. The last guard puppet roared, raising its battle axe behind its back to slash savagely at the back of Lin Yuan's head. But just as the axe blade was about to descend, Lin Yuan's head jerked backward in an angle impossible for ordinary humans, dodging this fatal blow. Instantly, he punched backwards with precision, striking the puppet's power core. Boom. The final guard puppet's body exploded into a spectacular burst of fireworks. By now, all guards had been eliminated. Lin Yuan finally stood before the enormous blue crystal. He could sense the violent and chaotic energy within. He reached out, gently pressing his hand against the crystal's surface. Cold and filled with suffering. You've slept for so long, thank you for your endurance. A flicker of compassion flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. Now let me give you a new life. Instead of smashing it with his fist, he once again produced that jet black eternal hammer. He would conquer this ancient beast through the method of a shipwright. In my name, reshape your pulse. Lin Yuan raised the hammer, his eyes gleaming with the light of creation, and struck down fiercely. Boom. The entire Leviathan's heart shuddered violently. It felt it. It sensed a foreign will invading its core. It began to struggle wildly. The hull shook violently, steel parts on the deck being thrown everywhere. Over 100 gun ports started firing aimlessly, blasting the surrounding shipwrecks to pieces. Watching from afar, Carl's fear transformed into ecstasy. That's right. Just like that. Tear him apart. Tear apart that damn kid. But Lin Yuan ignored everything around him, his eyes focused solely on the raging crystal before him. Thump thump thump. Every strike landed precisely on the nodes where the crystal's energy flowed. He wasn't destroying, he was channeling. Using his miraculous forging skills, he forcibly corrected the chaotic energy circuits within the crystal. This process took a tremendous toll on Lin Yuan. Fine beads of sweat formed on his forehead, his complexion turning slightly pale, but the light in his eyes grew ever brighter. Finally, he found that most crucial core node. Now is the time. Lin Yuan channeled all his strength, even armament haki, into the eternal hammer. Wake up. For me. With all his might, he delivered the final blow. Hum. A visible gentle blue halo expanded rapidly from the crystal's center. Wherever the halo reached, Leviathan's heart's violent struggles instantly calmed. All the frantically firing gun ports slowly lowered. All steel puppets attempting to reassemble froze instantly. Then a desolate ancient voice filled with endless fatigue and sorrow resonated through the ship's spirit, echoing directly in the depths of Lin Yuan's mind. You? Who are you? Leviathan's heart, this ancient beast that had ravaged the ship graveyard for hundreds of years, settled down peacefully. Its massive hull floated silently at the vortex's center like a child just awakened from a nightmare, observing the tiny human who had granted it new life with a hint of confusion and curiosity. I am Lin Yuan, a shipwright. Lin Yuan panted heavily, responding with his consciousness. That surgery had exhausted his mental energy significantly. Shipwright. The ancient voice murmured with nostalgia. It's been so long since I last heard this title. Faraway Steel saw Carl's expression had completely frozen. The ecstasy, madness, and resentment in his eyes all turned into lifeless gray despair. He lost again. He risked everything to awaken this monster he thought could destroy Lin Yuan, but ended up only presenting Lin Yuan with an even more powerful toy. Plop! Carl collapsed on the deck, completely losing all strength. At that moment, two figures descended from the sky and landed beside Lin Yuan. It was Roger and Rayleigh. Hey Lin Yuan, are you alright? Roger asked with concern, looking at Lin Yuan's slightly pale face. You really scared me to death just now. Rayleigh also approached, his eyes filled with disbelief as he looked at the ancient warship that had completely settled down. You really tamed it. Not exactly taming. Lin Yuan shook his head. I just helped cure its illness. Through the ship's spirit resonance, he read the remnants of this ship's memories within just a few seconds. Its name is Leviathan's Heart, an ultimate weapon built by an ancient kingdom that had vanished into the river of history to protect something. But its construction was never fully successful. Its ship's spirit was flawed from birth, filled with pain and rage. Its creator sealed it here, putting it into slumber. And Carl's bone whistle was a key that cruelly awakened it from its pain. Every awakening was torture for itself. But Lin Yuan's previous actions not only repaired the flaws in its energy core, but also soothed its damaged ship spirit. I am willing to follow you. The ancient voice resonated in Lin Yuan's mind again, this time with a hint of pleading and dependence. It could sense Lin Yuan's affinity with ship spirits and the immortal will contained within that eternal hammer. It yearned for new life, for completeness. I accept your loyalty. The light of excitement flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. But not like this now. I will completely dismantle you, and then use my hands to give you a brand new perfect body, making you truly transcend legend. Lin Yuan's words caused Leviathan's heart ship spirit to emit a joyful cry. It also left Roger and Rayleigh beside him, dumbfounded. Dismantle an ancient warship, then rebuild it. This guy's ambition is simply deeper than the sea of the new world. At this moment, the system's notification sound finally arrived in Lin Yuan's mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the epic hidden quest taming the ancient guardian. Settlement in progress. Congratulations. You have earned 5,000,000 points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special item core of the Leviathan's Heart fragmented. Description: an energy core imbued with ancient alchemy and the will of an incomplete ship spirit, which can be repaired and upgraded through special methods. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special title, Whisperer of Ancient Weapons. Whisperer of Ancient Weapons. When equipped with this title, the host's efficiency in analyzing, repairing, and modifying any ancient artifacts increases by 50, and there is a certain chance of directly comprehending their core technology. I'm rich. This time I'm truly rolling in wealth. Lin Yuan stared at his total points, which had instantly skyrocketed to 1600, along with a series of astonishing rewards, and he was so excited he nearly burst into laughter. He forcibly suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and turned his gaze toward the dilapidated pirate ship in the distance. Time to deal with the trash. Laylee, bring him over. All right. Laylee's figure flickered, and in an instant he appeared on Carter's ship. Before Carter and his underlings could react, Laylee, as if carrying a chick, grabbed the limp and mud-like Carter and threw him at Lin Yuan's feet. Lin Yuan. You. What do you want? Carter looked at Lin Yuan, his eyes filled with terror. Kill me. Give me a quick death. He was utterly despondent, seeking only death. Kill you. Lin Yuan looked down at him from above, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. That would be too easy for you. He pointed at the massive Leviathan's heart behind him, then gestured toward the direction of the distant Gongjiang Tiantang. I'll give you two choices. First, die here, devoured clean by the fish and shrimp of this graveyard. Second. Lin Yuan's eyes gleamed with a devilish light. Stay and become the most lowly apprentice in my Gongjiang Tiantong, starting from sweeping floors and hauling waste. I will make you watch with your own eyes as I build step by step a shipbuilding empire you wouldn't even dare to dream of. I will make you watch as I turn everything you once took pride in into worthless trash. I will make you spend the rest of your life in endless despair and envy. Kaka's pupils contracted violently. You devil. He understood. Lin Yuan was aiming to destroy his spirit. This was 10,000 times more cruel than killing him outright. Letting him witness with his own eyes his former dreams being realized by his greatest enemy. Was there anything more painful than that? I choose the second. Kata squeezed out these words through clenched teeth with his last ounce of strength. He didn't want to die. Even if he had to live like a dog, he wanted to see with his own eyes how far this monster could go. Very well. Lin Yuan nodded with satisfaction. He turned to look at Luo Jie. Luo Jie, the construction of the ship might have to be postponed. But don't worry, once I've thoroughly studied the technology of this big fellow, your Oro Jackson will be a vessel surpassing this ancient weapon. Wah, no problem. Far from being dissatisfied, Luo Jie became even more excited. Surpass ancient weapons. Just hearing it made one's blood boil. He could hardly wait to see the birth of that ship. After dealing with everything, Lin Yuan looked at his points, which had reached a staggering 16000, and opened the system shop again. This time his goal was very clear. If he wanted to dismantle and study the Leviathan's heart, his current knowledge alone was not enough. He needed more specialized tools. Soon a high-priced blueprint appeared before his eyes. Master-level reverse engineering laboratory, full blueprint, 800 points. Description: a complete laboratory design, including a series of ultramodern equipment, such as an energy analyzer, material deconstruction platform, and data modeling center. The ultimate tool for analyzing unknown technologies. 800,000 points. This price was practically robbery. But Lin Yuan hesitated for less than a second. Bought. To master the technology of ancient weapons, to build the strongest Oro Jackson, and for his ambition to conquer the stars and seas. This investment worth it. Confirm consumption of 800 points to purchase the master-level reverse engineering laboratory full blueprint. Confirm. With Lin Yuan's mental confirmation, a torrent of information so vast and unimaginable instantly flooded into his mind. Energy analysis, material deconstruction, data modeling, genetic sequencing. Countless cutting-edge technological knowledge exceeding this era by at least 800 years were etched like brands deep into his soul. If the previous Lin Yuan was a top-tier master craftsman, then after absorbing this knowledge he had transformed into a true scientist. Who? Lin Yuan let out a long breath of stale air, his eyes shining with unprecedented light. He felt as if he had pushed open the door to a new world. He looked at the massive Leviathan's heart before him. In his eyes it was no longer a ship, but a gigantic technological treasure trove filled with unknowns and riches. Luo Jie Lei. Lin Yuan turned around, his expression becoming extremely serious. I have a new plan. He laid out his thoughts in full. He wanted to establish a brand new secret base based on this ship graveyard, one that was more confidential and more massive than Gongjiang Tiandang. Here he would launch an ultimate project codenamed Leviathan. The sole goal of this project was to thoroughly analyze and master the ancient technology contained within the Leviathan's heart, and Luo Jie's Oro Jackson would be the first and most outstanding product born from this Leviathan project. Wah! Sounds interesting. Upon hearing this, Luo Jie immediately agreed excitedly. Building a secret base in a graveyard filled with ancient warship wreckage. This was exactly the adventure he dreamed of. I'll help you keep watch. Luo Jie patted his chest and said, any troublemaker who dares to come here, I'll take care of them. Same for me. Lei nodded, also fully aware of the importance of this plan. Thus a simple division of labor was formed. Luo Jie and Lei Li, these two future legends of the sea, willingly became Lin Yuan's gatekeepers and enforcers responsible for clearing out all the reckless scavengers in the sea area. When these 5 young men arrived at this apocalyptic ship graveyard on a transport ship and saw the ancient warship suspended in the center of the whirlpool, they were all struck speechless by the sight. And when they learned of Lin Yuan's crazy Leviathan project, the look in their eyes toward Lin Yuan transformed into utter fanaticism. Their teacher was going to defy the heavens. As for Hacksaw Kurer, he was stripped of his name and given the code name Labor No. 1. His daily work was to dismantle usable parts from the ship wreckage and transport them to designated warehouses. Every day, he had to face the ancient warship he had once dreamed of, which now belonged to his greatest enemy. Every day, he had to watch the 5 young men he once regarded as ants under Lin Yuan's guidance accessing cutting-edge technology he could never comprehend in his lifetime. This torment drove him nearly mad, yet he was powerless. Everything was ready. The Leviathan project officially launched. The first step was to collect and analyze a sample from the heart of Leviathan. Lin Yuan did not rush to touch its core. Instead, he chose a seemingly unremarkable section of armor plate from the stern of the ship. He took out the eternal hammer along with a set of precision disassembly tools that had just been forged by the all things forged, gleaming with a cold luster. He was like a top-tier surgeon preparing to perform a meticulous operation on a slumbering entity. Watch carefully, Lin Yuan said to his 5 apprentices. Every step I take, every detail is to be firmly etched into your minds. Yes, master. The 5 young men held their breath, their eyes fixed unwaveringly on Lin Yuan's hands. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. The high-frequency vibration cutter in his hand emitted a faint hum, precisely slicing through the surface of the armor plate. There were no flying sparks, no piercing noise. The cut was as smooth as slicing through tofu. When the half-meter-thick armor plate was removed intact, everyone was stunned. They saw that the interior of the armor plate was not solid metal. It was a biological structure riddled with countless tiny pores resembling a honeycomb. This isn't metal, Hank cried out. It seems alive. That's right. Lin Yuan's expression grew gravely serious. This is a composite material of biology and metal. It was cultivated, not forged. This discovery utterly shattered their understanding. At that moment, Lin Yuan's gaze was drawn to a sealed compartment behind the armor plate. He carefully opened the compartment. Inside were no gold or treasures, only a thick logbook, made of some unknown metal, lying quietly. On the cover, written in an ancient script resembling tadpoles, was a single title they had never seen before. Lin Yuan could not read it. System translate. Ding. Initiating full decryption of ancient script. Requires 2,000 points. Confirm. Confirm. Translation successful. Instantly, all information about this ancient script flooded Lin Yuan's mind. He looked at the metal logbook again. The title on the cover was no longer an indecipherable text to him. The Heart of Leviathan. Experiment subject no. 1. Observation log. Lin Yuan's heart gave a fierce leap. He turned to the first page of the log. In the 327th year of the creation era, enemies from beyond the world descended once more. The barrier of the world tree was torn asunder, revealing a rift. A colossal eye of the storm appeared above the sea of skies, and the world was about to face another cleansing. To confront those reapers who harvest from beyond the world, we initiated our final divine gene project. The Heart of Leviathan is the first war weapon we cultivated using the bones of gods. An enemy from beyond the world. A storm's eye. The reapers. Every word on the log exploded like a massive bomb in Lin Yuan's mind. He had always believed that the greatest enemies of this world were the celestial dragons and the world government. But now it seemed that hidden beneath this sea and within this sky lay an even more terrifying, more ancient secret. Lin Yuan. What's wrong? Roger's voice pulled Lin Yuan back from the depths of his shock. Seeing Lin Yuan's pale complexion and grave expression, he could not help but feel concerned. It's nothing. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the turmoil within. He closed the metal logbook. This matter was far too significant. Until everything was fully understood, he absolutely must not reveal it to anyone. Not even Roger and Rayleigh. This was not a question of trust, but rather that once this secret leaked, it would likely summon certain doom. That so-called Reaper was beyond ordinary imagination. Even the ancient kingdom that built war weapons could not resist it. Perhaps even the current world government knew nothing of them. Or perhaps a glint of cold light flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes. Did the upper echelons of the world government, those 5 mysterious 5 elders, know something? This log contains certain information about the manufacturing technology of this ship. It is very dangerous. Lin Yuan offered a half-truth excuse. Its core technology seems to involve some form of biological modification. This ship, or rather this weapon, is fundamentally alive. Alive. Roger and Rayleigh exchanged glances, shock visible in each other's eyes. Though they had long felt something was wrong with this ship, they had never imagined it would be like this. Indeed. Lin Yuan nodded, pointing at the honeycomb-like composite armor. This material was cultivated by combining special biological cells with metal powder. Its strength and toughness far surpass any known alloy. Lin Yuan's words instantly lit up the 5 apprentices' eyes. Their faces were filled with fervor. Biological alloy. Their master was actually going to lead them to research a technology that only existed in legends. This was simply too crazy, too thrilling. Wahaha. Interesting. Getting more and more interesting. Roger felt no fear whatsoever. Instead, he trembled with excitement. Building a ship from living material. Lin Yuan. My ship must use this too. Naturally. A smile curled the corners of Lin Yuan's mouth. The Oro Jackson will become the world's first truly bio-warship. But before that, we need a base that is sufficiently concealed and secure. Lin Yuan surveyed this graveyard of ships brimming with death and opportunity. This is our best choice. From today onward, the Leviathan project officially enters its second phase. The first step is to establish our secret research base here. Ambition gleamed in Lin Yuan's eyes. He would replicate and even surpass the technology of the ancient kingdom right here. With his own hands, he would uncover the deepest secrets of this world. System, open the shop. Lin Yuan silently commanded within his mind. He now had 800,000 points and felt fully confident. To research biological alloy, a laboratory alone was not enough. He needed the most crucial equipment. Junior Biological Metal Cultivation Chamber, complete blueprints, 3,000 points. Description, a technological artifact from a lost civilization. By inputting specific gene sequences and energy, it can cultivate biological tissue with metallic properties in specialized nutrient solution. It is the foundational equipment for manufacturing biological armor. 300,000 points. Yet Lin Yuan did not even blink. Buy it. Confirming consumption of 3,000 points to purchase the Junior Biological Metal Cultivation Chamber, complete blueprints. Confirm. Another massive torrent of information flooded into Lin Yuan's mind. Gene editing, cell culture, energy catalysis. Countless pieces of biotechnological knowledge were instantly absorbed. He felt that he was no longer just a scientist, he was rapidly becoming a biologist. Hank. Lin Yuan looked at his most prized apprentice. Yes, master. I entrust this blueprint to you. Lin Yuan directly transferred the blueprint he had just acquired to Hank through spiritual imprinting. Take your people and build this cultivation pod for me at top speed. Use the scrap materials from these ships. If it's not enough, let Mr. Rayleigh help you borrow some. The moment Hank received the blueprint, his mind went completely blank. The technology recorded on it completely exceeded his comprehension. Yet he harbored not the slightest doubt, only endless fervor and reverence. Yes, guaranteed to complete the task. Hank, accompanied by the other 4 apprentices, threw themselves into work as if infused with adrenaline. Rayleigh smiled helplessly and glanced at Roger beside him, who was already brimming with eagerness. Looks like we've got work to do again. Wahaha. This is far more entertaining than being a guard. Roger hoisted his sword onto his shoulder and leaped straight onto the wreckage of a massive warship. Time to plunder. And so the entire ship graveyard began operating with unprecedented efficiency. Lin Yuan was in charge of tackling the core technology and overall planning. Hank's 5-person team was responsible for turning Lin Yuan's blueprints into reality. Roger and Rayleigh were in charge of $0 shopping, borrowing back everything in these waters that caught their eye. As for Steel Saw Carl, his daily work was processing those scrap materials that Roger and the others had borrowed day after day, growing numb like a true automaton. Days slipped by. With the aid of Lin Yuan's transcendent knowledge and the enhanced talents of Hank and the others, the foundation of a sci-fi themed secret base actually rose from this graveyard of death. The colossal blast furnaces were rekindled. The precision machining workshops started operating. Even that enormous biological metal cultivation pod was already taking shape. Everything was developing in a favorable direction. One day Lin Yuan was in the reverse engineering laboratory analyzing the ancient script on the metal log, attempting to decipher more intelligence about the harvesters. Suddenly his advanced observation hockey flared violently. He witnessed an utterly unbelievable sight. Beyond the perimeter of the ship graveyard, within that perpetual thick fog, a colossal shadow, resembling an island, was slowly drawing near. That was no ship, nor was it a sea king. That thing appeared to be alive. Lin Yuan could clearly sense a faint life aura emanating from that enormous shadow filled with exhaustion and decay. Roger. Rayleigh. Lin Yuan's voice instantly echoed throughout the entire base via the Den Mushy. A big one is coming. What? Roger, who was rummaging through the wreckage of a pirate ship, perked up instantly upon hearing Lin Yuan's voice. A big one. How big? Come see for yourself. Roger and Rayleigh immediately dropped what they were doing and rushed to the watchtower at top speed. When they raised their binoculars and made out the silhouette of that shadow through the thick fog, even the two of them couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. That was truly an island. A colossal island floating on the sea surface with a diameter exceeding 5 kilometers. The island was covered with all manner of bizarre plants, resembling a hybrid of coral and fungi. The entire island was drifting toward the ship graveyard in an extremely slow yet unstoppable manner. What the hell is this thing? Roger's mouth hung wide open. It seems nearly dead. Although Rayleigh's observation hockey was not as refined as Lin Yuan's, he could still faintly perceive the aura of decay emanating from that island. It's not coming for us. Lin Yuan's brows knitted tightly. His observation hockey could perceive far deeper. It is merely drifting with the current. Its life force is nearly exhausted. It seems to be seeking a resting place. A place to bury itself. A sudden realization struck Lin Yuan. The ship graveyard. This drifting living island was also coming here to seek death. Let's go. We'll go up and take a look. Lin Yuan's curiosity was thoroughly ignited. This extraordinary creature was absolutely priceless for his research. Wahaha. Just what I wanted. Roger had been impatient for ages. The three immediately boarded a modified small speedboat and sped toward that drifting living island. As the distance closed, they could better feel the enormity and strangeness of this island. The air was permeated with a faint odor reminiscent of decaying vegetation. They carefully moored the speedboat at the island's edge, where the ground felt peculiar, hard yet slightly elastic like a thick layer of keratin. The three stepped onto this unknown living island. Everything around them was filled with an eerie beauty. Glowing fungal plants replaced street lamps, and crystal clear trees bore fruits emitting a soft luminescence. This place was like a lost, fantastical otherworld. There seems to be something inside. Lin Yuan's advanced observation hockey, like the most precise radar, instantly locked onto the area with the most intense energy fluctuation at the island's center. That seemed to be the heart of this island. The three exchanged glances and immediately headed toward the island's center. The further they ventured inward, the more decrepit the surroundings became. The glowing plants grew dim, and the crystal-like trees developed numerous cracks. Eventually, they arrived at a massive crater-like depression. At the very bottom of the depression, they witnessed a scene they would never forget. A colossal wound deep enough to expose bone. The tissue surrounding the wound had completely necrotized, turning char-black. And at the very center of the wound, an enormous, strangely pulsing wooden block emitting a soft green light was tightly entwined by countless black crystal formations resembling thorny vines. That piece of wood was the heart of this island. And those black crystals were the lesions driving it to the brink of death. Lin Yuan's gaze locked firmly onto that massive piece of wood. His advanced material identification technique activated instantly. Item name: remnant of the world tree fragment. Rarity: mythical grade. Description: a fragment left behind when the world tree that supported the entire world shattered during the Great Purge from ancient times, containing unimaginable life energy and the laws of the world's origin. Special effect: can absorb and transform all forms of life energy, making it the ultimate core material for creating beings with true souls. Lin Yuan's breathing came to a complete halt at this moment. Mythical grade, world tree, Great Purge. These terms once again correlated with the contents of that metal log. Lin Yuan felt as though he was gradually approaching the most core secret of this world. His gaze became extraordinarily intense. He was determined to acquire this. Lin Yuan, what is that? Roger gazed at the massive wooden formation, radiating a soft green glow, curiosity flickering in his eyes. He could sense an overwhelming vitality surging within it, so potent that even he felt a shiver of trepidation. Something that can alter the very world. Lin Yuan's voice was rough, barely above a whisper. He stepped slowly toward the colossal wound, drawn to examine the remnant of the world tree up close. But the moment he neared the wound's edge, buzzing, the black crystals wrapped around the world tree's remnant suddenly emitted a piercing hum. And then from those crystals, dozens of humanoid monsters forged entirely of pure black crystal detached themselves, shifting into the sleek predatory forms of hunting hounds. These crystal beasts bore no facial features, yet their streamlined bodies radiated raw power. In their hollow eye sockets burned cold, emotionless red lights. They were the island's immune response, the final line of defense guarding this heart. Roar! The dozens of crystal monsters let out a silent, deafening war cry and surged forward like black lightning, converging on Lin Yuan and his companions in a single, devastating charge. Their speed was staggering. Each movement left faint afterimages in the air. At last, a blazing excitement erupted in Roger's eyes. He had been waiting for this very moment. Raleigh, let's see who claims more kills. What a hopeless fellow, Raleigh muttered, though his hand already gripped his sword hilt. The next instant, Roger's figure shot forward like a cannonball. His legendary blade, Ace, crackled with Conqueror's haki, shearing through the air as a streak of black lightning before crashing into the monster horde. Boom! With a single strike, 7 or 8 crystal monsters shattered instantly. But strangely, the broken fragments did not dissipate. They writhed midair, striving to reform themselves. Oh, they can resurrect. A eyebrow twitched, and far from alarmed, Roger grew even more exhilarated. Then I'll slash you until nothing but dust remains. Meanwhile, Raleigh's silhouette transformed into a silver meteor. His sword, once unsheathed, delivered strikes of earth-shattering ferocity. Shwick! A blade flashed, so swift it transcended sight. One crystal monster never even registered the attack before it was cleaved perfectly down the middle. The cut surface gleamed like polished glass. Moreover, Raleigh's sword aura carried a peculiar oscillatory force. The energy structures within the shattered crystal monsters were instantaneously annihilated, rendering them utterly incapable of regeneration. Captain, their vitals are the energy cores in their chests. Raleigh called out calmly, even as he fought. Understood. Roger laughed aloud, his attacks growing razor-sharp with renewed precision. Together, two future maritime legends fought with terrifying synergy. Those crystal monsters that had seemed so daunting to Lin Yuan were being dismantled like overripe fruit swept aside with ruthless efficiency. Yet Lin Yuan himself did not lift a finger. He was not merely observing. The starlit intensity in his eyes locked onto every detail of the battlefield, devouring each nuance. The crystal monsters' energy composition, their behavioral patterns, the energy linkage connecting them to the black crystals. Everything raced through his mind, a supercomputer capable of rapid analysis and deconstruction. Something's off. Lin Yuan's brow knit tighter and tighter. These monsters aren't antibodies. His all-things-breathing skill allowed him to perceive clearly the aura radiating from these crystal creatures was of the same origin as the black crystals entwining the world tree's remnant. They weren't guarding anything. They were imprisoning it. Those black crystals were no disease. They were a parasite, parasitic upon the heart of this very island. A terrifying entity feeding voraciously upon the world tree's life force. And these crystal monsters, they were its creations, designed to prevent any intruder from approaching, from interrupting its feast. Once this realization struck, Lin Yuan's expression darkened with grave urgency. This parasite was no ordinary creature. To have parasitized a myth-tier world tree and reduced it to the brink of death, its own existence must be something beyond imagination, something dreadfully monstrous. Roger, Raleigh, watch out, Lin Yuan shouted urgently. These are mere minions. The true feast awaits behind them. The instant his words fell, the colossal wound, resembling a volcanic caldera, jolted violently. The massive black crystal cluster enveloping the world tree's remnant began to writhe violently, as though some ancient beast slumbering for millennia was stirring from a nightmare. An aura of malevolence, chaos, tyranny, and insatiable greed erupted from the cluster's core. Boom! The living island itself trembled catastrophically. The crystal monsters engaged with Roger, and Raleigh suddenly received an unseen command, ceasing their assault, at once dissolving into streams of black light as they reabsorbed into the colossal crystal mass. It's coming out. Raleigh's expression became unprecedentedly grave. He could feel it, a terrifying pressure rising from below enough to chill even him to the bone. Roger too dropped his grin, his grip tightening on his blade, as his gaze sharpened like an eagle's. This thing is leagues above those fodder we just fought. A fine sheen of sweat formed upon Lin Yuan's forehead. His advanced observation hockey revealed clearly within the black crystal cluster a towering humanoid silhouette was slowly coalescing. Its energy signature dwarfed even that of the deranged Leviathan heart they had encountered earlier. Creak, creak. Cracks began forming across the massive black crystal cluster's surface, growing denser, more numerous with each passing second. Finally, the entire cluster detonated with a thunderous roar. Rising from the explosion's heart stood a colossus over 50 meters tall, constructed entirely of the purest obsidian-like crystal. Its physique exuded raw, imposing power, while vast crystal wings unfurled from its back, and two vicious horns crowned its head. Its face bore no features, only a spiraling vortex of energy radiating an eerie crimson glow. The moment it rose to its full height, a terrifying roar laden with apocalyptic intent detonated directly within the three men's minds. Mortals, dare to covet the god's sustenance. Its voice dripped with celestial disdain and unbridled fury. Die! With a thunderous bellow, the crystal giant raised a colossal claw reminiscent of a mountain peak and brought it crashing down upon the trio with world-splitting force. That single strike threatened to cleave the entire island in twain. A shadow engulfed them all, cataclysm descending. Facing this heaven-rending blow, Lin Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. He knew meeting it head-on was impossible. This foe's power exceeded everything they could currently withstand. Retreat! Lin Yuan barked, his body vanishing in an instant. Instant body. Roger and Raleigh wasted no hesitation, detonating backward at their utmost velocity. The ground trembled with a deafening roar as the colossal crystal palm slammed down upon the very spot they had just occupied, sending a pained shudder through the entire island. The earth was carved with a massive palm print 100 meters deep, while everything in the surrounding area was crushed into dust by the terrifying shockwave. What a close call. Roger stared at that horrifying destructive power, a chill lingering in his heart. What kind of monster is this thing? It's not a living creature. Lin Yuan's voice was exceedingly grave as he fixed his gaze upon the crystal giant, his mind racing frantically to find its weakness. It's a purely energy-based construct. Its core is that vortex. If we shatter that vortex, it will collapse. Lin Yuan immediately pinpointed the creature's fatal weakness. But the question remained, how could they shatter it? The crystal giant's defenses were simply monstrous. Earlier, Roger's strike, capable of cleaving mountains, had left not even a scratch on its surface. Let me try. Roger's battle lust was completely ignited. He took a deep breath, wrapping his entire being's conqueror's hockey around the legendary sword ace in his hand. Black lightning danced wildly along the blade. Hockey slash. Pouring every ounce of his strength into it, Roger swung his strongest strike, to date directly at the crystal giant's face. A massive crescent-shaped black slash, seemingly capable of tearing the sky itself, crashed down upon the rotating energy vortex with boundless hockey. For a single second, the entire space seemed to freeze. Then a sight left all three utterly dumbfounded. That energy vortex, like a bottomless black hole, actually swallowed Roger's world-shattering strike. Entirely. Not even a single ripple surfaced. What a... Roger's eyes bulged in disbelief. How is this possible? Wah! Foolish mortals. The crystal giant erupted into a mocking, manic laugh. Your power will only become my nourishment. As it spoke, the energy vortex on its chest began to spin with ferocious intensity. Instantly, a slash identical to Roger's hockey slash, but glowing with an eerie, deep purple hue, erupted from the vortex. It had actually reflected Roger's attack back at them, and with even greater power than before. Look out! Rayleigh's expression shifted instantly. In a blur of motion, he appeared before Roger, his long sword flashing from its scabbard. One sword-style stardust. A resplendent net of sword energy resembling a galaxy instantly unfurled to block the path of the purple slash. Boom! A violent explosion erupted in midair. Rayleigh grunted in pain, his body launched backward by the tremendous force, carving a deep trench over 100 meters long across the ground. A trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Mere reflection of a single attack had injured Rayleigh, who would one day command Pluton. The crystal giant's strength far exceeded their wildest imaginations. Rayleigh! Roger's eyes welled with fury as he surged forward. Don't be rash. Lin Yuan grabbed him firmly, his own face turning grim. Physical attacks are useless against it. Its core can absorb all forms of energy. Then what do we do? Roger cried out anxiously. Are we just supposed to wait here and die? Lin Yuan offered no reply, his brain working at top speed. Physical attacks were ineffective. Energy attacks would be absorbed and rebound. This creature was practically invincible. What should they do? What on earth could they do? Just then a sudden flash of inspiration struck Lin Yuan's mind. He had conceived a plan so insane it bordered on sheer fantasy. Since it could not be shattered from the outside, then they would have to strike from within. Lin Yuan's gaze shot toward the world tree remnant trampled beneath the crystal giant's foot, its light long extinguished. He had staked everything on a desperate gamble. Roger. Rayleigh. Lin Yuan's voice was filled with unyielding resolve. I need you two to buy me 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Roger froze. What are you planning? I'm going to Awaken this island. A mad gleam flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. This crystal monster is a parasite, and this island itself is its natural predator. As long as I can revive the island's vitality, it will naturally know how to deal with this thing. Roger and Rayleigh exchanged a glance, both reading utter astonishment in each other's eyes. Awaken an entire island. The mere thought sounded utterly unbelievable. Yet gazing into Lin Yuan's eyes brimming with absolute confidence, an inexplicable surge of hope filled their hearts. All right. Roger gritted his teeth and laughed loudly. Forget 10 minutes. Even if it's a whole day, I'll hold it off for you. The captain is right. Rayleigh wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and rose to his feet again, his gaze turning razor sharp. Just do what you need to do. Leave the rest to us. Thank you. Lin Yuan wasted no more words. He took a deep breath and his entire aura shifted dramatically in that instant. He was no longer merely a shipwright, nor just a scientist. He was a madman prepared to defy fate itself. His figure blurred, circling around the colossal crystal giant as he sprinted straight toward the world tree remnant crushed beneath its foot. Ant. Seeking death. Noticing Lin Yuan's movement, the crystal giant roared in fury, swinging its other massive palm down to crush him. Over my dead body. Roger and Rayleigh roared in unison, launching attacks from two different directions simultaneously. Though their strikes could not harm the crystal giant, they successfully diverted its attention, buying Lin Yuan those precious seconds. Now, Lin Yuan's figure shot forward like lightning, arriving beside the world tree remnant in an instant. With no hesitation whatsoever, he reached out and pressed his hand firmly against the dull, lifeless mass of wood. Divine skill, breath of all things. Activate. In a split second, Lin Yuan felt his consciousness seemingly dragged into a space filled with endless darkness and utter silence. He saw it. He saw the soul of that world tree remnant. It was a faint green spark so fragile it could extinguish at any moment, curled up in a dark corner. It was weeping. It was wailing in agony. That crystal giant was furiously devouring its last remaining traces of vitality. Do not fear. I am here to save you. Lin Yuan used his own consciousness to project a wave of pure goodwill toward that faint spark. He did not begin the treatment immediately. He needed to prepare. With a thought, he retrieved two items from his system space. One was the energy core dismantled from the Leviathan's heart, containing an incomplete ship spirit's will. The other was due from the spring of life which he had obtained in the Villia kingdom, brimming with the aura of vitality. But these two alone were not enough. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed. He made an even more desperate decision. He would use his own life force as a catalyst. He intended to make himself the seed, merging his will completely with the remnant of this divine tree. System. Exchange for life return. Beginner. Ding. Host detected possessing intermediate physical enhancement, qualifying for exchange. Confirm consuming 500 points to exchange for special physique technique. Life return. Beginner. 500,000. Lin Yuan's heart bled at the price. But this was already his only choice at this moment. Confirm. Exchange successful. A profound stream of information surged into Lin Yuan's mind in an instant. He immediately mastered this powerful body technique that allowed him to freely control his body, even his hair and internal organs. Although it was only the beginner level, it was already enough. Lin Yuan's eyes snapped open, a brilliant gleam bursting forth from them. He poured the dew of the spring of life without hesitation onto the core of the Leviathan's heart, and then forcefully pressed the core, now brimming with life energy, into the wound of the world tree's remains. Finally, he activated the life return he had just learned. He frantically channeled the immensely vigorous life force within his body, amplified by his physical enhancement, through his arm and into the interior of the world tree's remains. Come. Back to life. Lin Yuan let out an earth-shaking roar. The world tree's remains, which had been dim and lusterless, suddenly erupted with a dazzling green radiance after being infused with Lin Yuan's life force, along with the triple energies of the spring of life and the Leviathan's heart. That radiance brimmed with boundless vitality and hope. Like a rising sun, it instantly dispelled the surrounding darkness and desolation completely. Rumble. The entire living island began to shake violently. The withered crystal-like trees bathed in the green light surprisingly began to revive at a visible speed. Tender green grass sprouted from the parched ground. The dim fungi once again radiated a soft glow. This dying island at this moment was reborn from the ashes. No. Impossible. The colossal crystal giant let out a scream of utmost terror. It could sense an irresistible pressure from the depths of its bloodline emanating from that world tree's remains. Its body, composed of pure energy, began to show signs of melting under the green light. The god has awakened. The crystal giant let out a despairing wail. They wanted to flee, but it was too late. From the revived world tree's remains, tens of thousands of thick, green glowing vines suddenly burst forth. Those vines, like living pythons, instantly bound the enormous crystal giant tightly. No. The crystal giant struggled frantically, but the vines only tightened further. Its indestructible crystal body began to emit cracking sounds under the pressure of the vines. More terrifyingly sharp straws grew at the tips of the vines, plunging fiercely into the crystal giant's body. They were reverse absorbing. They were siphoning back bit by bit all the life energy that this parasite had devoured for millennia. The crystal giant let out a blood-curdling scream. Its body rapidly shrank and withered at a visible speed. Meanwhile, the living island, having absorbed this energy, grew increasingly vibrant. Luo Jie and Lei Li were completely dumbfounded. They stared blankly at the scene before them, feeling their minds could not keep up. Lin Yuan. He had truly awakened an island. At this moment, however, Lin Yuan was not doing well. His face was as pale as paper, and his body swayed unsteadily. In that instant, he had drained over 80% of his life force. If it weren't for the intermediate physical enhancement and life return supporting him, he would probably have turned into a desiccated corpse by now. Yet his eyes were filled with boundless joy and excitement. He had succeeded. He had won his gamble. Just then, a voice full of gratitude and closeness, as innocent as a child's, rang directly in the depths of his mind. "Thank you, Father." Lin Yuan was stunned. "Father." He looked at the world tree's remains, now fully revived and radiating a holy light, feeling both amused and exasperated. Was this him becoming a father unexpectedly, and the father of a mythical creature? This deal didn't seem like a loss. Meanwhile, the system's prompts flooded his mind like a tidal wave. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the epic world hidden quest Awaken the Sleeping God. Quest rating perfect. Settling. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 200 points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining special title, Favorite of the Gods. Favorite of the Gods. After equipping this title, the host's affinity with all life energy containing creations increases by 100, and there is a certain chance for the host's creations to develop talents. Congratulations to the host for obtaining special skill, Life Drain Beginner. Life Drain Beginner. The host can absorb life energy from non-intelligent beings through contact to restore themselves. Congratulations to the host for obtaining special reward, Blessing of the World Tree. Blessing of the World Tree. The host's maximum life force is permanently increased by 300, and life recovery speed is increased by 500. Boom. A cascade of rewards rained down, and Lin Yuan felt he was about to faint from happiness. 2 million points. And that series of incredible titles and skills, especially the Blessing of the World Tree. It was like giving him a super health pack. He could clearly feel a warm and majestic life energy emanating from the world tree's remains, instantly replenishing the life force he had just consumed, making it even more abundant than before. He felt that even if someone cut off his arm, he could regrow it within minutes. Awesome. So awesome. On the other side, the once arrogant crystal giant had been completely drained into a fist-sized, dull black crystal core. It was respectfully presented to Lin Yuan by the vines. Item name: Abyss Heart. Drain rarity: legendary rechargeable. Description: the core of an energy aggregate from an unknown dimension possessing the property of devouring and converting all energy, making it an excellent material for crafting top-tier energy weapons or defensive force fields. Another legendary material obtained. Lin Yuan unceremoniously stored it in his system space. Thus, this thrilling battle finally came to an end with Lin Yuan's complete victory. The battle was over and the dust settled. Luo Jie and Lei Li finally snapped out of their endless shock and quickly walked to Lin Yuan's side. "Lin Yuan, you bastard." Luo Jie looked at Lin Yuan, opened his mouth, and after a long while managed to spit out, "Are you even human?" "Of course I am human." Lin Yuan smiled. He could feel that his state was unprecedentedly good. The Blessing of the World Tree filled his body with inexhaustible strength. Just a rather special shipwright. Lei Li looked at the living island that had been completely revitalized before him, then at the sacredly glowing remains of the World Tree, his eyes filled with complex emotions. "We just seem to have witnessed the birth of a myth." "No, this is not a myth." Lin Yuan shook his head, his gaze becoming immensely profound. "This is only the beginning." Through his mental connection with the remains of the World Tree, he had already learned the origin of this island. Its name was Gaia. In ancient times, a branch of the World Tree fell into the sea and after countless years of evolution became a living island. As for that crystal giant, it was one of the scavengers cast into this world by the Reapers. Its mission was to devour everything in this world that possessed immense life energy. Gaia was one of its targets. In that ancient great war, Gaia was severely wounded, fell into slumber, and eventually drifted to this ship graveyard awaiting the arrival of death. Until today, awakened by Lin Yuan. "From today on you shall be called Noah," Lin Yuan said to that nascent consciousness in his heart. Noah's Ark. He hoped that this island could become an ark carrying hope in the possibly impending apocalypse. "Noah. I like this name." "Father." That childish voice was filled with joy. Immediately afterward, under the horrified gazes of Luo Jie and Lei Li, the entire huge island, over 5 kilometers in diameter, began to slowly move. It was no longer drifting with the current. It was actively sailing under Lin Yuan's will. This. Luo Jie was completely numb. He felt that all the adventures he had experienced in his life were not as thrilling as this day. Lin Yuan could not only awaken an island, but also pilot an island. This is impossible to play anymore. If we sailed this to the Marine headquarters Marineford, wouldn't it just flatten the place? "Father, where are we going?" Noah's childish voice sounded in Lin Yuan's mind. "Going home." Lin Yuan smiled. Under his will, the huge living island Noah slowly turned and sailed toward the center of the ship graveyard where the secret base was under construction. At that moment in the secret base, Han Ku was leading his 4 junior apprentices and the group of shipwrights who had been completely conquered by Lin Yuan's charisma and money in a bustling construction. Suddenly the ground began to shake violently. "What's happening? An earthquake?" "No." Look at the sea. A shipwright pointed at the distant sea in terror. The huge never-ending whirlpool actually began to churn violently, at an abnormal frequency. On the sea, countless shipwrecks were torn and collided by the terrifying whirlpool force, producing a teeth-grinding creaking sound, as if some incredibly terrifying behemoth was about to emerge from the center of the whirlpool. Enemy attack. The guards Jia Ba and Xuan Yuan Yuan changed their expressions and instantly appeared on the watchtower. But when they clearly saw the thing slowly approaching in the distance, even the two of them were instantly stunned, as if struck by lightning. What is that? An island. A moving island. Quick, go inform Captain Luo Jie and Lord Lin Yuan. Jia Ba's voice was trembling. No need. At this moment, Lin Yuan's calm voice came from the den mushy behind them. That's my new home. New home. Jia Ba and Yuan exchanged glances, seeing endless bewilderment in each other's eyes. They felt as if they had missed something very important. Half an hour later, when Lin Yuan and the other two returned to the base on a speedboat, they were greeted by looks as if they were monsters. Lin Yuan, that is really something you brought back. Jia Ba pointed at the huge living island that had already docked beside the base like a sea fortress, stuttering. Lin Yuan nodded. How did you do it? Just a little shipwright trick. Lin Yuan said casually. Everyone, you call this a little shipwright trick? You must have some misunderstanding of the word little. Luo Jie, on the other hand, was laughing gloatingly. Wah, you didn't see the scene at that time. He vividly described the thrilling battle, just now adding embellishments. From the terror of the crystal giant to the heroic struggle of Luo Jie and Lei Li, and finally to Lin Yuan's feat of awakening the entire island single-handedly, Han Ku and the others were stirred with excitement. Their teacher had already become this powerful. As for the steel saw Carl, whom Lin Yuan had named Laborer No. 1 upon hearing all this, he was as if struck by lightning, plopping down into the scrap pile, eyes vacant, muttering to himself. Madman. All madman. Devil. He is a devil. His last and only trace of revenge was utterly crushed at this moment. He didn't even have the strength to envy. Lin Yuan ignored the shock of the crowd. He looked at the vibrant living island Noah before him, his eyes shining with excitement. Han Ku, here master. From today the Leviathan project is upgraded. We will use this Noah Island as a base to build a brand new mobile fortress that integrates research, manufacturing, living, and defense. And your task is to turn the blueprints in my mind into reality on this island. Lin Yuan's voice was filled with indisputable authority. Mobile fortress. These 4 words made all the shipwrights' breaths quicken. Their blood was boiling. To personally participate in building a moving fortress was the supreme honor for any shipwright. Yes. Everyone roared in unison, shaking the sky. Lin Yuan nodded with satisfaction. He walked to the edge of Noah Island and gently pressed his hand on the warm and resilient ground. No, it might feel a bit itchy next. Bear with it. Okay, father. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and activated the divine skill breath of all things again. This time he was not looking for weaknesses, but to create. Guided by Lin Yuan's will, the ground of Noah Island began to churn violently. Strange structures composed of a fusion of biology and metal sprouted from the earth, like bamboo shoots after rain. There were colossal shipyards capable of housing the heart of Leviathan. Laboratories filled with a futuristic sense of reverse engineering, and even living quarters that maintained perfect warmth in winter and coolness in summer with automated temperature and humidity control. Lin Yuan stood as a true creator, using the entire island as his canvas and his will as the brush to sketch an unprecedented grand vision. Roger and Rayleigh, meanwhile, had been reduced to mere spectators. Gazing upon the scene before them, they could barely compose anything other than sheer astonishment on their faces. Rayleigh, Roger muttered. My, I have this sudden feeling. We've stumbled onto quite the vessel of fortune. Rayleigh nodded in deep agreement. Following this creature, named Lin Yuan, their future adventures would likely be 10,000 times more thrilling than they could ever imagine. Time flew by rapidly. A month later, the former ship graveyard, once suffused with the atmosphere of death and decay, had transformed completely. Enormous and brimming with both vitality and technological elegance, the mobile fortress known as Noah hovered silently above the massive whirlpool. The vortex's terrifying suction felt nothing more than a gentle breeze against it. At Noah's center, the colossal remains of the world tree pulsed slowly like a heart, its vast life energy enveloping the entire island and forming a natural energy barrier that sealed it off from all prying eyes. Across the island, structures brimming with futuristic sci-fi aesthetics rose from the ground. Their walls were forged from a special bioalloy, their surfaces shimmering with a faint energy glow and possessing remarkable self-repair capabilities. Within the massive shipyard, the war weapon from the ancient kingdom, known as the Leviathan's Heart, had been almost entirely dismantled by Lin Yuan. Armored plates infused with ancient alchemy and biotechnology were neatly stacked in the reverse engineering lab, awaiting deeper analysis. Hank and his 4 junior disciples, clad in specialized protective gear, were busy working before a massive honeycomb-shaped biometal cultivation chamber. Inside the cultivation chamber, pale green nutrient fluids surrounded metal ingots being slowly broken down, their components merging with special biological cells to ultimately grow into brand new bioalloy armor plates. This revolutionary manufacturing method boosted their shipbuilding efficiency by more than tenfold. The entire Noah fortress resembled a war machine come to life, frantically mass-producing at a terrifying pace. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan stood at the fortress's highest point, gazing down at his masterpiece with a satisfied smile. He had scarcely rested throughout the entire month. He operated like an infinite energy, perpetual motion machine, simultaneously analyzing the ancient technology of the Leviathan's heart, designing entirely new blueprints, and guiding Hank and the others in their work. The title of God's favor brought him tremendous surprise. Empowered by this title, every blueprint he designed, and every component he manufactured seemed imbued with a trace of spirituality, with quality and performance far surpassing ordinary creations. More importantly, he discovered he could channel his will into the bioalloys through this title. This meant the warships he built in the future might possess the potential to spawn a ship's spirit right from the moment of their creation. Master, Hank ran over excitedly. It worked. We succeeded. The first batch of reinforced bioalloy has completed cultivation. Its strength and toughness are 15% higher than what we salvaged from the Leviathan's heart. In Hank's hands rested a palm-sized armor sample jet black with a metallic sheen. Lin Yuan took it and gave it a gentle squeeze. His current power was so terrifying that he could easily crush even the Navy's specialized alloys. Yet this small armor sample only deformed slightly under his enormous strength and was already slowly recovering its original shape at a visibly discernible rate. Excellent. A flicker of delight appeared in Lin Yuan's eyes. With this material, the hull strength of the Oro Jackson will reach unprecedented heights. Lin Yuan already had a preliminary design concept for Roger's legendary ship. He intended to seamlessly integrate the biotechnology from the Leviathan's heart, the aerodynamics of wind sails, and the nuclear fusion reactor technology he had exchanged from the system. He would create an ultimate warship capable of soaring through the heavens and diving into the seas. A truly omnipotent vessel. All right, Master. Hank suddenly remembered something and retrieved an object from his chest. When we dismantled the Leviathan's heart's power core, we found this within its energy circuitry. It was a crystal no larger than a thumb, completely black with irregular cracks running across its surface. It appeared unremarkable, even somewhat damaged. But the moment Lin Yuan made contact, his pupils contracted sharply. His advanced material identification technique activated instantly. Item name: Void Seed, dormant rarity. Description: an unknown creation from beyond this world, seemingly capable of distorting space and achieving dimensional jumps. It has entered dormancy due to energy depletion and requires an extraordinarily vast amount of pure energy to awaken. Special effect: a string of question marks. Even the system could not fully analyze the origin and abilities of this crystal, but the mere phrases "distort space" and "achieve jumps" were enough to make Lin Yuan's heart race with excitement. Spatial jumps. This was black technology that only existed in science fiction novels. If he could master it, what would that mean? It meant his ship could ignore distance and appear instantly at any corner of the sea. This was not a matter of speed anymore. This was a dimensional strike. We've struck it rich. Lin Yuan murmured to himself as he carefully stored the Void Seed in his system space. This item's value might exceed that of the entire Leviathan's heart. He absolutely could not let anyone know. Master, what is this? Hank asked curiously. A little device that could change the age of navigation. Lin Yuan smiled mysteriously without offering further explanation. Lin Yuan, come look quick. We found something good. At that moment, Roger's excited voice echoed from afar. Roger and Rayleigh came sprinting over, carrying a huge rusty iron box between them. Throughout this month, they had not been idle either. Under Lin Yuan's instruction, they had basically scoured the entire ship graveyard, hauling back everything that still held any value to Noah. Look at what we found. Roger threw the iron box onto the ground like he was presenting treasure. With a loud bang, the box split open and its contents spilled out. It was a devil fruit. A golden devil fruit covered in peculiar spiral patterns resembling a pineapple. Ha ha ha, what a stroke of luck. Roger exclaimed with triumphant laughter. We found it in the captain's quarters of the unfallen city, hidden away so meticulously by that fellow. Lin Yuan's gaze fell upon that devil fruit. Advanced material identification technique activate. Item name: paramecia type, gold fruit. Description: the consumer can manipulate gold at will, even assimilating touched objects into gold. If the ability awakens, it can create an absolute domain composed entirely of gold. The gold fruit. Wasn't this the very fruit of the future Golden Emperor, Guild Tesoro? How could it appear here of all places? Lin Yuan's heart stirred violently. Control over gold. Gold possesses the best ductility and conductivity among all metals. If he consumed this fruit and combined it with his all-smithing ability and master-level forging techniques, to what terrifying degree of quality could he forge weapons and components? He could even forge himself a suit of pure gold battle armor that could morph at will. Lin Yuan's heart burned with fervent excitement in an instant. Should he eat it? If he did, he would gain incomparably powerful abilities, and his shipwright skills would leap to new heights. But he would also become a landlubber cursed by the sea. For a shipwright who aspired to conquer the vast starry seas, this was undoubtedly a fatal flaw. Lin Yuan's brow furrowed deeply as he sank into hesitation. What's wrong, Lin Yuan? Roger noticed his indecision. This fruit looks promising, but you're a shipwright. Turning into a landlubber isn't exactly ideal. Rayleigh also analyzed calmly. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Lin Yuan's mind. He thought of a solution that would satisfy both sides. Who said a devil fruit had to be eaten by a person? This insane notion streaked through Lin Yuan's mind like lightning, causing his entire being to tremble with excitement. He conceived a bold vision, unprecedented and perhaps never to be repeated, that would upend the entire world's understanding of devil fruits. Let the ship eat the devil fruit. This idea was inspired by the future world government scientist Dr. Vegapunk's technology of objects consuming devil fruits. In the future, Vegapunk would make a gun eat the dog fruit, turning it into a dachshund gun, and a sword eat the elephant fruit, turning it into an elephant sword. Since inanimate objects like guns and swords could do it, why not a ship? Especially the Oro Jackson he was about to build, a vessel that was itself a living warship fusing biotechnology. Its hull was cultivated from bioalloy. Its core would be driven by the life energy of the world tree. In a sense, it was closer to life than ordinary swords and guns. If such a special ship consumed this gold fruit, what would happen? A golden warship that could manipulate gold that will perhaps even turn the entire sea into gold. Just imagining that scene made Lin Yuan's blood boil with fervor. Lin Yuan, what wicked scheme are you cooking up now? Roger shuddered at the increasingly twisted grin on Lin Yuan's face. A wicked scheme that will make your Oro Jackson a true legend. Lin Yuan raised his head, his eyes blazing with a fiery radiance. He laid out his entire plan. When they heard the idea of making a ship eat a devil fruit, even Roger and Rayleigh were stunned to the core, unable to utter a word for a long time. Make a ship eat a fruit. Roger's mouth fell open wide enough to hold an egg. Lin Yuan, are you sure you haven't lost your mind? Rayleigh also found the notion far too outlandish. Of course I haven't. Lin Yuan's eyes brimmed with confidence and fervor. It's entirely feasible in theory. The core of Vegapunk's lineage factor theory is the blueprint of life. By deciphering the lineage factor, he enabled objects to possess life characteristics, and thus consume devil fruits. And what we're doing now goes even further. We're not simulating life. We're creating life. Lin Yuan pointed at the massive biometal cultivation chamber, his voice trembling with emotion. We will use the life essence of the world tree as the driving core. We will build the hull with living bioalloy. We can even design a complete energy circulation system and neural conduction system similar to that of a living being. A ship like that is itself a unique life form. Why can't it eat a devil fruit? Lin Yuan's words struck Roger and Rayleigh's hearts like a hammer. Though they couldn't comprehend the complex scientific jargon, they could sense the confidence in Lin Yuan's voice and the madness that would make the world tremble. Excellent. Roger suddenly slapped his thigh and burst into wild laughter. Ha ha ha. How intriguing. This is too damn interesting. Truly the shipwright I chose. This is the right kind of madness. Let's do it. My ship must be extraordinary, a legend like no other. Roger's eyes blazed with boundless pride and anticipation. He could hardly wait to witness the birth of that golden warship. Since the captain has agreed, I have no objections. Rayleigh smiled helplessly, his gaze at Lin Yuan filled with admiration. This young man never ceased to bring him endless surprises and frights. Excellent. With the captain's approval, Lin Yuan's plan faced no further obstacles. But to realize this vision, we still need one crucial element. Lin Yuan's expression turned serious. What is it? Dr. Vegapunk's research data, Lin Yuan said in a low voice. Although he was confident he could independently develop the technology for objects to consume devil fruits, it would require a great deal of time. And time was exactly what he lacked most. Borrowing from Vegapunk's research was undoubtedly the best shortcut. Vegapunk. Rayleigh frowned. I've heard that name. He's the chief scientist of the Navy Headquarters Science Division, an undeniable genius and a madman. His research institute is heavily guarded. Obtaining his data would be harder than reaching the heavens. No, there is a place. A mysterious curve crept onto Lin Yuan's lips. He thought of a location. A research institute of Vegapunks that would be completely abandoned in the future due to a certain incident. Punk Hazard. Although Punk Hazard remained a secret research base of the world government, at present Lin Yuan knew that in the near future, it would be completely sealed off due to an accidental chemical weapons leak, becoming an abandoned island of death. Lin Yuan's goal was to infiltrate the site after the accident, but before the world government could thoroughly clean up, seizing all of Vegapunk's research materials stored there in one stroke. System, pull up the latest intelligence on Punk Hazard. Lin Yuan thought silently. Ding. Intelligence retrieval in progress. Retrieval complete. Target location Punk Hazard. Status highly classified world government research base guarded by forces under Vice Admiral Blackarm Zephyr. Defense rating S-Class. Recent events: 3 months ago, an unknown energy surge incident occurred at the base. The cause is under investigation. The world government has now designated it a top secret restricted zone, forbidding anyone from approaching. He had found it. The accident had already occurred. Brilliant light exploded in Lin Yuan's eyes. This was a golden opportunity sent by heaven. Zephyr. The future fleet admiral, head instructor of the Navy rookie training program. At this point in time, he was still merely a steel-willed vice admiral burning with justice and fervor. Abandoning an important research base because of a single incident did not align with the world government's modus operandi. Lin Yuan suspected that far deeper secrets lay hidden behind this accident. But that mattered not. What mattered was that Punk Hazard was now a vast, unguarded treasure trove. I know a place where we can find what we need, Lin Yuan said to Roger and Rayleigh. However, that place is extremely dangerous and has already been designated a restricted zone by the world government. A restricted zone. Roger's eyes lit up instantly. Wahaha. A restricted zone is perfect. That's what makes it thrilling. The more they forbid us from going, the more I want to break in. Roger's adventurer's spirit blazed to life. Then it settled. Lin Yuan made his decision without hesitation. Destination Punk Hazard. Rayleigh, you and Jabber stay behind on Noah, and continue the base construction and the analysis of the Leviathan heart. Roger and Brooke will make the trip. The reason he brought Brooke along was that Lin Yuan thought of the tragic figure awaiting them on Punk Hazard, Caesar Clown. That madman who wielded the gas fruit excelled above all in poison gas attacks. And Brooke, as a soul inhabiting a skeleton, was naturally immune to all toxins. He was Caesar's natural counter. Although Caesar at this point might still be merely a child, bringing Brooke was the prudent choice. Yo, it is my honor to accompany you on an adventure, Mr. Lin Yuan. Brooke adjusted his top hat and exclaimed with excitement. And so the simple division of labor was once again finalized. 3 days later, a newly refurbished Stormwing, now in ghost stealth mode, silently departed from the ship graveyard, racing towards some direction in the new world of the Grand Line. This time its hull was coated with a thin layer of bioalloy, granting it self-repair capabilities and significantly improving energy conduction and utilization efficiency. It was faster than ever before. Under Lin Yuan's terrifying piloting skills, the Stormwing became a phantom shadow, cutting at high speed through the new world's treacherous and ever-shifting weather. Half a month later, New World, a forbidden sea zone erased from the world government's nautical charts. The Stormwing in ghost stealth mode slipped past layer after layer of Navy blockades without a trace. Yo, Mr. Lin Yuan, your ship is truly incredible. Brooke stood on deck watching Navy patrol vessels pass directly through the hull and let out a genuine exclamation of wonder. The spiritual flames in his hollow eye sockets danced with excitement. Lin Yuan smiled and stepped forward to the helm. His advanced Conqueror's haki had already encompassed everything within dozens of nautical miles. He could clearly perceive a chaotic and death-infused energy concealed within the island, shrouded in dense, ominous gray mist ahead. That was Punk Hazard. Wahaha. So that's the so-called restricted zone up ahead. Looks like it'll be quite interesting. Roger stood at the bow, his legendary blade, Ace, slung over his shoulder, feeling the acrid chemical stench in the air. Far from fear, his eyes blazed with the excitement and fanaticism unique to an adventurer. Roger, don't let your guard down. Lin Yuan's voice came through the ship's communication system. The air on this island is saturated with highly corrosive toxic gas. A single breath would reduce an ordinary person to putrefied flesh within seconds. That impressive. Roger grinned widely, neither frightened nor deterred, but all the more thrilled. Then how do we get ashore? Don't worry, I'm prepared. Lin Yuan calmly pressed a button on the console. A pale blue energy shield rippling like water instantly expanded outward, enveloping the entire Stormwing. This was an energy shield Lin Yuan had installed after partially decoding the Leviathan Heart's technology. It could withstand the vast majority of physical and energy attacks, making the task of blocking these toxic gases a trivial matter. The Stormwing plunged headlong into the gray toxic fog. SSSSSS. The piercing sound of corrosion echoed across the energy shield's surface, yet it could not budge at an inch. Through the thick fog, an island radiating an aura of death and decay appeared before the three of them. The entire island was blanketed in a thick layer of gray dust with not a single trace of green in sight. The air reeked of a nauseating mixture of rust and sulfur. Strangely shaped creatures, seemingly stitched together against nature, wandered aimlessly across the island. Green pus oozed from their bodies and their eyes burned with chaos and madness. Wow, what a lively place. Roger whistled at the grotesque monsters. These must be Vegapunk's failed experiment subjects. Data streams flickered in Lin Yuan's eyes. His advanced material identification and everything's breathing techniques were analyzing everything on this island at full speed. Air composition toxin structures, the gene sequences of those mutated creatures. All of it was being rapidly deconstructed and modeled within his mind, which rivaled a supercomputer. Found it. Lin Yuan quickly located the massive sci-fi-style research base at the island's center by analyzing residual energy signatures. Hold on tight. Lin Yuan slammed the control lever forward. The Stormwing's speed skyrocketed, instantly barreling straight toward the center of the island. The mutated creatures blocking their path never even had time to react before the Stormwing at high speed smashed them into showers of flying gore. Soon a massive complex of buildings with a metallic sheen resembling a fortress of steel appeared before their eyes. The complex was surrounded by an alloy wall 100 meters high, its surface bristling with grotesque automated turrets and high-voltage electric fences. Though most of the defensive facilities had malfunctioned due to the previous accident, it was still evident how formidable the defenses here had once been. Wow, looks like a turtle shell. Roger evaluated, stroking his chin. Lin Yuan, how do we get in? Just blow it open. No need for such trouble. Lin Yuan shook his head. He piloted the Stormwing, cruising slowly around the massive base walls. His advanced observation haki functioned like the most precise detector, scanning the internal structure of this alloy wall inch by inch. Found it. Minutes later, a smile tugged at Lin Yuan's lips. He brought the Stormwing to a halt before a section of wall that appeared no different from the rest. Right here. Lin Yuan leaped from the vessel with Roger and Brooke following close behind. The energy shield kept the toxic fumes outside, allowing them to move freely. Is there something special about this spot? Roger curiously tapped the cold alloy wall before him, producing a dull thud. Lin Yuan offered no response, instead drawing forth from his system space the seemingly ordinary eternal hammer. Watch closely. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, activating his divine skill, Forge of All Things. Activated. His aura shifted dramatically in that instant. The eternal hammer in his hands became a blur of dark shadows, striking the alloy wall before him with a peculiar rhythmic cadence. Thud, thud, thud. Each strike was surprisingly soft, yet seemed to carry an extraordinary power capable of penetrating the hardened alloy and directly affecting its molecular structure. Roger and Brooke watched in astonishment as the seemingly impenetrable alloy wall began to slowly indent and deform under Lin Yuan's strikes. Lin Yuan wasn't destroying it. He was picking the lock. Using his extraordinary forging technique, he was forcibly altering the internal mechanism of this massive alloy door. Click. With a crisp sound of mechanism disengaging, the several meter-thick alloy wall slowly slid open on both sides, revealing a dark passage leading into the base. Done. Lin Yuan holstered his hammer and dusted off his hands as if he'd merely accomplished something trivial. Roger and Brooke were utterly numb. Following this monster, they felt their worldview being rewritten every single day. Let's go, the real prize is still inside. Lin Yuan led the way into the pitch-black corridor. Inside the passage was an utter disarray with blast marks and solidified chemical residues everywhere. A denser aura of death hung heavy in the air. Yo-ho-ho, seems like a rather dreadful party took place here, Brooke remarked, eyeing the contorted human silhouettes etched into the walls. At that moment, several blinding red lights suddenly flared from deep within the passage. Alarms blared loudly. Alert! Intruders detected. Initiating final defense protocol. The cold mechanical voice echoed throughout the corridor. Then heavy footfalls echoed from the darkness. A colossal mechanical beast towering over 5 meters and forged entirely of black alloy in the shape of a scorpion centipede hybrid slowly emerged from the shadows. Its body bristled with grotesque weaponry. High-frequency vibration claws, plasma-cutting tail stinger, even shoulder-mounted miniaturized laser cannons. The moment its crimson compound eyes locked onto the trio, an icy killing intent swept through the entire corridor. Wow, here comes the watchdog. Roger grinned widely, gripping his sword hilt with excitement. This guy looks way stronger than those extras outside. Leave it to me. Just as he was about to charge. Wait. Lin Yuan stopped him. Don't damage it, this is precious experimental material. A gleam of delight flickered in Lin Yuan's eyes as if he'd discovered a new toy. His advanced material analysis and dynamic heart skills had already dissected this mechanical beast from the inside out. Fascinating structure, using neural cables to mimic biological nervous systems powered by miniature energy cores. The design philosophy is still crude, but it already shows the nascent form of a future pacifist. Lin Yuan commented on the dish before him like the most discerning gourmet. Stand back, let me handle this. Lin Yuan slowly stepped forward, rolling his wrists. The colossal mechanical beast seemed enraged. Its shoulder-mounted laser cannons instantly charged, unleashing twin beams of searing light toward Lin Yuan. But Lin Yuan's figure vanished the instant the lasers fired. 6 powers, shave. In the next instant, he appeared at the mechanical beast's flank, the eternal hammer materializing in his hand. With a sonic boom tearing through the air, he smashed violently into the joint of one of its metallic limbs. Bang! That seemingly unbreakable alloy limb actually caved inward under Lin Yuan's strike, countless fine cracks instantly spreading across its surface. The mechanical beast let out a piercing shriek, its massive body lurching sideways from the loss of balance. Its blade-like tail stinger gleaming with lethal coldness stabbed fiercely toward Lin Yuan's back. But Lin Yuan, as though his back had eyes of its own, didn't even turn around. With a graceful backbend, he narrowly dodged this fatal strike. Immediately after, the eternal hammer swung again in his hand, this time targeting another joint of the mechanical beast. Thud, thud, thud. Lin Yuan's figure moved like a phantom, circling the enormous mechanical beast at incredible speed. Every strike was incredibly precise, every blow perfectly placed. He wasn't attacking. He was dismantling. Like the most skilled butcher, he was methodically taking apart this steel behemoth bone by bone. Roger and Brooke watched in stunned silence from behind. They'd seen fights before, but never anything like this. Was this even a battle? This was clearly a demolition job drenched in violent aesthetics. In less than 3 minutes. That previously imposing, suffocatingly oppressive colossal mechanical beast had now become nothing more than a scattered pile of sparking parts. Only the bare core processor, still flashing red, remained clutched in Lin Yuan's hand. Done. Lin Yuan tossed the core processor into his system space, planning to examine it closely later. Let's go, keep moving. He brushed the dust from his hands as if he'd merely done something trivial, continuing deeper into the base. Moving past the dismantled mechanical guards, the trio ventured deeper into the facility. The entire base resembled a colossal maze, its corridors intertwining in complexity, with laboratories of various functions scattered throughout. Most of the laboratories had been devastated in the previous incident. Walls were marred with blast scarring and solidified chemical residue, while the air hung heavy with the acrid stench of formalin and ozone. Wow, this place is a real mess. Roger, bubbling with childish curiosity, inspected everything left and right, occasionally rummaging through the rubble to uncover bizarre pieces of laboratory equipment. What's inside these glass vials? They look like eyeballs. Yo-ho-ho, Captain Roger, I'd advise against meddling with such things. What if they come alive and bite you? Brooke trailed behind with cautious steps, his vigilance sharpened by every shadow. Lin Yuan, however, paid no heed to these two rascals. His advanced observation hockey already functioned as an all-encompassing radar, scanning every corner of the base with relentless intensity, seeking the most valuable target. The database housing Bebop's core research. Found it. Lin Yuan's eyes flared with sudden brilliance. He had sensed it. Deep within the base, concealed inside a basement shielded by layers of specialized alloy dozens of meters thick, lurked a data storage center with extraordinarily stable energy fluctuations. That was his prize. Follow me. Lin Yuan decided without hesitation, leading the pair swiftly toward the base's deepest recesses. Along the way, they encountered yet another wave of automated defense system assaults. Laser cannon arrays concealed within the ceiling, electrified traps erupting from the floor, and even a pack of horrific hounds re-engineered into half-mechanical, half-biological abominations. Yet before Lin Yuan's almost monstrous perception and his godlike demolition craftsmanship, all threats were effortlessly neutralized. Roger and Brooke scarcely had the opportunity to draw their weapons, reduced to mere spectators trailing behind. Lin Yuan, I feel like I'm about to be out of a job. Roger grumbled, watching yet another defense robot dismantled into scrap by Lin Yuan's swift hands. Don't worry, you'll have your hands full soon enough. Lin Yuan offered a cryptic smile. Finally, they arrived before the entrance to the underground database. A massive circular gate 10 meters thick, forged from an unknown alloy, barred their passage. The door's surface bore no keyhole or handle, only a sophisticated password input panel pulsing with ominous crimson light. Carved prominently above the panel were bold characters: S-Class Confidential Area, Unauthorized Entry Forbidden. Death penalty. Oh my, looks like we've reached the final stop. Roger rubbed his palms together, eagerly stirring for action. This door looks far sturdier than the last one. Want me to give it a shot? No need. Lin Yuan shook his head and stepped forward, scrutinizing the colossal alloy door with meticulous care. His Heart of Power ability granted him a clear vision of the door's interior, revealing its connection to the base's entire backup energy system and an extraordinarily intricate dual-layered physiological self-destruct protocol. Should the door be breached by force or the password mistyped more than 3 times, the entire structure would detonate in an instant, reducing everything within to ash. Well engineered. A flicker of appreciation crossed Lin Yuan's eyes. As expected of Bebop, thoroughly considered. Too bad you're up against me. Lin Yuan did not bother with the password panel. Instead, he retrieved his old companion, the Eternal Hammer. Roger, do me a favor. Lin Yuan pointed to an unremarkable ventilation duct on the side wall of the alloy door. Open that up. There's a red power cable inside. Pull it out for me. Is that really all it takes? Roger was somewhat taken aback. That's all it takes. Though uncertain of Lin Yuan's plan, Roger complied regardless. He strode to the ventilation duct, drew his blade, and swung with casual ease. Swish. The reinforced wall yielded like butter. Reaching inside, Roger quickly located the red power cable and yanked it with force. Snap. With a light crack, the power cable was successfully severed. The instant the cable was dislodged, the crimson alarm lights atop the massive alloy door extinguished, and Lin Yuan had cut off the entire database's backup power supply through the most blunt and straightforward means imaginable. Deprived of energy, the elaborate self-destruct mechanism became naught but a relic. Now witness the miracle. Lin Yuan drew a deep breath, and his eternal hammer rose once more. Boom, boom, boom. This time he struck not the door itself, but several extremely concealed structural nodes at the junction where the frame met the walls. Forge of all things. He was using the resonant vibrations of his hammer strikes to forcibly alter the internal structure of those connecting bolts, rendering them brittle from once immovable steel. Crack, crack. Accompanied by a series of metallic fracturing sounds, the hundreds of ton alloy door began to slowly tilt forward. Crash. The colossal door finally crashed to the ground, unleashing a colossal cloud of dust. The path to the treasure vault had been opened by Lin Yuan in a manner utterly beyond comprehension. Roger and Brooke were completely rendered speechless. They came to the conclusion that no door in this world could possibly withstand Lin Yuan and that hammer of his. Let's go, time for some treasure hunting. Lin Yuan dusted off his hands and stepped into the database first. The interior space was modest, roughly the size of a football pitch, yet the scene within radiated an unmistakable futuristic aura. Rows upon rows of server racks crafted from an unknown crystalline material stood in precise alignment, their surfaces shimmering with ethereal blue data streams. At the very heart of the database, a gargantuan holographic projection resembling a brain rotated slowly, displaying countless intricate genetic chains and chemical molecular formulas. Bloodline factor. Lin Yuan murmured, gazing at the holographic projection. This was precisely the object of his lifelong ambition. This was Bebop's crowning masterpiece, the core technology that had consumed his entire life's dedication. Powerful enough to reshape the world or even create life itself. System, copy all the data from this location. Lin Yuan issued the command within his mind. Ding. Massive data detected. Complete replication requires 1,000 points. Confirm. 100,000 points. Lin Yuan didn't so much as blink. Confirm. Data replication in progress. Estimated time 10 minutes. While the system processed the data, Lin Yuan was far from idle. He approached the crystalline servers and carefully examined the experimental logs recorded upon them. Experimental log 0731 speculations on the transmission mechanism of Zoan-type devil fruit abilities. The blueprint of life indeed exists, but how to transfer it to inanimate objects requires more experiments. Experimental log 1125 failed. Experimental subject No. 13 underwent severe rejection reactions after integrating the dog fruit lineage factors, ultimately leading to the collapse of its energy core. Perhaps I should try approaching from a more fundamental material level. Experimental log 0214 major breakthrough. I succeeded. I successfully had an ordinary spandam longsword consume the elephant fruit. Although its form is still quite unstable, this proves my theory is correct. Objects consuming devil fruits is entirely feasible. Wah! I'm truly a genius. Watching Bijpank's experiment logs filled with such juvenile flair, Lin Yuan's mouth twitched involuntarily. This guy is indeed a complete madman. But no one can deny that he is also a true genius. Lin Yuan devoured these precious research materials with insatiable hunger. Countless inspirations about devil fruits and the essence of life collided frantically in his mind, bursting into brilliant sparks. So that's how it works. The reason devil fruit abilities can be absorbed by objects lies in a special medium. This medium can deceive the soul contained within the devil fruit, making it mistakenly believe it is parasitizing a living being. A gleam of enlightenment flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. He was confident that given enough time and materials, he could not only perfectly replicate Bijpank's technology, but also optimize and upgrade it on that foundation. The insane concept of making a ship consume a devil fruit was no longer a mere fantasy. Ding. Data replication complete. 10 minutes later, the system's prompt sounded. Excellent. Lin Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Roger Brooke, it is time we leave. Already. Are we not taking more things? Roger still felt somewhat reluctant to leave, thinking these shimmering crystal servers looked quite valuable. The most precious thing has already been obtained. Lin Yuan smiled. Just as they were preparing to leave, Lin Yuan's gaze was suddenly drawn to a forgotten, dust-covered experiment table in the corner. Lying quietly on the experiment table was what appeared to be an ancient wooden box. Lin Yuan walked over and curiously opened the box. Inside the box there were no gold or treasures, only a devil fruit that looked completely ordinary and dull, and a note covered in scribbled handwriting. Lin Yuan picked up the note, the handwriting full of anger and resentment. That bastard kid Caesar. How dare he steal my sad manufacturing technique and cause such a huge accident? He destroyed my laboratory. He destroyed years of my hard work. I must catch him and slice him for study. As for this failed artificial devil fruit that no one can consume, let it be buried here forever along with this polluted island. The signature was Bijpank. Caesar. Sad. Artificial devil fruit. Lin Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. Looking at the dull fruit in his hand, a name that would stir up the entire new world in the future surfaced in his mind. Doflamingo. Smile. Lin Yuan's heart began to pound wildly at this moment. The seemingly ordinary fruit in his hand was actually the prototype of SAD, the core technology that Doflamingo and Caesar would later cooperate to use for manufacturing an army of artificial Zoan-type devil fruits. Although Bijpank stated on the note that this was a failed fruit, Lin Yuan knew very well that this so-called failure was from the perspective of a perfectionist scientist like Bijpank. For others, the technology contained in this fruit was enough to trigger a war that would sweep the world. Lin Yuan immediately activated advanced material identification. Item name: artificial Zoan-type newt fruit. Axolotl form incomplete. Rarity: legendary, reparable, optimizable. Description: the first artificial devil fruit created by genius scientist Bijpank, based on lineage factor theory. Due to unstable energy structure and extremely low genetic compatibility with consumers, it was deemed a failure. Special effect: if its energy structure can be repaired and a perfect genetic adapter found, it will be possible to create a mythical Zoan-type army with super recovery abilities and environmental adaptation capabilities. Mythical Zoan-type army. Seeing these words, Lin Yuan's breathing became rapid. This was far from a failure. This was clearly a super treasury with boundless potential. That fool Caesar only learned the basics, and in the future the smile fruits he produced had extremely low success rates and terrible side effects. But what if it was handled by himself? He who possessed the system Forge Life Return, and even myth-tier materials like the World Tree Remains. Lin Yuan had 100% confidence that he could turn this so-called failure into a true miracle. I have struck it rich. Lin Yuan muttered to himself as he unceremoniously stored the artificial devil fruit and the note together in his system space. This trip to Punk Hazard had yielded far more than he had ever imagined. Lin Yuan, what good thing did you find again? Roger, seeing the expression on Lin Yuan's face like someone who had found treasure, curiously came over. Something that will make our future enemies despair. Lin Yuan smiled mysteriously without further explanation. Let us go, this place is not suitable for lingering. Having obtained everything he wanted, Lin Yuan made a prompt decision to evacuate. But just as they turned to leave the database, boom, the entire base suddenly began to shake violently, and piercing alarm sounds once again filled the air. Alarm! Alarm! Irreversible leakage detected in the base's core energy. Self-destruct sequence initiated. Repeat. Self-destruct sequence initiated. The base will be completely destroyed in 15 minutes. All personnel evacuate immediately. All personnel evacuate immediately. The cold mechanical synthesized voice echoed frantically throughout the base. It is going to explode, eh? Roger's expression changed. This Bijpank fellow actually left such a failsafe. It must be that we took the core data from the database, triggering the final defense mechanism. Lin Yuan's expression also grew grave. He never expected Bijpank's defense programs to be so interconnected. It was like dealing with a paranoid maniac. 15 minutes. They had to escape from this maze-like base within 15 minutes. Go. With a low shout from Lin Yuan, the three immediately sprinted back the way they came. But the path back was far more difficult than the way in. With the self-destruct sequence activated, the entire structure of the base was undergoing violent changes. Heavy alloy blast doors descended from above, attempting to trap them inside. Numerous grotesque mechanical arms extended from the corridor walls, reaching out wildly toward them. Even the ground beneath their feet began to collapse continuously, revealing the abyss below, where corrosive liquid churned. Damn it. The path is blocked. Luo Jie cleaved a falling alloy gate in half with a single slash of his blade, but more obstacles appeared ahead. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Looks like we're surrounded. Buluk watched the mechanical guards swarming from all directions, still cracking jokes, but his hand gripping the cane sword had turned white-knuckled. Don't panic. Lin Yuan's eyes flashed with a ruthless glint. Since they won't let us leave, let's tear this place apart. His figure vanished from where he stood in an instant. Moonwalk. He actually stepped directly on the falling alloy gates and extending mechanical arms, treading the air as if on solid ground, charging upward toward the base's top. Luo Jie, Buluk, follow me. We go from above. Luo Jie and Buluk exchanged a glance and instantly grasped Lin Yuan's intention. Waha! Luo Jie laughed heartily, then his legs suddenly pushed off the ground, launching himself upward like a cannonball. Buluk, using his lithe body, bounced off the walls a few times and followed with ease. The three of them ascended all the way, directly smashing through the base's ceiling and arriving at its topmost floor. Here lay a vast open-air experimental platform. In the center of the platform stood a colossal cannon-like device with terrifying energy fluctuations still lingering on its surface. Lin Yuan recognized it at a glance. This should be the equipment Bijpank used for some high-energy particle collision experiment, and the earlier accident that caused the base to be abandoned was likely triggered by it. The exit is over there. Lin Yuan pointed to an emergency escape passage at the edge of the platform. But just as they were about to dash toward it, a roar full of fury and madness erupted from below the platform. Then an enormous black shadow burst out from the ruins below and crashed heavily onto the platform. It was a terrifying creature over 20 meters tall, resembling a legendary dragon. However, its body was not made of flesh and blood, but composed of a translucent green gel-like substance. Its body was also studded with countless metal conduits and experimental equipment, making it look like a forcibly modified monster crawled out of hell. This is... Lin Yuan's pupils abruptly contracted. He sensed an extremely familiar aura from this monster. Dragon. It was the lineage factor of the animal-type, mythical beast-type dragon form. That madman Bijpank had actually conducted genetic experiments on dragons here, and this creature before them was the failed product of that experiment. It had been released during the earlier accident, and had been lurking in the ruins of this base ever since. Now it had been awakened by the massive commotion of the self-destruct program. Humans, scientists, all deserve to die. The enormous gelatinous dragon let out a painful and venomous roar, its murky eyes filled with hatred for all living beings. The next moment it opened its gaping maw. A blast of dragon breath hot enough to melt steel slammed fiercely toward Lin Yuan and the other two. Watch out! Lin Yuan roared, his figure flashing to appear before Luo Jie and Buluk. His arms were instantly covered in jet-black flame-patterned advanced armament hockey. Hardening flowing sakura. He actually intended to withstand the dragon's breath with his bare flesh. Lin Yuan, Luo Jie and Buluk exclaimed in unison. Boom. The terrifying dragon breath slammed violently onto Lin Yuan's arms. Sizzle. Lin Yuan felt an unimaginable heat and impact force from his arms. The alloy platform beneath his feet instantly melted, and he was forced to slide backward for over 100 meters. The two deep grooves carved by his feet had turned red-hot from the temperature. The dust cleared. Lin Yuan still stood firmly in place. Although his arms were charred black under the monstrous regenerative power of the world tree's blessing, they were healing at a visible speed. He had actually blocked it. Such formidable power. Lin Yuan shook his slightly numb arms, a glint of solemnity in his eyes. This failed experiment actually had strength comparable to an ordinary marine vice admiral. Monster. You are also a monster. The gelatinous dragon stared at the unscathed Lin Yuan, a flicker of shock in its murky eyes. It could sense that this human's body contained a vast life force so immense that even it felt fear. 12 minutes left. Lin Yuan glanced at the flashing countdown in the distance, his expression turning extremely serious. No time to waste with it. Luo Jie, Buluk, let's go together. Finish this quickly. All right. Luo Jie and Buluk responded in unison. The next second, three figures turned into streaks of light charging from three different directions toward the enormous gelatinous dragon. Divine departure. Luo Jie led the charge, coating his blade with all his conqueror's haki without reservation, and a massive black slash capable of splitting an island struck fiercely at the gelatinous dragon's head. 3-tune arrow notch cut. Buluk's figure turned into a streak of icy cold light flashing past the side of the gelatinous dragon at a speed too fast for the naked eye to catch. His swordplay was cunning and lethal, targeting the exposed metal conduits on the dragon's body. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan chose the most direct and brutal method. He charged straight ahead. His iron fists, covered in advanced armament hockey, were like a pair of siege hammers smashing into the gelatinous dragon's chest with a sonic boom that tore through the air. Roar! Facing the trio's assault, the gelatinous dragon let out a sky-shaking roar. Its enormous gel-like body suddenly began to writhe violently. Facing Luo Jie's slash, it actually did not dodge or evade, allowing the black slash to strike its body. SSS. A strange scene unfolded. Luo Jie's slash, strong enough to cut steel when it cleaved into the gelatinous dragon's body, vanished like a stone thrown into the sea, swallowed whole by the viscous glue-like body. Although it left a wound deep enough to see bone, the wound healed at a visible speed. Its regenerative ability was monstrous. However, on the other side, Buluk's attack achieved an unexpected effect. His blade, imbued with the cold of the netherworld, precisely severed several metal conduits connected to the dragon's body. Crack! Crack! With a few crisp sounds, the severed conduits sprayed out a torrent of sparks. The gelatinous dragon's body shuddered violently, letting out a pained shriek. Its movements became noticeably slower. It works. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. He understood instantly. Although this dragon's body had extraordinary regenerative ability, its core energy was maintained by these external experimental devices. These metal conduits are its blood vessels. Brook, beautiful work. Lin Yuan roared, his fist already slamming into the gel dragon's chest. Bang! Lin Yuan's fist sank deep into the viscous, gelatinous body. A massive shockwave of resistance surged back, but Lin Yuan paid it no mind, channeling his armament hockey to its absolute limit. Hardening flowing Sakura. Explode. A concentrated aura of supreme hockey erupted violently from within the gel dragon's body. Boom. The gel dragon's chest was instantly blown apart, a massive cavity forming. Countless green gelatinous substances splattered in every direction. Roar. The gel dragon let out a shrill shriek. Its enormous body staggered backward several steps, its gaze toward Lin Yuan filled with terror. Attack while it's weakened. Roger seized the opportunity and charged again. This time he didn't use wide-range slashes, instead condensing all his hockey onto the tip of his blade. One sword-style thrust. His figure transformed into a black meteor, precisely striking another intact metal conduit on the gel dragon. Schlick. Sparks flew as the blade pierced flesh. Another primary energy conduit was destroyed by Roger. The gel dragon's aura withered instantly. Yo, my turn. Brook's figure appeared behind the gel dragon like a phantom. Hypnotic waltz. His cane sword danced through a brilliant display of blade techniques, severing all the thin conduits on the dragon's back. The trio's coordination reached a flawless peak at that moment. Roger handled the frontal assault, destroying the main energy nodes. Brook provided flank harassment, cutting off secondary energy supplies. And Lin Yuan was the finisher, delivering the fatal blow. It's over. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, his figure vanishing from where he stood. Moonwalk. Shave. He appeared above the gel dragon with an impossible speed, his right leg raised high, completely sheathed in pitch-black armament hockey. Shatter. Lin Yuan's right leg struck like a war axe, falling from the heavens, bearing overwhelming force, smashing down upon the gel dragon's head. That was where all energy conduits converged, its only weak point. No. The gel dragon emitted a desperate wail. It tried to dodge, but its body was already pinned down by Roger and Brook, unable to move an inch. It could only watch helplessly as that foot enlarged endlessly in its pupils. Boom. Lin Yuan's foot landed squarely on the gel dragon's head. Crack. Crack. Countless fissures spread wildly in all directions from the point of impact. Finally, that enormous head exploded catastrophically. Lost its core control, the gel dragon's massive body rapidly melted and collapsed like a deflated balloon, ultimately becoming a pool of lifeless green liquid, emitting a pungent foul odor. Ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating a special experiment subject, Gene Mutant Dragon Defective Product. Settlement in progress. Congratulations to the host for receiving 3,000 points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining special material. Dragon Bloodline Factor Degraded Version, X1. Dragon Bloodline Factor Degraded Version contains partial genetic information of the mythical Zoan dragon form, extremely unstable due to experimental failure. Can be purified and restored through special methods. Another treasure acquired. A glint of delight flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. Though it was a degraded version, this was still Dragon Bloodline Factor. Whether for research or for strengthening future biowarships, its value was immeasurable. Only 5 minutes left. Lin Yuan glanced at the distant countdown, now stained crimson, and without wasting a moment, immediately signaled Roger and Brook. Let's go. The three did not dare linger for even a second, sprinting at full speed toward the emergency escape tunnel. It was a vertical slide spanning hundreds of meters leading to the exterior of the base. The three leaped down without hesitation. The instant they descended, a deafening explosion erupted behind them. Boom, boom, boom. The entire punk hazard base began a chain explosion from within. Terrifying shockwaves lifted a thick blanket of dust across the entire island, and an enormous mushroom cloud brimming with deathly aura surged skyward. Even the Marines patrol ships dozens of nautical miles away could clearly witness this world-destroying spectacle. Report. Punk hazard. Is completely gone. A Marine soldier watched the radar as the red dot vanished, his voice trembling. Meanwhile, not far from Punk hazard on the ocean surface, the storm wing emerged from the water like a ghost rising slowly. Lin Yuan, Roger, and Brooke stood on the deck watching the magnificent mushroom cloud in the distance, all feeling deeply relieved. Wahaha, that was thrilling. Roger wiped the dust from his face and laughed loudly. We were so close, just barely, becoming part of that fireworks display. Yo-ho-ho, what an unforgettable farewell performance. Brooke also spoke with lingering unease. Lin Yuan remained silent, gazing at the island reduced to a sea of fire, his eyes gleaming with profound light. Punk hazard. Vegapunk. Caesar. Dragon bloodline factor. This adventure had made him profoundly realize that in this world where the strong ruled and lives were worthless, possessing top-tier shipwright skills alone was far from enough. He needed greater power, greater influence, and stronger companions. His gaze slowly fell upon the Mera no Mi in his hand and the bloodline factor research data in his system space. Roger. Lin Yuan turned, his voice filled with unprecedented determination and fervor. We'll begin immediately upon our return. We'll build that one-of-a-kind legend of yours. Half a month later, the New World ship graveyard. The once forbidden waters steeped in death and decay had undergone a complete transformation. A colossal mobile fortress exuding both vitality and technological beauty, Noah, floated silently above a gigantic vortex. The vortex's terrifying suction seemed nothing more than a gentle breeze to it. When the storm wing returned silently in ghost concealment mode, Rayleigh, Jabura, and the others stationed there could scarcely believe their eyes. You've returned. Rayleigh looked at Lin Yuan and the two others stepping off the ship, then at the nearby waterscape, now completely calm with not even a wisp of smoke remaining, his eyes filled with confusion. Is everything settled? Wahaha. Of course. Roger slung his sword over his shoulder and laughed boisterously, his face radiating the exhilaration of surviving certain death. You should have seen it. It was more lively than a festival. He animatedly recounted the thrilling escape from Punk hazard, adding dramatic flair, leaving Jabura and the others utterly bewildered. When they heard that Lin Yuan had withstood the dragon's breath, the three of them had joined forces to hunt down the genetically mutated dragon and finally escape. Just before the base self-destructed, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically as they looked at Lin Yuan. It was a gaze mingled with awe, reverence, and a look reserved for a monster. Their young boss had not only mastered shipbuilding to an astonishing degree, but had also attained a combat prowess that defied comprehension. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Although the process was thrilling, the gains were tremendous. Buluk adjusted his top hat, his soul fire dancing excitedly in his eye sockets. Lin Yuan paid no heed to the astonishment of the crowd and walked directly to Hank and the others. His 5 apprentices were currently leading hundreds of shipwrights on the island, engaging in the construction of the base with great fervor. The enormous biometal cultivation chamber had already begun operating continuously, producing pieces of bioalloy that gleamed with a metallic luster. Master. Seeing Lin Yuan return, Hank and the others immediately surrounded him excitedly, their eyes brimming with admiration. Excellent. The progress is faster than I anticipated. Lin Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Without wasting words, he directly transmitted the research data that he had copied from Panka Hazade. Data belonging to Beijia Panka, capable of overturning the entire world's technological level, into the minds of his 5 apprentices through spiritual imprinting all at once. Buzz. The moment Hank and the 5 others received this immense flood of information, their minds went blank. Lineage factor. The blueprint of life. The technology for objects to eat devil fruits. This knowledge, completely beyond their comprehension, was etched into the depths of their souls like a brand. This is... Hank's voice trembled. He felt his worldview shattered completely in that moment, only to be reconstructed in a way even more magnificent and grand. Absorb them well. Lin Yuan's voice was calm. These are the path we will take in the future. Yes, Master. Hank and the 5 others knelt on one knee in unison, offering their loyalty to their master with the utmost piety and fervor. That evening, at the highest point of the Nuya fortress, in a newly built design room brimming with a futuristic sci-fi aesthetic, Lin Yuan, Luo Jia, and Lei Li sat around a massive holographic projection table. All right, Luo Jia. Lin Yuan's eyes gleamed with excitement and fervor. The treasure hunt is over. Now it's time to talk business. Your ship. Wahaha. I've been waiting for this. Luo Jia slammed the table in excitement, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and began operating rapidly on the holographic projection table with both hands. Streams of complex data flowed through his fingertips. Soon a warship blueprint full of wild imagination and brutal aesthetics slowly materialized as a holographic projection before Luo Jia and Lei Li. It was a monster. Its main hull structure, inspired by the ancient warship Laiwaitan's heart, was filled with ferocious skeletal-like lines. Its hull surface was covered with a layer of self-repairing bioalloy that gleamed with a jet-black luster. Inside the hull, countless golden patterns resembling blood vessels and nerves spread throughout. This was the energy conduction system formed by the combination of the gold fruit's power and the dragon's lineage factor. At the center of the ship, a micro-nuclear fusion reactor driven by the remains of the world tree and pulsating slowly like a heart would provide this colossal beast with a steady, nearly limitless supply of power. And on both sides of the ship, a pair of massive retractable and foldable wind sails would grant it the ability to break free from the sea's constraints and soar through the sky. This was no longer just a ship. It was an ultimate war machine that fused mythology, technology, and demonic power. This is my ship. Even Luo Jia couldn't help but gasp in astonishment the moment he saw the ship. His fearless, bold heart began to race wildly at that moment. This ship was even more insane and domineering than he had imagined. That's right. It will possess the toughest hull, the fastest speed, and the strongest firepower in the world. It will be a living legend capable of reaching the heavens and the depths of the sea, capable of everything. And it will carry you to the ends of the world to witness the ultimate treasure. Lin Yuan's voice was filled with a mesmerizing enchantment. Luo Jia's breathing grew extremely rapid, his eyes turning bloodshot from excitement. He seemed to have already envisioned himself piloting this invincible warship, roaming the seas, crushing all enemies and obstacles into dust. What is its name? Lei Li looked at the warship, exuding an overwhelming presence, asking in a somewhat hoarse voice. Lin Yuan smiled and turned to Luo Jia. This ship was built for you, so naturally you should name it. Luo Jia took a deep breath, staring intently at the holographic projection of the ship, his eyes bursting with brilliant light. Call it the awaken, Golden Jackson. From today on it will be my partner, my throne. Together we will conquer this sea. With Luo Jia's passionate declaration, a legend that would soon shake the entire world officially began. Lin Yuan nodded. The awaken. Although the trajectory of history had shifted, the name of this legendary ship ultimately remained unchanged. Excellent. Since the name is settled, construction will officially commence from tomorrow. Lin Yuan made a decisive move. Lei Li Jia Ba, you are responsible for integrating all resources and manpower on the island. Hank, the five of you will refine the blueprints, ensuring every part's manufacturing standard is precise to the micron. As for me, a glint of fervor flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. I will personally forge the keel and heart of this ship. The next day at dawn, the entire Nuya fortress began operating with unprecedented efficiency. Hundreds of shipwrights under the command of Hank and the other four began frantically producing every part of the awaken like the most precise gears. Giant furnaces operated day and night, smelting the scrap steel scavenged from the ship graveyard into the purest alloys. Inside the biometal cultivation chamber, pieces of bioarmor, gleaming with metallic luster, were grown like crops. The entire Nuya fortress had become a massive war factory, working frantically to create a miracle. And at the very center of the fortress, on a massive open-air slipway classified as a top-level restricted area, Lin Yuan stood alone before a massive timber 100 meters long with a deep hue that seemed to contain boundless vitality. Treasure Tree Atom. This top-grade main trunk of the Treasure Tree Atom, obtained from beneath the temple of the Wailia Kingdom, would become the backbone, the main keel, of the awaken. Lin Yuan drew a deep breath, but he did not act immediately. He slowly closed his eyes, reached out, and gently pressed his hand against the icy wood. Divine skill, breath of all things. Activate. In an instant, Lin Yuan felt his consciousness merge with the colossal sacred tree as if they were one. He could perceive the life energy veins within the wood dazzling like a galaxy of stars. He could hear its steady, powerful heartbeat. He could even sense the storms it had weathered over millennia, the rise and fall it had witnessed. This was not merely a piece of timber. It was a slumbering life. A smile curled at the corner of Lin Yuan's mouth. Wake up, old friend. From today you shall have a new purpose. He slowly withdrew his hand and took out from his system space the unremarkable-looking divine hammer that could forge all things, the eternal hammer. This might sting a little. Bear with it. The moment the words fell, Lin Yuan's entire aura shifted abruptly. The eternal hammer in his hand transformed into a blur beyond the naked eye, striking the sacred treasure tree with a rhythm filled with profound mystery. Thump, thump, thump. Each strike seemed to act not on the physical plane, but directly upon the soul of the divine wood. Each hammer's tone carried a peculiar resonance, awakening its dormant will. Under Lin Yuan's godlike forging technique, the massive treasure atom began to visibly deform before their eyes. Its lines grew more fluid. Its structure became more resilient. Even its surface began to glow with a faint jade-like luster. Roger and Rayleigh beside him were utterly stunned. They stared blankly, feeling their minds could not keep up with the scene. Lin Yuan's movements grew faster. He was completely immersed in a wondrous state of self-forgetfulness. Every breath, every heartbeat was perfectly synchronized with the hammer and the divine wood before him. Time flew by. 3 full days and nights. Lin Yuan worked without sleep, food, or drink, pouring all his energy and will into forging the dragon keel. Finally, at the moment when the dawn light of the 4th day shone upon Noah's fortress, Lin Yuan struck the final blow. Thump! A muffled bell-like sound erupted from the shipyard, spreading in all directions. The entire Noah's fortress trembled. In that instant, the colossal dragon keel burst forth with a blinding golden radiance. It was alive. It was no longer a lifeless object. It had become a slumbering golden dragon with its own will. Excellent. Lin Yuan gazed at his creation, a weary, yet satisfied smile on his face. His face was pale as paper, his body swaying. 3 consecutive days of high-intensity forging had drained nearly all his strength, but his eyes blazed with endless excitement. This was only the first step. The most critical part was yet to come. He forced his exhausted body and took out from his system space the core of the living island he had named Noah, the world tree's remains. That enormous, eerily breathing piece of wood that emitted a soft green glow. Come become the heart of this ship. Lin Yuan's eyes burned with fervor. He would fuse this mythical material with the dragon keel that had just birthed its will. He was about to create an unprecedented life core. He slowly pushed the world tree's remains toward the golden dragon keel. The moment the two were about to touch, Lin Yuan activated life return. He channeled the immense life force within him, blessed by the world tree, through his hands frantically injecting it into the juncture of the keel and the remains. He would use his own body as a bridge to forcibly merge two independent lives. Merge. Now, Lin Yuan let out a sky-shaking roar. Hum. The golden keel and the green world tree's remains upon contact erupted with a brilliance blinding to the eyes. An unimaginably vast life energy swept across the entire Noah's fortress. The bioalloy structures on the island upon contact with this life energy began to visibly grow, becoming stronger and more vibrant. And the living island that was the body of Noah's fortress, sensing the kindred energy, emitted a joyful cry. The entire world at that moment seemed to cheer for the miracle about to be born. Just then system prompts flooded Lin Yuan's mind like a torrent. Ding. Detected. The host is performing an unprecedented creation. Event rating legendary. Settlement in progress. Congratulations. Host received 5,000,000 points. Congratulations. Host received special skill, Life Link Beginner. Life Link Beginner. The host can establish a deep soul link with a life-imbued creation, sharing vision perception, and even life force to a certain extent. A cascade of rewards struck, nearly making the exhausted Lin Yuan faint with bliss. 500,000 points. And a near-divine skill life link. With it, every bio-warship he would create in the future would become an extension of his body. He would become a true fleet commander. The light faded. On the shipyard, the golden dragon keel had perfectly fused with the green world tree's remains. At the center of the keel, a heart like a green sun was slowly beating, radiating immense life force. Success. The keel and heart of the Oro Jackson were born at this moment. Lin Yuan gazed at his work, could no longer hold on, and collapsed backward. Lin Yuan, Roger, and Rayleigh cried out, rushing to catch him. Just then a flurry of wings came from the sky. A newsbird tasked with delivering newspapers landed on the shipyard and dropped the latest issue at Rayleigh's feet. Rayleigh instinctively picked up the paper. When he saw the bold black headline on the front page, his pupils contracted. Shock. Great pirate rocks assembles. New world stirs again. A huge photo filled the entire page. It was a man exuding malice and dominance standing at the bow of a menacing giant ship with a group of terrifying figures behind him. Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Charlotte Linlin, Kaido. Faces that would one day make the entire world tremble were still somewhat youthful, but the unbridled ambition and madness in their eyes were already enough to chill anyone's heart. The Rocks Pirates. The most vicious and powerful pirate crew in history, who nearly became the rulers of the world, now declared their existence to the whole world. The new world was about to descend into chaos. Rocks. Rayleigh stared at the man exuding an aura of sinister wickedness in the newspaper, his expression growing exceedingly grave. That guy. His reputation in the new world hasn't been good lately. Wahaha. Roger leaned in for a glance, showing no trace of fear. Instead, he burst into excited laughter. Interesting. Getting more and more interesting. There are more and more intriguing people on this sea. A blazing fighting spirit erupted in his eyes. He could sense that this man named Rocks would definitely become a formidable rival on his future journey to conquer the sea. Let's forget about him for now. Rayleigh folded the newspaper away and glanced at Lin Yuan, who had fallen into a deep sleep from exhaustion. Let's take Lin Yuan back to rest first. He's expended too much this time. Roger nodded and carefully hoisted Lin Yuan onto his back. This man who would one day become the king of the pirates now carried his personal shipwright with the utmost deference like a devoted underling. 3 days later, Lin Yuan finally awoke from his slumber. The blessing of the world tree had fully restored his nearly depleted vitality, leaving it even more abundant than before. Master, you're awake. Hank, who had been keeping vigil by his bedside, shouted excitedly the moment he saw Lin Yuan open his eyes. How long was I asleep? Lin Yuan sat up, stretching his limbs, which emitted a series of crisp cracks. 3 full days and nights. Is that so? Lin Yuan nodded, then glanced out the window at the bustling construction, seeing a flicker of satisfaction passing through his eyes. Has the hull framework of the Oro Jackson begun to take shape? Yes, master. Hank replied with an expression full of admiration. The keel you forged is nothing short of a miracle. The life energy it radiates has increased our bioalloy cultivation speed by 30%. Excellent. Lin Yuan showed no surprise. The remains of the world tree were a mythic-grade material. It was only natural to have such an effect. Take me to the lab. Lin Yuan leaped off the bed, his eyes gleaming with impatient brilliance. The keel and heart were already complete. Now it was time for the second step. To infuse the ship with the blood of gold and the dragon's vein. Soon Lin Yuan arrived at his top-tier biolaboratory, which exuded a futuristic sci-fi aesthetic. At the center of the lab, a massive transparent container made of special crystal held a devil fruit suspended in stillness. Its surface was entirely gold and covered in bizarre spiral patterns. The gold fruit. Beside it, another container housed a vial of dark red liquid radiating an ominous aura. The dragon bloodline factor degraded version. Master, are you really going to make the ship eat this thing? Hank's voice trembled as he stared at the bewitching fruit. This concept was too insane, too earth-shattering. Of course. Lin Yuan's eyes burned with confidence and fervor. Watch closely, Hank. Today you will witness the birth of a miracle with your own eyes. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, but instead of starting the experiment immediately, he first opened the system shop. After the previous reward, his points had skyrocketed again. Points 1260000, 1,260,000. This gave him ample confidence to spend freely. System exchange for gene editing and targeted induction technology advanced. This was the core and most profound part of Vegapunk's research data. Although Lin Yuan had already grasped the theory through replication, he still needed the system's help to perfectly apply it in practice. Ding. Detected that the host has mastered the relevant prerequisite knowledge. Confirm consumption of 800 points to exchange for gene editing and targeted induction technology advanced. 800,000. So expensive. But Lin Yuan didn't even blink. Confirm. Buzz. A vast and profound torrent of information surged into Lin Yuan's mind. Countless mysteries of life, genes, and souls unfolded before his eyes. In that moment, he felt he could see the structure of every cell. He could decipher every strand of genetic code. He could even touch the ethereal soul-stirring essence that constituted the power of devil fruits. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan's eyes snapped open, a dazzling radiance bursting forth like starlight. He understood. He fully grasped the principle of an object consuming a devil fruit. That Vegapunk fellow, he took the wrong path. Lin Yuan murmured to himself. Vegapunk's method involved using a special medium to deceive the spirit of the devil fruit. While feasible, it had an extremely low success rate and significant side effects. But Lin Yuan's method was more direct and more domineering. He wouldn't deceive. He would create. He would use the ship's own life force to actively and forcibly devour this devil fruit. Let's begin. Lin Yuan's eyes gleamed with a maniacal light. His hands flew across the control panel in a blur of operations. Beneath the crystal container holding the gold fruit, countless fine web-like energy conduits extended outward. The other ends of these conduits were connected to the golden keel on the shipway, which was pulsating slowly, the fused remains of the world tree. Lin Yuan's first step was to use the overwhelming life force of the Oro Jackson to tame the unruly demonic power within the gold fruit. Buzz. As energy was injected, the gold fruit began to tremble violently, its surface emitting a blinding golden light, as if putting up a final resistance. Merge now? Lin Yuan muttered in a low voice, pouring his spiritual energy into it, without reservation. Divine title, Beloved of the God. Activate. Special skill, Life Link. Activate. With Lin Yuan's almost cheat-like ability amplifying the process, the resistance of the gold fruit was instantly crushed. Its hard shell began to slowly melt, turning into a pool of pure flowing golden liquid. This liquid flowed through the energy conduits, continuously being transported into the golden keel. Sizzle. A bizarre scene unfolded. The keel made from the treasure tree atom, which had originally only emitted a faint golden glow, began to transform into pure gold at a visible rate after absorbing the power of the gold fruit. But this gold was distinctly different from ordinary gold. It not only retained the powerful life force of the treasure tree atom, but also gained a property that allowed it to change shape at will. It worked. Hank stood by, dumbfounded, trembling with excitement. This is just the beginning. Lin Yuan's eyes blazed with even more frenzied light. He turned his gaze to the other container, where the vial of dragon bloodline factor exuded an ominous aura. Next, I will equip the ship with claws and fangs sharp enough to tear everything apart. Using the same method, he began to purify and repair the degraded dragon bloodline factor. This process was far more complex than merging the gold fruit. The dragon bloodline factor was filled with wild and chaotic genetic information. A single misstep could trigger a catastrophic genetic collapse. But for Lin Yuan, who had mastered advanced gene editing technology, it was not insurmountable. Like a master surgeon of the highest skill, he used his spiritual energy as a scalpel, meticulously excising the degraded erroneous gene fragments, then repairing and perfecting them with the pure life energy of the world tree's remains. For a full hour. At the instant the final impurity was eliminated, the once dark red liquid suddenly erupted with a dazzling, majestic azure radiance that exuded boundless authority. A roar akin to a dragon's cry exploded. Purification was successful. Lin Yuan had obtained a perfect 99% pure bloodline factor of the phantom beast dragon form. Excellent. A satisfied smile spread across Lin Yuan's face. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately injected this perfect bloodline factor into the energy circulation system of the Oro Jackson. If the world tree's skeletal remains fused into the dragon bone was the ship's heart, then this dragon bloodline factor would become its bloodline. Rumble. The moment the dragon bloodline factor merged, the entire dock began to tremble violently. The surface of the golden dragon bone started to manifest countless azure scale-like mystical runes. An overbearing, majestic, destructive dragons might violently erupted from the yet unformed skeletal frame of the ship. In that instant the ship seemed to have gained a true soul. Success. Ling Yuan gazed at the golden dragon bone radiating terrifying dragon, might letting out a long sigh of relief. Though fatigue etched his face, his eyes blazed with boundless excitement and satisfaction. The two most core and crucial parts of the Oro Jackson had been flawlessly created by him at this moment. All that remained was to outfit this skeleton now endowed with life and soul with flesh and claws worthy of it. Teacher, we succeeded. Hank and the others stared at the miraculous scene before them, tears of joy streaming down their faces. They had witnessed the birth of a legend, and the creator of this legend was their teacher. This is only the beginning. Lin Yuan patted Hank on the shoulder, his eyes shimmering with profound depths. Go install our strongest armor and fiercest cannons onto it. Yes. Hank and the others roared in unison, filled with fervent zeal and adoration, and immediately plunged into the subsequent work. Over the next month, all of Noah's fortress entered a state of near-maniacal construction. Bolstered by Lin Yuan's knowledge beyond the era and the enhanced talents of Hank and his team, the construction of the Oro Jackson advanced at an astonishing pace. Layer upon layer of armor plates forged from the finest bioalloy and gleaming with a jet-black luster were installed onto the golden dragon bone. One after another, new long-barreled cannons, personally modified by Lin Yuan and far surpassing the standard naval weaponry, were fixed into the pre-prepared gun ports. The enormous futuristic wind sails were slowly hoisted and mounted onto the ship's sides. This future vessel of the Pirate King was transforming with visible speed from a mere skeleton into a war beast armed to the teeth. Nor was Lin Yuan idle. While supervising the construction, he devoted most of his energy to researching the Void Seed. This mysterious crystal held a fatal attraction for him. Spatial teleportation. If he could master this technology, his fleet would possess unparalleled mobility. System, what conditions are required to analyze the Void Seed? Lin Yuan asked in his mind. Ding. The target item's grade is too high, containing laws from beyond this world. The host's current abilities are insufficient for direct analysis. It is recommended that the host first awaken it. Awakening condition, inject 10 million units of pure energy. 10 million units. Lin Yuan's mouth twitched. He glanced at the microfusion reactor at the heart of Noah's fortress, which was powering the entire base. That thing, operating at full capacity for a day, produced barely 100,000 units of energy. In other words, to awaken the Void Seed, he would have to shut down all of Noah's fortress for 100 days and channel all its energy into it. The cost was too great. Is there another way? Ding. The host may seek other high-purity energy sources, such as the cores of ancient weapons, the life crystals of large sea kings, or other devil fruits. Devil fruits. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. Of course, a devil fruit itself was a massive aggregation of energy. If he could find enough devil fruits and let the Void Seed devour them. This thought set Lin Yuan's heart ablaze with fervor. It seemed he would have to find a way to procure a batch of devil fruits. Just as Lin Yuan was pondering where to conduct a zero-cost acquisition, a sudden piercing alarm blared throughout Noah's fortress. Alert! Alert! An unidentified super-large vessel is approaching. Lin Yuan frowned, and his figure vanished instantly. The next second he appeared on the observation tower of Noah's fortress. Roger and Rayleigh had already arrived ahead of him, their faces bearing a hint of gravity. Lin Yuan raised his binoculars and looked in the direction of the alarm. There on the distant sea, shrouded in thick fog, a colossal shadow like a moving island was slowly approaching them. It was a ship Lin Yuan had never seen before. A bizarre, gigantic city ship steeped in a steampunk aesthetic, all bizarre and fantastic. The entire vessel was a floating mountain of garbage assembled from countless derelict ship steel parts and all sorts of odd structures. Tall smokestacks belched thick black smoke. Enormous steam gears roared deafeningly. Countless searchlights swept across the ship's surface in a chaotic dance. At the highest point of the ship, a massive flag fluttered in the wind, emblazoned with the image of a fat cat wearing a monocle and smoking a cigar. This is... Rayleigh squinted at the peculiar flag. The Scrap King. Batson Mondo. The Scrap King. Lin Yuan was puzzled. He had never heard that name. Wahaha. It's that guy. Roger recognized him at once, a grin of interest spreading across his face. That guy is nothing short of a legendary figure on the Grand Line. Roger explained. This Batson Mondo, nicknamed the Scrap King, was the New World's largest material merchant and also its most insane collector. His ship, the Scrap City, constantly roamed the Grand Line, buying and selling everything of value, from rare ores to ancient technologies, even devil fruits. If you had the price, there was nothing he couldn't obtain. It was said that his wealth rivaled nations, and even the world government treated him with a measure of respect. Oh, Lin Yuan's eyes instantly lit up. A pillow arrived just as he was feeling drowsy. He had been racking his brains over where to get devil fruits, and now this fellow had delivered himself right to his doorstep. What is he doing here? Lin Yuan asked. Probably got wind of something, Rayleigh speculated. That guy's nose is sharper than a dog's. Wherever there's treasure, he's sure to show up. We've made such a big commotion here, there's no way his intelligence network wouldn't catch wind of it. While they were talking, the massive Fei Tai Chung Hao had anchored 100 meters from Nia Fortress. A voice full of vigor and resonant as a great bell boomed across the entire sea through a den mushy speaker. Friend ahead. Don't worry. I mean no harm. I just heard that there's a young man here who can create divine artifacts from driftwood. I Ba Tez and Meng duo most enjoy making friends with talented people. I wonder if the young master would do me the honor of coming out for a meeting, a cup of tea, and a business discussion. The voice was hearty and straightforward, brimming with a merchant's shrewdness. Lin Yuan and Luo Jia exchanged a glance, and both saw amusement in each other's eyes. An interesting fellow, Lin Yuan chuckled. Let's go meet this legendary king of scavengers. He showed no trace of fear. On this mobile fortress he had built with his own hands, he was the absolute ruler. He was eager to see what surprises this king of scavengers could bring him. Moments later, on the edge of Nuya Fortress, a specially cleared platform resembling a harbor, Lin Yuan, Luo Jia, and Lei Li stood quietly awaiting their guest. In the distance, a strangely shaped, steam-driven small airship slowly rose from the massive Fei, Tai, Chung, Hao, and flew toward Nuya Fortress. The airship had a comical appearance, like a giant iron barrel, with two propeller wings trailing thick plumes of black smoke behind it. Soon the airship wobbled down onto the platform. The hatch opened, and a man as massive as a mountain of flesh rolled out of the airship. He wore an extravagantly luxurious purple silk suit, and his 10 fingers were adorned with gemstone rings the size of pigeon eggs, dazzling in the sunlight. He sported a gold-rimmed monocle and had a cigar thicker than an arm clamp between his lips, the tip of the cigar even set with a burning flame-shaped gem. He looked like a walking treasure vault, exuding nouveau riche vibes. He was the king of scavengers, Ba Meng Duo. Wah, the three of you. I've long heard of your great names. Truly an honor. As soon as Ba Meng Duo spoke, his voice made the entire platform buzz. His small eyes, squeezed into slits by his fleshy cheeks, gleamed with a merchant's unique shrewdness and sharpness. His gaze swept quickly over the three. When he saw Luo Jia, a flicker of wariness crossed his eyes. When he saw Lei Li, a flicker of appreciation appeared. But when his gaze finally landed on Lin Yuan, that wariness and appreciation instantly transformed into undisguised greed and fervor, like a starving wolf eyeing a piece of fat meat. This must be the legendary genius Shipwright who can turn decay into magic, the young master Lin Yuan, right? Ba Meng Duo said with a hearty laugh, extending his fleshy bear paw-like hand toward Lin Yuan. Truly a hero emerges from youth. Incredible. Simply incredible. Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged. He calmly extended his hand and shook the others. At the moment of contact, Lin Yuan's advanced observation, Haki, and power heart ability activated simultaneously. In an instant, he felt he wasn't seeing a fat man, but a humanoid weapon built from countless precision parts and a powerful power core armed to the teeth. This guy's body has been modified, and it's top tier, on par with the modifications of future pacifistas. Inside his chest, beating not of flesh and blood, but a miniature steam core radiating terrifying energy. Interesting. A wry smile curled at the corner of Lin Yuan's mouth. It seemed this king of scavengers was more than just a businessman. Mr. Meng Duo, you flatter me. Lin Yuan said in a measured tone. May I ask what brings Mr. Meng Duo here? Young master Lin Yuan, you're being too formal. Ba Meng Duo slapped his thigh dramatically, his fat jiggling 3 times. I told you I most enjoy making friends with talented people. This time I came specifically to befriend you. With that he snapped his fingers. The 2 bodyguards behind him, dressed in black suits and sunglasses, immediately carried over a huge box made of sea stone. Bang! The box was opened. Dazzling golden light instantly blinded everyone. The box was full, all beautifully minted gold coins with a denomination of 100 berry each. Rough estimate, at least 1 billion berry. A small token of my esteem not worthy of mention. Ba Meng Duo waved his hand dismissively, as if discarding a box of trash. I hope young master Lin Yuan won't despise it. 1 billion berry. A greeting gift. Even Jia Ba, a pirate who had weathered many storms, couldn't help but gasp in shock. This guy, is he that rich? Luo Jia and Lei Li exchanged a glance, their expressions turning somewhat serious. They knew well that there is no kindness without reason in this world. The more valuable the gift, the greater the scheme behind it. However, Lin Yuan's reaction once again surprised everyone. He merely glanced at the chest of gold coins and shook his head. Mr. Meng Duo, I appreciate your goodwill. However, money. I'm afraid that's the last thing I lack in this world. Lin Yuan's voice was calm, yet carried a sense of confidence and dominance. He spoke the truth. Ever since he took over the underground industries of Jile Island and received continuous investment from the Jinfan Chamber of Commerce, his assets had reached astronomical figures. Money was truly just a string of meaningless numbers to him. Hearing Lin Yuan's words, Ba Meng Duo's eyes flashed with surprise, but even more with admiration. Undeterred by money. Truly talented people have their own pride. Wah, good. Well said. Ba Meng Duo laughed, instead of getting angry, clapping his hands, his smile becoming more genuine. Since young master Lin Yuan doesn't care for these worldly goods, I'll offer something else. With that he snapped his fingers again. This time his bodyguard carefully took out from his pocket a box that looked very ancient, made of an unknown metal. The box was only palm-sized, covered in rust and strange patterns, exuding an ancient aura. This is a treasure I dug up from an ancient ruin in my early years. Ba Meng Duo said mysteriously. It is said to be the key used by the royal family of a long-lost ancient kingdom to open their treasure vault, but I've studied it for over a decade and still haven't figured out what it really is. Today I'll give it to you, young master Lin Yuan. I can tell you're no ordinary person. Maybe in your hands this thing can unleash its true value. Ba Meng Duo's eyes sparkled with shrewdness. This was an open scheme. He was using a puzzle he couldn't solve himself to test Lin Yuan's true capabilities. If Lin Yuan could truly solve this puzzle, it would prove he had the qualifications to converse with him on equal footing or even cooperate. If not, it didn't matter. It was just a useless antique, and giving it away cost him nothing. Roger and Rayleigh immediately saw through the man's intentions, their brows furrowing slightly. That fat man was indeed as shrewd as they had heard. Lin Yuan smiled and did not refuse. He extended his hand and accepted the ancient metal box. The moment it touched his skin, his pupils contracted sharply. Endless yellow sand. Rows of magnificent ancient cities long buried beneath the desert. And a dragon's wail echoing across heaven and earth, filled with unyielding defiance and grief. What is this? Lin Yuan's spirit trembled violently. What he held in his hand was certainly no simple key. It contained a forgotten chapter of history. A lament about dragons. He immediately activated advanced material identification. Item name: Tear of the Dragon Dried. Rarity: mythical grade restorable. Description: the final tear shed by the guardian dragon of an ancient desert kingdom before its fall. It contains the dragon's full power and memories, as well as an endless curse upon the traitors. Special effect: should a suitable medium be found to awaken it, the lost golden capital may yet be restored. Mythical grade. A mythical grade item. Lin Yuan's heart pounded wildly. Well, young Master Lin. Bartson Mondo watched Lin Yuan's ever-shifting expression and asked with a smile. Have you discerned anything? Lin Yuan slowly raised his head, his gaze piercing through time itself, as though beholding that ancient kingdom buried beneath the sands. He looked at Bartson Mondo, a mysterious curve forming at the corners of his lips. Mr. Mondo, you call this a key? This thing is far more fascinating than you could ever imagine. It is not meant to open doors. It is meant to resurrect a kingdom. What? To resurrect a kingdom? Lin Yuan's words sent a shockwave through Bartson Mondo, Roger, and Rayleigh. They all regarded him with eyes full of disbelief, as though looking at a madman. Especially Bartson Mondo. He had studied this artifact for over a decade, combed through countless ancient texts, and consulted legions of scholars, only to arrive at the vague conclusion that it might be a key. Yet here stood a youth barely past his teens who, after merely holding it for a few seconds, spoke words so earth-shattering. How could this be? Young Master Lin Yu. You're not joking, are you? Bartson Mondo's voice trembled slightly. I never joke. Lin Yuan casually tossed the tear of the dragon in his hand, as though playing with an ordinary glass marble. This is the tear of a dragon, a divine beast that once guarded an ancient desert kingdom. The kingdom fell to betrayal, and as the dragon breathed its last, it shed this single tear, which contains its power, its memories, and its treasures. Lin Yuan's voice was soft, yet each word struck Bartson Mondo's heart like a hammer. Power, memories, treasures. Those three words caused Bartson Mondo's eyes, narrowed to slits by his thick cheeks, to widen like bells. His breathing grew rapid, his chest heaving wildly. He knew that Lin Yuan's words were likely all true. Only this explanation could account for why the tear of the dragon exuded that sorrowful aura that gave even him the chills. Gulp. Bartson Mondo swallowed hard, and his gaze toward Lin Yuan had entirely changed. It was a look interwoven with shock, fanaticism, and profound reverence. Mr. Mondo. Lin Yuan smiled, and tucked the tear of the dragon into his robe. I am very satisfied with this welcome gift. Now we can discuss business. A glint like that of a hunter flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. Business. Bartson Mondo's mind was still struggling to catch up. He stared blankly at Lin Yuan, unable to process what was happening. He felt his thoughts could no longer keep pace with this young man's rhythm. Naturally, business. Lin Yuan's smile was full of confidence. Didn't you come to me as a friend, Mr. Mondo? Isn't it only natural for friends to discuss business? Gulp. Bartson Mondo swallowed again, forcing himself to remain calm as his brain, steeped in commercial interests for decades, began racing. An opportunity had arrived. A rare chance to elevate his already vast commercial empire to new heights. This youth named Lin Yuan possessed value far beyond his wildest imagination. He not only held godlike shipbuilding skills, but also the uncanny ability to perceive the true nature of ancient relics. Just the thought of deep cooperation sent shivers of excitement through every inch of Bartson Mondo's corpulent frame. Of course, Bartson Mondo's fleshy face twisted into a grimace, masquerading as a smile, straining to maintain his composure. I wonder what business young Master Lin wishes to discuss. Simple. Lin Yuan raised a single finger. I would like to see your collection. Especially the devil fruits. Devil fruits. At those words, Bartson Mondo's pupils contracted sharply. As expected, this young man's target was the devil fruits. As the largest materials merchant in the New World, Bartson Mondo's collection of devil fruits, both in quantity and variety, was beyond imagination. Each devil fruit represented immense wealth, and a power capable of tipping the scales of battle. They formed one of the most important foundations of his commercial empire. How could he possibly reveal them so readily? Young Master Lin, this puts me in a difficult position. Bartson Mondo rubbed his hands together, his expression feigning reluctance. My collections are my most precious treasures. I never share them. Is that so? Lin Yuan smiled, then abruptly changed his tone. Mr. Mondo, this iron fortress city of yours looks magnificent. However, its main steam core, due to years of overloading, has developed microfractures in the 17th pressurization valve. though it still functions for now should it encounter another high-intensity energy surge, such as the monstrous natural disasters found in the latter half of the Grand Line. There is a 70% chance it will catastrophically explode. At that point, this priceless mobile city of yours would likely become nothing more than the most spectacular fireworks display. Lin Yuan's voice was light, yet each word rang clearly in Bartson Mondo's ears. Bartson Mondo stood frozen as though struck by lightning. His facial flesh twitched violently, disbelief surging in those tiny eyes. Fractures. Catastrophic explosion. How could this be? This was the ship's most critical and most concealed flaw. This secret could never have been known by anyone besides himself and the brilliant scientist who had designed the vessel, who was now long dead. Yet this youth before him. He had merely cast a glance and identified a fatal flaw, and described it with such precision. So detailed. You. Ba Tezin Mengduo pointed at Lin Yuan, his lips trembling as he struggled to utter a complete sentence for a long while. He felt as if he were a naked infant before this young man with no secrets to hide. Luo Jie and Lei Li standing nearby were equally stunned. They knew Lin Yuan was extraordinary, but they never expected him to be this extraordinary. How about it, Mr. Mengduo? Lin Yuan's face still wore that calm, carefree smile. Can we talk now? Gulp. Ba Tezin Mengduo swallowed hard, losing count of how many times he had done so today. He took a deep breath, then bowed deeply to Lin Yuan with solemn respect. This king of scavengers who had roamed the New World for decades and even earned some respect from the world government completely cast aside all his pride and scheming in that moment. Lin Yuan. Sir. He even changed his form of address. Please, I beg you to repair my ship. As long as you can help me, not to mention letting you see my collection, even if you ask for my life, I will not utter a single word of objection. Ba Tezin Mengduo knew very well that the Fei Tai Chung Hao was his life. If the ship were lost, everything he possessed would vanish into nothing. I can help you repair it. Lin Yuan nodded. However, I have a condition. Please speak, sir. I want to make a bet with you. A bet? Ba Tezin Mengduo was taken aback. That's right, a grand gamble between shipwrights. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with brilliant light. I will repair your Fei Tai Chung Hao, and I guarantee that after the repair its performance will be at least 30% better than before. If I succeed, I will pick 3 devil fruits from your collection free of charge. If I fail... Lin Yuan paused, a confident smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. My Nuya fortress along with everyone and all the technology on it will be yours to dispose of. Boom. Lin Yuan's words once again left everyone present dumbfounded. Betting a moving fortress for 3 devil fruits. This bet was too huge. Lin Yuan. Lei Li was the first to react, his face changing as he tried to stop him. Don't worry, Lei Li. Lin Yuan waved his hand, signaling him to stay calm. I never do anything without certainty. Luo Jie was brimming with excitement. Wahaha. Interesting. How interesting. Lin Yuan. You're truly crazy enough. I like it. He could sense the immense confidence radiating from Lin Yuan. He believed in Lin Yuan. Ba Tezin Mengduo was also completely awed by Lin Yuan's boldness. He stared intently at Lin Yuan, trying to detect even a trace of hesitation or guilt in the other's eyes. But there was none. All he saw was absolute confidence, and a pride bordering on arrogance in his own skill. This young man truly had confidence. Good. Ba Tezin Mengduo gritted his teeth fiercely, his long dormant gambler's heart thoroughly ignited at that moment. I'll take that bet. But I have a condition. Speak. The repair work must be done on my ship. A gleam of shrewdness flashed in Ba Tezin Mengduo's eyes. He wanted to see with his own eyes what miraculous skills this young man possessed. No problem. Lin Yuan agreed without hesitation. However, I don't want anyone to disturb me while I'm repairing. Agreed. I'll clear out the entire engine room. It will become your exclusive workshop. Deal. Deal. Half an hour later, inside the deepest level of the Fei Tai Chung Hao, the engine room that resembled a steel maze. The area had been cleared by Ba Tezin Mengduo, leaving only Lin Yuan alone. Before him stood a colossal complex mechanical creation brimming with steampunk aesthetics. Countless thick brass glowing pipes coiled like massive serpents connecting to a spherical steam core over 20 meters in diameter, resembling a giant heart. The surface of the core was covered with dense arrays of gauges and valves emitting a rhythmic roar that provided endless power to the entire city ship. This was the heart of the Fei Tai Chung Hao, the eternal steam engine. The design is not bad, but unfortunately the materials and structure limit its potential. Lin Yuan walked around the massive machine, and the power heart skill allowed him to instantly comprehend all its internal structures and energy flows. He located the No. 17 pressure valve that had a crack. That crack was finer than a hair, hidden deep within layers of components. If not for Lin Yuan's cheat-like ability, even dismantling the entire core might not reveal it. Then let's begin. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and pulled out his old companion from his system space, the Eternal Hammer. Unlike other shipwrights who would first disassemble outer armor and parts, he chose the most direct, most violent, and most unbelievable method. Divine skill, all object forging. Activate. Now it's time to witness a miracle. A flash of fanatical light gleamed in Lin Yuan's eyes. The Eternal Hammer in his hand transformed into streaks of black afterimages with sonic booms that could tear the air apart as it began madly striking the huge spherical steam core. Thump, thump, thump. The dull yet rhythmic pounding echoed in the empty engine room. A bizarre scene unfolded. The seemingly indestructible shell of the steam core, made of special alloy, began to slowly writhe and deform under Lin Yuan's hammer blows, as if it were alive. Lin Yuan was not destroying it. He was reshaping it. He regarded this cold machine as a deformed life form, using the vibrations of the eternal hammer to forcibly correct the bloated, clogged, and irrational energy circuits inside it. He infused the machine with a new life through his own will. Outside the engine room, Ba Tezhen Mingguo Luo Gla Li and others were nervously watching everything through a one-way observation window. When they saw Lin Yuan directly using a hammer to strike that extremely precise eternal steam engine, everyone was so shocked that their eyes nearly popped out. Especially Ba Tezhen Mingguo, who nearly had a heart attack on the spot. That was his life, if it were damaged. But what happened next completely overturned their understanding. They saw that under Lin Yuan's hammer blows, the huge steam core, instead of being damaged, began to emit a blue glow full of vitality. The pipes that had been somewhat dim due to energy leakage were now bright as new. The gears that had been sluggish in operation were now running with unparalleled smoothness. The entire eternal steam engine seemed to have been infused with a new soul, emitting a joyful roar like a dragon's cry. This. Ba Tezhen Mingduo stared at the scene before him, completely speechless. He felt that the worldview he had built over decades was shattered by Lin Yuan's hammer in that moment. An hour later, when Lin Yuan set down the eternal hammer and emerged from the power room, Bosun Mondo, Roger Rayleigh, and the senior shipwrights of the Scrap Iron City all regarded him in silent astonishment. It is done. Lin Yuan brushed the dust from his palms, a trace of exhaustion on his face, but satisfaction shining through. The repairs are complete. I also took the liberty of optimizing the energy circuits, boosting the core's combustion efficiency. Its performance now exceeds the original by at least 40%. You may go test it. Lin Yuan spoke as if he had merely accomplished some trivial matter. Yet his words nearly drove Bosun Mondo to his knees on the spot. 40%. Even beyond his wildest expectations. Quick. A sea trial at once. Bosun Mondo shook off his stupor, his face flushed with excitement, as he roared frantically at the captain beside him. Captain. The captain himself was profoundly shaken. Casting a look of utter reverence upon Lin Yuan, he immediately bolted for the bridge. Soon the Scrap Iron City, a colossal vessel resembling a floating island, roared to life with thunderous surging power. Rumble. The entire ship shuddered violently, then surged forward at a terrifying speed that defied its monstrous bulk. A massive furrow of white foam carved across the sea surface. Fast. Incredible speed. In the bridge, the captain gazed at the needles on the instrument panel, climbing relentlessly, letting out an astonished cry. This velocity exceeds our previous maximum by half. Good heavens. How on earth did he manage this? I concede defeat. Upon the platform, Bosun Mondo watched the Scrap Iron City sprinting across the waves like a creature possessed, and exhaled a long measured breath. He surrendered willingly and completely. He stepped forward to Lin Yuan and bowed deeply once more. Mr. Lin Yuan, from this day forward you are my dearest and most honored friend, Bosun Mondo. My treasury shall remain eternally open to you. As he spoke, he drew from his robes an immense tome of extraordinary antiquity bound in the hide of some unknown beast, as thick as a dictionary. Its cover was forged of pure gold inlaid with a massive gem that gleamed like a cat's eye. At the very center of the cover, ancient script proclaimed a single title in bold characters: The Book of Mondo. This volume records all the rare treasures I have collected across the Grand Line over decades of voyages. Bosun Mondo presented this priceless tome to Lin Yuan with profound reverence. It also includes every devil fruit in my collection. Please inspect it. A glimmer of delight flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes. This was precisely what he had been waiting for. He accepted the heavy tome without hesitation. It was cold to the touch and exceedingly weighty. He turned the first page with deliberate care. What greeted his eyes were no words, but exquisite illustrations of devil fruits rendered with lifelike vividness by master painters. Beside each fruit, detailed annotations recorded its name, classification, and all known ability information. Paramecia spring fruit. Paramecia door fruit. Zoan bird fruit falcon form. Lin Yuan turned page after page, his heart pounding wildly. As befitting the king of scavengers, the sheer volume of devil fruits in his collection was staggering. Over 100 recorded within this single volume alone. Among them were numerous fruits of extraordinary power that would shine brilliantly in the years to come. So many. Roger beside him gazed with such longing that drool nearly escaped the corner of his mouth. Rayleigh wore an expression of equal astonishment. He had known Bosun Mondo to be wealthy, but never imagined such staggering riches. This man's personal collection of devil fruits likely surpassed that of the entire Marine headquarters. Lin Yuan's gaze swept across the pages with blinding speed, his mind working furiously to screen and select the targets of greatest value to him. What he needed was pure, immense energy, to awaken the mysterious void seed. Almost immediately his attention was captured by three fruits that appeared remarkably unremarkable. The first, Paramecia, heat fruit. Its ability granted complete control over one's own body temperature, reaching a staggering 10,000 degrees. 10,000 degrees of scorching heat. The energy contained within must be absolutely colossal. The second, Logia, magma fruit. This fruit allowed the user to transform their body into molten magma. Though it bore a resemblance to Akainu's later lava water fruit, the description explicitly noted that its magma was inferior in both temperature and fluidity, a weakened variant at best. Yet even so, as a Logia-type fruit, the energy it harbored was by no means to be underestimated. The third fruit caused Lin Yuan to hesitate for a long while. He ultimately fixed his gaze upon an unusually shaped fruit, completely black in hue, its surface intricately patterned with violet lightning veins. Paramecia Thunder Fruit Replica. A replica. Lin Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. He studied the accompanying description with great care. It transpired that this fruit was a failed creation produced by scientists of an ancient kingdom who had attempted to replicate the genuine Thunder fruit through technological means. Though it retained the ability to manipulate lightning, its power was far inferior to the original, and the strain placed upon the user was immense, even carrying the risk of death by electrocution. Consequently, Basan Mondo had categorized it among his dangerous collectibles. But Lin Yuan's eyes blazed with brilliant light. A failed product. High consumption. To him, these were nothing short of perfect qualities. He did not seek its abilities. He sought the pure lightning energy coursing within it. These three will suffice. Lin Yuan closed the tome and pointed to the three fruits before Basan Mondo. The heat fruit, the magma fruit, and this replica Thunder fruit. Basan Mondo was taken aback. He had fully expected Lin Yuan to select some renowned or otherwise powerful Zoan-class fruit, never imagining he would choose these three peculiar specimens. Especially that replica Thunder fruit. In his eyes, it was nothing more than a bomb liable to detonate at any moment. He would not have taken it, even for free. Mr. Lin Yuan, are you? Are you certain? I am certain. Lin Yuan nodded. Very well. Though bewildered, Basan Mondo agreed without hesitation. Someone, fetch those three fruits from my treasury at once. Soon 3 safes crafted from sea prism stone, kept perpetually cold, were delivered. Lin Yuan opened them for a quick inspection, then stowed them away with evident satisfaction. Thank you, Mr. Mondo. Ha, Mr. Lin Yuan is far too kind. Basan Mondo laughed so heartily that the flesh on his face trembled. In exchange for 3 fruits he considered far from top tier, he had gained a mobile fortress with 40% improved performance, impenetrable and unstoppable, along with the friendship of a legendary shipwright. This was the deal of a lifetime. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing a myth tier repair. Event rating legendary. Processing settlement. Congratulations, host, on receiving 8,000 points. Congratulations, host, on receiving special title, Savior of Scrap Iron City. Savior of Scrap Iron City. Upon equipping, you gain affinity toward all steampunk creations and enjoy a permanent 20% discount on all transactions with Basan Mondo. Congratulations, host, on receiving special blueprint, Eternal Steam Engine Modified Edition Legendary Tier. A series of system prompts rang out in Lin Yuan's mind. 800,000 points. Another enormous sum of money. Lin Yuan glanced at his system panel. Points 186,000. 1.86 million. He felt extremely wealthy at this moment. Mr. Lin Yuan, to express my gratitude, I have an unreasonable request. Just then Basan Mondo rubbed his hands together and approached with eager anticipation. Oh, I want to entrust you to build a completely new ship specially for me. Basan Mondo's eyes filled with fervor. A ship that can resist the majority of Kinbunshiko Haki detection, capable of carrying all my treasures, unique in the entire world. Mobile vault. As for the compensation, Basan Mondo took a deep breath and held up 5 thick fingers. 5 billion belly. Plus priority access to all rare materials in my treasury. Hiss. Even Roger and Rayleigh couldn't help but gulp sharply upon hearing this astronomical figure. 5 billion. That alone was enough to purchase a small nation. This fat man was actually willing to spend such a tremendous amount of money just to build a ship. A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Yuan's eyes, but he quickly composed himself. A mobile treasury, immune to Kinbunshiko Haki detection. This was practically a walk in the park for him. Several design concepts immediately flooded his mind. For instance, combining the Ghost stealth system with the Leviathan Hearts biotechnology, then crafting the hull from specialized materials capable of absorbing mental fluctuations. Agreed. Lin Yuan nodded. However, I have my own rules. Please speak, sir. First, I control the design. You cannot interfere. Second, construction must take place at my Noah fortress. Third, beyond the 5 billion belly deposit, I need you to immediately supply me with a batch of rare materials from my list. A gleam flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. He happened to need some special materials to repair the diagram of that wind sail and to arm Roger's Oro Jackson to its final stage. This supplier is a perfect opportunity. Why pass up someone willing to pay so readily? No problem. Absolutely no problem. Basan Mondo agreed without hesitation. By now his trust in Lin Yuan's technology bordered on blind faith. Not only 3 conditions, even 30 would be accepted without a second thought. Excellent. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. After seeing off the satisfied Basan Mondo, who left an absurdly long material list behind, Lin Yuan immediately returned to Noah Fortress. He didn't even have time to celebrate, diving straight into his biology laboratory. He was eager to awaken that mysterious void seed. Inside the laboratory, Lin Yuan took a deep breath and carefully placed the 3 newly acquired devil fruits along with that thumb-sized pitch-black void seed into an energy extraction device he had just designed, full of futuristic elements. The core of this apparatus was based on lineage factor research materials obtained from Punk Hazard. What he intended to do was not let the Void Seed consume these 3 devil fruits, but rather to extract the purest source energy contained within them and forcefully inject it into the Void Seed. This was an extremely dangerous and reckless approach. One wrong move and the energies of the 3 different devil fruits would violently clash, triggering an explosion powerful enough to blow up the entire Noah fortress. But Lin Yuan had absolute confidence. He possessed technological knowledge that transcended this era. And his system, Hank, activate the energy barrier and raise the laboratory's defense level to maximum. Yes, master. Hank, standing guard outside the door, immediately carried out the order. Layers of energy barriers thick and made of bioalloy slowly descended, completely isolating the laboratory from the outside world. Then let us begin. Lin Yuan's eyes shimmered with madness. He pressed the activation button on the extraction device. Vroom. The entire apparatus began to operate violently, countless arcs of dark blue electricity leaping wildly across its surface. Inside the apparatus, the 3 devil fruits began to tremble violently. The warmth fruit radiated terrifying heat capable of melting steel. The magma fruit transformed into scalding molten rock, fiercely crashing against the inner walls of the container. And the replica of the thunder fruit erupted with violent purple lightning. These 3 energies of different attributes collided and compressed in the confined space, attempting to tear the entire apparatus apart. Want to resist? Lin Yuan sneered. In my laboratory, dragons must coil and tigers must lie low. His hands flew across the control console. Genetic editing and directional induction technology. Activate. Energy structure forced reorganization. Begin. Under Lin Yuan's virtually inhuman control, an invisible, yet overwhelmingly powerful force descended. These 3 violent energies seemed seized by an invisible hand, then forcefully and brutally kneaded together. They held. They struggled. But in the end they were compressed by Lin Yuan's absolute technical prowess into a fist-sized chaos energy sphere radiating destructive aura. Very good, first step complete. Beads of sweat formed on Lin Yuan's forehead. Simultaneously controlling 3 devil fruit energies was also a tremendous challenge for him. Now for the main course. His gaze fell upon the ordinary-looking Void Seed, quietly floating beside the energy sphere. Swallow it, Lin Yuan shouted. He drastically increased the energy output. The chaos energy sphere was propelled by immense force and crashed violently into the Void Seed. A bizarre scene unfolded. The instant the Void Seed made contact with the energy sphere, instead of being torn apart by the violent energy, it resembled a bottomless black hole beginning to voraciously devour that energy. On the surface of the tiny pitch-black crystal, brilliant lights like a galaxy began to shimmer from its irregular cracks. An ancient and vast aura slowly awakened from the small crystal. At this moment, the very space of the entire laboratory began to warp and distort violently. The walls rippled like waves. The ceiling and floor seemed infinitely stretched, then instantly compressed, even time itself appearing to slow. Success. Lin Yuan gazed at the bizarre and dazzling scene before him, his eyes blazing with boundless ecstasy. The Void Seed had awakened. Just then the system prompt sounded again. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully awakened the mythical item. Void Seed preliminary awakening state. Settling. Congratulations, host, for achieving an epic achievement. Creator across dimensions. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 100 points. Congratulations, host, for obtaining special skill, Space Perception Preliminary. Space Perception Preliminary. The host can perceive subtle fluctuations in the surrounding space, possessing extremely high sensitivity to phenomena such as spatial rifts and spatial distortions. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Void Seed Binding Authority. Void Seed Preliminary Awakening State. It has been bound to the host's soul. The host can consume their own mental energy and physical strength to activate some of its abilities. Currently unlocked abilities. 1. Short-range teleportation. High consumption allows instantaneous movement within a 50-meter range. Cooldown time 1 minute. 2. Space beacon can set a space beacon at any location. The beacon lasts for 24 hours. The host can teleport directly to the beacon's location by consuming more energy, limited to once per day. 1 million points. The godlike space perception. And the ability to teleport through space. Lin Yuan felt so blissful he was almost suffocating. This wave of operations was an absolute steal. With spatial teleportation, his survivability and mobility would undergo a qualitative leap. Combined with his shave and moonwalk, he would become a true battlefield phantom, leaving no trace of his coming and going. And the ability of Space Beacon was even more full of infinite possibilities. Whether used for escape or for a surprise attack, it would be an unstoppable trump card. Just as Lin Yuan was immersed in joy, carefully studying his new abilities, an extremely urgent, panic-filled alarm suddenly sounded through the internal communication. It was the voice of Jia Ba, who was stationed in the watchtower. Boss, a large number of unknown fleets are approaching. The number? At least 50 or more. Their flag. We have never seen it. On it is painted a burning cross. A burning cross. Lin Yuan's brow furrowed. Who could it be? Lin Yuan's figure instantly disappeared from the laboratory, and the next second, he had appeared on the highest watchtower of the Noah fortress. He picked up the highest magnification telescope and looked in the direction Jia Ba had pointed. He saw that on the distant horizon a massive fleet composed entirely of black warships was approaching the Noah fortress with an overwhelming momentum like dark clouds pressing down. The design of those warships was filled with a sinister Gothic cathedral-like style. On the towering sword-like masts hung huge black flags painted with burning crosses. A cold, fanatical executioner's aura filled with the meaning of religious inquisition could be clearly felt even from dozens of nautical miles away. This is Luo Jie and Lei Li also arrived. They looked at the unfamiliar fleet, their faces showing solemn expressions. It doesn't look like the Navy, nor any great pirate crew we know, Lei Li said in a deep voice. Wah! Who cares who they are? Luo Jie, however, was extremely excited. He gripped the hilt of his sword, his eyes blazing with fierce battle intent. If they dare to barge into our territory, then we'll sink them all. Lin Yuan said nothing. His advanced observation haki had already extended over there. He could clearly sense an extremely powerful, yet contradictory aura hidden on the flagship of that fleet. That aura was half scorching and divine like holy light, and the other half was cold and evil like the abyss. Just then Lin Yuan's system panel suddenly popped up a crimson warning-filled prompt. Warning. Detected a high-threat target approaching. Target named Twin Knights of Holy Light and Shadow. Threat level S, extremely dangerous. Background introduction: zealous executors from an ancient religious inquisition who take it upon themselves to judge heretics. Their strength is unfathomable, and they have the terrifying record of jointly destroying a kingdom. Religious inquisition. Lin Yuan's heart sank heavily. He remembered. Among the countless star-like forces in the Grand Line, there was indeed such an extremely low-key, yet extremely terrifying ancient organization. They sought neither treasure nor fame, only to carry out their so-called divine will and judge all beings they considered heretics. And as for himself, awakening a living island, deciphering ancient weapons, making ships eat devil fruits, and now even mastering the void power they knew nothing about. No matter how you looked at it, he was absolutely the most standard, the first to be purified. The ultimate heretic. It seems the energy fluctuation from awakening the void seed just now attracted these mad dogs. A flash of cold, killing intent shot through Lin Yuan's eyes. Just in time. Let you try the firepower of my mobile fortress and see if it's enough to purify you so-called holy lights. Lin Yuan abruptly turned around and issued combat orders through the broadcasting system that covered the entire Noah fortress. All personnel attention. Level 1 combat readiness. Noah fortress main cannon requiem. Begin charging. Under Lin Yuan's cold and murderous voice, the Noah fortress's broadcasting system instantly entered the highest level of combat readiness. Buzz buzz. Piercing alarm sounds echoed through the sky. The entire mobile fortress, composed of biology and metal, began to slowly operate like an ancient giant beast awakening from slumber. The sinister gun muzzles hidden among the buildings slowly rose, gleaming with cold metallic luster. Layers of energy shields composed of bioalloy rippled out like water waves, enveloping the entire Noah fortress in a dark blue light screen. And at the very center of the fortress, the Requiem, main cannon powerful enough to destroy an island with a single shot, began to gather a terrifying energy at its muzzle that could twist light and cause palpitations. Wah! Fighting! Fighting! Luo Jie looked at the menacing fleet in the distance, showing no tension at all, but instead trembling with excitement. He shouldered his famous sword AIC and shot up like a cannonball, landing at the forefront of the Noah fortress, his eyes blazing with fierce battle intent. Lei Li, Jia Ba, and the others also took their positions, solemn expressions on their faces. They could sense that the enemies this time were completely different from the small fry before. That cold, fanatical, terrifying aura, as if judging all sins in the world, made even them pirates who lived by the sword in the new world feel a shudder from the depths of their souls. Master Han Ku and his 4 junior brothers rushed onto the command tower, their faces filled with fervor and battle intent. Please give the order. Let these reckless bastards see what the true wrath of the Creator is. No rush. Lin Yuan's expression was terrifyingly calm. His advanced observation haki had already scanned the entire massive fleet inside and out like the most precise radar. 50 uniformly designed Judgment-class warships, forged from special alloy. Each warship was equipped with firepower comparable to that of a Marine Vice Admiral's flagship. Aboard the flagship that resembled a moving cathedral, those 2 terrifying auras, half divine, half demonic, stood out like twin beacons in the night, clearly manifesting within his perception. Interesting. Rare dual Supreme King's haki. He could sense that although those 2 individuals radiated fundamentally different auras, their Supreme King's haki resonated and merged in an extraordinary way, unleashing power far beyond the sum of its parts. At that moment, the opposing fleet came to a halt. From the prow of the flagship, 2 figures slowly emerged. On the left stood a figure clad in golden armor that blazed like sacred radiance, gripping a colossal cross sword wreathed in white flame. His features were as handsome as an angel from legend, yet his golden eyes burned with disdain and indifference toward all creation. He was the Holy Light Knight Gabriel. The figure to his right was entirely different. Shrouded in a pitch-black cloak that seemed to devour all light, only crimson glowing eyes peered out. In his hand rested a scythe forged from pure darkness, radiating a nauseating aura of death. He was the Shadow Knight Samuel. Together they formed the twin knights of Light and Shadow, the Inquisition's most formidable executioners. Heretics ahead, heed my voice. The Holy Light Knight, Gabriel's words echoed through the din mushy, his tone heavy with divine authority, yet laced with unyielding judgment. Your very existence defile the divine laws of creation. Now kneel, confess your sins, accept purification through sacred flames. This is the final mercy bestowed upon you by the divine. His voice thundered across the entire seas like rolling heavenly drums. Wah! Roger burst into uncontrollable laughter, tears streaming from his eyes. Is this fool's mind crushed by a door? God, I am the god of these seas. Absolutely. Jabba chimed in. Where did this madman come from playing the prophet here? Lin Yuan did not laugh. He detested nothing more than self-righteous bastards perched atop moral high grounds pointing fingers at others. Purification. Lin Yuan smiled. It was a smile dripping with mockery and killing intent. He wasted no more words, letting his actions speak for him. Requiem fire. Boom. A terrifying roar exploded, causing the entire Noah fortress to quake violently. At the fortress's very core, the Requiem main cannon, concentrating 80% of the entire fortress's energy, erupted with a brilliance bordering on the apocalyptic. A pure white energy beam thick as a mountain range tore through the atmosphere and pierced space itself, striking the massive black fleet ahead at speeds beyond sound. This shot was Lin Yuan's declaration. His most direct, most audacious contempt for these so-called envoys of God. Divine retribution. Aboard the flagship, the Holy Light Knight, Gabriel watched the world-destroying beam, his expression finally showing grave concern. He could feel its power far exceeded their estimates, enough to threaten them. Holy light barrier. Gabriel roared, driving his cross-sword into the deck. A golden wall of pure sacred energy tens of meters thick materialized instantly before him. Countless sacred runes danced across the barrier's surface, radiating an impenetrable aura. Simultaneously, the Shadow Knight beside him moved. His dark scythe swept forward. Shadow Veil. A pitch-black barrier that seemed to devour all light erupted instantaneously, merging flawlessly with the golden holy light barrier. One light, one dark. One holy, one demonic. Two opposing forces wove together at that moment in an extraordinary fusion, forming an absolute defense of black and white that appeared utterly paradoxical, yet possessed unyielding strength. This was the Twin Knights' ultimate defensive technique, the concerto of light and dark. The next instant, the world-shattering Requiem beam collided head-on with the black and white absolute defense. Rumble. A terrifying energy shockwave radiated outward from the impact point in every direction. The sea surface was crushed into a massive depression spanning over a kilometer in diameter. The clouds above were instantly torn asunder. Even Noah fortress miles away began to shake violently under the shockwave's force, its energy shield rippling with intense waves. This power is insane. Jabba and the others desperately clung to nearby fixtures to avoid being blown away, their faces frozen in horror. This was merely the aftermath. What exactly happened at the impact center? The dust gradually settled. On the sea surface, the massive black fleet remained, but their formation was in complete disarray. Except for the flagship at the center, every other warship was tossed about by the terrifying shockwave, several already listing and taking on water. Ahead of the flagship, the black and white barrier conjured by the Twin Knights was now riddled with spiderweb-like cracks, seemingly on the verge of shattering. The Holy Light Knight, Gabriel's face had grown pale, his grip on the massive sword trembling. Beside him, the Shadow Knight, Samuel's cloaked form swayed noticeably. They had nearly failed to hold it back. Heretic. Gabriel stared at the distant mobile fortress, completely unharmed, with its energy shield intact, his golden eyes brimming with shock. You have successfully angered us. Samuel. The Shadow Knight responded with a low nasal hum. The next instant, both their auras surged upward violently. Gold and black Supreme King's haki erupted into the sky, intertwining and merging into a colossal black and white cross radiating incomprehensible majesty. A terrifying pressure crashed toward Noah Fortress like a solid tsunami battering against its energy shield with devastating force. The ultramarine shield flickered violently, emitting a distressed wail under the unbearable pressure. Inside the command tower, Hank and the others turned pale, feeling their very souls tremble under that terrifying pressure, on the verge of falling to their knees. Oomph. Just then a sneer emerged from Roger's nostrils, and a black lightning as domineering and wild as his, brimming with the desire for conquest and destruction, erupted from his body, colliding fiercely with that dual black and white pressure. Boom. Three distinct flavors of Conqueror's haki collided wildly in midair, crushing against each other and producing a deafening roar. Wahaha. This is interesting. Roger carried his blade, grinning widely as Black Conqueror's haki burned fiercely around him like flames. Two people's Conqueror's haki can actually merge. I've never seen such a trick before. Although he spoke casually, Roger's eyes grew extremely serious. He could sense that the opponent's merged Conqueror's haki in quality was secretly surpassing his own. Really? Understood. Rayleigh hesitated not at all, and a peerless sword intent erupted from his body, intertwining with Roger's Conqueror's haki, barely holding back that terrifying pressure. So this is what an S-level threat feels like. Lin Yuan stood at the highest point of the command tower, his expression still calm, but his heart was roiling with turbulent waves. He had still underestimated the power of these Twin Knights. The mere collision of Conqueror's haki could create such a terrifying spectacle if they unleashed their true attacks. Heretic, you have forced us to activate the twin resonance, which is reason enough to be proud. Archangel Gabriel's voice rang out once more as he slowly raised the great cross sword in his hand. Now let me show you what true divine judgment looks like. Dark Knight Samval beside him simultaneously raised his dark scythe. Two terrifying energies, one golden and one black, utterly different, yet from the same source, gathered wildly on their weapons. Judgment cross slash. Both men roared in unison as they swung their weapons forward with tremendous force. A colossal black and white cross slash over 100 meters in size formed from pure holy light and shadow descended upon Noah Fortress with the terrifying authority to judge all things. The energy contained within this strike was even more terrifying than the Requiem main cannon from earlier, where it passed space itself emitted an anguished wail torn apart into pitch-black cracks. No good. Rayleigh's expression changed drastically. This strike could not be blocked by energy shields alone. Wahaha. Come on. Roger's battle spirit soared as he prepared to charge forward and endure the attack. Don't move. Lin Yuan's voice suddenly echoed in everyone's minds. Leave it to me. In this moment Lin Yuan's eyes turned ethereal. His newly acquired elementary spatial perception ability was pushed to its absolute limit. Within his perception, that seemingly indestructible black and white cross slash revealed imperfections in its internal energy structure. A tiny fluctuating energy node existed at the junction between light and darkness. That was its weakness. Noah. Lin Yuan shouted in his heart. Divine skill, life link. Activate. In this moment Lin Yuan's consciousness merged completely with the entire mobile fortress. He was Noah. Noah was him. Port side bioarmor pods 3, 5, and 7 energy overload. Starboard vine matrix activate. Main engine thrust reverse spray. Incredible commands flashed through Lin Yuan's mind in an instant. Rumble. The colossal Noah Fortress seemed to come alive at that moment. At the precise moment the black and white cross slash was about to strike, 3 massive bioarmor segments on the left side of the fortress suddenly expanded and detonated, creating a powerful reactive force. Meanwhile on the right side, countless enormous vines grown from world tree energy surged upward like giant pythons, weaving together in midair into a massive green net. The main engines at the fortress's base erupted with blinding light, spraying wildly in the opposite direction. Through a series of maneuvers, that island-like Noah Fortress somehow executed an incomprehensible lateral drift across the sea surface, defying the laws of physics. Whoosh! The black and white cross slash capable of destroying everything almost grazed Noah Fortress's energy shield before crashing down onto the distant sea surface. Boom! The sea surface was split open, revealing a terrifying abyss thousands of meters long and bottomless. Terrifying energy exploded at the abyss's depths, sending colossal waves hundreds of meters high. DOD. Dodged it. On the flagship the Twin Knights watched this scene with expressions completely frozen. Their invincible combined strike technique had been dodged by the opponent in such an incomprehensible way. How is this possible? That was an island. Well done, Lin Yuan. Roger and Rayleigh were equally stunned. Taking hits alone isn't my style. A cold glint flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. He understood that long-range artillery duels wouldn't work against those two. To defeat them, he'd need to close in. Hank, I'm leaving command of the fortress to you for now. Fire freely and hold back their main fleet. Yes, master. Roger. Rayleigh Brook. Lin Yuan turned around, his eyes blazing with mad battle intent. Do you dare to follow me and tear apart their flagship? Wahaha. Just what I wanted. Roger responded first, unable to contain his excitement any longer. Yo-ho-ho-ho, even though my bones are nearly shaking apart, how could I miss such excitement? Brooke adjusted his top hat with a chuckle. Let's go. Let these overconfident bastards witness what true judgment looks like. Upon Lin Yuan's order, the entire Noah Fortress's fire control system instantly activated. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Hundreds of newly modified cannons personally engineered by Lin Yuan roared in unison. Foolish struggle. Holy Light Knight, Gabriel sneered, about to intercept those shells. But suddenly violent explosions erupted from behind his fleet. Boom. A Judgment-class warship at the rear of the fleet shuddered violently, its rudder torn open by a massive explosion engulfed in fierce flames. The entire warship lost control, instantly spinning aimlessly across the sea surface like a headless fly. The entire warship lost control, instantly spinning aimlessly across the sea surface like a headless fly. What a... The Twin Knights' faces changed color as they whirled around. But they saw nothing. It was as if the warship had been struck by an invisible specter. Below, Shadow Knight Samval's crimson eyes snapped toward the sea surface. He could sense an extremely subtle fluctuation of energy moving at high speed beneath their fleet. But before he could react, boom, 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 3 more violent explosions thundered. The rudders and power cores of 3 more warships were detonated with pinpoint accuracy simultaneously. The entire Black Fleet's formation instantly plunged into chaos. It's that trimaran. Gabriel finally realized. It was Lin Yuan's Storm Wing with its phantom-like stealth capability. It had silently infiltrated the heart of their fleet right under their noses. The fanatical believers on the fleet immediately went berserk, unleashing indiscriminate bombardment upon the sea surface with all their firepower. But all was in vain. Under Lin Yuan's personal piloting, the Storm Wing was like the most cunning hunter in the deep sea. Each emergence perfectly timed, each strike precise and lethal. It never lingered. Once it struck, it vanished into the distance. Under the fierce frontal firepower of Noah Fortress, it was like a phantom assassin relentlessly reaping lives from the Black Fleet. In less than 10 minutes, over 10 Judgment-class warships had been crippled in this manner. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! On the flagship, Gabriel trembled with rage, his handsome face twisted with fury. This was a disgrace. An unprecedented disgrace. Their great Inquisition fleet was being toyed with like a monkey by a heretic. Samuel, find it. I want to tear it apart with my own hands. Calm down, Gabriel. Shadow Knight Samuel's voice remained low and hoarse. His target is not these warships, but us. He's using this to force us to act. The moment his words fell, splash, the sea surface beside the flagship suddenly erupted. The pitch-black sci-fi-shaped Storm Wing burst out of the water like a sea dragon, executed a graceful drift, and came to a steady halt alongside the flagship. Yo, you two been waiting long. Lin Yuan stood at the bow, a mocking smile on his face. Behind him, Luo Jie, Lei Li, and Buluk were already poised for action, their eyes filled with icy killing intent, courting death. Seeing Lin Yuan dare to show himself, Gabriel's old and new hatreds surged together. Without a second thought, he swung his cross greatsword wreathed in holy light, capable of purifying all, fiercely toward the Storm Wing. But at that moment, a black figure moved faster than his sword. Your opponent is me. Luo Jie laughed heartily, appearing midair out of nowhere. His famed blade, ace coiled with jet-black conqueror's haki, met Gabriel's greatsword from above with tremendous force. Clang! A deafening clash of metal resounded. The two legendary blades collided violently, sending a terrifying shockwave that lifted the seawater dozens of meters high. Both Luo Jie and Gabriel grunted, flying backward. Not bad. Luo Jie steadied himself, shook his slightly numb arm, and his smile grew even more exhilarated. Meanwhile, Lei Li and Buluk moved. Their targets were the fanatical believers in black armor pouring out of the flagship. Lei Li's figure turned into a golden lightning bolt flashing through the crowd. His sword was too fast. So fast that the believers couldn't even see his shadow before a thin line of blood appeared on their necks, and they fell in disbelief. Buluk was even more eerie. His cane sword was coated with the chill of the underworld. Lullaby frozen song. He hummed an ancient melody softly, and an invisible wave of spiritual energy spread out. The believers caught in it felt their souls freeze, their movements becoming sluggish. The next second, Buluk's figure passed through them like a ghost, leaving a trail of icy sword light. Crack! Crack! The believers struck by his blade began to freeze from the wounds covered in thick frost, eventually turning into lifelike ice sculptures. The hunt had officially begun. The entire battlefield instantly became a one-sided massacre. Shadow Knight Samuel stood silently at the flagship's bow, his crimson eyes coldly observing everything, yet he did not act immediately. He was waiting for an opportunity. An opportunity for a single fatal blow. His gaze locked onto the seemingly most harmless youth standing at the bow of the Storm Wing who had not yet moved. That youth was the mastermind behind all this. Kill him, and the farce would end. Just as Lin Yuan's attention was drawn to the battle between Luo Jie and Gabriel, Samuel's figure suddenly vanished from the spot. He merged completely into the shadows beneath his feet. Shadow stealth. The next second, a pitch-black, utterly silent shadow appeared silently behind Lin Yuan. The scythe, forged from pure darkness and carrying the aura of soul-reaping death, thrust fiercely toward Lin Yuan's back. This strike was fast, precise, and ruthless. No warning. No killing intent. Even a master of top-tier observation haki, like Lei Li, might not have reacted in time. Just as the death scythe was about to pierce Lin Yuan's heart. I've been waiting for you. A cold voice suddenly sounded in Samuel's ear. Samuel's pupils contracted sharply. He saw the youth turn around, a knowing smile on his face. In his hand, the seemingly ordinary ancient hammer was now covered in jet-black armament haki, even glowing with flame-like patterns. Eternal hammer. Hardening Ryo. Ding. Lin Yuan's hammer struck first, meeting the tip of the death scythe at an extremely tricky angle with pinpoint precision. Samuel could clearly see a concentrated destructive force of haki surging along his scythe into his body. Crack! His scythe, forged from pure dark energy, shattered inch by inch from the tip. Uft! Samuel spat a mouthful of black blood, flying backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily onto the flagship's deck. With a single blow, this Shadow Knight was severely wounded by Lin Yuan in the most direct and brutal manner. Samuel. The Holy Knight, Gabriel, locked in fierce combat with Roger, witnessed this scene with eyes wide open in fury. Bastard. Gabriel let out a thunderous roar, his holy light erupting violently, forcing Roger back, then charged toward Lin Yuan. Hey, your opponent is me. Roger's figure reappeared before him, the legendary blade AC in hand, a mocking smile blocking his path. Get out of my way. Gabriel had completely lost his reason, his cross greatsword transforming into a golden rain of light pouring madly toward Roger. Sacred consecutive slash. Wah! Bring it on. Instead of retreating, Roger advanced, his AC dancing out, a black blade of light colliding fiercely with the golden rain. Clang, clang, clang. A series of dense metallic clashes rang through the sky. The two engaged in the most intense, most primal exchange of blows on the narrow deck. Each collision unleashed terrifying energy impacts, tearing vicious gashes into the hard deck. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Yuan slowly descended from the Stormwing step by step, approaching the fallen Shadow Knight, Samuel, who was struggling to rise. You? Who are you? Samuel clutched his chest, his crimson eyes filled with disbelief. That strike had not only grievously wounded his body, but the peculiar domineering aura had directly harmed his very soul. Me? Lin Yuan smiled. Someone you cannot afford to provoke. The moment the words fell, Lin Yuan's figure vanished from the spot again. Shave. The next second he appeared before Samuel, his iron fist coated in advanced armament hockey, tearing through the air with a sonic boom, mercilessly smashing towards Samuel's head. He wanted a swift victory. A flicker of despair crossed Samuel's eyes. He wanted to dodge, but his severe injuries left his body unable to keep up with his thoughts. He could only watch helplessly as the fist of death grew larger in his pupils. Stop. The moment Holy Knight Gabriel saw Samuel in dire straits, he erupted with all his might, forcibly repelling Roger, then transformed into a golden streak, rushing toward Lin Yuan. His speed was so extreme that golden afterimages trailed in the air. Holy Spear Pierce. In that instant, the cross greatsword in his hand seemed to become an indestructible golden spear, its tip condensing terrifying energy capable of piercing anything aimed directly at Lin Yuan's back. He intended to force Lin Yuan to abandon his attack on Samuel and defend himself. But Lin Yuan's reaction once again defied his expectations. Facing that lethal spear, Lin Yuan neither dodged nor evaded. Instead of withdrawing his fist, he struck down with even greater speed and ferocity. He was going to use his own back to withstand Gabriel's fatal spear. He wanted to trade a wound for a life. Madman. Gabriel's pupils contracted sharply. Never could he have imagined this young man would be so reckless. Thud. The golden spear pierced through Lin Yuan's back, without a doubt emerging from his chest, bringing with it a spurt of boiling blood. Excruciating pain instantly engulfed Lin Yuan's entire body, yet he did not even furrow his brow. Instead, a triumphant smile spread across his face. Because his fist had already landed solidly on Samuel's head. Boom. The Shadow Knight Samuel's head, along with his eyes filled with terror and reluctance, was instantly shattered by Lin Yuan's punch. This Shadow Knight, who had struck fear into countless New World powerhouses, died so ignominiously under Lin Yuan's fist. Samuel. Gabriel let out a heart-wrenching wail at the headless corpse of his comrade. His golden eyes instantly turned bloodshot. Boundless fury and grief materialized into a blazing holy flame burning fiercely upon him. I'll kill you. Gabriel roared madly, gripping the greatsword still embedded in Lin Yuan's body, intending to twist it apart. But at that moment he suddenly felt his sword immovable. He watched in horror as the young man whose body he had impaled gripped his blade tightly with hands coated in pitch-black hockey. You? Gabriel's heart sank. It's time to end this. Lin Yuan slowly raised his head, a cruel and icy smile on his bloodstained face. The gruesome hole in his chest was visibly healing at an astonishing rate under the World Tree's blessing's monstrous regenerative abilities. Behind him, Roger and Rayleigh had already finished off all the small fry, blocking all of Gabriel's escape routes from left and right. Wah! Gabriel, is it? Roger, his sword on his shoulder, grinned widely, his eyes filled with undisguised killing intent. Looks like your god can't save you today. 3 against 1. No, it was now 2 against 1 as Lin Yuan temporarily refrained from further action. But both Roger and Rayleigh were among the top powerhouses of this sea. Facing the combined assault of the two, even a full-strength Gabriel would have found it extremely difficult, let alone now, when his mind was thrown into chaos by Samuel's death. Heretics! You all deserve to die. Gabriel let out a desperate roar, his holy light erupting violently, forming a powerful shockwave that momentarily repelled Roger and Rayleigh. He did not linger, but transformed into a golden streak, fleeing toward the Black Fleet that had already fallen into chaos. He was going to escape. He would report everything that had happened here to the elders of the Inquisition. He would make these heretics suffer the most frenzied, bloodiest revenge of the entire Holy Tribunal. Think you can run? Lin Yuan looked at the golden streak, a trace of disdain in his eyes. He slowly pulled the cross greatsword still embedded in his chest, and tossed it casually onto the deck, producing a sharp clang. The gruesome hole through his chest had already stopped bleeding under the World Tree's blessing's monstrous regenerative abilities, with new flesh sprouting wildly at a visible rate. You won't escape. Lin Yuan's voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached Gabriel's ears. He slowly raised his right hand. Elementary spatial perception. Activate. Short-range teleportation. Activate. Lin Yuan's figure left a faint afterimage at the spot, vanishing instantly. Fleeing for his life, Gabriel suddenly felt a chill at his back, an overwhelming sense of terror that made his soul tremble, enveloping him. He turned back in horror. He saw that the young man had somehow appeared behind him less than half a meter away. Gabriel's pupils contracted sharply. As he opened his mouth, Lin Yuan's iron fist, sheathed in advanced armament hockey, crackling with flame-patterned energy, slammed squarely into his back. Hardening flower storm. Gabriel's golden armor, forged from sacred alloy and rumored to be unbreakable, shattered instantly under that single strike from Lin Yuan. Hockey, condensed to its absolute pinnacle, surged into him like a breach of the dikes, savagely destroying his internal organs. Gabriel vomited a massive spray of golden blood mixed with organ fragments. His entire back caved inward, his spine shattering piece by piece from that single blow as his body slammed down toward the sea surface. A colossal wave erupted where his body struck the sea. The radiant knight Gabriel, one of the Inquisition's most fearsome enforcers, had been knocked from the sky by Lin Yuan's single punch. Wahaha! Well done, Lin Yuan. Roger burst into manic laughter at the sight. Lin Yuan ignored him again, activating Moonwalk to descend gracefully onto the sea surface, then walked step by step toward the struggling Gabriel in the water. The seawater had already turned golden with his blood. Cough. What kind of monster are you? Gabriel forced himself up, his handsome face contorted with defiance and despair. I told you, I'm someone you cannot afford to provoke. Lin Yuan looked down at him with not a trace of pity in his eyes. Tell me, where's your headquarters? Lin Yuan's voice was ice cold. He understood clearly. Killing this Gabriel wouldn't solve the problem, it would only provoke the Inquisition into an even crazier retaliation. He needed to find their nest and eradicate them completely. Heh, hee. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Gabriel suddenly laughed. That was a smile overflowing with mockery and madness. Heretic, you think you've won. You killed Samuel, destroyed everything we hold dear. The Inquisition will never let you go. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, the great holy light will eventually find you and judge you. I'll be waiting for you in hell. The moment those words fell, Gabriel's body suddenly swelled as his uncontrolled holy light energy went wild inside him. He was going to self-destruct, to drag this heretic down to hell with his life. No, Lin Yuan, retreat quickly. Rayleigh's expression turned grave as he witnessed this from afar, shouting desperately. Want to self-destruct? Lin Yuan's eyes flashed with disdain. In front of me, you don't even have the right to die. Just as Gabriel's body was about to detonate, Lin Yuan suddenly spread his 5 fingers, pointing directly at him. God-tier skill, life drain. Activated. A formless but irresistibly domineering suction force erupted from Lin Yuan's palm. Gabriel felt as though the exploding holy light energy within him along with his vast life force had found an outlet, rushing toward Lin Yuan's palm at an unbelievable speed. Wow, what is this? Gabriel discovered in horror that he couldn't even self-destruct. He could clearly feel his own life draining away at an incredible rate. His radiant golden hair rapidly withered to yellow, then gray-white. Wrinkles crept across his face as his skin grew loose and shriveled. In just a few seconds, this youthful radiant knight transformed into a decrepit skeletal old man on death's door. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan's combat wounds were healing at an unbelievable rate as he absorbed that massive surge of life energy. His complexion, once pale from continuous spatial leaps and advanced hockey usage, returned to healthy rosy color. Demon. You're a demon. Gabriel's eyes filled with terror as he beheld this grotesque scene. Lin Yuan retracted his hand, compressing that vast holy light energy into a luminous sphere, casually tossing it in his palm. Gabriel was completely stripped of his ability to resist, floating lifelessly on the sea surface like a dead dog. Lin Yuan gave him no chance to speak, pressing his hand directly onto Gabriel's skull. A tremendous mental force surged into the other's mind, brutally and forcibly reading his memories. Gabriel emitted a heart-rending scream. The agony of having one's soul torn apart forcibly was 10,000 times worse than any torture. Minutes later, Lin Yuan slowly withdrew his hand, a flicker of understanding passing through his eyes. I see. The Holy Land. Mary Geos. From Gabriel's memories, Lin Yuan obtained information that even surprised him. The so-called Inquisition's headquarters was not located anywhere along the Grand Line, but hidden at the center of the world's power, the Holy Land Mary Geos. They were the most loyal and sharpest blade raised by the Tenryubido, specially tasked with eliminating threats that even CP organizations couldn't handle, those labeled as heretics. Lin Yuan sneered. It seemed his conflict with those world nobles was now irreconcilable. But he didn't care. Since you all love judging others so much today, I'll start by passing judgment on your fleet. Lin Yuan turned around, looking at the Black Fleet in the distance, still exchanging fire with the Noah fortress, a trace of cold, killing intent flashing in his eyes. He didn't kill Gabriel. That would be letting him off too easily. He wanted this guy to watch with his own eyes as his prized fleet was dismantled piece by piece right before him. Hank. Lin Yuan transmitted his command directly into Hank's mind through their life link. Roger that. Teacher. Hank, who was nervously directing the battle from the command tower, suddenly jolted, his eyes blazing with fanatical fervor. All cannons cease fire. Stormwing, prepare to release electromagnetic pulse. Noah fortress transform. Poseidon's grasp, activate. As Hank's orders came through, the Noah fortress that had been wildly pouring out firepower went completely silent in an instant. Meanwhile, the Stormwing that had been harrying the enemy fleet from within suddenly burst from the sea surface, its hull extending 2 enormous electromagnetic generators resembling wings on both sides. A visible blue electromagnetic pulse wave erupted from the Stormwing, spreading rapidly in all directions. Zzzt. The black warships hit by the EMP pulse immediately suffered system failures in their power and fire control systems. Vessels turned to lifeless scrap metal, belching black smoke across the sea surface, immobilized. Rumble. The sea surface churned violently. That massive Noah fortress, its bottom structure began morphing and reorganizing in an unbelievable way. Countless giant mechanical arms made of bioalloy, each exceeding 10 meters in diameter, surged from the fortress's base like the legendary sea god's tentacles grasping those powerless black warships. Then amid the desperate screams of those fanatical believers, they slowly dragged the captured vessels toward the moving fortress, a devouring maw opening before them. No, no. Gabriel stared at the scene before him, tears of blood streaming from his eyes. His fleet was finished. These judgment-class warships, which embodied the majesty and glory of the Inquisition, were about to become the trophies of that demonic Shipwright. They would be dismantled, studied, and transformed into even more terrifying instruments of war. The agony and humiliation of watching his painstaking efforts being devoured by the enemy bit by bit was more unbearable than death itself. Gabriel could no longer hold on. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood and collapsed into complete unconsciousness. Half an hour later, the battle was utterly concluded. On the sea, aside from the flagship that had been battered into ruins by Roger and Rayleigh, the remaining 49 Judgment-class warships had all been hauled into the immense dock within the Nuya fortress by the sea god's grasp. The fanatical believers had also been subdued by Jabba and the others. Wah! We're rich. We're rich. Roger's eyes gleamed as he gazed at the black warships neatly arranged in the dock. These warships were forged from the finest special alloys. Even if they were dismantled and sold as scrap metal, the proceeds would be enough to purchase an entire kingdom. The design philosophy of these ships is quite intriguing. A flicker of excitement also shone in Lin Yuan's eyes. He could discern that the design style of these warships differed from any school he knew, incorporating many techniques he had never encountered before. If he could analyze and assimilate these technologies, his shipbuilding skills would undoubtedly ascend to a new level. Hank, here, master. From today onward, your task is to thoroughly study these ships, from every screw to every armor plate, inside out. I'll give you 1 month. I want to see a comprehensive reverse engineering report. Yes, master. Hank and his 4 companions were flushed with excitement. This was a veritable feast of technology. Just then the system notification chime began. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully vanquishing the S-level threat, the Twin Knights of Holy Light and Shadow. Event rating legendary. Settlement in progress. Congratulations, host. You have received 150000 points. Congratulations, host. You have obtained special title, Heretic Inquisitor. Heretic Inquisitor, when equipped, damage dealt to enemies with holy or light attributes is increased by 30, and it exerts a powerful mental deterrent against enemies of a religious nature. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a hidden achievement, Blasphemer of the Gods. Congratulations, host. You have obtained special item, Polluted Holy Light Core Legendary. Polluted Holy Light Core, the energy core of the Holy Light Knight Gabriel, which underwent an unknown mutation after being corrupted by the host's life drain ability. It contains immense chaotic energy interwoven with light and darkness. Perhaps it can be used for something interesting. 1,500,000 points. And a legendary special item. Lin Yuan stared at the long string of zeros on the system panel, feeling his breath quicken. Points 336,000, 3,360,000. This plunder. No, this act of self-defense had netted a staggering fortune. Lin Yuan suppressed his ecstasy and turned his gaze to the so-called polluted holy light core. It was a fist-sized peculiar crystal, half emitting a soft golden radiance, half shrouded in pitch-black mist. 2 diametrically opposed forces, light and darkness, collided and intertwined within it, forming an extremely unstable equilibrium. An intriguing object. Lin Yuan could sense that the energy contained within this thing was even greater than the combined power of the 3 devil fruits he had obtained from Bateson Mondo. If he could find the right way to detonate it, the destructive force would likely rival that of the Requiem main cannon. Lin Yuan, what about that guy? Rayleigh walked over, pointing at Gabriel, who lay on the deck like a dead dog, barely alive. Kill him. No. Lin Yuan shook his head. Killing him would be too merciful. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. Lock him in the deepest water prison, bind him with sea stone, and don't let him die. I want him to witness with his own eyes how I turn his proud fleet into scrap metal, and then send him and his broken ship back to Mary Geos. I want those lofty celestial dragons to know the consequences of crossing me, Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's voice was low, yet carried a chilling coldness. Roger and Rayleigh exchanged glances, both seeing a wry smile in each other's eyes. This guy, his thirst for vengeance was a bit too intense, wasn't it? But they liked it. Wah! That's exactly what we should do. Roger slapped his thigh excitedly. Those self-righteous bastards have long needed someone to teach them a lesson. Over the following month, the entire Nuya fortress was immersed in a fervent atmosphere of construction and research. Lin Yuan shut himself in the highest-level reverse engineering laboratory, working day and night alongside Hank and his 4 companions, ruthlessly dismantling and analyzing those judgment-class warships. He had to admit that so-called religious tribunal did have some skill. In certain aspects, the design concepts and technological levels of these warships even surpassed the Navy's latest vessels. Their propulsion system and energy shield technology in particular provided Lin Yuan with immense inspiration. Their power core was a peculiar device called the Holy Light Furnace. It could convert the crew's faith power into pure energy through a special method, providing power for the warship. The more devout the believers aboard, the greater the ship's power. This idealistic driving method was utterly unprecedented, a truly genius conception. Lin Yuan couldn't help but praise as he looked at the freshly produced analysis report. Although this method had significant limitations, such as extremely high demands on the crew and unstable energy conversion efficiency, it opened an entirely new door for Lin Yuan. What if I could combine this technology with my life link and ship spirit resonance? A wild idea sprouted in Lin Yuan's mind. Could his future fleet establish a deeper energy connection with the crew, the ship spirits, and even himself through this method? Could each ship become a living entity capable of autonomously absorbing, converting, and even sharing energy? This thought made Lin Yuan tremble with excitement. He immediately plunged into new research. Meanwhile, the construction of the Oro Jackson proceeded steadily. After absorbing the armor technology of the Judgment-class battleship, Lin Yuan designed the external armor of the Oro Jackson from scratch. He combined that self-repairing bioalloy with the special energy-absorbing alloy from the Inquisition in a unique layered structure, creating an entirely new composite armor that possessed both vitality and resilience. The defensive power of this armor was 50% higher than his original design. In short, the current Oro Jackson was so formidable that merely sitting idle and inviting attacks would be enough to fill any attacker with despair. Time flew by swiftly. When Lin Yuan stepped out of the laboratory, he had thinned out considerably, yet his eyes shone with an unnerving brilliance. The past month of research had caused his knowledge reserves to surge explosively. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully analyzing the Holy Light Furnace technology. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Naval Engineering Grandmaster level experience, 5,000. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a special skill, Faith Power Conversion Beginner. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully analyzing the complete technology of the Judgment-class battleship. Congratulations, host, on obtaining 2,000 points. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a special blueprint, the Judgment Spear ship-mounted high-energy particle cannon. A cascade of system rewards made Lin Yuan's mouth curl into a wide grin. Teacher, you're finally out. Hank and the others immediately surrounded Lin Yuan with excitement upon seeing him. How did the research go? Reporting, teacher. We have completed the disassembly of all 49 warships, and all technical documents have been organized and archived. Moreover, following your guidance, we upgraded our bioalloy cultivation technology. The third-generation bioalloy we now produce has a 20% increase in both strength and toughness. Excellent. Lin Yuan nodded with satisfaction. His apprentices, after this period of tempering and study, had truly grown into technical experts capable of working independently. Just then, an urgent din mushy ring broke the silence. Ring, ring, ring. It was the dedicated line of Patterson Mordo. Hello, is this Mr. Mordo? Lin Yuan answered the call. Wahaha. Mr. Lin Yuan. My friend, you're finally willing to pick up the phone. Patterson Mordo's exaggerated booming voice came through the other end of the din mushy. All the materials I found for you have been fully collected. A full 3 ships. They're currently anchored outside your territory. Oh, that fast. Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised. His list for Mordo contained numerous rare materials that even the world government would struggle to obtain. He never expected the man to have secured everything within a single month. As the king of the new world black market, his connections and channels were truly terrifying. Naturally, for my one-of-a-kind mobile treasure vault, I've emptied out my entire reserves. Patterson Mordo's voice brimmed with anticipation. I wonder, when can construction on my ship begin? Anytime. Lin Yuan smiled. However, before we begin construction, I need you to find something else for me. Tell me, as long as it exists on these seas, there is nothing I, Patterson Mordo, cannot obtain. I want a rumble fruit. Lin Yuan's voice was low, yet it instantly sent Patterson Mordo on the other end of the din mushy into dead silence. The rumble fruit. That was one of the devil fruits hailed as the strongest Logia type. How could such a thing simply be obtained on demand? Mr. Lin Yuan, you're not joking, are you? Patterson Mordo's voice stuttered slightly. Do I look like I'm joking? This is far too difficult. I know. Lin Yuan nodded. That's precisely why I came to you. I don't care how you do it, buy it or seize it. Within 3 months I want to see it. In return, not only will I build your ship, I will also equip it with an unexpected surprise. A surprise that will make your ship truly become a phantom. Lin Yuan intended to combine the tattered wind sail blueprint with the Holy Light Furnace technology he had obtained from the Inquisition, crafting an entirely new optical camouflage system for Mordo's new ship, one capable of distorting both light and perception. The other end of the din mushy fell silent once more. Patterson Mordo's mind raced. Though the rumble fruit was precious, a ghost ship capable of true invisibility and immune to most observation hockey detection held immeasurable strategic value to him, the king of the black market. This deal. Done. Patterson Mordo gritted his teeth firmly. 3 months. Mr. Lin Yuan. At most 3 months. I will definitely deliver the rumble fruit to you. Very well. Lin Yuan hung up the phone satisfactorily. Lin Yuan, are you really going to help that fat man build a ship? Roger leaned over and said with obvious displeasure. The Oro Jackson hadn't even been completed yet, and Lin Yuan was already accepting new orders. Of course. Lin Yuan smiled. That's a 50 billion belly fortune. Why pass it up? Moreover, I need his channels to help us secure more valuable resources. As for your ship, Lin Yuan patted Roger on the shoulder, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Rest assured it won't be delayed. In at most 2 more months, it will officially launch. By then you will know what a true overlord of the seas looks like. Time flew by swiftly within Noah Fortress's frenetic construction rhythm. 2 months later. On this day, the entire Noah Fortress was immersed in an atmosphere that was both fervent and solemn. For that ultimate war weapon, which had consumed countless people's blood and sweat, fusing myth technology and devil fruit power, was finally about to witness its official launch, the Oro Jackson, at the massive open-air dry dock at the very center of the fortress. A colossal dark gold warship overflowing with ferocious and brutal aesthetics rested silently, like a slumbering ancient leviathan radiating an aura of terrifying dread. Its main hull perfectly inherited the streamlined design of the ancient weapon Leviathan's heart, filled with ferocious lines reminiscent of biological bones, as if a deep-sea beast poised to devour at any moment. The hull's surface was sheathed in composite armor layered from 3rd-generation bioalloy and Judgment-class special alloy shimmering with a pitch-black luster. Between the seams of the armor, cyan blue mysterious patterns resembling dragon scales covered the surface, proof of the perfect fusion between dragon bloodline factors and the hull. On both flanks of the hull, a pair of enormous wind sails forged from Skypea, cloud silk, and memory metal rested quietly, rich with sci-fi allure, like a giant beast folding its wings, awaiting only a command to soar through the heavens. And at the bow, a ferocious dragon head statue carved from pure gold stood, with its maw wide open, staring fixedly ahead. Those eyes, inlaid with top-grade rubies, seemed to burn with an eternal flame. Domineering, savage, brimming with unmasked aggression and a hunger for conquest. This was the throne of the future pirate king Joel D. Roger. Gulp. Jabba looked at the warship before him, resembling a creation of demonic gods, and swallowed with difficulty. His face was filled with astonishment. He had seen ships by the hundred, including flagship vessels of some of the most notorious pirate captains. Yet not a single ship could match the Oro Jackson before him. Just sitting there, it radiated an overwhelming sense of oppression. This was no longer a mere ship. It was a mobile fortress armed to its teeth. Yo ho ho ho. Truly a masterpiece. Brooke adjusted his top hat, the flame of his soul flickering wildly within his empty eye sockets. He could feel that this ship possessed an incomparably powerful heart, slowly yet steadily beating within. It was a living legend. Waha! Roger stared at his invincible warship, stunned for a moment, then suddenly erupted into a thunderous, ear-splitting laugh. Tears streamed from his eyes as he laughed. He rushed forward and embraced the cold hull like a child, pressing his cheek against it repeatedly. Partner, my partner. From this day forward we shall conquer these seas together. Roger could feel the ship responding to him. A wave of affection and excitement surged through the hull and into his heart. This was the resonance of the ship's spirit. Though the Oro Jackson's ship's spirit had not yet fully awakened, it already possessed a nascent consciousness. It had acknowledged Roger as its future master. Lin Yuan. Rayleigh turned his head, looking at the young shipwright standing by the dock with an expression of exhausted contentment. His eyes were filled with complex emotions. There was shocked gratitude, but above all a deep sense of heartfelt admiration. This youth, decades younger than him, had created a miracle with his godlike craftsmanship. Don't look at me like that. Lin Yuan smiled and brushed off the dust from his hands. This is only the beginning. Wait until I install all its weapon systems, and you'll know what true terror is. A flash of fanaticism crossed Lin Yuan's eyes. The weapon systems he had designed for the Oro Jackson were absolutely the most advanced and ruthless of this era. Apart from the conventional new long-barreled cannons he had personally modified, whose firepower far surpassed standard Navy weapons. He had also upgraded and modified the Judgment Spear technology captured from the Inquisition, installing a high-energy particle cannon on each side of the hull, one with greater range and devastating power. But the most terrifying weapon was the main cannon housed within the dragon head statue at the bow. Lin Yuan had named it the Dragon's Roar. It was directly connected to the miniature nuclear fusion reactor at the ship's core, capable of unleashing a terrifying energy breath imbued with the dragon bloodline factor, one that could evaporate an entire island in a single strike. This was the true form of the Oro Jackson. Enough, the time has come. Lin Yuan glanced at the sky and announced loudly, the Oro Jackson launch. As Lin Yuan gave the order, countless thick cables around the slipway were cut simultaneously. Rumble. Under everyone's gaze, that colossal dark golden warship slowly slid toward the bottomless giant vortex. There was no violent shaking as one might have imagined, nor were there towering waves. The instant the Oro Jackson touched the water like a true dragon, it merged seamlessly into the sea. It hovered silently above the vortex, as if that terrifying suction meant nothing to it. Perfect balance. Perfect hydrodynamic design. This sight drew heartfelt praise from every shipwright present. Just then the system's notification sounds flooded Lin Yuan's mind like a tidal wave. Ding. Host has completed an unprecedented creation. Work name, Oro Jackson. Comprehensive rating, mythical grade. Processing settlement. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 300 points. Congratulations, host, for obtaining divine title. Creator of all things. Creator of all things. After equipping, you will have absolute affinity toward all non-living things, and your success rate in any creation will increase by 50. Congratulations, host. Achievement unlocked. Origin of legend. Congratulations, host, for obtaining divine ability. Breath of all things advanced. Breath of all things advanced. Your perception can pierce through the surface of matter. Hear the breathing of all things. Analyze their most fundamental structure and information, and even alter it to some extent. Boom. The cascade of rewards hit Lin Yuan so hard his mind went blank for a moment. 3 million points. Divine title. And advanced breath of all things. This haul was 100 times more generous than he had imagined. Especially that advanced breath of all things. This was no longer just an analysis skill. Alteration. This meant he would possess the ability to create from nothing, and even change the very essence of matter. Wahaha. Set sail. Set sail. Just as Lin Yuan was immersed in immense joy, Roger's excited roar pulled him back to reality. Roger had already eagerly leaped onto the deck of the Oro Jackson, standing at the bow with his arms outstretched, laughing uproariously. Men, raise the sails. Set course. Our destination is the end of the world. Oh, Rayleigh, Jabba, and the others eagerly leaped onto the deck as well, their faces beaming with excitement and anticipation. Lin Yuan, come aboard quickly. Roger turned and waved to Lin Yuan. No need. Lin Yuan shook his head. This ship is yours. Its maiden voyage should be made by you yourselves. Go show this, see what you're capable of. Lin Yuan's eyes shimmered with eager anticipation. He understood well that for a ship to birth a ship's spirit beyond the shipwright's devotion, it crucially required the crew to weather storms together, battle together, and grow together. The legend of the Oro Jackson needed to be written by Roger and his crew themselves. All right. Roger gave Lin Yuan a deep look, saying nothing more, simply nodding firmly. Then we're off. Look forward to our good news. Wing sails deploy. At Roger's command. The pair of enormous wing sails on either side of the Oro Jackson unfurled like the wings of a colossal beast. Without relying on any wind, the hull began to gradually accelerate, gliding toward the distant horizon at an unbelievable speed. In the blink of an eye, it shrank into a tiny black dot and vanished from sight. Master, are we really letting them leave like this? Hank gazed at the receding Oro Jackson, reluctantly speaking. That masterpiece had been created through countless efforts and sacrifice. Of course. Lin Yuan smiled, his gaze profound. Young eagles must leave the nest to become true rulers of the sky. And Lin Yuan turned his head toward the other side of Noah Fortress, where a larger, more massive new shipyard was already rising from the ground. We still have more important matters to attend to. Mr. Mordo's mobile vault also needs to begin construction. Also, a cold gleam flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. Bring that Gabriel fellow to me. Several months have passed. I believe he's finally ready to have a proper conversation with me. In the deepest water prison of Noah Fortress, it was dark, damp, and the air was filled with a nauseating stench of blood and decay. The once arrogant Holy Light Knight, Ja Bailey, was now chained to the wall like a dead dog with thick seastone chains. His limbs were pierced, his collarbone locked, and no part of his body was intact. For months he had endured the most enthusiastic hospitality of Jabba and the others. These pirates who lived by blood in the New World had countless ways to make a man wish for death. Ja Bailey's holy light had long extinguished, and his handsome face was twisted and contorted from endless agony. But he still did not yield. His golden eyes were filled with the most venomous hatred for these heretics. Creak. The heavy iron door slowly swung open, and a beam of light streamed in, stinging Ja Bailey's eyes, which had grown accustomed to the darkness. Lin Yuan walked in slowly. How is it, Mr. Ja Bailey? He pulled up a chair and sat down in front of Ja Bailey, a warm smile on his face. Are you getting used to the accommodations here? Ha! Ja Bailey suddenly spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. Heretic! Devil! You won't get anything from me. The great holy light will judge you. You will all wail in the endless purgatory. Is that so? Lin Yuan smiled indifferently. He took out a peculiar crystal which he had named the polluted Holy Light Core and dangled it in front of Ja Bailey. Do you recognize this? See? The moment he saw the crystal, Ja Bailey's pupils sharply contracted. He could clearly sense that the crystal contained his own original holy light power. However, that power was now completely polluted by an evil dark energy, full of devouring and destructive desire. You? What did you do to my core? Ja Bailey roared in terror. The energy core was the source of strength for the Inquisition Knights and the vessel of their souls. Once the core was destroyed, they would become utterly useless. Nothing much. Lin Yuan's smile turned somewhat amused. Just thought this thing of yours was interesting, so I used it for a little experiment. Guess what would happen if I detonated? Lin Yuan tossed the unstable crystal in his fingertips as casually as if it were an ordinary stone. But Ja Bailey was scared out of his wits. He knew better than anyone that once this polluted core exploded, its power would be enough to blow up half of Noah Fortress. And he himself would be the first to be blown to pieces, his soul completely annihilated by that chaotic energy. No, don't. Ja Bailey was finally afraid. He could endure physical torture, he could face death without fear, but he could not accept that his soul would not find peace even after death. You devil, what exactly do you want? Very simple. Lin Yuan put away the crystal, and his smile turned cold. Tell me everything you know about the Inquisition. Their organizational structure, personnel distribution, secret strongholds, and a glint of sharp light flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. That technique of yours that converts faith power into energy. I cannot say. A flicker of struggle appeared in Ja Bailey's eyes. Betraying the Inquisition was also a death sentence, and a more miserable one at that. Is that so? Lin Yuan did not press him further, but took out a syringe filled with green liquid from his pocket and walked towards Jia Bailey. Truth serum enhanced. Lin Yuan still had plenty of these stored in his system space. No, you can't. Seeing the syringe emitting an ominous aura, Jia Bailey let out a desperate wail. But everything was futile. Soon only Jia Bailey's intermittent dreamlike murmurs remained in the water prison. An hour later, Lin Yuan walked out of the water prison with satisfaction. The intelligence he obtained was more than he had imagined. This so-called Inquisition had an extremely strict internal hierarchy. Besides top executives like the Twin Knights, there were 12 cardinals whose strength rivaled that of a vice admiral and hundreds of Inquisition legions composed of fanatical believers. Their influence spread across the entire world, and they even had their agents within the Navy. As for the technique of converting faith power into energy, they called it the Holy Word Prayer. It was an extremely complex secret art that only the highest-ranking cardinals were qualified to learn. It seems that relying on my own strength alone is not enough to completely solve this trouble. A look of gravity flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. He needed greater power, a larger force. At that moment, the urgent ringing of a transponder snail sounded again from an unfamiliar number. Lin Yuan answered with some confusion. From the other end of the transponder snail came a vigorous voice. Excuse me. Is this Mr. Lin Yuan? It's me. Who is this? I am Ganfu. The voice on the other end of the transponder snail was filled with reverence and excitement. The god of Baika Sky Island. Sky Island. Lin Yuan's eyebrows raised slightly. He thought of the old shipwright named Zalasi and the tattered wind sail blueprint. What's the matter? Mr. Lin Yuan. I am here to make a deal with you. Ganfu's voice was full of urgency. I have heard that you possess the divine hand that can repair everything and create everything. So I beg you to help us repair the Ark of the Gods of Baika. As a reward, we are willing to offer all the wealth of Baika and the legendary treasure we have guarded for generations. The rumble fruit. Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened, and then his heart stirred with excitement. He had been worried about where to find this thing. Unexpectedly, it had come to him on its own. And it was on Sky Island. Was this the inevitability of history? Lin Yuan's heart pounded wildly. He suppressed his ecstasy and asked in a deep voice, the Ark of the Gods. What is that? That is the only hope for us Baika people to escape our homeland and come to this sky. Ganfu's voice was filled with sorrow and helplessness. It was severely damaged in a disaster hundreds of years ago, and the power core was completely extinguished. We tried every means, but could not repair it. Over the years it has been like a cold coffin quietly docked at the highest point of the God's Island. I beg you, Mr. Lin Yuan, please help us. As long as you can make the Ark sail again, you will be the savior of all our Baika people. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with sharp light. Repair a ship exchange for a rumble fruit. This deal, no matter how you calculate it, is a huge profit. Agreed. Lin Yuan consented without hesitation. However, I need to inspect the vessel's condition first. No problem. I will dispatch someone to fetch you immediately. No need. Lin Yuan smiled. Just give me your coordinates, and I'll head over myself. After hanging up, Lin Yuan promptly sought out Hank, who was directing workers in the shipyard to construct the mobile treasure vault. Master, the construction of Noah's fortress is temporarily in your hands and Uncle Buck's. I need to go on a journey. Understood, Master. Having given his instructions, Lin Yuan's figure vanished instantly. The next moment he appeared aboard the Stormwing, which had been completely upgraded and remodeled, now brimming with a sci-fi aesthetic. Brooke Shimatsuki Ushimaru, come with me. Destination Baika Sky Island. Yo ho ho ho. Aye Captain. Shimatsuki Ushimaru said nothing, but followed while Brooke responded with a cheer. A faint ethereal blue glow began to form on the surface of the Stormwing's hull. The entire ship turned translucent and then vanished completely into the air. Ghost sneak mode activated. In the next instant, the massive wind sails on both sides of the hull unfurled violently. Driven by the immense energy supplied by the nuclear fusion reactor, miniature pressure fields began to form on the surface of the wind sails. Boom. Two thick white tail flames composed of high-pressure air jets erupted from the bottom of the Stormwing. Like a rocket defying gravity, the ship shot skyward at a nearly vertical angle. A powerful sensation of weightlessness instantly swept over everyone on board. Yo ho 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 ho. We're flying. We're really flying. Brooke clung desperately to the gunnel. The soul fire within his hollow eye sockets danced wildly from sheer excitement, nearly bursting out. Though he was a skeleton who had already died once, experiencing the sensation of flying through the sky aboard a ship was a first for him. This was even more exhilarating than drinking Binks's sake. Shimatsuki Ushimaru, standing nearby, did not shout like Brooke, but his tightly clenched hand on his sword hilt and his slightly trembling body betrayed his inner turmoil. He raised his head, gazing at the azure sea rapidly receding beneath them at the shrinking Noah's fortress. This powerful swordsman from Wano country gained a new perspective on the vastness of this world. So the boundary between sky and sea could indeed be shattered. Hold on tight. Lin Yuan's voice came from the cockpit, calm and brimming with confidence. His hands firmly grasped the ship's wheel. His advanced observation hockey, like the most precise radar, sensed every fluctuation in the surrounding air currents, constantly making micro-adjustments to the wind sail's angles. With the overwhelming energy from the nuclear fusion reactor, the Stormwing's speed increased rapidly, soon breaking the sound barrier, leaving behind rings of white sonic boom clouds. Just over 10 minutes later, the Stormwing had soared to an altitude of tens of thousands of meters. Here the air was thin, the temperature plummeted, and the earth below had become a vast blue arc. Lord Lin Yuan, where? Where are we heading? Brooke rubbed his icy skeletal hands and asked curiously, to a place where we can truly ascend to the heavens. Lin Yuan's gaze was profound as he looked at the boundless sea of clouds in the distance and spoke slowly. The Sky Island is not located above this sky of ours. What a... Brooke and Shimatsuki Ushimaru were both stunned. This sky belongs to the Blue Sea. The Sky Island exists above a higher dimensional sky called the White Sea. To reach the White Sea from the Blue Sea, mere flight is insufficient. We must find a special path. As he explained, Lin Yuan brought up the Stormwing's navigational chart. It was a massive three-dimensional holographic map composed of light and shadow. His finger traced across the map, finally stopping near an island marked as Jaya in the first half of the Grand Line. According to ancient records and my calculations of this world's meteorological patterns, there is only one stable and viable method to enter the White Sea: the knock-up stream. It is an extremely rare and terrifying natural phenomenon. Under some special force, a massive column of seawater shoots upward like a volcanic eruption, climbing tens of thousands of meters into the sky, forming a terrifying water pillar that reaches the heavens. And what we must do is sail our ship onto that water pillar and let it carry us upward. Gulp. Brooke and Shimatsuki Ushimaru swallowed hard. Sail a ship onto a skyward water pillar and be catapulted into the sky. This sounded even crazier than flying. However, Lin Yuan's tone shifted. The knock-up stream appears without any pattern. It might emerge once in a few years or once in decades. We cannot rely on luck. So before heading to Jaya, we need to go somewhere else first, to find some professionals and purchase accurate information. Lin Yuan's finger moved across the map, once more finally stopping on a peculiar island at the edge of the calm belt named Uproar Island. It was an artificial island formed by linking and piecing together hundreds of massive abandoned ships, like a giant floating junkyard perpetually drifting in the most chaotic and lawless waters of the Grand Line. That place was a gathering spot for information brokers, smugglers, bounty hunters, and all kinds of nefarious characters. It was the largest and most chaotic underground trading market in the first half of the Grand Line. Target Uproar Island. Full speed ahead. With Lin Yuan's command, the Stormwing changed course, plunging like a ghost into the clouds below, speeding toward that island of chaos and opportunity. A few days later, Uproar Island at the edge of the calm belt. A massive city made of countless wrecked ships floated on the sea, resembling a colossal steel beast lying dormant on the water. Uneven masts stood like scattered tombstones, tattered sails of every color flapped noisily in the sea breeze. The ships were connected by thick chains and rickety wooden plank bridges forming the city's streets. The air was thick with the aroma of rum, the burnt smell of roasted meat, and the lingering stench of sweat and blood. No rules existed here. The only law was profit. When the jet-black, futuristic-looking Stormwing appeared on the outskirts of Uproar Island, it immediately stirred up a considerable commotion. Hey, look at that ship. Such speed. And I can't sense its presence at all. This design is just too cool. Is it some new flagship of a big pirate? At the port, drunken pirates and merchants alike stared wide-eyed at this vessel that seemed to belong to a different era, buzzing with speculation. Lin Yuan ignored the stares. He docked the ship steadily at a relatively secluded berth. Brooke, stay with Shimatsuki. I'll be back shortly. Understood, Lord Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan pulled on a hood that obscured most of his face, then walked off the ship alone. His bounty poster worth several 100 million berries would be quite a nuisance here. As he stepped onto the island constructed from derelict ships, an atmosphere of noise, chaos, and raw vitality struck him all at once. The streets were teeming with pirates brandishing swords and reeking of liquor alongside merchants with wary eyes scanning their surroundings. Stalls along the roadside displayed all manner of bizarre wares, treasure maps of dubious origin, antiques salvaged from shipwrecks, and even caged slaves with terrified eyes. Lin Yuan's gaze swept across the area as his advanced observation hockey silently unfolded, filtering out useless information as he began searching for the island's largest intelligence merchant. Soon he stopped before a building called the Sea Monkey Tavern, constructed from 3 giant caravels spliced together. This was the intelligence hub of Clunky Island. Its proprietor, Jimmy the Know-It-All, was said to know everything that happened across the Grand Line. Lin Yuan pushed open the creaking wooden door and stepped inside. The tavern was thick with smoke and roaring with voices. Lin Yuan's entrance drew no attention, and he walked straight to the bar. Behind the counter, a stocky, middle-aged man with 2 comical handlebar mustaches was polishing a glass. This was Jimmy. A glass of rum. Lin Yuan lowered his voice. Coming right up. Jimmy didn't even look up as he poured a drink and slid it toward Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan didn't drink. Instead, he placed a gold coin beside the glass. Jimmy's polishing paused, and he looked up, a sharp glint flashing in his murky eyes. What would you like to know, sir? The reverse mountain currents. Lin Yuan spoke concisely. Jimmy's expression shifted slightly. He glanced around warily before lowering his voice. That's major intelligence. 1 coin won't cut it. Lin Yuan said nothing, but drew 4 more gold coins from his coat and lined them up. The most recent, most likely timing and location of a reverse mountain current. Watching the 5 coins gleam under the lamplight, Jimmy's Adam's apple bobbed, greed flashing in his eyes. 5 million berries. He held up 5 fingers. And I can only give you a rough range. That phenomenon is impossible to predict. Agreed. Lin Yuan nodded. Just as Jimmy was about to share the intelligence, a boisterous and arrogant voice suddenly rang out from the tavern entrance. "Jimmy, get your sorry ass out here." The tavern fell silent at once. Everyone instinctively turned toward the doorway. A fishman over 3 meters tall, his body a mass of knotted muscle, and his head resembling that of a wild boar, swaggered and carrying a massive spiked club. His gang of ferocious fishman pirates followed close behind. It's Pighead Arno. What's he doing here? I heard he's been riding coattails with someone from the New World. His bounty's already jumped to 30 million. Run! The patrons' faces drained of color. They scrambled and tumbled toward the back exit, desperate to avoid being caught in the crossfire. In moments, the bustling tavern was empty except for Lin Yuan and Jimmy behind the bar. "Hey Arno-sama, what brings you here?" Jimmy's legs went weak, his smile uglier than a cry. "Cut the crap." Pighead Arno kicked over the nearby table and pointed his enormous spiked club at Jimmy's nose, grinning cruelly. "Heard you've been making decent coin lately. Time to pay this month's protection fee, isn't it?" "I'll pay right away." Jimmy dared not delay, hurriedly hauling a heavy chest from beneath the counter. "My." Pighead Arno's gaze suddenly landed on Lin Yuan, still seated at the bar, leisurely sipping his drink. "Who's this brat? You're not running from me." Cruel malice flashed in Pighead Arno's eyes. He loved nothing more than torturing humans foolish enough to cross him. He strode toward Lin Yuan, his massive frame casting the young man entirely in shadow. "Boy, state your name." Lin Yuan slowly set down his glass and looked up, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes beneath the hood. "You're not worthy to know." "Insolence." Pighead Arno erupted in fury. His spiked club tore through the air with a howling whistle, bearing down on Lin Yuan's skull. A direct hit would have flattened steel like a coin. Yet Lin Yuan didn't move an inch. The moment the club was about to strike, ding, a sharp crystalline clash of metal rang out. A long blade shimmering with cold light appeared before Lin Yuan, perfectly parrying the devastating blow. Sawamura Ryuma. He had appeared behind Lin Yuan without a sound, an annoyed expression on his face. "My master prefers to drink in peace." "What a..." Pighead Arno's pupils contracted sharply. He hadn't the slightest awareness of when this man had appeared. And he had effortlessly blocked a full power strike. "Damn it. Who the hell are you people?" "As I said." Lin Yuan rose slowly. His aura shifted in that instant of bone-chilling killing intent, suffusing the air. "You're not worthy to know." The moment the words left his lips, Lin Yuan's figure vanished. Iron. In the next heartbeat, he appeared behind Pighead Arno. His fist, sheathed in advanced armament, Haki unhesitatingly drove into the fishman's back. PFF. Pighead Arno didn't even have time to react. Agonizing pain erupted at his back as concentrated Haki shattered his internal organs in an instant. In disbelief, he looked down at the massive bloody hole piercing clean through his chest, terror and resentment swirling in his eyes. "You?" Bang. The fishman's massive body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. One strike, dead. The entire tavern fell into deathly silence. Pighead Arno's fishman pirates stood frozen, staring at their captain's steaming corpse, their minds completely blank. A legendary pirate with a 30 million berry bounty, taken out by a single punch from some unassuming kid. A terrified scream shattered the silence. The remaining fishman pirates scattered like birds, scrambling and crawling toward the tavern exit. Lin Yuan made no move to pursue. He walked calmly to Jimmy and slid the 5 coins back across the counter. "Now can you tell me?" Jimmy gazed at the youth. A smile as gentle as a neighbor boy, yet his face still smeared with blood. His entire body trembled, knees nearly buckling. "Why yes, of course." No longer daring to withhold anything, he spilled every detail he knew without hesitation. "According to my most reliable intelligence, near Jaya Island in a place called Mocktown, colossal reverse mountain currents erupt at regular intervals. And the next eruption will occur in 7 days. However," Jimmy's voice carried a hint of fear, "that area is cursed. Legend speaks of a colossal sea beast that devours ships. Not a single vessel that has approached those waters has ever returned alive." "A sea beast?" Lin Yuan chuckled softly. "Then I suppose I'll have to see it for myself." 7 days later. Near the waters of Jaya Island in the Grand Line, the Storm Wing floated silently in midair, its ghost mode allowing it to blend seamlessly with its surroundings. Below lay a town teeming with chaos, sin, and dreams, Demon Valley Town. This was a pirate's paradise and a haven for outlaws. Lin Yuan did not linger here. His gaze swept over Demon Valley Town and fell upon a distant sea that churned violently, appearing extraordinarily unusual. That is where the intelligence indicated the origin point of the sky-reaching sea current. "Lord Lin Yuan, is this the place?" Brooks stood at the bow. He could feel an immensely vast, yet chaotic energy emanating from the waters below, causing his soul flame to tremble with unease. Lin Yuan nodded. His advanced observation Haki had already scanned the waters within tens of kilometers. He had seen it. Nearly a kilometer beneath the sea, a colossal and terrifying whirlpool was slowly forming, like an abyssal maw, stirring the dark currents throughout the entire region. And at the center of the whirlpool, an even more terrifying and majestic energy was frantically converging and accumulating like a super bomb ready to detonate at any moment. That was the source of the sky-reaching sea current. Truly spectacular. Lin Yuan couldn't help but marvel. This kind of world-shattering natural power made even him, a shipwright capable of crafting warships from nothing, feel a flicker of insignificance. But the informant wasn't lying after all. Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened. His observation hockey had detected a massive life-filled silhouette near the whirlpool. It was a colossal sea turtle over 1,000 meters in length, resembling a mountain range. Its shell even hosted a lush miniature island. At this moment, the giant sea turtle was lying at the edge of the whirlpool, its mouth wide enough to swallow a warship, greedily devouring the energy leaking from the vortex. It seemed to be the ruler of this area, treating the entire seascape as its personal dining hall. Lord Lin Yuan, what should we do? Kajiro Ushimaru tightened his grip on his sword, his expression grave. That sea monster's size was overwhelmingly huge. Merely the dense aura of life it emitted made him feel a wave of pressure. Breaking it head-on would be a poor strategy. Lin Yuan shook his head. Although he was confident in the Stormwing's durability, he had no desire to clash with a sea king of this caliber before ascending. I need a special material that can temporarily mask our presence and withstand the terrifying impact of the sky-reaching sea current. An idea took shape in Lin Yuan's mind. He opened the system shop. Points 3360000. Over 3 million points were enough for Lin Yuan to do as he pleased. His gaze swept swiftly across the dazzling list of items, finally landing on a blueprint shimmering with pale cyan light. Special Blueprint Storm Deflector Force Field Generator Legendary. Description: a unique device designed based on ancient aerodynamics and specialized energy field theory, capable of generating a miniature wind force field enveloping the hull, deflecting and redirecting the vast majority of physical impacts and energy detection. One of the ultimate technologies for stealth and defense. Exchange price 800,000 points. It's this one. Lin Yuan chose to redeem without hesitation. Confirm, consuming 800,000 points to purchase the Storm Deflector Force Field Generator Blueprint. Confirm. Massive amounts of precise blueprints and profound theories regarding the force field generator instantly flooded Lin Yuan's mind. His brain, like the most advanced supercomputer, thoroughly digested and absorbed all this knowledge within mere seconds. I see. Using high-frequency vibrating energy crystals resonating with the wind sail's pressure field to warp local space, forming an invisible energy shell. A gleam of excitement flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. This blueprint was tailor-made for the Stormwing. However, manufacturing this force field generator also required a core material. Void Chime Crystal, a peculiar crystal produced on Wind Speaker Island, a special island in the Grand Line. It resonates with air currents, emitting distinctive sounds, making it a top-tier material for crafting precision sonar and force field devices. Wind Speaker Island. Lin Yuan immediately searched on his 3DC chart. Soon he found an island perpetually shrouded in massive storms in a nearby sea area. Looks like we need to make a detour first. Lin Yuan turned the ship around, and the Stormwing once again transformed into a streak of light, heading toward Wind Speaker Island. One day later, the Stormwing hovered outside an enormous ceaseless hurricane storm. Through the center of the storm, a green island could be faintly seen. Such massive winds. Brooke looked at the towering wind wall connecting heaven and sea before him, so frightened his jaw nearly dropped. If caught within, even an iron warship would be torn to shreds. Hold on tight. Lin Yuan's expression remained calm. He piloted the Stormwing like the most agile bird, slicing into it at an extremely tricky angle along the storm's edge. Rumble. Violent airflow instantly engulfed the entire ship. The Stormwing began to shake violently, as if it might fall apart at any moment. But Lin Yuan's hands remained as steady as bedrock. Relying on his advanced observation hockey's precise perception of airflow along with perfect control of the wind sails, he maneuvered the Stormwing through countless deadly wind blades. Every turn was perfectly timed, every evasion was perilously narrow. This was no longer navigation. This was dancing on the edge of a blade. Kajiro Ushimaru and Brooke watched with bated breath. They had no doubt that any other helmsman would long since have been torn to shreds along with their vessel. Half an hour later, the Stormwing finally navigated through the terrifying hurricane belt with nothing but narrow escapes, successfully landing on the island at the storm's center. Here the seas were calm, and the birds sang sweetly amidst fragrant flowers, forming a stark contrast to the apocalyptic scene outside. The entire island was covered in a peculiar plant resembling giant dandelions. At their tops grew fist-sized crystals, emitting a pale cyan glow. As the gentle breeze swept through, these crystals produced crisp bell-like sounds, weaving together into a beautiful symphony of nature. This was Wind Speaker Island. And those crystals were the very target of Lin Yuan's journey, Void Chime crystals. Just as Lin Yuan prepared to disembark and collect the crystals, his observation hockey suddenly sensed several wary and hostile gazes peering at them from a nearby forest. Who's there? Show yourselves. Kajiro Ushimaru barked sharply, his hand already resting on his sword hilt. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The trees swayed, and over a dozen indigenous residents wearing crude clothing woven from leaves and vines with strange oil paint markings on their faces emerged from the forest, holding bone spears and stone axes surrounding them completely. Leading them was an elderly man with white hair and a face crisscrossed with wrinkles. Embedded at the top of his bone staff was a massive void chime crystal. Outsiders. The elder's voice was hoarse, yet radiated authority. This is the domain of the wind god, and you are not welcome here. Leave immediately, or you shall face the wrath of the wind god. Lin Yuan regarded the primal natives before him, his brows rising slightly. These natives were hardly formidable. The strongest among them was the elder, whose strength was roughly equivalent to that of an ordinary Naval Academy officer. Yet each of them was wreathed in a peculiar natural energy, one that was seamlessly fused with the wind. We bear no ill intent. Lin Yuan stepped down from the vessel and spread his hands, signaling he carried no weapons. We merely require some hollow resonance crystals. In exchange, we can offer compensation that will satisfy you. The hollow resonance crystals are a blessing from the wind god, our sacred treasure. They shall never be handed to filthy outsiders like you. The elder refused without hesitation, slamming his bone staff heavily upon the ground, his eyes brimming with undisguised hostility. It seems there is nothing left to discuss, Lin Yuan sighed. He had not wished to resort to force. Lord Lin Yuan, allow me to handle this. Frostmoon Bullpill stepped forward, confident he could dispatch these natives within 3 seconds. Wait, Lin Yuan stayed him. His gaze drifted past the natives to the village behind them. There at the heart of the settlement stood a colossal and peculiar altar constructed entirely from countless hollow resonance crystals. Atop the altar, a tremendous windmill-like apparatus rotated with agonizing slowness, its movements stiff and grinding, emitting constant ear-piercing creaks, as though it were on the verge of collapsing altogether. Lin Yuan's advanced breathing of all things activated silently. In an instant, the windmill's internal structure, its energy flow, and every flaw and defect became perfectly clear within his mind. Your wind god, it seems, is ill. A knowing smile crossed Lin Yuan's face. What did you say? Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, the elder's complexion shifted violently. A flicker of panic flashed in his eyes before being swiftly replaced by rage. Insolent outsider. Do not speak of insulting our glorious wind god. The wind god grants us life and shields us from the storms beyond. How could it ever fall ill? The other natives likewise raised their weapons, glaring at Lin Yuan as though he had uttered some unforgivable blasphemy. Is that so? Lin Yuan chuckled indifferently and pointed toward the enormous, shrieking windmill in the distance. If my observation is correct, your wind god, that storm generator, has suffered over 0.3 of a millimeter of wear on its core transmission shaft from years of relentless operation. Furthermore, among the 960 hollow resonance crystals that power it, at least 300 have exhausted their internal energy, and over 100 bear cracks of varying severity, causing the energy output to become exceedingly unstable. This is precisely why it has been rotating more sluggishly, why the noise has grown so severe, and why even the outer storm ring has begun developing gaps. Am I correct? Lin Yuan's voice was calm, yet it turned the elder's face utterly pale. Every concern Lin Yuan had voiced struck precisely at the greatest crisis threatening their tribe. These were matters of the highest secrecy, known only to successive generations of elders and shamans. This outsider, how could he possibly know so much after merely a single glance? You? Who exactly are you? The elder's voice trembled. Me, Lin Yuan smiled. A shipwright. Shipwright. The elder froze. The natives behind him wore identical expressions of bewilderment. I can repair it for you. Lin Yuan continued, his tone heavy with unquestionable confidence. Not only will I restore it to its former condition, but I can also amplify its power by at least 3-fold. In exchange, I require half of your hollow resonance crystals. The elder's mind warred within itself. Reason told him not to trust an unknown stranger. Yet the tribe's crisis weighed upon him like a mountain, stealing his breath. Should the outer storm ring collapse entirely, their entire tribe would be torn to shreds by the ceaseless hurricane. Why should I trust you? The elder gritted his teeth, forcing out the final question. Because. A sharp gleam flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes as he slowly raised his right hand. Divine ability, breathing of all things advanced. Activate. An invisible yet profoundly mystical ripple expanded from Lin Yuan's body. In that moment, his consciousness merged with the very wind of the entire island. He could hear every whisper of the breeze and feel the pulse of every current. Wind stop. Lin Yuan uttered 2 words slowly. The instant they left his lips, the perpetually gentle breeze across the entire island came to an abrupt halt. The enormous dandelion-like plants ceased their swaying. The melodious chimes of the hollow resonance crystals fell silent. This. The elder and all his people stood dumbfounded, so terrified that their weapons clattered to the ground. The wind was the lifeblood of this island, its very breath. And this outsider had commanded it to cease breathing with a single word. What terrifying power was this? Now do you believe me? Lin Yuan's voice resonated once more, echoing within the heart of every native. Thud. The elder was the first to recover. His bone staff clattered to the ground as he dropped to his knees before Lin Yuan. Great. Lord Wind God, please forgive our ignorance and presumption. Thud. Thud. The natives behind him followed suit, prostrating themselves before Lin Yuan with eyes blazing with fanatic reverence. Lin Yuan watched the scene unfold and helplessly rubbed his nose. He had only intended to impress them into agreeing to the deal. How had he inadvertently become their so-called wind god? From there the rest followed naturally. Amidst the fervent worship of the natives, Lin Yuan was hailed as the new wind god and ushered into their village with the highest honors. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan threw himself into the repair of the enormous windmill. For him, mending a device of this caliber was mere child's play. First, he directed Brook and Frostmoon Bullpill to remove and replace all the depleted and cracked hollow resonance crystals. Then he personally took up the legendary Eternal Hammer. Divine skill, forging of all things. Activate. Ding ding ding. The hammer in Lin Yuan's hand turned into a blur, striking the severely worn core drive shaft with a rhythm full of cadence and beauty as if in a frenzy. The eerie sound of hammering echoed through the valley. The drive shaft forged from a special alloy and extremely hard began to twist and reshape under Lin Yuan's hammer as if it were dough. The signs of wear were smoothed out at a visible rate. The fine cracks healed themselves amid the strange hammering tones. Even the entire metal structure of the drive shaft underwent a peculiar evolution, becoming denser and tougher. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan put away his hammer and let out a long sigh. The drive shaft was as good as new, its surface gleaming with a smooth metallic luster even more perfect than when it was first manufactured. A miracle. This is absolutely a miracle. The native elder witnessing this scene was so moved that tears streamed down his aged face, and he knelt down again, kowtowing frantically to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan paid him no heed. He arranged the finest hollow sound crystals given by the native elder in a special array and reinstalled them onto the windmill. The moment the last crystal was seamlessly embedded, buzz, the entire giant windmill shuddered violently, then began to rotate slowly and steadily. It no longer made any noise, turning as smoothly as silk. A vast and pure wind elemental energy erupted from the windmill, instantly enveloping the entire island. Rumble. Outside the island, the massive hurricane storm that had already started to show gaps expanded wildly at a visible speed after receiving this energy, becoming thicker and more violent than before. The storm's scope had expanded by more than 3 times. Yet the interior of the island remained calm, with the air even fresher. The wind god has manifested. The entire tribe plunged into a sea of celebration. All the natives knelt on the ground, shouting the name of the wind god, their voices converging and soaring into the sky. Lin Yuan looked at his handiwork and nodded with satisfaction. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing a legendary repair. Settling. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5,000 points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining special skill, aerodynamics advanced. 500,000 points. And a rare advanced skill. This was a huge profit. Lin Yuan suppressed his excitement and turned to the native elder. My reward. Yes, great wind god. The elder dared not delay, immediately ordering his people to bring all the hollow sound crystals stored in the tribe's treasure vault and pile them before Lin Yuan. Over 10,000 pieces in total. These are all yours. You are our tribe's eternal guardian. Lin Yuan nodded with satisfaction, waved his hand, and stored all the crystals away. With these materials, there would be no more issues in manufacturing the storm deflection field generator. Just as Lin Yuan was about to leave, the native elder called him back. Great wind god, please wait. The elder tremblingly pulled out an ancient stone-carved slab from his bosom and respectfully handed it to Lin Yuan. This is the sacred heirloom of our tribe, passed down through generations. It records the secret of a kingdom of the gods. Legend says that above the White Sea there exists a golden kingdom called the Land of the Gods, where the true deities reside. And this stone slab is the key to the Land of the Gods. Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened. His advanced observation haki could clearly sense an extremely ancient and vast spatial energy contained within the slab. This thing is no ordinary item. Lin Yuan took the heavy slab. The stone was cold to the touch, its surface engraved with many ancient hieroglyphs and peculiar star charts he had never seen before, full of mythological flavor. Ding. Special item detected. Ancient teleportation array core damaged. Item description: a teleportation array core slab from the ancient golden land of Shandora, containing immense spatial energy and coordinate information. However, due to its age, the internal energy circuits are severely damaged and cannot be activated. Would you like to spend 1,000 points to repair it? Shandora. Golden land. Lin Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. The memories of One Piece in his mind were instantly awakened. That legendary city of gold existing above the clouds with mountains of gold, and the poneglyph inscribed with ancient text, and the golden bell that points to the location of the final island laugh tale. Lin Yuan's heart began to pound wildly. He never expected to obtain the key to the golden land here in this way. Repair. Lin Yuan thought without hesitation. Although 1,000,000 points hurt compared to a golden land and the possible poneglyph, it was nothing. Confirm, spending 1,000 points to repair the ancient teleportation array core. Confirm. Buzz. Lin Yuan felt the slab in his hand shudder violently, and an immense spatial energy surged from his palm into the slab. His newly upgraded advanced breath of all things was also pushed to the limit at this moment. The ancient hieroglyphs and star charts on the slab seemed to come alive, transforming in his mind into 3-dimensional, incredibly precise spatial coordinates and energy circuit diagrams. He saw the golden city hidden atop the giant beanstalk. He saw the golden bell that rang through the skies. He even saw the dark red poneglyph standing silently in the city center, recording the history of the void century, exuding an ominous aura. The repair process lasted only a dozen seconds. When Lin Yuan opened his eyes again, the slab in his hand had undergone a dramatic transformation. It was no longer the dull gray piece. The entire slab had become crystal clear, radiating a soft golden glow, with ancient runes flowing like a river of stars, full of mystery and majesty. Ding. Ancient teleportation array core repaired. Congratulations to the host for obtaining special item. Key of Shandora legendary. Key of Shandora. Holding this key, you can open a one-way portal to the golden land of Shandora anytime, anywhere. Cooldown 30 days. Lin Yuan suppressed his ecstasy and stored the precious key into his system space. He cast a deep glance at the native elder still kneeling before him. Although the elder had only regarded him as a god in exchange for the tribe's peace, Lin Yuan would remember this great gift. Your tribe is under my protection from now on. Lin Yuan left a faint promise, then turned and boarded the Stormwing with Brook and Kazuki Oden. He did not say another word. But to these natives this promise was more reassuring and fervent than any oracle. Boom. The Stormwing soared into the sky, once more disappearing into the horizon in an instant amid the frenzied kowtows of all the native inhabitants. After returning to the outer waters of Devil's Valley Town, Lin Yuan immediately threw himself into the fabrication of the storm deflection field generator. With an ample supply of Kongming crystals coupled with his master-level ship engineering knowledge and advanced aerodynamics skills, the entire manufacturing process proceeded smoothly, without any hindrance. It took him less than 2 days. A spherical device over 3 meters in diameter, composed of thousands of Kongming crystals of varying sizes and intricate memory metal components exuding a sci-fi aesthetic, was fabricated within the cabin of the Stormwing. Done. Lin Yuan clapped his hands, gazing at his masterpiece with a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He installed the field generator beside the Stormwing's power core and seamlessly connected it to the ship's windsail system. The moment Lin Yuan pressed the start button, a deep hum resonated, and the entire Stormwing shuddered violently. The spherical field generator instantly burst into brilliant cyan light, and thousands of Kongming crystals emitted a series of high-frequency hums. An invisible, intangible energy field expanded outward from the Stormwing, enveloping the entire vessel. The air around the hull began to undergo a peculiar subtle distortion. From the outside, the Stormwing appeared somewhat blurred, as if shrouded in a faint veil of mist. Success! Lin Yuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. With this storm deflection field, they could minimize the devastating impact of the upward current and also shield themselves from the giant turtle's perception. All was ready except for the east wind. Lin Yuan cast his gaze toward the distant sea where turbulent currents churned. He could sense that the terrifying energy accumulated for decades was about to erupt. Today, Brook Shuangyue, hold tight. We're going to the sky. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, guiding the Stormwing silently into the deep sea, slowly approaching the massive whirlpool that was about to erupt. Time passed minute by minute. The waves on the surface grew larger. The sky turned gloomy, dark clouds gathered, thunder rumbled, and lightning flashed as if the apocalypse had arrived. In Devil's Valley Town, the pirates, who had been drowning in debauchery, finally sensed something was wrong. One by one, they rushed out of the taverns, staring in terror at the apocalyptic scene unfolding before them. Wah! What's happening? Is the sky falling? As everyone fell into panic, a deafening roar erupted from the seabed, causing the entire sea to boil violently. A colossal, terrifying sound came from the ocean floor, and the whole sea area churned furiously. Under the horrified gaze of all, a massive water column, over 1 kilometer in diameter, surged upward with unstoppable fury, carrying countless shipwrecks and marine life, hurtling toward the sky, 10,000 meters above. The upward current had erupted. At the base of that terrifying water column, the Stormwing, with its storm deflection field activated, piloted by Lin Yuan, with masterful skill, shot like a leaf into the core of the column with pinpoint precision. The devastating impact struck instantly. The entire ship shuddered violently, groaning under the immense strain. But the invisible storm deflection field played a crucial role at this moment, acting like a resilient airbag that deflected and neutralized over 90% of the crushing force. Now, full speed ascent. Lin Yuan roared, pushing the nuclear fusion reactor to maximum power. A thunderous roar erupted. The stern of the Stormwing blasted out a brilliant white flame, and the ship, propelled by the upward current's terrifying force, raced toward the unknown white sea at an unimaginable speed. The speed increased rapidly, so fast that the surroundings blurred into streaks of light. Brook and Shuangyue and Womaru clung desperately to the fixtures, feeling as if their souls would be torn from their bodies by the tremendous acceleration. After an unknown duration, the Stormwing shuddered violently, as if breaking through an invisible membrane. Before them lay a vast open vista. Blinding sunlight poured down, stinging their eyes accustomed to darkness. They had succeeded. An endless white ocean made of clouds stretched before them. The sky was a deeper azure, and beneath their feet lay a sea of clouds as white as snow. Countless islands formed of clouds floated on this white ocean, adorned with strange plants. Huge fish-like sky fish swam through the cloud sea, emitting melodious calls. This was the legendary Sky Island, the White Sea. Yo-ho-ho-ho. So beautiful. Brook stammered, overwhelmed by the dreamlike spectacle. But just then an urgent alarm blared in the cockpit. Beep, beep, beep. Warning, warning. Left windsail no. 3 turbocharged engine energy overload. Critical threshold reached. Hull structural integrity decreased by 10%. Lin Yuan's expression tightened slightly. That last surge had been too fierce, although the Stormwing had endured it was not without damage. Nevertheless, the problem was not severe and remained within manageable limits. Just as he prepared to find a place to stop for repairs, whizzing sounds filled the air. A dozen white figures riding peculiar jet ski-like vehicles sped over from a distant cloud island and surrounded them. These people wore matching white uniforms and distinctive berets, carrying shell weapons that fired shockwaves, their faces tense with vigilance and hostility. They were the Sky Island's guard force, the White Berets. Halt! Blue Sea Dwellers. The lead White Beret captain shouted, leveling his impact shell at the Stormwing. You have trespassed into the divine land of Apaya Du. Stop your ship immediately and submit to inspection. As the atmosphere grew tense, a young man in his 20s riding a winged Pegasus and clad in golden armor with a handsome face that bore a hint of youthful authority flew slowly from behind the white berets. He was the current god of this sky island, Gonfall. When Gonfall laid eyes on the Stormwing, a vessel of sci-fi design that was clearly no ordinary craft, his eyes shone with intense admiration and fervor. As a passionate mechanical enthusiast, he could sense that this ship was a masterpiece, a creation beyond all his previous knowledge. Are you Mr. Lin Yuan? Gonfall's voice carried a hint of uncertainty, but even more so a heartfelt anticipation. Lin Yuan slowly emerged from the cockpit, gazing at the younger version of Gonfall with a faint smile. That's right. I'm here to complete our transaction. This is wonderful. A look of ecstasy and agitation lit up Gonfuer's handsome face. Behind him, the soldiers of the White Beret unit set down their weapons. After hearing this, exchanged their gaze toward Lin Yuan, shifting from vigilance to curiosity and scrutiny. They simply could not reconcile the Qinghai youth before them, who appeared younger than their own deity, with the legendary man possessing the divine hand. Mr. Lin Yuan, please follow me. Gonfuer did not dare show the slightest negligence. He respectfully gestured for Lin Yuan to proceed, personally leading the way ahead, while his divine Pegasus Pierre obediently followed at his side. Guided by Gonfuer, the Stormwing slowly descended upon a colossal island composed entirely of clouds. This was Skypiea, the God's Island. The architectural style across the entire island exuded an aura of holiness and majesty, with white colonnades and grand temples standing throughout. Lin Yuan's gaze, however, did not linger on these splendid structures. His advanced observation haki had already locked onto the highest point of the island. There he sensed a ship, a vessel of immense size, yet utterly lifeless. It lay there like a great beast beached for centuries, completely stripped of vitality, radiating an atmosphere of decay and sorrow. Mr. Lin Yuan, that is. The Ark Maxim, the Ark of the Gods. Gonfuer's voice was filled with bitterness and helplessness. Lin Yuan said nothing. Accompanied by Brook and Xuanyuan Yowang, he followed Gonfuer all the way to stand before the massive ark. Even as he beheld the ship with his own eyes, a flash of astonishment swept through Lin Yuan's gaze. The vessel's design was simply extraordinary. Its hull was not constructed of timber, but rather a peculiar metal that shimmered with a faint golden luster, exuding both streamlined elegance and a sense of advanced technology. Along both sides of the hull ran massive wing-like thrusters. Though dormant at present, their extraordinary design remained unmistakable. At the vessel's rear, two enormous turbine-like engines stood as testament to the terrifying power it once commanded. Most striking of all was the throne at the ship's apex, a colossal seat forged from pure gold. Though unoccupied, it radiated an unquestionable majesty and dominance. The design philosophy behind this vessel was radically different from anything he had ever known. It was not built to sail the seas, but rather to conquer the skies. Such an incredible ship. Brook traced his fingers along the ship's icy metal hull. He could sense that within lay extraordinarily complex energy circuits akin to a precision instrument. Yet at this moment those circuits were utterly dead. It was once our Skypiea's greatest masterpiece. Gonfuer's eyes were filled with nostalgia. Legend has it that in its prime the energy fluctuations generated merely during startup were enough to make the clouds of the entire White Sea boil. It could effortlessly summon thunderclouds to blanket the entire sky, unleashing the wrath of judgment. Alas, during the great disaster centuries ago, its power core, the heart of Thor, was utterly extinguished. We tried every method, even deploying the legendary Rumble fruit, yet we were unable to reignite it. Gonfuer pointed to a massive spherical device at the ship's center, pulsing like a beating heart. That was the power core. Lin Yuan quietly activated his advanced breathing of all things technique. In an instant, the entire internal structure of the Ark Maxim, its energy circuits, and every flaw and damage were presented in the most intuitive and clear manner within his mind. He saw it. The power core, known as the Heart of Thor, had suffered catastrophic damage. Over 70% of its internal energy conduction circuits had been severed from a violent energy impact. Furthermore, the golden conductors supplying it with energy had become severely compromised from excessive energy depletion, their surfaces riddled with microscopic fissures invisible to the naked eye. The most critical flaw lay in the core's energy conversion device, which possessed a fundamental design defect. During energy conversion, it generated extremely unstable energy redundancy that could not be effectively discharged. Over time, this accumulated like a ticking time bomb, ultimately causing the complete collapse of the entire core. The design is brilliant, but the concept was too ambitious and the technology failed to keep pace. Lin Yuan delivered his assessment with pinpoint accuracy. The architect of this vessel sought to fuse the power of the Rumble fruit entirely with the ship's propulsion system, transforming the vessel itself into a mobile, infinitely powerful Rumble fruit. Unfortunately, he underestimated the ferocious energy of the Rumble fruit and overestimated his own technological capabilities. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Gonfuer's body stiffened. He stared at Lin Yuan in utter disbelief. These design concepts and flaws of the Maxim were top-secret knowledge recorded in the oldest Skypiea documents. How could this Qinghai native have discerned all this merely from a single glance? Mr. Lin Yuan, you Can you truly repair it? Gonfuer's voice trembled as hope reignited in his eyes. A minor issue. Lin Yuan's response was calm and light, yet brimming with unshakable confidence. However, I require some special materials. Tell me. If our Sky Island has it, I shall find it all for you. I need substantial quantities of gold. The higher the purity, the better, along with your Skypia's specialty, Thundercloud, or capable of storing lightning energy. No problem. Gonfuer agreed without hesitation. These materials might be rare treasures to other islands, but for the Scypians living on the Sky Island with countless mineral deposits, they meant nothing. Then it's a deal. Lin Yuan extended his hand. The pleasure is mine. Gonfuer grasped Lin Yuan's hand with agitation, feeling as though he were clutching not just a hand, but the very future of the entire Skypia tribe. By the way, Lin Yuan seemed to remember something, and added, before I repair it, I need to attend to my own ship first. He pointed to the storm wing, which appeared undamaged nearby. It sustained minor damage during the ascent. While it does not affect navigation, I must restore it to optimal condition before entering more treacherous waters. Lin Yuan intended to fully install and calibrate the storm deflector field generator. Repairing the Maxim was merely a side task for him. His true objective was the Rumble fruit and the legendary Golden City, Chandora. That was the challenge that could truly excite him. For the following days, Lin Yuan remained temporarily in Apeo. Gonfuer provided him with the finest workshop and the most abundant materials. And Lin Yuan did not disappoint him. He spent less than a day to repair all the damaged parts on the storm wing that had been battered while forcibly breaching the storm belt. He successfully integrated the sci-fi-styled storm deflector field generator with the ship's power system in perfect harmony. When Lin Yuan activated the field generator before Gonfuer enveloping the entire storm wing in an invisible energy shield, Gonfuer was thoroughly stunned. He circled the storm wing several times like a curious child, his eyes brimming with fanaticism and adoration. After completing maintenance on his own vessel, Lin Yuan turned his attention back to the colossal Ark of the Gods. He did not rush to begin repairs, but first had Gonfuer gather all the design blueprints and construction logs related to Maximus. He needed to thoroughly understand this vessel, every design philosophy, every energy circuit. This was not mere repair, it was a dialogue spanning centuries with another genius, Shipwright. And when Lin Yuan saw those blueprints made of gold recording countless ingenious ideas, a brilliant light erupted in his eyes. So that's how it is. Using gold's superconductivity to construct an energy network that simulates human meridians. Then guiding and amplifying the power of the Rumble fruit through special formations, ultimately achieving ultra-range strikes with Heart's Net and Thunder Catch. A genius. What a complete genius. Lin Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. The designer of this ship had already possessed an advanced concept of combining devil fruit abilities with technological weapons hundreds of years ago. Although it ultimately failed due to immature technology, this courage to challenge the divine realm made Lin Yuan feel a touch of respect. Since you couldn't complete it, let me help you draw a perfect full stop. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement and fanaticism. What he wanted to do was not simple repair. Building upon this genius Shipwright's foundation, he would transform this Ark of the Gods into a true Thunder God's carriage. He took out a massive sheet of white paper, his pen becoming a blur in his hand. Countless bold, crazy, and more perfected design concepts were born from his brush. He would use nuclear fusion reactors to replace that flaw-designed Thunder God's heart. He would use bioalloys to reshape the Ark's fragile energy circuits, and even planned to integrate the faith energy conversion technology he had deciphered from the Inquisition into this vessel. He wanted this ship to absorb all the faith and prayers of the Pika tribe members, converting them into the purest lightning energy. Once this ship's transformation was complete, its power would far surpass that unfinished product from centuries ago. It would become a true Sky Fortress. Just as Lin Yuan was completely immersed in this crazy creation, an unwelcome guest quietly boarded this isolated godly island. That was a man wearing a black trench coat, sporting sunglasses, and smoking a cigar. His aura was steady and powerful, each step unhurried and measured, as if he were taking a leisurely stroll through his own backyard. He walked straight through the busy Pika tribe members, ignoring the alert gazes of the white beret soldiers, and finally arrived outside Lin Yuan's workshop. He did not enter merely standing silently at the doorway, as if waiting for something. Lin Yuan, who was feverishly drawing blueprints, frowned slightly, his advanced observation haki, sensing the man's arrival immediately. Such a powerful aura. This aura, though restrained, its essential strength was no less than that Saint Light Knight Gabriel he had encountered before. Perhaps even surpassing it. Shuang Yue, go investigate. Lin Yuan instructed without looking up. Yes. Shuang Yuan's figure appeared at the workshop entrance, his hand resting on his sword hilt, his gaze sharp as an eagle locked firmly on the unwelcome visitor. Who are you? What business brings you here? I'm looking for Lin Yuan. The man's voice was low and hoarse. He removed the cigar from his mouth and slowly exhaled a ring of smoke. Our boss is busy and has no time for visitors. Shuang Yuan's voice was cold. Is that so? The man chuckled softly, slowly raising his head as a hint of amusement flashed beneath his sunglasses. Then tell him the Golden Lion's men have arrived. Golden Lion. Upon hearing this name, Shuang Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. As a former daimyo of Wano country, he certainly knew what this name represented. It was a legendary pirate whose fame dominated these seas. Shiki the Golden Lion. On the current seas, the Rock's pirates' renown was unmatched, and among its crew members, Shiki the Golden Lion, his formidable reputation remained considerable. Why would he send someone here? And targeting Lin Yuan. What business do you have with our boss? Shuang Yunyuan's gaze grew increasingly grave. His hand gripping the sword hilt tightened further, every muscle in his body coiled like a poised leopard ready to pounce. It's nothing serious. The man claiming to serve the Golden Lion shrugged, his tone as casual, as if discussing the weather. Our captain is recently preparing a grand banquet and wishes to invite some interesting figures from these seas to celebrate. Mr. Lin Yuan, as the recently renowned shipyard Azura, naturally falls within the invitation list. As the man spoke, he withdrew from his coat an exquisitely crafted invitation made of pure gold and tossed it toward Shuang Yunyuan. This is the invitation. The time and location are all noted. Our captain said that Mr. Lin Yuan may bring friends along, the more the better. A banquet. Shuang Yunyuan caught the heavy invitation, his brows knitting deeply. He certainly wouldn't believe that someone like the Golden Lion would host a banquet without reason. There had to be something suspicious about this. Just that, eh? Just that. The man nodded, put on his sunglasses again, and turned to leave. By the way, he seemed to remember something and looked back over his shoulder, a knowing smile curling his lips. Our captain also asked me to convey a message to Mr. Lin Yuan. He said he possesses something that might interest Mr. Lin Yuan greatly. A masterpiece of propulsion technology left behind by the ancient kingdom 800 years ago. With that, the man did not linger. His figure flickered several times and disappeared into the end of the sea of clouds. Inside the workshop, Lin Yuan set down his pen, his expression growing somewhat grave. He had heard every word of that conversation just now. Shiki the Golden Lion. This future airborne pirate lord was actually seeking him out at this very time point, and mentioning the ancient kingdom's propulsion masterpiece. Countless thoughts flashed through Lin Yuan's mind in an instant. He was very clear that during this period the Golden Lion was a member of Rock Sea. And the Rock's pirates, that was a super pirate crew that gathered future Yonko like Whitebeard, Big Mom Kadu, and other monsters. The Golden Lion inviting him alone at this time, the significance behind it was absolutely not simple. Was this the Golden Lion's own intention, or Rock's intention? Boss. Shuang Yunyuan walked in holding a golden invitation, a trace of worry on his face. This banquet, shall we attend? Attend? Why not? A glint of sharp light flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes, and a playful smile curled at the corner of his lips. A banquet hosted by a great pirate. How could we miss such a lively affair? He was also eager to witness the true caliber of the supreme powerhouses of this era. Moreover, he was deeply intrigued by the so-called masterpiece of the ancient kingdom's technology. But this could very well be a trap. Shuang Yunyuan cautioned. A trap? Lin Yuan let out a soft laugh, exuding an aura of unshakable confidence. Then it depends on whether this trap is sturdy enough to ensnare me. Lin Yuan rose to his feet, stretching his limbs as a series of crisp cracks echoed from his joints. The design for the ark's reconstruction is complete. The rest can be handled by the automatons in the workshop. It's time we stretch our own limbs. He glanced at the time on the invitation. The banquet was to be held in 7 days. The venue was a peculiar island known as the Floating Island. It was a legendary island that perpetually hovered 10,000 meters above the sea, accessible only to those with the ability to fly. It seemed that Golden Lion Shiki intended to use this method to weed out the fodder unworthy of attending the banquet. Brook Shuangyue, prepare yourselves. Lin Yuan issued the command. Our next destination, the Floating Island. 7 days later, the Floating Island. It was a true sky island composed of a peculiar, or that defied gravity, forever floating above the white sea nestled among the clouds. The island boasted picturesque scenery and a pleasant climate teeming with exotic flora and rare fauna. Yet now this normally desolate island had become extraordinarily bustling. At the island's heart, a palatial structure of gold and jewels rose imposingly. Surrounding the palace were an array of ferocious-looking pirate ships, each bearing a fearsome reputation. Some were three-masted galleons as massive as beasts, while others were swift single-masted vessels like phantom shadows. Every ship flew a pirate flag that proclaimed its infamy. Those who could reach this place were all renowned pirates who had made their names in the first half of the Grand Line, and even in the New World. Their bounties at the very least exceeded 100 million berry. Inside the palace a grand banquet was in full swing. Burly scar-faced pirates raised enormous goblets, singing boisterously. Scantily clad dancers swayed gracefully to the melodious music. Long tables were laden with delicacies from every corner of the world, and barrels of premium rum towered like small mountains. At the golden throne at the head of the hall sat a towering man with golden hair, cascading like a lion's mane, a massive cigar clamped between his teeth. He lounged with one leg crossed over the other, observing the scene with keen interest. He was the host of this banquet, Golden Lion Shiki. He wore a resplendent golden kimono, and at his waist were two famed swords, Sakuraju and Kagurashi. Though he sat casually, the terrifying lion-like, domineering aura radiating from him made every pirate present feel a tremor of fear, daring not to act rashly. Shah! Golden Lion Shiki let out his signature laugh, brimming with arrogance and disdain, as he gazed at the pirates who greeted him with utmost deference. Drink up, my lads. Revel to your heart's content. Today I, Golden Lion Shiki, am hosting this feast for you, the future rulers of the sea. Oob! The pirates erupted in a thunderous cheer. Just then a subordinate in a black suit hurried to Shiki's side and whispered a few words. Oh, a glint of intrigue flickered in Golden Lion Shiki's eyes. That brat called Lin Yuan actually came. Yes, Lord Shiki. Shahaha. How interesting. How interesting. Golden Lion Shiki suddenly rose to his feet, his towering figure instantly drawing everyone's attention. Ladies and gentlemen. His voice, though not loud, reached every ear with crystal clarity. The appetizer of the banquet is over. Now allow me to welcome a special guest. As his words fell, the enormous golden palace doors slowly swung open. 3 figures strode in slowly. At the forefront was a young man in a black trench coat and hood, his face obscured. Behind him followed a skeleton in an ornate suit with an afro and a Wano samurai with a long blade at his waist, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. Their peculiar combination immediately captured everyone's attention. Who are they? Never seen them before. Some rookies from a backwater hole. A skeleton, a samurai, and a brat hiding his face. Are such riffraff worthy of attending Lord Shiki's banquet? The seasoned pirates sneered contemptuously at Lin Yuan and his companions. They were hardened killers forged in blood and fire, and they despised pretentious mysteries. Hey, you in the hood. A one-eyed pirate with a massive meat leg clenched between his teeth stood up, pointing at Lin Yuan and bellowing arrogantly. Take off that hood. Lord Shiki's banquet is no place for skulking cowards. But Lin Yuan did not even spare him a glance. He strode straight through the crowd, heading toward the golden throne at the highest point. You're asking for death. Enraged by being ignored, the one-eyed pirate hurled his meat leg aside and grabbed a massive battle axe, swinging it viciously at Lin Yuan's back. How dare you ignore me? I'll split you in half. Whoosh. The axe tore through the air with a menacing gust, reaching Lin Yuan's back in an instant. Just as everyone expected the arrogant newcomer to be splattered with blood, a crisp clang of metal rang out. A long blade gleaming with an eerie purple light had been drawn from its sheath and precisely intercepted the battle axe. It was Xuan Yuanyunyo. He stood there casually holding the blade with one hand, effortlessly blocking the powerful strike. What? The one-eyed pirate's pupils constricted. He felt as if his axe had struck an immovable mountain. The immense recoil numbed his hand, nearly causing him to lose his grip. Get lost. Xuan Yuanyunyo uttered a single word, his voice icy and devoid of emotion. The terrifying sword aura radiating from him like a drawn blade plunged the one-eyed pirate into an icy abyss, every hair on his body standing on end. He had no doubt that if he dared to move even an inch, his head would be separated from his body in the next second. Gulp. The one-eyed pirate swallowed hard, casting a glance toward the golden throne where the golden lion sat, watching with keen interest and showing no sign of intervening. He ultimately chose to back down. He sullenly sheathed his axe and retreated to the side, daring not to utter another word. This spectacle caused all the pirate captains present, who had previously harbored contempt, to abandon their disdain, their gazes toward Lin Yuan and his companions growing grave. To effortlessly repel Shuefu Dunba, a wanted captain with a bounty of 150 million, this samurai's strength was absolutely not to be underestimated. And that young man he had shielded behind him likely held an even more extraordinary background. Jiaha! From atop the throne, the golden lion erupted in unrestrained laughter. Excellent. Truly excellent. As expected of a man who gives the Marine headquarters quite the headache. Indeed, you have some capable subordinates under your command. He watched Lin Yuan steadily climbing the steps, his eyes shimmering with unmistakable admiration and dominance. Lin Yuan, am I right? Lin Yuan slowly made his way to the foot of the throne. He raised his head, removed his hood, and revealed a handsome, yet youthful face. Shiki the Golden Lion. Lin Yuan met his gaze calmly, displaying no trace of fear. You didn't summon me here simply for a drink, did you? Of course not. Shiki grinned widely, revealing rows of gleaming white teeth. He rose abruptly from his throne, and his terrifying haki erupted like that of a great lion, completely enveloping the entire hall. Every pirate captain present felt an asphyxiating pressure the moment they encountered this haki, with even some of the weaker among them beginning to foam at the mouth and collapse unconscious. Yet Lin Yuan remained where he stood, his expression unwavering. His soul, having been blessed and strengthened by the world tree, possessed extraordinary resistance to this kind of mental suppression. Though the Golden Lion's conqueror's haki was formidable, it was insufficient to shake him. Jiaha! The Golden Lion's eyes filled with even greater appreciation as he realized Lin Yuan had remained unharmed beneath his haki. An interesting kid. I admire your courage. He withdrew his haki, and the pressure throughout the hall instantly lifted. Since you're being so direct, neither will I beat around the bush. The Golden Lion's voice grew low and enticing. Lin Yuan, I need your strength. I want you to build me a ship. A vessel that could carry my ambition, one that could fly through the skies, one that could conquer the entire world. An invincible fleet. Lin Yuan's eye twitched slightly. Watching this impossibly arrogant man before him, he could not help but admire the sheer audacity of the man's ambition. Others built ships for sailing, for trade, for piracy. This guy, though, he opened his mouth, and it was about conquering the world. And not just any fleet, but a flying armada. That appetite of his was even bigger than that giant sea turtle lounging beside the all-blue. Exactly. Shiki the Golden Lion spread his arms wide, his predatory eyes locked onto Lin Yuan, as if trying to devour him whole. I want an invincible fleet that can ignore all ocean currents and natural barriers, that can descend from the heavens and deliver devastating blows to our enemies. I want every king and noble on these seas to tremble before my fleet. I will become the sole ruler of this world. The Golden Lion's voice echoed through the entire hall, and his blatant madness-fueled ambition and dominance sent tremors through the souls of every remaining pirate present. There was no doubt in their minds. This man would follow through on his words. Jiaha! The Golden Lion laughed uproariously, then turned his gaze back to Lin Yuan, that look as though he were admiring a rare treasure. And you, Lin Yuan, you are the key to realizing this ambition of mine. Your shipbuilding techniques are the most incredible I have ever witnessed. That stormwing which can soar through the skies and dive into the seas is simply a perfect work of art. Only you can build the fleet I desire. Join me, Lin Yuan. The Golden Lion extended his hand, his tone radiating unquestionable authority. Become my chief shipwright. I will grant you everything you desire. Wealth, status, even power beyond your imagination. You will stand beside me at the pinnacle of this world, looking down upon all living things. The entire hall fell deathly silent. All eyes fixed on Lin Yuan. They awaited this young man's response. This was an invitation from Shiki the Golden Lion himself. With just a nod, he would instantly attain the status and glory that countless others could only dream of achieving in a lifetime. I refuse. Yet Lin Yuan's reply was calm and resolute. What? Everyone present, including the Golden Lion himself, was stunned. They could hardly believe their ears. This boy, had he actually refused? Did he have any idea what he was saying? What did you say? The Golden Lion's smile slowly faded, a dangerous gleam flashing in his golden eyes, as the very air seemed to freeze around them. I said I refuse. Lin Yuan repeated, his expression unchanged, as if he were merely stating something trivial. My ships are not tools forged for anyone. They are my companions, my children. Lin Yuan met the Golden Lion's gaze, steadily radiating the proud and unyielding aura that belongs to a master craftsman. If you want me to build ships for you, fine. But first you must prove yourself worthy of commanding my creations. Worthy? Shiki let out a bitter laugh as though he had just heard the greatest joke in existence. The mighty Shiki the Golden Lion, questioned by some whelp about whether he was even qualified. Jiaha! A terrifying laughter erupted, shaking the entire palace. An even more fearsome conqueror's haki surged forward like a tidal wave, crushing down on Lin Yuan with devastating force. This time the Golden Lion was truly enraged. He intended to show this ignorant youngster what absolute power truly meant. Yet in that instant, as the haki was about to reach Lin Yuan, shing, a sharp blade rang out. Shimatsuki Ushimara's figure appeared before Lin Yuan, his legendary sword Masho already drawn. An equally powerful sword, intent fierce and resolute, erupted skyward, forcibly holding back the Golden Lion's conqueror's haki at bay. My! A flicker of surprise crossed the Golden Lion's eyes. He had not anticipated that this swordsman who had been following Lin Yuan possessed such formidable strength. This level of swordsmanship was already comparable to some of the lieutenant-level fighters aboard his ship. Interesting. Gold Lion withdrew his haki, looking at Xuanyuan Yaman, then at Lin Yuan standing behind him with an expression as calm as still water. The fury in his eyes was gradually replaced by a deeper, more intense interest. This shipwright named Lin Yuan was far more fascinating than he had imagined. He not only possessed miraculous shipbuilding skills, but he also had such a powerful warrior serving under him. What a talent! It would be a shame to lose if he couldn't be won over. Prove your qualification. Gold Lion returned to his throne, crossed his legs, and asked with keen interest, and how exactly do you propose I prove it? It's simple. Lin Yuan stepped out from behind Xuanyuan Yaman. You previously sent someone to tell me that you have an item left behind by the ancient kingdom 800 years ago, the ultimate masterpiece of power. Show it to me. A gleam of sharp light flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. That was his true purpose for coming here today. Compared to Gold Lion's ambitions, he was far more interested in those ancient technologies hidden beneath the dust of history. Oh, Gold Lion grinned. So you came for that thing. That's correct, I do have such a treasure. Gold Lion clapped his hands. Soon two burly pirates carried a massive chest forged from sea stone and walked heavily into the grand hall. Thud! The chest was slammed onto the ground with a muffled sound. All eyes in the room were drawn to the mysterious box. They were all curious about what kind of treasure could be called Gold Lion's masterpiece. Open it, Gold Lion ordered. With the sound of mechanisms turning, the sea stone chest slowly opened. An aura of desolation, antiquity, and surging energy instantly spread from within the box. It was a sphere with a diameter exceeding 1 meter, displaying a deep azure blue throughout its surface, covered with countless intricate and complex patterns. It hovered silently in the center of the chest, rotating slowly like a miniature star. The moment Lin Yuan saw this sphere, his pupils contracted sharply. His advanced all things breathing technique was pushed to its limit at this moment. Ding! Detected a mythological grade item. Ancient power core, eternal heart, dormant state. Item description: an ultimate power source crafted 800 years ago by the top scientists and shipwrights of the ancient kingdom. It contains a microscopic self-sustaining energy singularity capable of providing inexhaustible energy. However, due to the loss of its core control unit, it is currently in forced dormancy and cannot be activated. Inexhaustible energy. Lin Yuan's heart began to pound wildly. The value of this thing was simply beyond estimation. If he could analyze it, even repair it. That Oro Jackson equipped with a nuclear fusion reactor was nothing but a child's toy compared to this thing. How is it? Seeing Lin Yuan's eyes light up instantly, Gold Lion said with pride, does this treasure meet your approval? It's called the Eternal Heart. I risked my life to obtain it from an ancient ruin. Unfortunately, as you can see, although it contains earth-shattering energy, it's a dead object that cannot be activated. A trace of regret flashed in Gold Lion's eyes. Lin Yuan suppressed his inner excitement and shifted his gaze away from the eternal heart, returning to Gold Lion's face. You've invited so many great pirates to this banquet. I doubt you're here just to show off your treasure. Rare. Gold Lion laughed again. You kid, you're indeed smart. That's right. I gathered them here to play a game with them. A look of madness and cruelty flashed in Gold Lion's eyes. Hunting game. Deep within this floating island lives a pet I've raised for many years. A genetically modified creature from the ancient era. Whoever brings me its head first will earn the right to challenge me. And the final winner will gain my friendship, Gold Lion Shurji, and the support of this vast power behind me. Gold Lion's words made all the great pirates present breathe heavily. Gold Lion's friendship. The support of the Luo Kisi pirates. This is simply a shortcut to success. As for you, Lin Yuan. Gold Lion changed the subject, pointing at the eternal heart, and said slowly, my demand is simple. You don't need to hunt that beast. You just need to make that damn iron lump light up in front of me. If you succeed, you'll have the qualification to negotiate with me. If you fail, murderous intent flashed in Gold Lion's eyes. Then you and your 2 subordinates will stay on this island forever today, becoming dinner for my pet. The temperature in the entire hall seemed to drop more than 10 degrees at this moment. All eyes fell on Lin Yuan, filled with schadenfreude and pity. In their eyes, this ignorant kid was dead, restarting an ancient machine that had been dormant for 800 years. How could that be possible? This was clearly just an excuse for Gold Lion to kill him. Boss. Xuanyuan Yomon's face also became extremely grave. His hand gripping the sword hilt had bulging veins, and his sword intent had reached its peak, ready to fight to the death at any moment. Yo ho ho ho. This really is a desperate situation. Although Brooke was still joking, the flame of his soul was beating fiercely within his hollow eye sockets, and a chilling coldness spread from between his bones. But to everyone's surprise, there was not a trace of fear on Lin Yuan's face. Instead, a smile of excitement bordering on fanaticism appeared. Good. I accept this bet. His answer once again plunged the entire hall into dead silence. This madman. He actually dared to accept. Rare. Seeing Lin Yuan's confident demeanor, Gold Lion paused for a moment, then burst into a loud manic laughter. Good. Lin Yuan. You really didn't disappoint me. I'm starting to like you. Gold Lion waved his hand. The game begins now. At his command, the great pirates in the hall instantly transformed into sharks, sensing blood, their eyes flashing with greed and madness as they grabbed their weapons and surged toward the outside of the palace. They were going to hunt that so-called ancient beast, to compete for that shortcut to success. In the blink of an eye, the formerly bustling hall became empty, leaving only Lin Yuan and his 2 companions along with Gold Lion on his golden throne overlooking everything. Boy, time is running short. The Golden Lion said lazily with a cigar in his mouth. My pet has no patience. When it gets hungry, it will come out on its own to find food. In other words, if Lin Yuan could not handle the eternal heart before those pirates failed, the 3 of them would come face to face with that terrifying ancient beast. Enough. Lin Yuan did not utter another wasted word. He walked straight toward the massive seastone crate. Extending his hand, he gently stroked the eternal heart, cold and radiating an azure glow. Divine ability, breath of all things advanced. Activate. In that instant, Lin Yuan's entire world transformed. The colossal sphere before him was no longer a lifeless cold object. In his perception, it had become a living entity, an intricate web of densely packed, almost maddeningly complex energy circuits harboring a slumbering soul. He could see those spiderweb-like energy circuits coursing through the sphere's interior, rendered fragile by the passage of centuries, riddled with countless hairline fractures. He could hear it, the energy singularity at the sphere's very core, emitting faint dying wails like a candle flickering in the wind. Its energy was dissipating at an excruciatingly slow pace. Without action, this mythological-grade power core would be nothing but scrap metal within a few years. And the root cause of all this, the missing core control unit. Without a brain to guide it, this mighty heart could not properly regulate its torrents of power, left to waste away in chaotic, uncontrolled cycles. I see. A glint of understanding flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes. Conventional methods would never work. The only way to repair it was to forge a new brain for it. A brand new control unit capable of seamless compatibility and full dominion over this overwhelming energy. To any shipwright or scientist of this era, this was an impossible task. But for Lin Yuan, who possessed a system and command of countless technologies far beyond his age, this was precisely his forte. System. Lin Yuan called silently within his mind. Using all the technologies I currently master, including master-level naval engineering, advanced aerodynamics, the power heart faith energy conversion, and the recently acquired ancient power core structural data, run simulations. Design a new control unit capable of perfectly initiating and managing this eternal heart. Ding. Host command received. Integrating and simulating data. Simulating. 1, 10, 50. Lin Yuan's mind became a terrifying supercomputer. Countless fragments of knowledge, energy, materials, structures, runes, collided, combined, and evolved frantically within his consciousness. The air around him subtly warped under the surge of his immense spiritual power. From his throne, the Golden Lion witnessed this scene, and his golden pupils contracted sharply. What an overwhelming spiritual pressure. This boy, what kind of monster is he? He had only intended to give Lin Yuan a warning to remind him who held authority, then appear as a savior and force Lin Yuan into submission. But now he realized, this boy might actually have the means to awaken the eternal heart. Ding. Simulation complete. Optimal solution generated. Neural link resonance controller. Generating design blueprints. An exquisitely precise, breathtakingly complex blueprint, simultaneously steampunk and mythic, was instantly branded deep within Lin Yuan's mind. The design philosophy behind this blueprint was nothing short of madness. It proposed linking Lin Yuan's own spiritual power directly to the eternal heart's energy singularity through a unique resonance method, in essence transforming Lin Yuan himself into the eternal heart's brain. He would channel his will to directly command this apocalyptic torrent of power. The risk was astronomical. Failure meant his soul would be torn to shreds in an instant by that raging energy doomed for eternity. But success would grant him complete mastery over this mythological creation from 8 centuries past. Interesting. Lin Yuan retrieved the legendary Eternal Hammer from his system space along with a substantial quantity of advanced bioalloy, triply iterated, brought from Noah Fortress. What are you doing? The Golden Lion frowned as he saw the ominous materials Lin Yuan had produced. What am I doing? Lin Yuan did not even look up. Performing surgery on it, of course. The moment the words left his lips, Lin Yuan moved. Divine skill, all things forge. Activate. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp rhythmic sound of hammering echoed throughout the hall once more. The hammer in Lin Yuan's hand became a blur, striking the bioalloy with furious speed. Those stubborn alloys behaved like living rivers under his hammer, stretching, twisting, and reshaping in ways that defied imagination. Intricate neuron-like components took form at astonishing speed in his hands. The entire process flowed with effortless grace, brimming with both power and beauty. The Golden Lion on his throne could only watch his eyelids twitching. This forging technique, unheard of in all his experience. An hour later, from thin air, Lin Yuan produced a silver-white metallic construct, composed of thousands of precision parts pulsating with an almost organic vitality. This was the core of the neural link resonance controller. Now comes the real challenge. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, his expression growing profoundly grave. He slowly pressed the silver-white brain toward the azure eternal heart, forcing the two to fuse together. At the moment they were about to make contact, the eternal heart, sensing a threat, unleashed a tremendous repulsive force forged from 800 years of slumber, attempting to push the intruder away. Going! Lin Yuan roared, pouring his vast spiritual power and advanced armament haki, without reservation, into his arms. Hardening, flowing Sakura. Crack! A sharp sound rang out. The supposedly indestructible shell of the eternal heart fractured under Lin Yuan's relentless pressure. The silver-white brain slipped through the fissure slowly and relentlessly, merging with the eternal heart's interior. With every fraction of deeper penetration, the pressure on Lin Yuan doubled. He felt as though he were not pressing a sphere, but contending with the world itself. Veins bulged on his forehead, every muscle in his body trembled violently, and beads of sweat streamed down his face. Going! Lin Yuan's eyes turned crimson as he let out a primal beast-like roar. Crack, crack, crack. The cracks on the surface of the eternal heart grew more numerous and denser. The silver-white brain was finally rammed entirely into the core region of the eternal heart by Lin Yuan's terrifying brute force. Boom. The moment they merged completely, a dreadful azure energy storm erupted from the eternal heart, bursting outward in all directions. The terrible energy storm instantly swept through the entire palace. The walls and pillars made of gold and jewels were torn apart and pulverized under the impact of this energy. The entire luxurious palace turned into a heap of ruins in just a few seconds. Hee. Interesting. How truly interesting. Golden Lion Shiki stood atop the ruins. Watching Lin Yuan shrouded in the azure energy storm, he showed no panic at all. Instead, a fanatical gleam burst forth in his eyes. He could feel that the heart, which had slept for 800 years, seemed on the verge of awakening at this moment. At the center of the energy storm, Lin Yuan endured unimaginable agony. The violent energy, enough to tear anything apart, was savagely scouring his body and rending his soul. His consciousness felt as if it had been thrown into a meat grinder made of pure energy, on the verge of being completely crushed at any moment. Hold on. You must hold on. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth fiercely, pushing his spiritual power to the limit, attempting to establish a link with the neural controller that had just merged into the eternal heart. He had to tame this awakened ancient beast. Lin Yuan's spiritual power, like the sharpest blade, stabbed fiercely into the raging ocean of energy. Hello. At that moment, a childish voice full of curiosity and delight suddenly echoed in the depths of Lin Yuan's mind. Success. A surge of ecstasy flooded Lin Yuan's heart. He had successfully established a spiritual link with the eternal heart. He could clearly sense vast quantities of pure, immense energy flowing unceasingly into his body through that intangible spiritual connection. This energy was wildly nourishing his nearly exhausted body and repairing his shattered soul. The injuries from the forced fusion were healing at an inconceivable speed. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully repairing and mastering the mythical grade item, Eternal Heart. Event rating mythical. Now settling. Congratulations, host, for receiving 500 points. Congratulations, host, for receiving Divine Skill, Energy Control Basic. Energy Control Basic. You have gained extraordinary affinity and control over all forms of energy. You can absorb, transform, and even alter the form of energy to a certain extent. Congratulations, host, for triggering the hidden achievement, God's Creator. Congratulations, host, for receiving special item, World Tree Sprout Legendary. World Tree Sprout, a sprout from the core of the world tree containing the most primordial life force and creative power. Plant it in a place with abundant energy, and it might bring you unexpected surprises. A series of system prompts like the most beautiful symphony wildly flooded Lin Yuan's mind. 5 million points. A divine skill. And a world tree sprout. Lin Yuan felt he was about to faint from happiness. This gamble had paid off beyond his wildest dreams. He slowly opened his eyes. In his jet-black pupils it seemed as if billions of stars were swirling deep and mysterious. The aura around him had undergone a tremendous transformation. If before he was a sharp sword drawn from its sheath, now he was a bottomless, all-devouring starry sky. He slowly raised his hand. The eternal heart, which had been so violent earlier, was now as docile as a kitten, quietly floating above his palm, emitting a soft azure glow. The energy storm that could destroy everything had vanished without a trace. You succeeded. Golden Lion Shiki stared at the bizarre scene before him, an expression of disbelief on his face. This brat, he had actually done it. He had really awakened the god's heart that had slept for 800 years. As you can see, a faint smile curled at the corner of Lin Yuan's mouth. He could feel that he had established a wonderful symbiotic relationship with the eternal heart. He could draw upon its vast energy at any time, while the eternal heart could continuously improve its own intelligence by absorbing his spiritual power, undergoing self-evolution. This was no longer a simple tool. It was a companion with infinite growth potential. Roar. Suddenly, a beastly roar full of brutality and madness came from deep within the island, interrupting their conversation. Then the ground began to tremble violently, as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had struck. Hee. Golden Lion Shiki, upon hearing the roar, was not alarmed, but delighted. Looks like those useless fellows have been wiped out. My little darling is hungry, it's coming out to hunt. He turned his head, looking at Lin Yuan with a gaze full of scrutiny and amusement. Boy, congratulations on successfully activating the eternal heart. Now, as your reward for passing the first level, let you personally experience the second appetizer I prepared for you. Rumble. As Golden Lion Shiki's words fell, a mountain peak not far away exploded. A colossal sky-obscuring figure slowly rose from the broken mountain. It was a giant beast over 100 meters long, covered in pitch-black metal hard carapace, with 3 ferocious dragon heads and a pair of huge bat-like wings on its back. Each of its heads had a single eye glowing with a blood-red light, brimming with the desire for destruction and annihilation. It exuded a nauseating, terrifying pressure filled with sulfuric and putrid odors. This pressure was even more terrifying than that of the 1,000-meter sea turtle before. This was undoubtedly a true ancient overlord at the top of the food chain. Lord Lin Yuan, be careful. What kind of monster is this? Shuangyuan Yuan and Brook turned pale with fright at the sight of the monster, their hair standing on end. They had no doubt that a monster of this level could crush them into meat paste with just one claw. Hee. Golden Lion Shiki looked at the terrifying beast emerging from the mountain, a proud and fond smile on his face. Its name is Destroyer. It's my most perfect creation, bred from the gene samples of ancient giant beasts I obtained from Captain Rocks, combined with the latest gene modification technology. It has the genes of a 3-headed dragon, the strength of a titan giant ape, and the regenerative ability of a deep-sea demon octopus. It is a living ancient weapon. Golden Lion Shiki spread his arms like a mad conductor and issued a command to the terrifying Destroyer. Go, my child. Tear him apart. The beast, known as the Destroyer, seemed to understand the Golden Lion's command, its 3 ferocious dragon heads roaring in unison with a deafening bellow. It then strode forward on limbs like celestial pillars, charging toward Lin Yuan's position. With each thunderous step it took, the earth quaked violently beneath its weight. The oppressive aura radiating from it was enough to terrify any timid person to death. Boss! Master Lin Yuan! Frostmoon, Oxball, and Brook let out startled cries. They tried to step forward, but the terrifying pressure pinned them in place, leaving them helplessly watching as the mountain-sized beast drew closer to Lin Yuan. Yet facing this terrifying sight, Lin Yuan's face remained completely unruffled. He raised his head and gazed at the Destroyer charging toward him with an expression filled with pity. An ancient weapon still alive? No. Lin Yuan slowly shook his head. He raised the eternal heart that floated above his palm, lifting it slowly above his head. Before me you are merely a larger toy. The moment those words fell, a hum resonated. That azure eternal heart suddenly erupted with radiance far more brilliant than the sun itself. A beam of azure light over 10 meters in diameter and of incomprehensible thickness surged forth from the eternal heart. A column composed of the purest, most refined energy condensed to its absolute limit. Its target locked onto that terrifying beast known as the Destroyer, charging frantically toward them. Time seemed to freeze at that very moment. Even space itself began to distort before that pillar of light. Upon the 3 savage dragon heads of the Destroyer, those 3 crimson single eyes, filled with brutality and madness, flickered with a trace of fear the instant they perceived the beam. It tried to dodge. It tried to flee. But it was far too late. That azure beam tore through its body with unstoppable, terrifying momentum, piercing it instantaneously. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no agonizing scream. That monstrous beast, over 100 meters long and rumored to be a living ancient weapon, began to vanish silently at a speed visible to the naked eye. From carapace to flesh, then to bone. Its colossal frame could not endure even a single second before that beam being completely erased from this world. Not even a wisp of ash remained. And that azure beam, after obliterating the destroyer, did not lose a fraction of its power. It continued forward, slamming mercilessly into a colossal mountain thousands of meters high in the distance. A thunderous boom echoed, a sound so terrifying that the entire floating island quaked violently. Under everyone's gaze, that towering peak appeared as though an invisible hand had simply erased it from the middle, the upper half vanishing completely in an instant. Only a perfectly smooth mirror-like circular cross-section remained. In just a single strike, a fearsome beast rivaling ancient weapons and a mountain thousands of meters tall. Both were simply gone. Gulp. Frostmoon, Oxball, and Brooke swallowed hard, their eyes fixed dazedly on the mountain, severed halfway. Their brains had completely stopped functioning. What kind of power is this? Meanwhile, Lin Yuan floated serenely in midair, the hem of his robes gently fluttering in the breeze. The azure sphere in his hand slowly dimmed. Heh. Amongst the ruins of the throne, the enormous cigar in gold lion Shiki's mouth had somehow fallen to the ground. He stared blankly at Lin Yuan, at the eternal heart radiating a gentle glow in his grasp, his body trembling uncontrollably. His strongest pet, the destroyer he had nurtured with countless efforts, just gone. Not even a single hair left. How could this be possible? Gold lion Shiki. Lin Yuan's figure descended slowly from the sky, stepping toward the future great pirate who had been utterly petrified. This wager. It seems I have won. Gold Lion's body jerked, his golden eyes brimming with complex emotions. He harbored no doubt. If that strike had been aimed at him, his fate would have been no better than that of the destroyer. You've won. In the end, Gold Lion Shiki, the future Sky Pirate King, bowed his proud head before Lin Yuan's overwhelming power. His voice was hoarse, filled with bitterness and resignation. Speak, what do you desire? Simple. Lin Yuan stowed away the eternal heart. First, from this day forward, you, Gold Lion Shiki, and your faction shall not oppose me in any form. Second, I need you to help me gather 3 things. Lin Yuan raised 3 fingers. First, a metal called whaling iron. I need a substantial quantity, enough to build a 3-masted sailing vessel. Lin Yuan's voice rang clearly across the ruins, utterly calm. Gold Lion Shiki frowned. Whaling iron? Isn't that a specialty exclusive to Wano country? It is said that the metal emits a wail like the dead during forging, and its yield is extremely low. Even the daimyo of Wano may not be able to assemble the quantity you desire. That is your problem, Lin Yuan said indifferently. My role is simply to make demands. Gold Lion's eye twitched as he forced down his resentment. Fine. I agree. Next. Second, I need the most complete chart of the new world drawn by your rocks pirates. What? This time Gold Lion was truly stunned. He rose abruptly, his golden eyes locking onto Lin Yuan as if trying to pierce through him. Boy, do you have any idea what you're asking for? The new world charts were the rocks pirates' highest secret, wrought through countless efforts and the lives of brothers we can't even count. And you come asking for the most complete version. Your appetite knows no bounds. I care only about results. Lin Yuan remained as composed and effortless as ever. He understood all too well. The value of this chart far exceeded those so-called ancient weapons. Possessing it was equivalent to grasping the very lifeline of the entire new world. Gold Lion stared unblinkingly at Lin Yuan, his chest heaving violently. The atmosphere in the great hall grew tense once more. If what Lin Yuan had displayed earlier only made him wary, then what he revealed now was ambition that struck genuine fear. This young man, that ambition of his absolutely went far beyond a single sea. After a long silence, ha 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 ha, the Golden Lion suddenly burst into a wild laugh filled with helplessness and self-mockery. Good. Truly a formidable Lin Yuan. I cannot give you the complete sea chart. That is in the captain's hands, and no one else can obtain it. But I can offer you a chart of the sea areas our third fleet has explored. It marks the locations of at least 3 ancient civilization ruins. Its value is by no means inferior to the complete sea chart. Deal. Lin Yuan nodded, having anticipated this outcome. And the third? The Golden Lion asked. The third? A glint of sharp light flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. I need a living, naturally formed sea stone core. Not an ordinary, but a natural creation that, like a heart, can generate its own energy cycle. The Golden Lion fell silent once more. The 3 items Lin Yuan demanded were each more outlandish and inconceivable than the last. The Howling Iron was the closely guarded secret of Wano. The New World Sea Chart was the confidential treasure of the Rocks Pirates. And this so-called living sea stone core, he had never even heard of it. I don't know what you're talking about. The Golden Lion shook his head. But I can mobilize all my intelligence networks to search for it. I'll have an answer for you within a year. Agreed. Lin Yuan nodded. Can we leave now? Yes. The Golden Lion forced the words through gritted teeth. He looked at Lin Yuan with an expression of profound complexity. Today's banquet. He had intended to be the hunter to recruit this young lion of boundless potential under his command. Yet he had instead become the prey ruthlessly extorted. Without another word, Lin Yuan turned and walked out of the palace, accompanied by Bu Luke and Xuanyuan Ayunyuan. Just as they were about to leave the floating island, Lin Yuan. The Golden Lion's voice suddenly called from behind. Lin Yuan halted but did not turn around. One day I will make you willingly build ships for me. I'll be waiting. Lin Yuan smiled faintly. With his two companions he leaped aboard the sci-fi-like Storm Wing and vanished into the sea of clouds. Golden Lion Shiki stood amid the ruins staring at the direction Lin Yuan had departed, long silent. During the voyage back to Noah Fortress. Inside the cabin of Storm Wing, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. The Eternal Heart, emitting a soft azure glow, floated quietly before him. He was familiarizing himself with the newly acquired divine skill, Energy Manipulation Beginner. With a thought, a strand of pure energy was drawn from the Eternal Heart, flowing gently through his fingertips. This energy was as docile as a part of his own body. He could clearly sense that he could alter its form at will. With a thought, the strand of energy instantly transformed into a tiny flame dancing on his fingertip. Another thought, and the flame became a crystalline shard of ice radiating a chilling cold. So this is what it feels like to control energy. Lin Yuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. The potential of this skill was utterly boundless. If he could elevate it to the advanced level, or even the divine level, could he truly make his words become reality? He then turned his gaze to the legendary item awarded by the system, the World Tree Sprout. It was a shoot only the size of a palm, entirely verdant as if carved from the finest jade. Though it appeared unremarkable, Lin Yuan could clearly sense within it a most primordial life force. Where should I plant you? Lin Yuan's gaze pierced through the cabin, falling upon the colossal living island, Noah, slowly sailing below, over 5 kilometers in diameter. Perhaps that would be its best home. To let this sprout representing life and creation merge with that arc representing hope and the future. An idea sprouted in Lin Yuan's mind. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, a sharp alarm sounded from the cockpit. Warning, warning, large, unidentified fleet ahead. Approaching at high speed. Buluk's voice came from the cockpit, tinged with tension. Lin Yuan frowned. He immediately stood up and walked to the cockpit. On the sea horizon ahead of Storm Wing, a fleet of dozens of ships, hulls pinkish white, and sails embroidered with ornate floral patterns, was arrayed in a line blocking their path. The ships were exquisitely styled, exuding a feminine elegance, a stark contrast to the fierce and menacing pirate ships common on the Grand Line. Yet Lin Yuan sensed an aura far more dangerous than any pirate ship. What is that? Xuanyuan Yunyuan stepped forward, his expression grave. Judging from the flag, it seems to be an ancient kingdom in the first half of the Grand Line. Called the Sun Ox Kingdom. Buluk adjusted his top hat, trying to recall. It's the Xianjishian Zukui Kingdom. Lin Yuan corrected. A kingdom ruled by women renowned for its abundance of spices, perfumes, and deadly poisons. They are extremely xenophobic. It is said that any ship daring to approach their waters will unknowingly turn into a pile of bones. Lin Yuan's words sent a chill down Buluk and Xuanyuan Yunyuan's spines. Then why are they blocking our way? What else could it be? Lin Yuan chuckled lightly. They've taken a fancy to our ship. As he spoke, the largest flagship of the pink-white fleet, like a queen's chariot, slowly sailed forward. A woman appeared at the bow, adorned in magnificent court attire, wearing a golden crown, with a beautiful, yet icy and arrogant face. She was the queen of the Xianjishian Zukui Kingdom, Lala. Her gaze was filled with greed and possessiveness, fixed on the hovering Storm Wing. Impertinent intruders. Queen Luala's voice came through the amplifying din, mushy, icy, and full of authority. You have trespassed into my kingdom. Surrender your flying ship at once, kneel, and kiss the tip of my foot. Perhaps I might consider granting you a dignified death. Yo-ho-ho-ho. What a big talk. Buluk couldn't help but laugh at the queen's haughty words. Queens these days sure have character. Always demanding someone kiss their toes. Xuanyuan Yunyuan's expression darkened. His grip on the sword hilt tightened. The other party's words had crossed the line of a samurai. Looks like there's no room for negotiation. Lin Yuan's expression remained calm. He even had the leisure to comment, pretty face, but not much brain. He had originally hoped to resolve things peacefully, but that seemed impossible now. Since you refuse a toast, you'll have to drink the penalty. Queen Luala, seeing that they showed no fear and even dared to laugh, flew into a rage. Her beautiful face twisted with fury. Since you're so eager to die, I shall grant your wish. Queen Luala waved her hand sharply. Fire. At her command, the sails on both sides of the dozens of pink-white warships suddenly bulged. Strange pink smoke reeking of cloying sweetness burst from the specially made sails, instantly shrouding the sea area for several kilometers. What is that smell? It's so fragrant. Brooke took a deep breath, and even the soul fire within his hollow eye sockets began to grow hazy. He felt his body become light and ethereal, as if floating amidst clouds. A wave of happiness and contentment washed over him, leaving him unwilling to move even a single finger. Not good. It's poison gas. Shimatsuki Ushimaru reacted much faster. The moment he caught the scent, he immediately held his breath. But a small amount of gas had already been inhaled. His head began to spin, his limbs grew weak and limp, and even the circulation of Baki within his body became sluggish. It's useless. Lin Yuan's voice roused the two from their abnormal state. This is not ordinary poison gas, but a special aromatic fragrance that directly affects the nerves and soul. Holding your breath is useless, it will seep through your skin. The reason Lin Yuan was unaffected was twofold. First, he was inside the sealed cockpit. Second, his soul, strengthened by the blessing of the world tree, possessed a high resistance to this kind of spiritual attack. He Queen Loala let out a triumphant cackle as she watched the Stormwing wobbling precariously within the pink smoke. Sink into the blissful dreams of my ecstasy. You will have your life force drained away bit by bit amidst the most euphoric illusions, ultimately becoming the finest fertilizer for my garden. She could already envision the coveted flying warship falling into her grasp. Not a bad idea. Lin Yuan gazed at the alluring pink smoke outside, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Using perfume to deal with a ship. Shh. Are you mistaken about something? He slowly walked to the helm and grasped the ship's wheel once more. Let me show you the combat style of a shipwright. Lin Yuan closed his eyes slightly, and the divine skill, Energy Control Beginner, activated. In that instant his perception merged completely with the Stormwing's power core and the surrounding energy field. He could clearly see those pink fragrance molecules frantically eroding the energy shield covering the ship's hull. He could also see inside the dozens of enemy ships the high-speed boilers that were heating and atomizing the special liquid into fragrant mist. Found you. Lin Yuan concentrated his mind. An invisible, extremely subtle energy fluctuation radiated silently from the Stormwing. This energy fluctuation bypassed the pink fragrance and precisely locked onto the fragrance boilers of every ship in the enemy fleet. Let me add a little seasoning for you. A glint of amusement sparkled in Lin Yuan's eyes. He began to use his energy control ability to subtly alter the energy conduction frequency inside those boilers. This operation was extremely delicate, like secretly swapping a single screw inside a high-speed engine without anyone noticing. Within the fleet of the Pelargonium Kingdom, the once smoothly running fragrance boilers suddenly emitted a strange humming noise. What's happening? The female soldiers operating the boilers turned pale with terror as they watched the pressure gauges spike at an unimaginable rate. Your Majesty, it's terrible. The boilers are out of control. What a... Queen Loala's cackling abruptly ceased. She stared at her fleet in disbelief. The once magnificent sails that had been spewing pink ecstasy were now changing color at a visible speed. From pink to deep red, and then to pitch black. Thick black smoke reeking of sulfur like ink gushed violently from those sails. The pink sea of clouds that had resembled a fairyland was instantly replaced by this foul black smoke. The sweet fragrance in the air vanished without a trace, replaced by a stench so vile it could make one vomit even last night's meal. Cough, cough, cough. What is that smell? My eyes are burning. Help, I can't breathe. The female soldiers who had been reveling in their anticipated victory were suddenly swallowed by a scene straight out of hell. Choked by the thick black smoke, they wept and coughed, clutching their throats as they collapsed to the ground in agony. The entire well-trained fleet descended into chaos within a mere dozen seconds. Queen Loala gaped at the unbelievable sight, her face a mask of shock and bewilderment. What in the world was happening? She jerked her head up and fixed her gaze on the Stormwing still hovering silently in the heart of the black smoke. She saw the young man in the hood standing at the bow looking at her with a gaze full of mockery and derision as if she were a clown. You? What did you do? Queen Loala pointed at Lin Yuan and shrieked hysterically. Lin Yuan did not deign to answer her foolish question. He simply raised his right hand slowly, then snapped his fingers lightly. Snap. Boom, boom, boom. In the fleet of the Pelargonium Kingdom, at least a dozen ships' fragrance boilers, unable to withstand the violent internal pressure, exploded simultaneously. Terrifying flames shot into the sky. The massive shockwaves tore apart the decks, sending countless female soldiers flying. They were either blown to pieces or thrown into the sea shrouded in black smoke and poison gas. No. Queen Loala let out a desperate wail as she watched her fleet being destroyed one by one before her eyes. She couldn't understand. The enemy hadn't even fired a single shot, so why had her fleet turned into this? Madman. You're a madman. Queen Loala completely broke down. Pointing at Lin Yuan, she shrieked like a madwoman. Kill him. Kill him now. Royal Floral Guard. Deploy. At her command, dozens of agile figures shot out from the massive flagship. They were the Queen's elite personal guard, the Royal Floral Guard. Each member possessed strength comparable to a naval officer and was skilled in assassination and poison techniques. They stepped on the Sky Island's unique jet shells, dashing toward the Stormwing like arrows from a bow. Their weapons were very blow darts drenched in deadly poison sachets that released paralyzing toxic mist and long whips entwined with poisonous thorns. Boss, let me handle this. A cold gleam flashed in Shimatsuki Ushimaru's eyes. He stepped forward, his sword aura already elevated to the peak. These small fry flying in the sky would be perfect for testing his newly comprehended sword techniques. No need. Lin Yuan stopped him. For dealing with these mere flowers and weeds, there's no need to use a butcher's knife. Lin Yuan's gaze fell upon the enemy's ornate sails. I told you I will solve this problem as a shipwright. He refocused his attention on the helm. This time, instead of manipulating the enemy's boilers, he targeted the sails woven from special fibers. Divine skill, breath of all things advanced, activate. In that instant, the microscopic structure of those sails, the arrangement of their fibers, and the vibrational frequencies they could withstand became crystal clear in his mind. A special Sea King spider silk with high resilience, but a remarkably low resonance frequency. Interesting. Lin Yuan placed his hand on a red button on the control console. It was a miniature infrasound generator he had installed on the Stormwing for emergency situations. Originally intended to repel large Sea Kings, it now served an entirely new purpose. Then let me play you a symphony of destruction. Lin Yuan gently pressed the button. An invisible, inaudible infrasound wave instantly spread from the storm wing, its frequency precisely calibrated by Lin Yuan to match the exact resonance frequency of that peculiar spider silk. The very next moment, within the fleet of the Persea Kingdom, those once pristine sails suddenly began to violently and uncontrollably shake, as if giant unseen hands were mercilessly tearing at them. Ryup, ryup. In the horrified gaze of all the female soldiers, those priceless, magnificent sails actually self-destructed, within mere seconds, shredding into tattered strips of cloth. The members of the Royal Bloom Guard, still airborne, froze in terror upon witnessing this scene, daring not advance another inch. Their most formidable weapon, the sails capable of releasing lethal fragrance, was simply gone. At this moment, the entire massive fleet was reduced to toothless tigers stranded helplessly on the sea surface. The entire sea area fell into deathly silence. All soldiers of the Persea Kingdom stared blankly at their ship's bare masts. Shall we continue? Lin Yuan's voice came through the megaphone, den den mushy, clearly reaching every ear. Queen Basil's body trembled violently as she raised her dazed gaze to that figure, her eyes brimming with fear and regret. What exactly do you want? Queen Basil's voice trembled, any trace of her former arrogance and haughtiness completely gone. It's quite simple. Lin Yuan's figure suddenly appeared at the bow of the flagship, a gentle smile gracing his refined face. I'm quite interested in your fragrance technology. I'm willing to pay for complete documentation of your technique. Moreover, I can design an entirely new set of fragrance boilers and special sails, more stable and far more powerful, for free. Of course, you'll cover the material cost yourselves. In return, I need your kingdom to provide unconditional navigation privileges for my fleet in the future, along with your intelligence network that covers all sea routes across the first half of the Grand Line. Lin Yuan's proposal left Queen Basil utterly stunned. She had anticipated harsh, humiliating demands, never imagining he would instead seek a business arrangement. The enemy poised to annihilate her entire kingdom was suddenly offering partnership, a shift so drastic her keen mind struggled to process it. Yet she quickly seized upon it. It was a chance, a remarkable opportunity to rescue her kingdom from its desperate plight and ally with someone far more powerful. This man's strength and methods far exceeded her wildest expectations. Forming a partnership would bring nothing but benefit to the entire Persea Kingdom. I agree. Queen Basil blurted without hesitation, terrified that any delay might cause him to retract the offer. Excellent. Lin Yuan nodded approvingly. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing a legendary quality business negotiation. Event rating legendary. Congratulations, host, for receiving 8,000 points. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a special skill, psychological warfare intermediate. Another substantial points payout and rare skill granted. Lin Yuan's mood grew even more elated. Turning enemies into clients was far more interesting than mere violence. Just as Lin Yuan was preparing to discuss cooperation details with Queen Basil. Cuckoo. A news bird fluttered over from the distant horizon, deftly dropping a fresh newspaper onto the Stormwing's deck. Lin Yuan picked up the newspaper with a casual glance. When his eyes landed on the bold black headline dominating the front page, his smile slowly faded. Epic battle. The Rocks Pirates and Roger Pirates clash violently at Shipwright's graveyard. Legendary island reduced to ruins overnight. Shipwright's graveyard. Lin Yuan's pupils contracted sharply as a bone-chilling killing intent erupted from his body. Boss. Xuanyuan Yoman immediately sensed the terrifying killing aura radiating from Lin Yuan, and his sharp gaze instantly shifted to the newspaper. When he spotted that familiar place name, his expression darkened instantly. Shipwright's graveyard. Wasn't that one of the secret bases they had recently taken over from Stone Fistgarp and were actively developing? Over 100 master shipwrights were stationed there, along with 5 core apprentices personally trained by Lin Yuan himself. A major battle had erupted there and reduced to ruins. Yo-ho-ho-ho. That certainly is bad news. Brooke also leaned in, examining the grainy photograph on the newspaper, showing only towering flames and shattered rubble, his empty eye sockets trembling with inner fire. Rocks Pirates. Roger Pirates. Lin Yuan slowly uttered these names, his voice cold and devoid of any emotion. He did not fly into a rage or lose his composure. In moments like these, he remained particularly calm. He immediately retrieved a specially modified black den mushy capable of ultra-long distance communication from his system space. This cutting-edge device combined technology he had obtained from Vegapunk with his own knowledge, its range spanning nearly the entire Grand Line. BRRR. The call connected. Is this Lord Lin Yuan? An aged, panicked voice came through, the veteran shipwright Xylas who had presented Lin Yuan with the wind sail blueprints. Yes. Lin Yuan's voice remained steady as a mountain, radiating a calming power. What is the situation on the island now? What are the casualties? Tell me everything you know. Yes, Lord Lin Yuan. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's familiar, composed voice, Xylas's panicked state of mind calmed considerably. He took a deep breath and began to rapidly recount the nightmare that had unfolded days prior. A few days ago, a pirate ship flying a Jolly Roger with a straw hat suddenly arrived on our island. The men aboard called themselves the Roger Pirates, claiming to be your friends and wanting to wait here for your return. Roger. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, surprised that Roger had gone there. We didn't think they were bad people, so we let them dock at the harbor. Silas's voice carried a hint of regret. But Less than half a day after they landed, another group of more vicious pirates arrived. Their ship bore a flag with 3 skulls, and they claimed to be the Rocks Pirates. The leader was a man called Captain John. Captain John. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. That name rang a bell. A notorious greedy and ruthless great pirate from the Rocks Pirates. There were 2 others, one named Wang Ji and the other Charlotte Linlin. As soon as they set foot on the island, they were brutally overbearing, demanding to conscript all our shipwrights to build warships for them. Of course we refused, and then they spotted the Roger Pirates' ship. Without a word, Captain John ordered an attack on us. He said he wanted to show Roger's men what happens when they offend the Rocks Pirates. Silas's voice was filled with both anger and fear. We immediately activated the defense system you left behind. Those automated cannons and steam traps initially caught them off guard. But the enemy was too strong. With just a few slashes, Captain John cleaved through our sturdiest alloy gate. Captain Roger and his crew immediately counterattacked, and the 2 groups clashed on the island. That battle was terrifying. The entire island trembled under their assault. Our meticulously built dockyard, and that desert ark you loved so much. All were destroyed. Silas's voice cracked with tears as he spoke. For a shipwright, watching his beloved creations be destroyed was a pain no less than having his heart torn out. What about casualties? Lin Yuan interrupted, asking the most critical question. Thanks to the subterranean shelters you built in advance, most of the shipwrights took cover immediately. Only a few who couldn't escape in time sustained minor injuries. No deaths. Hearing this, Lin Yuan's anxious heart finally eased halfway. As long as no lives were lost, everything could still be salvaged. What happened next? Later, they fought for a day and a night, both sides suffering losses, and eventually they retreated separately. Before leaving, Captain Roger asked us to tell you that he owes you an explanation and he will reclaim the honor. I understand. Lin Yuan hung up the den mushy, his face dark and terrifying. This was no longer mere property damage. This was a provocation. The most blatant provocation against Lin Yuan, against his Voyager shipyard. His painstakingly built Shipwright paradise, the apprentices he had personally taught, the future base he had placed his hopes in. All had been turned into a battlefield for pirates to flaunt their strength, trampled and destroyed. An uncontrollable fury blazed in his chest. Captain John Wang, Ji Charlotte Linlin. The Rocks Pirates. A dangerous light flickered in Lin Yuan's eyes. He slowly opened the system panel. Host Lin Yuan, title legendary shipwright, dockyard Azura, forbidden 1, guardian of promises. Points 766 skills, god tier shipwright system, master naval architecture, breath of all things, advanced energy manipulation, beginner. Hockey armament, hockey advanced observation, hockey advanced items, eternal heart world, tree sprout, Shandora's key. 7,660,000 points. That was a fortune. Originally, Lin Yuan had planned to save these points for building even more powerful warships or exchanging for even more incredible technologies in the future. But now he changed his mind. Some people, some things. If you don't teach them the most profound, the most painful lesson, they will never learn. Lin Yuan's eyes swept rapidly across the dazzling array of items in the system shop. He needed power. An absolute power that could crush everything and make all who dared to provoke him feel despair. Soon his gaze was drawn to a blueprint shimmering with dark gold light, exuding an aura of divine majesty. Its price was exorbitantly high, but its description was also brutally straightforward. Mythic Blueprint, Stellar Guardian System, Aegis, description, an ultimate planetary defense system based on ancient civilization technology, covering an entire island. This system integrates energy shields, orbital strikes, and spatial jumps capable of linking to any form of massive energy source. Exchange price 5,000,000 points. 5 million points. That was nearly 2/3 of his current fortune. But Lin Yuan didn't even blink. Exchange. He silently commanded in his mind. Confirm consumption of 5 million points to purchase the Mythic Blueprint, Stellar Guardian System, Aegis. Confirm. Buzz. The moment Lin Yuan confirmed, a vast torrent of knowledge flooded into his mind. It was a complete, inconceivably detailed set of theories and techniques for constructing a planetary defense system. From the construction of the energy core to the generation of force field shields. From the deployment of orbital weapons to the locking of spatial coordinates. Countless ultimate technologies far beyond this era were now etched into the depths of his soul. Lin Yuan slowly closed his eyes, digesting the immense information. When he opened them again, the anger in his pitch-black pupils had vanished, replaced by nothing but icy coldness. His gaze fell upon the world tree sprout, emitting a soft green glow in the system space, and a wild, bold plan began to take shape in his mind. The Rocks Pirates. You like destroying the fruits of others' labor, don't you? Then I'll personally forge a divine fortress for you, one you don't even have the right to look up to. He would plant that world tree sprout at the core of Noah's Ark. He would use the inexhaustible energy of the eternal heart to nurture its growth. He would fully integrate this Aegis system with the entire living island. He would build a mobile, self-evolving planetary-level defensive and offensive Sky City on the flagship of the Kingdom of Citronella. Queen Basil stood transfixed, watching the black warship vanish into the horizon in an instant. The killing intent that still lingered in the air was so terrifying it made her soul tremble. All color drained from her stunning face, and her body shook uncontrollably. She had no doubt that if she had hesitated even slightly, she and her entire kingdom would have been completely erased from these seas. See, carry my orders? Queen Basil's voice trembled. Immediately. Right now? Compile all the intelligence we have on the Rock's pirates. Send it to that man in the highest classified dispatch. And furthermore, from this day forward, any vessel flying the banner of the Pioneer shipyard shall be regarded as our most honored guests in the kingdom of Citronella. No one is to show the slightest disrespect. Days later, when the Stormwing returned to the ship graveyard, the scene before them sent shivers through both Brook and Shimotsuki Yoshimaru. The island that had once teemed with life, filled with the laughter and chatter of craftsmen, had now been reduced to a charred wasteland. The massive dry dock lay severed in two, countless precious timber and tools scattered across the ground, all burned to charcoal. The desert vessel that Lin Yuan had personally repaired with all its exotic charm now existed only as a twisted, unrecognizable pile of metallic debris. A suffocating silence thick with the lingering scent of gunpowder and despair hung over the entire island. Silas led the surviving shipwrights from their underground shelter, and upon seeing Lin Yuan, these weathered men could no longer hold back their emotions, eyes reddening, some dropping to their knees in sobbing anguish. Lord Lin Yuan, you finally returned. Our home is gone. Lin Yuan remained silent, stepping quietly from the vessel to walk across the familiar, yet unrecognizable ruins. His advanced observation haki had already mapped every corner of the island. He saw the buildings torn apart by violence, and sensed the brutal energy that still clung to the air from Captain John and his crew. He also sensed the fear, helplessness, and bewilderment in the eyes of the shipwrights hiding in the shelter, their bodies intact but their spirits shattered. Lin Yuan slowly crouched and retrieved a broken, dust-covered shipwright's hammer from the rubble, a gift he'd once given to an apprentice. The hammer still carried traces of its owner's passion and dedication to shipbuilding. With a crunch, Lin Yuan crushed it to dust in his hand. Silas. Lin Yuan rose, his voice eerily calm. Gather everyone. Bring all the tools and materials that can still be used. We're moving. When Silas and the 100-odd shipwrights along with Lin Yuan's 5 core apprentices followed him through the massive whirlpool and first beheld the colossal, living island of Noah floating above it. Over 5 kilometers in diameter, they were utterly stunned by this divine spectacle. Their mouths hung open, transfixed by the living island suspended in the sky, as though their very minds had ceased to function. This is Lord Lin Yuan. He actually owns his own island. No, this is beyond an island. It's a mobile kingdom. Fanatical light erupted in everyone's eyes. The despondency and despair caused by the destruction of their homeland were swept away in an instant. Reawakened fanaticism filled them with hope and passion. This is our new home. Lin Yuan's voice resonated in everyone's ears. From this day forward, this shall be the headquarters of our Pioneer shipyard, and the ultimate sanctuary for all shipwrights in this world. Oh, deafening cheers erupted skyward. Having settled everyone, Lin Yuan wasted no time and made his way to the very center of Noah Island, the vast crater-like depression. He retrieved the emerald green shoot of the world tree from his system space, pulsing with primal life force. He also summoned the azure sphere suspended in stillness, his heart of eternity brimming with inexhaustible energy. System begin. Lin Yuan drew a deep breath, his expression growing solemn. Ding. Myth-grade blueprint. Star Guardian System, Divine Shield, commencement of construction. Step 1, fuse the energy core. Shimotsuki, Brook, guard me. Yes. Shimotsuki and Brook immediately took positions on either side of Lin Yuan, their powerful auras radiating outward as they remained vigilant against any threats. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged and pressed the heart of eternity slowly into the life-infused soil of Noah Island beneath him. Divine skill, breath of all things advanced. Activated. Divine skill, energy manipulation beginner. Activated. In that instant, Lin Yuan's consciousness merged completely with both Noah Island and the heart of eternity. He could clearly feel the island's awareness exulting and rejoicing. It yearned for that immense, inexhaustible energy. Go. Lin Yuan willed it forward. The heart of eternity slowly descended into the earth, coming to rest at Noah Island's very core. Boom. An unimaginably vast torrent of azure energy erupted from the heart of eternity, surging through Noah Island's bioconduits like meridian channels, reaching every corner of the island. The entire living island quaked violently at that moment. The peculiar plants upon it began growing at a visibly rapid pace. Veins rich with precious minerals formed rapidly deep underground. Crystal-clear springs brimming with life energy gushed forth from the mountain streams. The life force of the entire Noah Island underwent a qualitative leap at this moment. Ding. Energy core fusion successful. Noah Island's life level has advanced. New ability unlocked. Self-evolution. A faint smile of satisfaction appeared on Lin Yuan's face. This was merely the beginning. He gently lifted the world tree sapling, his eyes gleaming with anticipation and fervor. Now comes the real climax. He carefully placed the sapling imbued with creative power onto the earth directly above the heart of eternity, as though setting down a rare treasure. With the heart of eternity as nourishment, with Noah's Ark as soil. In my name, Lin Yuan, I grant you new life. Take root. Sprout. Lin Yuan roared, pouring his immense spiritual and life force into the sapling without reservation. The emerald green sprout suddenly erupted with a surge of verdant radiance, even more resplendent than the sun, brimming with the aura of life itself. The brilliant light shot skyward, piercing through the thick clouds above the graveyard of ships, forming a green pillar of light that spanned heaven and earth against the dark night sky. Bathed in the radiance of that pillar, the tiny sprout began to grow furiously in defiance of natural law. Its roots plunged deep into the soil of Nodu Island, tightly connecting with the heart of eternity. Its branches and trunk shot upward, and within mere minutes it had grown into a towering tree spanning thousands of meters. The colossal canopy was so vast it nearly blanketed half of Noah Island. Its leaves and branches possessed an ethereal translucence, with starlight shimmering across their surfaces as though woven from countless celestial bodies. An aura of divine grandeur, sacred, boundless, ancient, and majestic, radiated outward from the towering tree, enveloping the entire seascape in its presence. In that moment, everyone upon Noah Island, from the shipwrights to Brooke, even the heart of Leviathan with its damaged ship spirit, felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance and reverence rise from their very souls. The colossal tree born from the world tree's young shoot spread its immense root system like billions of dragons, burrowing deep into every inch of Noah Island's soil, intertwining and fusing with the blue heart that pumps eternal energy throughout. Above the canopy, countless star-like points of light flickered and pulsed as though breathing, each pulse converting and purging vast amounts of pure energy that then flowed back through the root system to nourish the entire island. Ding! Star Guardian Systems, Aegis Phase 2 constructing defense field. A voice echoed within Lin Yuan's mind as the system announced once more. He slowly raised his hand and made a gentle grasping motion toward the sky-piercing giant tree. A low hum resonated through the air. As he moved, the tree's canopy shuddered violently, and countless starlight points converged into brilliant streams of light that raced down the trunk and merged with Noah Island's ley lines. In the next instant, a visible semi-transparent dome composed of pure energy erupted outward from Noah Island's center. This dome's reach was so vast it entirely encompassed the colossal vortex of the graveyard of ships. Above it, numerous intricate and arcane runes flickered in and out of visibility, pulsating with terrifying energy fluctuations that sent chills through the spirit. This is. Geshimaru, Ushimaru, and Brooke were completely speechless, stunned beyond words by the unimaginable spectacle before them. They could clearly feel that the defensive power of this energy shield was so profound that even a coordinated barrage from the Marine's buster call would fail to leave even the slightest mark upon its surface. Ding! Energy shield construction complete. Defense level planet class beginner. Yet not a trace of joy appeared on Lin Yuan's face. His expression remained as calm as still water. This was not enough. Far from enough. He sought not merely defense, but the power of destruction capable of making all his enemies tremble in despair. Ding! Star Guardian Systems, Aegis Phase 3 deploy orbital weapon units. Lin Yuan's gaze fell upon the tree's crown. That vast star field composed of billions of stars. With the stars as my sword and the dome as my bow. Star Guardian. Orbital cannon array. Activate. At Lin Yuan's command, that brilliant starfield began to seethe violently. Countless points of starlight spun, converged, and compressed along mystical trajectories at incredible speeds. Finally, atop that colossal canopy, 12 enormous circular halos condensed, each exceeding 100 meters in diameter. At the center of each halo, a star composed of maximally compressed energy, radiating an aura of utter devastation, slowly coalesced. These 12 orbital cannons resembled 12 eyes of the gods suspended in the heavens, coldly observing all below. They could strike any corner across the entire sea region. Each simultaneous volley from these cannons possessed the power to utterly erase a large island from existence. Phew! Having completed this, Lin Yuan finally exhaled deeply, a fine sheen of perspiration forming on his forehead. Simultaneously controlling such an immense system placed considerable strain even on his mental strength, which had undergone multiple enhancements. Yet as he gazed upon the super-mobile fortress taking shape before him, a marvel integrating defense, offense, production, and evolution, a profound sense of satisfaction and accomplishment welled up within his heart. This was precisely what he desired. This was the ultimate creation worthy of his pioneer shipyard's name. Ding! The Star Guardian Systems Aegis preliminary construction was complete. Event rating mythological level. Congratulations, host, on earning 3,000 points. Congratulations, host, on receiving the special title, Creator of the Sky City. Creator of the Sky City. When you reside within a fortress or city you have built, all your abilities receive a 20 enhancement. Another massive sum and powerful title had been credited. Lin Yuan glanced at his points, now swollen to 5.66 million, and the curve of his lips grew increasingly cold. For the following month, Noah Fortress fully entered a phase of rapid development. With Lin Yuan's nearly limitless resources and technology far beyond the era, this living island was undergoing earth-shaking transformations at an unbelievable pace. Buildings brimming with both sci-fi and biological aesthetics rose from the ground one after another. The massive automated dry docks could simultaneously construct dozens of 10,000-ton warships. Within the fully equipped laboratories, Hank and his 5 core apprentices were frantically analyzing ancient technology seized from the heart of Leviathan and the Inquisition warships. Meanwhile, the shipwrights who had migrated from the shipwright graveyard found their sense of belonging in this shipwright paradise. No longer working numbly for mere survival, they now poured sweat and passion into pursuing higher craftsmanship and creating more perfect works. Lin Yuan also withheld nothing. Each week, he personally conducted classes unreservedly imparting the top-tier shipbuilding techniques he commanded. The entire Noah fortress immersed itself in a feverish atmosphere brimming with vitality and hope. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan devoted most of his energy to repairing and modifying the destroyed desert ark. He intended to forge this vessel into his personal flagship for the expedition against the Lox pirates. One day Lin Yuan was in the laboratory utilizing the forging of all things skill to craft an entirely new transmission gear for the desert ark composed of specialized bioalloy. Ding. Detecting that host is undertaking legendary quality forging. Would you like to consume 100 points to upgrade the divine skill, forging of all things, to advanced? The system's notification suddenly echoed within his mind. Upgrade. Lin Yuan chose confirmation without hesitation. He had long appreciated the might of the forging of all things skill, and upgrading it proved crucial to his forthcoming plans. Boom. The moment Lin Yuan confirmed it, a vast pure torrent of knowledge surged violently into his mind. Countless ultimate truths regarding forging the essence of matter and the transformation of energy were all imprinted deep within his soul at that moment. The eternal hammer in his hand seemed to sense its master's transformation, emitting an excited hum. When Lin Yuan opened his eyes again, his entire demeanor had undergone an earth-shattering change. If before he was a master of exquisite skill, now he was a divine artisan capable of turning stone into gold. He gazed at the special bioalloy in his hand, a gleam of understanding flashing in his eyes. The eternal hammer in his hand descended gently. Clang. A crisp, clear hammering sound rang out. That incredibly hard bioalloy under his hammer began to twist and shape itself spontaneously, like living water, ultimately transforming into a transmission gear that was impeccably perfect with an internal structure so complex, it was astonishing. A faint flowing energy halo even glided over the surface of this gear, as if it were a natural work of art. So this is the power of advanced Omniforge. Lin Yuan looked at his masterpiece, excitement gleaming in his eyes. At that moment, hurried footsteps came from outside the laboratory. It was TBAMU. His face bore a mix of gravity and urgency. Lord Lin Yuan, something terrible has happened. Boss Bade of the Golden Sail Chamber of Commerce and Captain Luonan of the Simon Chamber of Commerce have sent an urgent distress signal. Their business on the Xiangbedi archipelago has been completely suppressed and plundered by the Luokisi pirate group. The losses are severe. Boss Bade said. The other side explicitly named us. They're coming for us. The Xiangbedi archipelago, the terminus of the first half of the Vita Honglu and the only passage to the New World. This is a chaotic place where pirates, marines, bounty hunters, celestial dragons, and various other forces converge. At this moment, this island, usually filled with bubbles and dreamlike hues, was shrouded in a tense and oppressive atmosphere. In Area 41 of the island, the trade port jointly established by the Golden Sail Chamber of Commerce and the Simon Chamber of Commerce had become a scene of utter devastation. Countless precious goods were smashed to pieces, and several merchant ships docked at the port had been scuttled. The chamber's guards lay on the ground, bruised and battered, groaning in pain. In the center of the port, the Golden Sail Chamber's representative on the Xiangbedi archipelago, a shrewd middle-aged man named Kaloosi, knelt on the ground with blood all over his face, pinned down by several burly, ferocious-looking pirates. Before him, a fat, thuggish-looking man with a large cigar dangling from his mouth sat cross-legged on a gaudy chair made of gold. He was the captain of a subordinate pirate group under the Luokisi pirate group with a bounty of up to 200 million berries. Borgin the Greedy Stomach. Mr. Kaloosi. Borgin blew out a thick smoke ring and said in a tone dripping with mockery and arrogance, I'll ask you one last time, where exactly is that shipwright named Lin Yuan, the one backing your Golden Sail Chamber of Commerce? I don't know. Kaloosi lifted his head, his face covered in blood, but his eyes still defiant. Even if you kill me, I will never betray Mr. Lin Yuan. Oh, is that so? A cruel smile spread across Borgin's face. He slowly rose, walked over to Kaloosi, and then lifted his foot clad in an expensive leather boot and stomped it fiercely onto Kaloosi's hand. Crack. A sickening sound of bones breaking rang out, and Kaloosi's 5 fingers were instantly crushed. Up. The intense pain tore a heart-wrenching scream from Kaloosi. Stubborn mouth. A flicker of impatience crossed Borgin's eyes. It seems you won't behave until I show you a real taste of color. He waved to his subordinates behind him. Bring those women over. Soon several young women, tightly bound and trembling with fear, were roughly shoved out by the pirates. They were all ordinary employees of the chamber. Choose one. Borgin pointed his cigar at the women, a demonic grin on his face. Do you want to watch them be taken one by my men, or will you tell me Lin Yuan's whereabouts? You devil. Kaloosi stared at his female colleagues, their faces pale with terror. His eyes instantly turned bloodshot, and he struggled frantically, trying to charge forward, but the pirates held him down firmly, unable to move. Devil. Hee. I like that title. Borgin laughed triumphantly. My patience is limited. I'll count to 3. 3. 2. Just as Borgin was about to count to 1, an icy voice devoid of any emotion rang out clearly in the ears of everyone in the port. Are you looking for me? The moment this voice sounded, the entire clamorous port fell into a deathly silence. Borgin's pupils sharply contracted. He jerked his head up, his gaze shooting toward the azure sky beyond the port. There on the line where sea and sky met, a massive black shadow like a moving island was tearing through the clouds at an unbelievable speed, descending slowly. What is that? Everyone present, including the fierce pirates, stared dumbfounded at the terrifying construct in the sky, growing closer and larger. It was a floating island in the sky. On the island, a towering giant tree shot up, emitting specks of starlight. Above its canopy, 12 circular halos radiating an aura of destruction were slowly rotating, coldly watching everything below. A translucent dome made of pure energy enveloped the entire island, exuding a sacred and inviolable majesty. What is this thing? A mirage. That. What kind of monster is that? Is the divine realm descending? The pirates, terrified out of their wits, dropped their weapons and knelt on the ground, frantically kowtowing toward the miracle-like creation in the sky. Even Borgine himself turned pale with terror, the cigar falling from his mouth. He had sailed these seas for so many years, considering himself well-traveled and knowledgeable, but this utterly unbelievable scene had completely exceeded the bounds of his understanding. Just then, on that massive floating island, a figure slowly emerged from beneath the towering giant tree. He wore a black trench coat, his features delicate, but his eyes were as cold as an abyss. He stood quietly at the edge of the island, looking down upon the ant-like crowd below. His gaze finally settled on the fat figure of Borgine. "I ask you," Lin Yuan's voice sounded again, this time filled with authority and the weight of judgment. "Are you looking for me?" Bulking's body shuddered violently. He finally snapped out of it. This man, he was Lin Yuan, the shipwright they regarded as a thorn in their flesh, the one rumored to possess the divine hand. But the intelligence reports had never mentioned he owned a flying island. It was me. Under Lin Yuan's freezing gaze, Bulking felt his very soul trembling. He struggled to force 2 words out from his throat. "Excellent." A cruel smile curved Lin Yuan's lips. He slowly raised his right hand. "Since you are so eager to see me, let me present you with a grand gift." As Lin Yuan's words fell, from the sky above, one of the 12 orbital cannons atop the colossal tree's canopy erupted with blinding radiance, that star radiating an aura of pure destruction. Boom! A massive condensed pillar of energy plummeted from the heavens. Its target was the port where Bulking stood. No. Bulking watched the pillar of destruction fill his entire field of vision and let out a scream of utter despair. He wanted to flee. He wanted to dodge. But beneath that terrifying pressure capable of locking space itself, he couldn't even move a single finger, forced to watch helplessly as death descended. Boom! A thunderous sound so immense it seemed to shake the very fabric of space rang out. The azure blue pillar of energy struck Port No. 41 with pinpoint precision. In the instant the pillar struck, the entire port, along with all its buildings, ship's cargo, and Bulking and his hundreds of subordinates, was instantaneously vaporized. Not even a trace of ash remained. All that was left was a colossal circular crater over 500 meters in diameter, bottomless and smooth as a mirror at its edges. At the crater's edge, Carlos, the man whose palm had been crushed, and those few women paralyzed with terror gazed dumbfounded at the apocalyptic scene before them, feeling as though their hearts might cease beating. The entire Sabeti archipelago seemed to have been muted in that moment. Everyone who witnessed this scene, whether pirate, marine, or ordinary civilian, stood frozen, their minds completely blank. Above the sky, Lin Yuan's voice gradually echoed, clear enough to reach every ear. "This is my territory. From this day forward, anyone bold enough to set hand upon a merchant guild flying the flagship shipyard's banner within the Sabeti archipelago." Lin Yuan's gaze swept over the trembling pirates below. "Will share the same fate." With those words spoken, Lin Yuan no longer lingered. That massive sky fortress slowly turned, retreating into the clouds, once more vanishing without a trace, as if it had never existed at all. Yet the bottomless crater on the ground silently proclaimed to all that what had just occurred was no illusion. From that day forth, the legend of the shipyard Azura began to spread wildly across the Sabeti archipelago and the entire Grand Line. And from that day onward, no pirate dared to step 1 foot into Zone 41 again. That place became a forbidden zone for all pirates. No, a Fortress Central Command. Lin Yuan quietly watched the follow-up intelligence from Sabeti appearing on the screen, his expression utterly calm. "Boss, the sealed letter from the Queen of Rosemary arrived." Brooke entered carrying a scroll sealed with special fragrance. Lin Yuan took the scroll and slowly unrolled it. Inside were detailed records of all known core members of the Rocks Pirates. Rocks D. Zebek, captain known as the Sea Dominator, a man with immense ambition desiring to become king of the world. Edward Newgate, a powerful pirate whose strength rivaled Rocks, currently one of the ship's combat officers. Charlotte Lean, likewise an extraordinarily formidable fighter. Kadu, nearly matching Charlotte Linlin in power. Shiki, the Golden Lion, commander of the Flying Fleet. Captain John, the treasure hunter, insatiable in his greed. Wangji, Infu. One by one, names that would later thunder across history now clearly appeared before Lin Yuan's eyes. Quite the constellation of brilliance indeed. A hint of amusement flickered in Lin Yuan's gaze. He knew well that every person in that pirate crew was a wild and untamed ambitious schemer. They only gathered together because of Rock's overwhelming power and peerless personal charisma. The moment Rocks fell, this seemingly mighty pirate crew would instantly fracture and collapse. And all he needed to do was give them all a lesson they would never forget, before that time arrived. What is the situation with Silas? Lin Yuan asked, reporting to Lord Lin Yuan. Hans beside him immediately replied, Mr. Silas has already taken his men to begin repairs on that desert ark, but the hull damage is far too severe. Many core components require forging anew, so it may take considerable time. Time is not an issue. Lin Yuan rose to his feet and slowly walked toward the floor-to-ceiling window. Outside stood that world-piercing world tree alongside that vast resplendent starry sky. Send the order. Flagship shipyards Noah Fortress. Effective immediately enter full combat readiness. I want to see a fleet of 30 Storm-class destroyers equipped with the latest bioalloy armor and steam turbine engines appear before me in the shortest time possible. Lin Yuan's voice was not loud, but brimmed with domineering resolve. Yes. Hans Amu Luo Lu and others responded in unison, their eyes blazing with fanatical fire. All right. As if recalling something, Lin Yuan turned his head toward Xuanyuan Aoru. Has the thing Shiki promised me arrived? Xuanyuan Aoru nodded. Captain Shiki sent someone with that sea chart and a letter. He said. He has found leads on Moaning Iron, but needs a little more time. As for that living seastone core, he still has found nothing. As expected, Lin Yuan did not seem surprised. That legendary artifact was never something easily obtained. He took the sea chart drawn on special beast hide and steeped in ancient aura and slowly unrolled it. His gaze swept rapidly across the chart before finally settling upon an island marked in red named Honeycomb Island. That was one of the Rocks Pirates' main strongholds. Then let us begin from here. Before starting, Lin Yuan intended to enhance his own strength. System, open the panel. Host Lin Yuan. Title founder of Sky City Legendary Shipwright, Shipyard Azura. Points 2660000. Skills Divine Shipwright System, Universal Forging, Advanced Energy Manipulation, Elementary. Hockey Armament, Hockey Advanced Observation, Hockey Advanced. Items, Eternal Heart, Key of Shandora, Whaling, Iron, small amount. 2,660,000 points. That strike did not bring him any points. Reward for those weaklings were too feeble. The system even deemed them unworthy of tallying. Lin Yuan's gaze swept swiftly across the system mall. He needed more formidable personal strength to confront the upcoming direct clash with the core members of the Luo Keisai pirate crew. His gaze finally locked onto a skill. Advanced Observation, Hockey Upgradable. Upgrade requirement, 2,000 points. Upgrade effect, elevating observation Hockey to the Grandmaster level will allow you to foresee the future with greater clarity and even interfere with the flow of causality to a certain extent. Interfere with causality. These 4 words made Lin Yuan's heart leap violently. Though only to a certain extent, it was enough to demonstrate its heaven-defying nature. Exchange. He murmured without hesitation in his mind. Confirm consumption of 2 million points to upgrade observation Hockey to Grandmaster level. Confirm. Buzz. An indescribably mystical sensation surged into Lin Yuan's mind. His soul seemed to detach from his body, at that moment soaring into the boundless lofty river of time. He saw countless possibilities of the future, countless interwoven threads of causality. This sensation lasted only a fleeting moment, but when Lin Yuan opened his eyes again, the world before him had completely changed. He could clearly see that the Bu Luke beside him would yawn in 3 seconds. He could see that the Han Si in the distance would scratch his head over a technical problem in 5 seconds. He could even see that on the distant Honeycomb Island, Captain Yuhan, upon learning the news of Bo Erjin being instantly killed, flew into a rage and split a table in 2. Is this foreseeing the future? A confident arc curved at the corner of Lin Yuan's mouth. With this ability, he would stand invincible. Alright, it's time for the game to enter the next phase. Lin Yuan turned around and issued new orders to Han Si and the others. I want you to complete the final modification of the Avenger within 1 month. I want it to become a ghost ship capable of carrying my wrath. Time flew by swiftly amidst the fervent construction atmosphere of Noah Fortress. 1 month later. Noah Fortress, no. One giant dry dock. Here gathered all the core members of the Voyager shipyard. Han Si Amu Luo Lu Shi La Si and the 5 core apprentices whom Lin Yuan held in high regard. All their eyes were filled with excitement and fervor, tightly fixed on the mysterious warship shrouded by a huge curtain in the center of the dry dock. For this past month, they had hardly slept or rested, pouring all their efforts into the modification of this ship. Under the guidance of Lin Yuan's era-transcending blueprints with the divine skill of advanced universal forging and the nearly limitless energy supply of the Eternal Heart. A terrifying warship capable of overturning the entire world's shipbuilding history was born. Lord Lin Yuan, everything is ready. Han Si shouted excitedly to Lin Yuan, who stood on the high platform. Lin Yuan nodded. He slowly walked forward, extended his hand, and grasped the lever connected to the curtain. Today I will show you just how far a ship can evolve. And let those foolish enemies who dare to challenge us know what true despair is. A cold glint flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes, and he yanked downward with force. Whoosh! The huge curtain slid down with a sound. A pitch-black ghost ship brimming with the aura of death and vengeance appeared before everyone without warning. The moment they saw this ship, everyone present felt their breath catch. The design of this ship was too bizarre, too subversive. Its hull was not the traditional streamlined shape, but presented a peculiar form with irregular edges. There was not a single mast or sail on the ship. Only dark red energy circuits, like biological meridians, covered the ship's surface. These circuits were now emitting an ominous red glow, as if the ship had its own heartbeat and pulse. The bow was not adorned with any ornate statue but a massive ferocious skull made entirely of wailing iron. The skull's eyes were two bottomless black holes, as if they could devour all light, making one feel their soul would be sucked in upon a glance. Is this a ship? A young apprentice swallowed hard, his voice trembling. The oppressive feeling this ship gave him was even more terrifying than the living ancient weapon Leviathan's heart. This was not a ship at all. This was a steel beast that had crawled out from the abyss of hell born only for revenge and destruction. I name it. Lin Yuan's voice slowly sounded. Avenger. It will be my personal ride, and also the execution ground for all enemies. As soon as Lin Yuan's voice fell, his figure flickered, and he instantly appeared inside the bridge of the Avenger. The interior of the bridge was even more sci-fi. There was no traditional helm or compass, only a three-dimensional holographic sea chart suspended in midair composed of energy and a futuristic pilot seat. Lin Yuan slowly sat down. As he sat, dozens of metal tendrils like neural cables extended from the back of the seat and precisely connected to the back of his neck. Buzz. The moment the connection was complete, Lin Yuan's consciousness fully merged with the entire Avenger. He felt as if he had become the ship. He could clearly sense every part of the hull, every energy circuit. Through the countless microsensors on the ship, he could perceive everything around him with a 360-degree view without blind spots. This sensation was even clearer and more thorough than when he had previously used Lifelink to control Noah Fortress. Because this ship, from the keel to the armor, from the power core to the weapon system, was all personally designed and forged by him. This is the unity of man and ship. System check the final attributes of the Avenger. Ding. Scanning. Warship name Avenger. Warship grade mythic upgradable. Hull material reinforced bioalloy whaling iron memory metal. Power core mini eternal heart fused from eternal heart subcore and nuclear fusion reactor. Weapon system 12 electromagnetic railguns, vengeful gaze, main cannon fires, compressed energy beams, abyss field area gravity control weapon. Special abilities: Ghost submerge, enters subspace for perfect stealth, self-repair, consumes energy to repair, hull damage transformation, alters hull form based on combat needs. Overall assessment: an ultimate war weapon that transcends time, fusing myth and technology. It will become the nightmare of all enemies. Lin Yuan looked at the dazzling attribute panel, a hint of satisfaction flickering across his face. He slowly raised his hand. With his movement, the massive Revenge silently floated up from the dock, as if completely defying the bonds of gravity. This. The crowd below the dock was utterly rendered speechless by this sight that defied the laws of physics. Hans, Emu Luo Lu. Lin Yuan's voice echoed through the cockpit's amplification system. Each of you lead 10 Storm-class frigates to form the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd combat squadrons. Shuangyue Brook, you will follow me aboard the Revenge as the flagship. All hands board the ship. Prepare for departure. The target. Cold, killing intent shimmered in Lin Yuan's eyes. Honeycomb Island. Ooh. Earth-shaking war cries resounded across the entire dock. Half an hour later, the massive energy shield of Noah Fortress slowly parted, creating a gap. 30 pitch-black Storm-class frigates radiating an aura of grim solemnity emerged from the gap, like the most loyal guardians in a triangular formation aligning flawlessly upon the sea surface. Then the Revenge, with its eerie silhouette and ominous aura, descended silently from the sky, hovering at the vanguard of the fleet. Set sail. At Lin Yuan's command, the entire massive black fleet surged into motion, becoming 31 arrows loosed from bows hurtling toward Honeycomb Island at breakneck speed. Their velocity was so astonishing that they left enduring white wave scars upon the sea surface that lingered for a long time. Great Voyage, New World. Honeycomb Island. This was a paradise for pirates and a hotbed of sin. The entire island resembled a colossal honeycomb, its surface riddled with countless dense caves, each dwelling a gang of vicious pirates. At the island's center stood a colossal palace constructed from countless massive bones, oozing an aura of bloodshed and primal savagery, a stronghold of the Rock's pirate crew. At this very moment, deep within the palace, a luxurious, yet chaotic banquet was in full swing. Captain John, a towering figure with distinctive curled mustaches, sat with a beautiful woman on either arm, recklessly pouring rum down his throat. Beside him, a young woman, even more imposing, radiating an overwhelming presence, continuously stuffed various desserts into her mouth. Her face beamed with blissful contentment, as though she could never eat her fill. She was Charlotte Lean, one of the future four emperors. Not far away, a burly young man with a resolute countenance and 2 horns protruding from his head clutched a colossal wine gourd, drinking in brooding silence, his eyes brimming with unconquered fury and battle hunger. He was Kaido, the future king of the beasts. And there was another man, ordinary in appearance but draped in sumptuous silk, fanning himself with a folding fan, resembling a shrewd merchant. With a knowing smile, he observed the entire scene. He was Wang Ji, the future lord of Honeycomb Island. These future legendary pirates were at this moment nothing more than mere crew members of the Rock's pirate crew. How exhilarating. Captain John kicked the woman from his embrace, grabbed the wine bottle, and took a massive gulp before erupting into hearty laughter. That kid Roger and that shipwright Lin Yuan, they finally know the consequences of crossing our Rock's pirate crew. Just a bunch of good-for-nothings. Kaido scoffed from beside him, disgusted by such bullying of the weak. What he craved was battle against true powerhouses, like that man Roger whose sword was so swift it ignited a spark of excitement within him. Kaido, what do you know? Wang Ji waved his fan with a smile. This is striking the mountain to terrify the tiger. We weren't targeting that shipwright. We were hitting the face of the Golden Sail Chamber of Commerce and the Simon Trading Company. Cutting off their profit streams is equivalent to severing Roger's arm. I don't care about any of that. Charlotte, lean mouthful of cake, mumbled incoherently. I only care about when I can fight again. That man Rayleigh had some delicious-looking cake. I'll absolutely steal it next time. As each of them harbored their own thoughts. Boom. The entire Bone Palace shuddered violently as if struck by an immense force. What's going on? Captain John sprang to his feet, setting down his bottle, his expression darkening with irritation. An earthquake. Our report, Captain John. A pirate scrambled into the palace on hands and knees, terror and panic writ large across his face. Bad news. An unidentified fleet has appeared on the sea surface and is charging straight toward us. An unidentified fleet. Captain John's brows knit. Who do they think they are, daring to invade our honeycomb island? Have they grown tired of living? We don't know. The pirate stammered incoherently with fear. Their ships are too fast. Our lookouts barely spotted them, and they've already reached the harbor. Useless. Captain John kicked the pirate flying, grabbed his dual blades, and strode purposefully toward the palace exterior. I want to see which fool dares to provoke the Rock's pirate crew. Charlotte, lean Kaido, Wang Ji, and the others followed, curiosity and amusement dancing in their eyes. When they arrived at the harbor and beheld the fleet upon the sea, every single one of them felt their pupils contract sharply. Beyond Honeycomb Island, 30 pitch-black warships radiating an aura of grim fatality smashed through the harbor's crude defensive fortifications with irresistible momentum. Their speed was inconceivable. Their hulls shimmered with a faint energy halo, and the harbor's hastily fired cannons couldn't even create a ripple upon impact. And at the vanguard of those 30 frigates, a spectral warship of even more bizarre and terrifying design hovered silently in the air. Its gruesome skull head, forged from wailing iron, gazed coldly upon everything on the island through two bottomless black eye sockets. An overwhelming aura of death and destruction radiated from the fleet, enveloping the entire Honeycomb Island. What kind of ship is that? Captain John's face contorted in disbelief as he stared at this fleet dripping with futuristic technology. He had never seen such advanced, such overwhelmingly powerful warships. Even the Marine Headquarters' newest vessels would look like children's toys in comparison. Look at the flag. Wang Ji's eyes narrowed as he pointed at the black flag flying on those warships, emblazoned with a skull surrounded by gears and hammers. It's the Voyager shipyard. That's Shipwright Lin Yuan. He dares to attack us directly. Captain John was stunned at first, then flew into a rage. Good. There is a road to heaven, but you refuse to walk it. The gates of hell are open, yet you barge in. I've been looking for you. I never thought you'd deliver yourself to my doorstep. Captain John raised his twin blades, unleashing his conqueror's haki without restraint, and bellowed a thunderous roar to all the pirates on the island. Listen up, you scum. Grab your weapons. Smash those tin cans to pieces. Capture that arrogant shipwright. Ooh. Tens of thousands of pirates on Beehive Island, upon hearing Captain John's command, instantly became frenzied, as if injected with adrenaline. They let out bloodthirsty roars, brandished their weapons, and surged toward the harbor like a tidal wave. Aboard the Revenge, Lin Yuan's face remained utterly calm. He sat silently in the pilot's seat, coldly observing the frantic ants below through sensors scattered across the entire island. His master-level observation haki had already locked onto every corner of the island and the aura of every individual. He saw the enraged John. He saw the greedy Lin. He saw the battle-hungry Kaido. He also saw Wang Ji hiding behind the crowd with a flickering, calculating gaze. The game begins. Lin Yuan slowly raised his hand. First combat fleet, second combat fleet, deploy the cleaner formation. Target all enemy ships in the harbor and any enemy attempting to approach our fleet. Open fire. As Lin Yuan's icy, emotionless voice fell. Boom, boom, boom. The 20 Storm-class frigates flanking the Revenge simultaneously erupted with a blinding, dazzling electric light from their electromagnetic railguns. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Hundreds of solid projectiles made of special alloy propelled by electromagnetic force at terrifying speed turned into streaks of death, light instantly blanketing the entire harbor. When the metal storm of hundreds of projectiles descended upon Beehive Island's harbor at that terrifying speed, it was all over. The crude defensive structures built from wood and steel were instantly torn apart, pierced, and reduced to flying debris before these projectiles. The ships docked in the harbor flying various ferocious pirate flags could not even put up a decent resistance. Some ships were struck by dozens of projectiles simultaneously, their hulls riddled like sieves in an instant, then disintegrating and sinking into the sea. Others fared worse. A single projectile precisely hit the ammunition depot, triggering a violent explosion. A towering pillar of fire engulfed the entire ship, turning it into a massive sea torch. As for the tens of thousands of pirates surging toward the harbor like a tide, brandishing swords and shouting to tear the enemy apart. In the final moments of their lives, they couldn't even see what their foes looked like. They only saw a brilliant, dazzling curtain of death descending from the sky like a meteor shower. And then nothing. Flesh and blood stood no chance against special alloy projectiles traveling at near-sonic speeds. Piercing, tearing, pulverizing. Rows of pirates fell like mown wheat one after another. A mist of blood spread over the harbor, dyeing the entire sea a nauseating dark red. Just one volley. Just under 30 seconds. The harbor defense system of Beehive Island, capable of repelling a full-scale assault from a marine branch along with tens of thousands of vicious pirates, was utterly erased from the map. The entire Beehive Island fell into a deathly silence. All surviving pirates stared blankly at the hellish scene in the harbor. Their bloodlust and frenzy had vanished without a trace, replaced by overwhelming fear and confusion. What kind of attack was this? Even the Marine's Buster Call couldn't cause such terrifying efficient destruction. Before the Skeleton Palace, Captain John, Charlotte, Lin Kaido, and Wang Ji were all frozen in place. Their curiosity and amusement had long given way to sheer horror. What the hell is that thing? Captain John's mouth hung wide open. He stared at the Black Fleet, still hovering silently over the sea gun barrels, still emitting wisps of smoke, feeling his worldview shattered in that moment. He had thought the enemy was just a few more advanced tin cans relying on superior guns and armor to provoke him. But now what kind of tin cans were these? They were mobile fortresses straight from hell. Mama. Interesting. Charlotte Lin licked her lips, her greedy eyes fixed on the fleet, especially the Revenge hovering in midair. Those ships. They look more delicious than any cake I've ever eaten. I must have them. Yororo. Kaido let out a low laugh from his throat. His battle-hungry eyes locked onto the Revenge, and his muscles began to swell uncontrollably. Such immense power. Such interesting toys. Only opponents like this are worthy of being destroyed by me. Among the four, only Wang Ji's expression was the most serious. He had stopped waving his fan, his shrewd eyes filled with caution and calculation. Something's off, Wang Ji said gravely. Their attacks are too precise. Every projectile's landing point was meticulously calculated. Not a single shot was wasted. They only struck military targets in the harbor, leaving the non-combat areas of the island completely untouched. This means they possess a fire control system and intelligence reconnaissance capability far beyond our understanding. And Wang Ji's gaze shifted to the ghostly Revenge. That flagship hasn't fired a single shot. It just hovers there silently like a lofty sovereign watching its army slaughter ants. The commander of this fleet, that man named Lin Yuan, never regarded us as a threat. Wang Ji's words turned Captain John's face ashen. Being scorned by a mere shipwright boy he considered beneath him was more humiliating than being killed outright. Bastard. Captain John roared, unable to endure this passive situation any longer. Don't think a few fancy ships make you invincible. On this sea, the final victor is always determined by one's own strength. Captain John thrust his twin blades into the ground, took a deep breath, and his muscles bulged. A powerful wave of armament hockey erupted from his body, forming a visible black shockwave. Let these tin cans witness the true power of a Rocks Pirates officer. Captain John suddenly drew his twin blades. His figure vanished from where he stood, and in the next instant he appeared 100 meters away in midair. Stepping on the air as if running on solid ground, he charged toward the fleet on the sea at an astonishing speed. Cross. Slaughter. Captain John roared, crossing his twin blades and slashing outward. Two terrifying slashes, each dozens of meters long and wrapped in pitch-black armament hockey, tore through the air like giant black scissors, heading straight for the lead Storm-class frigate of the fleet. This strike was powerful enough to cleave a small mountain in two. But at that moment, a pitch-black shadow exuding an ominous aura appeared without warning in front of the frigate. It was the flagship that had remained motionless from start to finish, the Revenge. In an instant it performed a short-range spatial jump, precisely blocking the path of Captain John's attack. A voice cold and devoid of emotion reached Captain John clearly through the ship's speakers. Your opponent is me. Boom. The two devastating slashes crashed into the irregular angular hull of the Revenge. But what happened next made Captain John's eyes nearly pop out. His full-power strike, capable of splitting mountains, left not even a white mark on the enemy ship's hull, nor did it spark a single flame. The two slashes vanished eerily, as if swallowed by the dark hull. How is this possible? Captain John was stunned. Before he could recover from the shock, the dark red energy circuits on the Revenge, resembling biological veins, flared up. An invisible, oppressive, terrifying force descended instantly. Abyss field activate. Ugh. Still in midair, Captain John felt as if a mountain of 10,000 tons had been pressed onto him. His body sank, uncontrollably plummeting toward the sea below. Not done yet. Lin Yuan's icy voice sounded again. The two hollow, bottomless eye sockets of the ferocious skull on the Revenge's prow suddenly glowed with a pair of crimson lights. Revenge's gaze. Whoosh. Whoosh. Two compressed energy beams, more refined and slender than the previous electromagnetic rounds, shot out at a speed beyond visual perception, instantly catching up with the falling Captain John. Not good. Sensing the lethal threat in those beams, Captain John twisted his body, crossing his twin blades before him, and pushed his armament hockey to its absolute limit. Uffed. But it was all in vain. The two crimson energy beams seemed to ignore the defense of armament hockey, effortlessly piercing through his proud blades. Then with pinpoint accuracy they pierced through both his shoulders. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the sky as Captain John's arms were instantly destroyed by the violent energy, turning into a mist of blood. He fell like a kite with its string cut crashing heavily into the icy seawater, sending up a huge splash. In a single exchange, the powerful Rocks Pirates officer Captain John, with a bounty over 400 million berries, was defeated. Dead silence fell before the Bone Palace. Everyone stared blankly at the harbor stained with blood and seawater, at the armless Captain John struggling and sinking in the waves. That was Captain John, a Rocks officer, a pirate with a bounty over 400 million berries. And he was taken down in one move. He hadn't even touched the enemy ship before his arms were destroyed, and he was smashed into the sea like a dead dog. Mama, looks like things got out of hand. Charlotte Linlin stopped stuffing cake into her mouth. A hint of solemnity appeared in her usually greedy eyes. She could sense that the two red beams contained a terrifying energy she couldn't comprehend. Even her famed iron body probably couldn't withstand that. Urororo. Interesting. How interesting. Kaido's reaction was completely different. A morbid frenzy and excitement surged across his discontented face. His muscles bulged like forged steel, and thick veins writhed like dragons on his neck and arms. He stared at the floating revenge as if it were the most perfect toy. Only with such power, only such an opponent. Kaido grinned, revealing a wild and mad smile. Can I have a good rampage? Boom. A violent shockwave exploded outward from Kaido, shattering the ground beneath him. He shot into the sky like a cannonball, his target clearly the flagship that had just defeated Captain John, the Revenge. Kaido, you battle maniac. Wang Ji's face changed. He wanted to stop him, but Kaido was too fast. By the time he reacted, Kaido was already in midair. This fool. Wang Ji cursed under his breath, his shrewd eyes filled with caution. He knew well that the enemy fleet's terror lay in its flawless long-range firepower and uncanny precision strikes. The best move now was to avoid the spearhead, use the island's complex terrain to maneuver and find an opening, not to charge headlong like Kaido. Mama, don't mind him, Wang Ji. Charlotte Linlin licked the cream off her fingers indifferently. Let Kaido test the metal of those tin cans. If even he falls, we can still run. Her calculation was shrewd. Kaido might be dim-witted, but his strength was formidable. His brute force made even Captain John keep his distance. Using him as cannon fodder was perfect. In midair, Kaido's figure surged upward like a giant beast swimming against the current. Each step he took on the air caused a thunderous burst beneath his feet. Zoro. No cruder, more primal than Zoro. In the cockpit of the Revenge, Lin Yuan tracked Kaido's every move through sensors. His master-level observation haki had already analyzed the violent power within Kaido's body. This was a pure monster that had honed its physical strength to the extreme. Third combat unit, activate interception mode. Lin Yuan's cold voice echoed in the command channel. At his command, 10 Storm-class frigates at the rear of the fleet rotated their cannons, and electromagnetic beams flickered, locking onto Kaido in midair. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of special alloy shells formed a deadly barrage, converging on Kaido from all directions. Excellent. Facing this terrifying attack capable of leveling an entire hill, Kaido showed not fear, but delight, emitting an ecstatic roar. With no intention to dodge whatsoever, he charged straight into that storm of metal. A layer of pitch-black armament haki coated his massive fist. Yulurororo. Shatter for me. Break apart. Kaido roared, wielding his cauldron-sized fists to savage the incoming shells. Bam, bam, bam. A series of deafening metallic detonations erupted midair. Those special alloy shells capable of piercing warship armor were being smashed one by Kaido's bare fists. The ferocious force of his punches tore through the explosive shockwaves themselves, sending countless metal fragments scattering in every direction like petals from a celestial bouquet. Kaido was like an unstoppable behemoth, carving through that rain of death and charging before the fleet entirely unscathed. Is this guy some kind of monster? Inside Noah Fortress's command center, Hans and the others, watching the feeds from the screens, all gasped in shock. Shattering shells moving at near sonic speed with his bare fists. Was he even human? So this is the Kaido of the future, the king of beasts, eh? A hint of interest appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Although Kaido had yet to consume that strongest mythical Zoan fruit, this body alone was already more than enough to overwhelm the vast majority of powerhouses in the New World. Amusing. However, brute strength alone cannot break through an iron wall. Watching Kaido charge toward a frigate preparing to shatter the warship with a single punch, Lin Yuan's mind moved. Revenge mode shift. Form 2 Guardian Shield. The Revenge, which had been hovering at the forefront of the fleet, suddenly emitted a teeth-grating metallic screech from its hull. That pitch-black hull, composed of irregular angular edges, began rapidly reorganizing and transforming within mere seconds, much like a living machine reshaping itself. Countless plates of bioalloy armor flipped and interlocked like scales. In the end, that ghostly warship, radiating aggression, transformed into a colossal black shield over 100 meters in diameter, its surface etched with dark crimson energy circuits, exuding an aura of immense weight and unyielding solidity. This shield positioned itself with flawless precision directly before the frigate about to be struck. Go. Sink down. Kaido's fist, wreathed in the pinnacle of armament haki, crashed down upon that enormous black shield with terrifying power capable of sinking entire islands. Rumble. A catastrophic sound reverberated across the entire sea. The terrifying shockwave manifested as a visible ring of white vapor spreading violently in all directions. The ocean surface below was forcibly compressed into a massive depression hundreds of meters wide, countless waters pushed aside to reveal the pitch-black seabed. On Hive Island, those pirates close enough were directly flung by this shockwave, letting out a continuous series of screams. Yet at the heart of that terrifying impact, that enormous black shield transformed from the Revenge remained completely motionless. Kaido's all-devastating fist strikes only caused the dark red energy circuits on the shield's surface to flicker once before showing no further response. What? Kaido's arrogant smile froze on his face as he stared at his own fist in utter disbelief. He could clearly feel his mountain-splitting, stone-cleaving power being absorbed, transformed, and neutralized by some eerie force the instant it contacted that shield. It was as though he hadn't struck a shield at all, but an endless, bottomless abyss. Impossible. Kaido's pride was wounded. He roared, retracting his fist to launch an even more ferocious assault. But how could Lin Yuan possibly give him such an opportunity? The game is over, big guy. Lin Yuan's cold voice echoed beside Kaido's ear. At the exact moment Kaido retracted his fist, 2 points of crimson light reignited within the eye sockets of that gruesome skull head on the shield's surface. Sayap. 2 more ultra-fast compressed energy beams. This time the distance was far too close. So close that Kaido could not react in any way. Thwip. Those 2 crimson beams pierced precisely through Kaido's knee joints. Yua. Even Kaido's monstrous physique proved as fragile as paper before the gaze of Revenge. The raging energy instantly obliterated his kneecaps and muscle tissue. Agonizing pain forced a tortured shriek from Kaido. He could no longer maintain his flight, plummeting helplessly toward the sea below like a giant bird with broken wings. Before the Bone Palace, Charlotte Linlin and Wang Ji wore expressions of utter shock and horror. Kaido, lost as well. Charlotte Linlin's lips parted slightly, entirely unaware that her favorite cream puff had slipped from her hand. She knew better than anyone how tough-skinned that man Kaido was. Even throwing her full force at him would barely leave a white mark, making it nearly impossible to cause any real damage. And yet now that man she regarded as some kind of monster had his legs crippled with the ease of swatting a fly. The opponent hadn't even appeared in person, merely controlling that bizarre black warship. That fellow named Lin Yuan. Wang Ji's expression grew grim beyond measure. His hand holding the fan had long since stilled, and a sheen of fine cold sweat formed on his forehead. He's not a shipwright. He's a monster. A true monster wielding power beyond our understanding. Wang Ji prided himself on his cunning and skill at manipulating others, having carved out a name for himself in the New World. Yet before this absolute, inexplicable technological might, all his cherished schemes appeared woefully inadequate. Mama. A sudden surge of intense greed blazed in Charlotte Linlin's eyes. Fear. For her fear only served to heighten her excitement. The more powerful something, the more unattainable, the more she craved to claim it as her own. That ship. That transforming vessel. I want it so badly. Charlotte Linlin extended her tongue to lick her vivid lips, her eyes brimming with the possessiveness and destructiveness of a child. Beside her, Prometheus, the sun crafted from a special soul wearing a pirate hat, and Zeus, the thundercloud resembling a somersault cloud, both sensed their master's surging desire and began trembling with excitement. Lingling, have you lost your mind? Wang Ji was utterly horrified at the sight of Xia Luo Lingling. Did you not see what happened to Yuehan and Kaiduo? Charging in now is nothing but suicide. So what? Xia Luo Lingling retorted carelessly. If I can get that ship, what does it matter if a few companions die? And besides, who says I will lose? A formidable aura in no way inferior to Kaiduo's abruptly erupted from Xia Luo Lingling. The bicorn hat Napoleon atop her head suddenly transformed into a massive longsword gleaming with cold light. Sun Pulmix morphed into a blazing fireball hovering above her left shoulder. Thundercloud Zeus turned into a dark cloud pregnant with terrifying lightning perched on her right shoulder. Soul. Incantation. Xia Luo Lingling hurled her question at the pirates still shivering on the sea. Life or treat? Will you hand over your lifespan, or have your soul stolen from me? Those pirates, already terrified out of their wits, dared not harbor the slightest defiance when they heard Xia Luo Lingling's question. I am willing to surrender my lifespan. Me too, Lady Lingling. Please accept it. In an instant, countless pink souls resembling cotton candy and representing life force drifted out from the pirates and converged upon Xia Luo Lingling. Her aura surged higher and higher. Mama, can you feel it? This surging power. Xia Luo Lingling laughed heartily, reveling in the abundant energy within her body. She poured the collected soul power into the land beneath her feet. Rumble. The ground of the entire Fengshao Island began to tremble violently. Countless mud and rocks were imbued with life, converging into Huamizi soldiers over 10 meters tall, wielding massive swords and blades. In the blink of an eye, an army of hundreds of Huamizi stood behind her. Go, my children. Xia Luo Lingling pointed the longsword Napoleon toward the Black Fleet on the sea. Fetch me those delicious toys. Ooh. Hundreds of Huamizi soldiers let out earth-shaking roars, stomping heavily as they charged toward the harbor. Madmen. All of them are madmen. Wang Ji felt a chill run down his scalp at the insane spectacle before him. He knew he could no longer dissuade this woman blinded by greed. He quietly retreated a few steps, his shrewd eyes gleaming with calculation. He had to find an escape route for himself. Inside the cockpit of the Revenge, Lin Yuan watched the Huamizi army of mud and rock on the screen, his face devoid of any emotion. To his eyes, which could see through the essence of all things, these creations infused with souls were nothing but crude constructs with chaotic energy circuits. Soul fruit. Injecting soul fragments into inanimate objects to grant them life. Lin Yuan lightly tapped the console. His master-level Jiangwen Sei Haki combined with the lineage factor theory copied from Vegapunk's database allowed him to instantly analyze the nature of this power. An interesting specimen, he murmured to himself. Third combat formation switch to purification mode. At Lin Yuan's command, the 10 Storm-class frigates at the rear of the fleet extended honeycomb-like devices from both sides of their hulls. Hum. A low-frequency hum resonated, and an invisible high-frequency energy wave swept across the entire Fengxiao Island in an instant. The Huamizi soldiers who were stomping and roaring toward the harbor shuddered violently. Then to Xia Luo Lingling's incredulous gaze, her proud army of Huamizi, the children she had imbued with life, collapsed one after another as if their bones had been pulled out, reverting to lifeless mud and rock. On their surfaces, the facial features and patterns formed by soul power melted and vaporized like snow under the scorching sun. In a single breath, the formidable Huamizi legion was utterly purified, erased from existence at its very root. How? How is this possible? The greed and excitement on Xia Luo Lingling's face froze instantly. My Huamizi, my children. She could clearly feel that the soul links between her and those Huamizi had been forcibly severed by an incomprehensible higher-level power. It was not destruction but analysis and decomposition, like a master locksmith using a master key to effortlessly open the most intricate lock she had set with her soul power. What have you done to my children? Xia Luo Lingling roared in fury, her bloodshot eyes fixed on the Revenge hovering in midair. Nothing much. Lin Yuan's icy voice reached her ears clearly through the loudspeaker. I merely helped you dispose of some disobedient toys. By the way, a playful smirk curled at the corner of Lin Yuan's mouth. I've developed a certain interest in your soul. Your soul looks quite delicious. As his words fell, the ferocious skull head at the bow of the Revenge, forged from wailing iron, suddenly emitted a tremendous, irresistible suction from its 2 pitch-black eye sockets. Divine-level skill, life drain, activated. Xia Luo Lingling felt as if her soul was being forcibly ripped from her body by an unstoppable force. Sun Puluomixiusi and Thundercloud Zeus beside her let out terrified shrieks. Their bodies, composed of soul, twisted and distorted like flickering candles in the wind, seemingly on the verge of being sucked away. Bastard, get the hell away from me. Xia Luo Lingling unleashed her full Bawang Sei Haki, desperately resisting the terrifying suction. The ground beneath her feet cracked inch by inch, and the entire Fengxiao Island trembled violently under her power. Yet even so, she could feel her soul force being stripped away and devoured bit by bit. For the first time, she felt a fear that came from the depths of her soul. Not only could he dismantle her abilities, but he could even devour her soul. This was no longer a battle. It was a one-sided hunt. Wang Ji, save me. Facing the threat of death, Xia Luo Lingling abandoned all dignity and cried out to Wang Ji, who was already preparing to slip away. Wang Ji halted, his face turning extremely grim. Save her. How? Even Yuehan and Kaiduo were taken down in an instant, and Xia Luo Lingling, a monster herself, was completely outmatched. Charging in now would only mean adding one more casualty. Just as Wang Ji hesitated, a voice brimming with supreme authority and domineering aura exploded without warning across the entire Fengxiao Island. Enough. Only 2 words. But the moment they were spoken, both the terrifying suction force of the Revenge and the raging conqueror's haki of Charlotte Linlin vanished into thin air. It was as if an invisible giant hand had effortlessly erased all the violent energy in that space. The sea returned to calm. The wind ceased as well. The entire world was plunged into a deathly silence. Inside the cockpit of the Revenge, Lin Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. His master-level observation haki had just perceived an immense and profound terror. He slowly raised his head, his gaze piercing through the cockpit window and fixing on the topmost peak of the Bone Palace. There a man had appeared without warning. He was tall, clad in a pitch-black captain's coat with a wild mane of black hair carelessly draped over his shoulders and a playful smirk on his face. He stood there quietly as if he were the very center of heaven and earth, the protagonist of this era. The domineering aura radiating from him, a sovereign's hegemony, dimmed even the sun itself. Loxti, Jibek, the sea's overlord of this age, had finally revealed himself. His appearance solidified the air over Hakanosu. Whether it was the pirates who had narrowly escaped death, Charlotte Linlin Wang Ji, or even John and Kaido still struggling in the sea, all showed a reverence and fear born from the depths of their souls as they laid eyes on that man. He was the Soul King who had gathered these unruly monsters together. Captain, Charlotte Linlin withdrew all her homies, her gaze toward Locke's complex. Locke paid her no heed. His eyes crossed the vast distance and met Lin Yuan's inside the cockpit. What kind of eyes were those? They were brimming with destruction, chaos, ambition, and the deepest insight into the world. In those eyes, Lin Yuan saw something akin to his own, a thirst for truth. Only Locke chose to seek through destruction, while Lin Yuan chose to dominate through creation. You are Lin Yuan. Locke spoke. His voice was not loud, yet it reached every ear with crystal clarity. An interesting shipwright. He grinned, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth. Your ship is remarkable. It does not belong to this era. Lin Yuan's voice answered with equal calm, just like you. Lox's grin widened as if he had heard the most amusing joke. Me? No, I am precisely a product of this era. Lox spread his arms as if to embrace the entire world. This rotten, boring, revolting era ruled by the worthless, celestial dragons. It is precisely because of its existence that I was born, and I shall end it with my own hands, and then become the new king of the world. Arrogant, overbearing. This was Lox D. Jibek. Lox's voice echoed, and I shall end it with my own hands then. Become the new king of the world. Arrogant, overbearing. This was Lox D. Jibek. King of the world. A hint of mockery curled at the corner of Lin Yuan's mouth. Your vision is too narrow. Oh. Lox raised an eyebrow, sensing a kindred spirit in Lin Yuan. Then tell me, what is a grand vision? Lin Yuan did not answer directly. With a thought, a holographic projection lit up inside the Revenge's cockpit, displaying the metal log from the ancient kingdom. In the 327th year of the Genesis era, the extraterrestrial enemy descended the world's barrier, was torn, a storm eye appeared in the sky, and the world was about to be cleansed by the Reapers. This text, translated by the system, was clearly projected before Lox. The moment he saw it, the smile on his face vanished. His eyes, once brimming with tyranny, now flashed with extreme gravity and a trace of barely perceptible excitement. You know too. Lox's voice turned low. I not only know I have killed one. Lin Yuan stated a fact calmly. Boom. Those words stirred a tsunami in Lox's heart. He stared at Lin Yuan as if trying to see through him completely. He had spent immeasurable effort piecing together the hidden truth of the Great Purge from the scattered poneglyphs across the world, a secret the world government desperately tried to conceal. He had always believed he was the only one in this era who knew the truth. But now this young shipwright not only knew but had even crossed swords with them. I see. Lox suddenly burst into laughter, his voice filled with relief and fervor. I understand. I understand everything. No wonder you could build such a ship. No wonder you could easily defeat John and the others. You and I are not even from the same dimension. Lox stopped laughing and looked at Lin Yuan again, his eyes now blazing with heat. Lin Yuan, join me. He extended an invitation, not as a monarch summoning a vassal, but as an equal inviting a kindred spirit. This world is too small to contain both of us. But beyond the world there is a wider starry sky. You build the ship, I steer the helm. Together we'll first trample Mary Geos, then overturn this world, and then go meet those lofty Reapers. That is a grand vision. There was no denying that Lox's words were irresistibly tempting. But Lin Yuan simply shook his head. Your path is too noisy. I prefer quiet. And besides, Lin Yuan's gaze swept over the bewildered pirates below. Your crew is too weak. They are not even qualified to board my ship and gaze upon that starry sky. Lox fell silent. He knew Lin Yuan spoke the truth. These so-called monsters behind him would probably not even qualify as cannon fodder before the true extraterrestrial enemies. After a long silence. All right. Lox smiled with carefree grace. Different paths, no common goal. I admit defeat today. He glanced at the two half-dead officers in the sea and the utterly daunted Charlotte Linlin. I have received your wrath. As compensation from today, onward Hakanosu is yours. With that he turned without a backward glance, flickered, and vanished from the spot. Only his words lingered in the air. Lin Yuan, I hope next time we meet you can build a ship that can carry all of us toward a new era. I await you. With Lox's departure, this conflict, which could have toppled the new world's order, ended in a way no one had anticipated. Wang Ji stared at the empty palace peak, then at the unscathed black fleet on the sea. A look of bewilderment appeared in his shrewd eyes. This era was truly about to change. Half a month later, Hakanosu, now completely transformed into a branch of the Voyager shipyard, bustled with activity once more. No longer a pirate's paradise, but a shipwright's heaven. Lin Yuan sat on the bridge of the Revenge, silently gazing at the distant blue where sea and sky merged. The appearance of Lox had slightly altered his originally clear plans. He had initially wanted only to build ships in peace, explore the ultimate mysteries of this world, and then personally create companions capable of birthing ship spirits. But now he had a grander ambition, a ship that could carry everyone toward a new era. Captain, a call from Mr. Roger. Brooks' sole body emerged from the wall holding a golden den mushy. Hey Lin Yuan. Ha. I heard. You brat actually took down Lox's lair. Well done. Roger's signature laughter came through the snail. What is it? Lin Yuan asked indifferently. Of course there is. Roger's tone grew excited. My Oro Jackson tells me it has sensed something. At the end of the Grand Line, that final island none of us can reach. There is something it wants. It says it's something that can make it truly complete. Lin Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. A ship spirit. A complete ship spirit. I understand. He hung up. He stood up and slowly walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Outside was Noah, the floating mobile fortress suspended above the sea of clouds brimming with life and hope. The world tree that pierced the heavens was emitting twinkling starlight. It is time. Lin Yuan's eyes shimmered. System. I want to build a ship. A ship with Noah as its hull, the world tree as its keel, the eternal heart as its core, and the stellar guardian as its armament. A ship capable of carrying life across the sea of stars toward the future. An ark. Ding. Ultimate dream detected. Divine level mission issued. Forge the Ark expedition to the starry sea. Lin Yuan's gaze seemed to pierce through endless time and space, seeing the resplendent starry river, full of the unknown and challenge.